I was clearly a powerful figure in the business world, having built a trillion-yuan commercial empire, yet at the end of my life, I experienced bone-deep loneliness. In that luxurious hospital room, the quarrels over my inheritance left me in despair. Unexpectedly, when I opened my eyes again, I had returned to 1981, to that dilapidated rural hometown. Chapter 1: The Good Cabbage was rooted by the pig Jiangcheng Hospital. In a luxurious hospital room, Chen Fei, chairman of Chengfei Group, lay quietly. Around his bed were familiar yet strange faces: secretaries, assistants, vice presidents, old friends, even neighborhood committee staff. One after another, flushed and noisy, they argued fiercely. The clamor made Chen Fei restless. He wearily closed his eyes, 2 lines of murky tears slowly sliding down. He had built his empire from nothing, single-handedly creating a 100 billion yuan group, yet he was alone, destined to grow old in solitude, with no family by his side. He wasn't even dead yet, and these unrelated people were already brazenly fighting over his inheritance. Little did they know, before falling critically ill, he had already entrusted a lawyer to handle all his assets. If there were a next life, he would never miss the most important girl in his life, Lu Yi. But sadly, there is no if. Heaven would not give him a chance, he could only leave with regret. Perhaps this was the punishment from above. In a daze, a girl with a big braid appeared before his eyes. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened, and in a voice only he could hear, he said, "Lu Yi, I'm sorry. I'm coming to find you." After a void of darkness, Chen Fei suddenly heard a furious roar. "That little bastard, serves him right if he dies. He ruined Lu Yi. If he doesn't die, I'll kill him with a hoe." Chen Fei was confused. Who was being cursed here? A father's murder, a wife's betrayal, nothing more than that, right? He struggled to open his eyes a crack and found himself lying on a shabby wooden bed. Next to him, a woman curled up with her back to him, covered with a rough, tattered cloth, revealing half of her snow-white back. He was stunned. "I'm not dead, am I? How am I here? And this scene looks so familiar?" Outside, it was chaotic and noisy. What a sin! Lu Yi was such a good girl, ruined by that little troublemaker. Isn't that right? Such a good cabbage was rooted by a pig. Lu Yi is so fresh and lovely. Lu Yi? That woman who had left him with lifelong regret. Chen Fei's spirit jolted, and he suddenly sat up. What he saw was an old-fashioned dilapidated tile house and mottled earthen walls, with several mouse holes stuffed with torn cloth. On the ground lay 2 empty wine bottles, and at the door, a woman blocked outsiders from entering. Outside, the noisy crowd had torn open the windows covered with old newspapers, revealing the faces of several half-grown children, squinting and peeking inside. This was the rural hometown where he grew up. And that familiar silhouette, the person he had longed for countless times in midnight dreams. How similar this scene was. Could it be that heaven pitied him and gave him a chance to start over? This was too incredible. Looking around in confusion, he noticed an old wooden table at the head of the bed with a broken leg, on which lay an old calendar, more than half torn off. His excited heart and trembling hands grabbed it and saw clearly, August 30th, 1981, lunar calendar August 2nd. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Chen Fei was stunned on the spot. The old calendar was inconvenient to flip, torn 1 page per day. Without a doubt, he had truly been reborn in 1981, after his girlfriend Li Shui had broken up with him. Li Shui was an educated youth sent to the countryside. After the up and down of the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement ended, many people scrambled to return to the city. Li Shui had secured a quota to return and was determined to go back at all costs, ending their 3-year relationship in an instant. Chen Fei begged desperately, but Li Shui's gaze was as cold and resolute as her name. "The countryside is too hard. I finally got a chance to return to the city. I can't give it up. Chen Fei, I'm going back to eat public food in the city. A rural kid like you doesn't deserve me anymore." Li Shui left decisively, without hesitation or attachment. The once sworn mountain and sea promises were like the old calendar, torn off casually and discarded without a second thought. Devastated, Chen Fei drank himself into a drunken stupor. The neighbor girl, Lu Yi, looked on with pity and secretly climbed over the wall to comfort him. But the two families had a long-standing feud. Chen Fei's father was an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor who sometimes dabbled in mysticism. Lu Yi's father reported him for feudal superstition, leading to criticism, and eventually, he passed away prematurely. Chen Fei could never get over this hurdle in his heart and held a grudge all along. Even though when they were kids, Lu Yi always followed him around calling him brother Chen Fei. Even though during their pretend play, Lu Yi always acted as his wife. But ever since his father's incident, Chen Fei had been very cold toward her. That day, the older sisters had all gone to the fields to earn work points. Somehow, the two ended up sleeping together and were caught tangled under the quilt. The whole neighborhood was alarmed. Good people don't live long, trouble lasts 1,000 years. Why didn't he just drink himself to death? Better if he wakes up, than drag him through the streets. If he is not dead, it's unfair. Not dying is no good either. This is assault, at least a few years in prison. Lu Yir's brother, Lu Zhensheng, was blocked outside and couldn't get in. Through the broken wooden door, he shouted angrily, "Chen Fei, you bastard! If anything happens to my sister, I'll kill you. Get lost. Dare touch my brother and see what happens." Blocking the door was Chen Fei's fourth sister, Chen Sifeng. She wore coarse cloth clothes, had short hair tied into two buns, and held a gleaming kitchen knife, standing like a fortress no one could breach. Chen Fei snapped back to his senses, quickly put on his clothes, felt Lu Yir's carotid artery, and shouted, "Lu Zhensheng, Lu Yir isn't dead, don't curse her." "Bull. If she is not dead, why isn't she coming out?" Lu Zhensheng couldn't get in and could only vaguely see through the door crack. Chen Fei ignored him, turned to lift the quilt off Lu Yir, and saw her pale skin covered with many purple bruises and scratch marks, causing his heart to tremble. Did she scratch herself? That was too harsh. In his past life, he vented his hatred for the Lu family and resentment toward Li Shui on Lu Yir, to the point that when discovered, Lu Yir was unconscious. Seeing this scene again now, treating Lu Yir so cruelly, he was truly a bastard. Filled with deep guilt and affection, Chen Fei covered Lu Yir with the torn quilt, laid her flat, and began performing CPR. The room was dimly lit. He didn't notice that Lu Yir's face was flushed all the way to her ears. Through the door crack, Lu Zhensheng vaguely saw Chen Fei pressing on Lu Yir's chest, his eyes reddening. He shouted furiously, "Chen Fei, what the hell are you doing? I'm saving her." Chen Fei bent down to blow air into Lu Yir's mouth. In his past life, Chen Fei had ventured out alone and learned many things, CPR being one of them. "Chen Fei, the person's like this and you still won't let go." Lu Zhensheng cursed non-stop. If he weren't afraid of the knife in Chen Sifeng's hand, he would have charged in long ago. Actually, Lu Yir was half pretending. Being trapped under the quilt, she was too ashamed to face anyone and could only play the ostrich. Now she couldn't keep it up and opened her eyes, looking at Chen Fei with extreme grievance, tears streaming down like pear blossoms in rain. This sight made Chen Fei both heartbroken and guilty, yet somewhat relieved. Finally reunited, those terrible things hadn't happened yet, everything was still salvageable. Fate had given him a chance to make amends, and he must seize it. Filled with excitement, just as he was about to pour out his heart to Lu Yir, he suddenly heard an old, angry voice outside say, "So, how are we going to settle this? What else can we do? First drag him through the streets, then send him to the police station, lock him up for 10 or 8 years. Lu Zhensheng said indignantly. Chapter 2, Marry Me No Way. Sending Xiao Fei to the police station would ruin his life forever. Please, have mercy and leave Xiao Fei a way out, said Chen Fei's eldest sister, Chen Feng. Chen Sifeng blocked the door, not letting anyone in, while Chen Feng stayed outside trying to reason with the Lu family. Despite the feud between the two families, after this incident, she had no choice but to bow to the Lu family. "Uncle Lu, the rice is already cooked. Even if Chen Fei goes to jail, wouldn't Lu Yir's reputation be ruined?" Chen Feng tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, taking the opportunity to calm herself and soften her voice as much as possible. "Why not ask Lu Yir's opinion? If she is willing, let Xiao Fei be with her. Turning a bad situation into a good one is better than nothing, right? You're dreaming. You've taken advantage and now want to claim her? With Chen Fei's lousy character, is he worthy of my sister?" Chen Feng swallowed her anger, but Lu Zhensheng was not convinced at all. Lu Yir's father squatted on the ground with his head down, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe one puff after another. His hands were trembling, the firelight flickering on his face, smoke swirling around, making him look somewhat grim. After a long while, he put down the pipe and said, "Let us ask Lu Yir first. If it doesn't work out, we'll have to go through the authorities." Back then, rural areas took these matters very seriously. If not handled properly, Lu Yir would have no face to show anyone in the future. "Xiao Fei, speak up quickly." Chen Feng turned and shouted into the house. "This damn brother of hers, doesn't he realize how serious this is?" Chen Fei was emotionally stirred, overwhelmed with words, but didn't know where to start. In terms of looks, Lu Yir had willow-like eyebrows and a slender waist, quite handsome, not at all like a rural girl, even more beautiful than Li Shui. In his past life, Chen Fei was blinded by infatuation, only thinking about Li Shui. Ultimately, Chen Fei just couldn't let go of his hatred. He'd rather go to jail than marry Lu Yir. Fate played a cruel trick. After Chen Fei went to prison, Lu Yir found out she was pregnant and was forced to marry a cripple. Lu Yir swore she would never comply and jumped into the river to die. When she was pulled out, she was still clutching the wooden doll Chen Fei had given her as a child. After Chen Fei was released from prison, he had a sudden awakening, cried bitterly at Lu Yir's grave, and from then on stayed far away from his hometown, disappearing without a trace. Chen Fei's parents died early. It was his eldest sister who raised him. Chen Feng felt she hadn't raised him well and was too ashamed to face their parents, so she jumped into a well to die. With the family's pillar gone, the family fell apart. The fourth sister went mad, ran into the mountains crazily, and jumped off a cliff. The second and third sisters also met tragic ends, and the only younger sister disappeared, rumored to have been abducted by traffickers. Years later, Chen Fei, relying on his own efforts and the Chen family's traditional Chinese medicine heritage, thrived in the city. Many wealthy daughters admired him, but none could enter his heart. Because he couldn't let go of that past filled with regret and guilt. Later, Chen Fei returned home in glory, only to find everything changed beyond recognition. The home was gone, and his relatives all met tragic ends. The lingering regret in his heart could never be filled. All of this was Chen Fei's fault, his lifelong regret. The two families had a feud, but Lu Yi was not at fault. She was still that pure little girl, even speaking up for him in court, pleading for leniency. Perhaps Lu Yi's father wasn't wrong either. The fault lay with that era. People back then were all crazy, including Chen Fei himself. If he could live again, he would never let the tragedy repeat. Chen Fei was lost in thought, but Lu Yi misunderstood, thinking he still held a grudge. Tears streamed down her face, and she felt utterly hopeless. She was clearly innocent, so why did she have to bear all this? Eldest sister Chen Feng was so angry she cried, then went inside and raised her hand to slap Chen Fei. Seeing eldest sister again, Chen Fei's excitement was indescribable. In his heart, eldest sister and mother were the same. He didn't dodge but looked up at her. Eldest sister's hand stopped halfway, unable to bring it down. The slap didn't come, but tears fell uncontrollably. Xiao Fei, are you trying to drive your sister crazy? If you get sent to jail, how will I face mom and dad? Fourth sister Feng turned around and said, Sister, hit him hard. I think he deserves a beating. There was no doubt she was a real sister. Fourth sister Feng hated evil like poison. If he weren't her own brother, she would have wanted to beat him to death. Chen Fei knew very well, but he held no resentment. He looked at Lu Yi and loudly asked, Lu Yi, will you marry me? Lu Yi was confused. She curled up under the quilt like a lost lamb, tearfully looking at Chen Fei. Lu Yi understood in her heart that, given the current situation, marrying Chen Fei was the best choice. But Chen Fei had always hated her. Could it be sincere? Thinking of the feud between their families, Lu Yi felt uncertain. Chen Fei sat down beside her, pulled the torn bedsheet up a bit to cover her half-exposed shoulder, and gently said, Lu Yi, I was wrong to you before, but I promise, as long as you're willing to marry me, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Lu Yi looked up in shock, her eyes full of tears as she gazed at him. Are you serious? Chen Fei gently wiped the tears from her cheek. You've been my bride since we were kids, haven't you? Lu Yi's heart trembled, and she instinctively nodded. She had dreamed countless times of playing house as children, and when Chen Fei had done certain things, she hadn't really resisted. A smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. He patted her shoulder and said, I'll go out first. You get dressed, and then we'll talk outside. Lu Yi gave a soft but didn't dare to look up. Naked and trapped under the quilt, she was still dazed. Chen Fei pulled his two older sisters out. The courtyard was packed with people, and the less than 1 meter high courtyard walls were crawling with half-grown children. All around were shades of gray, black, and blue. Whether adults or children, most wore patched clothes, but that didn't dampen their enthusiasm to watch the spectacle. They hurriedly closed the door and chased away the children clinging to the windows so Lu Yi could get dressed. Chen Feng came to her senses and smiled politely at Lu Yi's father. Uncle Lu, Xiao Fei, and Lu Yi have agreed. What do you think about this? Lu Yi's father's name was Lu Shu, but many called him Uncle Lu. Whether to call him Lu Shu or Uncle Lu was unclear. Lu Shu slowly packed tobacco into his pipe, his face dark and grim. Finally, he grunted, since Lu Yi isn't saying anything, let it be. We'll set a date another day and have them settle this. For Lu Yi's reputation, he endured it. This was the helplessness of being a father. Father, you can't just let it go like this. Lu Zhenxing couldn't swallow this anger. If everyone did like him, ruining a girl and then marrying her back, wouldn't everyone follow suit? Wouldn't they? Lu Yi was pretty and kind-hearted, loved by everyone in the village. This comment immediately resonated with many. Exactly. If that were the case, I would have made my move long ago. Why should he get the chance? Doing bad things without punishment, and even getting a wife for free, whereas the justice? No way. We must give everyone an explanation. Chen Fei asked, what explanation do you want? Just making a fuss, who knows what explanation? The crowd was silenced and all turned to look at Lu Zhenxing. Lu Yi was his sister, so this matter had to be settled by him. Lu Zhenxing was at a loss. He just couldn't swallow this anger. The captain has arrived. The party secretary has also arrived. Village party secretary Song Hongjun and village chief Xue Luzhu heard the news and hurried over. The crowd quickly made way. At that time, the production brigade had just been changed to a village committee, but people still habitually called the captain, the village committee, the brigade, and below that the production team. Even if it wasn't rape, it was still immoral. At the very least, there should be a public shaming parade, right? It couldn't just be let go. Xue Luzhu wore a white Dakron jacket, standing out brightly among the gray, black, and blue crowd. He strode forward with a commanding presence. Last year, Lu Erden was publicly paraded for fighting his mother. Lu Erden was also a loafer. His mother couldn't stand it and scolded him a few times. The kid dared to fight back and was taken by the village for a public shaming parade. A sign was hung on his back, Lu Erden, mother beater. It caused a sensation at the time and made him famous. When Shui Luzhu said this, many people expressed their support. The captain is right, he should be paraded through the streets, not let off so easily. First, give him a good beating to vent our anger. Chen Fei frowned slightly, feeling like the captain was targeting him, but he couldn't figure out why. Chen Feng saw that Shui Luzhu was hostile and could only appeal to Song Hongjun. Secretary Song, you can't parade him through the streets, that would ruin Xiao Fei. Song Hongjun had retired from the army, dressed in military green with a straight posture. He took out a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes, pulled one out and lit it, then leisurely said, in my opinion, skip the parade. This matter can't be compared to Lu Erden beating his mother. De Qianmen is a good cigarette, costing 2 or 3 mao a pack, something ordinary people can't afford. Like Lu Yira's father, who smokes homemade tobacco leaves, which are very strong. Shui Luzhu's face darkened a bit. Secretary Song, isn't that unfair? Song Hongjun took 2 puffs, exhaled smoke, and said, in my opinion, let Chen Fei write a letter of guarantee, promising not to offend again. If he does, he'll be punished for both crimes and sent for reform. Chen Feng was overjoyed, the secretary is wise. The village party secretary is the top leader. Once Song Hongjun spoke, the matter was settled. Shui Luzhu was still dissatisfied, grumbling, this is too lenient, like getting a wife for free. Song Hongjun frowned, then what do you want? Shui Luzhu's gaze shifted between the two families, sarcastically saying, Zhen Sheng's eldest nephew still doesn't have a wife. I think Si Feng is quite suitable. Or should you swap brides? Swap brides? Everyone was stunned. At that time, many rural families couldn't afford to marry off their daughters, so they would swap brides. Your daughter marries into my family, my daughter marries into yours, and neither side loses out. But Chen and Lu are 2 feuding families, could that work? Chapter 3, Swap Brides? Please bookmark after Shui Luzhu's reminder. Lu Yira's mother's eyes lit up. I think it's a good idea, swapping brides. It solves Lu Yira's problem and brings a daughter-in-law back, saving the bride price. This can work. Lu Zhenqing's eyes also brightened. I think it's fine too. He is in his 20s and still doesn't know what a woman's like. Chen Sifeng was fierce but dressed more poorly than most women. A light blue coarse cloth jacket with patches on the shoulders, patched with different colors, black coarse cloth pants with 2 patches on the knees. Worn out clothes, but her looks were undeniable. An oval face, short hair tied into 2 buns at ear level, looking neat and crisp. Because she often worked in the fields, her skin was a healthy wheat color, with thick eyebrows and a pair of bright big eyes, very pretty. To marry such a beautiful wife, one could wake up laughing from a dream. Chen Sifeng immediately changed her expression, you want to marry me? Are you worthy? Among Chen Fei's 4 sisters, Chen Sifeng was the most fierce, not losing to men in work or fights. Usually, Lu Zhenqing was really afraid of her, but not in front of so many people. Chen Sifeng, you marry me, your brother marries my sister, how is that unworthy? If you really don't want to marry, fine, we'll report this to the authorities and have Chen Fei thrown in jail. Chen Sifeng bit her lip and fell silent. Chen Fei was the weak spot of their family, and this had her trapped. Could she really marry an enemy? Chen Sifeng suddenly felt panicked. The next moment, a reassuring voice sounded. My sister won't marry you. As for the reason, you know it without me saying. Although Chen Fei's father wasn't directly killed by Lu Shu, it was because of him. Even if reborn, Chen Fei couldn't pretend it never happened. For Lu Yira's sake, I can overlook past matters, but don't expect anything else. That one sentence was like dropping a block of ice into boiling oil, causing a sizzling explosion. No one expected him to lay it all out like that. Inside the house, Lu Yir was putting on clothes but suddenly stopped, tears welling in her eyes. So what do you want? Lu Shua's face was wrinkled like the bark of an old willow tree. Shaking, he stuffed tobacco into his pipe, took out matches, and struck several times but couldn't light a fire. Lu Genqing's face turned bright red as he said, it was my father who reported it, so what? Your father is weak, and it wasn't my father who killed him. Why blame everything on my father? Shui Luzhu frowned and said, the matter is over, you can't keep holding on to it. Besides, Lu Yira's father didn't do anything wrong at the time. Chen Fei remained calm and said, that's why I said this matter is over. I will marry Lu Yir, but Lu Zhenshang, don't even think about my 4th sister. Sounds good, but what are you going to use to marry her? Seeing the juicy opportunity slip away, Lu Zhensheng felt very uncomfortable. Let's not talk about anything else, you need a house, right? Look at those 2 broken rooms in your house. Where would Lu Yir live after marrying in? Chen Fei was about to speak but was stopped by Chen Feng. I will find a way to renovate the house a bit. Chen Feng said this without any confidence. Their house had only 2 broken rooms, drafty on all sides, with many tiles on the roof rotten. Looking up, you could see the stars. It was definitely not suitable as a new home. At that time, the main thing was earning points. Doing the same work, men got 10 points, women only 7 or 8. 1 point was worth 3 cents, so that was 24 cents a day. Even though most men weren't as capable as Chen Feng, that was the rule. Except for Chen Fei, everyone in the Chen family was a woman. Chen Fei was always lazy, making all kinds of excuses not to work in the fields. Life was tight. Where would the money come from to renovate the house? What about the bride price? Lu Zhensheng was still thinking about changing the match, so he was relentless. There has to be a bride price, right? New clothes, new quilts, daily necessities, right? You can't just give my sister away for free. Every time he spoke, Chen Feng's face grew paler. She couldn't provide any of those things. But if she didn't, it would be unreasonable, so she forced herself to say, "We will give 66 yuan as bride price. I will find a way to make new clothes and quilts. As for the rest, maybe we can add them slowly after the wedding?" Lu Zhensheng rolled his eyes. "Chen Feng, who are you fooling? Once someone enters your house, can they just be taken out again? The two sisters together barely make 48 cents a day, 14.4 yuan a month. Not to mention clothes and quilts, just the bride price alone would take half a year to save if you don't eat or drink." Chen Xifeng immediately got angry. "How will the wedding be? Your father and my sister are in charge, not you. If you keep whining, do you want me to hit you?" Lu Zhensheng was intimidated by her momentum and took a step back. Feeling embarrassed, he said angrily, "Am I wrong? You just want to get something for nothing." At that moment, Lu Yi'er came out dressed and said, "Stop arguing, I don't need the bride price. Just buy a bed and new quilts." Lu Zhensheng lost his temper and said angrily, "Sister, you can't treat yourself like this. Marriage is a lifetime matter. If you miss this chance, it's gone forever." Lu Yi'er forced a smile. "Brother, I know what you mean, but we can't rely on the bride price to live. As long as Chen Fei works hard, we can buy more things when we have money later." Lu Zhensheng snorted, "Do you really believe that? What kind of person is Chen Fei? A big lazybones. Spoiled by his parents since childhood, and later by his older sister. Always fighting, playing cricket fights, peeping at female educated youth bathing. These glorious histories could fill a book. Someone like that, can you expect him to work hard? Only if the sun rises from the west." Lu Yi'er was saddened by these words. She had never thought about this before, but thinking carefully, Chen Fei was playful but truly lazy. Could she live with him? Seeing Lu Yi'er so downcast, Chen Fei knew he had to take the initiative to speak up. "Lu Yi'er, don't worry. There will be new clothes, new quilts, daily necessities. The bride price will be at least 99 yuan, symbolizing our eternal love. And the 3 turns in 1 ring, I will buy them all for you, and we will build a new house." He spoke firmly and impressively. "What others have, you will have. What others don't, you will also have. I want you to be the most beautiful new bride in the entire Xiling village, making everyone envy you." The 3 turns in 1 ring refers to a bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and radio. In the entire Xiling village, apart from the party branch secretary and the team leader, no third family could afford to buy everything. Everyone was stunned. They all turned their heads to look at Chen Fei as if he were an idiot. No way? No way. Marrying the party branch secretary's daughter is just like this. TSK, not good at work, but number 1 at bragging. Chen Fei, you really are something. Chen Xifeng walked over and patted Chen Fei's head. "Chen Fei, are you still drunk? Or do you have a fever? Don't you know our family's situation?" Chen Fei pushed her hand away. "Fourth sister, I'm fine, and I know what I'm saying." Chen Xifeng grabbed his ear. "Fine, and you still dare to talk nonsense? You think you've grown wings and I can't hit you anymore?" To be fair, Chen Fei is good at fighting. Few in the village can beat him. But when it comes to this fourth sister, ever since he was a kid fighting with others, she chased a dozen boys around with a shovel, and he just gave up. She has a fiery temper. But she really protects her own. Anyone who dares to bully Chen Fei gets beaten badly. Chen Fei covered his ear pretending to be in pain. "Fourth sister, my ear is about to be torn off, let go." Chen Xifeng held on tight. "Then are you still talking nonsense?" No nonsense, everything I said is true, fourth sister, you have to believe me." Seeing how sincere Chen Fei was, Chen Xifeng suspiciously let go. "You better not lie to me. You know our family's situation, even selling me wouldn't be worth that much. How could I bear to sell you?" Cough, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Chen Fei rubbed his ear and seriously said to Lu Yi'er, "What I said just now was serious. Wait for me, once I save enough money, I'll marry you." Lu Yi'er gave a hum. Even if it was just empty talk, she accepted it. Otherwise, with those aunts gossip, who knows what they say behind her back. Shui Luzhu, seeing this, sarcastically said, "Don't just talk, show some action." "When exactly? Give a definite answer." Chen Fei replied, "About a month. I need to prepare in advance and pick a good day." Shui Luzhu sneered, still stuck in that feudal superstition. Hearing this, Chen Fei and Xifeng both pointed at Shui Luzhu. "Why do you talk so much nonsense? What's wrong with picking a good day for the wedding? Are we eating your noodles or burning your firewood?" The feud between the Chen and Lu families started just like this. Shui Luzhu was clearly stirring up trouble with bad intentions. Chapter 4 Father-in-law, I want to give you a chance. That's enough, no need for the team leader to worry. Lu Shu said calmly, then turned to Chen Fei, we'll wait for you for a month. If you dare to wrong Luiware, I want to let you off. Chen Fei stared at him deeply and said meaningfully, Father-in-law, I want to give you a chance. Lu Shu snorted and turned his head, showing he didn't want to talk. At this moment, Song Hongjun finished a cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and said with a smile, I say, it's settled then. Big sister, you all prepare early to welcome Luiware into the family. Chen Feng smiled politely, Secretary, thank you. We'll need you to be the witness at the wedding. No problem, no problem. Song Hongjun waved to the crowd as he walked away. I say, everyone go back and do what you need to do. As he turned, Lu Jinsheng hurriedly picked up the cigarette butt, took 2 deep drags, and exhaled with enjoyment. Haha, the secretary's cigarettes are really different, so satisfying. Lu Shu slapped his head. Embarrassing. Lu Jinsheng stuck out his neck. How is it embarrassing? This is good tobacco. Someone just tried to snatch it from me and failed. No, I have to take another puff. He quickly took another drag, burning his hand before reluctantly throwing it away. After everyone left, Luiware was taken by fourth sister under some pretext to the back mountain. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but the smile on big sister Chen Feng's face disappeared. She had been forcing a smile earlier, her face stiff, but now she couldn't keep it up. Worried. The house was empty, no money, but there were several nests of mice. How could she afford to marry off her brother's wife? Speak up, what exactly are your plans? Give your eldest sister a heads up, do you know how anxious she is? The eldest sister is like a mother. For this family, especially for her unfilial younger brother, Chen Feng has been deeply worried. A man in his 30s already has white hair, and the once smooth forehead now bears several wrinkles, each one a mark of the passage of time. Chen Fei lowered his head somewhat ashamed. Eldest sister, don't worry about the money. I'll figure something out. Chen Feng sighed. Alright then, if it really comes down to it, I'll risk my reputation and borrow from every household. That settled the matter. The 2 elder sisters still had to go work in the fields, leaving Chen Fei alone at home to write a letter of guarantee. There was no paper at home, only an old calendar. Chen Fei rummaged through boxes and found half a pencil. Looking at the date on the calendar, Chen Fei's mind was full of thoughts. 1 month. 1 month, that was the time he promised Lu Yi'er, and he had to fulfill it. In his past life, he had wronged Lu Yi'er. This life, he would never let her suffer again. And his eldest sister, the person he owed the most. For the sake of her younger brothers and sisters, she still hadn't gone to her in-laws. This life, he would not only give Lu Yi'er a happy home but also repay his eldest sister's kindness in raising him. He would let her have her own family, her own children, and enjoy the happiness of family life like other women. And his fourth sister, second sister, third sister, and youngest sister. He wanted them all to be well. Thinking of this, Chen Fei wrote on the old calendar, earn money to marry Lu Yi'er, countdown day 30. Sisters, Lu Yi'er, just wait, I will make sure you live a good life. This is my promise. Although he was currently penniless, Chen Fei was full of fighting spirit. By noon, Chen Fei felt his sisters should be back soon, so he thought about making something delicious. But the house was bare, there was nothing good to eat. After searching for a while, he found 2 earthenware jars, one containing a few dried sweet potato slices, the other a handful of white flour. The jars were nearly empty. The so-called white flour wasn't really white to get more flour, it had been ground repeatedly, crushing the bran, so it was yellowish. The good thing was it contained no whitening agents or preservatives and had a fragrant wheat aroma. Only those who had eaten it would know this aroma. It was good, but too little. Chen Fei felt that this handful of flour wasn't even enough for one meal. But he also knew this was the staple food for the whole family for several days. To fill their stomachs, they had to mix in plenty of wild vegetables and make vegetable dumplings or the like. Cluck! Just then, a chicken crowed, and Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The family raised 3 chickens, he could slaughter one to nourish Lu Yi'er. In his past life, once he hit the mark, Lu Yi'er became pregnant with his child. This life should be no different. Without hesitation, he went to work. The chicken coop was on the west side of the yard, fenced with wooden sticks, half covered with mud mixed with wheat straw to block wind and rain, the other half covered with branches to prevent the chickens from escaping. The coop was full of chicken droppings. As soon as Chen Fei entered, the stench almost made him vomit. After a chaotic chase, Chen Fei caught a chicken, his hands covered in droppings, and even picked up an egg. First, he cut the chicken's neck to make sure it wouldn't move, then went to wash his hands. There were 2 mud-plastered stoves at home, both wood-fired, one inside the stove fire area, the other outside. The stove fire means the kitchen in local dialect. The firewood was mainly wheat straw, bean stalks, and corn stalks, plus some hardwood collected from the mountain. The wheat straw stack was between the stove fire and the chicken coop, separated by a space about a person's width. The corn stalks took up too much space, so they were piled outside the yard against the wall. Chen Fei went out and brought in a bundle, grabbed some wheat straw to light the fire in the stove, then broke some corn stalks and stuffed them in. The fire quickly flared up. Wheat straw burns quickly but is easy to ignite. Cornstalks burn a bit longer, freeing his hands to do other things. He heated water and put the whole chicken in to scald it briefly, making it easier to pluck the feathers. Clean the internal organs, chop the chicken into small pieces, wash away the blood, and put it in a bowl for later use. At home, there are wild Sichuan peppercorns and small leaf cloves picked from the mountains, which make the chicken stew especially flavorful. Eldest sister Chen Feng is very good at managing the household. She cleared a small vegetable patch on the east side of the yard, growing chili peppers, cucumbers, green onions, ginger, and the almost indispensable zucchini that every family has. It's not because zucchini tastes good, but because it yields a lot and can fill people up. I remember in a past life, one autumn harvest season, eating at the production team's dining hall. One meal was zucchini stewed with vermicelli, the next was vermicelli stewed with zucchini, eating that for a whole month. Later, just seeing zucchini made him feel nauseous. Heat the pan, add a small amount of oil. There is no cooking wine, but Chen Fei remembered those 2 wine bottles, went to pick them up, and found a little wine left at the bottom, just enough. Wine bottles can't be thrown away either, they can be used as vinegar bottles or for soy sauce. Add white wine and vinegar to remove the fishy smell, then add ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chili peppers to stir fry. Add plenty of chili peppers, the bright red color instantly releases the aroma. Then add a little soy sauce and stir fry evenly. The soy sauce is brewed by the county food factory, and the salt is the large grain type, which is a bit troublesome to use because it must be crushed first, but there is no technology or tricks involved, so the dish will definitely be fragrant. Chen Fei sniffed hard, then added water to the pot. The water shouldn't be too much or too little, just enough to cover the ingredients by about 2 fingers. The chicken he raised himself is older, so it takes longer to stew. While waiting, Chen Fei poured out the last bit of white flour, added water and a little salt, mixed it evenly, covered it with a damp cloth, and set it aside. The chicken was still simmering, so Chen Fei added some firewood to the stove, washed his hands, and went out. Would fires burn longer, so he could take the opportunity to go to the back mountain to get some side dishes. Out of the village and across a ditch, he reached the back mountain. The foothills of the Funyo and Song mountains intertwine here, creating a unique geographical environment. The early autumn sun was still strong, but the trees on the mountain were lush and cool. The mountains were covered with colorful wildflowers, like a green skirt dotted with countless tiny flowers. But Chen Fei had no heart to appreciate it. He hurried along and soon saw 2 figures walking back, so he quickly went to meet them. Lu Yue come home for dinner. Lu Yue's complexion had improved a lot. She glanced at him and softly responded with a hum. Chen Sifeng pretended to be displeased and glared at him. You little brat, you can't even see your own big sister, and you're asking if Lu Yue is alone? Chen Fei chuckled, 4th sister, she has family, no need to make a fuss. Chen Sifeng immediately caught the awkward phrasing. So you're saying Lu Yue is an outsider? Chen Fei laughed, no, Lu Yue is my wife. Lu Yue's face instantly flushed red, and she whispered, not yet, but soon. Looking at Lu Yue's smiling eyes and her 2 long braids, one behind, one hanging in front, Chen Fei liked her more and more. He was still wondering how in his past life he was so foolish, with such a good wife that you couldn't find even with a lantern, yet he was so single-minded, willing to die for Li Shui? That's more like it. From now on, treat Lu Yue better, got it? The whole family had high hopes for Chen Fei, but he was hopeless. Hopefully, after marrying, he could settle down. I heard you, no need to say it. I'll definitely treat my own wife well. Chen Fei took the cue and continued, Lu Yue, I just slaughtered the chicken at home to help you recover your health. Hurry back. Chen Sifeng almost fainted hearing this and grabbed his ear. You little rascal, our family depends on those few chickens laying eggs to get pocket money, and you just slaughtered one? Chen Fei cried out in pain, 4th sister, this is a special situation, I won't do it again. Still a next time? Chen Sifeng twisted hard, making Chen Fei grit his teeth. 4th sister, you can't do this. You just said to treat Lu Yue better, and now you can't bear me slaughtering one chicken? Chen Sifeng let go of her hand and awkwardly smiled at Lu Yue. Lu Yue, it's not that I can't bear to part with you, it's just that you know how it is. It's not just Chen Fei's family, many families are like this, relying on raising a few chickens and exchanging eggs for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar money. They don't dare raise too many, fearing accusations of capitalism, usually just 2 or 3. Killing a chicken is always heartbreaking. Chapter 5 You make me, your sister, very uncomfortable like this. Lu Yue nodded, I understand, no more next time. Though she said no, a warm feeling rose in her heart. It seemed like Chen Fei was different from before. You rascal, take this. Chen Sifeng handed over a bundle wrapped in a coarse cloth towel. What is it? Chen Fei took it and asked. I was wandering around earlier, thinking there was nothing to eat at home, so I dug up some wild vegetables. I was going to make wild vegetable dumplings for lunch, but now I don't have to. Usually, when grain is scarce, we can only gather wild vegetables to fill our stomachs. Thinking of that chicken makes Chen Sifeng feel heartbroken. Chen Fei opened it and saw wild amaranth, prickly shoots, and several large, fresh mushrooms. He immediately smiled. Great! I was just about to prepare some side dishes. Fourth sister, watch closely, I guarantee you'll enjoy it today. Chicken stewed with mushrooms smells amazing. Most importantly, Chen Fei had found a way to make money. Back home, Shen Sifeng rolled up her sleeves in a hurry. Xiao Fei, you talk to Lu Yi'er for a bit, I'll cook. Where's the chicken you slaughtered? Chen Fei laughed. Fourth sister, I've already started stewing it. You all go wash your hands, I'll put the mushrooms in, and it'll be ready soon. Chen Sifeng sniffed a few times. I was wondering why it smells so good, I thought it was someone else's house. Life in the countryside is tough except for the new year, we rarely eat meat. Their family is even worse off, barely having enough for 3 meals a day, let alone meat. She almost forgot what the aroma of meat was like. The fragrance was so enticing that Lu Yi'er involuntarily swallowed, then blushed, wondering if Chen Fei noticed. Chen Sifeng suddenly exclaimed, wait, you lazybones who wouldn't even help if the oil bottle fell, when did you learn to cook? You didn't just mess it up, did you? Chen Fei rolled his eyes, just tell me if it smells good or not. It really smells good. Chen Sifeng said as she walked inside, but honestly, you've never cooked before, suddenly learning to cook makes your sister very uncomfortable. Chen Fei chuckled, isn't Lu Yi'er eating at our place? Chen Sifeng pouted, no wonder people say men settle down once they have a wife. Seems it's true. Chen Fei didn't reply, first adding some firewood to the stove, then washing the mushrooms, trimming the stems, tearing them into pieces by hand, and tossing them into the pot to continue stewing. Lu Yi'er, feeling awkward just sitting there, came in and asked, what are you preparing? Let me help? Chen Fei took out the dough that had been resting, kneading it while saying, no need, just wait, it'll be ready soon. Lu Yi'er bit her lip, about to leave, then stopped and looked back at him. Chen Fei rolled the dough into small balls, then used a rolling pin to flatten each into palm-sized pieces. After rolling each piece, he brushed a layer of oil on it. Lu Yi'er couldn't help but be curious, what is this? Chen Fei smiled, making some noodles. We'll eat the meat first, then put the noodles in. It'll be delicious. There weren't many noodles, only 3 pieces in total, but today was mainly about eating meat, so it was enough. At that moment, Chen Feng, the eldest sister, called from outside, Sifeng, where's Lu Yi'er? By the stove. Chen Feng immediately scolded, you lazy girl, Lu Yi'er hasn't even married in yet, and you already dare to let someone cook? Chen Sifeng protested loudly, sister, I didn't. The meal was made by Xiao Fei. Lu Yi'er and I just got back, and it's almost ready. Chen Feng's shocked voice changed tone, Xiao Fei can cook? Has the sun risen from the south? It smells so good, I thought Lu Yi'er was cooking. Willow Leaf's face was flushed as she came out from the stove fire. Chen Fengjie, I don't know how to cook either, I'm just watching. Chen Feng leaned the hoe against the wall, wiped the sweat from her brow, and smiled broadly. Let Xiao Fei do it, it's rare for him to cook once, we can't let people say the Chen family lacks manners. Sis, clear the table, it's ready to be served. Chen Fei called from the stove. I'll wipe the table, Willow Leaf said. No way you're wiping, just sit down, Chen Sifeng said, holding a cloth and wiping the table. Chen Fei had already brought out a full basin. Steaming hot mushroom chicken pieces, sprinkled with chopped green onions as it came out of the pot, the bright red chili peppers dotted with bits of green, the aroma was mouth-watering. Looking at the full basin of chicken, Chen Feng quickly pressed her hand to her chest. It's heartbreaking. But she said nothing, warmly inviting Willow Leaf, you're weak, eat more. You all eat too. At that time in the countryside, most meals were eaten outside. Every household would bring their bowls to the doorstep, eating while chatting about family matters, a way to find joy amid hardship. Some people even ate while walking, hopping from house to house for a meal. Willow Leaf was eating at Chen Fei's house for the first time, feeling a bit reserved, chewing slowly and not daring to dig in much. Chen Fei sat close to her, licking his lips, constantly picking food for her, choosing the meatiest pieces, and soon had filled a big bowl. Willow Leaf ate with her head down, sneaking glances at him. Xiao Fei knows so much and is so caring. If it could always be like this, maybe it wouldn't be so bad? Also, his cooking smells really good. Wow, it smells amazing. I've never eaten meat this fragrant in my life, today I'm really lucky thanks to Willow Leaf. Chen Sifeng was eating with her mouth full, suddenly pretending to wipe away tears. It's not easy, I've served you for so many years, and today I finally see some return. Chen Fei gnawed on a chicken claw, mumbling, that's easy, I'll cook for you every day from now on. Chen Sifeng was startled, don't. This one meal costs as much as a month for our family, if you keep eating like this, we'll be left to starve. Chen Fei smiled proudly, sis, I've already found a way to make money, just wait and see. What way? Chen Sifeng's eyes lit up, tell me, let me hear if it's reliable. Chen Feng and Willow Leaf stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Fei together. Chen Fei smiled mysteriously, it's a secret for now, you keep eating, I'll go make some noodles. More noodles? When did you learn to roll noodles? Chen Sifeng exclaimed. Not hand-rolled noodles. Chen Fei was making huamian noodle sheets, but cooked in the chicken mushroom stew, it was just as delicious. Each sheet was brushed with oil to prevent sticking, then set aside. When cooking, he held both ends with 2 hands, stretched them out wide, pulling and flicking until long enough to tear and drop into the pot.
After cooking briefly, he scooped them out and put them into a big basin full of chicken soup absolutely fragrant.
Chen Sifeng ate with great satisfaction. She had never eaten such delicious food, better than New Year's feast. Just this one meal made her life worthwhile. Willow Leaf had a small appetite, and seeing Chen Fei still picking food for her, she quickly blocked him with her hand, blushing. You eat too, I can't finish it all. Chen Fei served himself a bowl of noodles, smiling. You eat, I like noodles. If nothing unexpected happened, Willow Leaf was already pregnant, so nutrition had to be sufficient. Willow Leaf didn't finish her food in the end. Chen Fei had given her too much, and she was full. She wanted to burp but didn't dare, so she secretly rubbed her belly. Next door, Lu Zhensheng was almost drooling. The constant aroma made the wax-gourd vermicelli in his bowl suddenly taste bland. Today was a special situation. The Lu family was too embarrassed to eat out, fearing gossip. Lu Zhensheng lay on the wall looking toward Chen Fei's house, but a stack of wheat straw blocked his view, so he can only curse angrily. Eat yourselves to death. Willow Leaf also thought, they have such good food and don't even think to bring some home. Don't embarrass yourself, come back quickly. Lu Yir's father glared at him and said. Her father, are you really planning to let Lu Yir marry into suffering? You know what kind of person that guy is. Lu Yir's mother looked at Lu Yir's father, speaking with some resentment. Chapter 6. Keep your voice down, don't wake me up. Lu Shu sighed and said, don't think about those useless things. At this point, what else can be done? Should we just give up Lu Yir's reputation? Give up the reputation of the old Lu family? Lu Yir's mother sighed and fell silent. She had hoped Lu Yir would marry into a good family and live a happy life, but now, forget it. I'll wash the dishes. After eating her fill, Chen Sifeng rubbed her belly and stood up. Chen Sifeng was the type who could eat well, work hard, and even fight. To put it nicely, she was a woman who didn't yield to men. To put it less nicely, she was a bit fierce. Her personality was fiery and energetic. She kept her hair short for convenience while working. Long braids like Lu Yir's were pretty, but it took a long time to comb them in the morning, which delayed her from going to the fields to earn work points. Eldest sister Chen Feng also had ear-length short hair. Chen Sifeng found long hair swinging around uncomfortable, so she tied 2 buns with rubber bands neat and tidy. Among them, Lu Yir ate the most meat, but Chen Sifeng also ate her share and conscientiously cleaned up the dishes. Fourth sister, you talk with Lu Yir, I'll wash the dishes. Chen Fei was still tidying up the mess. He barely ate any meat, just a bowl of noodles, since he had things to do in the afternoon and needed to eat more. The 3 turns in one sound. Building a new house didn't sound like much, but back then it was a big deal. Relying on eldest sister and fourth sister to earn work points would take forever, so Chen Fei had to make money quickly. Xiaofei, you suddenly changed like this, it's a bit hard for me to get used to. Both sisters looked at him in surprise. Chen Fei's change was so drastic, he didn't seem like the same person. Chen Fei cleaned the battlefield, wiped his mouth, and said seriously, I was immature before, but not anymore. I will support this family and take on the responsibilities of a man. Chen Feng suddenly teared up, her voice choked. Xiaofei, you've finally grown up. Of course. Chen Fei carried all the pots and pans to the yard. By the vegetable garden was a well with shallow water. He tied a bucket to a rope, lowered it in, and pulled it up full with a splash. Chen Fei held the rope and quickly pulled up a bucket of cool well water, took a few gulps, then started washing. The water was clear, crisp, and sweet, better than any bottled water in his previous life, and no filtration needed. Watching Chen Fei's skilled movements, Chen Feng was a bit dazed. Was this really her own younger brother? It seemed like just yesterday he was a lazy good-for-nothing, but suddenly he was like a different person. If she weren't so familiar with him, Chen Feng would have doubted this was the real Chen Fei. Soon, Chen Fei finished washing and put everything back on the stove. Chen Feng heard the sound of water being added inside and asked, Xiaofei, what are you doing? Chen Fei stoked the fire and said, it's hot. You sweat a lot working in the fields, so I'm making some mung bean soup. Drink some before going out to cool down and quench your thirst. Chen Feng was stunned, suddenly at a loss for words. Chen Sifeng also turned her head and said in a strange tone, Chen Fei, you can't do this. It feels like a dream. I'm really afraid when I wake up, you'll be your old self again. Chen Fei finished lighting the fire and came out from the stove area, looking speechless. It's just a bowl of mung bean soup, is it really that big a deal? Chen Sifeng squinted, keep your voice down, don't wake me up. By the way, your big talk has already spread buying this and that. Do you have any plans? Don't embarrass our family and Lu Yir. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The household responsibility system was about to start, but the nationwide implementation was uneven. Some places had already quietly begun, while others were still in the dark. This was Chen Fei's chance. He was fully confident that, with his experience from his previous life, he could rise to the top again. But he couldn't say this to anyone, it was enough that he knew it himself. Ding! The work bell rang, it was time to get to work again. Chen Feng hurriedly finished the mung bean soup, wiping her mouth as she instructed Chen Sifeng, Sifeng, you stay with Lu Yir, I'm going to work. Lu Yir had recovered and quickly stood up, her cheeks flushed. Big sister, I'm fine now, I have to go back. She hadn't T married in yet, so she felt it was T right to stay here all the time.
That is fine, you can come visit any time. Chen Feng took her hoe and went out the door. Lu Yuer glanced at Chen Fei quietly, then lowered her head and left. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Chen Fei shouted from behind, and Liu Yuer blushed, quickening her pace.
Her 2 long braids swung back and forth, looking especially beautiful.
Shameless.
Chen Sifeng sneered and hurried after them. She had to start work too. Chen Fei smiled, carrying a large basket on his back, closed the broken wooden door, and headed toward the back mountain. The money-making venture had begun. Not far from the village was a mountain ravine more than 10 meters deep. On both sides of the ravine stood rows of persimmon trees, their leaves already yellow but the fruit not yet ripe, still very astringent to eat. Just as he was about to go down, he spotted a few figures in the distance. Chen Fei smiled as he waved and shouted, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" A few people looked over and ran over excitedly. "Brother Chen Fei, we're gathering pigweed." A boy named Taidan pointed to a basket not far away. These half-grown kids, even if they weren't in school, couldn't just laze around. They all did some work within their ability. Usually gathering pigweed, during busy farming seasons picking wheat ears or corn, the pay was only half that of adults, a little over 10 cents a day, but it was still money. Every household lived like this, except Chen Fei. "Brother Chen Fei, are you going up the mountain?" Chen Erden, a distant relative of Chen Fei, asked curiously when he saw the big basket on his back. "Yeah, I'm going to gather some mountain goods." Chen Fei spoke honestly. These few were good friends, no need to hide anything. "What mountain goods? Want us to help you gather?" Miao Zhuangzhuang, chubby with eyes squinting into a slit, asked. "Aren't you gathering pigweed?" Chen Fei asked back. "We're almost done, just a little longer." Unless it was busy farming season, things weren't very strict. Usually half a day's work filled a basket. "Alright, when you're done, let us gather together." Chen Fei didn't hesitate and got straight to the point, mainly mushrooms. "If you want to gather, remember not to pick the too small or too big ones. You can keep the big ones for yourselves, but pick ones about the right size for me. Mushrooms don't store well. The big ones dry out and rot gradually, and the taste isn't good. Medium-sized ones are just right." "Okay, let us go. Leave the basket here, no one will take it." The group marched into the mountain. "Everyone knows which mushrooms are poisonous and which aren't, right?" Chen Fei asked as they walked. "Of course, who hasn't eaten mushrooms at home? You're so naggy." Right now, few families had enough grain to eat. They all had to mix in wild vegetable dumplings and such. Gathering mushrooms was common. Chapter 7, Going to the city. Please bookmark. They soon arrived at the spot. Chen Fei told everyone to spread out and gather, then meet at a designated place later. Chen Fei used to be the leader of this group of friends. He was smart and fun, and everyone liked listening to him. Funyo Mountain was full of treasures, not just wild vegetables but many wild seasonings. For example, thyme, rosemary, Sichuan pepper, and so on. Eldest sister Chen Feng would gather some when she had time to use at home. The flavor was top-notch and absolutely safe. Unlike in the previous life, many seasonings were smoked with sulfur, and packaged seasonings contained all kinds of additives. There were also herbs. Chen Fei often went up the mountain with his father to gather medicine when he was young. But right now, Chen Fei needed quick money and couldn't bother with that, so he focused on mushrooms. They could be sold the same day, no complicated processing needed. Just hands were enough. Wild mushrooms usually grew in clusters. Once found, there would be a small patch of 10 to dozens. Soon Chen Fei found a patch of boletus mushrooms and carefully picked them. Pick the big ones and leave the small ones. In the end, Chen Fei gathered more than 20. He stood up, happily looking at the fruits of his labor. This would be the first money he earned since his rebirth. Carrying the bamboo basket on his back, he was about to continue forward when he looked up and noticed a few clusters of plants growing on a cliff ahead. White flowers with purple charm, clustered stems, bright and alluring. These are unmistakably the very precious Dendrobium nobile. Dendrobium itself is a valuable medicinal herb, and Dendrobium nobile is revered as a top-grade medicine, known as the plant gold. In folk tradition, it is called the life-saving immortal herb, ranked among the 9 great immortal herbs alongside lingji. Its value is self-evident. As for Dendrobium officinale, its medicinal effect is lower than that of Dendrobium nobile, but it tastes a bit sweet. In a previous life, due to capital speculation, Dendrobium officinale was hyped to the skies. In reality, it is far inferior to Dendrobium nobile. Chen Fei instinctively swallowed his saliva. Perfect. Picking these would be a small fortune. However, looking at the towering, inaccessible cliff, Chen Fei could only temporarily suppress his excitement. Money must be made, but life must be preserved. Such a high cliff, one careless fall would be a joke. Who knows if he could be reborn again? Most likely, he'd be smashed to a pulp, becoming the shortest-lived reborn person in history. Silently noting the location, he prepared to come back to pick tomorrow. After a while, Chen Fei found another patch of mushrooms, this time chicken drumstick mushrooms, shaped like a big chicken leg, very beautiful. Even more beautiful were the golden mushrooms, shining like gold, very rare and precious. Judging that it was enough, Chen Fei shouted his friends' names. Soon everyone gathered, each picking quite a lot. Chen Fei carefully sorted the various mushrooms into baskets, checking and removing impurities. A basket full of mushrooms, not a single poisonous one. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The guys were impressive, not a single poisonous mushroom. A few of them chuckled. Of course, they were all old hands. Children from poor families grow up early. These half-grown boys often cut grass to feed chickens and pick wild vegetables.
Let us go home, continue tomorrow.
Chen Fei waved his hand grandly, like a general, surrounded by a group of friends walking forward. On the way, they took some pigweed along, and while walking, Chen Fei asked, "Will your family be able to eat all this if we pick more tomorrow?" Chen Fei smiled and shook his head. "Not for us to eat, I plan to sell it." The friends were shocked.
"You're not speculating and profiteering, are you? One tea you get caught? That's dangerous. Speculation and profiteering is a serious crime, some get sentenced for years." They couldn't help but be afraid. Chen Fei looked calm. "No worries, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. By the way, Zhuang, can I borrow your bike?" Now Zhuang's family had a 28-inch steel-framed bike, one of the few in the village. Zhuang scratched his head. "I have to ask my mom. She doesn't like lending it out, it's very precious." Back then, a bicycle was like a BMW in the previous life. If the relationship wasn't close, people usually felt embarrassed to lend it. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "Tell your aunt I'll pay 1 yuan a day, just like renting it." "Pay money? I'll ask her.
If she doesn't agree, I'll steal it for you."
Zhuang patted his broad chest, looking very loyal. "No need, just say it straight. If it doesn't work, I'll find another way."
Chen Fei needed the bike for more than a day or two, so stealing was definitely out. At least until he could buy his own bike, he had to use someone else's. Talking as they walked, they soon reached the village entrance. The friends carried the pigweed to hand in their work, while Chen Fei carried the mushrooms home, waiting for news from Zhuang. If Zhuang's mom didn't agree, he'd have to think of another plan. But most likely she would agree. One strong laborer earned only 2 or 3 dimes a day, so 1 yuan was worth 3.5 days' work.
Zhuang's home was diagonally opposite Chen Fei's.
As soon as he got home, he loudly called out, "Mom, I'm back."
De is a local term meaning dad. Zhuang's mom was Guiying, usually called Aunt Guiying or sister-in-law Guiying.
She was broad-waisted and big-hipped, traits Zhuang probably inherited.
She was chopping wild vegetables to feed the chickens and, without looking up, replied, "It's not quitting time yet, how could you be back?" Now Zhuang chuckled and leaned in. "Mom, brother Chen Fei wants to ride our bicycle." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "No. Can it be lent out? What if it gets damaged?"
Now Zhuang pouted. "I already agreed. Besides, he said he'd pay 1 yuan for each ride."
"That still won't do." Zhuang's mom suddenly stopped and asked, You said 1 yuan? Now Zhuang first looked disdainful, then said, "It's brother Chen Fei.
He said 1 yuan per ride." Zhuang's mom thought for a moment. "If that's the case, it might be okay, but you have to make it clear to him that if it gets damaged, he has to compensate."
"Deal." Now Zhuang beamed.
Chen Fei was anxiously waiting at home when the sound of a bell rang outside, and he jumped up in surprise. That was the bicycle bell. It must be settled.
Chen Fei hurried out. Zhuang and Guiying agreed?
Now Zhuang pushed the bike with a proud smile. Of course she agreed. "But my mom said you have to be careful. If you break it, you have to pay." Chen Fei took the handlebars and pushed the bike inside. "No doubt about it, if it breaks, I'll pay. I'll be careful." A bicycle costs over 100 yuan and requires a ticket. Bicycle tickets are not like vegetable or grain coupons. These are industrial tickets, which rural areas don't have. They have to be obtained through connections from the city and are very precious. Even if people have bikes, many only ride them for long trips. They rarely use them around the village. While talking, they fixed the bamboo basket to the back of the bike.
Now Zhuang looked a bit surprised. "Going now?"
Chen Fei tried it. It was a bit heavy. Mainly because there was only one basket of mushrooms, so it could only be placed on one side. But Chen Fei was confident he could ride it. "Yes, you have to start early to make money. I promised Louis I'd marry her within a month. I can't go back on my word." Out of the east end of the village was a dirt road leading to the hot springs, about 4 or 5 li Chinese miles. Although not far, it was uneven and full of potholes. Chen Fei gripped the handlebars tightly, struggling and rattling along, taking quite a while to reach the hot springs. The hot springs were where the township government was located. Turning north, there was a paved road. Township roads were narrow but much better than dirt roads. Chen Fei pedaled hard, covering nearly 10 li in just over 10 minutes to reach Guanzhuang. Guanzhuang was a large village with a provincial highway passing through. His second sister had married there. However, he didn't see her on the way and figured he'd catch up with her another time. The provincial highway was much wider than township roads. Besides horse carts and donkey carts, tractors and cars could occasionally be seen. The cars were mainly Dongfeng and Jiefeng brands. After being reborn, it was the first time Chen Fei had seen them, and they seemed really fast. From Guangzhou to the county seat was over 40 li. Chen Fei was sweating profusely but finally arrived. To his surprise, despite riding so far, he didn't feel tired, just sweaty. Could it be that after rebirth, his physique had improved? The county seat was similar to a town in his previous life, with only a few streets lined with single-story houses and very few buildings. The stark contrast with the countryside was the abundance of bicycles, almost everywhere. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, so the roads were clear. Chen Fei observed as he walked. He didn't plan to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative. Their prices were low, and it wasn't worth the long trip. So there were only two options: sell to restaurants or to unit canteens. Back then, these were all state-owned enterprises, which meant many people in large quantities. Once a buyer was found, sales wouldn't be a problem. From the intersection heading south, right next to the road was the old street, where important units like the county party committee were located. As he turned the corner, he glanced toward the road and saw Shui Chang, the son of Shui Luzhu, riding a bicycle loaded with big and small packages. Chen Fei raised his eyebrows. Chapter 8 Suing please bookmark. Shui Chang hummed a tune, looking very pleased with himself. The two were not far apart and saw each other clearly. Chen Fei even noticed the contemptuous look in Shui Chang's eyes. Chen Fei returned the gaze without backing down and suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, Shui Chang went to Lu Yi's house to propose on this very night, only to be beaten to it by him. If the guess is correct, Shui Chang had just arrived in town, finished shopping, and was ready to head back, successfully winning over Lu Yi in one go. No wonder his father, Shui Luzhu, spoke so sarcastically today. It turns out he was cut off, ruining their good plans. Thinking of this, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Shui Chang was so proud when he got home and heard that Lu Yi was with him. Would he be so angry he'd explode on the spot? Chen Fei laughed heartily, kicked off hard, and sped forward. Soon, he saw a restaurant named State-Run Restaurant. Ahem, it was that simple. Above the name was a 5-pointed star. On the left side of the door were 4 big characters, self-reliance, and on the right, 4 big characters, hard struggle. That was the hallmark of that era. Because the bike was heavy and he was afraid of falling, Chen Fei could only push it onto the sidewalk, lean it against a tree, and then enter the restaurant. The restaurant door was in the middle, with a few tables on each side. Since it wasn't mealtime, there weren't many customers. Eaten by tickets, said a round-faced waiter in his 30s, neither cold nor warm. It wasn't a bad attitude. Everyone was like that back then. Eating public food unknowingly made people feel a bit superior. Chen Fei saw he was a young guy but with an old soul, so he naturally didn't care about that and showed a simple mountain man-esque smile, saying, "I'm not here to eat, I'm here to sell mushrooms." The waiter's expression turned colder. "No, we all get supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative." Chen Fei was a bit stunned. Could it be that his smile wasn't sincere enough? Just as he was about to say something, a woman came out from inside. "Yuan Ping, what are you saying?" Yuan Ping was that waiter, instantly turning into a smiling face. "Director Su, this person is here to sell mushrooms." Back then, there were no titles like manager or chairman. The leader of a state-run restaurant was called the director. Suing wore a white dakron shirt, blue pants, and small leather shoes that clicked on the floor. Her short hair was cut to ear length, very elegant. Dakron was a high-end fabric at the time. Rural people usually wore homespun cloth and couldn't afford this. "Sorry, little brother, we get our goods daily from the supply and marketing cooperative, so it's inconvenient to accept personal sales." Suing didn't look down on him. She spoke with a smile and was very polite. Seeing she was easy to talk to, Chen Fei took the chance and said, "Sister, these mushrooms were just picked from the mountain, very fresh. Why don't you take a look?" Calling her sister made Suing laugh. "You sure know how to talk. Alright, let me see." "Okay. Please wait." Chen Fei hurried out, took down the bamboo basket, and carried it inside. The basket was covered with a damp cloth. Otherwise, after such a long ride, the mushrooms would have wilted in the sun. Lifting the cloth, Suing saw a basket of mushrooms with full color and uniform size and was a bit surprised. "Little brother, your mushrooms are pretty good." "Sister, I picked only the best, carefully selected. I dare say no one else has better." Chen Fei took the opportunity to brag a bit. But the mushrooms were really good, medium-sized, with golden mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and boletus neatly sorted together, making them look especially clean and high grade. That was true. Suing nodded in satisfaction. Having looked at them, she felt embarrassed to say no, so she said, "I'll keep them. Without comparison, there's no harm." After seeing Chen Fei's mushrooms, Suing suddenly felt the supply cooperative's mushrooms weren't as good. Mainly because of the material shortage at the time, they weren't worried about selling, so it was like the radish was picked too fast and not washed of dirt. "Thank you, sister. So, how much do you think is fair per gene?" "It's my first time here, so I don't know the price." Chen Fei smiled honestly, which Suing appreciated. She smiled and said, "We get them from the supply cooperative at 0.4 yuan per gene. Yours are better quality, so I can give you 0.5 yuan. Sister says 0.5 yuan, then 0.5 yuan.
Chen Fei didn't bargain. He planned to develop Director Su into a long-term customer. Yuan Ping, weigh this little brother's mushrooms. The director had spoken, so Yuan Ping naturally dared not neglect it and immediately weighed Chen Fei's mushrooms. Director Su, the gross weight is 55 jin. After removing the bamboo basket, the net weight is 51.5 jin. The total is 25 yuan and 75 cents. Suing nodded and took out the money. Yuan Ping counted the money and handed it to Suing, who then passed it to Chen Fei. You count it again to see if it's enough. Chen Fei took it and stuffed it directly into his pocket. No need to count. Sister is so beautiful, would she shortchange me? Suing was momentarily stunned, then laughed, your mouth. Luckily, I'm experienced. If you were a young girl, you'd probably be completely fooled by you. Chen Fei showed a simple, rustic smile. I'm telling the truth. I've never seen anyone as pretty as you. So, sister, can I come again tomorrow? Suing was surprised again. You're planning to do this long term? Chen Fei smiled bitterly, no choice, my family is poor. That was true, as could be seen from Chen Fei's labor-worn, faded clothes. Suing pursed her lips, feeling a bit troubled. To be honest, once or twice is fine, but if it goes on too long, I can't make the decision. We have 2 deputy directors here, you understand? Chen Fei immediately understood. The 2 deputy directors at the state-run restaurant inevitably competed, and Suing definitely didn't want to cause herself trouble. But this reminded him of something. In his previous life, he had heard that one of the deputy directors at the state-run restaurant was arrested for some reason, causing quite a stir, and it was broadcast on the radio for several days. Looking at Suing's forehead, there was a faint sign of good fortune. This was a sign of an upcoming promotion. In other words, that deputy director would soon be removed, and Suing would naturally be promoted. So he smiled and said, sister, how about this, I'll keep coming for now. Maybe there will be a breakthrough. Suing was a bit taken aback, not knowing what breakthrough he meant, but she did find Chen Fei agreeable, so she nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll do it your way. If it really doesn't work out, we'll talk again. Thank you, sister. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Chen Fei picked up the bamboo basket and headed out. It's getting late, I have to hurry back. It's dozens of li away. Take care, no need to see you off. Suing watched his back, smiling and shaking her head, then turned and went back to the office inside. Chen Fei tied the empty bamboo basket to the back of his cart and headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as he left, a man and a woman entered the restaurant. The woman glanced at Chen Fei's departing back and whispered softly, this person looks somewhat familiar. What's wrong? The man who traveled with him was in his 40s, with a bony face, small eyes, big nose, and always felt like squinting when he spoke, giving a very gloomy feeling. Ah, nothing, let's go in. The woman had a not-so-natural smile on her face and walked in with her head down. Chapter 9, Ticket Vendor Wu Yu Kai. In those days, from firewood, rice, oil and salt to needles and thread, all had to be bought at the supply and marketing center, which was called the cooperative by the locals, and jokingly referred to as the relief grocery store by others. It was almost dark and Chen Fei didn't plan to buy too many things, so he went straight to the daily necessities counter. Do you have any aventurine? The oil is also called cool oil, at that time can be considered a treasure, was bitten by mosquitoes, wipe a little, cool. After the fall, mosquitoes are very poisonous, so I'm going to buy a few boxes for Lu Yi'er and my sister. The oil is 6 cents, how many boxes do you want? The saleswoman is a little girl, not long hair tied into 2 pulls, hanging in the ear, looks very competent, very casual, asked a sentence. 5 boxes. 5 boxes of 30 cents, save change. Small Braid took 5 boxes of oil to him. What else do you want? Come on, 3 boxes of snowflake cream, friendship. Chen Fei swept a glance at the counter and said. This can be expensive, a box of $1 too, are you sure? 3 boxes can be 3 yuan 6, look at Chen Fei's dress, soilcloth clothes, labor cloth pants are white, how to look at it does not seem to be able to come up with a few dollars of people. When people are poor, they can't break a penny in half, and it's not common for them to spend a few dollars on this kind of non-essential item. Sure, just take it. Now Chen Fei has $25.75, and he has money in his hand. There is a hint of a smile on the face of the pigtail. Okay, 3 boxes of $3.06, plus 30 cents, $3.09, do you want anything else? Chen Fei thought up the home white flour to build finished, so he wanted to take a bag back by the way. I want white flour. The pigtail pointed in the direction of the side, grain and oil food over there, do you have a ticket? Chen Fei smacked his lips, no. No. There's no way, you have to have food stamps. The pigtail said somewhat apologetically. Nothing, I will think of another way. Chen Fei paid the money in a sharp manner, took the things toward the outside, just out of the door not a few steps, on the face of a thieving young man, his arm bumped him a little. There is a thief. Chen Fei's first reaction was that the thief wanted to steal his money, and casually grabbed the other elbow and twisted it upwards. The young man ate pain, almost kneeling on the ground, ague pain, what are you doing? Chen Fei twisted his arm, sneer, want to steal my things, you find the wrong person. The young man's face skin twitching. Who stole your things? I want to ask you on a ticket. Ticket? Chen Fei froze. Are you a scalper? In the previous life, there were those who specialized in selling all kinds of tickets, and I didn't think that there was this tradition in the early days. What scalper? I am just dumping some tickets to support my family. The young man looks careful. Buddy, you're not in plain clothes, are you? I'm not. Chen Fei let go of his hand, but also complained about him. You say you, pouring tickets directly ask on the line, you touch me for what? You're such a thief, who wouldn't take you for a thief? Young man. You think I want to look like this? Chen Fei looked around, see the surrounding people are not too surprised, to determine that he is a ticket seller, he first sigh of relief. It's not easy to make money, he doesn't want to be targeted by thieves when he just made some money. What kind of tickets do you have? Chen Fei asked. There are food tickets, vegetable tickets, and oil tickets. The boy rubbed his elbow. You can be really strong. Chen Fei laughed. Do not take this opportunity to continue to ask how many? 25 pounds of food stamps, vegetable stamps 7 pounds, oil stamps 5 pounds and 4 taels, and other tickets. The young man is counted, something really not a lot. How to sell grain tickets? Chen Fei asked. 20 cents a caddy. I'll take it all for 10 cents. A ticket is hard to find, since I met, Chen Fei naturally cannot let go. The boy rolled his eyes. You're cutting it too hard, I bought it from someone else for 15 cents. Then it's 11 cents. You're not sincere, are you? At most 12 cents, not sold. I turn around and leave. Chen Fei made a move to leave, and the young man immediately pulled him back. 15 cents for you, as a friend. 13 cents, no more. Chen Fei straightened up and said I will often come back, if you can't I'll find someone else. Okay, you can really cut it. The two handed over the money, one hand to deliver the goods, while also chatting. What is your name? Do you come here often? Chen Fei is very ambitious and needs a lot of tickets, so he must find a stable source of goods. My name is Wu Yukai. Every day, you want tickets despite looking for me. Wu Yukai patted his chest and said. This name is very distinctive. Chen Fei flirted, then said, my name is Chen, I may use more tickets in the future, you have to give me cheaper. Don't worry, brother Chen. Collected food stamps, was about to go in to buy noodles, actually closed. At the end of the day, no ambiguity at all, Chen Fei had to cross the bike, the original way back. Xiling Village. Shui family. Learned that Lu Year with Chen Fei, Shui Chang lungs are going to explode, carrying a kitchen knife to rush out. I'm going to go out with a kitchen knife. I'll kill him if he dares to sleep with my woman. Come back. Shui stayed low roar, you are afraid of people do not know, want to go out to disgrace? Shui Chang rare Lu Year, said that this evening door to propose marriage, the result was Chen Fei first. Luckily, not many people know, Shui Chang to go out and make a fuss, sure the whole village knows, he cannot afford to lose this person, the head of the village. Dad, are you going to let this go? I can't swallow this. Shui Chang stared at the bullseye and gasped. What else do you want? People have reached a settlement, you go to the Chen Fei beat up, what a fact? Shui stayed in a bad mood, said. That cannot be so cheap Lu Year how watery girl, and things are bought. Thinking of Lu Year's watery body being spoiled by Chen Fei, Shui Chang hated straight teeth. Early to come late to come, but today, he is the most happy time, the head of a pot of cold water, poured a heartbreaking cold. It should have been his own. Shui stayed sitting on a stone bench, drinking the water served by his companion, asked in a bad mood, so what do you want? Shui Liang a stomach of grievances, I still want to marry Lu Year, I see anyone's daughter is not as good looking as her. I don't see any girl as good looking as her. Shui Liaozu violently put the porcelain teapot on the table, tea splashed, scolded you just hanging on a tree, cannot be a little bit of success? I don't care, I'm going to find Lu Year. Shui Chang huffed and puffed and rushed out. I don't care, I'm going to look for Lu Year. Shui Chang's wife Ding Mei shouted from behind. Don't mind him, let him go. Shui Liaozu's face turned blue and said. Ding Mei seems a little afraid of him, resentful shrink back, watching Shui Chang disappeared in the dusk. Halfway there, Shui Chang heard a few older women talking nonsense. You don't know how crazy Chen Fei is, he doesn't even stop in the middle of the day, and he made Lu Year die. Is he a donkey? Is he that good? Who knows? Anyway, Lu Year was in a coma, and he blew mouth to mouth to bring her back. How do you know? I saw it through the door. Grass. Shui Chang's face turned blue and he quickened his pace. When Chen Fei returned to the village, it was already dark. Not yet home, the shadow saw a person standing on the road, arms raised flat, said stop, do not move. Through the dim starlight, Chen Fei saw a gun in the hands of the other party, and could not help but ask, what do you want to do? Snap. A fire is particularly dazzling in the night. Chapter 10 Over the wall begging for collection. Niao Zhuangchuan smiled smugly, how is it Chen Fei brother, is my match gun doing great? Match gun, a kind of toy gun made of thick iron wire, waist bicycle chains and rubber bands, and the bullet is a match, snap a snap, very popular with the boys. It's great. Why are you playing here alone? Not everyone can have such a simple toy. First, you have to have a used chain from a bicycle.
You can count on one hand the number of people with bicycles in the whole village of Xiling.
Hey, my mom told me to wait for you here. Niao Zhuang is a little embarrassed. Brother Chen Fei, how was your day? Not bad. They're all sold out.
Chen Fei understood in his heart that Aunt Guiying was afraid that he would break his bike, so he tied it up and took out $2 to give it to Miao Zhuang.
One person $1, this one is the bicycle money. Niao Zhuang's face shook with excitement. Brother, this is too much. Just play for a while, how can you ask for money?
Chen Fei patted him on the shoulder. Alright, follow the brother has money to earn, the beginning of the sale of less, after selling more, and then add money. Miao Zhuang quickly said no, really not brother, this is quite a lot. Chen Fei while walking home, said, don't talk to me outside, you ride the car back, tomorrow I want more. Miao Zhuang said okay, the bike is old and expensive, otherwise his mother would not have let him wait here on purpose. He pushed the car and took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped and said mysteriously, brother, I just saw Shui Chang go to Lu Yier's house. Why did he go to Lu Yier's house?
No, I have to go and take a look.
Chen Fei felt that Shui Chang did not have good intentions, and directly crossed his own house to the door of Lu Yier's house. Pushing the door, which was hidden, he walked straight in.
Just as he reached Lu Yier's door, he heard a suppressed angry voice. Lu Yier, it was agreed that I would come today to propose marriage, are you doing this to me? Chen Fei stopped and stood in the doorway with an odd expression. As expected, Shui Chang was a step late. I just don't know what Lu Yier will say. Lu Yier, Shui Chang, I never promised you, it was my mother who promised, I am already with brother Chen Fei, so don't come in the future. You're calling me really affectionate? Shui Chang's voice changed in anger, being forced and still calling someone brother. Do you think that boy Chen Fei would care about you? Don't forget that your 2 families have a grudge. Lu Yier's voice trembled, stubbornly said this do not need you to remind. Chen Fei brother said, the previous things are in the past, you quickly go, do not let people gossip. Shui Chang annoyed road you would rather be slept with by a punk kid, not with me, I will sleep with you today. Immediately after that came the sound of wrestling. Chen Fei Clang kicked the door open and rushed in, only to see Shui Chang is pressing Lu Yier to the bed, immediately on the head, went up to grip Shui Chang's neck. Shui Chang cursed angrily and Chen Fei fighting, was pressed to the ground by Chen Fei, bang bang a few punches, eye sockets are bleeding, scared Lu Yier face white, from the back of the arms around Chen Fei, don't fight. Don't fight. The other day, I was in the middle of a fight, and I was in the middle of a fight. Chen Fei kicked a few more times, dare to hit my daughter-in-law's idea, I will break my legs for you. Shui Chang was scared by him and took the opportunity to run to the door before he dared to turn around and scold you too, we'll see. Come on, you have the guts to come over. Chen Fei struggled to open Lu Yier, this time Lu Yier parents and Lu Zhenqing are out of the hall, Lu Shua face wrinkled like the old willow bark, what is going on, how you fight? Shui Chang wiped the blood on his face, you lying, you really lying. You promised to betroth Lu Yier to me, and now you betroth her to this kid. You'll see, it's not over. He ran out with a grey head and a grey face. Chen Fei also want to go after, Lu Yier hold him tightly, with a few cries, do not chase, you still want to kill people off? My reputation is ruined, do you still want to make a big deal out of it and let everyone know? The strong feeling of pushing back in Lu Yier's voice with a trembling voice made Chen Fei calm down at once, I am sorry, I just cannot see you being bullied. Lu Yier suddenly froze, these words seemed a bit warm. Then she realized that something was wrong, her face flushed, and she hurriedly let go of her hand, why are you here? I'm buying you something. Chen Fei took out the oil of 10,000 gold and snowflake ointment, there are many mosquitoes at night, when you feel itchy, you can rub some cool oil, snowflake ointment to wipe your hands and face. Lu Yier took a look, the snow cream is a small yellow iron box, very beautiful, surprised eyes light. This is not cheap, where did you get it? Chen Fei chin up, where else can it come from, the cooperative bought it. Said, put something in her hand, inadvertently touched, let Lu Yier hand trembled, hastily shrink back. Where did you get the money? She had seen the female youth smearing snowflake cream, fragrant, can smell good, but she had not yet smeared himself. There is also cooling oil, also urgently needed, every night by the mosquito bites cannot sleep. I earned it myself, awesome, right? Chen Fei took the opportunity to survey Lu Yier. Since he was reborn, he hadn't seen her properly. The washed white clothes were slightly messy, and they were obviously a little small, and the figure was completely hidden. 2 twisted braids one in front of the other, hanging down to the waist. This was a very popular hairstyle at that time, and many girls liked it. Lu Yier was a little shy by his look, both hands fiddled with the ends of her hair, but was surprised and couldn't help but ask. You can make money? In the past, Chen Fei would only play, now how come he suddenly knows so much and can coax people? It seems to be not bad. This is just the beginning, when I earn more, I will buy you new clothes, your clothes are small. Lu Yier's clothes should have been worn for a long time, with tears and patches. Although in the countryside new 3 years, old 3 years, sewing and patching another 3 years is very common, but she is his daughter-in-law, this kind of clothes cannot match her. Lu Yier pursed her lips and fell silent. The sudden feeling of being noticed made her a bit at a loss. Alright, don't try to coax my sister-in-law with these little things.
Lu Jianqing really couldn't stand it anymore. It was simply a strong dog food that was unconscionable. I tell you, you promised those conditions, one cannot do, unless you let your sister marry me. Originally no idea, by Shuiliuzu mentioned a mouth, the heart of the idea was hooked up. But Chen Sifeng can't see him, so he's very annoyed. Brother-in-law, don't think about my sister, you really don't deserve her. Chen Fei snorted and turned toward the outside. Lu Yi'er, I will come back tomorrow. Lu Zhen was so angry that he cursed angrily. Tomorrow I will shut the door and not open it for you. Chen Fei disdained it. Then I will go over the wall, or let Lu Yi'er go over the wall to my house. Anyway, the courtyard wall is not too high, so it can't be difficult for me. Lu Zhen was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. Lu Yi'er, however, was full of shyness and some apprehension. In fact, I went over the wall that day. No one saw me. Who's so blind? Lu Yi'er mother rambled. Hey, if not for today, Lu Yi'er and Xuechang became Sinyo. Willow's face is dark. What's the use of talking about it when it's already done? Lu Yi'er's mother did not say anything. Lu Jianqing is still muttering and complaining. Father, mother, I am 25 years old, you do not provide me with a daughter-in-law? Lu Shu did not have a good temper, said, wait for Chen Fei to bring the bride price over to give you a daughter-in-law. What if he can't bring it? Lu Shu stopped, glanced at Chen Fei's house, face wrinkled like the skin of an old willow tree, and said word by word that if he can't get it out, he will go to sue him for insulting women. Willow Yi'er heart trembled, the whole person stayed like a wooden chicken. Only 1 month, Chen Fei where to get so much money ah? Chapter 11 Second Aunt Jialan. Chen Fei walked out of the door and shadowed Xuechang as he saw him being pulled into the house by an old woman wearing a slouchy lapel with a headscarf covering her head, and could not help but be slightly stunned. Wasn't this the second aunt? What was she doing sneaking around with Xuechang? Back at home, both sisters were waiting for him. Chen Sifeng immediately greeted Chen Fei when she saw him and reached out to gather his ears. Little Fei, where did you go again? I thought you had changed your nature, but now you're in your original form after only half a day? Chen Fei's had a bias, let her fall short. I did not go out to play, I went to make money. Where did you go to make money? Chen Sifeng did not continue to pull his ears, but grabbed his hand and asked, you're not going to do something bad, are you? Chen Fei rolled his eyes. Sister, do I look like that kind of person? Chen Sifeng said without hesitation, like. Chen Fei was offended and had to tell the truth. I dug up some mushrooms to sell today. Chen Sifeng a jolt, you are going to the black market? Now it is not as strict as in the first 2 years, often people sneak eggs and vegetables and so on sneak to sell. Commonly known as the black market. No, the black market can earn a few dollars in a small fight. I went to the county. You're crazy, speculation is caught cannot be. Chen Four Phoenix said again to pull his ears, brat, you are 3 days do not fight, on the room to uncover ah. Fear of our family peace of mind is not? Chen Feng also hastened to persuade him, Xiao Fei, cannot be messed up, in case they are caught on the end. Chen Fei grabbed Chen Sifeng's hand, fourth sister, don't make a fuss, listen to me. You'd better make it clear, or else I'd rather break your legs than have you arrested as a typical person. No, it won't be, it's not that strict now, or else the black market wouldn't be allowed to exist, even if you get caught, at most you'll confiscate it, you won't arrest anyone easily. This is a very delicate period right now, some places are already doing it quietly, and some are still in the dark. This was Chen Fei's opportunity. The two sisters are still uneasy, and they are still talking all the way to the house. The black market is to sell a few eggs, a few handfuls of greens, a small fight. You are going to play big, that can be the same? Chen Feng said and began to wipe tears. I promised my mother to take good care of you, if you have a long or short sister I do not have to live. When she died, she took Chen Feng's hand and prayed, Feng, promise me to take good care of your siblings, okay? That year, Chen Feng was 16 years old, but with his tender shoulders, he took on the responsibility of supporting his family. Both as a father and mother, elder sister as mother should be on her. Chen Fei walked over and squatted beside her like he did when he was a child, looking up at her with his face. Sister, I have grown up, I know what I am doing, I want to get ahead, I cannot do the farm work, I can only think of another way out. Chen Feng's heart softened, but what if? It's okay, sis. Chen Fei raised his hand to wipe her tears, your brother how smart I am, if something happens, the big deal is that the goods do not want, and then get a lecture, there will be no greater loss, you believe me. The rare warmth made Chen Feng a moment of trance, his own this no-good brother seems to have really grown up. Then you try it, in case a public official really asks, a better attitude, more good words, never talk back no? I know, sister, don't worry. Chen Fei knows in his heart that risk and opportunity are the same. It is because everyone is afraid to do, he can seize the opportunity to be the first to eat crabs. Mushrooms cannot earn a few dollars, right? Chen Sifeng lamented that the township cooperatives also have to collect, the price is very low, some people go to sell a few times will not bother to go. At that time, the implementation of marketing coordination, you can take the eggs and duck eggs to the supply and marketing center for necessities of life, the real does not make money. This is also the origin of the name of the cooperative. Black market price is higher, but not insurance, many people do not want to take the risk. That's why we have to go to the county. Chen Fei explained that there are a lot of units in the city, high income, consumption is also high, the selling price is high. Chen Sifeng indignation, this is true, I heard that the Shui family bosses working in the machinery factory earn 25 a month. God is really unfair. A male 3 cents a month, her sister, and his hard work only $14 a month. And that's with full-time work. Except during busy seasons, they don't usually work full-time. So they're really envious of the iron rice bowl. Fourth sister, you don't have to envy others. One day, I'll make everyone envy you. Envy me for what? Envy you for being my sister. Chen Fei said with some emotion. Then I'll take it seriously. Chen Sifeng was a bit moved, perhaps it really is the return of the prodigal son. It's true. Chen Fei pulled out all of today's harvest, sister, you see, this is the money I earned today. The two sisters looked at a handful of flowery tickets, their eyes glaring like almonds. So much, how much did you sell? I sold a total of $25.75, I spent $8.76 on groceries, and after deducting the $7 I gave to Zhuang Zhuang, I should still have $10 left, and these tickets. And the food stamps. Both sisters were in a bit of disbelief. Chen Fei took out the snowflake ointment and the oil of 10,000 gold again, this is for you, one person a box. Chen Sifeng blamed you for buying this, why don't you send it to Lu Yi'er? Said to say, but took in the hand, love. Lu Yi'er also have, this is specially for you to buy. Chen Fei handed a large sum of money to Chen Feng, sister, this money you take, food stamps I useful, tomorrow to buy some white flour back. Chen Feng took it, Joan, sis will keep it for you first, and send it to Lu Yi'er when she has saved up enough for the bride price. No, the bride price money I go to earn again, you take to subsidize the family, cannot be too tight. Said Chen Fei touched his stomach, sister, there is rice? I'm hungry. Just waiting for you to come back to eat. Chen Feng wiped her tears and walked towards the stove fire, suddenly feeling that all her efforts over the years had been worth it. Her brother had finally grown up. She would be able to meet her parents in the future with a straight face. The meal was a very ordinary meal, the noodles were finished being made by Chen Fei at noon, so he could only use wild vegetables with boiled sweet potato slices to make do and fill his stomach. In addition there is fried cabbage, made with chicken soup at noon, the big sister does not want to throw it to stay, the flavor is not bad. Course tea and rice, but Chen Fei ate with relish. This was the flavor of home, he hadn't eaten for decades. While eating, Chen Fei suddenly remembered something and asked vaguely, sister, today, Lu Yi'er and I, who discovered it first? Chen Feng glared at him, you still have the nerve to ask, it was the second aunt who found out and then ran to tell me, what happened? Nothing, I just saw her pull Shui Chang home. Chen Fei eyes appeared in front of the appearance of the second aunt Jelan, wearing coarse cloth tilted lapel clothes, head wrapped in a turban, thick lips, big buck teeth stand out. People are very strong, is not a good life, typical of rural women. Shui Chang? What are you doing at her house? The two sisters looked at him. How do I know? A million thoughts flashed through Chen Fei's mind. The second aunt's family had cut ties with their family since their parents had gone. She was so active when something happened to her, and she even specifically ran to the field to call people back. Just now, Shui Chang also pulled Shui Chang home, this series of things, so that Chen Fei had to be suspicious. What role did she play in the whole thing? Chapter 12 Dendrobium Hairpin. Sooner or later, he will figure out this matter, but the most urgent thing is to make money to marry Lu Yi'er, the other cannot be taken care of for the time being. Besides, Miao Zhuang just arrived home, Guiying aunt cannot wait to ask, Chen Fei to give money or not? How much? Miao Zhuang holding $2, eyebrows shaking a show-off, see, the car money $1, Chen Fei brother in addition to $1 for each of us, just ask you to serve or not? Aunt Guiying was stunned, so much, what did you do for him? What did you do for him? I didn't do anything, I just helped Chen Fei pick mushrooms for a while when I was hitting the hogweed, what are you doing? Aunt Guiying grabbed the money and said, good job, continue tomorrow. Miao Zhuang's face collapsed, mother, why are you like this, the money I have not yet worn it. Aunt Guiying glared at him, I'm not saving up for you to get married. Miao Zhuang huffed and said, I don't want a wife. Give me back my money or I'll quit tomorrow. Don't you dare. Aunt Guiying took out a tightly wrapped blue handkerchief from the bag, opened it layer by layer, and picked out 50 cents from it and gave it back to him. Miao Zhuang pretended to cry, but in fact his heart was already happy. Don't underestimate 50 cents. At that time, if you had 10 cents of pocket money, you had a good family. 50 cents was a small fortune, and you could buy a lot of things. For example, lollipops and old popsicles were 2 cents apiece, and you could buy several of them for 10 cents. However, Shiling village was small and did not yet have a supply and marketing center, so you had to go to the township to have a chance to buy them. Although it is a broken house, broken bed, broken quilt, but this night, Chen Fei sleeps very well. Asleep until dawn, big sister and fourth sister have gone to work. I got up and ate something randomly, and then tore a page off the old desk calendar. Time August 31st, 1981 Monday, the third day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar XINU year. Put pen to paper and write down a sentence to earn money to marry Lu Yi'er, the 29th day of the countdown. I was ready to go out. When walking to the center of the yard, Tiptoe glanced toward Lu Yir's house, although I did not see Lu Yir, but still fighting spirit. Arriving at the back of the mountain, the little friends actually came. Seeing Chen Fei immediately greeted him and asked with 7 questions. Little brother Fei, are you still picking mushrooms today? Just now Miao Zhuangzhuang has told them. Chen Fei gave him $2, his mother rewarded him 50 cents, but a few people envy bad. Yes, of course. Chen Fei gave them $1 each, and then agreed to meet every day to send money. The little friends' beautiful straight jump. Waiting for them to jump enough, Chen Fei pointed to the 2 big bamboo baskets. First hit the pigweed, and then pick mushrooms, or the same request yesterday. Is there any problem? There is no problem. The little friends yelled in unison. Yes? No. The little ones hastily changed their words. Chen Fei smiled. Go on, Zhuang, Erdan, you two come with me. What are you doing? The 2 were stunned. Chen Fei pointed to the cliff in front of him. There is something up there, I'm going to pick it. The 2 of them looked at the cliff in the distance and swallowed their saliva in unison. Brother, it's so high, it's scary, why don't you stop picking it? Yes, there are a lot of mushrooms down there, and we can't finish picking them every day. If you fall, you'll be finished. You haven't married Lu Yir yet. The kids are all afraid that Chen Fei will take a risk. Don't worry, Zhuang and Erdan will help me with the rattan. I'll climb down and climb back up after picking, it won't be dangerous. Children in the mountains, picking high and low is common, this danger he did not put in his eyes. That's fine, Chen Fei, you must be careful. Zhuang, Ereg, you guys make the rattan stronger. A few people saw that they couldn't persuade him, so they had to give up. So a few people split up. Chen Fei led Zhuang and Erdan straight to the cliff. Arriving at the top of the cliff, the 3 of them began to split up to harvest the rattan, and then connect them one by one. The rattan in the mountains was very strong and resilient. As long as it was tied securely, it was fine. The 3 people were busy for a while before they got the rattan right. One end was tied to a big tree, one end was tied to Chen Fei's waist, and then Miao Zhuang and Chen Erdan pulled it down little by little. Chen Fei of course will not let the 2 use too much force, that is not safe. Rattan just play a role of safety rope, mainly rely on their own slowly climb down. The cliff is very high, a glance cannot be seen to the end, but the place where the dendrobium hairpin grows is only more than 100 meters from the top of the cliff. Don't underestimate this. More than 100 meters, close to 90 degrees of verticality, coupled with very few places to land, can be said to be step by step, like walking on thin ice. Fortunately, Chen Fei had a scare and finally arrived at the destination, and successfully picked the dendrobium hairpin down. By the time he climbed up, he was already tired and sweaty, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. Seeing him lying on the ground giggling, Miao Zhuang and Chen Erdan were curious. Brother, is this thing worth a lot of money? It can't be, although the flowers are quite pretty, it's not like they can be eaten. Such a precious herb, even the mountain people don't necessarily recognize it. Chen Fei smiled and sat up. This is a medicinal herb. It's true that it can't be eaten directly, but it can be sold to hospitals and should be worth some money. Such ah. How much can it be worth? Can't say. The past life is not quite the same. It is difficult to judge how much money it is worth at this point in time. It can only go to see it again. The 3 of them returned to the bottom of the mountain. Taidan, a few have already finished hog grass, began to pick mushrooms. A few people joined together and quickly filled up the bamboo baskets. Now it is noon. Chen Fei does not want to be seen, so he put some leaves on it. Not only can they cover people's eyes and ears, but also protect them from the sun. Mushrooms are expensive, and it won't look good if they are dried out in the sun. A few people carried large baskets and small baskets down the mountain. Chen Fei also specially instructed them not to tell the village people. He is now the first to strike. If everyone in the village imitates, there will be no advantage. When he returned home, he had already gotten off work. The eldest sister was making noodles, and the 4th sister was building a fire. Chen Fei put the mushrooms under the shade of a tree and covered them with a broken sheet wet with water to prevent them from drying out in the sun, then instructed Miao Zhuang to ride his bicycle over after eating. Sister, what are we going to eat for lunch? Chen Fei came to the door of the stove and asked. Sweet potato noodles. Chen Feng answered as she made noodles. Right, you go peel some garlic and make some garlic sauce. That was the way it was back then, noodles with garlic sauce and that was it, with a bit of greens at most. Chen Fei felt that it was too bland, and after pounding the garlic sauce, he went to pick a few more chili peppers. Chili pepper cut into segments spare, and find a handful of peanuts, hot pan on the oil, fry a little fish out, pound it into peanut crumbs. Soon noodles out of the pot, Chen Fei from the well out of a bucket of cool water, the noodles over a bit, then pour the garlic sauce, sprinkle chili pepper segments, with a splash of hot oil. With a stabbing sound, the flavor came out immediately. Stir evenly, a bowl of cool and appetizing, spicy and delicious sweet potato cold noodles on the fresh market. Chen Sifeng grabbed a taste, immediately bright. Line ah you kid, did not see out before, will be quite a lot of ah. Chen Fei smiled, asked, you just say fragrant? It smells good. Chen For Phoenix while burying his head dry rice, while slurring said, this cannot go on ah, the mouths are raised by your tricky, how to live in the future ah. Chapter 13 Accident Seek Collection. Chen Fei smiled. Sister, you can rest assured, after our family every day to live a good life. Chen Sifeng smiled with a curved eyebrow. I do not ask for anything else, can always eat like this on the line.
That's nothing. From now on, our family will have meat every day and enough white bread.
Chen Fei can't help but sigh with emotion. The fourth sister's requirements are really low. 2 bowls of sweet potato noodles will satisfy.
Wouldn't it be like New Year's Eve every day?
Chen Sifeng is full of longing. Sister, if I can live that day, I can dream and wake up laughing.
Chen Fei smiled and kept quiet. Is it hard to live like that?
The future trend is inevitable, and he grabbed the first opportunity and will only be better than others. After dinner, the 2 sisters grabbed a break.
It was hot, and the work could be done a little later.
Chen Fei squinted for a while after scrubbing, and Miao Zhuangzhuang came riding a 2/8 bar, and Chen Fei put 2 sticks across the back of the bike and secured it with a rope. The 2 men worked together to tie the bamboo basket to the sticks, making sure it wouldn't shake, and rode on. As for the dendrobium hairpin, it was placed separately in the front basket. Today is twice as heavy as yesterday, but Chen Fei pedaled up does not feel laborious, but full of energy. To the county town is already half a day. Chen Fei wiped the sweat, slowed down the speed. Riding slowly and steadily for a while, a bus came from behind, overtook Chen Fei and stopped at the bus stop.
There were not many people on the bus, so 2 people came down.
A young man, a woman wearing a long floral dress. The woman just got off the bus and the bus started. But no one realized that the woman had gotten off, but her floral dress was caught in the door of the bus.
The woman was brought down and dragged forward by the bus.
The woman screamed, scared out of her wits. The young man, who was quite close, jumped 3 feet away in fear and ran away in a hurry. Roadside pedestrians saw the scene, all dumbfounded, for a moment actually forgot to save people.
Chen Fei saw the situation anxious.
Lives are at stake, this drag will be very dangerous. The woman was rolled into the wheel at any time, life is not guaranteed. So he pedaled his bike, desperately chasing the bus, while chasing the driver shouting. Perhaps the noise was too loud, the driver did not hear. Fortunately, the bus speed is not too fast. Chen Fei chased up, freeing a hand to slap the carriage. Pedestrians on the road also reacted and shouted loudly, and passengers realized that the situation was not right and also stood up to call the driver to stop.
Crunch! The bus finally stopped.
Without saying a word, Chen Fei hurriedly put the bike down and ran over to pick up the woman. The woman's legs are rubbed broken, face white like a white paper, shivering words cannot speak, 2 hands dead hold Chen Fei, tears. The driver got out of the car to see, scared legs are soft. I did not see, really did not see. Driver more than 30 years old man, scared incoherent, do not know how to save people, is a strong compensation.
Pedestrians and passengers have gathered around, accusing the driver, incidentally praising Chen Fei. Driver, not I say you, driving or not paying attention to people down without? Thanks to this young man, otherwise you will be killed today. Why is there such a big gap between people? That young man was so fast just now. Let's see if he's seriously hurt. I think it's bad enough. He lost his shoes and bled a lot.
The driver was on the verge of tears. Chen Fei is not in the mood to blame the driver. He squatted on the ground so that the woman leaned against him, gently patted the woman's back, comforting, all right sister, all right. The woman hugged him tightly, her whole body was shivering, and only after a while did she say with a hint of trembling, I didn't die? Chen Fei is not sure whether she said that she did not die or it is okay, her voice trembled badly, anyway, comfort is right. Sister, you are blessed with a great life, you will not die today, and you will not die in the future. The woman gradually came back to her senses, frowned and said, my feet hurt. Chen Fei looked at it, socks pants legs are worn out, knees, calves, heels are rubbed, bloody, but should not hurt the bones, so comfort her.
It's okay, it's just a flesh wound, it shouldn't hurt the bones.
While saying that, while looking up towards the crowd said which kindly helped to pick up the sister's shoes back. A young man rushed back to pick up the shoes back. Chen Fei took over the shoes and said, you were just in front of the sister that got off? The young man's face turned red. Just too sudden, scared me. Chen Fei did not say much, tend to good luck to avoid bad luck is a human instinct, not a big mistake. The woman's feet hurt and she can't wear the shoes, so she has to take them first. Chen Fei looked at the driver, comrade driver, today is your responsibility, it is okay to send the big sister to the hospital for a checkup, right? The driver nodded and hailed, should be, I am willing to compensate.
Chen Fei said, big sister will not blackmail you, the bandage, and then buy some nutrients. The driver quickly nodded yes. Chen Fei also asked the passengers, sorry, delay everyone for a while no problem? Passengers have said. Look at what you said, saving lives and helping the injured is what everyone should do.
Although we are not as brave as you are, we can still do it with our hands. Don't worry, young man. I have to say, people were still relatively simple back then. Unlike the previous life, where money was made more and more, but there was no trust between people, and they didn't dare to help the elderly when they saw them fall. Chen Fei framed the woman back to the bus, arranged a good seat for her, and asked the 2 female passengers to look after her, before pointing to the back, big sister, I'm still riding my bike, I can't accompany you. The woman stared at him deeply, said you go, thank you today. The tear marks on her face are not dry, but her temperament is already much better, and she should be in shock. Chen Fei got out of the car, waved his sleeve, and did not take away a cloud. The only thing behind him was a sound of admiration. Chen Fei rode on his bicycle and arrived at his destination in a short while. Still the same waitress from yesterday, Yuan Ping, saw Chen Fei and greeted him with a smile. "I've come quite early today." Yesterday, Deputy Director Suing had made all the arrangements, so she naturally wouldn't be slow. Chen Fei was a simple smile. "Yesterday went back a little late, thought to come early, then I moved the mushrooms in." Yuan Ping laughed and said okay, Director Su said, still according to yesterday's price, but things have to be guaranteed. "Don't worry, I'm here for the long term, and I won't make any false claims." The two said while walking out, saw two bamboo baskets. Yuan Ping ate a shock. "Today so much?" Chen Fei said with a smile while unloading. "It is not easy to run so far, so I picked up more." Yuan Ping did not say anything, asked him, "Do you need me to help you carry?" Chen Fei busy said no, he can move. She looked on the line. Chen Fei made 2 trips to move the 2 baskets of mushrooms in, and then let Yuan Ping check the goods. Yuan Ping took a look at them and started to weigh them for him. 1 basket is 54.5 pounds, 1 basket is 55 pounds divided by 2 baskets, the net weight is 102.5 pounds. Yuan Ping took the abacus, crackling calculation, face a burst of surprise, and a little excited. 102.5 pounds, multiplied by 50 cents, equal to 51.25 cents, TSK, a lot of money Don't blame her for being greedy, she was only $25.06 a month, this was worth 2 months of her salary. Just about to check out, a woman's voice suddenly came over. "Whose mushrooms are these? Put this much eyesore." Chen Fei turned around to look, and immediately his body shook, and the whole person was in a trance. "It is you." Chapter 14 Meet Again Seek Collection. Li Shui, why is it you? Chen Fei's ex-girlfriend, Li Shui, originally thought that the heavens were on different sides and would never see each other again, but did not expect to meet so soon. Li Shui was wearing a white Indeed Liang shirt with overalls over it, while her lower body was twill pants and flat flannel shoes, and she was holding a plate of steaming cabbage fried meat in her hand. Seeing Chen Fei, Li Shui obviously froze for a moment. Her face was a bit unnatural, then she frowned slightly, her white face showing a few points of disgust. "Chen Fei, are you annoyed? I have said that we are impossible, you still chased here, is it interesting?" It was still early at this point, and there were a few sparse guests in the restaurant, all of whom looked over curiously. See, Chen Fei did not speak. Li Shui thought she was right, more and more disgusted. "Not I say you, on the conditions of your place, not to mention the wind and sun, not enough to eat and wear every day, you are 8 carries sedan chair lift, I will not go back, you died this heart." Li Shui address, compared to the rural people really much better, but also smeared with snow cream. But in the final analysis is a waiter, where so much superiority? Just because it is eating public food? Well, although eating public food is indeed very drag, but with him what is the relationship? Chen Fei's last trace of attachment in the bottom of his heart instantly dissipated, not salty, and said, "I am not looking for you, I sell mushrooms." Li Shui seemed to be taken aback. "This mushroom is yours?" Chen Fei said with great certainty, "It is mine, I came to sell mushrooms, it has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Li Shui's face suddenly had some hot pain. Originally, she hated Chen Fei for chasing her to the city, but when she heard that it wasn't because of her, she felt very uncomfortable. "I now have a formal job and an iron rice bowl, shouldn't you, a rural boy, look up to me? Can our restaurant ask for so much?" Li Shui turned her head and asked Yuan Ping. Yuan Ping slightly raised an eyebrow. This is what Director Su said yesterday. She was a veteran employee, and for Li Shui, a newcomer, to speak to her in such a tone made her very unhappy. Li Shui didn't seem to expect to have Director Su backing her up, so she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Chen Fei, are you and Director Su relatives?" If they were relatives, it would be different. Maybe you can get a little pay rise through Chen Fei. Her first day of work today, said $18 a month, if it can be raised to 20 would be good, save $2, buy a bottle of snow cream and have a surplus. Chen Fei shook his head. "I and Director Su only met yesterday, purely because my mushrooms are good, Director Su only took it." Li Shui once heard skimmed, "I see you also do not look like, if there are relatives have long begged to arrange a job." Chen Fei is too lazy to talk nonsense with her again, turned his head and asked Yuan Ping, "Can you check out now? I have to go back." Yuan Ping nodded, "Can." From the drawer, she took out 5 sheets of duanjie, and another sheet of $1.25 in change. 51 piece and 25 cents, you count it. Li Shui's eyelids jumped. So much money. It's almost enough to cover her 3 months of work. No need to count it, I can trust it. Chen Fei took the money and was about to stuff it into his pocket when he suddenly thought of something and stopped. "Can you exchange some food stamps and meat stamps for me?" Yuan Ping revealed an apologetic and polite smile. "Sorry, the store is also short of food stamps lately." "Then forget it, thanks." Seeing Chen Fei carrying bamboo baskets out, Li Shui stomped her feet resentfully, put the dishes on the guest table with a stern face, turned back and walked into an office, closed the door smoothly, and said indignantly, "Director Wu, someone sent a lot of mushrooms to our state-run hotel, do you know?" On the day of the breakup, Chen Fei cried all over the place, but today is so cold to her, so she is very uncomfortable.
Making money is marvelous.
Wu Yud, while drinking tea while looking at the newspaper, heard the sound of words, raised his head, just right to the two focus, the eyes are a bit unable to move, put down the cup of tea, gently patted Li Shue's hand. Xiao Shui, our state-run hotels are in great demand, it's normal to send more, what's wrong? Said, it turned into a caress. The smile on Li Shue's face was a little stiff, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not pull her hand back. She was able to return to the city to work, it was thanks to Director Wu's relationship, she could not afford to offend, and could only pretend not to see. Director Wu, just now I heard Yuan Ping say that it was Deputy Director Su who promised.
Wu Yud's two small eyes suddenly narrowed, stroking his chin thoughtfully, said. If that is the case, it is more or less a handle, where is he now?
Just now has finished the checkout, presumably all gone.
Wu Yud's eyes turned, this way, tomorrow you keep an eye on it more, and call me when you find him coming.
Okay, then I'll go out first. Li Shui, without a trace of hand out, turned around and walked out. Looking at her slim back, Wu Yud revealed a hidden smile on his face.
This little cabbage, sooner or later, I will have to arch it. And Suing, don't let me catch you in the act, or else you'll obediently give up your seat for me.
Chen Fei knew nothing about this.
He carries a full harvest, joyful ride towards the hospital rushed over.
The county hospital's traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine is separate, 2 windows, one side of traditional Chinese medicine, one side of Western medicine. Chen Fei walked to the window, the young doctor who picked up the medicine inside raised his eyelids and glanced at him, and said nonchalantly,
please show your prescription for the medicine.
Chen Fei smiled, sorry comrade, I do not take drugs, I sell drugs. The young doctor rolled his eyes and threw him 2 words.
Don't. Chen Fei took out the small bag wrapped with the dendrobium hairpin. I am a good medicine, pure wild ones picked from the mountains, or do you want to take a look before you say it? The young doctor has a face of impatience, we are a proper hospital, the medicinal herbs collected are all concocted, your this point of medicine is not worth our trouble, take it back. Such good herbs, plant gold, actually being disliked? Chen Fei was speechless but had no choice but to ask. Doctor, can you call your director here?
Doctor is the honorific, in fact, picking up the medicine may not be a doctor, may also be interns or apprentices.
But the director must be a serious pharmacist, certainly more knowledgeable than young doctors. If we can meet the director, maybe the problem will be solved. What's wrong with you?
The director was injured and was unavailable. The young doctor didn't have a good face, but Chen Fei had been a man for 2 lifetimes and didn't take this face seriously at all, and said kindly, just call the director for me, it's not like I'm busy at the moment anyway.
The young doctor rolled his eyes, now not busy, a moment to the patient?
It's not that coincidental. Seeing that the young doctor still did not care about himself, Chen Fei had to give up, ready to find another way. As soon as he turned around, he saw a man and a woman walking over. The man was holding medicine in one hand and pushing a wheelchair with the other. The woman was dressed in a long floral dress, her feet and legs were wrapped in gauze, and one shoe was placed by the side of the wheelchair, appearing a bit lousy.
6 eyes relative, the 3 people said in unison is you. Chapter 15 Yun Jin. The man is clearly the driver, the woman is naturally the injured woman with a long skirt. Chen Fei was first stunned, then smiled, and asked, big sister, the injury is not serious, right?
Long skirt woman in her 30s, at this time has returned to normal, long hair cape, dignified and generous, there is a kind of mature charm, saw Chen Fei first stunned, followed by a smile blossomed on his face.
It's not a problem, it's just a bruise, the wound has been treated, what are you?
Chen Fei lifted the bag in his hand, dug up some medicine in the mountains, looking for some money, the pharmacy does not want.
What medicine, can you show me? Dendrobium cortex. Oh? The long-skirted woman's eyes flashed, open, and let me see.
The long-skirt woman who has recovered her calmness is very temperamental, and her voice is also very nice, just like the feeling of her own big sister. Chen Fei thought that it was nothing to look at, so he opened the package. The long-skirt woman's eyes obviously lit up for a moment, stared for a while, and then picked up and put it under her nose and smelled it, and smiled broadly and said sure enough, it is a wild dendrobium, you wait, I will talk to the pharmacy.
Chen Fei froze, big sister you are?
The long-skirt woman smiled lightly, I am the director of this.
Chen Fei's shocked mouth opened into an O shape.
This is too much of a coincidence.
To save a random person and actually be the director.
The young doctor saw the long-skirted woman and hurriedly greeted her, Director Yun, your injury is not in the way, right? It's just that it hurts to walk, and limping doesn't look good, so I got a wheelchair.
Yun Jin smiled, pointing to Chen Fei, today thanks to this brother, otherwise I may be.
The young doctor immediately changed his face, Agu, so it is the lifesaver who has arrived, disrespectful 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 disrespectful. Stretching out his hands through the window to shake hands with Chen Fei, one had to sigh, this change is really fast. Yun Jin also pointed to the herbs in Chen Fei's hand, this is the authentic dendrobium cortex, a very precious herb, take it. The young doctor hurriedly agreed.
Director Yun, how much does this cost? I haven't seen it before.
The dendrobium hairpin is known as plant gold, or medicinal gold, and is produced from cliffs over 1,000 meters, making it very rare. For the price, Yoon-jin silently calculated and said, let's go with 5 cents per gram. The young doctor sucked in a breath of cool air. The golden hairpin dendrobium that Chen Fei had taken was at least a kilogram. Wouldn't it cost more than $50? 2 months of his salary? The driver gave an envious thumbs up. Sure enough, good people get good karma. Congratulations, brother. Chen Fei scratched his head and smiled nervously. A fluke, a pure fluke. Several of us, it took a day to climb that cliff, and I almost fell off. Anyway, bragging is not taxable, and others have not seen it, not blowing for nothing. This is more like a golden hairpin dendrobium. Gold is not. Sure enough, when they heard this, the driver and the young doctor's faces changed, and they even said that this is not good money. This is a life for life. Then the young doctor took the dendrobium to go to the weighing. With Yoon-jin in, Chen Fei is not afraid of his tampering. In a short while, the young doctor sent the money out, and his attitude was too good to be true. Brothers, dendrobium hairpin weighs 1,125 grams, give you $56.25, you count. There is no need to count, I can trust it. Chen Fei put the money away, asked the sister, hairpin dendrobium temporarily no, but I saw a lot of precious herbs in the mountains, a hospital also want? Yoon-jin laughed and said that there are a lot of Taoist herbs in the Funyo mountain, which are of high value, and the hospital naturally wants them, but the price will be much lower than the dendrobium. I know, pharmacology I know more or less. Thank you, I finally found a way to make money, the countryside is too difficult. Pharmacy director, it is worthwhile to make some acquaintance. Chen Fei immediately turned the wind. Sister, let's go to eat a meal now. It is I who should thank you. Thinking of the way he hugged Chen Fei at that time, Yoon-jin's face was slightly red. Dinner is exempted, I have to rest for 2 days. When the injury is good, sister please you. That can't be. Must I please sister? Chen Fei climbed the pole, sister called more and more smooth, called Yoon-jin eyebrows open smile, then say it, a moment your brother-in-law to pick me up. Chen Fei laughed, why let brother-in-law run around, sister where to live, I use the bike to drive you back. Yoon-jin quickly waved his hand, no, your home should be quite far, quickly go back. She is not a good person. Chen Fei scratched his head and smiled, that line, it is indeed quite far, then I will go first, I still have to go to the supply house to run around, there is no food in the house. Quickly go, by things delayed, go back to the dark. The two waved goodbye, the driver and the young doctor envious, how can I not have this luck? Soon came to the supply house, just to the door, I saw Wu Yuze sneaky in the doorway, so the bike tied up, walked straight over. Old Wu, still have tickets? Wu Yuze eyes light up, must have How many do you want? Chen Fei calculated, 30 pounds of grain tickets, 5 pounds of oil tickets, 2 pounds of meat tickets, 2 pounds of vegetable tickets, cloth tickets 2 zhang 3. 1 zhang 10 feet, but to say 23 feet is awkward, all say zhang. Wu Yuze was shocked, want so much? Do you have any? If not, I'll find someone else. Wu Yuze eyes glared, although the eyes are small, but still have light. Look at what you say, not I blow, the whole county, no one than my ticket more. Is that so? Chen Fei subconsciously looked at Wu Yukai's Hall of Fame, see his Hall of Fame vaguely black, a metaphor for the recent bad things happen. I thought after today, I must stay away from him, don't dip into his bad luck. Calculate the money. Chen Fei said bluntly. In that case, I do not fool around, all tickets all by 13 cents, a total of $8.06. Wu Yuze account counting thieves 6, but when he saw Chen Fei pulled out a dozen large unity, shocked jaws are almost dropped. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Chen Fei ambiguous, our sweat money, not worth mentioning. Forget it. Chen Fei give $10, 6 points free chant? In the middle. Wu Yusai gave him $2. Do you want more tomorrow? I've got plenty of tickets. Chen Fei is ambiguous, I don't know if I can make money tomorrow, but I still have to turn this money in. Wu Yuze looked like he realized. The original is to do things for the public, I said well, individuals who have so much money. Chen Fei directly into the supply and marketing agency grain, oil and rice counter. I want 50 pounds of white flour, 5 pounds of rapeseed oil, 2 pounds of potatoes, 2 pounds of pork. Sell food and oil salesman is a middle-aged woman, slightly fat, but very white, at first glance is the city people. Rural women at this age are tanned and have rough skin. Originally did not take him seriously, heard him want so much, shocked asked, are you sure you want so much? Chen Fei nodded, sure. The salesman laughed, sure cannot give you, you have to ask for a ticket, and the other thing is, you have to go to the meat factory to buy meat. Chen Fei has long been ready, I have a ticket, buy and then go to the meat factory. Seeing Chen Fei's wealthy and generous appearance, the salesman did not say anything else, and directly quoted the price. Wheat is 12 cents a pound, rice is 16 cents, white flour is 20 cents, potatoes are 12 cents, and canola oil is 80 cents. Few people in the countryside buy white flour directly, they buy wheat and go back to grind it themselves. This can grind out a little more flour, and bran can be tripped on grass and weeds to feed the chickens. A few years further back, the bran was eaten. Shieling village has a big stone mill, every day people go to push the mill. Chen Fei also went to push, but he is lazy, push a few rounds of tired, our sister's push. The salesman saw that he looked like a rural person, so he recommended wheat to him, but he wasn't going to buy it. Because he was lazy. If you have that kind of time, you should pick more mushrooms. I'll take white flour, plus 10 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of potatoes. Being mentioned by the salesman, Chen Fei somewhat missed the flavor of rice. In the north, noodles were the main food, and rice was rarely eaten, but Chen Fei had traveled extensively in his previous life and ate more. The rice was in bulk, the white flour was readily available in 50-pound packages, and the canola oil was also weighed on site. That kind of big oil barrel and gasoline barrel is almost the same, with the oil lift to mention the oil pot and then weigh. There are no oil jugs, but when Chen Fei came over, he brought a wine bottle, cleaned, as an oil jug. White flour is $10, rice is $1.06, canola oil is $4, potatoes are 24 cents, a total of $15.84. The salesman said while looking at Chen Fei, afraid that he didn't have that much money. Chen Fei directly took out 2 large sums of money, as well as food stamps and oil stamps, and there was still money left over after paying. The salesman smiled and gave Chen Fei the money. It's rare to see such a sharp buyer. Chen Fei loaded the change, turned his head and saw the department store counter. Sister, you help me watch something, I have to go buy something else. Chapter 16, Buying Cloth Seeking Favorites. Li Qin, the saleswoman, was called by Chen Fei a big sister, waved her hand and said, go go go, cannot be lost. A few other salesmen couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Wearing not very good, labor cloth pants, soil cloth sweatshirt, 1,000-layer bottom cloth shoes, at a glance from the rural areas, did not expect to be a rich man. What kind of cloth do you want? The cloth salesman took the initiative to welcome up, obviously a lot of enthusiasm. Chen Fei asked how to sell flour cloth? Flour cloth 42 cents a foot, twill 35 cents. How much cloth does a woman need to make a dress? Chen Fei is estimated to buy the ticket, not sure exactly how much is needed. The salesman was obviously an expert, and he spoke at once. Top 4 feet 2, pants 3 feet 3, but the cotton will shrink, it is recommended to buy more 2 inches. Chen Fei calculated and said, I want 1 zhang 4 flour cloth, the rest of the rip into twill. 1 zhang 4 is more than enough to make 3 tops, big sister, fourth sister, Lu Year, each one. The twill will be enough for pants. Okay, wait a minute. The salesman was a bit clever, carving a 1 meter length inside the counter, folding it 4 times, and then measuring out another 2 feet. Rural people used to say size, city people use meter. After measuring the cloth, he made a 2-inch long slit in the cloth, stuck the cloth with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and tore it with both hands with force, and then loudly said, the 42-cent piece of flour cloth is 1 zhang. 42 cents for 1 zhang and 3 feet of flour cloth, a total of $5.46, in person, out of the door will not be responsible. This is called selling. The main thing is that the cloth is not the same as other things, pull a little tighter and looser, the length is not the same. Some people go back to a measurement, found that the short, back to rip very troublesome. The twill is different, if you tear it, it will be slanted down the grain, one side is wide and the other side is narrow, and a piece of material will be ruined. The salesman folded the cloth, let Chen Fei pull one end, pinch the other end himself, and use scissors to open the end before folding it up and handing it to Chen Fei. Then Chen Fei spent 70 cents to buy a caddy of red shrimp pastry sugar. At that time, there were mainly red shrimp candy, big white rabbit, fountain forest, woo-woo milk candy, jia milk candy, etc. But there was no hurry. But there is no hurry, next time to buy other, change to eat. Money and goods, Chen Fei went straight to the meat factory. The meat seller is an employee of the meat factory and talks tough. Fatty meat 85 cents, 80 cents of meat, pure lean meat 78 cents, which one do you want? At that time there was a lack of meat, many people like to eat with fat meat, so the most expensive to sell. But Chen Fei does not like that kind, he likes to eat meat, especially the kind of 3 layers of flours, made of braised meat, fragrant but not greasy, not too delicious. 2 pounds of pork. You do not want fat meat? The uncle who sells meat is a bit surprised. I like to eat meat. Chen Fei laughed. That's fine, as you wish. Sell meat uncle hand extremely accurate, a knife down, just 2 pounds, Chen Fei cannot help but praise a sentence, line uncle, hand so accurate, proper oil seller Meat seller uncle put the oil hand in the blue apron rubbed, full of concern, said, every day with the meat deal with, change you can also. That's true. Chen Fei returned home fully loaded with rice, noodles, oil, and meat. Back home, the sky just dark, Chen Sifeng is outside the stove fire, saw Chen Fei with so many things back, shocked to Chen Fei's side, elbow touched him a bit, mysteriously asked. Xiao Fei, you give fourth sister a bottom, this is really not robbed? Chen Fei peeled a red shrimp pastry candy, stuffed into her mouth, fourth sister, you cannot expect me a little good? Chen Sifeng smiled, I'm not worried about you, really sweet. By the way, you bought so many things, have you spent all the money? No, there's still a lot of money left. Chen Fei took the rice, flour, and oil to the house, and Chen Sifeng followed to help and asked after him. How much is left? Chen Fei took out all the money, count it yourself. Chen Sifeng's eyes went straight. My God! There's still so much left.
She counted it over and over again, her mouth grinning from ear to ear. $77.08. I've never seen so much money in my life. Chen Sifeng's eyes were all bubbling with little stars, and she wrapped her arms around Chen Fei. Okay, kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I'll follow you to enjoy your happiness in the future. The amazing touch came. Chen Fei's face was red. Fourth sister, I've grown up. It's not appropriate to hug like this. Chen Sifeng smacked him. What's wrong? You still dislike your sister? After all was said and done, Chen Sifeng's face also turned red. A remote mountain village. How do you know what a bra is? Our vacuum. At most grew up inside an extra layer, to prevent light, and then with the reform opening up, the bra into thousands of households. Chen Fei smiled and changed the topic. No, I went to do the dishes. Chen Sifeng was immediately taken off. What are you going to do? These 2 days Chen Fei's cooking has made her appetite wide open, and her cravings have all been induced. Make a 5-flour meat. There are many ways to make braised meat, but Chen Fei feels that 5-flame meat with potatoes is the best, which is why he bought potatoes on purpose. Big sister, what are you doing? Chen Fei asked as he walked to the door of the stove fire. Chen Feng was busy and inclined her face and said, there is no noodle in the house, I am going to cook sweet potato chips for dinner. Don't cook it, we are having rice today. Big sister is good in the hall and in the kitchen, cooking and washing, and working in the field. Chen Fei remembers that his big sister's cooking was very fragrant, with the flavor of home, which made him miss it. But today, he bought rice, so of course he had to eat it fresh. Rice? Yes, I just bought it. So the two of them each did their own thing. The big sister poured back the sweet potato slices again, and then poured the rice. Chen Fei did the dishes. First of all, wash the 5-flour meat and cut into 3 cm square pieces, onion and ginger to change the knife and cut small. Put the cut meat into a pot of cold water, high heat water boiling, and then switch to a small fire to continue to cook. Taking advantage of this kung fu, Chen Fei walked to the west wall. The courtyard wall is not high, just to the chest of Chen Fei, underneath the pad of stone, lying on the wall towards the Lu Yir home, shouting, Lu Yir, Lu Yir. Lu Yir home 2 compartments, 1 do stove fire. A Lu Yir live directly opposite the Chen Fei home wall. Turn a wall what is very convenient. Lu Yir heard from the house out, blushing over to ask, called me to do what? Chen Fei he smile, you come over, come closer. Lu Yir around to see no one, only to walk to the root of the wall. Xiao Fei brother, you do it well. A peeled red shrimp pastry candy into the mouth, sudden flavor impact on the taste buds. Lu Yir's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Is it good? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Good. Prawn pastry candy is also called Beijing pastry candy, thin and crispy skin, sugar filling level clear, eat sweet and savory, not sticky teeth and not greasy mouth, no residue left after eating. It's so sweet that it goes to the heart of the willow leaf. Come to my house, I bought a lot of sugar, and later there will be braised pork, you come to taste my cooking good. My food is almost ready. Lu Yir squirmed. What do you make at home? Chen Fei asked. Lu Yir was a bit embarrassed. The sweet potato slices were boiled with noodles, and there was also shredded radish. Sweet potatoes have a large yield, so they are planted the most. In order to facilitate preservation, they are sliced with a planer and dried in the sun for backup. If you don't have any noodles to make buns, you can cook some sweet potato slices to satisfy your hunger. The radish is not as good as braised pork. Come on, I still have something to say to you. Chen Fei seduced her. Lu Yir was finally moved, whispered a sentence, then you wait, I'll go over later. Chen Fei said good, a glimpse of Lu Yir home planted coriander, and waved at her. Lu Yir, by the way, gathers a handful of coriander as a side dish. I'm not sure if you're going to do that. Back to the stove fire, feel almost, skim off the surface of the meat foam, fish out the meat. Pour off the water, reheat the pan and pour in the canola oil, add the sugar. Stir fry slowly until the sugar melts and changes color, and the bubbles in the oil disappear. The sugar color is ready. Immediately put the blanched pork in, quickly stir fry color, then pour in soy sauce, vinegar, green onion, and ginger and stir fry evenly. Add the right amount of water, did not exceed the 5-flour meat, high heat boil, turn into a small fire, cover and sit and wait for the meat to cook. It so happened that Lu Yir came to the door. Chen Fei pulled Lu Yir into the house, took out all the red shrimp crispy sugar and put it in a large porcelain bowl. Lu Yir, eat the candy. Lu Yir fiddled with the tips of her hair, embarrassed to reach out. Chen Fei heatedly smiled. It seems that his daughter-in-law likes me to feed. Pick up a candy, peel, come on, open your mouth. Lu Yir arched her eyebrows. Xiao Fei brother, you were so good at coaxing people. Chen Fei grinned, so do you like it? Lu Yir blushed like a ripe persimmon in October, lowered her head and whispered, I ignore you. Chapter 17 Potato braised meat, the neighbors are greedy cry. Well, daughter-in-law is quite shy. Chen Fei also did not force her, smiled and said, you wait here, I called the big sister to give you the measurements. Lu Yir froze, measure what size? Chen Fei pointed with his hand, today pulled the fabric, to you and sister one person to do a dress. Lu Yir only then realized the fabric placed next to her, surprised and happy, but embarrassed, squirming and said. You can make it for big sister and fourth sister, I don't want it, I have clothes. I don't want it, I have clothes. Your clothes are too small, you can't even hold them anymore. Chen Fei got up and walked towards the outside. You wait first, I will call big sister. Slightly overbearing tone, Lu Yi'er not only does not resent, but also some sweetness. Little Fei brother seems to be a different person now. However, this feeling is so good.
Chen Feng washed her hands and came in with Chen Fei to measure Lu Yi'er. Lu Yi'er's figure was very good, and Chen Fei was looking straight at her from the side, making her shy.
After measuring Lu Yi'er and then give Chen Feng measurements, at this time Chen Fei suddenly remembered something. Sister, who has a sewing machine at home.
Chen Feng is very handy, the family sewing are her, but Chen Fei think a needle and thread tease too slow, not as convenient as using a sewing machine. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, the secretary and the captain's house both have one.
It's not easy to borrow this one.
Chen Fei quickly calculated in his head, said first put, anyway, to buy a sewing machine for Lu Yi'er, simply tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Lu Yi'er raised her head in surprise. Xiao Fei brother, you're crazy, sewing machines cost a lot of money.
I don't want it.
Chen Fei threw his voice, manly man, a mouthful of spittle and ale, I said to buy must buy, you just wait to be a new daughter-in-law is good. One sentence, directly poking the softness of Lu Yi'er's heart, looking at Chen Fei's eyes with a little more tenderness.
Chen Feng is even more exaggerated. Wow, he said I envy Lu Yi'er.
Chen Fei wait for me and Lu Yi'er married, we'll give you open, find a good family to marry. Chen Feng gave him a glance, I do not marry, I want to stay at home to guard you.
Chen Fei teasingly said what are you guarding me for? We two together, you in the side of the eye off?
Chen Feng hit him, dying, dare to dislike me? I'm not afraid that big sister can't take care of you by herself.
Chen Feng's character is shrewd, but it's all due to her environment.
Although her big sister is capable, she is not strong enough. Chen Fei is still young, so the family is inevitably bullied, so Chen Feng learned to fight, learned to be ruthless, which is why no one dares to bully them. Sister, I know all, but I am now all grown up, you should also go to find your own happiness.
Then I won't look for it either. I don't feel at ease with you and sis at home.
The second and third sisters are all married, and the fourth sister has never said anything about her in-laws, but it's actually for Chen Fei's sake.
Chen Fei heart all understand.
However, there is no suitable one for the time being, so we can only talk about it later. Okay, as long as you are happy, you guys talk here for a while, I will go to the stove to see the fire.
I will go to the stove fire to check the fire.
I also urged, Lu Yi'er, eat candy. Chen Feng straight mouth, have a daughter-in-law forget sister, no conscience. However, she pushed the red shrimp candy in front of Lu Yi'er, you eat more, fragrant and sweet, delicious. Chen Fei went to the stove fire, added a handful of firewood, and looked at the fire, and then took the potatoes out and began to wash. Xiao Fei, what is this rare thing, like sweet potatoes but not like sweet potatoes? Chen Feng came over and asked with a curious face. This is potato, with braised meat can be fragrant. I have to say, Xiling village is too remote. Although potatoes have been around for a long time, they are not available locally. The most local ones are turnips, cabbages, sweet potatoes, bonobos, and so on, because of the large yield. Chen Fei remembered that in the previous years, he had a big pot meal and ate bonobos for a month straight.
The last bonobo stewed vermicelli, the next vermicelli stewed bonobo, all ate vomit.
Wash the potatoes, cut them into hobnail pieces and put them in, and continue to stew. I thought that I might be a little bit tired of eating braised pork, so I thought it would be best to have a vegetarian dish, so I asked Chen Feng to go pick 2 cucumbers for me to use later.
Chen Feng muttered, line eye you kid, actually learned to call your fourth sister.
Said went to pick 2 cucumbers, washed and brought over, Chen Fei with a knife flat, oblique knife cut pieces. Add chopped garlic sauce, chile, plus green onions, coriander garnish, dripping hot oil, a bowl of crisp and refreshing pat cucumber is done.
Rice is also cooked, white rice, emitting dense heat, tantalizing rice flavor makes people drool.
Pat cucumber, white rice all on the table, and finally the golden and tender braised pork. Just served on the table, Chen Feng began to drool. So good looking, just looking at it makes you greedy. Just about to put down chopsticks, Chen Fei has already taken a step ahead, clamped a piece, Lu Yi'er, you eat? Lu Yi'er's face instantly turned red, I'll do it myself.
Chen Fei insisted on sending the meat to Lu Yi'er's mouth. Lu Yi'er had to open her mouth and gently bite.
Soft in the mouth, fat but not greasy, Lu Yi'er swore that she had never eaten such delicious meat. This side of the aroma overflowing feast, the neighbors cannot sit still. Lu Zhensheng held the noodle soup, feeling tasteless. Lu Yi'er is also really, he ran to Chen Fei's house to eat and drink spicy food, but also do not know to honor his parents. Lu Shu gave the bowl a beat and glared at him in a bad mood, eat your rice, the lump soup can't even plug your mouth. Lu Zhensheng disgustedly picked the radish threads, father, our family has not eaten meat for a long time, tomorrow to go to GA a piece of it? Lu Shu stretched out his hand toward him, you give me money, I will go. Lu Zhensheng said resentfully, I do not have money are not you too old received it? Lu Yi'er mother said, we are not for you to save money to marry a daughter-in-law, you do not complain, quickly eat. There are a lot of people sitting on the street, in groups of 3 or 5, the second Aunt Jelan's family is also in front of their house. The food was also noodle soup, cold cucumbers, and nesting dumplings.
Smelling the aroma constantly wafting, could not help but put down the chopsticks and said, I'll go and see what this kid got so fragrant. Chen Xiang, Jia Lan's daughter, frowned and said, Mother, don't go, how embarrassing. Jia Lan rolled her eyes. I am not going to his house, just look at the door. Jia Lan stepped through the doorway to look at Chen Fei's house, but could not see clearly, only vaguely hear the laughter in the house, the smell of meat but seems to be more intense. Cannot help but gulp, resentfully walked back, muttering that this family is crazy, actually willing to eat meat, later but? Chen Xiang hesitated for a moment, raised his head and said, Our family can also eat meat in the future. Jia Lan immediately smiled and said quietly, Daughter, you have finally thought about it. When you and Xiangzi get married, our family won't have to worry about meat. Chen Xiang didn't say anything and gave her a blank stare. When Lu Yi was leaving, Chen Feng wrapped a bag of red shrimp candy in a cloth handkerchief and told her to go back and eat it. Lu Yi hurriedly excused herself, Sister, I'm all full. Chen Fei is next to the playful smile, This is a snack, cannot sleep at night when you want me to eat a candy. Lu Yi, which can withstand him to provoke this, immediately blushed heartbeat, said I will not think of you. Lowered his head and quickly ran away, two big pigtails in the back of a flutter, like a great love. However, at that time the small mountain village which has loved this word, just think Chen Fei doing good, will also coax people. The whole person is like being sweetened with red shrimp pastry candy. Sewing machine has been put on the agenda, Chen Fei more energetic. It was a pity that there was only one bicycle, and it couldn't carry anything else if it was loaded with mushrooms. General herbs are not as expensive as dendrobium, and it's not worth the trip if you carry less. Dozens of miles, it is not easy to run a trip. On the other hand, I think that I am purely worrying about nothing. Herbs are definitely not as in demand as food, so it's okay to be a few days late. Chen Fei calculated that the money earned tomorrow should be enough to buy a sewing machine, and then buy a bicycle in 2 days. He rode the bike, Lu Yi sat in the back, wrapped her arms around his waist, her face pressed against him. The picture was so beautiful that Chen Fei's mouth was crooked with laughter. Suddenly with a jolt, he realized that it was a dream. Outside, the sky was bright, and a new day had begun. Chapter 18 Snap Hat. Chen Fei and his buddies met at the foot of the mountain. The old rules first issued money, and then vastly toward the mountains. Almost to noon, Chen Fei several people have returned home with 2 bamboo baskets full of mushrooms. Big sister and fourth sister had already returned and started cooking, so Chen Fei asked, Big sister, what are we going to eat for lunch? Chen Feng answered from the stove, noodles and batter. I'll do it. The noodles are also the longest running local food, mainly because you can add water to it. Noodles are not enough to make up for the water. Put down a handful of noodles, sprinkle a small handful of soybeans, add salt, and hook on the sauce when it's almost done. This kind of rice can't be said to be good, but it's okay, mainly because it's thick and gooey enough to satisfy hunger. In order to make the pasty noodles more delicious, Chen Fei deliberately went to glean a green onion, cut into scallions. The coriander that Lu Yi pinched yesterday still has leftovers, and when it is almost out of the pot, sprinkle it in, and the flavor comes out at once. You know so much. Chen Sifeng gulped down a big mouthful while praising. This stinky younger brother, ordinary meals are much tastier when he changes them a little, yesterday's cucumber patting too, and today's muddled noodles too. Whoever's girl follows him is blessed. Chen Fei laughed out loud. General, third in the world. Beautiful you. Jokes in the meal, but also as usual, the work of the work, the city of the city. Arrived at the restaurant, just carried the mushrooms in, was seen by Li Shui, immediately put the meal down, turned around, and went inside. Chen Fei squinted at her and didn't care too much. Yuan Ping had just finished weighing him and was about to check out when Li Shui and Wu Yid walked out together. Slow down. Wu Yid stopped Yuan Ping and asked how to collect so many mushrooms. Our hotel can eat it? Yuan Ping said with a smile, I can afford it, Deputy Director Wu. Our hotel has a large flow of customers, almost just 100 or so pounds a day. That's not good enough. Wu Yid's sullen face, state-run hotels are from the supply and marketing agency into the goods. How can you buy from the individual? This, once or twice can be, what is the long-term past? Yuan Ping face changed, whispered this is the deputy director of the Su agreed. What I want is this effect. Wu Yid's face sank, and a hat was snapped. What is wrong with Deputy Director Su? Personal trading is supposed to be speculation. She does not oppose just, but also buy things from him. This is not a mistake. Deputy Director Wu, you less give me a hat. Suing appeared in time, cold face, said, buy some mushrooms just, how is it a mistake? Wu Yid skinned his face and said, isn't it? Don't you dare to say that his purchase was legal? Suing frowned slightly, this is not easy to say. It can also be said to be legal or not, depending on whether it is more serious or not. Deputy Director Wu, don't get so worked up about it, it's not those years anymore. At this point, Chen Fei had to come forward. With a smile on his face, he spoke eloquently. Now self-employment, although not fully spread, but in the south has begun to implement, I believe that soon will be promoted in the country, so this is not considered speculation. Furthermore, Director Su promised to take my mushrooms because my mushrooms are of good quality. Is there a problem with that?
If Chen Fei remembered correctly, the reform and opening up document was officially issued on January 1, 1982, which meant that he still had a few months to go. In other words, there were still a few months to go, and he had done nothing more than advance.
This statement shocked everyone. Wu Yud's jaw couldn't close. He was a rural person, how did he know so much?
Li Shui was even more jaw-dropped in disbelief.
Wasn't Chen Fei only able to play? How did he suddenly change so much? Could it be that he was stimulated by me? Is the power of love so great? Su Ying and Yuan Ping were also stupefied. This little brother can do it. He knows more than anyone in the city. Wu Yud froze for a while before he said forcefully, "That doesn't work either. It doesn't say that it can be bought and sold. You are breaking the law." Continue to buckle. Chen Fei cannot eat this set, immediately retorted back. The law does not prohibit can do, although it does not say that you can buy and sell, but there is no explicit prohibition, is not it? Wu Yud was so angry that he pointed his finger at Chen Fei and trembled. You are strong words. What I said is the truth. No matter what the mushrooms have been weighed, please settle the bill, thank you. After all was said and done, Chen Fei was already contemplating whether or not to change the place. It was nothing more than a slight effort. However, when he stared at Wu Yud for a few more moments, he suddenly smiled. This deputy director Wu, with that vote counting Wu Yukai seems also has a blackened seal, showing that there is a big trouble on the horizon. It is now basically certain that this guy can't bounce around for a few days. Wu Yud was laughed at by him and said resentfully, "Don't come back tomorrow." Turned around and went upstairs. Li Shui was dumbfounded, chased after Wu Yud and shouted, "Wu Yud, deputy director, just let it go." Wu Yud grunted and ignored her. "Director Su?" Yuan Ping looked at Su Ying and asked her what to do. Su Ying faintly said, "Check out, how can you not want such a good mushroom?" A total of $56.05. Yuan Ping had already counted, directly handed the money to Chen Fei. Chen Fei held the money in a daze. To be honest, he did not expect Li Shui to be like this. Why step on him when you can just break up? Thanks to his own previous life, he had offered her up like a god and was in pain after the breakup. He even preferred to go to jail rather than marry Lu Yi'er, and his heart was all about her. It's really stupid. Seeing him out of his mind, Yuan Ping asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? The money is not right?" Chen Fei shook his head. "Nothing, right Su Ying's sister, can you help me take the bamboo basket?" Su Ying froze for a moment and said, "Yes." Two people a person a bamboo basket, walked outside. Su Ying looked around no one, asked in a low voice, "What do you have to say to me?" Chen Fei asked, "Sister, you believe me?" "How to say? At most 3 days, Wu deputy director must be in great trouble, then you will logically correct. These were feudal superstitions at the time, so you cannot say more, only to the point." Su Ying was shocked. "You're serious?" "1,000 times true." "Well, I know." Su Ying is not very convinced, stared at Chen Fei for a while, changed the topic and said, "You and Li Shui know each other?" Chen Fei laughed bitterly. "I used to be good with her, just a few days ago to break up." "Why did you break up?" Su Ying asked. "She wants to go back to the city." Chen Fei sighs, "I am a rural boy, which is worthy of others. I'm not a good match for her." Su Ying raised her eyebrows, indignation, "Then she is too much, just split, step on a foot, what do you mean?" "Maybe it's because she sees me earning money and is uncomfortable." In his previous life, Chen Fei has seen too many of the deceitfulness, and has long been accustomed to these. "What about tomorrow?" "I'll take a break tomorrow." Although Chen Fei could see that something would happen to Wu Yud, he didn't want to cause trouble for Su Ying, so he might as well avoid it for a while. "Big deal, just look elsewhere tomorrow. Machinery factories, distilleries, cigarette factories, textile factories, why not? It would be good to broaden the business in the meantime. Only one client, the state-run hotel, is still a bit small fry." Once again, Chen Fei naturally not satisfied with solving the problem of food and clothing. He wants to do something big. "That's fine, we'll top it off with other dishes tomorrow and talk about it in a few days." Su Ying didn't say the words to death. After all, this kind of thing can't be said. If Wu Yud catches Chen Fei speculating and doesn't let go, it will be very troublesome. Chen Fei suddenly remembered something, so he asked Su Ying, "Sister, do you know how much a sewing machine?" "About 156, but you need a coupon, you want to buy it?" "You want to buy it?" Chen Fei scratched his head, a naive smile. "Truth be told, after breaking up with Li Shui, found true love, is a crush on my neighbor girl. I promised her to get married within a month." Su Ying eyebrows raised. "Yo, lie now you kid, there are people secretly in love with you." Chen Fei sighs. "Previously do not understand, think Li Shui is the best, now only see clearly, she is nothing. Do not say, I went to the supply house, to buy some good food for Lu Yi'er." Su Ying scared twice. "It seems that you have found true love, go quickly." As we were talking, a man wearing a big cap and a white uniform walked over. Before the man even came to the front, he was staring at Chen Fei, his eyes were not good. Su Ying, who is he? Chapter 19 Hints Seeking Collections. Chen Fei's heart tightened. This was a police uncle, it couldn't be to arrest him, right? After all, the reform and opening up hadn't been officially announced yet, and the attitudes of various places were unclear. If he really wanted to make a move to arrest him, there was really no way.
At this time Suing responded, he is Chen Fei, this is my lover Zhang Jigua. Chen Fei froze, hurriedly extended his hand, and called out with a big smile.
Good day, brother-in-law. Zhang Jigua was confused. Suing, when did you have more than one brother?
Suing also did not expect Chen Fei climbed the pole so quickly, froze for a moment and said with a smile, he sold mushrooms, mouth can be sweet, I recognized him as a brother.
Zhang Jigua has nothing to say.
That's fine, I went to do the case happened to pass through this, say a word to you, dinner you eat it yourself, I may go back very late. Suing seems to have gotten used to it, okay, you go and get busy, anyway, I get off work late, go back to cook and wait for you. While the two were talking, Chen Fei quietly observed from the side and found that Zhang Jigua had blood in his eyes, indicating that his career was not going well and that bad luck was overriding positive luck. However, looking closely, I found that his black eyes are larger than average, and the whites of his eyes are less, which means that he has a nobleman to help him, so I can't help but be inspired.
This person is not me, right? So I asked, brother-in-law, I see that you have red blood in your eyes, is it not a recent trouble? Recently often stay up late to work on cases, is not it normal to have blood in the eyes?
Zhang Jigua did not feel good about Chen Fei, and his words were a bit impulsive. Suing smiled and explained your brother-in-law's situation is similar to mine, their captain will soon retire, and there is a deputy captain to compete with him, so the pressure is relatively high recently. Chen Fei a sound, asked is it that brother-in-law solved a big case, and after taking credit, he can be transferred to the right place? Zhang Jigua nose grunted, which has so many big cases, are some petty theft, annoying. He wants to get credit, others also want to get credit, so the two people have been competing. Chen Fei quickly pinched a few times with one hand behind his back. I think brother-in-law can go to the door of the supply and marketing center to see. Zhang Jigua is a little unimpressed supply and marketing center I often go, caught several thieves, and ticket sellers, not much use, 3 or 2 days to release.
Chen Fei ate a shock, fortunately, he did not neat, otherwise it would be embarrassing.
But he did think of one person, and hinted at it. Brother-in-law you key in a wooden word, as long as the deep digging, there must be a harvest.
Zhang Jigua heard some unhappy, young, don't hold those godly chatter.
Zhang Jigua 5 elements of fire, what gives birth to fire, this is his luck, but cannot be explicitly said.
Chen Fei glanced at Suing, try to say some euphemisms, I'm just saying, 10,000 lines? Maybe it is a good move.
Suing touched Zhang Jigua, or you try, anyway, there is no harm.
Okay, let's give it a try. Love has said, Zhang Jigua can only nod. That's it, sis, is there any ready-made cooked food, easy to bring the kind?
Chen Fei originally wanted to go to the supply house, but then changed his mind, the hotel to buy some delicious to Lu Yi or piggyback, the same cooks are happy.
There are wow, you want to buy?
Yes, to the daughter-in-law to bring back. You really no love daughter-in-law, unlike my family this would, just no work. The two said while walking towards the hotel. Zhang Jigua stood still and scratched his head, what's wrong with me?
Deputy Director's office. Li Shui said with dissatisfaction, Deputy Director Wu, just let it go? Wu Yude's face is ugly, or what? Or you go to report? Li Shui hesitant Public Security Bureau I do not dare to go.
General people, nothing like dealing with the Public Security Bureau, born a little afraid.
You go down first, I think again. Wu Yud frowned.
This kind of thing he is not willing to personally head out, he knows Su Ying's husband in the Public Security Bureau, no real handle directly just, certainly cannot fall good. Li Shui came out of the office and happened to see Chen Fei ordering food. Come to the plate of soy sauce beef, I take away. Beef and sauce 80 cents, half a caddy neat ticket, no ticket plus 10 cents. Suing answered, turned his head and saw Li Shui, the corners of his mouth rose, called Li Shui, give the guests wrapped in craft paper.
Li Shui pointed to her nose, I give him? Let her give it to Chen Fei. She cannot pull this face. In the past, it was Chen Fei who was pleasing her, now on what grounds? Suing raised her eyebrows slightly, now Chen Fei is a guest, is there a problem? The corner of Li Shui's mouth tugged, fine, I'll go now. Suing was the deputy director, how could she dare not listen? Chen Fei smiled and didn't say anything, he knew that Suing was taking the heat for him, but there was no need. He now had his mind on Lu Yi, completely treating Li Shui as heir. Not long after, Li Shui took the packaged soy sauce beef and pestled it into Chen Fei's hands, giving. True to its name, it was cold as ice, but Chen Fei didn't care at all. You are no longer willing, but still have to bring it to me. Taking the beef sauce out of the door, put it into the bamboo basket and cover it, Chen Fei rode his bicycle leisurely and left the county town. Plus Zhang Jigua, to the supply house, observed from afar for a while, did not find a thief, but found a ticket pouring. Hesitation or walk over. Wu Yuze is sneaky selling tickets, the rest of the eyes glimpsed a white uniform came over, immediately pretended to be an ordinary person wanted to sneak away, was caught by Zhang Jigua. Speculation, come with me. Wu Yoje bitterly a Japanese melon face, public security comrades, is just to make a living, it is not necessary, right? I've been arrested a few days ago. Zhang Jigua asked what's your name? Mr. Zhang Jigua asked what your name was. Wu Yukai answered honestly.
Anyway, it's not a big deal, go in a few times, criticize and educate and then let go, nothing to be afraid of. Now is not a few years ago.
Wu Yukai? Zhang Jigua suddenly thought of Chen Fei's words, could it be on Wu Yukai? So his face sank, repeated offenses, this time you can't be lightly spared.
With a forceful twist, he twisted Wu Yukai's arm behind his back.
Wu Yusai instantly dumbfounded, not, Comrade Public Security, I just pour a little ticket, not to be right?
Zhang Jigua face, go in and talk about it.
Pushing Wu Yuzhe forward, quickly disappeared out of sight.
After going in, he called his assistants, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, and began to interrogate.
You're here every day. Where did you get the tickets?
I bought them from other people, I just earn a little bit of difference, Comrade Public Security, really not so much. Wu Yuzhe face aggrieved, Wang and Li are also careless, the matter is too small, cannot raise the energy.
Who did you buy it from?
Duty calls, Xiao Wang still asked according to the procedure.
It is all fragmented, cannot remember
Wu Yukai began to pretend to be confused.
Vice team, you see? Xiao Wang looked to Zhang Jigua, the meaning is obvious, there is nothing to ask.
Confiscate the illegal gains and write an inspection. Zhang Jigua said, but his mind ghostly recalled Chen Fei's words, so he changed his words and said, where is your home?
We are going to search. Wu Yozhai froze for a moment, Comrade Public Security, is it necessary?
Zhang Jigua sank his face, you are not the first time, I suspect that you have something to hide, so I have to search, is there a problem?
Chapter 20 To solve the case from a tree.
Wu Yuzhe blinked his small eyes and smiled dryly, no problem, I have a clear conscience, just search.
Vice team, really want to search
Xiao Wang and Xiao Li both feel it's redundant.
But the words have been said, Zhang Jigua can only go one way.
The three of them came to Wu Yozhai's house and saw that his family was average, but it was a single house.
After a search, nothing was found. Lieutenant, no. Lieutenant, nothing. The two assistants reported separately to Zhang Jigua.
Wu Yuzhai smug, I told you, there is no need to toss, I just a small ticket seller, as far as? Zhang Jigua sank his face, a little riding the tiger.
Just shouldn't he trust Chen Fei? Xiao Wang tried to ask the vice squad, to not count, let us look elsewhere. Xiao Li also followed and said yes, is to catch a thief is okay, the size is a merit. That's fine, remember to write a check.
Zhang Jigua said with a cold face and turned his head toward the outside. I must write a profound check.
Wu Yuzhe said smilingly, 3 slow walk, do not send. Zhang Jigua's footsteps lurched, and he had the impulse to go back and bang 2 punches. This is mocking him Unintentionally a twist of the head, an old acacia tree into the eyes, suddenly a heartbeat. Chen Fei said that the key is a wooden word.
He ghostly strides over, Wu Yuzhe's eyelids jumped a little but was well hidden by him, smiling, said, this tree for many years, spring on the time can eat some acacia flowers, so do not want to dig. Zhang Jigua observed the acacia tree as if nothing had happened, along with his words, I also like to eat acacia flowers, mixed with the above steamed, with garlic sauce, delicious, but unfortunately the county rarely see this tree, but the countryside more. This said, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li believe. At that time, the county and the countryside, as well as the experience of eating wild vegetables. Spring acacia flowers, tongue flowers, elm money, and even freshly grown poplar leaves were eaten.
It's impossible not to eat it.
Hungry. After looking around and not being able to see the name, Zhang Jigua was a bit resentful and was about to call it a day and leave, when he suddenly glimpsed a piece of bark that seemed to be different from the rest.
Reach out and touch, actually is mud. With a gentle knock, it seemed to be empty inside.
Wu Yuzhe immediately changed his face, forced a smile and said that this tree is long, the inside of the long insects, so the mud paste, otherwise it will grow bad.
Zhang Jigua did not say anything, directly cracked the mud block, revealing a small hole.
The hole in the tree was not big, barely able to stretch an arm in, but it was hollow inside and the place was quite big. Zhang Jigua poked his arm in and felt around, not touching anything. Wu Yozhai quietly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed dryly, saying I told you, there is nothing, it is just a pest control.
You shut up.
Old Public Security, criminals a look, a word can guess his psychological range. At this time, Zhang Jigua has been very convinced that the tree is fishy. So he endeavored to move his arm deeper inside, and after touching the bottom, he touched the top. Sure enough, he touched an unusual object on the top.
It was a tarpaulin bag, wrapped tightly.
When Zhang Jigua took out the thing in the tree hole, the sweat on Wu Yukai's head swished down. Zhang Jigua played with the tarpaulin bag, full of teasing and sneering, tell me, what is it?
Wu Yuzhe stammered this I do not know
Still dare to argue. Zhang Jigua snorted coldly, Xiao Wang, open the package. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were immediately energized and flew to open the package, and then they were stunned.
So many tickets. Grain tickets. Meat tickets. Vegetable tickets. Industrial vouchers. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of pounds. Lieutenant, you're practically a divine detective.
The two of them are going to look at Zhang Jigua with worshipful eyes.
Zhang Jigua was embarrassed.
If he hadn't remembered Chen Fei's words and ghosted the search, he would have missed it.
Pouring out a few small checks to support his family was indeed no big deal. But for an ordinary person to have so many tickets, it just doesn't make sense. This is a big case. Wang Li, check it out immediately. Yes.
Xiao Wang and Xiao Li started checking, while Zhang Jigua patted Wu Youcai's shoulder with a smile on his face. Wu Youcai, are you going to explain yourself, or are you going to let us take our time? With so many votes, I believe there are enough to shoot you several times. Wu Youcai's legs have gone soft and he's shivering. I'm a coward, don't scare me. You think I'm bluffing? Do you know what tens of thousands of pounds of tickets mean? In those days, when supplies were scarce, tickets were meant to be limited. For example, for food stamps, citizens were given about 30 pounds a month, and that included coarse grains. A few tens of thousands of pounds of grain tickets would be enough for 2,000 or 3,000 people to eat for a month. Zhang Jigua steeply burst out. Honestly explain, where did these tickets come from? Wu Youcai crying face, I really do not know I'm innocent, you cannot accuse me Still not honest. Zhang Jigua suddenly remembered the words of Chen Fei. Maybe 2 birds with 1 stone. They were the only 2 present at the time, Murphy. The thought was in his mind and immediately lingered. Zhang Jigua immediately thought of the fact that Su Ying, like himself, was facing the transfer of a deputy position and that her competitor seemed to be Wu Yud. Wu Yud. Wu Yud. Zhang Jigua immediately came to his senses and sneered, say, what is your relationship with Wu Yud? Wu Youcai panicked and said no, do not know. Zhang Jigua face sank, you cannot say, but I can guarantee that just these votes, enough to make you shot several times. But well, it would be different if you were an accessory. Wu Youcai's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously asked, can you give me a lighter sentence? It's done. Zhang Jigua is as steady as a mountain, it depends on whether you have meritorious performance. I confessed. I expose Wu Yud. Wu Youcai's psychological defense was broken down. While shedding tears, he gave a full account of his crimes. It turns out that he and Wu Yud are cousins. Wu Yud embezzled a large number of various bills in state-run hotels and then handed them over to him, turning them into bits and selling a little each day. The profits earned were divided equally between the two. After finishing, Wu Youcai looked at Zhang Jigua with bawling eyes. Public security comrades, I have all explained, you must give me a sentence reduction Zhang Jigua said I can give you to count merit, but when the trial of Wu Yud, you have to be a witness. Cousins are nothing. They're dying, who cares about that? Wu Youcai quickly assured, you don't worry, I guarantee to testify him to death. At this time, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li counted all the bills, of which 50,000 pounds of grain tickets, 5,000 pounds of meat tickets, 10,000 pounds of vegetable tickets, as well as industrial vouchers, salt tickets, and all sorts of miscellaneous tickets, adding up to nearly 100,000 pounds. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were stunned. At that time, the general wage was $20 to $30, and there was a limited supply of food stamps and vegetable stamps every month. 100,000 pounds was definitely a huge number. Catching a big ma, Zhang Jigua was in a good mood and at the same time, he couldn't help but be impressed with Chen Fei. This person was by no means idle. If it wasn't for his secret guidance, it would have been impossible for himself to crack this big case. He had made a merit and was expected to be promoted while clearing the way for Su Ying, 2 birds with 1 stone. I must thank him some other day. The 3 of them escorted Wu Youcai back to the Public Security Bureau and urgently requested instructions from their superiors to authorize Wu Yud's arrest. The leaders attached great importance to the case and immediately held an emergency meeting to set up the arrest when they were all off duty. Miao Yinghua, who was also a vice captain, hurriedly stood up when he heard the news. Director, I apply to lead the team to arrest Wu Yud. How can you give away the credit? Zhang Jigua followed to stand up. Miao team, this matter do not bother you, I can do it myself. Miao Yinghua laughed dryly. Zhang team is afraid that I robbed your credit? Chapter 21 Robbed the credit? It would have been. The heart thinks so, the mouth cannot say so, Zhang Jigua snorted. One thing does not bother 2 masters. Wu Youcai is my arrest, I am more familiar with. Handle the case is also smooth. The director, you say is not this rationale? Director Baikalin Jingxi nodded his head and said it is indeed so. Yinghua, if you really want to participate, follow Jigua, 1 more person more of force. It would be better not to go. If you go, you will become a deputy. Now Yinghua heart twisted very much. Originally, it was just to fight for a little bit, in case the leader nodded, how to score half of the credit. Now Zhang Jigua will not let go, and Shenker will not help him, so he can only give up. I suddenly remembered that my lover asked me to bring a bottle of soy sauce back in the morning, so what, you guys are busy, I'll go first. After that, I left in a hurry. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and there was a thought in my heart. I'm afraid that the situation of equal division will be broken in the future. When Zhang Jigua showed up at Wu Yud's house with his men, Wu Yud was shocked, but still pretended to be calm. Zhang Jigua, what brings you here? Zhang Jigua took out the arrest warrant. Wu Yud, you are suspected of embezzlement and corruption. I am summoning you for examination in accordance with the law. Wu Yud's bonny face sank. Zhang Jigua, I know you want to pave the way for your lover, but it can't be like this. I am the deputy director of the state-run hotel. It is not something you can falsely accuse.
Zhang Jigua holds the evidence in his hand and his heart is not panicked. Wu Yud, my lover, and you are competition, but I Zhang Jigua also do not care about the use of underhanded means. What you have done in your heart do not count. Wu Yud instantly some panic, but still sophistry wrote I line is sitting on the end. You do not want to bluff me. I Wu Yud is not intimidated. Zhang Jigua took out handcuffs. Still want to deny. Go inside and talk about it. Wu Yud said while struggling. Zhang Jigua, you are a personal vendetta. I want to charge you to the organization. Click, silver bracelet arrangement on. Zhang Jigua sneered and said you can come out to say it. Your cousin can be inside waiting for you. Wu Yud instantly like a frosted eggplant is wilted, face like dirt said you all know what? What do you think? Then Wu Yud was taken back to the night raid interrogation. Wu Yud knew that his culpability could not be escaped, so he asked Zhang Jigua for a cigarette, and smoked a few puffs one after another to hide his fear. Can I ask how you found out? Wu Yud scratched his head and could not understand. He did it very secretly. In the end, which link went wrong? You think you do seamless, but do not know that the law net is wide open. You think you can escape? Speaking of this, Zhang Jigua cannot help but lament, however, you can fall into the net, but also really thanks to a person. Wu Yud eyelids jumped, blurted out who? Zhang Jigua of course will not say that it is Chen Fei, and casually prevaricated, of course, it is that good cousin of yours. When it comes to Wu Yozhai, Wu Yud hates him to death. The guy who is not enough to accomplish anything, but is more than enough to fail, this can be caught. Now that the evidence is all there, you can't even deny it. In the strong offensive, Wu Yud's psychological defense completely collapsed, cried bitterly to explain the crime. At this time, caused him to fall into the net of the party. Chen Fei has returned to the village of Xiling, almost to the door when, face to face ran into Shui Chang. The two stopped at the same time. Chen Fei, what are you carrying in the basket? Shui Chang looked at the large bamboo basket behind Chen Fei's car, his eyes playful. It's none of your business. Chen Fei didn't bother to talk to him and pushed the car towards the door of his house. Kid, don't be arrogant, my father is the captain. Shui Chang shouted from behind and said dare to steal my daughter-in-law, sooner or later to clean you up. Chen Fei snorted. Come on, you come over, see who packs who? Shui Chang thought of the situation the day before yesterday was beaten up, but did not dare to go over, grunted, let's wait and see. He turned his head and went into the second aunt's house. What is he doing at the second aunt's house again? Chen Fei looked at his back and thought. Chen Fei. Niao Zhuangzhuan came over from a short distance away. He has to ride his bike back every day. Aunt Guiying was afraid of breaking it. Chen Fei returned the bike to him and ran directly to the root of the west wall, grasping the wall and shouting at the top of his voice Lu Year, Lu Year. Lu Year just came out of the house, and Lu Zhencheng also came out and said with a stern face, what are you doing? Every day in this howl. Chen Fei grinned, I called my daughter-in-law, not your business. Lu Root angry rubbing teeth, Lu Year is my sister. I know, brother-in-law. The three words big uncle were bitten especially hard. Lu Zhencheng felt that Chen Fei was being sarcastic, but he had no evidence. Lu Year, come over here, I've bought beef with sauce, come over and eat with me. Gulp. Lu Zhencheng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chen Fei, this kid is too bad, every day there is delicious food and he doesn't even call him. Not allowed to go. Lu Zhencheng said towards Lu Year. Lu Year ignored him and walked quickly towards the door, her twisted braid fluttering, exasperating Lu Zhencheng like a production teen bull, staring at the bull's eyes and panting. Lu Year soon stood playfully in front of Chen Fei, both hands fiddling with the tips of her hair. Chen Fei brother? Chen Fei lit up the oil paper bag, the state-run hotel to buy the soy sauce beef, we eat together. Lu Year eyes curved into a crescent moon, followed Chen Fei to go inside. When I passed by the stove fire, I saw my sister cooking, so I asked, sister, what are you going to eat tonight? Noodle soup, steamed buns, and fried shredded radish. Chen Feng looked up and answered. Okay. Chen Fei handed the beef sauce to Lu Year, you go into the house to rest for a while, I will help big sister cooking. Lu Year busy said, I help big sister do it, cannot always eat for nothing. Chen Fei pushed her in, let you taste my handiwork. Happened to see Chen Sifeng come out of the latrine, so he called out, fourth sister, while you hand to the chicken coop to pick up 2 eggs. Chen Sifeng gave him a blank look. What do you mean by taking advantage of my hand? What do you mean by taking advantage of my hand? Didn't you just finish pooping? Your hands must stink, and so does the chicken coop. Before he finished speaking, Chen Sifeng pounced on him and grabbed his ear, gritting his teeth and said, you're the one who stinks. I was small. I'm the little one, you know? Chen Fei grinned. I'm sorry, fourth sister, can you go pick up an egg? Chen Sifeng let go of her hand. That's more like it. Then she went to the chicken coop and picked up an egg for Chen Fei, and went inside to talk to Lu Year. Fried shredded radish was too monotonous, so Chen Fei decided to change it a little. First of all, the 2 fools fried, cut into small squares and set aside, then add ginger and garlic to stir fry, add shredded radish, a little soy sauce and salt and stir fry evenly. Blend in boiling water, put the egg cubes in and cook for a little while, sprinkle with green onions and coriander, and a pot of fragrant radish soup is ready.
The noodles, pancakes, turnip soup, soy sauce beef, vegetables, buns, meat, all kinds of aroma mix, Chen Sifeng drooled.
You guys say, should we go to the door to eat? Chen Sifeng suddenly said. Chen Feng was silent.
Their family had been impoverished since their parents left, the food and clothes were the worst in the village, they were too embarrassed to go out and tie up, they hadn't eaten outside for years. Chen Fei smiled, fourth sister, there is no need, our family will only get better in the future. He understood what fourth sister meant.
She wanted to show off. Our family is living a good life. Not only do we have buns, we also have meat. But there's no need. It's only going to get better and better, and he eats meat every day, so if he goes out to eat, he'll be hated for a long time. There's no need to show off. Alright then, I'll be polite.
Chen Sifeng waved her hands and was about to lay down her chopsticks. Chen Fei had already jumped ahead of her and picked up 2 pieces of beef and sauce, and,
Lu Yi'er, you eat. Chen Sifeng. Don't be like this every time. You've got a daughter-in-law and you've forgotten your sister, you're not even married yet.
The meal was hearty, Chen Sifeng's mouth was full of oil, Lu Yi'er's eyebrows were arched, and she was full of happiness.
The beef and sauce is so delicious, and the egg and radish soup is also very fragrant.
Also all made from radish, your own family's is simply incomparable.
Brother Chen Fei is so good at this.
Today, Jialan's family didn't eat out either, and Shui Chang drilled into Chen Xiang's house as soon as he arrived and wrapped his arms around Chen Xiang from behind. Chen Xiang's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist in the end. Her mother wanted to eat meat, and she didn't want to eat chaff. Shui Chang's father was a captain, and his family was the best in the village. If she married him, she would at least have no worries about food and clothing.
Hearing the commotion inside, Jialan was overjoyed. This day is getting more and more promising.
Well, I'll make pancakes for my son-in-law to be tonight and add an egg to make up for it. After cooking the pancakes, Shui Chang and Chen Xiang came out of the house one after the other. The family was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, eating, when a faint aroma suddenly drifted from next door, and the good pancakes suddenly stopped smelling good.
That family is eating meat again. Jialan said resentfully, this is not deliberately gluttonous?
Eating meat every day, I have never seen such a loser.
Eating meat every day? Where does his family get the money? Shui Chang was a bit angry.
He was interested in Lu Yi'er, but ended up with Chen Xiang.
Chen Xiang is far worse than Lu Yi'er.
Her waist is not as thin as Lu Yi'er's, and her face is not as pretty as Lu Yi'er's.
But he can't help it.
But he couldn't help it, Lu Yi'er didn't give him a good face and had a fact with Chen Fei.
Just very disturbing. I don't know, that kid is very tight-lipped. Jialan is a little annoyed, this little thing does not put me as the second ant in the eyes at all.
Father Chen Xiang squatted beside him, opened his mouth, and ultimately did not dare to say anything. In this family, he barely had the right to speak.
Speaking is also in vain.
Shui Chang said I did meet Chen Fei twice, both riding a bicycle with a large bamboo basket. I wonder what is inside.
Jialan's eyes lit up, why don't I go and ask around? When we eat together, we talk about everything. If you want to ask around, there's nothing you can't find out.
I think I can ask Chen Erden and Miao Zhuangshuang, those guys, they are Chen Fei's followers, they must know.
Chen Xiang suggested. I'll go and ask, and I'll keep an eye on Chen Fei to see what he's up to.
Mentioning Chen Fei, Shui Chang was full of malice.
Chapter 22 Egg Hot Compress.
After dinner, Lu Yi'er sat for a while and went home.
Chen Fei sent her to the door. Lu Yi'er took a look around and suddenly asked, Chen Fei brother, if I used you, would you be angry?
This was her heart problem. Although no one knows it, it fools others, but not herself. In the past, she had simply not wanted to marry Shui Chang, but now she suddenly felt as if she really liked Chen Fei. Liked the dishes he cooked. Like him to coldly say a word that makes her blush. She was a bit afflicted.
You mean Shui Chang?
Chen Fei's words broke through to the sky. Lu Yi'er's heart suddenly thumped, inexplicably a little panicked.
Will you blame me? Why should I blame you?
Chen Fei took Lu Yi'er's waist and gently brought it. Lu Yi'er fell into his arms at once. Ouch, her eyebrows wrinkled together.
What? No, nothing, this slightly hurts. Brother Chen Fei, are you sure you don't blame me?
Lu Yi'er tilted her face up to look at him. The moonlight shone on Chen Fei's face, you could see that his eyes seemed to have light. Speaking of which, I also want to thank him. If not for him proposing marriage, I would not have gotten such a good daughter-in-law.
Ah? You know all about it?
Lu Yi'er was ashamed of herself.
Was he not drunk that day? Shame on you. I've known for a long time.
By the way, where do you hurt?
Let me take a look. Hearing Chen Fei say that, Lu Yi'er was instantly a bit flustered. No need, I'm going home. Panicked and ran home. Chen Fei followed behind, and kept following Lu Yi'er inside, still asking where exactly do you hurt? You say it, do not say I do not worry. Lu Yi'er, ashamed of nowhere, with a mosquito-like voice, said, that night you get it. Chen Fei's brain buzzed. Bad. Out of some kind of psychology, at that time, Chen Fei had acted recklessly and tortured Lu Yi'er enough. Returning from rebirth also saw a bruise on her body, and as a result, in the past few days, he had only focused on making money, forgetting such an important matter. Lu Yi'er, give me a look, okay? Chen Fei asked in a trembling voice. My father and my brother are at home.
Lu Yi'er blushed like a red-dyed cloth, her head almost buried to her chest.
I know some medical skills, besides, you are my daughter-in-law, see also nothing right?
After all, Lu Yi'er couldn't stop it, and was lifted off her clothes by Chen Fei.
The first look feels really big, the neighbor has a daughter who is growing up.
Immediately afterward, he was shocked by the shocking bruises. At that time, the mood was very chaotic, hurriedly glanced it, did not look closely, at this time realized that the hole is swollen, do not know how Lu Yi'er these days.
Doesn't she even know it hurts? Snap.
Chen Fei raised his hand and slapped himself. Lu Yi'er, I'm not a human being, I even made you like this.
Lu Yi'er hurriedly pulled him back.
Brother Chen Fei, I know it all, I know you are suffering in your heart, I don't blame you.
The feud between the two families is like a moat that separates her from Chen Fei. Chen Fei's heart is bitter, how can she not be? But I blame myself.
Chen Fei really wanted to slap himself a few more times.
To hurt you like this and still not care about it, I am really not a man.
Lu Yi'er was moved to tears. I really don't blame you, and it doesn't even hurt if I don't touch it.
What a silly girl. Chen Fei put the clothes down, his face full of pain. You should have told me earlier, right? Is there an egg at home? There seems to be another one, just laid today. What do you need eggs for? Didn't you eat enough just now?
No, boil the egg and put it on a hot compress, it can reduce the swelling and stop the pain.
Really? Yes. Then I'll boil one later to try.
Lu Yi'er whispered.
I'll do it. I know how to do it. Ha?
Lu Yi'er blushed like she was being roasted by fire.
Wouldn't that be?
After all, he could not carry Chen Fei softly, got up and put on his clothes, sneaked off to cook the eggs, and then lay on the bed. Chen Fei peeled the shells off the eggs and peeled Lu Yi'er as well as the cooked eggs, and began to give her a hot compress. Feeling the warm egg rolling around on her chest, Lu Yi'er's cheeks were so hot that they were almost catching up to the cooked egg. Thinking to herself, brother Chen Fei knows so much.
Changing ways to play.
But the effect is really good. After some hot compresses, Lu Yi'er obviously felt much better, then pressed Chen Fei's hand, whispered, Chen Fei brother, I'm better.
That's fine, tomorrow again compress. Chen Fei threw the egg out of his hand. Lu Yi'er couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Fei brother, how did you throw the egg?
Because of the surprise, a time to forget that they are still open heart, Chen Fei cannot help but look at more than one glance. The moonlight flashes with a divine light, pretending to calm down after the hot compresses. The bacteria in the body will be transferred to the egg inside, cannot be eaten. Lu Yi'er seemed to understand what Chen Fei said, but felt that he was very powerful. Chen Fei's eyes, however, made her shy, and hurriedly used her clothes to cover it up.
Brother Chen Fei, don't look. You are my daughter-in-law, it is not normal to look.
Chen Fei darted a glance, before withdrawing his gaze. Listening to his words, Lu Yi'er was both shy and a little sweet, her cheeks were red and beautiful. At this time, Lu Genqing's voice came from outside.
Lu Yi'er, what are you doing in the house? Why do I smell the fragrance of eggs?
Lu Yi'er panicked, wearing clothes. No, nothing, I'm a little hungry, boiled an egg to eat.
The number of eggs laid every day is counted, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Lu Genqing said, didn't you just come back from a good meal at Chen Fei's house? Why are you hungry? Lu Yi'er is a bit distracted, whispering to ask Chen Fei brother, what to do?
Nothing, do not care about him.
Chen Fei pulled open the door and walked straight out, startling Lu Genqing. Chen Fei, why are you in my house? Chen Fei said with an old spirit, I sent Lu Yi'er back. That egg? Is it a problem for Lu Yi'er to supplement my body? Chen Fei asked.
Lu Genqing was stumped for a moment. There is a local custom of cooking eggs for the new son-in-law, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with Lu Yi'er giving Chen Fei eggs. Immediately afterward, he was exasperated by Chen Fei's sentence.
Lu Yi'er, you send me home. Pretentious.
Lu Genqing huffed and puffed his way back to the house.
A wall apart, is it fun to send it back and forth? No fun, but isn't that how it is between lovers? Lu Yi'er foolishly sent Chen Fei home.
The two of them were in front of Chen Fei's house, talking about seemingly important, but actually nutrient-less words, when suddenly their lips got hot, and they were blocked by something, and they were suddenly powerless, and their minds went blank.
Cough.
Shui Chang came out from Chen Xiang's house and happened to see the scene. Immediately his face turned green. Although it was nighttime, it was vaguely distinguishable by the moonlight. Hearing the sound, Lu Yi'er, like a startled bird, hurriedly pushed Chen Fei away and trotted home, slamming the door with a bang. Under the moonlight, her face was as red as if she had been painted with dye.
Chen Fei brother is so bad, yo. Suddenly it was like that. Dog, man and woman. Shui Chang scolded indignantly. You're a dog, you're so broad-minded. Chen Fei doesn't give a damn. What's wrong with us kissing? What's wrong with us kissing each other? Haven't you ever kissed your father and your mother? Chen Fei. Shui Chang roared. Say one more word. I'm just telling the truth, why are you so angry?
Chen Fei took a look at Chen Xiang, who sent him out, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery.
It's not bad, so close. Have you settled? If you haven't, it's a disgraceful thing to do. I don't want you to care. Shui Chang shook off Chen Xiang and left in a huff. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Chen Xiang was a bit annoyed. Hee, cousin, why didn't you say anything when Shui Chang talked about me? Chen Fei sneered back. I don't know you well.
Chen Xiang grunted, returned home, and closed the door.
Chen Fei suddenly thatched and figured out some key. No wonder the second aunt was so kind to tell the big sister that day, so it was like this.
Needless to say, the neighborhood was also called by her long-winded woman.
Putting him and Lu Yi'er blocked in the quilt, Shui Chang naturally would not be able to propose marriage to Lu Yi'er anymore.
Taking advantage of Shui Chang's anger, he pulled into his own home and let Chen Xiang comfort him, which logically became a good thing.
This second aunt, who couldn't read a word, actually played a good game. However, Chen Fei really had to thank her. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been able to find such a good daughter-in-law as Lu Yi'er. No more talking, go home and sleep. With this kind of woman, it's better to go to bed earlier, maybe you can still dream about Lu Yi'er. But he did not expect, when he rode his bike again the next day when he left home, Zhou on a trotting shortcut to notify Shui Chang. Shui Chang, without saying a word, rode a bicycle out the door and has been trailing to the state-run hotel. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Chen Fei then remembered that he could not deliver mushrooms to the state-run hotel today and had to change places. He laughed to himself and got on his bike and rode off. Shui Chang didn't dare to follow too closely and fell from afar, and when he reached the entrance of the hotel, he suddenly saw a waitress coming out from inside and froze. Li Shui? Chapter 23 was discovered by Shui Chang.
Li Shui was startled when she heard someone calling her. Wu Yi didn't come today, and she had been so panicked.
An inexplicable panic.
Because she was relying on Wu Yi's doorway, she had only been at work for 2 days and was afraid that Su Ying would fire her. At that time, to return to the city is not where to go on the line, there are conditions limitations.
The first is to go to college, which is the best way.
But Li Shui is not that material.
The second is that the family contacted the receiving unit.
Li Shui's family is to trust relatives to beg friends 7 turns and finally begged Wu Yi's head, only to get a place. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Yesterday was Su Ying's squeeze, Li Shui's heart is very panicked. When she looked up and saw Shui Chang, that's when she patted her chest and,
you scared me to death. It's you.
As the son of the captain's family, Shui Chang is also a celebrity in Xiling village, so naturally, Li Shui recognized him. Shui Chang's eyes rolled back and he stopped the car and walked over. Li Shui, there is something I must tell you, you just left before your feet. Chen Fei slept with Lu Yi'er and even said that he wanted to get married. Li Shui immediately felt particularly uncomfortable.
Shameless. Previously saying how rare I was turned out to be a lie. She could abandon Chen Fei, but Chen Fei felt bad when he had someone else. Who says it is not? Never seen such a mixed up person. Shui Chang said along, very natural to change the topic, right? Just now I saw Chen Fei, is he often come in the past 2 days?
Li Shui is indignant. But it is not, I have seen him 2 times, to sell mushrooms, a caddy 50 cents, the old rich.
Shui Chang's eyebrows jumped up in surprise.
50 cents a caddy, are you sure?
I saw it with my own eyes, how can it be a lie?
Li Shui rolled her eyes. Yesterday, she sold more than 50 cents and bought beef with sauce.
Thinking about yesterday, Chen Fei actually asked her to pack it up made her angry.
He just did it on purpose.
Isn't this speculation?
Shui Chang asked. I don't know, but I mentioned it yesterday, and it ended up not working out. Li Shui heard someone calling her from inside and hurriedly agreed, not to talk to you, I have to work. At this very time, she must behave better, or else she is afraid that Su Ying will pick her faults.
Watching Li Shui walk back to the hotel, Shui Chang thought about it.
Chen Fei picks mushrooms and sells them in the city for more than 50 a day.
This is a job he can do too.
His brother, Shui Gang, works in a machine factory and only earns 25 a month, so isn't 1 day worth a month of his brother's work?
Looking into the distance, Chen Fei's figure was long gone.
He also did not chase the original way back. Along the way, I thought, I can't do it alone, I have to find someone to help.
Who is the right person to look for?
Chen Fei is sneaking around, surely he wants to eat alone, he also wants to. There can't be too many people who know, 2 or 3 will be enough.
The youths in the team are fine. They're usually good friends.
So Shui Chang went directly to the youth center. As people continue to return to the city, there aren't many people left at the youth center today.
There were 3 male youths, Zhang Jun, He Xin, and Lu Min. The 2 female youths were not under Shui Chang's consideration. They decided to start tomorrow.
Shui Chang said he would ride his bike into the city to sell and take the risk, so he would take the lead. Zhang Jun, He Xin, and Lu Min helped pick mushrooms for $1 a day. 1 day is worth 3 days worth of centimeters, so there's no reason not to do it. A few people tightly prepared. The other side, Chen Fei first went to the supply house, 30 cents to buy a box of Dakianmen, and spent 10 cents to buy 5 boxes of matches, and then went straight to the machine shop. Matches are a necessity, commonly used at home to burn fires, so buy more. When I arrived at the gate, I was stopped by the gatekeeper. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get into the factory. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Chen Fei took out a Dakianman and handed it over. The most famous cigarettes at that time, the grandfather took the cigarette, and the face is really a lot better. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Chen Fei with a match to Moncler outlet store light, said smilingly, he picked mushrooms in the mountains, to see the unit cafeteria want? Moncler outlet store he inhaled hard and spat out a mouthful of smoke. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to have to do it. Chen Fei knows that opening the market is not that easy, said with a smile on his face his master, the quality of my mushrooms is absolutely good, why don't you open it and take a look? Or you can let me in and I'll talk to your leader? The man rolled his eyes and said, off, can I let you just go in? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Moncler outlet store he was not really scolding him, and smoked 2 more mouthfuls, and suddenly coughed. He coughed for a while, spat out a few mouthfuls of thick phlegm, and only then did he stop. Chen Fei frowned slightly at the sight. There is blood in the phlegm, it seems that the disease is not light off. So he reminded, Moncler, I see you seem to be not very good health, time to go to the hospital to see, in addition to less smoking. Moncler outlet store he glared at him. What, pity your cigarettes? Chen Fei laughed and said, no, I don't think you're in very good health, or else I'd give you a whole box. The man said, don't talk nonsense, open up and let me see. Chen Fei lifted the lid on the top of the basket, and Moncler outlet store took a look at it. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on this. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, he said. I'll ask you about it. Moncler outlet store. Chen Fei saw through the window that he was calling someone, said a few words and hung up, then came out and said, it's okay, you wait here. Chen Fei saw him speak with confidence, so he asked, Moncler, can it work? Moncler outlet online the first time I saw him, he said, I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, he said. Chen Fei thumbs up, Moncler outlet store you great. No wonder some people say that factory gatekeepers are not ordinary people, not convinced. Do you think that I have dipped into his light? The Moncler jacket sale, I told you, I was a soldier when I was young, I fought in the war, and I fought with the brats with real swords. I'm retired and have nothing to do, so I'm here to see the door, to play a little bit of passion, understand? Chen Fei immediately stood in awe. I'm sorry for the offense, sir. A serious salute to the grandpa. This is a real hero, worthy of respect. The Moncler outlet store eyes were slightly moist, and also straightened up to give Chen Fei a salute back. Since it is an old hero, there are some things that need to be said even more. Moncler outlet online, do you usually have a cough with blood in the sputum and a bout of fever? Also sweating abnormally after going to sleep and stopping sweating after waking up and gradually losing weight? Moncler outlet online the first time I saw this, I was shocked, how do you know? Chen Fei said it is an ancestral Chinese medicine. Moncler outlet store online, and then he said, I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if I can do it, he said. Chen Fei said there is a disease hurry to cure, taboo is not good. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. The Moncler sale outlet store said, I am 60 or 70 years old, enough money, why give the children lick trouble? Chen Fei both touched and helpless, poor world parents ah. I'm afraid to give the children trouble. But I do not know, parents' well-being is the happiness of the children. At this time, a man who looks a little like Moncler outlet online, a man wearing a Chinese mountain suit came out from the inside. Moncler outlet online gave Chen Fei a wink. The two immediately ended the conversation. The two men immediately ended their conversation. Dad, I'm busy, why did you call me? The man in the Chinese mountain suit walked up to him and asked. Moncler outlet online, pointing to Chen Fei, smilingly said, Zhou Zhang, this child picked his own mushrooms, I look good, you lit the cafeteria received? Zhou Zhang looked at Chen Fei, frowned slightly, young man, young age, back door is not good. This is not a back door, I want to see it. This is not considered a back door, I want to go in to find the leader, the grandpa is still not allowed to enter. Chen Fei said, while lifting the lid for him to see, look at me this mushroom, the quality is absolutely great. Zhou Zhang took a look at it, it's really good, have you sold them elsewhere before? Chen Fei honestly said that he had sold them in a state-run restaurant a few days ago. How much? 50 cents. Said and added, because my mushrooms are good, the price is a little higher. Zhou Zhang said with a just this time, not to be repeated. Chen Fei slightly disappointed, but did not say anything. He understood in his heart that Zhou Zhang was able to accept these 2 baskets of mushrooms, entirely on the Moncler outlet store face. But Chen Fei was not discouraged. If you can't do it, go look elsewhere tomorrow, there are always more solutions than difficulties. But Moncler outlet store he was not happy. What are you talking about? Why don't you take such a good mushroom, little brother? According to me, in the future, let the little brother to send every day. Zhou Zhang's face turned black. You two are talking about brother and sister, have you asked me? The Moncler outlet online store is the right place for Chen Fei, but Chen Fei can't just take it, and quickly said Moncler outlet online, you can't. You are at this age, is not to break my life.
I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do, but I think I'm going to be able to do it, he said. I'm going to be able to do it. Zhou Zhang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He's a good man, he knows what he's doing. Come with me. Said, on the return to go back, Chen Fei in the back followed. Think about it, think or should remind a little, then walked 2 steps closer to Zhou Zhang, whispered. Zhou factory director, I just saw Moncler outlet store, a cough is quite strong, we recommend to go to the check, or else a long time, I am afraid to drag into a serious illness. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Zhou Zhang stopped and turned his head to look at Chen Fei. You cannot be because of the sale of mushrooms, deliberately said so, right? Isn't it normal for an elderly person to cough twice? I do want to sell mushrooms, but I won't do anything for it. Chen Fei frankly said, I am so because I respect his old man. Every old hero is the treasure of the Chinese nation, can retain as much as possible to retain, you say? Zhou Zhang stared at Chen Fei for a while, his eyes were shocked. I did not expect you to be able to say this. The implication is that I underestimated you. However, it did not say whether he believed it or not, and Chen Fei did not mention it again. This kind of thing, point to point, say more, invites people to be annoyed. Turned 2 corners and came to the cafeteria. It so happened that a young man came out from inside, 25 or 26 in appearance, wearing a blue work uniform, saw Zhou Zhang, immediately greeted with a smile. Plant manager, you came to the cafeteria to check the work? Zhou Zhang did not comment, pointing to Chen Fei said, the 2 baskets of mushrooms over, a caddy 50 cents. The man's face changed slightly, but did not show, smiling and nodding, okay, I will do it right away. Zhou Zhang left after the explanation, did not say whether to collect tomorrow, Chen Fei did not ask. Only when that person gave Chen Fei over the weighing, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Chen Fei several times, but did not say anything. Chen Fei also vaguely feel, this person seems a little familiar, specifically where I have seen, but cannot say. After weighing, check out, a total of $56.08, Chen Fei take money to go. Walked halfway, suddenly slapped his head. I remembered. That person is not someone else, it is Shui Chang's brother Shui Gang, no wonder it looks familiar. I believe that Shui Gang also looked familiar to him, so he looked at him a few more times. Chen Fei is a bit speechless. I guess the road to the machinery factory is not good. Once Shui Gang thought about it, he would definitely trip him up. Luckily, Moncler outlet online he is nice, and there is no problem for the time being. Next, it is still the cooperative. Walked around outside, and did not find the ticket seller. Can't help but feel a little depressed. What's going on? Where are all the ticket sellers? On second thought, it suddenly dawned on me. It was probably because Zhang Jigua arrested Wu Yukai yesterday and scared the ticket sellers, so they didn't dare to come today. Chen Fei hesitantly walked in. Having been here so many times, the salesman at the cooperative knew him. The small short braid selling departmental goods asked smilingly, what are you buying today? Soy sauce, vinegar, salt each 1 caddy, white sugar, brown sugar each 2 caddy, in addition to a caddy of melon seeds. 5 spiced melon seeds for Lu Year as a snack, perfect. Soy sauce and vinegar are all 10 cents, salt is 13 cents, white sugar is 70 cents, brown sugar is 60 cents, and 5 spiced melon seeds are 56 cents. Chen Fei smiled awkwardly, I don't have a ticket. I don't have a ticket. Seeing the braid's face tensed up, Chen Fei cheekily said, you see me every day, cannot tolerate this time, I pay more money. The pigtail hesitated for a moment and said, I still have some tickets for myself, so I'll give you a pad first, and you'll give me the money. After saying that, he added one more sentence, the next time will not be an exception, or I should break the rules. Chen Fei quickly thanked, I can thank you, you are so beautiful, in the future we'll be able to find a good mother-in-law. The small short braid pooh-poohed, smooth talk, net lie to the little girl. But the smile on her face was bright. Chen Fei did not have a bottle, specially spent another $6 to buy 2 small plastic jugs. Have to say a word, that time the soy sauce vinegar or pure grain brewing, flavor is really fragrant. The downside is that the shelf life is short, summer vinegar in 20 days will grow white hairs. It cost $5.65 to get everything. From the hot springs to the village of Shiling, that section of the dirt road, not far from the roadside is Jinshan Reservoir. The reservoir is very large, sparkling, blowing a cool breeze. Chen Fei, back and forth riding a sweat, on the spur of the moment, pushed the bike to the side of the reservoir, the clothes off, jumped into the water. Swimming is painful, suddenly feel something touched him, a turnaround, actually a fish, quickly drilled into the water grass. Sneak attack me, still want to run? Chen Fei jumped over and grabbed it with both hands. Bared. The fish ran away and caught a lonely. Chen Fei rose up and chased, and saw a lot more. There are grass carp, silver carp, crucian carp, and catfish. After chasing for a while, has not been able to find the earlier one, but finally caught a half-foot-long catfish in a rock crevice on the bank, humming a little song back home. Still as usual, picking up the wall to call Lu Year. Lu Zhenqing heard the sound and was furious, rushed out towards Chen Fei, called every day, annoying ah. Chen Fei was high on melon seeds while despising him. Brother-in-law, I call my daughter-in-law, you come out every day, you belong to the Toda. Lu Zhenqing disliked him, and was so angry that he glared at him, rolling up his sleeves to fight with Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't give a damn. I'm not saying you, if you are not Lu Yi'er brother, I'll beat you down in a minute, believe it or not? Lift the eyes to see Lu Yi'er out of the house, the face is not very good, hastily played a haha said brother-in-law, with you joking, come on, eat melon seeds. I do not eat. Really do not eat? I don't eat. I'm not eating. Lu Yi'er, you eat melon seeds. Chapter 25, Shuigang. Not eat for nothing. Lu Zhenqing quickly ran to the kitchen, took a large porcelain bowl over and filled it for me. You think beautifully. Chen Fei grabbed 2 handfuls for him. Lu Yi'er, come here, there is delicious food. Lu Yi'er is all used to it, and quickly came to Chen Fei's house. Asked, what to do today delicious? When you look. Chen Fei catfish out of the bamboo basket I caught in the reservoir, still alive. Yeah, so big. Lu Yi'er was first surprised, and then said, Chen Fei brother, don't go catch fish in the future, the reservoir is more dangerous. Chen Fei doesn't care, don't worry, I'm good at water. I can't do that either. Lu Yi'er was anxious, if you don't promise I won't eat. I won't catch it next time. Looking at Lu Yi'er puckering her lips and pretending to be angry, Chen Fei quickly barfed a bite and shrunk back without waiting for Lu Yi'er to react. You go get high, I will go make you braised catfish. Lu Yi'er was stunned. Brother Chen Fei is getting worse and worse, aren't you afraid that big sister and fourth sister will see it? What can I do? Lu Yi'er asked with a small red face. You help me burn the fire and still talk to me. Husband and wife haha. Chen Fei praised himself for his wit. So the 2 of them made a fire and one killed the fish. The catfish was cleaned and cut into large sections, and marinated with salt, pepper, and vinegar for flavor. Garlic, ginger slices, fresh chili peppers cut into diamond-shaped pieces, green onions cut into julienne, dried chili peppers fried into segments and spare. Put oil in a hot pan, and when the oil is hot, add catfish pieces and fry until golden. Then add chili peppers, ginger, garlic, peppercorns, dashi and stir-fry to get the aroma. Put in the fried catfish, add enough water, large fire boil, cook vinegar, sugar, soy sauce seasoning turn small fire stew 20 minutes. There is no table in the house, Chen Fei and Lu Yi'er are high on melon seeds and gossip, occasionally teasing a sentence. Lu put Yi'er teasing cannot hold back the desire to laugh. Looking at her charming figure due to laughter, Chen Fei was full of happiness. Dry and energetic during the day, enjoying a moment of warmth at night, Chen Fei somewhat liked this life. Estimated almost, Chen Fei to the pot into the chili pepper pieces, high fire juice, sprinkle onion shredded, a pot of spicy and attractive braised catfish out of the pot. Big sister and fourth sister did not intervene, also save the eyes. But when they ate, all 3 women ate with a satisfied face. Chen Sifeng constantly marveled. Lu Yi'er, you're so lucky, you married my brother, I'm envious. Lu Yi'er didn't say anything, only her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Chen Fei was also satisfied. Lying in bed at night, tossing and turning, he thought. When can I earn enough money to marry Lu Yi'er Homa? The state-run hotel situation is unknown, the machinery factory side, Shuigang is there, tomorrow to send it is not good to say. Does it continue to change the next home? But what he did not expect is that the next day Shui Chang actually went out with him one after the other. Shui Chang all the way to the full force of the state-run hotel in a hurry, said Yuan Ping, comrade, I sell mushrooms. Yuan Ping did not coldly ask where the mushrooms? The mountain picked, can be fresh here read Xian. Shui Chang said smugly. Bring it to me. Shui Chang carried the mushrooms in, and Yuan Ping took a closer look, and was immediately disgusted. The big ones are big, the small ones are small, they are messy, with soil, and the surface layer is wrinkled in the sun, is this what you call fresh? Don't, take it away. Shui Chang was dumbfounded. Why don't you want it? I brought it all the way here and moved it in with you, and now you're saying you don't want it? Why are you like this? You look down on the mountain people? Shui Chang's voice is very loud, around the dinner guests have to look over, Shui Chang waist straightened more, a look of righteousness. Yuan Ping gave him a blank stare. Who says I look down on the mountain people? 2 days ago we even received Chen Fei's mushrooms, but unfortunately he did not come. When Chen Fei was mentioned, Shui Chang was annoyed. Then you say, why do you want his and not mine? Don't you know why? Yuan Ping doesn't care who he is, she dislikes him directly. It's dirty, messy, and there's dirt, and it's rotten, it's not good at all. You tell me how to take it? Isn't it normal for something born and bred in the soil to carry a little dirt? Shui Chang muttered, big deal, I will be cheaper, 45 cents for you. Yuan Ping thought about the 2 baskets of mushrooms and how she could pick out some, so she said don't think so much, if you want to sell it, it will be 15 cents a caddy. Shui Chang's nose is all twisted. You're a bully, aren't you? I have heard that Chen Fei sells 50 cents a caddy. Yuan Ping's face changed, who did you hear that from? It so happened that Li Shui came out from inside with a plate of burnt tofu, Shui Chang pointed with his hand, it is what she said, now you have nothing to say. Li Shui, who had just walked out, was baffled, what's wrong with me? Yuan Ping glared at her. You are so young, you learn to chew your tongue.
Now that Li Shui has no leverage, she doesn't dare to dislike Yuan Ping, and quickly explains, Sister Yuan Ping, I didn't just, we know each other, he asked me yesterday, I may have inadvertently slipped my tongue. If it is Chen Fei here, surely we'll give her a sentence, explanation is a cover-up is the truth. However, Yuan Ping does not know these new words, so she hummed, anyway, this price, you sell it over the weighing, do not sell it down.
I'm not selling it even if it's upside down.
Shui Chang huffed and puffed out the door, and after walking for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea.
Not right
Just think of the state-run restaurant.
My brother in the machinery factory cafeteria Lu.
So big a cafeteria, thousands of people eat,
to 180 pounds of mushrooms is not a trivial matter? Really guarding the gold mountain to eat, what do you think?
So Shui Chang turned a corner and went straight to the machinery factory. To the door of the machinery factory, was stopped by the gatekeeper.
What are you doing, son?
Shui Chang got out of the car, I sent some mushrooms to the cafeteria.
The grandfather frowned.
I'm so rude, compared to Chen Fei, it's not even close. Shui Chang's mushrooms were uncovered, and the grandfather took a look at them. I don't think your mushrooms are any good.
The quality is a bit poor.
Now Shui Chang was sure that the mushrooms he had made weren't as good as Chen Fei's, but he smiled and said,
It's okay, I can be cheaper.
Moncler Outlet Store impatiently, he pointed to the sign at the door.
I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay for it.
Shui Chang hurriedly said I'm not an idler, I'm a busy person, by the way, my brother works in the cafeteria.
I'm a busy man, he said.
Moncler Outlet Store online he frowned again, but did not say anything. Okay, you go in. Shui Chang came to the cafeteria in a hurry, and happened to see Chen Fei come out from inside, and then his heart thumped.
Chen Fei, you actually came here to sell mushrooms?
Chen Fei was holding the $57.10 that he had just received, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Where do I go to sell mushrooms and I still need to tell you?
Who are you?
He had already tried his best to hide it, but he didn't expect someone to start imitating it so quickly. It can be imagined that when the news spreads all over, I am afraid that everyone in the village will not be able to sit still. Shui Gang didn't give him a hard time today, but it was different when Shui Chang came to sell. Shui Chang walked in with his head held high, and when Shui Gang saw him, he was stunned. Xiangzi, what are you doing here?
Shui Chang, I sell mushrooms.
Shui Gang slightly frowned. You were late, just collected more than 100 pounds.
Shui Chang said with a smile, your cafeteria is so big, more than 100 pounds can also be used up. I came to all come, just take it. Shui just had to nod his head. That's fine, come early next time. Let's do it.
The two quickly passed the weighing.
115 pounds. Shui Gang hesitated for a moment.
His eyes are not blind. Shui Chang's mushrooms are obviously not as good as Chen Fei's, but his own brother ah. So he said, the price will be 50 cents.
Shui Chang was happy. Thank you, brother, you help me calculate how much money? Shui Gang took out an abacus, crackled and counted. $57.55. Shui Chang's mouth is grinning up to his ears.
Chen Fei did not go, stood in the doorway and listened to a mouthful, his eyebrows wrinkled. These two brothers, really one dares to buy, one dares to sell, so bad mushrooms, actually with him a price. But he couldn't do anything about it, who let them be blood brothers? Chen Fei had just left, the cafeteria administrator Guo Jiqiang came out from inside and frowned when he saw several baskets of mushrooms.
Shui Gang, why are you collecting so many mushrooms?
They are from the same village, they are all mushrooms picked from the mountains, so they all collected them.
Shui Gang naturally hid his relationship with Shui Chang. Guo Jiqiang was very unhappy. I won't say anything about those two baskets, the size is moderate, crystal full, these two baskets simply can't be seen. How much did you charge? The cafeteria income and expenditure have to be accounted for, cannot hide, Shui Gang can only tell the truth. 50 cents.
What did you say?
Guo Jiqiang voice raised an octave, stared at the eyes and said this broken mushrooms, dare to ask for 50 cents, you blind ah. Chapter 26 Report Begging Collection. Shui Gang's face like eating a fly. Administrator, how can you swear?
Guo Jiqiang huffed, I should not scold you?
Look at this mushroom, can you eat it?
I don't like to hear this. Shui Chang was not happy to hear that, and said anxiously, a little dirty, just wash on the line, how can it not be eaten? Guo Jiqiang impatiently waved his hand, do not talk to me so much, take away, take away.
Shui Gang's face immediately sank.
You said to take away, where to put my face?
Guo Jiqiang is also angry. That's fine, you'll clean the mushrooms, throw away the dirty ones, and reweigh them. Shui Gang naturally refused to do so, and even stopped calling the superintendent, Old Gua, there's no need for this, is there? Why don't I call the deputy factory director over?
Guo Jiqiang's face slightly changed, staring at the two brothers, a while before saying, a caddy 30 cents, just this time, the next time, or let the factory director comment. He knew that the deputy factory director surnamed Shui Gang is said to be the deputy factory director recruited. He is a small cafeteria administrator, cannot afford to mess with. However, he is not afraid, the deputy factory director ultimately with a deputy word, there is a factory director above the pressure, so he gave Shui just a step, but also give themselves a step. Shuigang also understands, can only nod yes, after the settlement of the bill to send Shuichang back, walk to no one, cannot help but Shuichang temper. If you are still like this tomorrow, don't come. Look at Chen Fei's mushrooms and look at yours. It's the same mushrooms from the mountains, why is there such a big difference? Shuichang is also angry. It's all Chen Fei's fault. He robbed my woman and my business. I really want to kill him. Shuigang slapped him on the head. Don't mess around. No one can save you if anything happens. That's all I said. Shuichang rubbed his head. I'm not that stupid to really kill someone, but I won't let him go. It's good that you know that. Use your head more if you want to get back at people. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, gotta hurry back to the cafeteria. Shuigang instructed and went back. Shuichang rode his bike back. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, racking his brain to think about how to take revenge on Chen Fei, and finally turned a corner and rode towards the Public Security Bureau. When he arrived at the Public Security Bureau, he was stopped by Zhang Shang, who was on duty at the door. Comrade, what's the matter with you? Shuichang pulled the car to the side and tied it up, smiled and walked over. Comrade, I report. Zhang Shang thought it was something big and immediately raised an eyebrow. What are you reporting? Shuichang made a look of righteous indignation. I am reporting a villager from Shiling village, speculating and selling mushrooms privately. Zhang Xian heard and waved his hand. Okay, I know, there is nothing to go back. Shuichang anxious, not, I reported the facts. You do not go to arrest him now? Zhang now patiently explained to him, now on the speculation is not so strict, and the police force is limited, it is impossible to run dozens of miles because of this small matter, go back. Shuichang was not happy when he heard it. No, you are too irresponsible, I want to see your leadership. I want to see your leader. Almost got it. Do I have to make it so clear? What are you doing with the bamboo cage? Zhang now stared at him, said meaningfully, if my guess is right, should also be selling mushrooms, right? Shuichang is a little afraid. If you can't report it, you will be finished if you hitch a ride again. I did not do anything, you do not wrong good people. Shuichang left the Public Security Bureau, but Chen Fei came to the meat factory. Or that meat seller, actually recognized him, met and asked Yo, again to buy meat. Chen Fei said with a smile, not to buy meat today, buy ribs. Meat seller slightly stunned said, ribs 72 cents, to a few pounds? At that time ribs are the cheapest, bones more meat less, the people generally do not love to eat. Chen Fei smiled, to 2 pounds, but I do not have a ticket. Meat seller look around no one, said in a low voice, I still have some tickets, unit issued, do you want? Chen Fei bright eyes, of course, how many? How many? 10 pounds, $1 all for you. The price difference is not much, Chen Fei did not bargain. Okay, is there anything else? I'll take them all. No, I just have some meat tickets. Sell meat to him while pulling out tickets, while saying, truth be told, although I usually sell meat, but they do not want to eat, are some of the pig jerky no one wants to get back, at least it is a little fishy meat. Chen Fei expressed understanding, big brother, in the future there are tickets do not sell to others, I like to eat meat. Wu Yu Kai's line is broken, he must find another line, otherwise I am afraid that I cannot get so many tickets. The meat seller promised, okay, my name is Zhang, and I will save all the tickets for you in the future. 2 pounds of pork ribs 144 cents, 10 pounds of meat tickets 14, money and goods too clear, Chen Fei stomped on the card directly home. That night, Zhang Jigua asked Suing about Chen Fei. Suing is very speechless, you ask me, I ask who? You think that if people call me a sister, it really becomes a sister. Zhang Jigua smiled bitterly and said I can't find him. Today I even deliberately went around to the supply and marketing center, but I didn't see him either. You say, he will not come? Suing suddenly asked. I don't think so. Zhang Jigua wrote although Chen Fei is a rural person, but I see him not like the average person, and on many things see-through, is a person to do great things, will not give up easily. In fact, he said very euphemistic. In his heart, Chen Fei this person is very mysterious. A casual remark, pointing out the key, solving a big case in one fell swoop. Today, Suing has officially become the director of the state-run hotel, and he himself has been praised by his superiors for solving a big case, so the possibility of transferring to the right side is very high. Speaking of which, Chen Fei is a valuable person for both of us. Zhang Jigua wrapped his arms around Suing from behind. I wanted to thank him face to face, but couldn't find anyone, so I had to ask you. Su Ying's face is a little red. Don't move, the child is outside doing homework, not yet asleep. Zhang Jigua's hand was a little restless. I didn't move, you reminded me. Suing pressed his hand. Why don't you call and ask tomorrow? Zhang Jigua said yes, I think their village will not have a phone, can only call the township. I know the Hot Springs Township Police Station chief. I know the chief of the Hot Springs Township Police Station. Shuichang returned to the village, went directly to the youth point, while giving Chen Fei eye candy. I could have sold more, but Chen Fei went one step ahead of me, and his mushrooms were better than mine, so I almost couldn't sell them. I'll give you $1 per person, so don't think it's too little. 50 cents turned into 30 cents, Shuichang was dying of anger. Why don't you just say a little less so that you can pull the hate for Chen Fei?
Zheng Jun, He Xian, and Lu Min were really angry and asked him what to do.
Shui Chang indignant, we cannot do, he does not want to do, I told my father, directly arrested him as a typical. Lu Min immediately expressed support, okay, blocking our way of wealth, we should arrest him.
He Xian was skeptical. Can this be done? He Xian was skeptical, can this be done? This isn't the last few years, when you can't move without arresting someone.
Shui Chang laughed coldly, as long as you want to arrest, there is nothing you can't arrest. You guys wait, I'm going back.
Chapter 27, The Widow Yang Hua and the Militia Captain.
Either way, people's minds are strange. But if Shui Chang had made the mushrooms a little bit better, Shui Gang would have been able to buy them at a high price in a dignified manner. But Shui Chang was blinded by lard, and instead of thinking about how to improve the quality, he just got on with Chen Fei. Back at home, Shui Liuzi just came back from outside. Shui Chang, once they met, could not wait to say, "Father, you helped me to arrest Chen Fei, this person always bad my business, too angry." Shui Luzhu ignored him, walked to the center of the courtyard with a table built on the slate and sat down, picked up Ding Mei, handed over a large porcelain jar, gulped 2 mouthfuls, only to raise his eyes, squinted at him. "What's wrong again?" "I found Chen Fei secretly in the sale of mushrooms, I thought also to go a little rich, but that boy actually collusion state-run hotels, do not let people want my mushrooms, you say angry not angry?" Shui Chang said indignantly.
"Indeed quite angry." Ding Mei asked, "You did not go to your brother?"
"He works in the cafeteria, it should be easy to collect some mushrooms." Shui stayed out of a gold leaf on the point, thoughtfully said that this is a way to earn money.
Gold leaf is also an old brand of cigarettes, and Dakianman almost. I went to the wow.
Speaking of this, Shui Chang more angry. "When I went, Chen Fei are sold out, I sold mushrooms to my brother, the administrator said that my mushrooms are not as good as his, hard to bring down the price."
"How come there are Chen Fei everywhere?" Ding Mei scolded.
"It's all because of Chen Fei. It's all because of Chen Fei. He's just trying to get in my way."
Shui Chang is not happy. "He stole my woman. He cut off my money. Father, arrest him." Shui Liuzu exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "It's not easy to arrest someone now. We have to find a reason." "What reason?" "Let's arrest him and beat him up, then let him go, what else can he do?"
Shui Chang said impatiently.
"Dad, please help your son."
Ding Mei egged on from the side. Shui stayed hard to smoke a few mouthfuls, smoke, let him look a little hideous, and then threw the cigarette and stepped down hard.
"Then, you wait, I will go to find Zhu Jiafeng."
Zhu Jiafeng is the captain of the militia. After listening to Shui Luzhu explain his intentions, he stared at him in surprise.
"Captain, this is not good, right? It's not a big deal, the top is turning a blind eye, why do we have to be evil?"
Shui Luzhu pat Zhu Liberation shoulder, Assyrius said, "Liberation you this ideological awareness needs to be improved the wrong is not divided into big and small, you say?"
"The captain is right."
Zhu Jiafeng grinned, "I remember, last night we patrolled, saw your family Shui Chang peeping at the female youth bath, do you think we should be arrested?" Shui Liuzhu's face immediately darkened, "Don't spit on me.
I have witnesses." Shui stayed wilted, dry smile and said that the child is still small, maybe out of curiosity, he did not have the courage to do bad things by the way, your aunt let me go back early to eat.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it.
Back at home, Shui Chang greeted me, "Father, how is it?"
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Shui stayed a slap in his face, catching the S, "You do good." Shui Chang covered his face, "Father, why are you hitting me?" Shui Luzhu asked, "Tell me, did you peep at the female youths last night?" Shui Chang did not care to see and will not lose a couple of meat, besides, there is Lu Min them, and not me alone. Last night, after they conspired, they went to take a peek, it's not a big deal at all, okay?
Look at you, do you need a woman?
Shui Liuzu glared at him fiercely, "Okay, Chen Fei's matter I will think of a way, this matter cannot be rushed. If you don't help me, I'll figure it out myself." Shui Chang twisted his head and went out, so angry that Shui Luzhu took off his broken shoes and smashed them out. "You dare to give me trouble, I will kill you." Shui Chang huffed and puffed halfway to the road, met the widow Yang Hua. Yang Hua threw a wink at him, "Shui Chang, go to my house, you have not looked for me for a long time." Shui Chang did not have the heart to say, "You still have the nerve to say, the last time I went to your house, I ran into my father, and I was beaten for no reason." Some people say that the beauty of a woman is in her legs, and the beauty of a woman is in her waist. Yang Hua is that kind of waist. Since she lost her man, there are few people who go to her house at night to pickpocket the walls. That day Shui Chang went to Yang Hua's house, did not see her waist, but saw his own old man, then was kicked out.
Shui Chang said he was not convinced.
"Why can you go, I cannot go?" Yang Hua bared her smile, "This shows that your masters have a good eye, both rare me like this." Shui Chang silently added a few words in his heart, "Demonic." He was about to turn his head and leave, when he suddenly had an idea, "Yang Hua, why don't you go find Chen Fei?
He has money now." Yang Hua gave him a blank stare, "Can he look at me?" "I don't know. He just broke up with Li Shui, and then he hooked up with Lu Yir in the blink of an eye."
"That's true." Yang Hua thought, "Anyway, there is nothing to lose, so go to hook up."
"No, what do you mean? You want to use me?"
Yang Hua is a widow who can stand her ground in the village, so naturally she's not a cutie.
If Shui Chang gave her this idea, what's he up to? You're right. I just want to screw him. Shui Chang knew he couldn't hide it, so he told the truth. What's in it for me? Yang Hua asked.
Shui Chang pulled out $1. You lead him to the pig farm, this $1 for you. The brigade raised a few pigs, when Shui stayed forcefully, gave this errand to Yang Hua. I know that Yang Hua got it by his ability.
Yang Hua sneered, looking down on Hu, just $1, do not go, this is a matter of offense.
Shui Chang hard heart, pull out a big solidarity stuffed, this is okay, right? This is more or less the same.
Yang Hua hummed triumphantly, first said, no matter whether it is successful or not, the money cannot be returned.
Shui Chang said, don't worry, as long as you lead him to the pig farm, it has nothing to do with you. The two sneaky whispering, but did not realize that the small alley came to a person, heard the sound and shrink back, until the two walked out. Chen Fei returned home as usual, hit a bucket of well-drawn cool water, is cleaning ribs, suddenly caught sight of a flash of silhouette outside, suddenly alert.
Who is it? Who is outside?
Chen Fei had taken stock of his income for the past few days halfway across the country.
Excluding expenses, there were $219.77 left.
This was a huge amount of money that could top the total income of many people for a year.
As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about you, and if you're being watched, you'll be in trouble.
Chen Fei copied a broom, pulled open the door, quickly flashed out, and saw a dark shadow at the root of the wall.
Who is it? Come out. Chen Fei broom pointed at the black shadow, you come out, I promise not to kill you. The black shadow awkwardly walked out from the root of the wall. Chen Fei, it's me. Xu Jiafang, what are you doing sneaking around my house? You're not a burglar, are you?
The militia sometimes patrols at night, shouting things like fire and burglary.
But Xu Jiafang doesn't look like he's doing that.
Xu Jiafang scratched his head. In fact, I came to remind you, Shueliozu may want to deal with you, be careful, and, I just saw Shui Chang with Widow Yang.
Chen Fei was stunned, why are you helping me?
Xu Jiafang stammered, no, nothing, they are all countrymen, right? Where is your fourth sister?
My fourth sister?
Chen Fei suddenly remembered that in his previous life, after his fourth sister jumped off the cliff, Xu Jiafang went to the bottom of the cliff to find his fourth sister's bones. It is said that he cried like a child at that time, and never married a daughter-in-law in his life, and died alone.
It can't be? No way.
The fourth sister was such a tiger, how could anyone care about her? This is really a knife pulling the ass, to master opened his eyes.
Chen Fei immediately looked at Xu Jiafang differently.
Just as he was about to say something, Chen Xithing rushed out in a gust of wind, the kitchen knife in his hand glinting in the dusk.
Xiao Fei, who's at our door?
Chen Fei hurriedly pressed the knife down. Fourth sister, it's nothing, brother Jiafang wants to talk to you.
Turning his head, where's Jiafang? Why are you running so fast? My sister is not a cannibal. Chapter 28, Stalking in the Middle of the Night. It's not easy to find someone who cares about fourth sister, but she was scared away again. What kind of thing is this?
I was just thinking about it when I was gripped by Chen Xithing's ear.
Nonsense, hurry home and cook. You've made my mouth water. I'm going home. Can you let go first? You're so rude, you'll never get married. It's up to you.
There are many ways to cook pork ribs, but the classic ones are braised pork ribs and sweet and sour pork ribs. First of all, put them into the water and boil them for a while, skim off the floating foam, and fish them out for use. Slice ginger, green onions cleaned and remove the head tied into a knot. Cool the oil into the sugar, slowly stir-fry the sugar over low heat, the ribs into the pot and stir-fry color, then add ginger, pepper, add vinegar to remove fishy, then add salt and scallions. Stir-fry the flavor and add hot water, large fire boil to small fire slowly simmer, until the ribs are soft and rotten, remove the big spices. Large fire to collect the juice, a pot of colorful and fragrant ribs is ready. Lu Yir is naturally a regular visitor every night, and the left and right neighbors can only smell as usual. After dinner to send away Lu Yir, is ready to go home, Yang Hua hurriedly ran over, Chen Fei, pig farm pigs are sick, you help sister-in-law look at it? Yang Hua was wearing a red lattice cloth shirt, because of running in a hurry, the chest jumped and jumped, let a person doubt that the half-old cloth shirt cannot hold up, Chen Fei hastily turned his face to the side, do not go, I am not a veterinarian. Widow's door is a lot of right and wrong, he now has a daughter-in-law, will not go to provoke right and wrong.
Yang Hua said, we don't have a veterinarian in our village. Why don't you help your sister-in-law? At least you learned Chinese medicine from your father. Don't.
Chen Fei hurriedly called to stop. I asked Dazhu uncle called uncle, although he is gone, but the generation cannot be confused, I still call you aunt. Dazhu is Yang Hua's man, died several years ago. Yang Hua ruffled her hair and gave him an angry look, but it's not a serious relative, it's just a neighborly name, so why take it so seriously? I don't want to go there, it's the team's business, what do you want me for? Chen Fei a push 456, just do not want to go. I can't help it. Yang Hua held on to him, you know it's not easy for me, if something happens to the pig, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell it. Chen Fei was so frustrated by her that he agreed to go and take a look.
Came to the pig farm, checked a circle, found a few pigs are full of food and asleep. See people come also do not get up. So he asked, which pig is sick?
Yang Hua carried a horse lamp in the pig pen to light a circle, heart thumped, a moment actually forgot to speak.
Chen Fei saw the horse lamp shaking, turned his head and asked, why don't you speak, ask you.
Yang Hua tugged at the corner of her mouth, alright, maybe good again, the night called you, how embarrassed, why don't you go to my house has good food. After saying this, she added that Shanwei is already asleep.
This is a blatant hint
Chen Fei thought about what Zhu Jiefeng said, and could not help but look at her more, seeing her face with a smile, but her eyes were a little evasive, obviously lying, so he refused.
It's good that it's okay, I'm leaving.
After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving Yang Hua frozen place.
What if this kid doesn't fall for it? And the pigs in the pigsty. Goddamn Shui Chang, actually pitted my mother.
Halfway to the road, Chen Fei suddenly felt a cool whoosh behind his back, as if he was being stared at by something, and was immediately creeped out.
Could it be wolves?
Shiling village was close to the mountains, and occasionally wolves would run into the village to steal food and bite people.
Chen Fei's sweaty hairs stood on end as he violently turned around and prepared himself for a fight. Sure enough,
not far behind him, there was a black shadow. However, the black shadow was very tall and did not look like a wolf, but rather like a human. Under the night, although Chen Fei could not see the other party clearly, he could clearly feel the other party's two eyes coldly glancing at him and quickly leaving.
Chen Fei did not dare to follow him.
He could feel that the other party was not an ordinary person, carrying a murderous aura, and should have seen blood. After going back, Chen Fei had been distracted, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, but he remembered something. In his previous life, it seems to be the recent period, several nearby villages have several people inexplicably disappeared, including his own sister Chen Wufeng. Some said that she was eaten by wolves, others said that she was abducted by human traffickers, and there were many different opinions. Thinking of his only sister, Chen Fei felt his heart gripping pain.
I wonder what happened to 5 Phoenix in this life. Tomorrow must go to sea.
There was nothing much to do in the night, and I slept in a daze until dawn. After going up the mountain, inadvertently found a large forsythia, Chen Zhua immediately changed his mind. Simply picking mushrooms is a bit narrow. Forsythia is also a rare medicinal herb, although it is not as expensive as dendrobium, but it is much more expensive than mushrooms.
Making money is the hard way.
Time is tight, the task is heavy. Shui Chang has already started to follow the trend, and in a few days there will be more people following the trend.
Chen Fei must make money as soon as possible before others react.
The starting stage is not technical, it's all about who starts fast. If you're quick, you'll be slow. Roughly raking in money, only later will we see the real skill.
But now is not the time. People are not as bold as him. It's all over.
Fu Mountain is full of treasures. There are 13 kinds of authentic medicinal herbs such as northern chayu, dendrobium officinale, forsythia, cornus officinalis, fagus sylvatica, ginkgo biloba, ganoderma lucidum, cinni, salvia divinorum, hishawu, and semen armeniaci. Also known as authentic medicinal herbs, a special term for high quality and pure medicinal herbs. In Chen Fei's eyes, these were all his petty cash. But he never thought that while he was picking herbs in the mountains, Shui Chang went to the police station to report that someone had stolen the brigade's pigs. Xiao Bing, the director, was about to send someone to investigate when a call came from Zhang Jigua asking about Chen Fei. On the phone, Zhang Jigua did not say so much, but asked the Hot Springs Township whether there is Chen Fei this person, the past 2 days in doing what?
Xiao Bing heard, Chen Fei is not Shui Chang reported people? This is not bad. The Public Security Bureau directly asked, it must be a big case Xiao Bing drove a 3-wheeled motorcycle, as soon as he entered the village, attracted the attention of many people, followed by watching the fun. This kind of tricycle is special for public security, 2 wheels on one side, with a bucket on the other side, very eye-catching. Chen Fei and a few of his buddies had just arrived home when they were blocked. Are you Chen Fei? Xiao Bing has a serious expression. Do you know what you have committed? Do not know. Chen Fei muttered in his heart, could it be that the sale of mushrooms was reported? I don't think so. Still not honest, confess from leniency, resist from strict no?
Xiao Bing said with a stern face.
I don't know, just tell me what's going on.
You're a tough talker. Hard mouth can be no good, go in you have to explain.
Xiao Bing knowingly asked, the set of words is necessary, in case of bluffing? More and more people are gathering and pointing.
Shui Chang ran all the way, came to the front and took a look, and burst out laughing. Chen Fei, you also have today. Comrade, he is the one who stole the pig from the brigade. There is also speculation, which has been going on for several days. Jialan was adding fuel to the fire.
Their family eats meat every day, so they must have done something unsavory. Comrade, you must look into it. Lu Zhensheng is gloating, TSK, now it's not showing off, right?
Lu Year's father smashed his head with a cigarette holder, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak.
Shueliozhou has also come to show his identity as the village chief. Good catch, comrade. Such a black sheep must be arrested.
Shui Luzhu looks righteous. This person dares to steal the brigade's pig. This is digging the socialist corner. Must be strict and serious. Sentenced him to a few years.
Xiao Bing glanced at him. Do you have evidence?
Shui Luzhu said, I have no evidence, but I have witnesses. My son Shui Chang saw it with his own eyes.
Shui Chang patted his chest. Yes, I am the witness. I saw him come out of the pig farm with my own eyes. There is also Yang Hua, the pig farm breeder, who can also testify. Chapter 29, Oolong seeking favorites. You said you saw me come out of the pig farm. I also said you came out of Yang Hua's house. Chen Fei sneered back, while coldly looking at Yang Hua. It seems that Zhu Jiefang was right. This woman suddenly ran to find herself, and really did not have a good heart. Yang Hua hugged Shan Hua and hastily shifted her body so that Shan Hua could block her face. He's the one who stole it, and there's no one else but him. Chen Fei didn't fall for it last night, but he lost a pig. Yang Hua can't afford to carry it herself, so she can only blame it on Chen Fei. Shui Chang sneered, I knew you wouldn't admit it. Fortunately I'm not alone. There are He Xin and Lu Min to testify for me. He Xin and Lu Min immediately raised their hands and stepped forward. We saw Chen Fei go steal a pig with our own eyes last night, no problem. Now what else do you have to say? Xiao Bing asked. I don't have anything to say, the cleaner the clearer. Chen Fei is not panicked at all. He did not do it. Just based on these people's false accusations cannot prove him, but also have physical evidence to do. Shui stayed pointing to just run out of the home of Lu Yi'er, suddenly realized that I understand. Chen Fei anxious to Lu Yi'er get the bride price, so desperate. This inference seems to be reasonable. Lu Yi'er face is white. Chen Fei must have been in a hurry, so he went and stole it. After all, it was she who harmed Chen Fei. Clerk Song Hongjun arrived at the news, and when he heard this, his face also changed. It was really possible. Jialan sked twice, really poor and treacherous. In order to earn money, public pigs dare to steal. Everyone can see clearly, don't marry your daughter to this kind of person. That's right, I said he dared to make such a big boast, so he had already thought of stealing the pig from the brigade. It's for the whole village. If he steals it, we won't be able to celebrate the new year. No wonder he eats meat every day. He's so bad. There's nothing wrong with arresting him. There was a lot of talk, especially from Jialan and Shui Chang, who were the most vocal. And Yang Hua, who won't let go of Chen Fei. Honestly, do you have any accomplices? Xiao Bing asked. Hearing this, Aunt Guiying and Erden's mother were nervous. Their children were all following Chen Fei to pick mushrooms. Would they be arrested? Chen Fei shook his head. No, I didn't do anything. Where did I get an accomplice? Still not honest. Xiao Lu, take people away. A police officer was about to arrest someone. Lu Yi'er's face turned white with fear, tears falling down, but she didn't know how to explain. Chen Feng and Chen Xifeng ran over in a panic, and when they saw the scene, Chen Feng's eyes went black and almost fainted. Chen Xifeng, tiger strength up, rushed over to block Xiaolu. Don't move my brother. What happened to me? I'm willing to go to jail for him. Xiaolu, with a stern face, go to the side. You have not violated the law. What do I arrest you for? Chen Xifeng hugged Chen Fei and didn't let go, crying with tears on her face. Xiao Fei, if you are taken away, how can my big sister and I live? Chen Fei smiled. Fourth sister, it's fine. Take care of big sister. I'll be back soon. Shui Chang sneered. You still want to come back? In your next life. Chen Xifeng suddenly turned around, anger shooting from her eyes. Shui Chang, shut the hell up. Chen Fei looked at Shui Chang and suddenly said, Shui Chang, you will have bad luck, really. Still? Get in the car. Xiao Bing pushed Chen Fei into the car, while the 2 baskets of herbs were treated as evidence of speculation and put into the bucket of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Watching the motorcycle carrying Chen Fei farther and farther away, Shui Chang excitedly greeted He Xin and Lu Min. Brothers, let's go to the hot springs to take a bath, my treat. He Xin pointed out that just taking a bath is not enough. Shui Chang laughed and laughed. After the bath dinner, state-run restaurants, at least 4 dishes. There are also restaurants in the township, but the grade is a little lower than the county town. While the 3 men gloat, Chen Feng and Chen Xifeng look as if the sky is falling. Chen Feng grabbed Chen Xifeng's hand, lips shivering, has completely messed up. For children, how to do? What should we do? Chen Xifeng clenched his teeth. I will go to Xiaofei to take the blame. I'll go and take the blame for Xiaofei. She said, I'll go and take the blame for Xiaofei. Xu Jiefang held her back. Fourth Phoenix, I'll take you in the carriage. Xu Jiefang is the captain of the militia, but also in charge of the brigade transportation team. Of course, Xiling village cannot afford to buy a motor vehicle. Ox carts, horse-drawn carts, mule carts, donkey carts is the main force at that time. These animals are usually in the barnyard. There are special people responsible for feeding. The 2 came to the barnyard, set up the carriage, to catch up. Xiao Bing returned to the police station and immediately called Zhang Jigua. Zhang team, people I have caught, immediately sent to you? Zhang Jigua froze. You caught who? Is not feeling the efficiency of the work of the fast? Xiao Bing proudly raised his eyebrows. Leader, you do not need to praise me, I will be proud. Both of them are transferred from the army. Before Xiao Bing is Zhang Jigua's security guard, is considered an old leader. Zhang Jigua was a little confused. What are you saying? Why can't I understand?
Xiao Bing he smile, leadership, you do not pretend, I know you recently made a big achievement, will soon become a captain, another achievement will be nailed. Okay, I'll take care of this for you, you just watch. After that, Xiao Bing hung up the phone, leaving Zhang Jigua in the wind mess. Xiao Bing, this kid, is not a misunderstanding of my meaning? Xiao Bing personally rode a motorcycle and escorted Chen Fei to the Public Security Bureau. Zhu Jiefeng and Chen Xifeng rushed to the township, just in time to see the motorcycle carrying Chen Fei out of the police station and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zhu Jiefeng's face changed immediately. Bad. This is to be sent to the Public Security Bureau. Chen Xifeng's face is white, so what to do? Zhu Jiefeng thought for a moment and said, go to the Public Security Bureau to see and then say. The motorcycle is still very fast. Half an hour later, Xiao Bing arrived at Zhang Jigua's office and hastily saluted. Captain, you want the person I have caught? Witnesses and material evidence are in proper iron case. Zhang Jigua was confused. You have captured the person? Ah. He's waiting outside. Xiao Lu, bring him in. Xiao Lu pushed Chen Fei in. Zhang Jigua was shocked. Chen Fei, what's going on? Chen Fei smiled bitterly. I'm also puzzled. Xiao Bing was a bit puzzled. Captain, what are you doing? Zhang Jigua said without a trace of anger. I asked you to find someone, and you just arrested them? Every word he said Xiao Bing could understand, but even a piece, hard to understand. Captain, you are not on the case? Zhang Jigua looked at the ceiling speechlessly. This time I can solve the case, all is Chen Fei's credit. I want to thank him, and do not know where his home, so let you ask around. You are good directly to the person arrested. Xiao Bing felt like he was struck by lightning. God, Earth, how could this happen? This is a big mess. But he's a speculator. Xiao Bing is still not willing, want to explain, was interrupted by Zhang Jigua. Now the black market to steal and sell a lot of things, on the basis of this arrest, how do you think? However, he also stole the pigs from the brigade. Xiao Lu couldn't help but interject from the side. You stole the brigade's pig? Zhang Jigua's brow wrinkled. According to the fact that Chen Fei made quite a bit of money selling mushrooms, it wasn't to be. Chen Fei's face is very calm, since the beginning has not panicked. Brother-in-law, I said I was wrongly accused, do you believe? Chen Fei said last night's events, and finally looked at Xiao Bing. Xiao Director, if I guessed well, last night was your tracking me, right? Xiao Bing's pupils instantly shrunk. You can see me? At that time, the sky was so dark, he could only vaguely see a silhouette. How did Chen Fei find out? Chapter 30, Li Shui regrets. Chen Fei faced a simple smile. Nothing, mountain people often work in the dark, eyesight than the average person better. Xiao Bing rolled his eyes. This is a good point? It's too much better. How could he have thought that Chen Fei is a reborn person with an unusual physical quality? By the way, I found that Xin and Lu Min, who were witnesses, had a bit of a stain on their pant legs. It should be pig feces that was accidentally rubbed on them, so you guys can check it out. Chen Fei reminded a sentence. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Lu was a bit dissatisfied. I just thought of it. Chen Fei is calm and collected, not like a young man of less than 20, but like their director. The focus is on Shui Chang and that Yang Hua, especially Shui Chang. You can dig deeper, there might be unexpected results. Hearing this, Zhang Jigua's heart shook. Chen Fei had something in his words. Could it be another reminder of something? Immediately said Xiao Bing, I will vouch for brother Chen Fei, he is definitely not a thief. You guys go back and check again, I will also keep an eye out. I will also keep an eye out. Xiao Bing promised, but the eyes are aimed at Chen Fei, hesitant to say that, if you are indeed wrongly accused, I will personally give you an apology. I have something to do now, I will leave first. Let's go too, your sister always misses you these 2 days, just send the mushrooms to your sister. After Xiao Bing and Xiao Lu left, Zhang Jigua appeared to be more cordial, put his arm around Chen Fei's shoulder and said, Brother-in-law, take it easy, I still have to go sell herbs. Zhang Jigua's face changed. Are you blaming your sister? How could it be? Originally, I was going to pick mushrooms today, but after going up the mountain, I found a piece of medicinal herbs, and thinking that my sister was not in a hurry, I picked the herbs first. Chen Fei explained with a smile, tomorrow we'll continue picking mushrooms. Zhang Jigua clapped his hands. You said earlier let Xiao Bing with a motorcycle to send you over. But it is okay, I personally send you the same, anyway, to go to the state-run hotel. By the way, turn the corner. The two arrived at the hospital and met Yun Jin. Yun Jin instantly smiled when he saw Chen Fei. Brother, last night I was talking to your brother-in-law about you, and today you are here. Zhang Jigua was a bit surprised and said, you know each other? Yun Jin laughed and said, my life was saved by my younger brother. Hearing this, Zhang Jigua was even more convinced that Chen Fei was by no means a cock and bull generation, and was definitely wrongly accused. Chen Fei looked at Yun Jin's leg and found that it was covered by a long skirt, but it seemed that the gauze had been removed, so he asked, Sister, how is the recovery of your leg? Yun Jin looked a little gloomy. Did not hurt the bones, does not affect walking, but will leave a scar. Chen Fei said in his heart that really, women are all beauty lovers, especially sensitive to scars and so on. Right, sister, I have a prescription, specializing in the treatment of scars. Some other day I prepared a good medicine to bring you over. Chen Fei grew up learning Chinese medicine from his father, who left 2 medical books after his death, and Chen Fei learned a lot. In his previous life, Chen Fei relied on this to expand his network and achieve a career.
Unfortunately, the decline of Chinese medicine, this aspect did not have much achievement, but instead became a businessman, rich list. Then sis will thank you.
Yun Jin smiled and thanked her, but did not take it to heart.
She was right in the hospital, or the director of the pharmacy, she herself could not help. Chen Fei, a prescription can be of any use? But Chen Fei was kind, she could not refuse. Then Chen Fei opened the bamboo basket and said, sister, today's harvest is mainly for Scythia, you see how it is? Yun Jin checked, the quality is good, pure authentic herbs. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and asked, sis, does the pharmacy have a sieve? Instead, there is a small sieve, are you thinking? I want to go through the sieve. Chen Fei honestly said, sister, you know, forsythia is divided into green forsythia and yellow forsythia. Yellow forsythia, you need to sieve the seeds inside. Today, because of some things, did not have time to sieve was brought, so I want a sieve now.
Yun Jin nodded approvingly for Chen Fei's honesty praise, a rural boy, not hostage to repay, but also can be so open and honest, visible character. Yun Jin let people bring sieve, Zhang Jigua also helped, soon finished sieving, but also pick up the impurities inside, the forsythia core seeds stayed down. After weighing, Yun Jin laughed after the sieve quality is better, I give you $2 a caddy, you see how? Chen Fei naturally very satisfied, sister said, but later I may often pick medicine, in addition to forsythia, and salvia divinorum, he shawu a variety of.
Yun Jin was surprised that you are ready to long dry?
Chen Fei said yes. Yun Jin reminded a sentence, you want to do it for a long time, sister can teach you to concoct herbs, the price can be higher.
Chen Fei nodded and said in the future, thank you sister.
Weighed, paid, total income $209. Although the price is much lower than the dendrobium, but it cannot resist the large amount of
more than 100 pounds.
The doctors in the pharmacy are all hot. This much money is worth more than half a year's salary.
Zhang Jigua is also a bit shocked.
At this rate, how much money will Chen Fei have to earn?
Can we go eat now?
Zhang Jigua suppressed his mood and asked.
Sister, go eat together?
Chen Fei smiled and looked at Yun Jin to call his brother-in-law also, I have not seen my brother-in-law.
Yun Jin thought about it and said, okay, I will give him a call.
At that time her fixed telephone, and generally only units have, hospital pharmacy also as a, Yun Jin dialed the phone and said a few words on the hang-up. Okay, your brother-in-law immediately went over, he said he wanted to thank you face to face. Besides, Chen Xifeng and Zhu Jiefeng rushed to the Public Security Bureau, even gestures, and asked the gatekeeper has not seen Chen Fei. The gatekeeper said he couldn't see him, and that he had already been dragged away.
Chen Xifeng did not pass out, you mean, people have gone? So soon? You didn't pronounce a sentence before you shot him?
The gatekeeper was amused by her brainwave, what I said about pulling him away is really pulling him away, our captain went with him.
Chen Xifeng then realized that she misunderstood, then where did they go?
Specifically to where the captain did not say. Doorpost also do not know, the two had to aimlessly drive the carriage in the street around. Shu Liberation while walking to comfort her, for Phoenix, you do not worry, the Public Security Bureau will not wrongly accuse good people, your brother he will be fine.
Chen Xifeng stared back at him, do you mean my brother is a bad person?
Shu Jiefeng scratched his head, no, I didn't say Chen Fei is a bad guy, I mean you see that is not Chen Fei? Unintentionally looked up and found that a 3-wheeled motorcycle across the road whirled past, and the back of a person in the car looked like Chen Fei, and there were 2 bamboo baskets on it.
That's him. Quickly chase. Chen Xifeng slapped Zhu Jiefeng and urged. Oh, ride.
Zhu Jiefeng hurriedly yelled at the big black horse, a small whip, and chased after him.
Good in the motorcycle speed is not very fast, Zhu Jiefeng in hurry, always hanging not relax, finally caught up.
But when they arrived, Chen Fei has gone in with a big cap, and a woman wearing a skirt into the state-run hotel. Zhu Jiefeng was afraid of the big black horse pulling around, so he parked the carriage a little farther away and tethered it to a tree.
Chen Xifeng looked at the state-run hotel some fear, Zhu Liberation, this inside we can enter?
I can get in, as long as I pay for my meals. Zhu Liberation to the brigade hauling goods out of the house, but also into the hotel. Of course, he is relative to this far away. For a small mountain village people, the county is far away, but also some old people, a lifetime even the countryside have not been.
Inside the restaurant.
When Suing heard that Chen Fei had come, she immediately welcomed Chen Fei inside with a big smile. Inside there are private rooms, although not as luxurious as in the previous life, but it is authentic private rooms. After all, sometimes the leaders would come to eat, and sometimes they also entertain guests from out of town here.
Good brother, like to eat what dishes, despite the point, today's sister treat.
Chen Fei laughed to invite is also my please, today I earn a lot of money it. That cannot, you earn more as your, today is me and your brother-in-law specifically thank you, must we please?
Yun Jin, however, refused to comply.
Speaking of which, I should treat, Chen Fei is the one who saved my life.
Suing said that won't do, when it comes to my place, how can I let you treat me?
The 2 women were at odds with each other, Zhang Jigua followed and helped, Li Shui was stunned with the menu.
Chen Fei and Suing know even if actually know the Public Security Bureau?
There was also Yunjin. Looking at the clothes and temperament, it was clear that he was not an ordinary person either.
Li Shui suddenly regretted. If she had known this, why did she break up with him? Chapter 31 Reward for solving the case.
At that time, although the restaurant's dishes were rather monotonous, it had a benefit that people couldn't envy, and that was that all the ingredients were real.
Pork must be pork. Mutton must be mutton.
There was no need to worry about something inexplicable, not to mention all the technology and ruthless work. Polite for a while, suing toward the side of the Li Shui and another waitress Dongmei said, "What are you still waiting to do?
Hurry up and serve the food." Two people hurriedly began to serve food.
First on a mixed hot pot, then a few hard dishes. Pomfret duck and eggplant sauce, beef with crab meat and tofu sauce, braised hooves and smoked fish, and a few cold dishes.
Meat and vegetarian collocation, a very high-grade table dishes. Li Shui while serving the food, while searching, "This is more than $20, right? My God. This is really generous." After the dishes, Suing asked again, "Brother, drink?" Zhang Jigua preempted, "That must be a bottle of Mao Tai." Suing gave him a blank look. "I think it's you who wants to drink, right? This is not usually work, cannot drink it.
Today, while Chen Fei brother is here, I follow a little light."
Zhang Jigua is honest, immediately confessed.
Chen Fei saw the situation and hastily stopped. "Brother-in-law, they drink our county out of the Song Palace Imperial wine on the line, there is no need to be so expensive."
Song Palace Imperial wine is 90 cents, Mao Tai $7. That's a big difference in price. How can that be? We must drink something good today. Let's go for Mutai.
Zhang Jigua hammered. Li Shui came up with Mao Tai and said,
"Chen Fei, I just saw the fourth sister, they are looking for you." Li Shui's mind is alive, intentionally or unintentionally to please Chen Fei, want to renew the former relationship.
When Chen Fei heard this, he immediately stood up. "My fourth sister is here.
I will go and take a look."
Suing hurriedly said, "I will go with you." The two came downstairs and saw Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang standing there somewhat restrainedly, inquiring about Chen Fei with Yuan Ping, and hurriedly called out, "Fourth sister, why are you guys here?" Chen Sifeng saw Chen Fei, Wao San pounced over, hugged him while crying and asked him, "Xia Fei, you scared sister, did they beat you?"
Chen Fei quickly said, "I didn't break the law, who would beat me?"
"How did you get here?" Chen Sifeng said Zhu Jiefang drove a carriage to send her here and ran to several places. Chen Fei introduced Suing to each other. Suing extended her hand with generosity. "My name is Suing, I'm the director here. Chen Fei called me sister, I feel older than you, so I'll call you a fourth sister?"
"Ah." Chen Sifeng immediately froze. Director Ah. Sounds like a big shot, actually calling herself fourth sister? No one has ever called themselves that. It feels weird.
"What are you waiting for? Shake hands,"
Chen Fei urged. "What? Shake hands?"
Chen Sifeng is still the first time into the county, the first time on the leader to walk so close to the character of the tiger, actually a little nervous. Two hands on the clothes rubbed a few times, which then stretched out, hands holding Su Ying's hand, holding on to not let go. Chen Fei hurriedly pulled her, reminding the four sisters, "Shake a little on the line, remember to use the right hand in the future, and call sister."
Sister. Chen Sifeng was so obedient for the first time. "Let's go up and talk."
Suing pulled Chen Sifeng affectionately, Chen Fei towards Zhu Jiefang, thumbs up, "Brother Jiefang," promising, "Cheer up, oh, I look forward to you."
Zhu Jiefang was confused and scratched the back of his head.
After going up, Chen Sifeng saw a table full of dishes are stunned.
"Ilu mother, alas, this is how much money ah?"
Suing while giving her a seat, while explaining, "Not much, just $20 or $30.
Chen Sifeng was shocked and said that $20 or $30 is not much? It's enough for me to work for half a year.
Zhu Jiefang also swallowed his saliva. He drives a cart for the brigade and earns more than the average member, but not much more. This banquet really scared him. Especially when he learned that everyone here was a leader, he was even more nervous. Then Yunjin's lover came, saw Chen Fei suddenly stunned. "How is it you?" Chen Fei also smiled and said, "I also did not expect, you are actually Yunjin's sister's lover."
Yunjin was surprised that you know each other? Chen Fei smiled and said, "I went to the machine shop to sell mushrooms," said a few words, "right, the gatekeeper's grandfather is? It is my father."
Zhou Zhang sighed with emotion, "Just went out, his father is still chanting, why don't you go to sell mushrooms," said, "You are a good boy, fate is really coincidental ah." Chen Fei scratched his head, wanting to speak, "Let Moncler outlet online you miss, but I'll say one more thing, in the future really cannot let Moncler outlet online you smoke. I've been telling him to quit smoking for the past 2 days. Yesterday, I forced him to go to the hospital for a checkup, and he said it was tuberculosis.
I have to thank you for that.
If you hadn't warned me, I would have been in trouble if I hadn't delayed it any longer. Tuberculosis is known as the white plague, especially in those days when medical conditions were poor, and the contagiousness and mortality rate were very high." Zhou Zhang thought of a burst of fear, and at once to Chen Fei full of wine, said, "You saved my love, and indirectly saved my father, is our whole family's life-saving benefactor ah.
This is all appropriate, Met always cannot ignore. That's not necessarily so.
Yunjin said, "It is you, for others may not be meddling, like that day that young man ran faster than anyone.
So we have to thank you ah." Zhou Zhang with a sincere face patted Chen Fei's shoulder. "What are the needs with me and your sister straight? No need to be polite." "Then I'll be straight with you." When it came down to it, Chen Fei wasn't hiding anything.
The day I met that cafeteria, it was from one of our villages, and his brother Shui Chang also went to sell mushrooms. I thought that I would not be asked to do it again, so I was ready to change the place.
Zhou Zhang frowned slightly. "There is such a thing? Why didn't you tell me?"
Chen Fei said that it was not good to always bother and affect Zhou Zhang's work.
Zhou Zhang nodded approvingly. "I will pay attention to it later, don't worry." "Right, what about his mushrooms?"
Chen Fei smiled. "I have to say that it is not good. It looks like I have a small amount of gas. You can go and ask the cafeteria manager." Zhou Zhang said he knew. It is very rare for a rural person to have this insight.
Suing complained and said, "Still selling me ah, there is a sister here, what are you afraid of? You will not be angry with your sister, right?"
Chen Fei said no, he is ready to expand sales while picking herbs. Hearing this, the room was shocked.
"You're not satisfied with earning this much every day? Why don't you go to heaven? Can you be too busy?" Suing gave Chen Fei a piece of fish and eggplant sauce and asked, "Sis, I can do it myself."
Chen Fei ate the fish and pointed at Chen Sifeng. "I've already thought about it, the mushroom picking part, let my fourth sister take care of it, I'll be in charge of picking herbs." Chen Sifeng was eating her vegetables, she got stuck and quickly swallowed it down. "But I don't know how to ride a bike."
"We don't have bicycles at home. We can ask brother Jiefeng to help."
Chen Fei's little plan was so loud that he asked Zhu Jiefeng to help the fourth sister sell mushrooms, and the two of them might have a spark after a while.
"Zhu Jiefeng, will you help?"
Chen Sifeng stared at Zhu Jiefeng and asked.
Zhu Jiefeng blushed. I am willing." Chen Fei thought to himself that sure enough, this guy is secretly thinking about fourth sister.
"I can't let you run for nothing. I'll talk to the secretary and give you $2 a day to take care of your meals, and another $1 for the brigade, which is considered to be money for the use of livestock."
If you want to do something big, you can't keep people in the dark. Otherwise, if some people get red eye, it'll be a big problem. What about the farm work?
It's almost time for the fall harvest.
I'm afraid it's not going to work since I'm usually busy with work. Zhu Jiefeng was tempted, but the wagon belonged to the brigade, and the farm work could not be delayed. I'm torn.
Chen Fei confidently smiled. "Before the fall harvest, I will buy a car, as well as the wedding of Lu Yi and I, and the house, all to be fixed before the fall harvest. As for the usual small jobs, you stagger the time. If you really can't, just tell me in advance, I'll figure it out. Once the fall harvest starts, it's going to be so busy that you won't be able to find anyone to build the house." The key problem was that by then the mushroom picking season would be over, and one would have to wait for next year. So Chen Fei had to seize the time to rake in the first bucket of gold before the peak season passed before making his next move. At this time, Zhang Jigua pulled out a couple of duanjie and a bunch of tickets from his jacket pocket. "Chen Fei brother, this is the reward I applied for you. The money is not much, $50, another 50 pounds of grain tickets, 50 pounds of vegetable tickets. Taking out a few more tickets, these are bicycle, radio and sewing machine tickets, given to you by your sister and me."
Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng's eyes went straight. It's too scary to take so much money in tickets at the drop of a hat. Chen Fei quickly excused himself. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? This is too valuable, I can't take it." "Don't underestimate a ticket."
At that time, tickets were hard to come by, especially bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets. Chen Fei remembered that in his previous life, they could be sold on the black market for tens of dollars. This favor is too heavy for Chen Fei to accept. "Don't push your luck, this ticket was issued by the unit, we're wasting it by putting it away." Suing affectionately helped Chen Fei clip the dishes. "As for those money, is that you help your brother-in-law to solve the case, the public reward, don't.
Chapter 32, Li Shui wants to eat back grass.
Su Ying's sardonic humor made everyone crack a smile, and after laughing, Zhou Zhang said in a serious manner,
"Director Su, you guys look like we too are insincere."
Yun Jin touched him. "Old Zhou, remember our family still has a watch ticket, so I gave it to my brother."
"I've forgotten about it until you told me."
Zhou Zhang slapped his head. "Right, there's also a bicycle ticket, I'll give it to you."
"Chen Fei, when you go to the hospital tomorrow, I'll ask your sister to bring the ticket with her."
With that said, Chen Fei is not polite.
"Then thank you two brothers and sisters. How much is it?"
"I'll give it to you." It is hard to find a ticket, but it varies from person to person. Chen Fei remembered that in his previous life, these industrial ticket coupons were issued by the factory, and it was said to be proportional to the salary.
The higher the salary, the more tickets.
Some of them couldn't be used, or if there was a surplus, they would be taken to the black market and sold at a frighteningly high price. These few people were not ordinary workers, so naturally there were more chances of getting tickets. Zhou Zhangha laughed. "You cannot mention money, or your sister cannot rely on me." Yun Jin pretended to be angry and said, "That's it, since you call me sister, you can't treat my sister as an outsider." Zhang Jigui and Suing also said that Chen Fei had done a great favor, so this is nothing at all. Chen Fei really need, no longer excuses, the heart secretly made up his mind, this love received, and later to find an opportunity to make up for it. Courtesy can only go a long time, or always take advantage of, over time, the favor will fade.
Chen Sifeng and Zhu Liberation threw out like too little cute.
They didn't dare to say a word. Good wine and good food hospitality, but also to send money and tickets, Chen Fei does not accept cannot.
Chen Fei looks like he's very powerful.
Zhou Zhang looked serious at times, but after getting acquainted, he was like a big brother, clinking glasses with Chen Fei in a cordial manner. Chen Fei brother, you still need what you need to say, brother big help cannot help a little small help or can. Chen Fei drank it all in one go, taking advantage of the strength of the wine to say, brother, the mountain mushrooms will be in season in 20 days at most, so I want to take advantage of this time to sell more, you want to introduce me to a few customers would be good. Zhou Zhang expressed his understanding, this is a good idea, I am classmates with Lao Chao from the tobacco factory, so it shouldn't be difficult to talk to him.
Then I thank you.
Chen Fei stood up, to everyone full, I Chen Fei can make money, all rely on your brothers and sisters to help, first try for the respect. Cheers. Cheers.
Bottoms up. The atmosphere was warm, including a few women who all had a toast. Don't just talk, eat your food.
Drinks, push cups, li shui in and out, a moment to serve food, a moment to serve wine, the heart of the shock is getting stronger and stronger.
Director, factory manager, chief of criminal police.
All were big shots. Chen Fei, however, called them brother and sister and brother called that sweet.
If I hadn't broken up with Chen Fei.
Li Shui's heart moved.
Regret. If I had known this, what was the point of breaking up? Maybe they can also sit on the table, and they are open to drink. In the future, a promotion, a pay raise, a job promotion, are all possible. Unlike now, I can only watch from the sidelines, and have to serve the food in one trip. A meal was eaten soundly, guests and hosts are happy. When leaving, Chen Fei also packs a sauce elbow, go back to Lu Yi'er to quench her thirst. Taking advantage of people not paying attention, Li Shui quietly pulled Chen Fei. Chen Fei, I have something to say to you. Chen Fei looked back at her, say what? Li Shui pursed her lips, Chen Fei, let's make up. In fact, it hurts me to be separated from you, believe me. Believe that you step on me as soon as we meet? Chen Fei tone calm, what do you want to say?
Li Shui gathered courage, Chen Fei, I know you have earned a lot of money recently, but this is not a long-term solution, you know Director Suel, talk to her, come to work in the hotel. I don't want to work, the money is too little, no fun. Chen Fei turned his head and left, was Li Shui a handful, Chen Fei you listen to me. Work although the money is small, but this is an iron rice bowl, we two together dozens of dollars, enough to spend. The reason why she and Chen Fei good, mainly because a person from the city to the countryside, lonely, lack of food and clothing, the heart is very lonely. Chen Fei will play, fight crickets, catch grasshoppers, or pull out a few bird eggs for her to eat, to fill the loneliness of Li Shui. Because there is not much emotion, so the split is very decisive. But today, seeing Chen Fei with so many big shots in her eyes, talking and laughing, Li Shui suddenly felt as if it was not bad to be with Chen Fei. She pulled Chen Fei, bitterly said Su director to promote, you will certainly be able to promote the future, our days will certainly be better and better, believe me right. Chen Fei blinked his eyes, only then did he understand what Li Shui meant.
This is to eat back grass Li Shui, we are over, I am going to marry Lu Yi'er soon, please don't bother me in the future, okay?
Li Shui's face changed.
How can you be so heartless? How can you be so heartless? We've just parted and you're marrying Lu Yi'er, can you live up to me? Chen Fei laughed to himself, Li Shui, I've been with you all these years, trying to make you happy, how did you treat me? You've always wanted to go back to the city, right? What's wrong with me wanting to go back to the city? Li Shui is justified. Ask the youths, which one of them doesn't want to go back to the city? All of them did. Why can't I go back to the city? You're not wrong, it's the times that are wrong. So we broke up is right, break up after I finally figured out who I like. Chen Fei turned around and left, well, that's it, you have nothing to lose anyway. Li Shui was so angry that her face turned blue, what's so smug about it? It is not just earning a few dollars, what is so great? You are speculating, no? It's none of your business.
Chen Sifeng also saw this scene, just held back and did not go over, Chen Fei just walked over, could not help but ask.
Xiao Fei, what did Li Shui say to you just now? I can tell you cannot be sorry Lu Yi'er. Chen Fei rolled his eyes, do I look like that kind of person?
Chen Sifeng stared at him seriously for a while.
That's not necessarily true, who was the one who wanted to die in the first place? You don't understand. Can Chen Fei say he was reborn? Definitely not.
Can only bypass this topic, said to Zhu Jiefang, brother Jiefang, you and my sister first go back, I go to the supply house to buy some things.
Zhu Liberation has not had time to speak, Chen Sifeng pulled Chen Fei, you buy what?
Sister did not even come to the county town to play, take sister a chant. Chen Fei earned a lot of money today, enough to buy bicycles and sewing machines, I want to buy directly, so as not to think about it. The fabric I bought a few days ago is still sitting at home, and it's hard to get a ticket, so there's no way.
Now that I have a ticket, of course I want to buy it back as soon as possible. Chen Sifeng stared wide-eyed. Really, Baya? How can this be fake?
A man's word is his bond, and his word is his bond.
Chen Sifeng sked twice. Lu Yi'er is so lucky to have met such a good man like you. Chen Fei glanced at Zhu Jiefeng and said that there are many good men, such as brother Jiefeng. Chen Sifeng's mouth has been skimmed to the root of the ear. He's the only one? In addition to being able to drive a car, what else can he do?
Zhu Jiefeng scratched his head and thought for half a day. I can also shoot a gun. I can shoot very well. The militia uses real bullets and occasionally trains in target shooting. Zhu Jiefeng, as the captain of the militia, is naturally a good shot.
But it's useless. There are no bad guys for you to fight. Chen Sifeng did not think that. What is the use? It can't be used as food. Look at my brother, he can earn money and cook, his cooking is delicious.
Zhu Jiefeng blushed and said, I also know how to cook, corn grits, boiled sweet potatoes, noodle soup, I know how to do it.
Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes. Isn't that something you can do with your hands? Are you guys still going? Chen Fei hurriedly interrupted the two. Do not go, I went myself.
This Zhu Jiefeng really anxious, coaxing a woman such a simple thing actually do not know. I still have to follow this little brother to worry about.
Go, how not to go, I have not been to the county supply and marketing center.
Chen Sifeng has been to the township supply house and exchanged eggs for soy sauce and vinegar, but it's the first time in the county, so naturally she can't let it go. Zhu liberation to drive the car, Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng sitting in the car, while walking and chatting, by the way to see the scenery.
Soon arrived at the supply and marketing agency, straight to the big department store counter.
This counter specializes in selling bicycles, sewing machines and other large items. Customers are obviously less than other counters, but the salesperson is much more condescending than the other, and asks in a loving manner.
What are you buying? How do you sell bicycles? Chen Fei asked.
Phoenix, Permanent All-Inclusive Chain 28172, Flying Pigeon 170, National Defense, Golden Deer 154, which one do you want? Chen Fei saw a 26/Phoenix, light and beautiful, very suitable for girls, asked how to sell this kind?
165, do you have a ticket? No ticket cannot be sold. I've got a ticket.
Chen Fei is trying to say that there are tickets, suddenly heard a snort of laughter. Lesbian, you do not funny, he a mountain man, where the tickets?
Chapter 33, I want it all, seeking favorites. Chen Fei turned around and raised his eyebrows. It's you. But it's not me.
Shui Gang walked in with great strides, and beside him was a woman wearing a military green uniform with a short braid, looking white and clean. At first glance, it is a city person, and the family is well off. At that time people wore clothes that were mainly gray, black and blue. The better ones were white shirts and green military uniforms, very fashionable dress. The girl glanced at Chen Fei and saw that he had a coarse cloth shirt, labor cloth pants, and a patch on his knee. Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng were similar, both had patches on their bodies, so they were a bit contemptuous and asked casually.
Do you know them?
Shui Gang smiled somewhat ingratiatingly. A village, not too familiar, but I think they just came to see, will not buy.
Lin Na O a sound, we look at our. It means that she does not care to talk to Chen Fei. I will look at the sewing machine.
Chen Fei didn't intend to talk to her, so he just looked at his own.
Snort.
Shui Gang suddenly snorted. I knew you were just looking but not buying, just going through the motions.
Chen Fei squinted at him. How do you know I won't buy? Shui Gang sneered. Even if you want to buy it, you have to have a ticket. Without a ticket you cannot buy it. Who are you looking down on?
Chen Sifeng is like an old hen protecting her calf, frying her wings. Xiao Fei, show him the ticket.
He's not a salesman, why show him?
Chen Fei's words were so vague that it made Shui Gang furious. Chen Fei, don't forget, you still have to sell mushrooms in the cafeteria. Chen Fei grinned. I sell mushrooms or not is not really up to you.
Shui Gang's heart thumped and his tone softened a bit. Are you related to factory director Zhou?
If it is a relative, he really have to weigh, but if not, it is not at his mercy.
Chen Sifeng raised his chin. We are not relatives, but.
Chen Fei hurriedly interrupted her. But my mushrooms are of good quality. You don't want to say no, right? Although he has a clear conscience, but some words will be tasteless when they are spread out, and if it affects Zhou Zhang, he will not have the face to see others, so he cannot talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Shui Gang once again toughened up.
Don't worry about it, I will remind Chang Zi to make it better. Shui Gang, why are you talking to them so much? Are you still buying?
Lin Na urged impatiently.
I'm buying.
Shui Gang hurriedly walked 2 steps closer to follow.
I think this Phoenix 26/ is good, don't you? Lin Na asked. I also think it's good, you'll look good on it. Shui Gang was all smiles, so let's buy it?
Yes. Lina took out the bicycle ticket. The money you first helped me advance, counting I borrowed you, payroll slowly pay you back. She sent a bicycle ticket, but the money is not enough, and it just so happens that Shui Gang said that there is money saved, and it came.
No need to return it, I am willing to buy it for you. Shui Gang immediately took out the money, but also deliberately looked at Chen Fei and said loudly, Comrade woman, we want this one.
And Chen Fei also happened to say, Comrade, this butterfly sewing machine and this phoenix I want.
The saleswoman, Shang Wan, froze in her tracks, forgetting to take a melon seed. What did you say? Chen Fei repeated, I said I'll take both the sewing machine and the bicycle. What? Are you sure? Shang Wan asked again.
A bicycle and a sewing machine cost more than $300, and you need a ticket.
Can a peasant afford that? Is this a joke? Chen Fei took out a large amount of money. Fourth sister, you help me count it.
Looking at a large pile of green and flowery money, Shang Wan and Shui Gang's eyes are straight.
So much money, there must be several hundred.
Thinking about what he said just now, they felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and their faces were hot and painful. Lin Na was also stupefied, looking at the pile of large sums of money, then looking at the patches on Chen Fei's pants, somewhat puzzled. Wearing such rags, yet so rich, what kind of person is this? Chen Sifeng counted the money, excited heart, trembling hands, counted several times but counted wrongly.
Xiaofei, I didn't graduate from elementary school, I can't count. Less money is fine, more money is a mess.
The main reason is that it's the first time I've seen so much money and I'm panicked. At that time, the largest denomination was $10. Chen Fei's total income in the past few days reached more than $400. There are still a lot of $1 or $2. There are also gross bills. It does seem quite a lot.
Forget it, I'll count it myself. Chen Fei first took the big unity, counted enough for 300, looked up and asked, Comrade, how much money in total?
Shang Wan immediately took out the abacus, crackling a few times. Phoenix 26/165 plus sewing machine 154 total is $319. I have to say, once a person has money, all around are good people. Shang Wan is much more enthusiastic than just now.
Good.
Chen Fei took out another duanjie, $15, $22, $319, you count.
Shang Wan counted it and made sure it was right. Where's the ticket? I can't give it to you without a ticket.
Chen Fei loaded up the rest of the money and handed over the bicycle and sewing machine tickets.
You really have them? Shang Wan was a bit surprised. It's not easy to get a single ticket, but Chen Fei actually took two. It's hard to tell, but he's actually a character. The smile on his face suddenly brightened up. Okay, that's right, I'll write you an invoice.
Invoicing is writing a purchase voucher. Shang Wan took out the ticket book and was about to write it when Shui Gang suddenly called out, slow down, that Phoenix is what we saw first, we can't sell it to him. Shui Gang has been chasing Lin Na recently, that car is Lin Na's favorite, no one can make it, let alone Chen Fei.
Chen Sifeng was annoyed and said, we were here first, why don't we sell it?
I don't want to be the first one to say yes, but we said yes first. Shui just disdained, self-centered money and tickets to the table a slap, today must be sold to me, or I find your director to complain.
Sheng Chen is sorry, comrade, but they did ask for it, why don't you look at something else? Shui Gang's neck, no, we want this one.
Chen Fei didn't bother to talk to him, so he asked Shang Wan if she had any more cars. Shang Wan smiled dryly, no, just the last one, the next batch will arrive in about 3 days.
I'm sorry, but I have to have this one. This is for Lu Yi'er, no one can make it. Must buy. The two of them just got on. This fashionable one suddenly asked, are you going to use it for marriage with this one? She mistook Chen Sifeng for Chen Fei's daughter-in-law.
Chen Fei said no, this is my sister, but I do want to get married.
Shang Wan smiled and apologized.
Sorry, I thought you guys were a couple, but there's a saying I don't know if you've heard it before.
What's that? Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng asked in unison. Chapter 34 I'm not Nimdad, why should I spoil you? This sentence is.
Shang Wan paused for a moment and deliberately sold the idea before saying, male phoenix, female permanent. The male rides by himself, so he buys a phoenix, meaning a phoenix male. Quality men. On the other hand, buy a permanent, meaning long-lasting, never change heart, the most suitable for the girls before the wedding.
There is such a thing? Chen Fei's eyes light up, that's fine, I want permanent.
It's still the same model, 26/. Shui Gang was anxious when he heard, no, we do not want phoenix, we want permanent. Chen Fei immediately on the fire, the supply and marketing center of your home, you want what you want what you want? Shang Wan also some reluctance, comrade, you really much, a moment to this, all like you, I shall not die of exhaustion? Shui just said this time not to change, to be permanent. Chen Fei directly disliked back, I am not Nim father, why spoil you? I'm not your father, so why should I spoil you? If you want it to be permanent, you have to call me dad. Chen Fei, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've made a few bucks. Don't you want to sell mushrooms anymore? Shui Gang unabashedly threatened. Chen Fei looked at Shui Gang, then at Lin Na, and suddenly laughed. Shui Gang, if I remember correctly, you still have in the countryside. Chen Fei remembered that in his previous life, Shui Gang had married a daughter-in-law, and it seemed like he was still an intellectual. In this life, it should still be right? Shui Gang's eyes were a bit flustered, and he hurriedly interrupted Chen Fei, squeezing out an awkward smile, Lina, why don't we ask for a phoenix? A girl riding a phoenix is especially beautiful, very suitable for your temperament. Lina looked at him, a little confused, did not understand why he suddenly changed his mind, but finally nodded. Whatever, I don't care. She didn't promise Shui Gang, not to mention that she didn't consider getting married, so naturally she didn't care.
Shui Gang was annoyed. Originally, I wanted to please Lina today, but in the end, I met Chen Fei. Seeing Lina's nonchalant attitude, Shui Gang knew that there was no chance today. It was a waste of a ticket.
After both sides settled the bill, Shui Gang left with Lin Na in disgrace. Chen Fei put the sewing machine on Zhu Jiefeng's carriage and rode his own bicycle. There were no words along the way, and when they passed by the hot springs, it so happened that Shui Chang and a few others came out of the restaurant drunk, and when they saw Chen Fei, they were stunned.
Chen Fei? How is it you? Chen Fei rode his bicycle and said, why can't it be me?
Shui Chang shook his head, drunkenly said, impossible, you were not arrested? Yes, it must have been too much to drink just now, and they are all hallucinating. Xin, Lumina left and right touched Shui Chang, strong son, as if it is not a hallucination. Shui Chang was sobered up, he took a few steps and grabbed the handlebars of Chen Fei's car. Tell me, how did you get out of here?
It's none of your business, let go. Chen Fei, 1 foot on the ground, said coldly.
Shui Chang's neck, I will not let go, you must have escaped from prison, I want to call the police. Chen Fei scoffed, hand heavily slapped on Shui Chang's hand. Good dog does not block the road, want to call the police station is over there.
Shui Chang ate pain, let go of the handlebars, Chen Fei a pedal, lom away.
Zhu Jiefeng also pulled Chen Sifeng on the carriage, small whip flung, in a short while ran away. Shui Chang flung his hand and cursed, dog thing, even sneak attack.
If not for my lack of defense, I killed him, do you believe me? Xin Lumin smiled, believe. We believe it. Do you think we've wasted our drinks today? It's over $10. It's a waste.
Shui Chang depressed, scratching his hair, puzzled.
He's obviously been arrested, but why did he come out again? Which part is wrong? Xin and Lumin both laughed dryly and didn't say anything.
Afraid that Shui Chang would make them pay for the wine.
Lu family. Lu Yi'er is anxious. Lu Zhenqing is still adding fuel to the fire. Sister, don't think about it. Chen Fei has been arrested by the public security this time and can't come back. In a trance, Lu Yi'er seemed to hear the ringing of a bicycle, wiped her tears and said, I'll go out to see.
Lu Zhenqing blocked her, don't go out to disgrace yourself, running out 800 times a day, you don't mind disgrace, I mind disgrace. Lu Yi'er's father didn't say a word, he smoked bag after bag of cigarettes, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to get deeper.
You don't care. Lu Yi'er defiantly ran out.
Today the village is particularly lively. After the mealtime, people are still holding their rice bowls and talking at the door. Jia Lan told the story of Chen Fei's arrest. The more he said, the more mysterious. Some people cannot help but ask, his second aunt, according to you, Chen Fei is not going to eat the gun? Jia Lan pooh-poohed, that's what he deserved. Just as the words fell, he saw a figure riding a brand new permanent appeared in the street, and then swayed to the front. When Jia Lan got a good look at the person riding the bike, his chin almost fell to the ground. Chen Fei, how did you get back? Chen Fei snorted, does it have anything to do with you? Jia Lan choked on her nose and was about to lash out when Zhu Jiefeng drove the carriage past her, staring Jia Lan so much that she hastily shrunk back. When the carriage stopped, Chen Sifeng jumped down from the carriage and said, Egu, it's my first time to go out of town. She said so, but she couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Neighbors gathered around and asked questions. Where did you get the bicycle and sewing machine? They cost a lot of money, didn't they? Chen Sifeng proudly pinched his waist, of course, is not much to buy, only 303, plus 2 tickets. My brother said it's a small price to pay. What? $300? Oh, my god. Chen Fei is making big money. The whole street is in an uproar. He bought a bicycle and a sewing machine at once. He's going to fly. Didn't you say you'd be shot? What's going on here? Auntie Guiying has been holding her breath all day, and now she's finally raising her eyebrows, so she's been wrongly accused. Jia Lan is still unconvinced, but he was arrested by the police at noon, so I think he should have run away. Aunt Guiying scoffed, I don't understand, Chen Fei is your nephew, why can't you see anything good in him? Jia Lan said resentfully, Aunt Guiying, don't talk nonsense, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Okay, Mom, stop it. Chen Xiang pulled her back. Chen Fei ignored all the gibberish and greeted Chen Sifeng, fourth sister, you go home first and tell big sister, I'll send the bike to Lu Yi'er. Chen Fei. Chen Feng and Lu Yi'er heard the sound, successively ran out of the house, saw Chen Fei hugged and cried. Chen Fei comforted both sides, big sister, don't cry, I'm not good. Lu Yi'er, I bought you a bicycle, do you like it? I heard the city people say, male phoenix, female permanent, represents that we are long-lasting, to be a lifelong husband and wife it. Lu Yi'er broke into a smile, shyly said, who said I want to be a couple with you? Chen Fei laughed, not to do husband and wife to do too, the child's mother is also okay. Lu Yi'er blushed like a burning cloud in the west, Chen Fei brother is getting worse, in front of so many people, how embarrassing I'm ignoring you. Lu Yi'er was at a loss for words and was about to run, was pulled by Chen Fei, don't run, I bought you elbows and sauce, after eating I'll teach you to ride a bicycle. Lu Yi'er squirmed, but her body was honest. She was being raised by brother Chen Fei to be greedy. Xiao Fei, I want to learn too. Chen Sifeng jumped at the chance. I don't have time, let Brother Jiefon teach you.
Opportunities are created. Brother Jiefon, that's all I can do for you. Good Chen Fei, you've married a daughter-in-law and forgotten your sister, haven't you?
Chen Sifeng pretended to reach for Chen Fei's ear, but Chen Fei easily dodged it.
The family laughed and joked their way through the door, but the outside world was still bustling with activity.
Everyone was marveling at the fact that bicycles and sewing machines were big items, and only a handful of people in the entire Xiling village could afford them. The big girls and small daughters-in-law envied Lu Yier's good fortune to have me every day, like New Year's. Shuichang and his friends also went back to the village. Shuichang a few also returned to the village, lost his wife and soldiers, white waste of a banquet, Shuichang gas is not good, slipped into the Jelan home.
Jelan is also angry, the two hit it off.
Although he can't fix him for the time being, he can't watch him get rich like this. Let's spread the word about him selling mushrooms to the neighbors.
Shuichang's eyes shone with a malicious light.
If he didn't agree, he would offend the whole village. If he agrees, no one will do the public work, delaying production, and he'll be digging into socialism. In short, he did not want to fall in favor.
Chen Xiang frowned slightly. Shuichang, if he sells mushrooms, can't you sell mushrooms too?
Shuichang scoffed, I want to make money easily, just do not like his small-minded look.
Chapter 35 Teaching Lu Yier how to ride a bicycle.
After dinner, Lu Yier was Chen Fei softly pulled to the wheat field. The wheat field was collective, inside it was piled up with stacks of wheat straw, and there was also a large open space, which was very suitable for newbies to practice. Lu Yier rode in the front, Chen Fei behind the back seat of the car, to prevent her from falling. The first time to learn to ride a bike, fall is inevitable. Lu Yier nervous, either east or west, Chen Fei always in her about to fall, the first time to hold her. I don't know how many times I fell, how many times I hugged her, and eventually both of them collapsed on the straw chopping.
Teaching you to learn to drive is more tiring than riding my own bike.
Chen Fei was exhausted and sweaty, but hugging Lu Yier was really soft.
One could only say that it was enjoyable. Lu Yier fell softly in his arms, not wanting to move. Chen Fei brother, am I stupid? The sky is filled with stars.
In his ears were the rising and falling frogs. Holding a soft and fragrant woman in his arms, Chen Fei felt that there was no greater happiness than this.
You are stupid, but I like your kind. Chen Fei tilted his face and gently blew in Lu Yier's ear. Lu Yier's whole body softened. Brother Chen Fei. The two of them got tired for a while and went home. Chen Fei sent Lu Yier home and went to Uncle Laonyo's house himself.
Uncle Laonyo can craft, weaving a bamboo cage bamboo baskets with ease. Chen Fei is ready to get a few more bamboo baskets.
When he explained his purpose, Uncle Laonyo was a bit hesitant.
Chen Fei according to the old ox uncle should give you, but if you make a big fuss, the old ox uncle afraid to eat The policy is not clear, the people do not dare to make a big fuss, at most is to secretly sell some eggs and duck eggs and so on, in exchange for some firewood, rice, oil, and salt.
This kind of fanfare makes the old ox uncle very panic.
Chen Fei took out a dakianman and handed it over. Uncle Ox, you can rest assured that even if something happens, it will not involve you. I will say that I bought it on the black market, so it's okay?
Uncle Ox nodded hesitantly. Okay then, how many do you want?
How many do you want?
3 or 4 more.
I'll take them all. I'll take more if you make them up.
A few bamboo baskets will definitely not satisfy Chen Fei, so he will book them directly, at $1 apiece. Do you think it's okay?
Uncle Laonyo grinned. Yes, I know you won't lose, Uncle Laonyo.
That night, Chen Fei to the big sister and the fourth sister to do mobilization.
The fourth sister said, into a trip to the city, like the feeling of doing business.
The main thing is that big sister is still thinking about earning centimeters.
Big sister, a centimeter 3 cents, less than 30 cents a day, what's the point?
Chen Fei utilized his 3-inch tongue to brainwash.
But Chen Feng is still hesitating.
That's true, but what if someone reports that our family is pulling the public's leg? I have to leave you a way out.
No need to leave a way out, the policy will change soon. Chen Fei moved to understand reasoning and said our family manpower is not enough, you do not help me, I still have to spend money to hire people, you say right?
Chen Feng can't help it, so she has to agree.
Chen Fei then talked to his elder sister about his little sister and said he wanted to go see her. Chen Feng said yes, pick 2 bonobos tomorrow and pick some mushrooms to take, it's not a good idea to come to the door empty-handed. Chen Fei said no, tomorrow into the city to bring back 2 pounds of sugar. Sugar can be much more expensive than wild vegetables, but also seems to be the atmosphere. With the addition of 3 new generals, Chen Fei was split up. He split his army into 2, with his big sister leading the way to pick mushrooms, while he himself went to pick herbs. Chen Fei had promised to get scar removal medicine for Yin Jin, so he had to fulfill his word.
The money could be less, but the promise must be honored.
In the process of picking herbs, Chen Fei found a piece of Ganoderma lucidum under a few rotten trees, which made him happy. This was a good thing, old value. Lingji grass was the first of the 9 great immortal herbs, its fame was even greater than the Dendrobium cortex, and it was time for Chen Fei to get rich. After picking the medicine, Chen Fei went down the mountain by himself. At home, Chen Fei began to pour. Decocting, stirring constantly until it completely becomes a paste, let it cool, and wrap it with a piece of craft paper. After finishing, the sisters came back from picking mushrooms, 6 baskets full of mushrooms. Chen Fei asked his elder sister to look after the house, and he himself went into the city with Zhu Jiafeng and Chen Sifeng. State-run hotels and machinery factories side, they do not have to go on their own can be, said yesterday, by the 4th sister and Zhu Jiafeng full responsibility on the line. The hospital side must go there, to send medicine to Yun Jin. By the way, the Ganoderma lucidum sold. When she arrived at the hospital, Yun Jin had already prepared the bicycle ticket and watch ticket, and when she saw Chen Fei take out a craft paper packet, saying that it was scar removal medicine, she did not take it seriously. Brother, you have a heart, sister is this age, a little scar is okay, your brother-in-law still dare to dislike me After all, it was a token of Chen Fei's appreciation. After all, it is Chen Fei's intention. Chen Fei didn't say much, only said to let her wipe it 2 or 3 times a day, and then digressed, letting her look at the Ganoderma lucidum she had picked. Yun Jin was taken aback. Purple Ganoderma, this is a good thing, where did you pick so many? Chen Fei scratched his head and giggled, maybe I was lucky, I happened to see it when I was getting scar medicine. Yun Jin said these Ganoderma lucidum is very old, I will give you 10 cents a gram, what do you think? Chen Fei laughed and said, what my sister says is what she says. The weighing, 1,566 grams, $156.06. Hand over the money to Chen Fei. Yun Jin laughed and said, you wait, I give your brother-in-law a phone call. The call was about the winery. Zhou Zhen quickly replied, let Chen Fei directly go on the line, he and Xiao factory director said. Chen Fei excused himself and rode his bike straight to the winery. When he arrived at the winery, he saw a red-faced, slightly bellied middle-aged man come out from inside, looking Chen Fei up and down. Are you Chen Fei? Chen Fei said yes. The middle-aged man smiled, I am Xiao Guozhu, and Lao Zhou is a classmate. I heard that you are ready to sell mushrooms for a long time? Chen Fei honestly said, temporarily to sell mushrooms as the main, there may be other in the future. Xiao Guozhu, slightly stunned, did not seem to expect Chen Fei ambition is quite big, now the situation is not clear you are not afraid? Chen Fei frankly said, of course I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid of being poor. Xiao Guozhu laughed, well said, well said. The two said, while walking inside, directly to the cafeteria, explaining that the administrator gave Chen Fei a way in, and said that Chen Fei would come every day in the future. The administrator was a little surprised, thinking that Chen Fei was a relative of Xiao Guozhu, and couldn't help but give him a high look. Chen Fei, however, found that the red glow on Xiao Guozhu's face was somewhat unnatural, and there was a pimple on the tip of his nose. It is normal to have pimples, but it is not very common for middle-aged people to have pimples. And generally people grow pimples, are on both sides of the nose, rarely grow on the tip of the nose. In terms of physiognomy, this is called pressure luck acne. Together with the abnormal redness of his forehead, Chen Fei concluded that he had bad luck or even a plague of blood. But the first time we met, this is not good to say, can only be pressed in the heart, wait to turn back to tell Zhou Zhang, so that Zhou Zhang conveyed perhaps better. After the checkout, the amount of $56 too, Chen Fei went to the supply house to buy 2 pounds of sugar, which only hit the road back home. Today, he has one thing he must do. That is to pick up his sister 5 Phoenix home. Yesterday was ready to pick up his sister home, but special circumstances delayed, today in any case to pick up back, otherwise he does not rest assured. As for the 2 pounds of sugar, it was bought for his sister-in-law's family. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The sister-in-law's home is in Hot Springs Town, 5 Phoenix Red Junior High School, every day back and forth running inconvenient, big sister and sister-in-law said, let 5 Phoenix in her home to stay. Chen Fei came to the Hot Springs First Middle School, it was already dusk. Students were walking out of the school one after another, in groups of 3 to 5, basically without transportation. Seeing Chen Fei looking at the school gate, the gatekeeper kept staring at him like a thief, making Chen Fei speechless. Have you ever seen such a handsome thief? As the only middle school in 10 miles and 8 villages, there were too many people in Hot Springs No. 1 Middle School, and Chen Fei searched the crowd for a long time before he saw a skinny figure carrying a school bag sewn up from scraps of cloth. There is no excitement of other people's children after school, there is only tired and haggard. Chen Fei's heart thumped, and his heart was instantly filled with sourness. He did not understand what his sister had gone through at a young age. Wu Feng was very pretty, much like her big sister, but very thin, bean sprout-like body, dry hair, just short of the 4 words malnutrition on her face. On the body of a black cloth shirt, patched 4 or 5 patches, cannot see the original color. Chen Fei's heart seems to be cut violently by a knife, heartache cannot breathe. Although at that time every family was poor, lack of food and clothing was normal. In many families, the eldest pulled a piece of clothing and passed it on to the second when he couldn't wear it, and the second couldn't wear it and then passed it on to the third. One by one, they passed it down, and eventually patches piled on top of patches, and as long as they could still cover up the ugliness, they continued to wear them. 5 Phoenix as the youngest, Chen Fei never remembered her wearing new clothes. On the contrary, he himself, despite the family's poverty, big sister will find ways to pull new clothes for him. He owed the entire family too much.
Chen Fei wiped his face and was about to walk over, when he suddenly saw a little boy, cursing next to Wu Feng, poking her face with his finger one by one. "It's all your fault, why didn't you help me finish my homework earlier, causing me to come out a few minutes late?" Five Phoenix dodged and explained in a small voice, "I did it as fast as I could, but there was too much homework and my hands hurt from writing it. In short, you're useless, trash." The boy scolded, and raised his foot to kick her again, causing many shoe prints on her legs. Wu Feng didn't dare to hide, and suffered one by one, and the boy went to grip her collar again. The worn-out clothes are already slippery, by the boy tugging, instantly ripped a large part, revealing the girl's thin shoulders. In an instant, Chen Fei was enraged. Chapter 36. Five Phoenix seeking favorites. Five Phoenix's eyes instantly reddened, biting her lip, tears swirling in her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry, her face showing obvious timidity. Chen Fei was instantly on top of his game, rushing over in 3 steps and 2 steps, shining a kick at the boy's stomach. The boy fell backward, crying and yelling, "Ooh, you dare to hit me, I go home to sue my mom." Chen Fei face, "Sue your mother, sue your father cannot, quickly apologize to my sister." The boy's name is Wang Fugue, Chen Fei's sister-in-law's son. At this time, Wang Fugue did not have half a sense of wrongdoing, but full of concern, "I have not done anything wrong, why apologize to her?" Chen Fei pointed to the shoulder of Wu Feng, "You ripped her clothes, should not apologize?" Wang Fugue justified, "As her clothes are too broken, blame me." Five Phoenix's tears finally cannot help, crackling down, cannot stop. She didn't have any clothes in the first place, so she can't go to school if they're torn. "You are still being stubborn with me, I think you just need to be beaten up." Chen Fei is really hot, if not for the face of the sister-in-law, he guaranteed to beat his mother. Do not recognize. Wang Fugue was so scared that he cried, got up and ran home. "Brother?" Wu Feng seemed to have found a relative all of a sudden and jumped into Chen Fei's arms whimpering. Chen Fei held back his anger, took off his sweatshirt and put it on her. "It's okay. I'll take you home, and I'll kill anyone who bullies you again. But sister-in-law's brother, I don't dare." Five Phoenix thin body slightly trembling, obviously very afraid. Chen Fei softly consoled and went to pull Wu Feng's hand, but as soon as he touched her, her body stiffened. His first feeling was that this was not his sister's hand. When he saw his sister's hand clearly, Chen Fei's tears fell out. What kind of hands are those? Only 14 or 15 years old, but her hands are rough like tree bark, covered with calluses, and a cracked mouth. It would be excusable if it was winter, but it was August, just after fall, and it was obvious that the frostbite from last year had never healed. She was still a child. A girl who was still studying. Chen Fei didn't dare to imagine what his sister had actually gone through. "Let's go, get your stuff and go home. We won't stay at my sister-in-law's house for a day." Chen Fei was dying of regret. He should have come to pick up his sister a long time ago, but he delayed again and again, letting his sister suffer for a few more days. Wu Feng cried and laughed. "Brother, really? I don't have to stay at my sister-in-law's house anymore?" No one understands the aggravation and helplessness of a child who has to live under someone else's roof. Now that her brother is here, she can go back to her own home. Although her family is poor, she has a brother and sister. This is enough. From Chen Fei scampered out and kicked Wang Fugue. The old man watching the door has been watching, and ultimately did not say anything. A boy bullying a girl counts for something? However, he is just a gatekeeper, not good to control too much. Now someone beat up Wang Fugue, happy to watch the fun. After walking a few steps, Chen Wufeng suddenly thought of something. "Brother, you will not let me go to school, right? If I don't live in my sister-in-law's house, where will I live in the future?" Chen Fei pointed to the bicycle parked on the side of the road. "See, from now on, my brother will pick you up and drop you off every day. It's only a dozen miles, it doesn't take long to ride a bike, get up early in the morning, come back at night and take it back on the way, it's no big deal." "Oh, yeah. Brother, you bought a bicycle." Wu Feng's eyes immediately lit up, walked over to touch this and that, rare. Chen Fei scratched his head and explained to her, "This is not what I bought, this is Miao Zhuang's family, but I just bought one yesterday for Lu Yi'er." Wu Feng was shocked. "Brother, didn't you say that Lu Yi'er's family is our enemy? Why did you buy her a bicycle?" Chen Fei was a bit embarrassed. Five Phoenix is still a child, he cannot say that I have Lu Yi'er that, so I have to marry her, right? It's hard to explain. Anyway, you'll have to call Lu Yi'er sister-in-law from now on. Oh. Five Phoenix still cannot understand, but did not pursue the question, stifled walking. To the sister-in-law's door, Chen Fei said to Five Phoenix, "You go in first to clean up things, I put the bike." When she hesitantly walked in, she saw her aunt's husband, Wang Defa, walking out with an angry face, and Wang Fugue following behind him. "Wu Feng, why did you come back so late? You don't know how to cook. Also, have you washed your clothes?" As soon as she saw Wang Defa, she panicked, and habitually agreed, "And husband, I'll cook first, and then wash the clothes after dinner." "Eat what you eat. I'll do the washing while cooking, I'll wear it tomorrow, so I won't be allowed to eat until I've finished." Wang Defa said cross-eyed. "How dare you call your brother to beat up my son? Who gave you the courage to eat my house and live in my house?" Wu Feng timidly stood there, did not dare to move, did not dare to retort, tears in the eyes, but did not dare to cry. She has gotten used to suffering this in silence, but Chen Fei couldn't stand it, and hearing this, scurried over in 3 steps. Aunt husband, that's not right, is it? Wu Feng is staying at your house, but she is not living there for nothing. She works every day, and our family sends you food every now and then, am I right? When Wang Defa saw Chen Fei, he immediately chilled his face. Chen Fei, you bastard, running to my house to beat your old cousin, grow your skills off. Chen Fei took a look and saw that there was a big basin full of clothes under the eaves. There were children's and adults. The smelly socks were not enough, there was actually a big basin full of clothes. Stinky socks even if, there is actually a red pants. Needless to say, it was Wang Defa's. He said, Auntie, I came to pick up Wu Feng home, just happened to see the old table in front of the school punched and kicked Wu Feng, but also tore her clothes. I could not hold back for a moment, so I kicked him. Wang Defa took one look at Wu Feng's tattered clothes and knew that what Chen Fei said was true, but he didn't care at all. A tattered dress, the cloth is bad, so can you blame my son? It's you, you're so old, you're so mean to talk to a child. Neighbors heard the commotion and came out to see what was going on, and some of them accused Chen Fei. Right. You're an adult, how can you hit a child? Saying it is saying it, but doing it is not right. It is true that behind every bear child there is a bear parent. Chen Fei also had some fire in his heart, so he spoke nonchalantly. First of all, I am 19 this year, my cousin is almost 16 this year, I am not much older than him. Secondly, a piece of clothing only, I Chen Fei still do not care. Today I pick up 5 Phoenix home, tomorrow let her wear new clothes to school. But aunt, this time I met, for the sake of relatives, I kicked him. If it were someone else, people would not be able to slap him to death. When the neighbors heard that. Right. He's not that old. Besides, she's a girl, she can't wear clothes torn like that. As an aunt, you can't be so mean to the kids, can you? Even lost with shame, the Wang Defa said open-mouthed, hard to say a word. Chen Fei saw that it was almost time and changed the topic. Well, auntie, these days Wu Feng is here to disturb. However, she has been working for your family every day, and even let her wash your pants, so we are clear, no one owes anyone. Wang Defa face some cannot hang up, you cannot say nonsense, when let her wash pants? Chapter 37 Sister-in-law beg for collection. Chen Fei glanced at the basin full of clothes, mocking the meaning of self-evident, and, some things do not recognize as useless, the facts are in front of us. Fathers and mothers, you will understand when you look at Wu Feng's hands. Wang Defa rolled his eyes, you're a rat, aren't you, your eyes are so sharp. Chen Fei wouldn't have done so, but seeing 5 Phoenix's condition, he couldn't help it. Only after hearing him say this did the left and right neighbors notice 5 Phoenix's hand. With just one glance, they were instantly shocked. This was not the hand of a child. It was dry, cracked, and covered with cracks. Obviously it was not yet the cold season, but it had one abnormal bloody cut after another. This is from frostbite in the winter, soaked in water for a long time, causing the wound to be difficult to heal. Neighbors know that 5 Phoenix is not doing well here, but they didn't expect the difference to be this bad. This isn't a relative, it's not even a stranger. The neighbors all looked at Wang Defa with disdain, although they didn't say it explicitly, their eyes already said it all. Wang Defa blushed, and then became angry and looked at Wu Feng with hatred. It was all because of this dead girl, making him lose face in front of the neighbors. Wu Feng lowered her head and looked at her toes handily. She didn't know what she had done wrong, would auntie-husband beat her later? She was so helpless, like a lost lamb, bewildered. She had tried so hard. Studied hard, worked as much as she could, talked as little as she could, and didn't let anyone dislike her. But why was this happening? Her simple childish little head cannot understand, just feel very aggrieved. She did not dare to tell her family, afraid that her sister would not let her go to school. More afraid that her sister does not believe in herself, saying that she is not good. The reason why Wang Defa is like this is simple, there are no adults in Chen Fei's family, they are all juniors. Even if Chen Feng knew about it, he wouldn't dare to turn the tables on him. Chen Fei doesn't care about that much, so what if he's an aunt, he should dislike him as usual. After saying almost everything, Chen Fei pulled Wu Feng inside, and Wang Defa stopped him in anger. Chen Fei, didn't you say you were taking your sister away? What are you still doing in my house? I'm taking my sister's things, you better follow along, but don't blackmail us afterward by saying you lost something. These words were like an invisible slap on his face, making it hard for Wang Defa to endure. You bastard, do you know to respect the old and love the young, do you talk to your aunt like this? Chen Fei didn't eat this at all, you still know that it's your aunt's husband. I thought you had forgotten about it. You. Wang Defa was choked and rolled his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Fei respect him, he is the elder. Chen Fei if she does not give a damn, make a scene is still his shame. The left and right neighbors were happy eating melon and gathered at the door and didn't leave. I didn't see that this kid was so young, but he dislikes people with a big mouth. Wang Defa has met his match. But then again, treating his niece like this guy is too vicious. After all, it's his daughter-in-law who's too weak. Who says it isn't? Chen Fei frowned slightly. Auntie is not doing well here either?
But right now he couldn't care less and could only take care of his little sister first. Wang Defa was squeezed out of his face and followed Chen Fei back home. After going in, Chen Fei saw that there were 2 beds in the house and a strange odor that choked his nose. "Where is your change of clothes?" Chen Fei covered his nose and asked. "My clothes." Wu Feng looked around, pointed to the bed and said, "Here." "Lift the clothes." Chen Fei face black. "Underneath the clothes is a piece of urine stains. I do not know who wet the bed." The 5 phoenixes' clothes on top of the pad. Angry Chen Fei a hand pulled all the clothes and bedding all thrown to the ground. "Do not want, let's go." Wang Defa bored face. "Chen Fei, you throw face to see who?" Chen Fei also did not give him a good face. "Auntie. Wu Feng is a teenager, and you let her sleep in the same room as your 2 sons, and you even use her clothes to pee on. Is this human behavior?" Wang Defa was scolded by Chen Fei. His face turned into a pig's liver color, and it took him a long time to say, "It's not my pad. Maybe they can't find anything in the middle of the night, they just pulled it out of the air. Besides, they are siblings. What's wrong with sleeping in the same room? Why are you so nasty? Let's just say I'm nasty." Chen Fei doesn't want to waste any more time with him. It's a waste of feelings. 5 Phoenix has been well taken care of by her husband's family. I'm taking her home. She won't be coming back. Our family can't afford it. You. Chen Fei obviously said the opposite. The Wang Defa angry, but cannot refute, not up and down difficult. Chen Fei also do not want a 5 Phoenix clothes, pulling her to go out. Angry Wang Defa pulled his voice towards the hall cursing. "Li Heng, you trash, what are you doing there? Get out of here." Chen Fei's sister-in-law Li Heng ran out of the hall in a panic and asked what happened. "I'm just weaving." Wang Defa said with a scowl, "Look at your family, no manners at all." Li Heng and many rural middle-aged and elderly women like, wearing a coarse bias-breasted blouse, white hair covered with a blue square headscarf, listening to Wang Defa so yell, only then realized that there are people in the yard. "Chen Fei, why are you here?" As soon as Li Heng smiled, her eyes flashed with a kind, affectionate light. Chen Fei could see that his sister-in-law was really close, that is, she was too cowardly, and her second sister was very similar. After thinking about it, or 2 pounds of sugar out, handing her, "Sister-in-law, nothing, I pick up 5 Phoenix home, this sugar you take." Li Heng Fuzu ate a shock. "Sugar is not cheap, where do you get the money? Take it back and keep it for yourself." Wang Defa rolled his eyes and said, "Bring the gift, there is no reason to take it back. Fugue, go brew 2 bowls of sugar tea, we drink." "I'm not going to be able to do that." Wang Fugue grabbed the sugar from Li Hongrue's hand and ran to the house to brew sugar tea. Li Hongrue rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Xiaofei, that. Auntie, you don't need to say, I understand, nothing, we're leaving." Chen Fei pulled Wu Feng, walked 2 steps and then stopped. "Auntie, don't be too much for yourself." Li Heng Fuzu instant tears, wiping tears, and said, "Good boy, you have grown up. I don't want to be a victim of this. I'll go see you guys when I have time." Chen Fei turned around and walked outside. "Aunt, dozens of people, there are 2 sons, can only be so, make do." Aunt Wang Defa did not dare to stop Chen Fei again. He is a senior, quarrel with the younger generation, not to mention the shame, in case Chen Fei angry scolded him would be too disadvantageous. So he pretended not to see it and let Chen Fei and his siblings leave. 5 Phoenix was tugged along by Chen Fei, tears streaming down her face. For the first time in so many days, someone had stood up for her. For the first time, it made her feel that she was also someone to rely on. This long-lost feeling of warmth made her want to cry. As the saying goes, when a child meets his mother, he has something to cry about. Usually the grievances are hidden in the heart, and when you see a loved one, you can't hide them anymore. In addition to aggression, there was more happiness. "Brother, you're so good to me." "Woo! Silly sister, you are my only sister, I do not treat you well, who treats you well?" Chen Fei compassionately touched her dry and cracked little hands. "Go, brother, to take you to the cooperative, to buy you clam oil. Wu Feng's hands are already out of shape, if you don't take good care of them, they will be ruined." Hearing this, Wu Feng's tears could not be stopped. The happiness of being cared for was indescribable, but she just wanted to cry. The village cooperative was just down the road, and after the 2 went in, they spent $1.10 on clam oil. Clam oil, also known as shell oil, is an all-oil skin care product made from natural clam shell blooms, with the effect of moisturizing the skin and preventing dryness and cracking, which is very suitable for Wu Feng's current condition. After the oil inside was used up, it could also be used to make gadgets, which Wu Feng loved. Chen Fei coated her with clam oil and bought her a caddy of great white rabbit milk candy. Eating the candies, he pulled to the counter selling cloth and pulled 2 sets of fabric for her. Blouses gingham, pants are blue twill, also bought her a pair of white sneakers. The 5 Phoenix excited, do not know what to say. "This is just wear to wear, ah." Chen Fei lightly smiled, "You are my sister, I definitely have to spoil you. After the brother has money, at least 4 sets of clothes a year, summer clothes, cotton clothes, and fall and winter clothes, must have." 5 Phoenix is full of longing. "Brother, you look like this, will I not die of happiness?" Chen Fei lovingly touched his head, "Who let you are my sister, deserve your happiness." Seeing 5 Phoenix's broken school bag, Chen Fei frowned, "This don't want, can't match you." Pulled 5 Phoenix to buy a green army satchel. Thinking about it, earning more and more money, loaded on the body is not convenient, and bought 2 more. Green military satchel, long straps, slanting back on the body, very strong.
One for myself and one for my fourth sister. Almost home, 5 Phoenix suddenly pulled the corner of Chen Fei's coat, timidly said, "Brother, today's matter cannot tell big sister?" Chen Fei puzzled and said, "You have not done anything wrong, what are you afraid of?" Chapter 38 Red Eye Disease Begging Collection. 5 Phoenix very seriously said, "But after all, it is a relative and the sister-in-law is very good to me, often secretly give me something to eat. You just too kind, so is the sister-in-law." Chen Fei felt the need to teach her, 5 Phoenix, we do not bully people, but also cannot be bullied, excessive kindness is cowardice, no? 5 Phoenix seemed to understand Chen Fei and deliberately reminded the future brother every day to transport you to school, usually see Wang Fugui a little bit to avoid, if he dares to bully you, tell me, I beat him. 5 Phoenix is full of doubts, shouldn't you tell the teacher? Do you think a teacher would punish another student for the sake of one student? Chen Fei asked rhetorically. Without waiting for 5 Phoenix to answer, Chen Fei gave his answer. No, definitely not. They would only make peace with the situation, and at best, they would make the other party apologize without any pain, which would serve no purpose. Only when you beat him up and hurt him will he be afraid of you. In his previous life, Chen Fei was out on his own and had seen a lot. Like school violence, they all have one thing in common: the one who beats up is usually in a better family condition, and the one who gets beaten up is mostly a child from a poor family, who doesn't dare to fight back after being beaten up. Reported to the teacher does not hurt to say a few words, afterward I do what I want, and even intensified. 5 Phoenix has a weak nature and is likely to be the target of bullying, so Chen Fei has to teach her in advance. Oh, got it. Wu Feng didn't understand very well, but she knew that her brother was caring for her and protecting her, and that was enough. The two of them walked on the village road and realized that there seemed to be something different inside the village today. When people saw Chen Fei, they all revealed strange looks. Chen Fei vaguely felt that something was wrong, but if others didn't take the initiative to say so, he wouldn't ask for trouble. After arriving home, Chen Sifeng saw Chen Fei, ran over from a long distance, directly embraced his neck, and said, "Xiao Fei," with a fluttering brow, "Do you know? Today, I sold $112.09. Your sister, I earned so much for the first time in my life, too exciting." Chen Fei hurriedly broke away from the soft white sister liberation brother watching it. Chen Sifeng couldn't care less, she said, "Just watch, I'm talking to my own brother, I don't need to hide behind my back." Chen Fei hurriedly changed the topic, "Fourth sister, I picked up the 5 Phoenix back." Chen Sifeng was surprised and said, "Doesn't 5th Phoenix go to school? It's not easy for our family to have an educated person, don't delay it. I'll take her to and from school from now on." Chen Fei asked, "Where's big sister?" "I bought fabrics to make 2 outfits for Wu Feng." Chen Sifeng smacked his lips in envy. "Xiao Fei, you look like this makes me want to be your sister, or I will call you brother. You buy me new clothes?" "Okay, let's hear it first." The words just fell, the ear was gripped. 3 days do not fight, on the room to uncover the tiles, dare to take advantage of me, are you do not want to mix? Chen Fei quickly cried out, "Fourth sister, you said it, why are you blaming me? You said yes when I said yes." After all the talk and fuss, Chen Sifeng still loosened her hand and pulled Wu Feng affectionately. "5 girl, do you miss your sister?" 5th Phoenix answered, "Yes, I do." "Go, big sister also made new clothes for me, you go and take a look." The two sisters walked in hand. Chen Fei greeted Zhu Jiafang, "Brother Jiafang, today is quite tired, right?" Zhu Jiafang faced a simple smile, "Tired of what? Our big black running, I just waved the whip." Chen Fei poured him a bowl of tea plus sugar. "You first drink water, I talk to big sister something." Zhu Liberation said okay. Chen Fei turned into the house, saw Chen Sifeng just put on new clothes, buttons have not been fastened, revealing a piece of white flowers, hastily turned his face away. "Sister, why don't you say something when you change clothes?" Chen Sifeng blushed a bit, but still hardened her lips. "I still need to tell you when I change my clothes?" "I don't mind you." Said, already buttoned up, said beautifully, 5 Phoenix, see sister looks good? The 5th Phoenix smiled and curved eyebrows, 4th sister in new clothes really look good. Chen Sifeng smiled proudly, that of course, a moment to let the big sister also do it for you, big sister hands can be clever, new sewing machine, went to Auntie Wang's home to see a time to learn. The sewing machine is a rare thing, how to thread the needle, how to step on all have skills, but Chen Feng is so handy, a look will be. Chen Fei said, "Big sister, Wu Feng's clothes are torn, you work harder tonight to make it." Chen Feng smiled and looked up from the sewing machine line, "I will definitely make it, by the way, Lu Year's clothes are also done, said she wants to wear it for you to see." Chen Fei laughed, "I will go and take a look later." Turned around and walked out, saw Zhu Jiafang has finished a bowl of sugar water, took out $3 to him, "This is your money today, put it away." Zhu Jiafang rubbed his hands, how embarrassing. Chen Fei put the money into his hand, "This is what you deserve, what is there to be embarrassed about?" "Yo, Chen Fei, you're treating people differently." It so happened that a group of neighbors walked in and saw this scene and immediately had some eyes. For $3, a big laborer has to work for 10 days. Zhu Jiafang worked with Chen Fei for just 1 day, how could they not be jealous? The second Aunt Jialan said in a conspiratorial manner, Chen Fei, you can't eat alone, there is a way to earn money so that everyone can follow, don't you think? Yes, we are all from the same village, you can't make money by yourself and let everyone just watch. Half of the village people have come, and the few youths, naughty not young arch-fire. Hearing the commotion, Chen Feng's several thought what happened, also rushed out, Chen Sifeng wearing brand new clothes especially conspicuous. Look, Chen Fei's family has bicycles and sewing machines, and he eats meat every day, and he's wearing new clothes. They've made a lot of money. Chen Fei, what have you been doing lately? Tell us about it. We're all neighbors. We can make money together, right? There was a lot of chatter, especially from Jialan, He Xian and Lu Min, who had talked to Shui Chang before, and were speaking in an eerie manner. Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng immediately panicked a bit, this can't be refused, otherwise the whole village will be offended. Chen Fei frowned slightly, he had thought that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. This is only a few days off. However, when he looked at the people who were jumping around the most, Chen Fei understood. This was someone messing things up. Obviously, he couldn't refuse, or else he wouldn't be able to move an inch in the village in the future. But he couldn't agree either. So many people are following him to pick mushrooms, not only is it unrealistic, but it will also affect the production, just put a hat on it and you can't eat it. Chen Fei's previous life as the chairman of the $100 billion company, naturally, he would not be overwhelmed by this small matter. He smiled and opened his mouth, I know that everyone wants to earn money, I also want to, but, for the time being, not. Jialan squinted, why not? Afraid of people robbed your way of wealth? My wealth cannot be robbed by others. Chen Fei salty kicked the ball back, however, the production team has a task, everyone wants to follow me to earn money let the production team to approve a note, as long as it does not affect the production, I have nothing to say. The moment these words came out, most people wilted. How could the production team grant them a note? Jialan's eyes turned, glanced at Zhu Jiafeng, and said with a smile on his face, isn't Zhu Jiafeng following you? If he can do it, why can't others? Yes. We're all from the same village, why can he do it and others can't? Chen Fei, you can't favor one over the other. You have to be generous. I just saw you give Zhu Jiafeng $3. What? Zhu Jiafeng is the militia leader, you're just trying to impress him. Zhu Jiafeng scratched the back of his head with a blush. No, Chen Fei didn't flatter me, actually I did. I can't even speak clearly even if I stutter. What actually? Tell me. I don't dare to say it. Shui Chang a couple of opportunities in the crowd to fan the flames, Zhu Jiafeng even more cannot speak clearly. You just say rare my sister how? Chen Fei hate cannot shout out for him, but Zhu Jiafeng did not have the courage, he watched the dry anxious, can only stand out himself. Don't talk nonsense, to flatter is also to flatter your Shui family is not it? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Chen Fei counterattacked an army, Shui Chang immediately dumbfounded, rolling his eyes, unable to speak. Chen Fei continued to say I let the Liberation Brother to help, as he helped my sister yesterday, I am grateful, some people how to me, do not need me to say, you won't heart clear. I put the words down here today, everyone together to earn money, I have no problem, but some people do not think. You grow some face, don't let me poke in my face, we all have a bad face. This set out, on the spot exploded. Chapter 39, Retreat for Advancement Seeking Favorites. Jialan face immediately changed, knows not face said, little brat, who are you talking about? I said who own heart is clear. Chen Fei showed no mercy and broke it down on the spot. Second aunt, I have not offended you, right? But how did you treat me? Yesterday, without any evidence, you jumped up and down, saying that I stole the production team's pig, you can really my good second aunt ah. The last sentence was particularly heavy-bitten, and everyone could hear the sarcasm in the words. Jialan immediately like a backstab, anxious white face, said, that as Yang Hua said, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Fei swept toward the crowd, found that Yang Hua was also there, still holding the child, for Ai's relative, hastily deflected his head. For the time being, there is no evidence, Chen Fei is too lazy to pay attention to her, and with a twist of his face, he sought He Xian and Lu Min. And you guys, with Shui Chang's snake and rat nest, I was arrested the happiest as you, but also went to the township dinner to celebrate, I can come back, you are not very disappointed ah. The two embarrassed toes buckled the ground, hastily denied. No matter, we just happened to go to dinner. How much do you guys make a month? How much do you make in a month? The two immediately looked as ugly as if they had eaten a fly, and couldn't utter a word. Shui Chang has long been annoyed, cross-eyed, and said we just went to celebrate what can you do? Don't think you're out of nothing, the case is not yet solved you were suspected, sooner or later still have to be arrested. That's not necessarily the case. Chen Fei specially looked at Shui Chang one more time, Shui Chang, you forget what I told you, you will have bad luck, really. These few people hadn't been arrested yet, presumably because Xiao Bing hadn't found any evidence, Chen Fei didn't mind spooking the snakes. Shui Chang inexplicably a little weak, pointing his finger at Chen Fei, you can. We will see. Chen Sifeng copied a stone in his hand, Shui Chang, as far as possible, get out of my way, do not get in the way here. Shui Chang grunted coldly, turned around and slipped into the crowd. He Xin and Lumin hesitated for a while, also resentfully drilled into the crowd. When the big guys saw this situation, they were all a bit snappy. Aunt Guiying and second coward's mom clapped their hands and applauded. Chen Fei did the right thing. This kind of person cannot be spoiled. Who he likes to bring in to make money is his business, no one else can care. Chen Fei, don't worry, my aunts support you. The children of these families follow Chen Fei and earn more than the adults at home, so of course they should defend Chen Fei. But they are a minority after all, and many are not happy about it. Headed by Jialan, she said in a conspiratorial manner, your family's children follow Chen Fei to earn money, of course you say so. Chen Fei asked in a nonchalant manner, what do you say then? Share my money with you? Jialan's eyes lit up, I have no problem if you want to honor me. Chen Fei snickered, Auntie, have you put white flour on your face? Jialan licked her face and said, I know you don't want to give it up, I don't want your money for nothing, I'll let the second dog and the second fragrance follow you, that's fine, right? Jialan's family has 4 children, the oldest dog, then Xinxian, the second dog, Erxian. The second dog is 18 years old and has no problem picking mushrooms, but Chen Fei doesn't want to bring them. There are too many of them trying to make money. They can't just ask for it. It's not right to refuse them all. It's too offensive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're neighbors, so I'll be honest. I can't hide it, and I can't hide it, so Chen Fei just got right to the point. I did make some money in the past few days, but my access is limited, and if everyone follows me in picking mushrooms, who am I going to sell them to? Who am I going to sell them to? The implication is that I can't lose money, right? Chen Fei asked 3 questions in a row, leaving everyone stumped. Aunt Guiying took the opportunity to speak up for him. That's right, with so many people, who are we going to sell thousands of pounds of mushrooms a day to? Mushrooms are not a necessity, and a small county can't afford to eat that many. Isn't it hard for Chen Fei? We're all from the same village, how can you be so mean? Chen Fei took the opportunity to explain. It's not that I don't want it, but I really can't afford to have so many people, so I hope the young and old will understand. Besides, picking mushrooms everyone will, want to earn money can find their own way, such as selling to the cooperative, or go to the black market to sell, more or less take some risk on the line. His move to retreat for progress, deliberately point out the black market, is to let everyone understand, he needs people, but really cannot take so many people. You can do it yourself, as long as you are not afraid of risk, despite on. In the past few years, speculation has been arrested in the minority, the big guys are impressed, are a little afraid. When Chen Fei said that, a lot of people beat a retreat. This is not good, right? Sneaking to get 2 pocket money is okay, really as a matter of doing, in case of being caught on the trouble. I told you, we farmers, honestly farming on the line, do not think so much. This is exactly what Chen Fei wanted, is to let them know difficult to retreat, but not all retreat. Can't be sure which red eye attack, go to report him on the trouble, so follow the words down. You are alright, a small fight is fine, make a big delay in production, the impact is not good. In addition, we all know, I'm going to get married soon, have to build a house. Chen Fei stroked his chin and pretended to think, do you think this will work? Once the house is built and my daughter-in-law is home, I'll immediately expand my staff. As for who I want, I think, as long as 14 or 15 years old half-grown boy, at most not more than 18, what do you think? At that time, the countryside basically graduated from junior high school to the end, very few high school, so this age is just right. The crowd immediately talked. Chen Fei had a point. The children to go to the most appropriate, even if the above to catch, are small children, will also be punished less. The secretary is also there, the secretary said in the middle or not. Song Hongjun walked out from the crowd, slowly and methodically said, according to me, Chen Fei said feasible, neither affect school, nor affect production, but also can earn some pocket money, not a good way. When the crowd heard this, they immediately had a backbone. The secretary said yes, that will certainly work. Let's do it. Chen Fei, my Mao Mao counts as 1. My stone counts as 1. And my Xiaobing. All the families signed up. Chen Fei wrote it all down. Most of them were smiling, but some weren't happy. Their children were either too young or already adults, so Chen Fei didn't want them. Jia Lan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Chen Fei, what do you mean, know that the second dog is over 18 years old, you deliberately, right? You cannot say that, there are no rules, I cannot do everything. Besides, the second dog is just a few months younger than me, he can do it himself, let him go get it himself? Chen Fei just doesn't want to bring it, and it's a grandiose refusal. Love it or hate it. Jia Lan is still reluctant. Can Erxian do it? She's only 17. I'm sorry. I only want boys, not girls. You. Jia Lan's face is purple. Fourth Phoenix isn't a girl? Chen Fei is just playing a game. She's my sister, and I don't have to pay her, so if you want Erxian to work for me for nothing, that's not a bad idea. You've got to be kidding me. Jia Lan was so angry that she pinched her waist and scolded Chen Fei, you little brat, so to your own aunt, not afraid of heaven and earth? Chen Fei smiled and disliked back, that will not, second aunt you so vicious or fine, how can it be my turn?
Jialan still want to scold, was Chen Xiang pulled back. Mom, you do not scold, the more scolding the more losses.
Jialan is the eldest, against Chen Fei scolding, not the more scolding the more losses.
The more Jialan thought about it, the more angry she became, pulling her voice and yelling towards the back.
Chen Quan, you goddamned bastard, your wife is being bullied like this and you don't even come out? Egu, why am I so unlucky to be married to such a loser like you? Chen Quan black face from the back of the crowd squeezed out, puffing and puffing, you this child, so crowded your aunt, not afraid of the neighbors' laugh? Chen Fei was a little surprised, in his previous life, uncle is an honest lump, 3 whips cannot whip a fart, now how this? Could it be that his rebirth has changed the trajectory of his life?
Chen Fei couldn't figure it out, so he casually perfunctorily said, it's okay, I'm thick-skinned and not afraid of jokes.
Chen Quan's old face was red, smoothed the air, put on a posture of elders.
Don't talk nonsense, listen to me, let the 2 dogs and 2 incense follow you, do not have to give too much, 1 person a day $3 on the line.
Chapter 40 Don't set your face with me, you don't deserve it.
Chen Fei immediately changed his face, off the top of his head to say a phrase from the network of the previous life, second uncle, you are thinking of farts to eat.
Chen Quan eyes glared, what did you say?
I said this is impossible, no rules, if you open this mouth, other people are coming to me whether I want or not.
Chen Quan said with a sullen face, that can be the same?
I am your own uncle, 2 dogs, and 2 incense is your own cousin pro-cousin.
Uncle, have you treated us as your nephews all these years? Have you ever asked us about our family? Have you ever looked at us when we've had nothing to eat? Chen Fei exposed him without mercy, so don't make faces with me, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Fei said it well.
Chen Xifeng was straight talking and shouted out. Chen Quan was so angry that his face turned green.
Dare to talk to me like that, believe it or not I will whip you?
Chen Fei sneered, I dare to fight back if you dare to do it, don't believe me, try it and see if I can you up.
You, piss me off.
Chen Quan's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color, but he froze and didn't dare to make a move. Chen Fei was famous for fighting in Xiling village, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat him.
If he was beaten up by his own nephew, where would he put his old face? Don't make a scene, it's embarrassing.
Chen Xiang pulled the 2 to the outside, next to Chen Ergu indignantly said, Sister, what are you afraid of? Fighting I'm not afraid of him.
Chen Xiang gave him a blank look, Chen Fei is famous for fighting, and Chen Xifeng is even more ruthless, can you beat him?
That's not necessarily, our family of 3 or 4 people, the big deal is to call my brother back.
After all, I'm actually a bit scared. Fighting won't solve the problem. If you win, you'll go to the police station. If you lose, you'll suffer and be laughed at. So that's it?
2 dogs is not convinced.
Guns hit the head, you do not see him today, maybe one day we'll be arrested.
Chen Xiang understand, everyone is not willing to do it themselves, is not want to take the risk, in case they are pressed a speculation will be trouble. Chen Ergu laughed when he heard it, I get it, to put it bluntly, that is, let Chen Fei in front of the top, in case something happens is also the first to catch him. Other families are half a child, there will not be a big problem, but Chen Fei is the leader, if someone above is more serious, certainly less than a few years sentence.
Watch, see how many times he can shine.
Chen Xiang said coldly.
Chen Fei didn't know what this family was thinking, and he didn't care if he knew.
Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he knew all the policies like the back of his hand, which is why he had the guts to lay out his plans in advance. After Chen Xiang's family left, there were still quite a few people who were reluctant to leave. You all made money, the big guys are dry watching, things are not done this way. That's right, they are all neighbors, a bowl of water must be leveled. Chen Fei thought about it, openly and honestly said I understand everyone's mind, but want to earn money does not necessarily have to pick mushrooms off. I have just said that I must build a house before I get married. I mean, starting tomorrow, who has the right tree, can be out. Chen Fei opened the door and said can be a rafter of a 30 cents, purlin of $3, a small beam of $5, columns of $2, large beams of $10.
By the way, I want elm beams.
Elm wood is the best for beams, solid wood, and there is a surplus of food, very popular. If you don't have a family to go to the mountains to cut it, it's okay, you can put the tree at home first, then I will go with the carpenter uncle to check it out, and pay with one hand and deliver with the other. The gang's eyes lit up when they heard.
This job can be done. It's easy to earn a few dollars a day. I'm in. There's something else I haven't said.
A big tree, with a trunk that can be used as a beam and thick branches that can be used as rafters, that's all money.
What about me? How much do you pay per day? Carpenter Zhang couldn't help but ask.
Uncle Zhang, building the house all rely on you, naturally will not treat you poorly, so, from tomorrow onwards, I will give you $3 a day, plus a pack of cigarettes, do you think it's okay?
Zhang Carpenter smiled, okay, you kid is not stingy.
Chen Fei smiled and said I Chen Fei never stingy, in addition to take the time to do 2 more crates for me, a standing cabinet, wedding, a crate $5, standing cabinet $10. This is a fine method of work, so Chen Fei gave a higher price.
Shang, you will see good.
Zhang Carpenter is eager, this meal operation down, he can also make a small fortune.
And Uncle Ma, you're an old mason, you'll have to come and be treated the same as Uncle Zhang. Old Ma laughed out loud. Yes, I'll be there on time. I'll be there on time. And everyone else, when you're building the house, you can come whenever you're free. $2 a day, and lunch at noon. Okay, this is good. Chen Fei atmosphere.
This time is almost done, can take care of all take care of.
The big guys are satisfied, they have to leave. Lu Year's figure is revealed.
Brother Chen Fei, just now I was scared, I was really afraid that you would fight with someone at the drop of a hat.
Chen Fei laughed, I just scare them, usually don't really fight.
2 lifetimes of being a human being, but also the president of the 100 billion, naturally not so impulsive.
Then it will still be a fight. Lu Year glared at him, then twisted her waist. Do you feel that I am different today? Little bastard, still playing this with me? Chen Fei pretended to look her up and down, as if it was not quite the same as usual, in the end which is not the same. Lu Year pouted her lips, you take a good look again? Chen Fei laughed, suddenly put his arm around her, wearing new clothes become better looking. Lu Year shyly said that is the clothes look good, or I look good?
Of course is my daughter-in-law good looking, but wearing new clothes better look. Said, and lying in her ear whispered. You do not wear clothes also look good. A sentence said Lu Year blushing heartbeat, hastily pushed him away, you shameless, I ignore you. Chen 4 Phoenix see the situation stared, Xiao Fei, 5 Phoenix is still here, do not bring bad children. 5 Phoenix's face is flushed, 4th sister, I'm 15 years old, I'm not young anymore. Besides, I didn't even hear what my brother said. Chen Fei laughed out loud, of course you can't hear, this is my private conversation with your sister Lu Year. Willow Year, which like him so shameless, has long been ashamed of the shame, gestured to go, was Chen Fei a pull, Willow Year don't go, immediately started cooking. Lu Year also did not intend to really go, a pull and stood still. 5 Phoenix curiously asked, brother, what will we eat tonight? Who's cooking? Chen Fei smiled and said, of course it's your brother me. By the way, you first with Lu Year eating candy, see me show you a hand. Wu Fing said nicely, let sister Lu Year eat the candy, I'll burn the fire for you, right? No, you need to take good care of your hands for a period of time. 4th sister to help me burn the fire on the line, brother liberation, left a piece of food? Xu Jiafeng scratched the back of the head, a naive smile, you guys eat, I'll go back first. Chen Sifeng is honest and nonchalant, okay, you go, come early tomorrow. Chen Sifeng then burned the fire, Chen Fei panning rice, steamed a pot of rice. After the rice is steamed, dripping with soy sauce, stirring evenly, frying pan on the fire, dig a spoonful of lard melted, sprinkle a bit of onion popping incense, and then pour the rice into the stir fry for a while. High-end ingredients often need to be cooked in the most rustic way. Plain white rice, by him so, the soy sauce bibimbap with the flavor of longing was freshly baked. A slight aroma filled the air, that really smelled heavenly. 5 Phoenix and Lu Year smelled the aroma from inside the house and couldn't help but run out, brother, what kind of rice did you make, it smells so good? Chen Fei while out of the pot, while smilingly said, today did not buy what, just do a soy sauce mixed rice. 5 Phoenix vigorously sniffing, so fragrant. I haven't smelled such fragrant rice in a long time. Chen Fei's face sank slightly, how much did my little sister suffer in my sister-in-law's house, ordinary soy sauce mixed rice can make her crave for this. Chapter 41 Dark Shadow on the Wall. At night, the sisters were together and talked for a while. Before going to sleep, Chen Fei liked to empty his body. From the outhouse out, was about to go back to bed, cold glimpse of the east side of the courtyard wall in the dark there is a thing, the first reaction is that the home has been a thief. Not afraid of thieves to steal for fear of thieves miss, he is now making money, maybe someone miss on. Although it is said that the West Ridge villagers are simple, but occasionally there are black sheep, so he drank low, who was there? The dark thing on the wall moved, and said in an extremely suppressed voice Xiaofei, it's me, keep your voice down. Second uncle? Chen Fei was startled, what are you doing on the wall in the middle of the night? Chen Quan waved at him, you come over, I have something to say to you. Chen Fei walked to the root of the wall, and said in a bad mood, what is there to say that cannot be said in the daytime? Chen Quan sighed, Xiao Fei, I know you resent me, hate me these years did not control you, but I cannot help, I dragged the family, afraid of being dragged, these years in fact, my heart is also very difficult. Then you are still like that today? Previously, Chen Fei does not hate Chen Quan, then everyone is at risk, not moving to be reported, are afraid of being implicated, which is common sense. But today's incident, really some disgusting. Chen Quan laughed bitterly and said you are still young never married a daughter-in-law, if I do not say that, your second aunt can let me go? Aha! So that's how it is. Chen Fei then realized that the second uncle used to be quite honest people, today why this, the original is to do the appearance to the second aunt to see So he slowed down his tone and asked, what do you want now? It's okay, I'll just tell you, otherwise I can't sleep at night. After saying that, Chen Quan's head shrunk back. Hearing this, Chen Fei smiled. Second uncle was still the same second uncle, a wimp when it came to things, and afraid of his wife, but there was no need to worry about him being bad. People like him can't get over the hurdle in their hearts. However, the second aunt is indeed difficult to deal with, marrying this kind of woman, really enough to make him suffer. A certain small courtyard in the county town. Yun Jin returned home from work, washed up and sat on the sofa, suddenly remembered the ointment given by Chen Fei, and felt that she could not brush off Chen Fei's good intentions, so she tried to smear it on the injury. As soon as she put it on, she immediately felt a refreshing coolness and a faint medicinal fragrance, which was very comfortable. Yun Jin was also a doctor, and immediately had an intuition that this medicine should be effective. Sure enough, the next morning, Yun Jin woke up, subconsciously looked at his legs, and found that there were already signs of scabbing. Surprised and delighted, Yun Jin hurriedly applied it again and waited patiently until she got off work at noon.
Taking another look, the scabs had all fallen off, revealing brand new skin.
No protrusions, no depressions, smooth and even, perfect healing, almost impossible to see the appearance of a former injury, only a faint reddish color.
Yun Jin was overjoyed and applied it again.
When she saw Chen Fei again, she couldn't wait to tell him that her injuries were all healed, but also beautifully turned around, so that Chen Fei had to sigh, the woman really is the mouth is not the heart.
Mouth says do not care, in fact, the heart cares a lot. Handed over the herbs checkout, Chen Fei took the money ready to go, pretending to casually say, "Sister, the brewery that Chow factory director and my brother-in-law relationship how?"
Yun Jin said they were classmates from elementary school to high school, and used to be neighbors. What's wrong? The old Joe does not want your mushrooms.
That's not true.
Chen Fei organized the language. I just see that he seems to be a little bad recently. I want to remind him, but I am afraid that he misunderstands, so I think it is best to be said by my brother-in-law. Yun Jin was surprised to look at him. Brother, you will not quietly give him a face reading.
Chen Fei ambiguous wrote I just casually look.
Yun Jin looked at the for no one, which quietly said I see you should know Chinese medicine, right? Chen Fei does not deny, not bad, my father used to be the old Chinese medicine, often with my father when I was a child to go up the mountain to collect medicine, so I know the medicinal herbs. Yun Jin let out an a look like that was the case, and then purposely reminded him. Brother, let me tell you, it's fine for you to say that you know medicine, those metaphysics better not be used indiscriminately, in case you are reported by someone, it will be very difficult to deal with.
I understand.
So I'm just mentioning it in passing, those with good relationships let brother-in-law remind them, those with average relationships forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. Chen Fei father was reported to lead to a series of things later, he naturally knows the importance.
Okay, I will talk to your brother-in-law, listen to them or not, you do not care.
Yun Jin is now really Chen Fei as a younger brother, to guide him. In fact, I also know a little Chinese medicine, but I now on the metaphysics of the word, you have to learn with sister.
I understand, sister is for my good.
If you don't know Chinese medicine, Yun Jin can't be the director of the Chinese herbal pharmacy.
But there's a difference. It's good that you know.
By the way, your brother-in-law has already told the cafeteria manager that the mushrooms should be delivered by 4 Phoenix, and that it's not up to Shui Gang to take charge of this matter, and that if he dares to mess up, he'll never be spared. He'll never be spared if he dares to do anything. That's what he should do, his factory matters, he does not care who cares. On that day, Yun Jin relayed Chen Fei's words to Zhou Zhang, who hesitated and decided to call Xiao Guozhu in the evening in the name of a party. The two families sat together, drinking 30 cents a bottle of beer, eating melon seeds, unknowingly talking about Chen Fei. Xiao Guozhu put down the glass, eyes staring at Zhou Zhang, old classmates, you tell me the truth, this Chen Fei and you what relationship, you two mouths are not moving to mention him? Zhou Zhang said the process of recognizing Chen Fei, and at the end did not forget to praise his sentence. Don't look at him from the countryside, not very old, but he speaks and does things, very measured, not ordinary people Xiao Guozhu is not very concerned about it is good, but it is not as exaggerated as you say, right? That is you do not know deeply, after things you understand. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, Zhou Zhang close to Xiao Guozhu, old classmates, I do not know when to speak or not to speak? Xiao Guozhu laughed and scolded that there are words quickly say, have a fart quickly put. If it is before, Zhou Zhang on the metaphysics and so on is absolutely do not believe, but with his understanding of Chen Fei, is not the kind of people who believe, and afraid not to say regret, so just say straight. Old Xiao, according to Chen Fei, you may have had some bad luck recently, you'd better watch out. Xiao Guozhu frowned slightly, Lao Zhou, I recently smooth, you cannot listen to his nonsense, feudal superstitions cannot be. The heart is a little displeased. Yun Jin in the side is not happy. You say this, people and no malice, you pay attention to the line, how the feudal superstition? Xiao Guozhu daughter-in-law Xin Yu Wan stabbed him, you this person really, people are kind to remind you, on the line of what to do. It won't hurt if you pay more attention. Xiao Guozhu quickly admitted his mistake, okay, I'll pay more attention, but where do I start and what do I pay attention to? I can't just walk and put my feet up, can I? You're just raising the bar. Xin Yu Wan glared at him, smiled and asked Yun Jin, what do you think Lao Qiao should pay attention to? Yun Jin thought for a moment and said, Chen Fei did not go into detail, but he met with Lao Qiao at the winery, it should be related to the factory, right? There is nothing going on at the winery. Recently, production sales have risen, and I feel quite good. Yun Jin thoughtfully said you'd better take a look at it more often, it never hurts. The conversation ended here, Zhou Zhang changed the topic. After all, these things are sensitive, cannot say too much. As for believe it or not is the matter of Xiao Guozhu himself. Xiao Guozhu originally did not think, but lying in bed at night, inexplicably upset, tossing and turning cannot sleep. The next day, Xiao Guozhu in the name of inspection in the factory around. When he looked up, he was shocked. Chapter 42. Just like you, when will you be able to chase my sister? I only saw the lifting hoist in the workshop, missing a screw cap, only the bare screw. This is a proper safety hazard. Xiao Guozhu was startled. If it suddenly fell off during the hoisting process, it would be a safety accident. So Xiao Guozhu couldn't wait to convene a safety meeting, and before it was time to go to work, he called all the middle and senior cadres together. Meeting. Suspend production operations and conduct a comprehensive safety inspection. Many people expressed incomprehension. Vice Plant Director Xin Shuemin frowned. Old Xiao, safety inspections are fine, suspending production is not necessary, right? Office Director Trey Jinhui, yes, soon the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the production cannot keep up with the loss is too big. Workshop Director Wang Dong, how about inspecting and producing at the same time? There are many different opinions, all do not support the shutdown. After all, stopping production means loss. Even if only for a day. Machinery and equipment, boilers, are all money. The more this is, the more we should focus on safety, focusing on checking whether the fire protection facilities are out of date, whether the power lines in the plant are safe, storage equipment, exhalation valves, tanks, and lifting equipment. The knife is not wrong to cut the woodwork. Xiao Guozhu said stiffly. Last night, tossing and turning, was Zhou Zhang Two Mouths said the heart. Harry, not thoroughly checked, the heart is not solid. Xiao Guozhu is the head of a factory, although the people underneath do not understand, but still implemented. As of noon, a number of safety hazards were found. For example, the problem of hoisting the hoist, some of the wires and lines aging problem, the wine pool is not cleaned in time. All summarized. The problems are small. But they are many. All kinds of small problems, a whole lot. As the head of a plant, Xiao Guozhu deeply understands that the details determine success or failure. Seemingly insignificant small problems continue to accumulate, may one day become a big disaster. So he immediately ordered comprehensive repair and strive to complete within a day. If it is not possible, then work overtime at night, even if it is a 24-hour shift, production will be resumed tomorrow. From the winery out, Chen Fei went directly to the meat factory, spent $1.50 to buy 2 pounds of tenderloin, before riding home. He and Shen Sifeng made an appointment to meet at the co-op if they buy something, and wait at the intersection out of town if they don't buy anything. After the meeting, Shen Sifeng could not help but show off. More than $100 a day made her beautiful. Even if it's just over the top, it's still a great sense of accomplishment. The trio traveled, talking and laughing as they walked. Most of it was Chen Sifeng talking. Zhu Jiefan was like a muffled gourd, basically seldom talking except for the occasional shout of "Phew, ooh, drive, drive, drive," or flinging the whip. Either that or scratching his head and giggling. Chen Fei was so angry that he wanted to go up and kick him twice. Just like you, when will you be able to chase my sister? But cannot say it explicitly, it is very anxious. Back home, return the bike to Miao Zhuangzhuang, Chen Fei began to cook. First of all, cut the tenderloin and wash it, put a little salt and pepper marinade for about 10 minutes. The next step is supposed to use tomato sauce, but there is no. But it does not matter, there are tomatoes on the line. Pick 2 tomatoes, boil water, cook them in hot water for a while, take them out, gently cut a slit and peel off the whole skin. Then chopped and poured into the pot, first on high heat to simmer, simmering, stirring constantly with a spoon to prevent sticking to the pot. Wait until there is no foam in the pot, add a little sugar and salt, simmer to the pot of juice obviously thick, add a little vinegar, and then simmer for a short time on the line. One time to do a little too much, Chen Fei found a clean bottle, cooled down and then loaded, can be used later. The ratio of tomato sauce, sugar and vinegar 3:1, add a little water and starch and mix well. Tenderloin put in the batter and mix well. After the oil is hot, put the tenderloin strip one by one in the deep frying. Fry them until lightly browned and remove from the pan, then fry them again when the oil is hot. Put the tomato sauce into the pan, stir fry for a while, then add the fried pork loin and stir fry until golden brown in color. A sweet and sour tenderloin will be ready. This time and then sprinkle some sesame seeds would be better. A dish is certainly not enough. Chen Fei and the whole of a shoot cucumber, a hot and sour cabbage, with a big white steamed bun, millet porridge, the family ate flavorful. Although you can eat rice, but the northern countryside still prefer to eat steamed bread. Shen Sifeng was full of praise, Lu Ye's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and Wu Feng came back for a few days, and her face started to grow meat. Looking at their happy faces, Chen Fei was satisfied. The original happiness is so simple, eat and wear warm, that's all. Now Chen Fei can't sleep. Because in the morning, he had to send 5 Phoenix to school, and when he came back, he started to get busy. But this is good, so he can finish picking mushrooms earlier and go into the city. Because he had spoken in advance, he didn't meet with Xiao Guozhu and directly sold the mushrooms in the cafeteria and left. The next day, most of the overhaul of the winery was completed and production resumed. A heart fell into Xiao Guozhu's stomach. Although he was delayed for a day, he eliminated the hidden safety hazards and could rest assured in the future. In the afternoon, Chen Fei and Xiao Guozhu both met, and Xiao Guozhu smiled and thanked him. However, he didn't really care. Which factory can still not have a little safety hazards? As if a person who does not have a little disease on the body. For example, 9 out of 10 people hemorrhoids, gastrointestinal problems, and so on. Feeling Chen Fei some fuss. After all, it's not that he wants to sell more mushrooms. Chen Fei 2 generations, look at his complexion, guessed a 7 or 8. But looking at his complexion, it didn't get better because of the security check. Instead, the red light in the Hall of Seals was even more prevalent and was shrouded by a dark aura. According to theory, it shouldn't be. Xiao Guozhu had already done the safety check, how come it worsened instead? No, it must be that the real hidden danger had not been eliminated, only that he had not realized it. After considering it for a while, Chen Fei still decided to remind him. Otherwise it would be too late to repent. Plant Director Qiao, I feel that your safety inspections are not thorough. Think again about what other aspects have not been perfected? Xiao Guozhu was a bit displeased. He has fully inspected and solved all the big and small problems, what more do you want? Xiao Chen, Lao Zhou's 2 families think highly of you, and I have a good relationship with Lao Zhou. I am grateful that you can remind me, but you are overly cautious. Listen to the words and listen to the sound. Chen Fei knew he didn't take it to heart. But if you leave like this, I am afraid that Xiao Guozhu will not be able to get through this hurdle today. So it said smilingly, Xiao Factory Director, I have not seen how the winery production can visit? Xiao Guozhu pondered for a moment and nodded, you want to see it, but only outside to see, cannot go in and change clothes, more trouble. In fact, he did not want to let Chen Fei in, but in the way of Zhou Zhangfei's, said more euphemistic. Okay, I will look outside. Inside is aseptic production, afraid of pollution. This Chen Fei understand. Bicycle in front of the cafeteria cannot be lost, Chen Fei and Xiao Guozhu together to visit the production workshop. Outside cannot see what the name, Chen Fei stood in front of the workshop door to look around, and did not find where there is a problem. Take a look elsewhere. Center. The 2 came to the wine pool. The wine pool had been mostly cleaned up overnight last night, and there were still the last 2 that someone was cleaning up. Chen Fei glanced at it from afar and immediately frowned. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Xu Caixia had fainted. Old Ma had also fainted. Xiao Guozhu was shocked and hurried over. What's going on? How could you be so careless? Factory Director, we. The head of the person in charge, Wang Dong, was sweating, and Xiao Guozhu directly interrupted him. Don't talk so much, save the people. Go down with 2 men and bring them up. Workers Zhu Ding, Wu recognized immediately down the ladder, trying to lift people up. However, the 2 men went down and tossed for a while, but not only did they not save the people, but they themselves became unconscious and suddenly went limp. Xiao Guozhu's legs are soft. It's over. This is going to kill someone. And not just one. Several lives, enough for him to be sentenced. Chapter 43 Artificial Respiration. At this time, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. You guys are confused, why don't you go down to save people without taking proper precautions? Xiao Guozhu's side face look, do not know when Chen Fei came to his side, subconsciously asked, what to do? Chen Fei twisted his face and saw the water pipe next to the wine pool, which should be specialized in cleaning the wine pool. Under normal circumstances, the wine pool should be filled with water first, so that the toxic gases inside are fully diluted, and then go down to clean. These people obviously neglected this procedure. Quick, get the electric fan and blow air into it. Time is life, it's obviously too late to refill the pool with water, and blowing air into it with an electric fan can do the same thing. I just don't know if the winery has one. Right, hurry up and get the electric fan. Xiao Guozhu came back to his senses and shouted. Obviously, the winery has this thing. Soon after, someone brought an electric fan, plugged it in, and the wind was turned up to the maximum, blowing hard against the wine pool. Chen Fei nodded, not bad. Otherwise, I'm afraid these few people would be finished. Go down to 2 people, put on protective masks, and the others will take over from above. Good, do as he says. Xiao Guozhu just panicked for a moment and messed up. After Chen Fei reminded him, he immediately understood. Wang Dong, what's wrong with you? Cleaning up the wine pool without water, also do not wear protective masks, you the person in charge of how to be? Xiao Guozhu cursed. Wang Dong, the person in charge of the wine pool, cried. Plant manager, I'm also desperate. The first few cleanups were fine, but I didn't expect the last 2 to go wrong. This kind of thing is very common, trying to save trouble, save 1 or 2 processes, the result is a big deal. If nothing happens, everyone laughs and thinks it's nothing. Once the accident, the person directly responsible and the factory director cannot be blamed. Okay, don't you want to do what Brother Chen said? Do you want to die? Oh. Wang Dong hastily wiped his tears, yelling, fast, Zhang Shuowa, Li Jianxiang, where protective measures to go down to save people forget it, I personally go down. Several people acted quickly, some people prepared ropes, some people quickly put on protective measures. Xiao Guozhu hurriedly called 120 and asked them to send an ambulance over. Soon, Wang Dong and two other workers wearing protective gear down, with a rope on the victim. The people above actively cooperate, 7 hands and feet to fish people up. The first to be fished out was Zhu Caixia, who was already in a serious coma.
The ambulance has not yet come.
Xiao Guozhu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly rubbing his hands. The other 2 deputy directors and the workshop director all came, all gloomy face, helpless.
All of them got out of the way. Get the people outside.
Chen Fei hugged Zhu Caixia and ran outside.
Regardless of whether it was carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide poisoning, the first step was to maintain ventilation so that the patient could breathe smoothly.
Of course, now that the person is unconscious, the second step is needed.
CPR.
I don't know whether Zhu Caixia was light or Chen Fei was strong, running like a gust of wind. Coming outside, Chen Fei put her flat on the ground, then knelt on the right side and unlocked his coat. Zhu Caixia still has an undershirt inside her overalls, so she can't undo it anymore.
Because it is a female, it is not appropriate. How is it? Is there still help? Xiao Guozhu also followed out, sweating, and asked. Need to do artificial respiration, can be saved, depends on these minutes. Chen Fei checked Zhu Caixia's breathing and pulse, and said without lifting his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guozhu clenched his fists. It must not die.
At this time, Old Ma was also carried out, and Chen Fei instructed them to place them flat on the ground 2 or 3 meters apart and not to crowd around.
Does anyone know how to do CPR? If you don't know how to do it, follow me.
Chen Fei placed the root of the palm of his hand on the middle and lower 13th of Zhu Caixia's sternum, and crossed his hands and began to press. Just now held quite light, but the real contact to find soft big white, Chen Fei is not interested in experiencing, concentrate on doing CPR. Xiao Guozhu looked up towards the factory entrance. The ambulance has not come, so he hurriedly called, go call the factory doctor, let him quickly come over to save people. Someone ran to call the factory doctor, while Chen Fei kept pressing on the patient's chest. After 30 consecutive compressions, Chen Fei cupped Zhu Caixia's jaw with his hand and let her open her mouth. Confirm that there is no foreign body in the mouth and nose, take a deep breath, and blow hard into the mouth.
This is artificial respiration.
4 patients were also carried out one after another. The factory doctor also came and did CPR on the old horse.
Pressure, blowing.
Constantly cycling back and forth, Chen Fei's head began to sweat, and his hands were sore. Finally, Zhu Caixia hummed and opened her eyes. Looking at each other, Zhu Caixia's eyes had 3 points of confusion, 3 points of gratitude, 3 points of shyness, and 1 point of indescribable feeling.
Good. Xiao Guozhu couldn't help but roar.
By saving one, his culpability would be reduced by 1 point. At this moment, Chen Fei couldn't be bothered to take a break, covering Zhu Caixia's clothes back up and rushing to check on the other 2. Everyone was watching nervously, but they couldn't get too close and affect the ventilation. Fortunately, these 2 workers went down for a short period of time. The poisoning was not deep, and after some resuscitation, they soon woke up. At this time, Chen Fei was already sweating from exhaustion, sitting on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. Old Ma also woke up under the efforts of the factory doctor.
Good. Great.
Xiao Guozhu excitedly waved his fist and roared. Brother Chen Fei, you've done me a great favor. Chen Fei wiped his sweat and looked up at him, realizing that the black aura on his forehead had dissipated. He couldn't help but smile heartily.
Factory Director Qiao, do you believe it now?
Xiao Guozhu's body shook, then he said with a face full of shame, Brother Chen Fei, it was my fault.
The kindness of saving my life is unforgettable. From now on, you are my brother. Chen Fei laughed, I'm sorry, but I can't leave you alone when I meet you.
Fortunately, Chen Fei's previous life across the city learned a lot of things, otherwise today can only be the same as others, dry eyes no way.
Whoa. The ambulance sped in with its siren blaring. A paramedic got out of the car, carrying a stretcher and flew over. Where is the person? Where are the patients? How many?
The people were saved. Wang Dong felt that he was able to do it again, and said with a smile, you are too slow, the people have been saved.
This is not just these few. The doctor was surprised, not that the poisoning coma? Wang Dong pointed to Chen Fei laughed, is this little brother to them artificial respiration rescue back?
The doctor looked at Chen Fei, some surprise, young man, well artificial respiration is not much. At that time, not to mention the rural people, the city people know artificial respiration is also very few. Especially in times of panic, many people are disoriented, do not know how to do. Or just do it blindly. Not only can they not save people, but they may also let people directly hiccup. Factory Director Qiao, a great fortune amongst misfortunes. The doctor said to Xiao Guozhu, this kind of mixed gas poisoning, the mortality rate is very high, if not in time to rescue, you can be in a big trouble. Xiao Guozhu said, who says it isn't? My heart is still pounding. The doctor said, although the person was rescued, but still need to check. Xiao Guozhu said, check, quickly check. The doctor squatted down and asked Zhu Caixia, how do you feel now? Zhu Caixia said, I have nausea, chest tightness, general weakness, and headache. What about you? The doctor asked the old horse again. I feel breathless, weak, and nauseous. Old Ma said. The doctor asked the other two, and the answers were more or less the same. The doctor straightened up and said, "Xiao factory director, they need to be admitted to the hospital for a few days of observation to ensure that there is no damage to the autonomic nerves, and whether there is a cerebral cortical syndrome, you see?" These technical terms Xiao Guozhu could not understand. But people can be salvaged back is already fortunate, the rest is trivial. Xiao Guozhu quickly said, "What to do on how to do, live a few more days does not matter, medical expenses factory full report." So, several patients were carried on the ambulance, hospitalized for observation. At this time, Chen Fei also slowed down the energy, and Xiao Guozhu farewell. Xiao Guozhu said, "I won't keep you today, some other day I will have a banquet to thank you." Chen Fei said, "No, this is what I should do." Seeing his back gradually going away, Xiao Guozhu's eyes showed a touch of admiration. This young man can handle. He's really on top of things. If it wasn't for him today, I'm afraid I'd be the factory manager for life. Come on. We'll hold an emergency meeting this afternoon to criticize and self-criticize. Xiao Guozhu said loudly. Machinery factory cafeteria. Shui Gang watched Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng proudly leave with the money, and couldn't help but come up with a nationalism. It's too infuriating. His own brother's mushrooms refused to accept, but Chen Fei's family's mushrooms were open for the taking, and he was specifically warned not to make things difficult. There is no king law? Is there any justice in heaven? However, he is now an ordinary worker. If he is hard, he will definitely suffer. Even if his uncle is the deputy factory director, not plants. I'll kill you one day. I'll let you have your way for a couple of days. Shui Gang looked around and saw no one, walked to the windowsill, picked up a teacup, clipped it in his armpit, and walked out. Inside the teacup was a cup full of strong tea. Chapter 44, Great Luck, Eat Chicken Tonight. This day, Chen Fei, and as usual, by the way to the 5 Phoenix piggyback just to the door was surrounded by people. Chen Fei, each family's wood are good, you see when to look at? Zhang Carpenter smilingly opened, others are also eyeing Chen Fei. In the past few days, each family has cut a lot of wood, in case Chen Fei does not want to do. They are looking forward to getting some money from him. What's the quality? Is there anything wrong with it? Chen Fei asked. Look at what you say, are all folks, certainly will not fool you. That's right, there's no such thing as second best. You can rest assured. The crowd said in a chorus of words. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, this way, all pull over no place to put, first put their own home, tomorrow call on a few people, start digging the foundation, the old horse uncle, look at you. Old Ma is a mason, building a house still have to rely on him. Okay, who is free tomorrow? Carpenter Zhang asked. I'm free. Me too. And me. Many people signed up immediately. Okay, the first day, there is no need for too many people, there are 10 or so will be enough. The first day is mainly about measuring the land, drawing lines, and planning the layout, so it doesn't take too many people. The people were satisfied with the answer and left. Brother, what are we going to eat today? In just a few days, 5 Phoenix had already been cultivated into a snacker by Chen Fei, just like 4 Phoenix. Tonight. Originally, Chen Fei had brought back some meat and was going to stir-fry the meat with chile, but his eyes glanced at the chicken coop and suddenly changed his mind. Great luck, eating chicken tonight. Chicken? Where's the chicken? 5 Phoenix is looking left and right. Brother, you bought chickens? Where is it? Chen Fei pointed to the chicken coop. That's not it. Brother, they're egg-laying chickens. I don't care what kind of chicken it is, just eat it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Sifeng grabbed him by the ear. If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll have to go up to the house. How dare you think about the last 2 chickens? Sister, can you hear me out? Chen Fei squatted down. It really hurts. I'm sure it's my own sister. You're really hard on her. Speak up, I'll listen. Chen Sifeng gripped his ear and wouldn't let go. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Fei had to settle for this. Look, we're going to build a house soon, and we'll have to tear down everything in the yard, so where can we put the chickens? With all the people coming and going, we might as well eat it. Well, that seems reasonable, but it's a shame. It's not easy to feed 2 old hens. Chen Sifeng let go of her hand, her face full of pain. Fourth sister, people have to look ahead, our family is not short of money, our eggs are also eaten, do not need to save the 3 mil in 2 dates. Money is the courage of heroes. Recently Chen Fei's daily earnings are in 2 or 300, the total deposit reached 2005. Can be said to be huge money. To know, that time the average salary of $20-30. A strong laborer in the countryside was less than $10 a month. Compare that to the average wage of 5,000 in the previous life, and you'll understand how horrible 2005 is. That's right. Chen Sifeng is smiling, so I'll just sit back and wait for the chicken. Get off the plane, snappy. Chen Fei rolled his eyes, you go catch the chickens, I'll prepare the ingredients, I'll give you a twist tonight. The chicken coop stinks. Chen Fei doesn't want to go in. Okay, for the sake of good food, fourth sister, I'll give it a go. Chen Sifeng rushed into the chicken coop with a righteous look, and there was a burst of chicken jumping without a dog. In fact, rural people are not afraid to get dirty. Before Chen Fei oil bottle fell down do not help. What dirty work Chen Sifeng grabbed to do?
Now it is just a joke. Brother Jiefeng, we will eat here tonight. Chen Fei greeted Zhu Jiefeng while preparing the side dishes. Zhu Jiefeng scratched his head, his eyes peeking at the chicken coop. I won't be here, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. You're no good, it's not like my sister will eat you. Chen Fei looked disgusted. Zhu Jiefeng's face turned red. I'm going back, the horse still needs to be fed. Said to go, Chen Fei had to catch up. You take the meat, my family ate chicken tonight, this meat will not be used. Zhu Jiefeng hastened to excuse himself. It's just as well to leave it for tomorrow. Give you take, I want to eat meat at any time to GA. Chen Fei shoved the meat into his hand. Come early tomorrow. Hey! Zhu Jiefeng glanced at Chen Sifeng, who had just come out of the chicken coop and left in a panic. What did you say to him, like a thief? Chen Sifeng said. Chen Fei's eyes turned. Zhu Jiefeng is a wimp. Fourth sister cannot take the initiative? Touching the ear, it still hurts a little. Forget it, let us settle our own affairs first, then talk about them. Nothing, you go boil a pot of hot water, I'll kill the chicken and make you a ground pot chicken today. You're craving me again. Chen Sifeng wiped a handful of non-existent saliva, but the craving is real. Brother, why don't I go boil some water? Fifth Phoenix put down her bag and was eager to try. No, go do your homework. Oh. The big difference between the ground pot chicken and the mushroom chicken nuggets lies in the noodles. The noodles in the mushroom chicken nuggets are similar to braised noodles. The size of the noodles is random, pulling it into a long noodle additionally boiled and put it in. While the noodles in the ground pot chicken are smaller, pulled into a 2-finger wide and 1 zip long small pieces of noodles, pasted around the edge of the pot in a circle, half of which is in the soup. Cake absorbs the soup, taste mellow, cake by vegetable flavor, vegetables by cake, soft and smooth and dry incense coexist. One word, fragrant. The family ate it all, and the neighbors all cried. Today Shui Chang is also there. Every time Shui Chang came, Jia was always generous with his hospitality. Although there was no big fish or meat, it was all white flour buns, stir-fried vegetables, and today she even cooked him a bowl of poached eggs. In the countryside, really good. Originally eat well, next door suddenly wafted a meat aroma, white bread suddenly does not smell. Eating meat every day, is it annoying? Shui Chang spat and cursed. I haven't seen you bring a piece of meat to our house. Shen Xiang said in a bad mood. Originally thought, with Shui Chang good can live a good life, the results of Shui Chang every time empty-handed to come, eat and drink, a wipe mouth away. What does she want? How to talk to Qianzi? Jia rushed to get Shen Xiang married into the Shui family, lest he annoy Shui Chang. Shui Chang did not get annoyed, smiled, and said, if you want to eat meat, I'll bring 2 pounds of it over tomorrow. How embarrassing. Jia smiled as fake as she could. It's not easy. So many days, finally see the money back. It's not easy for me. A meal was tasteless. After the meal, Shui Chang didn't get tired of Chen Xiang anymore and left on the pretext that he had something to do. Looking at his back gradually far away, Chen Quan opened his mouth and finally turned into a sigh. It's useless to say it, so it's better not to say it. At this time, Chen Fei's family has finished eating. Chen Feng while cleaning up while lamenting, our family is now considered a turnaround. I do not know how your second and third sister's family is now. Mentioning the second and third sisters, Chen Fei also thought a little bit. Slightly doing a calculation has an idea. Big sister, don't worry, tomorrow after the official village, I first turn 3 sisters home to see, the day after tomorrow and then go to see the second sister, what do you think? Chen Feng will be a strand of messy hair behind the ear, said, in fact, your third sister I'm not too worried, mainly your second sister. Third Phoenix's temperament and the fourth Phoenix is a bit like, although not as spicy as her, but also refuses to suffer the Lord. Second Phoenix is the weakest of the sisters, overly gentle and easily bullied. This point was very similar to sister-in-law. Mentioning his second sister, Chen Fei recalled his previous life, where his second sister seemed to have died quite tragically, but he didn't know much about why exactly. So he changed his mind and said, then I'll go see second sister first? Chapter 45, Ma Huilan and Zhu Caixia. Chen Feng softly said, Xiaofei, I think the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, why don't we take this opportunity to buy some mooncakes and go see? Big sister, I almost forgot if you didn't say so. Chen Fei slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. According to local custom, on August 15th, the mother's family should bring mooncakes, apples and other gifts to the daughter's home, meaning that the whole family will be reunited, and hope that the daughter will come home more often to see. But must go in advance, and is a good day, to August 15th day is not appropriate. Chen Fei was in the city in his previous life and was alone, so he forgot all about this. In this case, tomorrow I will go to buy mooncakes, the day after tomorrow I will go to my second sister's house, and then turn around and go to my third sister's house. Chen Feng, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a motherly and gentle smile. Xiaofei, you've grown up, you're opinionated, you can make up your own mind. Then it's a deal. I also want a second sister. Honestly, at the beginning should not let the second sister married so far, was bullied we do not know. Chen Fei had a feeling, but he did not know that the prophecy had come true, and Erfeng had suffered a heavenly misfortune.
But now Chen Fei does not know. After eating and Lu Yi tired for a while, sent her home, and accompanied 5 Phoenix to write homework for a while.
5 Phoenix did her homework, and he drew pictures.
Tomorrow he will be preparing to build a house. He needs to draw a sketch and plan the layout. After drawing for a while, Chen Fei looked at the dim kerosene lamp and frowned.
This isn't good. The light is too dim. It's hard to read and write. 5 Phoenix? Aha!
Wu Feng raised his head, his nostrils were blackened.
But there's nothing we can do about it.
In a small village like this, electricity may not be available for another 10 years.
Suddenly I had an idea. Maybe I should buy a flashlight.
Flashlights can be much brighter than kerosene lamps, and versatile, but also windproof.
It's a happy decision. I'll buy it tomorrow.
But for now, the drawing still needs to be done.
The next day, Old Ma and a few other experts came early. Chen Fei also got up early. He had to send 5 Phoenix to school.
Wu Feng understood and said, "Brother, you are busy with your work, I can go to school by myself."
"No, you're a girl, it's not safe." Chen Fei was very determined. In his previous life, Wu Feng was abducted by human traffickers.
In this life, he must take care of her no matter what. And the old horse briefly chatted a few words, mainly to show him the map drawn last night, explain the location, build a few rooms, into the water depth. There are also chicken coops, straw stacks, and cooking fires that need to be stripped. Vegetable land can't be taken for the time being, so try to eat as much as you can. The mess is quite a lot, can only let the big sister at home to take care of it. As usual, Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng went to the hotel and machinery factory. Chen Fei went to the winery by himself. Cafeteria administrator nimbly to him over the weighing. "Check out." Chen Fei wanted to go in but smilingly stopped. "Brothers, do not go first," the factory director said. "Let you wait." He immediately came over. Chen Fei is nothing more than a thank you to him, then politely declined. "No, I still have things to do today." He also had to buy mooncakes to see his 2 sisters. This is a big deal, cannot be delayed. However, the cafeteria manager did not let him go anyway. The enthusiasm is excessive. Chen Fei had to agree.
Not long after, Xiao Guozhu came.
Not only Xiao Guozhu, but also the deputy factory director Xian Xuemin and Shui Zhenhui, as well as the workshop director Wang Dong. There were also a few workers who were poisoned and unconscious that day.
They came specially to thank Chen Fei.
There was also a young girl, about 18 or 19 years old, who Chen Fei did not recognize.
As soon as Xiao Guozhu came in, he shook Chen Fei's hand tightly. "Brothers, these days are busy, didn't take care of it. Today I'm treating you to a state-run restaurant, let's have a good chat." Xian Xuemin also followed. "Yes, we must thank you today, you have helped us a lot. Without you, we would have been in trouble. Nothing more to say, today we will not get drunk and not go home."
Xiao Guozhu said with a smile. This is the art of speaking, a sentence to include the factory leaders.
Chen Fei is not helping me personally, it is our entire winery. It's not worth it, it's just a token of our appreciation. Chen Fei quickly excused himself. He still has to go to the cooperative. "It's just a favor for you, but for us it's a life-saving favor, so we have to thank you. Yes, let us express our gratitude."
Xu Ding will recognize that no matter how not to let him go, gratitude overflowing.
"Right, nothing more to say, the hotel to go."
Xiao Guozhu pulled Chen Fei to go. Chen Fei helpless. "Xiao factory director, I really have something today, the family is ready to build a house, I also have to go to buy mooncakes, go to my sister's home to visit relatives." Xiao Guozhu pretended to be angry. "Do not call Xiao factory director in the future," called the factory director more out of place. "Call me old brother on the line."
Chen Fei had to call brother Xiao.
"This is right. You don't have to be afraid to go back late, let's just get together for a little while, without delaying you to go home."
Xiao Guozhu loudly greeted. Wang Dong, move 2 boxes of wine.
Chen Fei quickly excused himself.
"Brother Xiao, cannot be, drunk cannot go back."
"Not today's drink, their own factory wine, take it back to build a house on the bean with, we have nothing else, just more wine."
Chen Fei could not refuse, so he had to accept it. Indeed also need.
2 boxes of wine in Chen Fei bamboo cage, the crowd rode a bicycle, the vast and powerful to the state-run hotel. The county is so few factories, hospitality guests also often to the state-run hotel, and suing are recognized.
Private room. Good wine and good food. A full table.
Shredded pork with fish, stir-fried shrimp, soft-fried tenderloin, stewed carp, fried meat and green pepper, soy sauce ribs, chili peanuts, soy sauce beef, and a mixed hot pot.
The wine was naturally mutai.
Chen Fei's right is Xiao Guozhu, and his left is Zhu Caixia, and that young girl is next to Zhu Caixia, but she was the first to be named by Xiao Guozhu. The old horse has not been discharged from the hospital. This is his daughter Ma Huilan, specially on behalf of the family to thank you. Ma Huilan in the current fashionable green military uniform, tied 2 small braids, body pretty, a smile 2 dimples, looks very beautiful.
Standing up and bowing towards Chen Fei, "Chen."
I wanted to call Chen brother, but thought of Xiao Guozhu a few and Chen Fei called brother and brother. His own call brother is not to take advantage of the factory director?
But he and Chen Fei are about the same age, so if he doesn't call him brother, does he call him uncle? Ma Huilan squirmed and asked with a red face, "How do I address you?" Chen Fei see her blushing little look, cannot help but laugh, deliberately tease her, or you call me uncle? I'm not calling. Ma Huilan choked her nose, maybe you're not as old as me.
Xiao Guozhu several were also amused by her naive little look.
Then what do you want to call him? I don't know.
Ma Huilan twisted the corner of her coat with her two small hands, not knowing what to do.
Alright, they are all young people, just call me Chen Fei. Just tease, you can't really have people call you uncle. That's what you said. Ma Huilan raised her glass, Chen Fei, thank you for saving my father.
Chen Fei raised his glass and clinked it with her. I wouldn't dare to take it as a compliment, it was the factory doctor who did CPR for your dad at that time.
Ma Huilan bristled, saving lives is his duty, but you are different. I heard the plant manager say, at that time without you, my father, I am afraid that a few of them do not say anything, cheers. Said, then swallowed a mouthful, then coughed. Slowly drink.
Chen Fei put the cup of wine a drink, not so serious, I just happened to meet. At this time, Zhu Caixia turned her body sideways and filled it up for Chen Fei first, then filled it up for herself. Chen Fei, I don't drink, but this glass of wine I toast you. Zhu Caixia didn't wear a work uniform today, changed into a floral dress, early 20s, looked tall and beautiful under the backdrop of the dress. A pair of bright eyes took the opportunity to stare at Chen Fei. In front of her eyes cannot help but flash back to that day to give her artificial respiration scene. A red cloud quietly climbed on the cheeks. Very shy.
No need to thank you, and thank you I'm about to be dismantled. Chen Fei joked.
That day remembered to save people did not pay too much attention, at the moment standing in front of the living, actually quite beautiful.
A glass of wine, Zhu Caixia more scarlet cheeks, eyebrows ripples.
After sitting down, Ma Huilan and Zhu Caixia head to head, muttered in a low voice, Caixia sister, I heard Chen Fei kissed with you, give me to say, kiss what taste?
Chapter 46, Catching a Thief and Catching the Stolen Goods. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not.
Zhu Caixia immediately blushed, stole a glance at Chen Fei, and quickly lowered her head, don't talk nonsense, that is artificial respiration.
I know. Isn't mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration the same as kissing?
Ma Huilan said rightfully. The voices of the two were low, but Chen Fei happened to be right next to them and heard them clearly, and was speechless for a while. This little girl, her thoughts are not pure. For her rescuer, Zhu Caixia had a different kind of emotion, but Chen Fei's single-mindedness only wanted to marry Lu Yi'er, and no one else could enter his heart.
So she pretended not to hear.
Li Shui came in and out to serve the food, looking at Chen Fei being star-studded, her heart was aggrieved and angry. This Chen Fei turned his face, merciless. He used to say he loved me, but now that he's making money, he doesn't care about me. You guys are eating good food and wine, I'm in and out of the legs are running thin, you do not care at all?
Chen Fei really doesn't care.
In his heart, there is only one person, Lu Yi'er, cannot tolerate others. Zhu Caixia stole a glance at him from time to time, there is a hint of dissimilarity in his eyes, all were ignored by him. Xiao Guozhu, Xian Xuemin, Shui Jinhui, one more than the other enthusiastic, persuade wine and food.
Come on, brother, don't say anything, it's all in the line. Deep feelings, one mouthful. Let's drink to that.
Unconsciously 2 bottles of wine went down, Xiao Guozhu also want to give him full, Chen Fei hastily excused.
Brother Qiao, I really can't drink anymore. Drinking too much delays things, Lu Yi'er should be anxious at home. Who is Lu Yi'er? Ma Huilan asked curiously. My daughter-in-law. We'll get married after we finish building the house.
Mentioned daughter-in-law, Chen Fei face is full of happiness, Zhu Caixia but inexplicably looked gloomy.
He actually has a date?
Okay, then, today we'll end here, lest my sister-in-law complain about me in the future. Xiao Guozhu is not good to stay, so he is ready to disperse. Waiter, pack your bags.
Chen Fei looked at the table, there are still a few dishes did not move, in line with the principle of not wasting, ready to pack back, Xiao Guozhu hurried to stop him. Xiao Guozhu hurriedly stopped him, what are you packing?
Chen Fei hastily excused, no, throw away a strange pity, why not take it back to eat? Li Shui looked at the side and skimmed her lips.
So rich and still so petty. Why are you standing still, didn't you hear Chen Fei say pack?
Suing saw her standing still, immediately voiced reprimand, Li Shui was so angry that she was about to menstrual disorders.
But did not dare to disobey, reluctantly to Chen Fei packing. Here you go.
Pestled the dish into Chen Fei's hand and walked out, not wanting to stay a minute longer. 3 days and 2 days to see Chen Fei eating and drinking here, they still have to serve him.
It's simply unreasonable. The key is that Suing is still helping Chen Fei, this day can't be lived anymore.
Chen Fei treated her like a stranger, said goodbye to Suing, said goodbye to Xiao Guozhu, and rode his bike to the cooperative.
Comrade, how do you sell mooncakes? Chen Fei asked as he walked up to the food counter.
Assorted mooncakes are 45 cents, bean paste is 50 cents, 5-kernel mooncakes are 60 cents, egg yolk mooncakes are 70 cents, and there are also sesame seeds, nuts, juju paste, and pretzel salt. Which kind do you want? Give me 1 caddy of each, and another 5 caddy of sugar.
Chen Fei is too lazy to pick, simply a caddy, all taste.
To be honest, the mooncake was hard, unlike the previous life so soft and fluffy. But they are real materials. For Chen Fei, eating is a kind of nostalgia. Packaging is also very ordinary, with the traditional for a simple rolled paper packaging. The paper is oil impregnated. Sugar, on the other hand, is a catty package, by now way, wrapped in craft paper, and then wrapped in paper rope with a crossbuckle.
Simple and practical.
8 pounds of mooncakes is $5.25, 8 pounds of food stamps, sugar $3.05, and sugar stamps.
The salesman counts fast.
$8.75, 8 pounds of food stamps, 5 pounds of sugar stamps. Chen Fei neatly paid the money, and then went to the grocery counter to spend 50 cents to buy 10 candles. The flashlight is expensive, 3 yuan 5A, without batteries.
Chen Fei asked how much the first battery. The salesman said 50 cents a section. Chen Fei bought 6 sections. Chen Fei bought 6 batteries.
3 of the batteries were installed directly, and the other 3 were for backup.
After buying things, Chen Fei rushed back to go has been delayed for too long. The fourth sister is estimated to wait anxiously.
Walking to the edge of the county town, I really saw Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang constantly looking at the roadside, complaining from a long way away.
Why are you so late? Huh, what a big smell of alcohol, you drink again?
Chen Sifeng had a disgusted look on his face as he fanned the wind with his hand. I saved a few people at the winery that day, but I had to be invited to dinner, so I had to go, and I was given 2 cases of wine.
Saving people is a good thing, count your ability.
Chen Sifeng praised him, and then said, but you should not accept other people's things.
Don't do it. It's too passionate.
Chen Fei decisively changed the topic. Sis, I bought a lot of mooncakes, do you want to try them? Chen Sifeng swallowed her saliva and shook her head. I don't eat, you can go see your second sister tomorrow. Chen Fei laughed. I'll buy 8 pounds, 2 pounds for the second and third sisters, and we'll eat the rest ourselves.
Then I will not be polite.
Chen Sifeng's eyes lit up. Do it yourself, eat, took a piece of 5-kernel mooncake, first clicked and nibbled a mouthful, only then remembered Zhu Jiefang standing next to him, squinted at him. What are you waiting for, take it yourself. Zhu Jiefang scratched his head. I will not eat, it will be dark soon, hurry back.
I don't want to eat.
Chen Sifeng bites the mooncake in her mouth and climbs onto the carriage. Zhu Jiefang steps onto the carriage and swings his small whip.
Giddy up.
In the cafeteria of the machinery factory, Shui Gang, as usual, picked up the teacup from the windowsill and clutched it under his armpit in preparation for leaving work.
Shui Gang, what are you holding in your hand?
Administrator Guo Jiqiang suddenly appeared in front of him, frightening Shui Gang with a jolt. The teacup almost fell to the ground.
No, nothing, Lao Guo, why don't you walk without sound? Scared me.
Guo Jiqiang stared at him with a playful face. Do not do anything wrong, not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, Shui Gang, you will not be doing something bad, right?
Shui just laughed and said, look at you, I can do what bad things, we cook and fry together, you cannot know me? Can I have a sip of your tea?
Today's dishes are a little salty, drink some tea to quench your thirst, said Guo Jiqiang reached out for a teacup. Shui Gang subconsciously flashed back, dry smile, I still want to drink it, you go to the tea stove to get it.
Then you drink ah.
Guo Jiqiang stared at him, his eyes playful.
Shui Gang's heart thumped. Guo Jiqiang is not found?
Looking around at no one, Shui Gang whispered, Guo, head down, you don't see the head up, you.
Shut up.
Guo Jiqiang said sternly, this is not the first time, right? I said the cafeteria is always running low on oil, so you're the one who's been stealing from the police.
Sure enough, it was discovered. Shui Gang's heart sank.
He thought he was doing a seamless job, carrying a teacup with him every day, filling it with oil and taking it home when no one was around, so no one could find out. Old Guo's eyes are too sharp.
How did he find out?
Shui, just a little panicked, hastily stepped forward. Guo, you lower your voice, I was wrong, please give a chance. Said, some of the meat pain to draw out too big solidarity, to Guo Jiqiang hand-stuffed. This is a small amount of money, you take it to drink tea, as if you did not see, brother I am grateful. Shui just although more than $20 a month, but the days are not generous, which moved the crooked idea.
But right now, he can only break the bank. What do you take me for? Guo Jiqiang opened his hand, don't say anything, follow me to the defense section.
Shui Gang's face suddenly changed. Guo, there is no need to be like this, my eldest uncle is the deputy factory director.
Chapter 47 Fourth sister is a real tiger.
Guo Jiqiang face expressionless, I know, you said it many times. Shui Gang had no choice but to go into the security section with Guo Jiqiang, the witnesses and material evidence are all there, cannot deny. Security section do not know how to deal with, reported to the factory leadership. Zhou Zhan was ready to leave work, immediately held an emergency meeting.
Dismissal, this kind of person does not deserve to stay in the machinery factory. Shui Gang's eldest uncle, Shui Yinju, immediately objected. Young people who haven't made mistakes before? Shui Gang, is this your first time? Shui Gang understood the situation and quickly admitted his mistake. It was only in a moment of confusion that I thought of taking the cafeteria's oil, it was really my first time. With Shui Yinju's forceful defense, Shui Gang was docked 1 month's salary. Write down a guarantee, follow Shui Yinju to the office, close the door and complain. What's wrong with that Guo Jiqiang? He won't let go when he grabs it. Shut up. Look what you've done. You still have the face to say? Shui Inju was also a bit annoyed. If it weren't for his own nephew, he'd want to beat him to death. And there's Zhou Zhang. He doesn't give face. Although he didn't say so explicitly, who doesn't know that Shui Gang was let in by him? And that Gui Jiqiang, a small cafeteria manager, who gave him the courage. Zhou Zhang? It's possible. Do you need that kind of money? Shui Inju hates me. I lack.
Normally Shui Gang doesn't lack it, but he wants to pursue Lin Na and buys Lin Na things from time to time, so of course he lacks it.
You.
Shui Inju hated that he couldn't slap him to death.
Don't think I don't know your little flowery thoughts, but don't forget that you are a family man, be careful of playing with fire. Mentioning his family, Shui Gang's face suddenly twisted and his complexion became incredibly gloomy. Uncle, I don't like that woman, I want to.
Shut up. Shui Inju slapped him in the face, lowered his voice and said, this is the factory, be careful of being heard, do you want to be fired? Shui just covered his face, knowing that he said the wrong thing, did not dare to retort, silent for a while before saying, Uncle, I want to make a phone call. Shui Inju office has a landline phone, he wanted to find someone to complain. There were no cell phones at that time, except for factories and some institutions, there were few phones. But there were phones in the townships.
Shui Qin, Shui Gang's sister, worked as an operator in the Hot Springs township.
When the phone was connected, Shui Gang talked to Shui Qin for a while, saying how aggrieved he was to marry that woman and how difficult it is to pursue true love nowadays.
Shui Qin is also very helpless.
Brother, I know you are aggrieved, but this is your factory indicators in exchange for, this is your own choice. Yes, the road you chose yourself must be finished even on your knees. Shui just know, but his heart is suffocating, not pouring out will suffocate crazy. So the topic turned to this time, complaining that Gui Jiqiang so unforgiving, grabbing his pigtails do not let go.
Also said Zhou Zhang how to talk to Chen Fei good, Shui Chang's mushrooms do not want, as long as Chen Fei.
The two are chatting, it so happens that Shui Chang went to the township GA meet, by the way to see Shui Qin, just heard this, cannot help but insert a sentence. After all was said and done, it was all because of Chen Fei. Shui Gang suddenly tapped his head and suddenly realized, I understand. Gui Jiqiang must have been instructed by Zhou Zhang to deliberately harm me. Shui Chang was furious when he heard that. This dog, even if it is against me, but also set you up, I am not finished with him.
Shui Qin was shocked, what do you want? Stay out of it.
Shui Chang huffed and puffed out of the door and left. Shui Qin wanted to go after him, but then thought, my father is at home, my father is the captain, even if something happens, he can be fixed. Afterwards, he comforted Shui Gang for a few more sentences, and only then hung up the phone. Chen Fei in any case could not imagine, he did not do anything, he somehow took the blame. As usual, he went to Hot Spring No. 1 Middle School to pick up 5 Phoenix and continued to rush back. Before arriving home, I saw a group of people around the door from afar.
Wanna move my house wall, no door. The second Aunt Jialan pinched her waist, spittle flying.
Second Uncle Chen Quan squatting on the side, with an old workbook rolled leaves as cigarettes, choking straight cough.
Chen Feng said in a gentle voice, Second Aunt, the wall is 2 families, do not allow to move the wall, my house how to build? Jialan said cross-eyed, I don't care, anyway, can't move, my house collapsed what to do?
The local houses are all family to family, a wall shared by 2 families, picking up the wall will indeed affect the neighbors. But it is not without a solution.
It's been like this for years. Don't they build houses?
Everyone's heart is like a mirror, Jialan is deliberately making things difficult.
Chen Feng commiserated, Second Auntie, we will try to be careful, and Uncle Old Ma will give your family a good support for the beams, right Uncle Old Ma? Old Ma, as the foreman, should naturally come out and say something.
Yes, her second aunt, you can rest assured, we will certainly do a good job of columns, will not let your house out of the problem.
That's nice to hear, but who's responsible for any problems? You?
Jialan jacked down her scarf with one hand, pinched her waist, and pointed her finger at Old Ma and the group of people across the street with the other. Which one of you dare to make a promise, my house problem you pay, I will allow you to move.
Old Ma and others have nothing to say.
They are here to work to earn money, it is impossible to guarantee.
Although it is generally not a problem, but what if? Who can afford to pay for it?
It's a broken wall, but it's going to cost a lot of money to build a new house.
I can. Chen Fei squeezed in from outside, I'll guarantee it, I'll be responsible for any problems.
Jialan subconsciously took a step back, you kid, do you have any manners, why are you so mean?
Chen Fei looked at her with a smile on his face, Auntie, am I being mean?
Jialan was speechless.
Chen Fei did not say anything.
It was mainly her own fear that Chen Fei would be a jerk and hit her. At this time, Chen Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had a backbone, and her eyes were a little red.
I don't know when, Chen Fei's position in this family was already different. There was some feeling of being the head of the family.
At this time, 4th Phoenix, 5th Phoenix and Zhu Jiefan also squeezed in, especially Chen 4th Phoenix. Seeing Chen Feng's eyes reddened, she immediately went to her head.
Big sister, are they bullying you?
You tell me, I'll chop them to death.
Chen Feng was startled and quickly said, No. Don't be impulsive, 4th Phoenix. Second auntie is just afraid of hurting her house. Chen Sifeng bristled, it's all bull, I think they just want to blackmail people. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously stole a glance at Zhu Jiefeng. Fourth sister is a real tiger. I wonder if Zhu Jiefeng will dislike it. I didn't expect Zhu Jiefeng to actually help out, that's it, everyone builds houses like this, you just want to blackmail people. Chen Fei was instantly shocked. Woohoo! This is really Wang Barksy green beans, see the right eye, how to do anything. Speak so hard, I blackmailed you what? Jia Lan's face was blackened, and she was about to jump to her feet and curse, when she suddenly saw Shui Chang walking over with the meat, and her eyes lit up. Xiangzi, you came just in time. Chapter 48 Lu Yi'er is pregnant. Shui Chang's arrival, so that Jia Lan's fire immediately abetted a large part, said proudly, see, yesterday my home Chen Xiang said want to eat meat, today Chang Zi Jia meat sent. Joyfully welcome up, originally as the big buck teeth, smile completely cracked. Strong son, yesterday I just casually said, you took it seriously. After saying that, I have already taken the meat nimbly. Chen Xiang, you are right, there will be meat today. Chen Xiang is also afraid to fight with Chen Fei, took the opportunity to pull Shui Chang back. Shui Chang looked at Chen Fei from afar, grunted, wrapped his arm around Chen Xiang and walked in. Jia Lan followed behind and grunted. I'm telling you, this isn't over. Walked 2 steps, suddenly turned back, ruthlessly kicked Chen Quan in the butt, not yet home, squatting here for what? Chen Quan received a kick for no reason, got up and walked home, not a bit of temper. The heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally did not fight. Otherwise, what would have happened? Chen Fei, is the house still being built? Watching Jia Lan's family leave, Old Ma and the others were in a bit of a bind. This family was a bit difficult to deal with. Chen Fei smiled, it's fine, continue tomorrow, is it all planned? Old Ma nodded and said, it is planned, 3 upper rooms, 3 south rooms, and 2 sides of the building. The upper room is also called the hall, is the main room. Chen Fei's home is sitting north to south, the front of the house next to the road is called the south house, the mansion refers to the 2 sides of the compartment. Chen Fei blurted out, wouldn't that mean that you can't even go over the wall to find Lu Yi'er in the future? Lu Zhensheng, are you polite? Lu Yi'er with a shy face, so many days have not seen you climb over the wall, just call me on the wall. However, brother Chen Fei is getting thicker and thicker, saying such things in front of so many people. Chen Sifeng gripped Chen Fei's ears as usual. Bastard, can't you be a little bit of a man? Chen Fei hemmed and hawed, it doesn't really matter, just remember to leave an opening. Good guy. The crowd called out to the insiders. It's all about getting over the wall, isn't it? Chen Fei brother. Lu Yi'er's head was buried to her chest in shame. Hey. Chen Fei Long answered, daughter-in-law mouth really sweet. Come on, daughter-in-law, I bought mooncakes, you first taste. Said, walked to the bicycle parked on the side of the road, the bamboo cage will open, the inside of the mooncakes, sugar, wine, one by one to take out. The neighbors were stunned. Crazy, right? Buy so many. How much money does it cost? Can we eat all these mooncakes? There's sugar too. And wine. Chen Fei, this kid is really getting ahead. Chen Fei smiled. Fourth sister, move the wine home. Lu Yi'er, have some mooncakes. Chen Sifeng bristled, don't be so differentiated. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed, sister, you are my own sister. It's good that you know that. Chen Sifeng picks up a box of wine and goes to pinch another box with her left hand. Zhu Jiefeng is suddenly blessed and rushes to pick up the other box of wine. I'll take it. Chen Sifeng glanced at him, didn't say anything, turned around and went inside. Lu Yi'er held a piece of 5-kernel mooncake, a little embarrassed. Chen Fei, let me take the mooncake. No need, you eat yours. The mooncakes were 4 in a tube, 8 in total, not too good for one person to carry. Chen Feng hurriedly came up to help, while 5 Phoenix held the white sugar. What's this? 5 Phoenix saw a long iron guy and looked surprised. This is a flashlight, kerosene lamps are too dark, you can't see clearly when you do your homework, this is bright. Chen Fei smiled and explained to her. Wu Feng's eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon. Brother, you're so nice. That must be. Chen Fei turned his head toward Miao Zhuang yelled, Zhuang, push the car back, continue tomorrow. Good Lu. Old horse uncle. Hey, you say? Tomorrow morning groundbreaking, I went to the hot springs to buy some firecrackers to play. In the middle of the day. Chen Fei's family big bags to move home, Lu Yi'er hesitated, also followed in. She is used to being fed by Chen Fei, and can't eat her own food. Wu Feng, big sister, you guys try the mooncakes as well. Back at home, Chen Fei greeted his sisters with mooncakes. Zhu Jiefeng took a look, put down his things and left. Chen Fei's eyes reddened as she held the mooncake, as if it were a lifetime ago. How long had it been since she had eaten mooncakes? She couldn't even remember. It was only a few cents, but for their family, it was already a luxury. There are so many different kinds, which one do I eat? Wu Feng looked at the large pile of mooncakes and picked her eyes. Chen Fei smiled dotingly, you can eat whatever you want, and you can eat it every day in the future, brother can afford it. 5 Phoenix joyfully picked up a piece. Then I eat egg yolk today, tomorrow eat nuts can? Both can. Chen Fei laughed. It is supposed to eat, casually eat, it does not matter. Chen Feng said, not a few days on the 15th of August, keep a few pieces to sacrifice the moon at that time, right? Chen Fei said, if you like it, you can eat it, and if you don't have enough, you can buy it again. Chen Feng interjected, in fact, the moon cake is like that, but there is this custom. In fact, many people in the past life are like this. On the one hand, spit mooncakes are not delicious, on the one hand, and buy. Every year in July and August, there are tons of mooncakes on the market. There were 4 dishes that Chen Fei packed back today. A stir-fried shrimp, a braised carp, a choked peanut rice, and a soy sauce ribs. Several of Xiao Guizhu's people were decent people, so naturally they wouldn't fight and grab like normal people. Shoot Xiao a few, because it is a thank you banquet, or sit together with the leaders, inevitably some constraints, did not move much. Peanuts don't have to care, just eat directly. Chen Fei put the remaining 3 dishes on the pot, slipped a little, with steamed buns and rice on the complete work. However, Lu Yi'er ate a few mouthfuls, suddenly did not eat, and frowned. Why don't you eat? Is it not to your taste? Chen Fei quickly put down his chopsticks and asked. Lu Yi'er gently shook her head. No, I'm a bit nauseous. Said, suddenly dry heaving. What's wrong? Did you eat a bad stomach? The 3 sisters all panicked, but Chen Fei had a flash of insight. Lu Yi'er like this couldn't be. Pregnant, right? He had suspicions because in his previous life it was a one-shot hit, but with no movement these days, he wasn't sure. Today, it is very possible So he grabbed Lu Yi'er's wrist and took the opportunity to take her pulse. A moment later, a smile blossomed at the corner of Chen Fei's mouth. Sister, don't panic, Lu Yi'er has something. What's there? It's all blank paper, nothing. It's a baby. Lu Yi'er is pregnant. Chen Fei said with joy. What? When did this happen? Chen Sifeng reached out to pull Chen Fei's ear. Bastard, when did you bully Lu Yi'er again? Chen Fei opened her hand. 4th sister, you underestimate me. Brother, I am very strong, okay? Have you forgotten about the day I was with Lu Yi'er? Ha! So brave? Chen Sifeng said. Chen Feng shocked but also did not forget to scold. Do not talk nonsense. 5 Phoenix is here, do not bring the child bad. 5 Phoenix blinked her big watery eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chen Fei smiled. 5 Phoenix, your sister-in-law is pregnant, you are going to be a little aunt. Lu Yi'er suddenly panicked. She didn't know anything yet, how did she suddenly get pregnant? Is it so accurate? Brother Chen Fei, are you telling the truth? Lu Yi'er asked with a slightly trembling voice. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Chen Fei smiled smugly. You forget, I've been learning Chinese medicine from my father since I was a kid. The laughter came to an abrupt end. When you bring up the past, it is inevitable that you will have some bad memories. But, I'm not ready yet. Lu Yi'er lowered her head with both shyness, guilt, and a point of apprehension. Chen Fei suddenly mentioned his father. Was he still unable to forget that revenge? Is he marrying himself with sincerity? Chapter 49 Fire Beg for Collection. Seemingly seeing what was on her mind, Chen Fei gently stroked her cheek. Silly daughter-in-law, don't think so much, your task now is to eat and drink well, take care of yourself and your child, and I will take care of the rest. His hands seemed to have magic power. Lu Yi'er was instantly happy, then she was bitter again. But, I can't eat it. Chen Fei smiled gently. Wait, I will go and boil some ginger soup for you, it will ease the dry vomiting. Chen Feng said, I will go. Okay, I will give Lu Yi'er a massage. Massaging the Naguan point can relieve nausea and dry heaving. Naguan acupoint is on the wrist. Chen Fei massaged while whispering, in the future, you can eat less food, eat more light, you can also eat some sour. What do you want to eat with me? As long as it is not the stars in the sky, I can do it. Lu Yi'er's hand was fine and soft and smooth, not at all like a rural person, making Chen Fei love it. And Chen Fei's gentle voice made Lu Yi'er's eyes bend, a heart gradually let go, and it didn't seem so disgusting anymore. Chen Sifeng sked twice on the side. Lu Yi'er, I envy you, having such a good man. Lu Yi'er shyly said, 4th sister, you will also find a good man in the future. How can there be so many good men? I'm not looking for one. Chen Sifeng said with a big grin, in my life, I will be satisfied if I can take good care of my younger brother and lead my little nephew in the future. That's not good enough. Chen Fei hurriedly corrected her, I think Xu Jiafeng is a good man, why don't I pull some strings for you? Him? Chen Sifeng is a bit of a snob. Other than driving a cart, what else can he do? He doesn't speak a word. He's far behind you. Chen Fei was a little proud of himself. 4th sister, you're asking too much, there's no one else in the world as good as your brother. Bah! The king's wife sells her own melon and boasts about herself. At this time, Chen Feng brought ginger soup in. Chen Fei took it, took the spoon and blew on it, and sent it to Lu Yi'er's mouth. Lu Yi'er lowered her eyebrows and eyes, shy. I can do it myself. That cannot, in case of scalding how to do? Chen Fei justified. Lu Yi'er, dare I not even know how to eat? But what's wrong with having a little sweetness in your heart?
After feeding the ginger soup, coupled with the massage effect, Lu Yir got a lot better. Chen Fei coaxed her to eat some more, and chatted for a while before sending her home. Lu Yir. Eh? In front of Lu Yir's house, Chen Fei called out. Lu Yir looked up at him as if she could see the light in his eyes. Lu Yir's shy heart trembled. She knew that brother Chen Fei wanted to do bad things again. But she didn't hate it, and was still somewhat looking forward to it. Her body was so soft that she fell into Chen Fei's arms with a gentle belt, followed by a wave of warmth imprinted on her lips. Just at this time, Shui Chang came out from Jialan's house and stood in front of Chen Fei's house, picking at the doorway to look inside. He couldn't see clearly in the dark, cursed angrily, and continued to walk forward. Without taking a few steps, I saw two black shadows overlapping at the root of Lu Yir's wall. Still a familiar figure, still a familiar flavor, like glue, like a knife stabbing his heart. Chen Fei, you robbed my woman and caused me to make a fool of myself, you really deserve to die. The corner of Shui Chang's mouth hooked up with a touch of viciousness, then he looked to the side. For a moment, anger rose from his heart, and evil grew out of it. Chen Fei, you wait, I'll show you a good time in a while. Shui Chang turned around and walked towards the other side. Lu Yir couldn't catch her breath from Chen Fei's kiss before she pushed him away. I'm going home. Chen Fei wiped his mouth. Goodbye, daughter-in-law. If you miss me, come over the wall. No, just call out, I'll go over the wall to find you. Lu Yir was flushed by him. I will not miss you, go back quickly. Turned around and closed the door, a small run back to their own house. A heart thumped. Suddenly pregnant, nervous, exciting, and some inexplicable anticipation. However, brother Chen Fei hasn't come to propose marriage yet, so torn. Should I remind him? Lu Yir was in a complicated mood, and Chen Fei was also tossing and turning. Some of the things in his past life had already happened, and some were still uncertain. As of now, Big Sister, Fourth Sister, and Fifth Phoenix were all fine and seemed to have avoided tragedy. I wonder if Second and Third Sisters are well. This night is really long, why isn't it bright yet? Half asleep, Chen Fei was jolted. Dawn? No. There's a fire. The light of the fire reflected in through the window with smoke, causing Chen Fei's scalp to instantly explode as he copied the flashlight and scurried out. Big Sister, Fourth Sister, there's a fire, get up. Chen Sifeng was the first to come out. Clothes are not dressed, what is wrong? In the middle of the night howling what? What's wrong? There's a fire. In the night, Chen Fei vaguely saw a black shadow flashed, and hastily handed Chen Sifeng the green military quartet with him. Fourth Sister, protect the bag, the other don't care. All the money earned these days is in the bag. It can be said that all the family belongings together are not as important as this bag. So he looks at it very closely and sleeps with it at night. Chen Sifeng hugged the green army qua. Don't worry, there is me, who dares to come I cut him to death. Said, directly scurried into the stove fire, carried a kitchen knife out. At this time, Chen Feng and Wu Feng also came out of the house, panicked and shouted, fire, put out the fire off. The fire is outside the cornstalks, originally piled up against the wall. A fire almost blocked the door. Fortunately, it is not blocked tightly. Chen Fei kicked open the broken wooden door and rushed out, chasing after the black shadow along the direction of departure. Behind him, the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and he had already completely disregarded it. It was nothing that the firewood had caught, and it was nothing that the house had burned down. Anyway, it was all ready to be stripped and rebuilt. But this fire came strangely, obviously someone intentionally arson. If he doesn't catch the other side, he can't rest easy. The whole street has been alarmed. Men, women and children are coming out of their homes. There's a fire. Whose house is it? It seems to be Chen Fei's house. Put out the fire. Throw water on it. People took out buckets of water from their homes and poured them out one by one. However, once the cornstalks are on fire, they burn very quickly, and a bucket of water is like a drop in the bucket, not useful at all. Phew! A ball of fire floated up and fell into Chen Fei's house. The straw stacks also caught fire. Chen Feng, quickly get a bucket of water to put out the fire. Someone shouted through the wall. The fire was too big at this point, and the smoke was so thick at the door that people couldn't even get in. Lu Yir's family was also awakened. Lu Zhencheng is still gloating, suddenly saw Lu Yir grasping the wall, suddenly startled. Sister, what are you doing? Lu Yir said, I'm going to put out the fire. Lu Zhencheng hurriedly pulled her down. Come on, how unsafe. Lu Yir said, brother, then you go? Lu Zhencheng. Okay, I'll go. Lu Zhencheng can't bear his sister's little eyes, so he had to carry his own bucket and go over the wall to help. So close, of course, Jialan's house was also alarmed. Seeing Chen Fei's house on fire, Jialan smiled so much that his teeth stuck out. Retribution. God can't even see past it. Chen Quan, what are you doing? Chen Quan didn't even look back. I'm going to put out the fire. Jialan was furious. Don't you dare try. Chen Quan ignored her and rushed out with the bucket. Chapter 50, 1 against 3 seeking favorites. The fire is already half burned, dry wood, burning very fast. In haste, this bucket of water, that bucket of water, does not help at all. It's a good thing it's firewood that's burning, not the house, or I'm afraid something big is going to happen. But the cornstalks were against the wall, and inside the wall was the chicken coop, and the yard wall was not high, so the chicken coop was also lit. The chicken coop was less than a meter away from the straw stacks, and the straw stacks were a meter away from the stove fire. Such a close distance, and the stove fire is also the roof of wheat straw, so it is also an instant fire, cannot be saved. Fortunately, many people rushed in, but also suppressed the fire, did not spread to the neighbors. Chen Quan, while putting out the fire, shouted, "Don't worry about the straw, go to a few people to remove the debris between the stove fire and the upper room, don't burn to the upper room." Yes, it is going to be stripped anyway, if it doesn't burn to the upper room, there will still be a place to sleep tonight. Lu Jianqing shouted after him and quickly ran over to start moving things. Chen Feng and Wu Feng also rushed over. Only Chen Feng, slung across the green army court, her right hand gripping the kitchen knife, didn't move a muscle, and her two eyes carried their own murderous aura. She had only one thought. Her brother had given her his entire family belongings, and she had to protect them. Whoever dared to move her would be chopped. The house could be rebuilt if it was gone, but if the money was gone, all the effort of so many days would be gone. At this time, a figure appeared in front of her. Chen Feng did not say a word, a knife cut over. The man was startled and hurriedly dodged away. "Fourth Phoenix, it's me." His voice has changed. "Zhu Jiafang?" Chen Feng's vigor suddenly gave out, and she who had never shed tears before suddenly had tears in her eyes. "Well, I'm here, it's okay." At this time, Zhu Jiafang is like a big mountain, standing in front of Chen Feng. Let this woman have a moment of trance. "This man, seems okay? Step aside, I'll put out the fire." Aha! The scene was chaotic and eventually saw cornstalks, chicken coops, stacks of wheat stalks, stove fires, all turned into ashes. Fortunately, the upper room was saved. "We'll have a place to sleep tonight." However, everyone looked at the scene in a state of disarray, and all of them exuded a look of sympathy. You know, Xiling village not only has no electricity, not even coal, most families rely on firewood to cook. What seemed insignificant was indispensable. Aunt Guiying and Tai Danyang all comforted Chen Feng. "Don't be too sad, it's good that people are fine. I was already preparing to pickpocket, so this saves me a lot of trouble." Chen Feng responded blankly, his eyes kept staring outside, his heart burning with anxiety. "Right, where's Chen Fei? Why aren't we seeing Chen Fei?" After talking for a while, they suddenly realized that the most important person had actually disappeared, and they were all shocked. Could it be that he fell into the fire and couldn't get out? Or maybe he fell into the well? That would be a disaster. "I don't know, he went out just now. I don't know where he went." Chen Feng tried to hold back her tears, but she couldn't help it. It was the middle of the night, Chen Fei rashly chased him out, would it be dangerous? At this moment, Chen Fei was still in hot pursuit. His two legs were hardened into wind and fire wheels. The black shadow had already run out nearly 100 meters, and even turned back to look at the rising wolf smoke to reveal a flash of carnal laughter. "Offend me, there is no good fruit for you to eat. I'll give you a lesson today, but the next time won't be so cheap." However, soon after, he realized that someone was flying towards him, and hurriedly turned around and ran. As he ran, he thought to himself, "You want to catch up with me from this distance, eat." Gradually, the sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer, the black shadow is a bit panicked. Is this a rabbit? Running so fast. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, the black shadow finally panicked. "Don't chase, I'll kill you if you do." Chen Fei ignored it and chased after him. Soon chased out of the village, the distance between the two sides is only about a foot away. "This is what you forced me to do." The black shadow suddenly stopped, and in the hazy night, his face was hideous. "Shui Chang, I guessed it was you." Chen Fei didn't turn on his flashlight, but he could hear the voice. He slowed his pace and walked over step by step. This time, Shui Chang had enraged him and had to teach him a lesson. "So what if you guessed it? I wanted to teach you a lesson, since you dared to catch up, go to." Shui Chang gasped for air, his speech was a bit cross-talked. "Just you?" Chen Fei's eyes despised, "Just like you, I will let you have one hand." In terms of fighting, Chen Fei is not blowing, like Shui Chang like this, come on he did one. "You think I am a person?" Shui Chang suddenly clapped his hands, "Brothers, don't hide, come out." In the bushes on both sides, there were indeed footsteps, and two black shadows appeared behind Chen Fei. Chen Fei's heart sank. "We've been ambushed. You want to kill me?" Chen Fei somewhat did not quite understand, even if he had robbed Lu Yi'er, it would not be enough to kill someone, right? Shui Chang's mind's eye is also a bit too small. "I didn't want to, but you forced me to." Shui Chang advanced instead of retreating and walked over to meet Chen Fei. The man behind Chen Fei also moved slowly, forming a front and rear attack. Chen Fei's heart sank, his entire body instantly resembled a cheetah, the muscles of his entire body tensing up. In the next moment, Chen Fei showed an evil smile on his face and pointed behind Shui Chang, "There is someone behind you." Shui Chang was startled, hurriedly flashed to the side, while looking back. Behind him, there was not even a ghost shadow. He was fooled. Shui Chang turned back, only to see Chen Fei charging towards the man on the right like a tiger out of a mountain. Surrounded by three sides, if he fought hard, he would easily be beaten up by the group, that's why he lured Shui Chang. But if he ran back, he would still be caught in a two-sided attack, so he took the initiative. Chen Fei jogged 2 steps, jumped up, and lashed over with a whip leg. The man hastily flashed. Chen Fei violently opened the flashlight, the strong light shone on his face, and it was clearly Jiqing Lu Min. The sudden light stabbed Lu Min could not open his eyes, and instinctively blocked the light with his hands. Chen Fei anitop, Lu Min cannot help but bend down. Chen Fei swung up, the flashlight smashed in his head, suddenly fell to the ground with an ouch. The man on the left froze, seemingly not expecting him to be so fierce. Chen Fei himself also slightly stunned. It seems that after rebirth, the physical quality improved a lot. Also, the flashlight is really good, it can both illuminate and be used as a weapon. At this time, Shui Chang came back to his senses, and a stone in his hand slammed over. He couldn't see it in the dimness, but Chen Fei heard the sound of wind and hurriedly dodged to the side. The stone passed by, but the man on the left had already rushed over and directly thrashed him. In a few moments, Chen Fei received 4 or 5 blows on his body, but none of them hit the vitals. He Xian, who fought against him, was miserable, received several punches on his face, and his head was also hit by a flashlight several times, and was smashed all over his head, and covered his face with pain and ran. Head so hard? Chen Fei a little convinced. Flashlights are smashed flat. He Xian head actually did not break, so head iron? Thoughts of electricity, but the action is not slow at all. A foot kicked in Xian ass to give him a dog. However, at this time, Shui Chang also rushed over. Chen Fei hurriedly dodged, staggered position, to avoid being in the middle of the two. At this time, Lu Min, who was first knocked down by Chen Fei, suddenly swooped over and hugged Chen Fei from behind, yelling, "Shui Chang, hurry up. Let's see if you won't die this time." Shui Chang clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. If it was daytime, one could see his face red with excitement. It wasn't easy. I finally caught him. If I don't beat him up today, I'll be sorry for all the aggravation I've suffered these days. Just then, Chen Fei suddenly pointed behind him, his eyes surprised. "Shui Chang, there is someone behind you." Shui Chang disdain, sand sculpture, you think I will still fall for it? Chapter 51, Shui Chang, there really is someone behind you. Shui Chang disdained, hands clenched into fists, striding towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei forked his legs and bowed, not letting He Xian drop himself, while grinning. How come no one believes it when telling the truth? There really is someone behind you. The next moment, a figure appeared behind Shui Chang without a sound, a hand knife caught on his neck. Shui Chang shrieked, "Who Timo sneak attack me?" Both eyes rolled over, his body went limp, and he collapsed. He Xian was stunned. What is this situation? In the middle of the night, where did someone come from? Frozen moment, Chen Fei violently stepped on the surface of his feet. He Xian could not help but let go of his hand. Chen Fei took the opportunity to turn around, swung a flashlight, Clang 2 smashed in the head of He Xian. The head was immediately broken and blood flowed. Lu Min saw the situation, hurriedly climbed up and ran. The black shadow steeply shouted, "Don't move, the police station, then move and shoot." Click. As if a thunderclap on the ground, Lu Min came to an abrupt end. Ordinary people have a natural fear of public security. Lu Min immediately wimped out. "I'm not running, don't shoot." Xiao Bing took out handcuffs, handcuffed He Xian and Lu Min together, and turned back to look at Chen Fei. "Your kit is good. How did you find me?" Chen Fei grinned and laughed. "The first time was a fraud, the second time I found out. That is also very powerful." Xiao Bing is very confident in his own detection techniques, and it is night, black lights, in theory should not be found, but Chen Fei found it on the contrary. It feels incredible. Once was an accident, twice was still an accident? One could only say that Chen Fei had skills. Moreover, Chen Fei was 1 on 3, but he was actually in danger and didn't suffer any losses, and he also beat He Xian all over his head, and Lu Min was also beaten half to death. This skill was enough to impress him. Crouch down. Do not move. Xiao Bing drank low. He Xian honestly squatted down. "Do not move, I do not move." He Xian's heart is like a mirror, his crime is not big, but if he runs, it is not the same. He Xian Lu Min is now a grasshopper on a rope, no one can run away. As for Shui Chang, he is still fainting. Chen Fei walked over and viciously kicked twice. "Director Xiao, I think it is better to tie up Shui Chang. Chen Fei wants to take a little revenge. If you set my house on fire, you'll be spared." "Okay." Xiao Bing went over and wiped Shui Chang's shirt behind his back and tied up his hands from behind. "Chen Fei, come here, I want to talk to you." Xiao Bing stepped towards the side, Chen Fei then followed, walked out a dozen meters. Xiao Bing stopped, whispered, "The last time, the evidence is not enough, so I did not move them. You should have come to me earlier." Chen Fei understood that he was talking about the last pig theft. If Xiao Bing had come to him earlier, perhaps he could have pointed out a few things. But it doesn't matter, this arson case is enough for them. Is it useful to look for you? Although Zhang Jigua had said that Chen Fei had once helped him solve a case, Xiao Bing felt that it was pure coincidence. He didn't believe it anyway.
However, Chen Fei and Zhang Jigua call themselves brothers and sisters. He will not make a fool of himself, said after a moment of silence. Recently there are 2 more people missing in the nearby villages. The police station has been investigating. This matter is small, it will be put aside for the time being. Another person is missing? Chen Fei was shocked.
Compared with the missing persons case, a pig theft case is really not worth mentioning. However, Chen Fei had sounded the alarm in his heart. In his previous life, Wu Feng had been abducted and sold, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. In this life, he must protect his little sister no matter what. Yes, but you're lucky, it just so happens that I came to your village tonight to feel the bottom. It's also a small gain.
Xiao Bing laughed. Indeed, good luck. Is it okay to catch an arsonist by the way?
Chen Fei stroked his chin, but I think, when arraigned, you can ask about the pig in passing.
That is natural. Xiao Bing smiled, then? Middle. Then let us go back? What about Shui Chang? You're carrying him?
Shui Chang has not yet woken up after all this trouble.
Xiao Bing's stabbing was pretty hard. Xiao Bing thought about it and waved at Xin and Lu Min. You two come over and carry him. Xin and Lu Min obediently carried Shui Chang, and together they walked back, regretting in their hearts. Shui Chang and Chen Fei's revenge, he followed blindly involved in what? This is good, when I came to the good, cannot go back.
Not yet arrived home, smell the smoke and fire smell, the door is outside the door are people. From afar, I heard Jialan in front of Chen Fei's house, pinching his waist and screaming at the inside.
Could you Chen Quan, dare not listen to me, right?
I didn't let you go, but you had to go.
If you die in there, I don't care about burying you. Can you stop talking?
Chen Quan came out with a bucket in his hand, and if it was daytime, you could see that he had a dark face.
I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Jialan cursed.
Xiao Bing stopped and said towards Chen Fei, I won't go in, go back by yourself.
Then you? I will escort them back to the police station for arraignment tomorrow.
Because it is a secret investigation, Xiao Bing did not ride a motorcycle, came on foot, and could only go back on foot. After all, it's not the previous life, one phone call and it's done.
Now you can only rely on yourself.
The arrival of several people attracted the attention of the crowd.
Jialan was sharp-eyed and saw Chen Fei at a glance. Chen Fei, where have you been? What's going on here? Chen Fei smiled brightly, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth that sparkled in the night. Of course I went to catch a thief. A thief? What thief? Jialan was taken aback.
Chen Fei grinned, of course it was the thief who set the fire. Jialan hurriedly came closer, and when she saw that it was Xin and Lu Min, her heart thumped.
This drooping head in the center, it can't be Shui Chang, right?
She bent down for a closer look and jumped up in shock.
Impossible.
This was never possible. How could Shui Chang start a fire? I caught it on the spot, and Director Xiao of the police station was there.
Chen Fei scared twice, second aunt, arsonist. I wonder if Shui Chang will be shot.
Jialan did not withstand the scare, staggered backward 2 steps, lost his mind and said, impossible, how can this be? She was so determined to get Chen Xiang married to the Shui family that she didn't even want to eat the white bread herself, but let Shui Chang eat it.
And this is what happened. Then wouldn't her white flour be fed to the dogs?
At this time, Shui Chang grunted, opened his eyes, shook his head, and spat out fragrance.
Who sneaked up on me just now? Xin and Lu Min hurriedly whispered a reminder. Brother Chang, stop it. The comrades from the police station are here.
Shui Chang moved a bit, only to realize that he was tied up.
Chen Fei and Xiao Bing were watching coldly from the side and immediately panicked. It's over. Caught in the act. I wonder if I'll be shot.
Murder and arson is a major crime. Shui Chang didn't know much about the law, but was scared anyway. When he saw Jialan, it was like seeing a straw that saved his life. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Jialan, no, mother-in-law. Quickly go to my father, save me, ah. Chapter 52 Seeing True Love in Times of Trouble. Shui Chang mouthed off, first calling him by his first name, then hastily changing his words. Jialan rushed to want Chen Xiang to marry Shui Chang, automatically ignored these details, and hastily nodded, Zhong, you wait, I'll go. Spreading his feet, he was about to go and ventilate Shui Liuxian. Chen Fei sneered from the side.
Auntie, tipping off is a crime, do you want to go to the police station for 2 days?
Jialan stepped out of the foot steeply retracted back, trembling, looking at Xiao Bing, are on the verge of tears.
I am. She did not dare. Xin Lu Min kind of young people do not dare to confront, let alone her a village woman. You know it is good.
Xiao Bing does not deny. In fact, this cannot be hidden, tomorrow officially detained or arrested, have to notify the family. But notification is notification, but it is another thing for others to say. Jialan did not dare to move, do not mention how abashed, the usual savagery has disappeared. Xiao Bing also has no intention to make things difficult for her, nodded toward Chen Fei, and escorted Shui Chang. 3 people left. At this time, the sisters and Zhu Jiafeng came out from the inside. 5 Phoenix saw Chen Fei, while cry out. Brother, our home has burned to the ground, oh. Chen Fei dotingly touched her head, comforted, it's okay, burned better, save hands to pick up.
In a few days our new house will be built, then you live alone. Wu Feng raised her tearful eyes and said in a sobbing voice. Is it true? When have I ever lied to you? Wiping tears from her eyes, she smiled and said, then I'll sleep in a big bed. Now the three sisters sleep in the same bed, certainly crowded panic, dreaming of a big bed. The words reminded Chen Fei, how can you get married without a new bed? I'll talk to the carpenter tomorrow and ask him to make a few more beds to move into the new house once it's built. Aha! Wu Feng's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiao Fei. Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng came over and the family hugged each other. Chen Feng's eyes were red and her voice was choked with a trembling voice. She said, Xiao Fei, you are fine, I am so glad, I was scared to death just now. Chen Sifeng wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's neck and choked out. Chen Fei laughed, so you're saying that you're not scared of me? Chen Fei laughed, so you're not afraid? Chen Fei laughed, so you're not afraid? Chen Sifeng showed the kitchen knife. See, I have this, nothing to be afraid of. What are you shaking for? Do I have one? Yes, I do. Say that again? Fourth sister, this is you. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. Chen Sifeng also knew that she was acting too nervous tonight and said with a hum, I'm not because of you, I'm afraid that if I lose the money, you won't be able to get a daughter-in-law. This is true. Big sister or not, fourth sister or not, all are single-mindedly for the good of Chen Fei, only the way of expression is different. The townspeople watched from the sidelines, all sighing. Although the sisters were young, their hearts were indeed in the same place. Chen Fei, in particular, was a different person from before. Lu Yier's heart trembled. She was a smart girl. When she saw that it was Shui Chang who set the fire, she understood. It was all for her. Shui Chang and Chen Fei were against each other because of her, and setting the fire was also because of her. She didn't expect Shui Chang to be so careful and still think of revenge against Chen Fei after such a long time. She also wanted to hug Chen Fei for comfort just like the Chen sisters and comfort Chen Fei as well. But she suddenly felt so ashamed. Fiddling with the ends of her hair, she stopped short. At this moment, Chen Feng loosened her embrace, faced the crowd, and bowed deeply. Thank you, folks, thank you for helping. Fourth Phoenix and Fifth Phoenix followed suit and bowed to the surroundings. Chen Fei looked around, the folks' faces were all smoldering black, carrying various buckets and pots in their hands, and in the middle of the night, some people came out bare-chested. What surprised him the most was that Chen Quan, the second uncle, who was so afraid of his wife, actually came out as well. There is also Lu Zhensheng, all day jabbering, actually also carrying a bucket to stand in the crowd. Although it didn't help a great deal, this love has to be born. He clasped his hands, around the week, which said aloud, folks, thank you words I will not say more, this love I Chen Fei remembered. He looked back at home, the stove fire to burn out, want to drink a mouthful of hot water are difficult. 5 Phoenix? Hey! 5 Phoenix answered sweetly. Take out all the mooncakes for the children and the older women. Aha! Without hesitating, she turned around and ran towards the house. I'll go too, 5 Phoenix can't take them alone. Chen Feng followed back. Chen Sifeng didn't move. She was a little heartbroken, but didn't say anything. Soon, the two sisters came out holding the mooncakes. They gave them to the children and the aunts in turn. Everyone tasted it, not much, tasted the flavor. Chen Fei said loudly while distributing the mooncakes, in this way, when tomorrow, I will buy cigarettes and candies, and specially thank the townspeople. Chen Fei, no need to be so polite. We didn't do anything, just carried a few buckets of water. Your family just suffered a disaster, it is not easy. Folks have excused themselves. The simplicity of the mountain people was on full display at this moment. Chen Fei smiled and directly confessed. Although the disaster, but the loss is not big, the chicken coop stove fire was going to be dismantled, but it is a day in advance. It is only a loss of firewood and pots and pans. It doesn't matter, I'll buy them all tomorrow. When the people thought about it, it was really such a reason, so they didn't push back anymore. 8 pounds of mooncake sounds like a lot, but there are too many people, it's not enough to share, so a lot of people consciously break the mooncakes and share them with the people around them. Some broke it in half, some broke it into 4. In short, everyone had a taste. When it was Chen Quan's turn, Chen Fei stared at him for a few more seconds. Second uncle, thank you, I won't give you the mooncake, let Air Dog and Air Xiang taste it. Chen Quan revealed a simple smile. It's okay, it didn't help. The second Aunt Jelan then back to God, suddenly jumped over. What do you mean did not help? Help a lot. Look at your clothes, your face, how dirty it is. The lye doesn't cost anything. Soap is soap. In the old days, people were so practical. Everything that came in from foreign countries had the word foreign in it. For example, matches were called foreign fire, soap was called foreign pancreas, tomatoes were called foreign persimmons. And so on. Chen Quan mouthing, said this why, and I am not alone. Jelan's mouth is flicked to the root of the ear. Why don't you say that? Give it to me. Reaching out, she snatched the last piece, muttering under her breath. You don't know how to honor the elderly, your second aunt, I haven't had a mooncake in years, I'll try one too. Chen Fei helplessly shook his head. If he didn't want to, the two Jelan couldn't snatch it away.
But second uncle did contribute tonight, so it doesn't matter if he gives it to her to eat.
Alright, it's so late, I'll go back to sleep.
Chen Fei clasped his fist at the crowd, and by the way, those who want to do labor can come tomorrow. And that is, I'll pay for anyone who has extra firewood. He can go up the mountain and chop firewood himself, but he doesn't have the time. A whole lot of things to do, and he has to go back tomorrow to buy mooncakes and see his second sister. Besides, firewood isn't worth much, so if he has this time, he might as well do something else.
Chapter 53, Treating People Differently.
Chen Fei, I have firewood at my house, why don't we eat at my house first tomorrow? Lu Yi'er finally found a chance to speak. She had been dawdling at Chen Fei's house all day, and had yet to have Chen Fei go to her house for dinner.
Go to your house?
Chen Fei twisted his face to look at her little eyes with expectation, and suddenly smiled. No, tomorrow morning to send Wu Feng to school, by the way to buy some breakfast. If you want to get up early, you can come over to eat with me. Lu Yi'er wanted to say I don't want it, but Chen Fei said, Aussie donut thin rice tofu brain, what do you want to eat?
Let her say no more.
Those things, they sound delicious.
I can eat anything.
She wanted to say, I want to eat buns, but she was too embarrassed to speak, her shy face was red.
I wonder if brother Chen Fei saw that. Then eat the bun.
Chen Fei pampered and pinched her little face, and found that he touched a hand of black, and could not help but be shocked. You just went to put out the fire? Lu Yi'er softly said, I did not do anything, just moved a few pieces of wood. Lu Yi'er originally let Lu Zhenxing go to put out the fire, but after watching it for a while, he could not help but join in.
Don't do this in the future, what if something happens?
Chen Fei's somewhat reproachful tone made Lu Yi'er at a loss for words. I'm fine, everyone else is doing it, even the 5 phoenixes are doing it.
You're different.
I was going to say, you are pregnant, but I swallowed back when the words came out.
It doesn't seem right in front of so many people.
After all, we're not married yet, and if you're pregnant before marriage, it will inevitably become a stain on Lu Yi'er.
Being poked and prodded would not be good.
So then whispered, pay attention in the future. By the way, tomorrow you come to watch. What opinions can be mentioned with the old horse uncle?
Lu Yi'er was uncertain. What do you mean?
Chen Fei laughed. The house is our future to live. Of course you have to participate in it, to see which is not suitable, or want to build into what kind, can be put forward. Lu Yi'er's eyebrows curved, her red moist face was like an apple overflowing with syrup, and the whole person's heart blossomed with joy. So, brother Chen Fei cares about me so much.
So much to look forward to.
At this time, an ill-timed voice interrupted Lu Yi'er's fantasies. Lu Zhenxing rolled his eyes and said, speaking nicely, but you still don't want my sister to do it for nothing for you.
Chen Fei grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Big brother-in-law, how do you know it's for nothing? Is it not? Of course not.
Chen Fei laughed. Lu Yi'er came over, just mention it, $5 a day, manage 3 meals. Lu Yi'er is pregnant, to strengthen the nutrition, and Chen Fei does not want her to go back to farm work, just have an excuse, why not use
$5 a day? Such a good thing? Lu Zhenxing's eyes are wide open, so what if you take me with you?
I'm more capable than Lu Yi'er, and I have more energy.
Are you?
Chen Fei glanced at him, $2 a day, just like everyone else.
Lu Zhen was so angry that he wanted to blow up. You're treating me too differently. 1 Lu Yi'er is worth 2 of me? I'm not convinced.
If you don't like it, hold it in. Lu Yi'er is my daughter-in-law, I make money just for her to spend. If it's not to see you perform well tonight, I don't want you yet. Chen Fei has not spoiled him, say it, dry or not, dry tomorrow early over, not dry back to sleep.
Lu Zhenxing. Dry. It's not worth it. $2 a day, down to the ground to do centimeter, only 30 cents a day good? He's got it all figured out. As for Lu Yi'er? Forget it. I won't compare with her. Who made her Chen Fei's daughter-in-law? The people all thought the same way. $2 is a lot of money, you can't be too greedy. Lu Yi'er herself was still dizzy. $5 a day? What do I need money for?
Brother Chen Fei is really something, he didn't even discuss it with me.
The money is in my hands, can I take it back? But what happened to feeling so happy?
Afterwards, everyone went back to their own homes, as if the matter had ended there, but it didn't.
Many people couldn't sleep at night. For example, Jialan's family. After going back, Jialan kept rambling. How could this happen? Why can't Johnny think straight? Chen Xiang, you think Chang Zi won't be shot, right?
To say that rural people do not understand the law, they think that murder and arson is a major crime, but the exact size of the crime is not clear.
Chen Xiang hesitated, should not it? After all, no one died. But to be sentenced to a few years cannot be This is not delaying you.
Jialan is not sleepy at all, on the contrary, twice the spirit, the heart playing all kinds of calculations.
She wanted Chen Xiang to marry Shui Chang, but if Shui Chang was sentenced to reform through labor, wouldn't Chen Xiang be widowed? After hesitating for a while, Jialan asked, daughter, you have not been what he did, right? Chen Xiang was upset and said, what are you thinking? How can it be? The mouth is tough, but the heart is 15 buckets of water, 7 up and 8 down. Although not to the final step, but also almost, will not affect the future marriage, right?
Jialan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, really cannot go elsewhere to talk about the in-laws. After all, she always feels that there is a breath in her heart, and it is hard for her to hold it in. She had eaten so many days of luo bun and eggs for nothing. When has she ever suffered such a big loss? Blame it on that Chen Fei. If it wasn't for him, how could Shui Chang do something so stupid? The more Jialan thought about it, the angrier she became. I can't. Tomorrow I have to make trouble, cannot let him build the house smoothly. Chen Xiang frowned. What are you doing? What if he is a jerk and hits you? Jialan rolled her eyes. Our family is not a vegetarian. You, Xiang, dog, and Nim father and I, can be afraid of him? Chen Quan crouched in the corner, his eyebrows wrinkled. It's not good, is it? We're all family. If we don't help out, we'll fight and make the townspeople laugh. You shut up. It's not your place to talk. Jialan wiped off his turban and slammed it in his face. You're a loser. No, tomorrow we'll call the oldest back, and the oldest's daughter-in-law. We're a family of 7. I don't believe we can't beat him. Chen Quan's frown deepened. It's a sin. What can we do about this? On the other side, Shui Luzhu also had a hard time sleeping through the night. Although Jialan was stopped, the news still reached Shui Liuzhu's ears. Shui Luzhu and Ding Mei both sat up in their sleep, unable to believe it. What? Shui Chang set fire to Chen Fei's house? And was arrested by the police station? This son of a... This is too impulsive. Shui Luzhu got up from the bed and paced back and forth on the floor with his bare feet, doing things without thinking, but also self-righteous. This is good. Stealing a chicken is not a good thing. Angry with me. Ding Mei wiped her tears. His father, what's the use of talking about this now? The strong son has not suffered. You as a father do not feel sorry for it at all? Shui stayed angry. This is all his own fault. People are caught in. I feel sorry for him for what? Ding Mei cried. You have connections in the township, don't you? Why don't you ask someone to do something about it? By the way, isn't Xiaoqin's boyfriend at the police station? Tell him, what if he is? Shui State frowned and said, Xiaoqin has not been married, and now you people owe a love. Human debt is not good to pay off. That cannot look at the strong son suffered. Ding Mei gasped. You do not go, I go. I'll give up this old face to beg him. That's not so bad. Shui stayed in front of the 8 fairy table, poured a magnetic cylinder of white water, drank a few mouth pressure shock. Put down the teapot, said, nothing more than the future of marriage, less point bride price. I first with Xiaoqin through the air, and then think of ways. 54 chapter rubbing shoulders. The next day, dawn, Chen Fei got up. And as usual, send 5 Phoenix to school, and then give her 50 cents, let her buy breakfast later. It was still a bit early, the state-run restaurants wouldn't get up early and work that hard. But things are still very cheap, pure meat stuffed buns, 10 cents a, thin skin stuffed with thick meat, a bite that is called a fragrant. Vegetarian filling of 10 cents for 2, mainly leeks, eggs, vermicelli and so on. All very affordable. Watching the 5 Phoenix into the school gate, Chen Fei pushed the car back. Because in a little while, the cooperative should be open, so he didn't ride. As he walked, he suddenly felt a hint of something different. Jerking his head up, he only saw Shui Luzhu riding his bicycle, coming from the opposite side. As the 4 eyes met, Shui Luzhu's eyelids jumped and he twisted his head away, pretending not to see it. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth rose, revealing a light smile. Your son was arrested because he asked for it, it's not my fault. You are angry, I am still angry. Although the pots and pans aren't worth much, with the mooncakes, they cost a lot of money. And so many favors to pay back. Both sides brushed past each other, neither one paying attention to the other. Chen Fei looked back when he was almost at the cooperative, only to see that Shui Luzhu seemed to be heading in the direction of the police station, and could not help but frown slightly. What did he want to do? To intercede for Shui Chang? Or to trust an acquaintance? Chen Fei was not too sure about Shui Luzhu's family, but as the village chief, he must have known people in the township. However, when he thought that the person was personally arrested by Xiao Bing and the evidence was overwhelming, he wasn't that worried. It was just the difference between a light sentence and a heavy sentence, and it was impossible to think of an acquittal. Thinking like this, he was in a lighter mood. It so happened that the door of the cooperative opened at this time. Chen Fei hurriedly parked his car and walked in. The salesman who opened the door could not help but look at him one more time. What are you doing, so urgent? Buy something. Chen Fei walked straight in. I don't know you well. There is no need to say so much. What are you buying? The salesman followed him in. The township cooperative isn't as big as the county town, so there are only 2 salesmen, one for non-staple foods and one for daily necessities. This salesman sells daily necessities. A full set of pots and pans. The stove fire stuff is basically all broken, the iron pot on the outside stove is rescued, simply buy more. Yellow porcelain bowl 30 cents a bowl, fine porcelain bowl 50 cents, foreign porcelain bowl is also 50 cents, which you want? The foreign porcelain bowl is enamel bowl, very popular at that time. The foreign porcelain bowl. The porcelain bowl is not easy to break, strong and durable, very convenient. How many? 10. 10 is good. So many? The salesman was slightly surprised, but did not ask for details, and moved on to others.
How about a dipper? Plastic or gourd?
The gourd dipper is the kind of large gourd, cut from the center. That's what the saying goes, one gourd, two dippers.
Plastic, too. Chen Fei's dipper is a gourd dipper that sits in a bucket and isn't broken.
He bought the dipper mainly because it is more convenient to scoop rice and noodles.
35 cents a piece, 2 for 70 cents, and another enameled basin, to 2, and a piece of foreign soda. Soda is soap. We have a large family and we're building a house, so it's convenient to wash your hands. 3 enamel pots and 26 cents of soda.
In the middle, and then a big iron pot, with a bun grate. At that time there is almost no stainless steel, with the old-fashioned big iron pot. The steamed bun grate is the grate for steaming buns.
$5.50 for the whole set. Anything else?
The salesman picked up the abacus and prepared to count. I also want to buy mooncakes and sugar.
Chen Fei said. You have to settle this side of the bill first.
The salesman was a bit skeptical.
So many things, worth a lot of money. Chen Fei doesn't look like a rich man. How much is it? $17.46.
Chen Fei cheerfully paid the money and then went to the side food counter, rebought 8 pounds of mooncakes, 2 pounds of sugar. In addition to oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar have to buy again, Chen Fei lazy trouble, simply buy bottled.
Although slightly more expensive, but convenient to save.
After thinking about it, he bought another caddy of oat milk candy and 2 peony cigarettes. Although peony cigarettes were not as good as Dakianman, they were also very famous at that time, and were produced in several places across the country. The peony cigarettes Chen Fei wanted were locally produced and cost less than 20 cents a box. However, it was already good enough for the working man to smoke, nothing to be ashamed of. Most of the people in Xiling village still smoked dry tobacco pouches.
There are even leaf smokers. It's good enough to smoke cigarettes.
It cost $15 to buy these, plus $35 for the pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar, and so on. But this was already a big customer at the time, and both salesmen were shocked for a while, taking the initiative to help Chen Fei carry the stuff outside and put it in the bicycle cage. Until Chen Fei rode off on his bike, the two men still muttered several times.
Can't see it, not dressed well, quite rich. But it is not. My salary is less than 25. Tee-hee.
Chen Fei had long since gotten used to other people's strange looks and rode his bike to the restaurant.
Bought 10 meat buns, 10 vegetarian buns, 5 bowls of tofu brain, let the hotel master pack.
From the hotel out, Chen Fei all the way to ride fast. And in the police station, Xue stayed to see his daughter Xue Qin, last night's events described again.
Xue Qin was shocked. There is actually this? I have not heard it. I have not heard of it, or I'll go and ask around.
After a while, Xue Qin slipped back, his face did not look good.
It's true.
My brother's locked up in the dark room over there.
And those 2 youths? They didn't get beaten, did they? Xue asked.
My brother did not, the 2 youths are quite miserable.
Xue Qin said. Can you let me see Keiko? Xue asked again.
Xue Qin was a bit embarrassed. Father, someone is watching. The director said that they will be arraigned soon. Xue Luzhu sighed. Xiao Qin, go and beg Xiao Qian.
You can't let your brother get hurt.
Xue Qin hesitated for a moment and said, I can ask Qian Weizhao, but I do not guarantee that it will work.
You go ask and then say it. Okay. Xue Qin went out again. After a while, she let a young man in. Father, I've asked Weichao to come, you guys can talk.
Qian Weishao nodded toward Xue Luzhu and said bluntly, Uncle Xue, this is not a good thing to do. The director personally arrested the person, release is impossible.
Then how many years can be sentenced? Xue Luzhu asked with a gloomy face.
Qian Weishao shook his head. The police station is only in charge of the preliminary trial. The specific sentence how long is the matter of the court. Xue Luzhu eyes flashed. Then according to your experience, how many years can be sentenced? This is not easy to say. Murder and arson are major crimes. Fortunately no one died, otherwise the death penalty is possible. Xue Luzhu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, clenched his teeth and silent for a moment. Suddenly a fist smashed on the table.
No, can't let Xianzi go to jail.
Xiao Qian, help me think of a way, conditions you can mention.
Chapter 55 Moving Earth Seeking Favorites.
Qian Weizhao Hihi revealed a seemingly naive smile. Uncle Xue, I want to get married to Xiao Qin this year.
In the middle, I do not oppose.
When Xiao Qin could come to work in the township, it was actually Qian Weizhao who took a fancy to walk through his doorway. Although Qian Weizhao was several years older than Xue Qin just turned 18, Qian Weizhao were 23. But Xue stayed and did not object.
Find an iron rice bowl, not better than rural people? But I have no money now.
Xue Liuzhu's breathing stalled.
Inwardly roared wildly. I knew it. I knew you wanted to whore for nothing.
His heart was on fire, but he still had to wear a smile on his face.
That smile is as fake as it gets.
It's okay, you don't need to take the bride price. I swear, when Xue Chang comes out, I'll slap his face with the soles of my shoes. I have raised my daughter with great difficulty, not a penny of the bride price, all because of you.
Qian Weizhao couldn't hide the smile on his face.
Okay, I will think of a way, you first wait here.
turned and walked out. Shuiqin in the side jaw-dropping, waiting for Qian Weizhao walked out before asking with a shocked face, "Father, you really do not want a penny dowry?" Shui stayed a long sigh. "Daughter, father is also no way out. Can't watch your brother go to jail, right?" Shuiqin dissatisfied, "But, do not want the bride price will not be belittled?
She is the only high school student in Xiling village.
She's high-minded and proud. If she's compared to her, how will she look?"
Shui Luzhu snorted coldly, "Don't worry, our family is not made of clay."
This is the end of the conversation. The sound of footsteps outside, father and daughter tacitly closed their mouths.
Qian Weizhao pushed the door in and lowered his voice, saying, "It is ready.
Now you can go and meet those two intellectuals." Shui stayed in disbelief. "I see them do what?"
Qian Weizhao said, "The director personally arrested people, the evidence is conclusive, cannot be denied. Today, the only way to start from two aspects of course, have to spend money."
Shui stayed face ugly like eating a fly.
This time, spend money also have to lose face. The first time I saw this, I had to spend the money, but I also had to lose face. What Shui Liuzhu did, Chen Fei naturally have no way of knowing. He returned home, greeted the two sisters to get things.
"What did you buy?"
The two sisters curiously surrounded.
"Pots and pans have everything, there is food. Bamboo cage open, one side is daily necessities, the other side is food.
Buns are wrapped in paper, just open, there is a smell coming from the nose."
Chen Sifeng cannot help but sniff. "Good big buns, I'm too blessed," said, already biting into it without any image.
Meat aroma permeates the tongue. Chen Sifeng squinted his eyes, said vaguely, "This is the best breakfast I have ever eaten. Sister, you also eat." Chen Feng moved up an enameled basin with a stack of enameled bowls in it and smiled gently, "I will eat after I finish moving things. In a moment the smith should come."
"Goosey, I will also move."
Chen Sifeng was not willing to give up, biting a bun in her mouth, and began to move things.
Chen Fei smiled and said, "You guys move first, I'll go get Lu Yi'er." "Chen Fei brother, you're looking for me?"
Lu Yi'er walked in from outside with brisk steps, two big black braids, one hanging in front of her chest, one hanging behind her head, swaying slightly with her footsteps, looking at Chen Fei a little mesmerized.
His own daughter-in-law, it seems like he can't get enough of it.
Lu Yi'er was a little shy from his look, one hand stroking the tips of her hair, her eyebrows arched.
"Brother Chen Fei, I'll take the stuff. You take the bun, eat it while it's hot, and the tofu brain, this is nutritious." Chen Fei smiled gently, "You eat more, replenish your body."
The morning sunlight shone on Lu Yi'er's face, red, even the tips of her ears were degree a layer of red.
"Chen Fei brother, it is still early.
Women in the mountains are not so delicate, pregnant women work in the fields as usual, and even some people are in labor, still working in the fields." However, Lu Yi'er's heart felt like it was eating honey. Brother Chen Fei cared about her. This day was really getting more and more promising. Just as they started eating, people were coming in one after another. At $2 a day, this was a rare job, so everyone was very active and started cleaning as soon as they arrived. After last night's fire, the yard was full of grass and wood ash, which had to be dealt with before anything else. So Chen Fei hurriedly ate 2 buns and rushed out to greet them. The two sisters also wanted to go out, and were stopped by Chen Fei. "You eat well." After eating as usual on the mountain picking mushrooms, the family has me and Lu Yi'er on the right, the fourth sister. "I will not go to the county town today, the winery side is also handed over to you and Liberation brother." Chen Fei still has a lot of things to do, but also to go to the second sister's home, can only let Chen Sifeng run more.
"It's okay, just leave it to me."
Chen Sifeng patted his chest, almost shook Chen Fei's eyes, and hurriedly took a cigarette and went out.
"Old Uncle Ma, smoke. Da Lu, smoke. Big Uncle is here?"
Folks are pushing back, only Lu Zhensheng, not polite, grabbed over, the beauty of the light on one.
"We are also people who smoke cigarettes." Lu Yi'er came out from the inside, "Brother, you don't know humility." Lu Zhensheng justified, "Polite what, I really want to smoke." Lu Yi'er had nothing to say. She was in the middle of such a brother, what can she do? The old horse smoked a cigarette, smilingly asked, "Chen Fei, today's groundbreaking, according to the custom is to be on the tribute incense, you see? Moving the earth is the rural saying, is to choose the auspicious day, in preparation for building a house in the place, with hoes and shovels and other tools, digging a few times in the foundation. At the same time set up the oil film flowers and other tributes, and even have to burn paper, firecrackers, in the foundation of the 4 corners of the copper coins. But now the situation is not clear, do more than I'm afraid that some people gossip, feudal superstition, and so on. Therefore, Chen Fei decided to give up burning paper, simplify the program, they understand on the line. So he smiled and said, "The old horse uncle, you first wait a while, I have to go to the cooperative, no matter how to say that you have to put hanging firecrackers is not it?" The crowd followed the laugh, that is, thousands of years of old customs. Who doesn't set off firecrackers on business? You go ahead, no one will make an issue of it. Chen Fei nodded with a smile, "That's good, I'll go to the cooperative to buy firecrackers." "Sister, do you want to fry some oil buns?" Oil bun flowers are not donuts, nor are they oil bun heads. The first step is to roll out the dough into a thin sheet, then use a knife and chopsticks to make various flower shapes.
The deep-fried oil buns are crispy, fragrant, and a favorite of Chen Fei's when he was a child. The main reason is that there is nothing to eat in the countryside, and occasionally when someone builds a house or fries a little oil bun flour on New Year's Day, it is already a luxury.
Chen Feng nodded. I will first go to pick up some firewood and come back to fry. Lu Yi'er hurriedly said, Big sister, there is firewood in my house, I will go and fry it.
Lu Zhenqing rolled his eyes. Lu Yi'er, I carry all the firewood in our house in bundles.
Brother trailing off.
Okay, forget I said that.
Lu Zhenqing retreats.
In front of his own sister, Lu Zhenqing has no temper, and if he does, he holds it in. Chen Fei gave Lu Yi'er a nod, pushed the car towards the outside, and just as he arrived at the door, a person walked up to him.
Chen Fei, wait, I have something to say to you. Chapter 56 Unexpected and Unexpected. Chen Fei, I have something to say to you.
Shui Luzhu squeezed out a dry smile and walked in from outside.
Have something to say quickly, I am busy. Chen Fei did not give him a good face. Shui Liuzhu's arrival was both expected and unexpected. I didn't expect him to be so quick. Shui Liuzhu's expression was stagnant. This little, not giving face at all. In his heart, he was furious, but he still had to wear a smile on his face, even though the smile was fake. Chen Fei, last night was a misunderstanding. Do you think you can be lenient? Go to the police station to give Shui Chang a consent of understanding? Shui Stade pulled out a box of Dakianmen, pulling out one and handing it over.
This is what he specifically bought today. People have to bow their heads under the roof. In order to Shui Chang, he can only talk to Chen Fei.
I said, what is going on? The original idea. It seems that someone is giving Shui Stade instructions. Chen Fei sneered, pointing to a mess in and out of the yard. My house burned to such a state. You tell me it is a misunderstanding? Captain, bullying is not like this.
Shui stayed handstiff, give or not give or not, dilemma. Chen Fei's voice was a bit loud. Everyone had stopped their movements and looked over in unison. The hidden message in their eyes was too much for Shui Liuzhan to bear.
His hall captain, who dares not give him 3 points of face. But now, the cigarettes that were handed out were actually not even picked up. This was simply. Shui Luzhu really wanted to turn around and leave. Little, don't fall into my hands in the future. However, thinking of Shui Chang, Shui Liuzhu could not take a step. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Shui Luzhu resentfully withdrew his hand, smiled and said, Shui Chang, he is still small, a moment of impulse, I apologize for him and you. Apologize for what you need public security to do?
And I remember, Shui Chang, then I am still the size of half a year.
Chen Fei bluntly, you go, I will not issue a letter of understanding. You. Shui Liuzhu's face is blue. What do you want to do to let Shui Chang go? Why should I let him go? Chen Fei asked rhetorically. Do you know, last night, the three of them were ready to kill me, if not happened to meet Xia director to find me something, perhaps my body is now cold. Chen Fei voice colorful, loud drink, you say, why I let him go? A sentence, like a bolt from the blue. It made Lu Yi'er's heart and liver tremble. It turns out that last night, brother Chen Fei encountered so much danger that he almost couldn't come back. But he didn't say a word about it and was so gentle. Lu Yi'er bit her lips tightly, tears filled her eyes, so much so that her vision was somewhat blurred. Inside and outside the courtyard, all the people who came to work. All of them were shocked. What kind of enmity and what kind of grudge was it that they wanted to kill? This kid, Shui Chang, is also too much of a bad thing. Shui Liuzhu's body shook with a huge shock, his face full of disbelief. This must be a misunderstanding. Shui Chang's temper is a bit stubborn, but he definitely didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered his previous maneuver, so he hastily changed his words. Chen Fei, in fact, this matter, Shui Chang was compelled by He Xian and Lu Min. They saw you selling mushrooms to make money, jealousy, and only thought to take revenge on you. But he definitely didn't intend to kill you, he was just angry. Before coming here, Shui Luzhu had already reached an agreement with the two youths for them to admit that they were the main culprits and turned Shui Chang into an accessory. The condition is of course money, lots of money. There's nothing in this world that money can't handle. In order to save his son, Shui Liuzhu also put up a fight. But it's not enough to just fix those two intellectuals. Without obtaining the forgiveness of Chen Fei, the victim, Shui Chang is unlikely to come out in the short term. Captain, I am not a 3-year-old child, so there is no need to say those confusing words. Chen Fei had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had made it to president of a $100 billion company. He had experienced too much. This little trick, trying to hide it from him, was simply laughable. Shui Liuzhu's face twitched, the fake smile on his face could no longer be maintained, and he said in an extremely suppressed voice, what do you want to do to let him go? This Chen Fei, there is some oil and salt. If he didn't want him to issue a letter of understanding so that Shui Chang could come out as soon as possible, Shui Luzhu really wanted to use his old fists to violently punch that nasty face. But right now, Shui Luzhu could only hold his tongue. Chen Fei grinned, suddenly close to Shui Liuzhuan, lying in his ear whispered, Shui Captain, I would like to know, how much money did you spend to buy out those 2 intellectuals? Shui Liuzhu's face jumped straight in shock. No, you don't spit blood. He Xian Lu Min are locked up in the police station, this cannot be admitted in any case. I don't want to talk about it.
Chen Fei away from him, a face of disgust. Captain, you also see, I am really busy, do not have time to play with you. Said, pushing the bike to go. Shui stayed to pull the bike, gritted his teeth and said in an extremely suppressed voice.
$500.
I give you $500, you give Shui Chang out of the letter of understanding. His voice was suppressed so low that many people did not hear him clearly.
But Chen Fei definitely heard it clearly. And was shaken. Was the first captain's family so rich?
Chen Fei stared at Shui Luzhu for a full few seconds before speaking.
Big captain, I don't lack money. 800? 1,000? 1,005?
Shui Luzhu pulled on the bike and didn't let go. You name a number, as long as I have it, I'll never return the favor.
Good man.
The Shui family is really rich. Chen Fei sighed with emotion. I did not expect Shui Liuzhu's family to be so rich, more than $1,000, but a huge sum of money.
You have that much money? Chen Fei couldn't help but ask.
Shui Luzhu said, my elder brother is the deputy director of the machinery factory, my son and daughter have to work, so there is still some money. This seems to be to prove that he has money, but Chen Fei feels that there is some flavor of defense.
What was Shui staying hiding? Chen Fei couldn't figure it out for a moment.
However, there was one thing he was certain of, for Shui Chang, Shui Luzhu had indeed put down big money.
Since this was the case, should he slaughter him? After all, it was a huge sum of money.
The per capita income in the countryside was more than $12, and city dwellers working were only $23. Because there's been no wage increase, there's a folk saying, 3,600 years.
$36 is considered a high wage. It's only $400 a year. $15 is a lot of money. You're so ugly. I almost lost my life and you're giving me this kind of money? You're bullying me for being young, aren't you? Chen Fei is sharpening his knife. He has nothing to lose anyway. It's a waste of time. He's so insatiable.
Shui Liuzhu's teeth were itching with hatred, but he still had to fake a smile on his face. It looked wonderful.
2,000.
I'll take 2,000 at most, not a penny more. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. The big deal is to let Shui Chang live for a few years.
Prison also takes care of food. Shui stayed a bit needy.
If Chen Fei still didn't agree, he was ready to give up. Instead of hanging himself from the same tree as Chen Fei, it would be better to think of something else.
Okay, deal. Seeing as the senior captain is so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree.
$2,000 can do a lot of things. Even if you do not come up with a letter of understanding, it is estimated that you cannot lock up Shui Chang for many days, so it is better to get the money and then say it. Shui stayed relieved. Good, you first write a letter of understanding. I go home to raise money for you.
That won't do. One hand pays, one hand delivers. Want to empty gloves? No door. Chapter 57, 2 kicks please collect. I can't carry $2,000 with me, right? Shui stayed angry liver pain. $2,000 is not a small amount, I need to go to raise money.
Then I don't care, anyway, I don't see a rabbit without a hawk, I won't write a letter of understanding without seeing the money. Said Chen Fei. Chen Fei is ready to cross the car. At this time, the secretary Song Hongjun led Song Jianhuan and Song Jinrong over. Song Jianhua and Song Jinrong are both Song Hongjuan's sons, and together they carried 2 large buckets.
Song Hongjun cordially expressed his condolences to Chen Fei.
Chen Fei, when I got up this morning, I heard that your house was hit by a disaster. The loss is not big, right? Chen Fei laughed. The loss is not big, is the firewood burned out, and pots and pans and so on. Got up early and just went to buy. Song Hongjun nodded. According to me, people are fine on good. No, you moved the earth today. It happens that my house last year to build a house, the remaining 2 buckets of lime, to you to spread the gray line with. Spreading the gray line is to use lime according to the plan to spread out the framework, convenient to dig the foundation.
Chen Fei quickly declined. How can this be a good thing? If you leave it at home, it will be spoiled after a long time.
Song Hongjun let his 2 sons carry the lime in. Chen Fei quickly took out a box of cigarettes and handed it over. Then I'm not polite, just need, smoke is not good, the secretary do not mind.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Song Hongjun skillfully pulled out a light, spit out a mouthful of smoke, face showing a satisfied smile. According to me, or our local cigarettes are comfortable to smoke, Dakianman is a strong facade. By the way, building a house with lime can be quite a lot, have to prepare in advance. I know, today to go to the North Slope to see my second sister, I'm going to buy the lime by the way. Lime is calcined from stones in the mountains, and when you pour water on it, it automatically turns into powder.
This is the real lime. It's good for building foundations and walls. That's fine.
Song Hongjun turned his head as if he had just seen Shui Luzhu.
Yo, Captain Shui is here too. Are you here to help too?
According to me, this is the right thing to do. After all, you are the captain, you have to mingle with the townspeople.
On purpose. He must have done it on purpose.
Shui Liuzhu's face is dark. He didn't believe that Song Hongjun didn't know about his son Shui Chang's affair with Chen Fei.
This was a deliberate attempt to satirize him.
But he couldn't get angry yet and could only squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. So what? And Chen Fei say something Shui Chang him. Last night followed EXIN and Lu Min did something stupid. I came to talk to Chen Fei compensation. Song Hongjuan's eyes flashed a touch of contempt, but his face pretended to be shocked.
What's going on?
Shui Chang, this child is also too unintelligent, killing and setting things like this dare to do.
The corners of Shui Liuju's mouth twitched. I knew you were here to satirize me.
The two men's faces and hearts are not in harmony, not for a while.
However, very few people knew about it.
Shui Liuju has a request at the moment and does not dare to turn the tables with Song Hongjun, and can only say with a sarcastic smile. The secretary is right, this child owes discipline, wait for him to come out, I must ruthlessly smoke him.
Song Hongjun flicked ash. According to me, you as a father also has the responsibility. By the way, how much are you going to compensate Chen Fei? Shui stayed silent. This kind of dishonorable thing, he did not want to say out. But on second thought, paper can't wrap fire, and eventually let everyone know. So he said $2,000, I am ready to go back to raise money, but Chen Fei said not to see the rabbit does not spread the eagle, do not give me to write a letter of understanding, secretary, you help me make peace? Although I know that Song Hongjun probability will not help, but Shui stayed holding 1/1,000,000th of the hope to say it. $2,000?
So much I mean, this price is quite suitable, Chen Fei said there is no problem, in case you take the letter of understanding to repent? Song Hongjun habitually uttered a verbal phrase. According to me, you two should raise money, the busy quickly go busy. Shui Chang made a big mistake, squatting in the police station for 2 days, a good reflection is also very necessary.
Dare not be your son.
Shui stayed gas shaking cold, was not white face more green a few points, look stiff, I will go back to raise money.
Finished speaking, striding straight away. Looking at his back, Song Hongjuan's eyes narrowed, said toward Chen Fei, fortune is a blessing, misfortune is a blessing, you pay attention to yourself? I understand.
Shui stayed soft on the surface, but in his heart, he did not know how to hold a grudge. But Chen Fei does not care. A captain is just a captain, can't do it with his own hands.
It's good that you understand. Song Hongjun nodded, I have something to do, so I will not bother. Clerk, take your time.
Chen Fei greeted, got on his bike, and rode all the way without stopping, directly to the cooperative.
Comrade, are there firecrackers?
Chen Fei asked directly.
Yes, you want which kind of how is it again you?
The salesman looked up and saw Chen Fei stunned.
Chen Fei smiled, just forgot to buy, so another trip. The salesman smiled and expressed his understanding. 100 for 10 cents, 200 for 20 cents, which one do you want? 100 is 100 rings, is the kind of small firecrackers. Chen Fei remembers to put the most as Luyan production. Is there a bigger one? 1 or 200 too short, often just point on, crackling on the end. Not enjoyable. There are 500 and 1,000, do you want it? Yes. It's only $1 for 1,000. I'll take it. Right, let's have a few more 2-ringers. A 2-shot cannon, also known as a 2-kick, has 2 shots because its gunpowder is separated. The first one goes up in the air, then it blows up in the air. Yes, 10 cents apiece. How many do you want? Make it 10. Chen Fei likes to round up the numbers so he can do the math. $2 in total. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Chen Fei took the firecrackers and rushed back. Back at home, the yard is almost cleaned up. Old Ma is working with De Lu to draw a line. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Fei went to the hall to move the broken 8 immortal table out. Lu Yi'er to help lift, was rejected by him. The table was placed in the center of the courtyard, and the oil bun flowers were also fried, golden, in a bowl, and placed on the table. Tom. Ta. As the 2 cannons rose into the air, it signaled that it was time to start work and move the earth. Chen Fei took the shovel and symbolically dug around the foundation a few times, and Lu Jianqing couldn't wait to light the firecrackers. In the crackling sound of firecrackers, the neighbors, men, women and children came. While covering their ears with their hands, they were laughing and joking. The next step is the children's favorite process, you can eat oil bun flowers. The crispy oil bun flour, bite a mouthful of crumbs falling down, not only the children, big girls and small daughters-in-law also like. In addition to the oil bun flowers, Chen Fei also deliberately took out a bag of sugar, a large handful of sprinkled out. Folks, there's something for everyone. Come on, dip your hands in the joy. Last night I said I would give sugar, not to mention today's groundbreaking. In addition to candy, there are cigarettes. The women and children grabbed the candy, while the men switched to cigarettes. 1 pack for each person who comes to work, and 1 for those who don't. In short, never empty-handed. Even Jialan's family has. After the distribution, Chen Fei waved his hand. Start work, first digging the foundation. There are a lot of people coming to work today, more than 20 came in the morning, and one after another, more than 20 came, adding up to more than 40, inside and outside are all people. Old Ma acted as the leader and divided the work among them. De Lu, you guys dig the front roof. Dazhuan, you guys dig the back. Zhensheng, you guys dig the west wall. Old Chen, you guys dig the east wall. The west wall is shared by Chen Fei's family and Lu Genxing's family, so it's best to let Lu Genxing take the lead.
Old Chen is Chen Erden's father, and Chen Fei's family is not out of the 5 services of the relatives, and the whole family is naturally the same. Old Ma arranged it this way because he was afraid that Jia Lan would make trouble. They are all relatives, but if they want to show some face, they won't make a scene, otherwise everyone's face won't look good. However, he still underestimated Jia Lan's vigor. Jia Lan has sugar in his mouth, but the words he says are not sweet at all, and even a little hurtful. Yo, what the hell, you want me to shut up just by giving me a few pieces of candy? You guys are really thinking beautifully. Then what do you want? Chen Fei asked with a frown. This second aunt, there are so many things. Chapter 58, Second Sister and Her Child. Jia Lan ground thick lips touched up and down, said loudly, yesterday all said, you move the wall will affect my house, so you cannot move. Chen Quan hand clamped the cigarette, low voice called out, the child's mother. You shut up. I haven't settled last night's account with you yet. With a yell from Jia Lan, Chen Quan obediently shut up, sent a look of love towards Chen Fei, and smothered his head and smoked a cigarette. The old Chen smilingly came forward, Jia Lan's sister-in-law, are a family, broken bones and tendons, there is no need to be so really right? Jia Lan rolled her eyes and said with her nostrils facing the sky, don't get close to me, it's useless. You earn money from Chen Fei, of course you speak for him. Old Chen was choked old face red, muttered in a low voice, this is too much nonsense. Jia Lan wiped his turban, pinched it in his waist, and squinted at him. What did you say? Seeing that Jia Lan had turned on the scolding mode, old Chen immediately wimped out. No, I didn't say anything. Soft egg. Jia Lan scorned him, she was ready to fight the 4 directions, and this was the result? Chen Quan and Lao Chen were both defeated, and everyone else didn't dare to speak. If you talk to this kind of shrew, the only one who loses out is yourself. Because she dares to curse anything, instead, the men have all kinds of concerns, and are simply no match. At this time, Chen Fei had to come out and speak. Second aunt, you said that moving the wall will affect your house, but now I am moving the front, and there is no house in front of your house. Jia Lan's house is 3 upper rooms and 2 mansions. The side adjacent to Chen Fei's house happens to be empty. Not to say that there is no impact, can be said to be completely in the way. Jia Lan jaws, mouth wide open, big buck teeth protruding, for a while did not say anything. Mainly cannot think of words, do not know how to refute. Only after a while did he say, sooner or later, your house will be built on the house, it is not necessary to move? Chen Fei laughed and said, when the time to say, now is not in the way, is not it? Jia Lan also wanted to argue a couple of sentences, was pulled by Chen Xiang. Mother, stop, let people laugh. Jia Lan smacked his lips, and finally grunted, okay, I will not say, see how you build the upper room. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Second uncle, are you interested in coming over to help? I'll give you $3 a day, lunch and a pack of cigarettes a day, what do you think? Hearing this, Jia Lan's eyes lit up. This treatment was catching up to old Ma. You have to know that old Ma was a real craftsman, a serious mason, and was paid as a lead laborer. Chen Quan was directly on par with old Ma. Cough. Chen Quan choked on the smoke and knew that Chen Fei was giving him face. But when he thought of his own woman just now arguing, how could he have the face to take this money? I don't have time, no. Chen Quan got up and walked towards his house, so angry that Jia Lan cursed behind him. You dead old thing, who are you flinging your face at? You give me a clear explanation. Chased Chen Quan back to his home, and then there was a flurry of chickens and dogs. No one knew what happened to them, but one could imagine that Chen Quan was definitely not doing well. Having taken care of Jia Lan for the time being, it was finally time for normal construction. Both the east and west sides and the courtyard wall facing the street had to be stripped and rebuilt, and the guys quickly worked feverishly. Chen Fei saw that the big picture had been finalized, and Lu Yi'er explained a few words, then took the moon cakes and white sugar with him, and rode his bicycle to leave Shilling and go to his second sister's house. Guanzhuang was a large village, said to have 7,000 or 8,000 people, quite a bit larger than Hot Spring Township. Together with his previous life, Chen Fei hadn't seen his second sister for decades. He only vaguely remembered that his second sister Chen Erfeng's son-in-law was called Shuishi Roller, and the name was very memorable, which is why he had an impression. At that time, their family gave $20 bride price, but Chen Fei's family is poor, there is no money to buy dowry for Chen Erfeng, so Shuishi Roller's family to bring back again. The stone roller's mother originally thought that Erfeng was from a small mountain village and was not good enough for his son, plus she didn't have a dowry, so she always disliked Chen Erfeng. I don't know how she's doing now. I don't know how her sister is doing now. Thinking of this, Chen Fei couldn't help but speed up. Since he had not been there for many years, his impression was very vague, and he had forgotten the road, asking several people along the way before finding his second sister's house. The door to the second sister's house was tightly closed. Chen Fei knocked a few times but there was no response. I thought that the second sister is not at home, but Chen Fei ears on the door to listen, actually heard the faint sound of crying, suddenly heart thumped, think of some things in the past life. In the previous life, the second sister gave birth to 2 daughters. Her mother-in-law Yang, however, was an extremely patriarchal and evil mother-in-law who badmouthed Chen Erfeng every day. She said that she was a chicken that couldn't lay eggs, occupying the latrine without ting, and so on.
Anyway, all kinds of unpleasant words are said.
In all fairness, Chui Shi Roller is still good to Chun Erfeng. But he can't help but have a mother who can't tell right from wrong and a sister who likes to add fuel to the fire. Since ancient times, sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law have been opposites, and men are caught in the middle. A man with high IQ coaxes both sides, at least maintaining the surface harmony.
Low IQ will only be silent, and even help the mother-in-law to blame the daughter-in-law.
Later, somehow, the second sister's youngest daughter suddenly died. The in-laws accused her of not taking care of the child. Chen Erfeng's cowardly character was beaten by her mother-in-law's sister-in-law in a joint effort, resulting in the miscarriage of her third child, and she returned to her mother's home in tears. It so happened that Chen Fei ran away from home at that time. The eldest sister jumped into a well, the fourth sister jumped off a cliff, and the second sister jumped into a well at that time and went with the eldest sister. Thinking back to the past, Chen Fei's heart jumped, and he hurriedly slammed the door.
Second sister, this is Chen Fei, open the door. Second sister, are you home?
The crying stopped.
After a while, Chen Fei heard footsteps, slowly walking towards the door.
It was really slow. Chen Fei waited for a while before the footsteps moved to the door.
Who is it?
The door opened, a woman's face peeked out from inside, her body still inside. The woman's skin was gray, and her weathered face was full of melancholy. Her eyes were a little swollen, like ripe peaches, and she seemed to have cried.
Second sister?
At this moment, Chen Fei's heart ached like a knife twisting, and his eyes couldn't help but redden.
Second sister looked surprisingly older than her elder sister. What exactly had she gone through? Little Fei? Why are you here?
Chen Erfeng visibly froze for a moment, followed by a glimmer in her gray eyes, and then opened the dilapidated vermilion-painted door a little wider and stepped out from inside.
I came to bring you mooncakes. Chen Fei responded, but his eyes were always fixed on Chen Erfeng, his voice somewhat choked.
Second sister had a pair of eyes written with the vicissitudes of helplessness, as if she had long been accustomed to suffering. Her clothes were gray and could not be seen in any color. Carrying a big belly and holding a child of about 2 or 3 years old in her arms, her hair is thin and yellow, skinny, almost impossible to see a boy or girl. On her left side, a skinny patched-up figure, just up to Chen Erfeng's waist in height, about 4 or 5 years old. She had a thin face with large eyes, but her face was pale and her lips were glazed, a sign of chronic malnutrition. The girl had one hand tightly grasping the lapel of Chen Erfeng's coat, and snuggled up beside her as she walked. Seeing Chen Fei's eyes, she moved back in some panic and hid behind her mother, then poked out half of her small melon face and carefully observed Chen Fei.
Chapter 59 Evil Mother-in-Law and Little Auntie.
Little Fei, quickly enter the house. Chen Erfeng's eyes had a gleam in them, and the crow's feet at the corners of her forehead and eyes seemed to be full of smiles, graciously letting herself inside, and even a lift of her hand and a throw of her foot seemed to be quite a bit lighter and quicker. I'm sorry. Chen Fei pushed the bicycle to go inside, eyes aimed at the timid little girl.
This is my niece, right? How old is she? Chen Erfeng smiled gently.
She is called Danya, 6 years old. Danya, call uncle. Danya hid behind Chen Erfeng, peeking from time to time. Realizing that Chen Fei was looking at her, she immediately hid, like a frightened little animal.
6 years old.
Chen Fei's heart was a little blocked.
6-year-old child, so short, yellow face, usually do not eat?
According to the official, Zhuang is a large village. All aspects of the conditions are much better than Xiling, should not Come to the front of the hall. Chen Fei put the bike, take down the mooncakes and sugar, carry to the house. There was a big basin full of dirty clothes at the door. Some had already been washed, some hadn't been washed yet.
Chen Erfeng should have been washing the clothes just now. But this was also a bit too much. Chen Fei couldn't help but take one more look.
In here, I'm afraid that quite a few of them are the clothes of second sister's mother-in-law and little aunt. However, he didn't say much. After all, it wasn't certain if things were consistent in past lives and present lives. Before there was conclusive evidence, it was not good for him to intervene too much.
And see. Chen Erfeng's face changed slightly as she rambled on. Xiaofei, you come as you are, take these for what, the family is not easy. Said, eyes red.
She knows the situation of her mother's family, they have no food to eat, and Chen Fei still bought so many things, it's too expensive.
It's okay, our family has turned the corner.
Chen Fei put the mooncakes and sugar on the table and smiled as he waved at Daya. Danya's eyes were wide and round, staring at him, but she didn't dare to come over.
Chen Fei opened the mooncake and took out a piece. Come and eat the mooncake, this is the one with 5 kernel filling, and the one with egg yolk filling, which one do you want to eat?
Daya pursed her lips, did not say anything, but her eyes could no longer move away, and secretly swallowed her saliva. Chen Erfeng quickly said, Danya does not eat. Xiaofei, you take things back, you can come to see second sister has been very happy. I bought it specifically for you, there is no reason to take it back. Chen Fei walked to Daya's side, squatted down, gently picked up Daya's small hand, gently put the mooncake in her hand.
Eat it, it's okay, uncle said it. Daya's big eyes rolled around, looking at Chen Fei, then looking up at Chen Erfeng.
Obviously, she wanted to eat it, but she was afraid of being a stranger. Chen Erfeng smiled helplessly. Eat it, uncle is not an outsider. Daya's eyes immediately lit up, grabbing the mooncake and biting into it vigorously, then her eyes curved into crescent moons. Is it good? Yummy. This was the first time Daya opened her mouth to speak, and her voice was full of surprise. Is this a mooncake? She had never eaten one before. Eat more if it's good. Chen Fei dotingly touched Daya's little head, and Daya subconsciously shrank back a bit. Seemingly sensing Chen Fei's pampering, she took the initiative to rub against him again, happiness written all over her small melon face. Children's happiness is so simple, a mooncake is all it takes. Chen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. For many rural children, it was common to not have enough to eat or wear, let alone these extra foods. It could be said to be a luxury. Chen Fei then got into a family conversation with Chen Erfeng, who revealed in her words that she was worried about her mother's family and shushed them, but did not say a word about her current situation. Said she was doing well, let Chen Fei not worry, but also said that in the future, do not buy things too wasteful. Chen Fei smiled and said, Second sister, your brother, I am not what I used to be. I will make money, and I am also ready to build a house. When the house is built, I will marry my wife. Really? Chen Erfeng's eyes immediately lit up. In her heart, there is nothing happier than this. However, she was still a bit unconvinced, feeling that Chen Fei was lying and said so for fear of her worrying. Of course it's true, today has already begun to move the ground. A moment I will go to the north slope to contact the lime. There are lime kilns on the north slope, and the nearby villages all buy lime from there, and Guanzhuang is a necessary route to the north slope, also from the provincial highway, but in the opposite direction from the county seat. That's great. Chen Erfeng smiled, the wrinkles on her face seemed to have melted away quite a bit as a result. Perhaps the voice was a little too loud. The child in her arms suddenly cried. Chen Erfeng rushed to leisurely, but the child still cried non-stop. Xiaofei, I'm sorry, Arya doesn't know what's wrong, she always cries these days. Chen Erfeng coaxed the child while explaining to Chen Fei, her face full of apologies. It's okay, you can coax her more. As soon as Chen Fei's words fell, footsteps suddenly came from outside, followed by a gong-like voice. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a child crying, so he meowed in frustration. With the sound, an old and a young woman walked in from outside. This is an ordinary rural woman, not tall, wearing a heavy blue placket, white hair covered with a blue square headscarf. This is a common dress for older women in the countryside, and looks very ordinary. Her most distinctive feature is that her face is long and dark. There was also her eyes, with a fierce look, as if she was ready to have a fight with someone at any time. The young woman beside her, wearing a gingham shirt on top and a pair of gray pants underneath, had a hint of contempt on her black and red face, and her eyes scanned everything in the room like a searchlight. The eyes were spiteful, even arrogant. However, she was a bit surprised when she saw Chen Fei, as if she didn't expect there to be outsiders in the house. Seeing these two women, Chen Erfeng panicked like a frightened rabbit. Mother, the child doesn't seem to be feeling too well these days, that's why he's crying. I'm coaxing, he'll stop crying soon. She had tried her best to coax, but Irma's crying didn't stop because of that. Instead, she cried more and more fiercely, her voice was muffled. Crying. Cry your eyes out. Chen Erfeng's mother-in-law, Ma Hainu, was full of venom, and the words that came out of her broken voice were hard to hear. Chen Erfeng didn't dare to retort, but just kept on leisurely waiting for Irma, hoping that she would stop. Irma didn't stop crying after all, but instead cried louder and louder, tearing her heart out. Stop howling, it's like morning. Little Aunt Chui Yuhuan was filled with disgust. Chen Erfeng, have you washed the clothes? Did you cook? You've been holding the baby all day. Who's got a baby as valuable as she does? Chen Erfeng, with tears in her eyes, argued in a low voice, I washed them just now, but my brother is here, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to help. Your brother is great. What's a punk like him doing in our house? Ma Hainui's face was disgusted, not at all because of relatives in mouth. Chen Fei had long been looking at her with disdain, and when he heard this, he immediately went up in flames. What's it to you if I'm just waiting to die? Did you eat your family's rice, or did you drink your family's soup? Ma Hainui immediately jumped up like she was insulted. A horse face became longer and blacker, yelling with a broken voice. What are you talking about? How can you talk to your elders like this? Is there any rule? Chapter 60, Married Daughter Spilled Water? Do you have the appearance of elders? Chen Fei asked. No matter what, I'm a guest in your house, right? Do you have any hospitality? And you say I'm just waiting to die, is this what elders say? You! Ma Hainyu almost choked to death, pointing her finger at Chen Fei, but she couldn't find the words to retort. Turning her face, she saw Dia eating mooncakes, and her eyes glared at her. You little brat, how dare you steal mooncakes, see if I don't beat you to death. Dia was so scared that her face turned pale, she didn't even dare to move and stood in a daze. Slap! A slap down, eat the remaining half of the mooncake was sent flying, even with Big Mo was stumbled. Ma Hainyu swung her slap again, and Dia looked up in horror, but didn't dare to cry or move. Seeing this, Chen Erfeng hurriedly begged, Mother, Dia is still young, if you want to hit me. Do you think you can get away? Ma Hainyu blared at her viciously and once again hit towards Dia. Splat! The hand reached mid-air and was suddenly grabbed tightly.
Chen Fei grabbed her wrist with one hand and said coldly, "The child is still small, it's not appropriate for you to strike so hard, right?" Manhwa pulled a horse face and said, "I teach my granddaughter a lesson, what's it to you?"
She is your granddaughter, but also my second sister's daughter, my niece. You hit her in front of me, is not ready to do relatives?
Chen Fei has a reason, dislike of the horse black girl. Black Face said, "According to you, I cannot control their own granddaughter?"
Of course you can manage, but you cannot indiscriminately hit the child, not to mention so vigorously. Now that he had confirmed that in this life, some things were not much different from his previous life. Although the timeline had changed, the people hadn't. It was still the same virtues. Just like this evil granny, she was extremely patriarchal in her previous life, and it was still the same in this life. The way she looked at Daya and Irma was not at all like a grandmother, it was like an old hag, full of disgust. Where there is a mother, there is a daughter. Little Aunt Chui Yuan was exactly like her mother, looking at her sister-in-law and niece like they were enemies. Chen Fei shrugged off Manhwa and walked over to Daya, softly saying, "Daya, uncle, take a look at your hand." Daya eyes with tears, "Do not cry and do not speak," small hands behind the back, like being scared silly. Chen Fei, a burst of heartache, gently pull out the big girl's hand.
Only one glance, Chen Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Danya's hand was originally as thin as a wood, just now Chen Fei had seen it with his own eyes, but at the moment it was swollen like a steamed bun. This is how much effort was used. Chen Fei's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. He couldn't help but take Daya in his arms and whispered, "Daya, does it hurt? If it hurts, cry it out." Daya originally tried to hold back, but when she heard this, she couldn't hold back any longer and cried out with a wow. When Daya cried, Irma cried even harder, and never stopped. When Chen Erfeng saw Daya's hand, she couldn't help but cry, but she was afraid that Chen Fei would feel sad, so she tried her best to hold it back. And she twisted her face away from Chen Fei. But her shaking shoulders betrayed her. Chen Fei saw it clearly and couldn't help but be on fire. "Second sister, come home with me. Their family can't accommodate you, you still have your mother's family." Chen Fei had figured it out. In front of him, second sister was still aggrieved like this, so it was obvious how difficult the usual days were. Chen Erfeng was taken aback and hurriedly wiped a handful of tears from her eyes and turned back to him, revealing a smile that she thought was good. "Xiao Fei, second sister is fine. You are not unaware that second sister has been a crybaby since she was a child. It's fine, really. Second sister, I don't feel comfortable with you like this, you must go back with me today." Chen Fei, no matter how uneasy second sister alone to face such evil mother-in-law and sister-in-law, even if it is to be evil, today must bring her back. "But your brother-in-law." Chen Erfeng hesitated. Although her mother-in-law is evil, the man is still good, she does not want to give up. A man who does not know how to love his wife is not worth keeping. Chen Fei took Daya's hand and pulled Chen Erfeng with his other hand. Chen Erfeng was originally a person with no opinion, so she had to passively follow. "What are you doing? What do you want to do?" Manhwa straddled in front of Chen Fei, her face full of horizontal meat trembling. "Chen Erfeng married into our family as our family, why do you have the right to take her away?" Chen Fei dislikes her directly. "My sister married into your family, she didn't sell into your family, so it's a big deal to get a divorce. Get out of the way." Manhwa was shocked, her body could not help but flash to the side. Chen Fei pulled Daya, walked to the center of the courtyard, put Daya on the front bar of the car, and urged, "Danya, hold on to the handlebars." Danya obediently grasped the handlebars. Chen Fei pushed the car toward the outside. "Second sister, follow." Chen Erfeng seemed to have a backbone and followed Chen Fei outside. Manhwa was dumbfounded. Although she favors sons over daughters, she still wants a daughter-in-law. She didn't want her son to be a bachelor. Manhwa wailed, "Don't go. Chen Erfeng, do you hear me? Don't go." Chen Erfeng hurriedly chased her out. Chui Yuan came back to her senses and hurriedly chased after her. In the end, Chui Yuan was young, she overtook Manhwa in a few steps, and grabbed Chen Erfeng's collar from behind. "You want to leave, have you asked me?" Manhwa then cried and wiped out her tears and dryly howled. "Help! Help! It's a robbery! Neighbors are coming out of their homes. What's going on? Who robbed someone?" Manhwa is pointing at Chen Fei while she's dry humping and spitting. "It's this kid who is going to take my daughter-in-law away at the drop of a hat. Ego I lua mother hey. It's too bullying, I don't live anymore." A lot of people have the characteristic of being oriented towards the locals. After all, is a village, how can be an outsider bullied? At that moment, they all shouted angrily, "Where did the outsider come from, dare to come to our Guanzhuang to spread the wild? Robbing people in broad daylight, what kind of place do you think our Guanzhuang is? Release the mother and daughter immediately, or you can't leave." The crowd is excited. Especially the young people, one by one rolled up their sleeves. There is a tendency to fight at the drop of a hat, scared Daya Wow cry again. When Danya cried, Irma cried even more fiercely. Chen Erfeng's face was pale, while relaxing the child, said in a trembling voice, "Don't misunderstand, he is my brother. My own brother." "Your brother? Your brother won't do. Your brother can come to our village to rob people? There is no such thing. You're a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Chui family. You've paid a bride price and had a banquet. You're now the daughter-in-law of Chui Roller, not your mother's family. Don't you dare leave. The more people gathered, the more they surrounded Chen Fei and Chen Erfeng. The crowd was raging with anger. In their eyes, if they married into their village, they were the people of their place and had nothing to do with Chen Fei. Chapter 61. Don't spray in a hurry, it's easy to get hit in the face. Married out daughters splashing out water? Nothing to do with me? Chen Fei's face swished cold. Put your heart in the right place. If it was your sisters and daughters, would you still say this? This is really a bit hurtful, and some people just can't take it anymore. What are you talking about? Are you looking for a fight? Chen Fei used his foot to stand up the bicycle stand, the car was put in place, and he carried Danya down. Scoffs. This is unacceptable? Hoping that it can only be someone else, but not in their own turn? The crowd is so unreasonable that they don't know how to refute it. Chen Fei strikes while the iron is hot. You all help your neighbors, I understand, but before speaking out, shouldn't you first understand the situation? Why did I take my second sister away for good reason? What is my second sister like? What is their mother and daughter like? You really do not have a point in your heart. A word of reason and clarity. Many people present calmed down. I'm not going to be able to do that. Stone Roller daughter-in-law, how gentle and kind a person. Ma Hainyo and her daughter are not so good. Is there something in between? As soon as the wind changed, Ma Hainyo panicked. She didn't care about howling, got up from the ground and said with a broken voice, don't listen to him, we're not to blame for today's incident. Chui Yuhuan immediately echoed. Yes, do not blame us, is that they steal my family mooncakes? My mother said 2 sentences, they are dying, this is bullying, my brother is not at home. The crowd listened. Young man, this is your fault. You can't steal food even though you're a guest. You have to be humble about what the host family gives you. After all, it's not your sister alone, there's a whole family, isn't it? Chen Fei was exasperated and laughed. You guys really don't have a long memory, what did I just say? Everything should be clarified before expressing an opinion, without clarifying before talking nonsense, easy to be hit in the face. The chatter came to a screeching halt. Everyone was a bit snappy. They had just been slapped in the face, why don't they learn from their mistakes? What if it's this ant who's talking nonsense? Wouldn't they be slapped in the face again? Seeing that no one was spraying anymore, Chen Fei then told the whole story. The mooncake is I take to see the second sister, this is not soon August 15th, I thought to buy some mooncake sugar to see my sister, I bought the mooncake for my niece to eat is not wrong, right? So that's how it is. That's true. Ma Hainyo went too far. When Ma Hainyo heard that, she hastened to retort. Don't listen to him. He didn't buy the mooncakes at all, they belong to our family. Chui Yuan patted her chest and said, I can testify that the mooncakes were sent by my sister's relatives. When my sister came back, many of you saw it. So, they are stealing food. Ma Hainyo immediately followed up with a lot of nonsense. When I told him off, he couldn't take it anymore. He dragged Erfeng away and said he wanted to divorce my son. What kind of relatives are there? Egu, why am I so unfortunate? What have I done to deserve such a relative? The crowd was a bit shaky again. But with the previous experience, they didn't dare to speak out for fear of being slapped in the face, and they all looked at Chen Fei with skeptical gazes. The meaning was obvious. Junior, what do you have to say this time? If not, don't blame us. You guys are really shameless. Chen Fei snorted, skipping over Ma Hainyo and looking at Chui Yuan with eyes full of sarcasm. You said that the mooncakes were bought by your sister, so let me ask you, what kind of filling did your sister buy? Chui Yuan froze for a moment and blurted out. My sister bought the 5-kernel filling. 5-kernel mooncakes were the most popular type of mooncake sold at that time, so there is absolutely nothing wrong with saying that. Now it didn't matter if her sister bought it or not. Even if it's not, it has to be. What else? Chen Fei continued to ask. There is also date paste filling? Chui Yuan not too sure, can only blindly blind. What else is there? Chen Fei continued to ask. Is there more? It can't be, can it? Chui Yuan was a bit confused. But judging by Chen Fei's tone, there should be more, so she could only continue to be blindfolded. There is also nut filling, yes, it is nut filling. Is there more? Chen Fei changed his tone. No, no more. There are only 2 pounds of mooncakes in total, so these should be the only ones, right? Chui Yuan pondered. Are there really no more? Chen Fei looked at her with a smile. Chui Yuan's heart thumped. Right, 2 kilograms of mooncakes, maybe 2 of the same? Unlikely to be 3. But what is the filling of the other one? It's a real pain in the ass. I remember, there's another kind. Chui Yuan stared at Ma Hainyo. I Lu mother ah. Why don't you remind me what else there is? Ma Hainyo's eyes twinkled and hurriedly reminded, there are also assorted mooncakes. Yes, mooncakes. Chui Yuan excitedly patted his chest. It's not easy. It finally came together. But what was with Chen Fei's face full of sarcasm? Could there be something else? Chui Yuan was a bit confused. Is there something else? Don't make up another one? Chen Fei teased. What to make up, just these 4? Chui Yuhuan would never admit that she was ignorant. Just these 4, no more. Well then, if you won't say it, I will.
Chen Fei faced everyone and said loudly, I came to see my second sister and bought 2 pounds of mooncakes, 2 pounds of sugar, and there are a total of 8 flavors of mooncakes, namely jujube mud, sesame, nuts, assorted, bean paste, egg yolk, salt and pepper, and fruit filling.
One of a kind. Daya ate the 5-kernel one. Ma Haney knocked it off. The rest are here. Now, do you still say the mooncakes belong to your family? That's right. Chen Fei bought 8 pounds of mooncakes.
He was thinking of letting his second sister try all the flavors, so he had one of each.
I didn't expect it to be crooked and happen to be used for a counterattack. Ma Hanyo and Chui Yuhuan were stupefied. Nuts! You bought so many different kinds of mooncakes?
I misremembered just now, my sister took 8, that's right, 8.
Chui Yuhuan argued strongly, but it was obvious that the townspeople didn't believe it anymore. Little cutie. All could see that she was being forceful. Ma Hanyo understood as soon as she took a look at everyone's eyes.
It was pointless to continue to dwell on this issue and hastily changed the topic.
But even if that's the case, it's not so bad as to take people away, right? We still have to live, don't we? I'd rather tear down 10 temples than 1 marriage. What kind of person is like you, who doesn't want to get divorced at the drop of a hat? Is it just about the mooncakes?
Chen Fei showed no mercy and exposed her on the spot. From the moment you entered the door, you began to curse, cursing my sister, cursing the child. Irma cried like that. You not only do not care, but cursed her to death.
How in the world can a grandmother be so cruel?
Even if you scolded her, Daya was eating a mooncake, and you went up and slapped her without saying a word. Chen Fei picked Daya up and raised her hand to show everyone.
Look, what's happened to Daya's hand? Is this something that a pro-grandmother would do? If I hadn't stopped her, the second blow would have been on her face.
Such a small child, how could she take it?
The townspeople took a look and exploded. This is too hard. Her hand is swollen into a bun. How much energy did she have to save up?
If it had hit her in the face, she would have been killed on the spot.
Daya is only 6 years old, how could she do that? They say you're related to each other, but you can't see it at all.
And Irma, she's crying like this.
She's not sick, is she?
Although this grandmother said her granddaughter will marry sooner or later, she can't be like this. Mahanuo's son preference, the townspeople naturally heard, but did not expect, actually will be to this extent. Seeing Daya's hand only then realized that they still underestimated this old woman.
Chapter 62 North Slope. The townspeople didn't stop anymore. Chen Fei and Chen Erfing finally had to leave. Ma Hainyo's face was drawn long and dark.
But there was no one left to say a word in her favor. Chen Fei straddled the bicycle, Daya sat on the front crossbar, and Chen Erfing sat at the back holding the child. Originally, he had planned to go to North Slope to buy lime on the way after walking to his relatives, but now he couldn't go, so he could only send his second sister home first. The good thing is that it is not too far. Chen Fei has all the strength in the world, it is just one more trip. Along the way, Irma cried continuously, kept crying and crying, almost to the home when on the contrary, did not cry. Because she was tired of crying, she fell asleep. Back home, only to see the yard outside the yard in full swing, most of the 3 walls have been pushed down. Everyone who saw Chen Fei greeted him with a smile, and Chen Erfling was then fully convinced that her family was indeed going to build a house.
Lu Yi'er, this is second sister. Chen Fei introduced towards Lu Yi'er. Second sister.
Lu Yi'er arched her eyebrows and called out nicely.
Little Fei, who is she?
Chen Erfing married out some years ago, when transportation was inconvenient, and easily did not return to her mother's home. Even if she came back once in a while, she wouldn't talk together because of the feud between the 2 families, so she looked at Lu Yi'er as a bit of a stranger.
Chen Fei smiled and introduced, this is your unmarried sister-in-law, I let her look after the smith.
Chen Erfing a sound, and did not ask more questions, affectionately smiled towards Lu Yi'er.
Brother-in-law, you are so handsome.
She wasn't the strong type of person to begin with, she wouldn't object to anything anyone else said.
But complimenting people was still something she could do.
Lu Yi'er's little face blushed at her compliment and whispered, second sister is also very good looking. Chen Erfing touched her gray cheeks and laughed at herself, what's good looking about it, it's become a yellow face. In the countryside, the wind and sun, want a skin good is impossible, Chen Erfing days are not as good, naturally worse.
Lu Yi'er didn't know what to say, raising her innocent little face to look at Chen Fei.
Chen Fei smiled, Lu Yi'er, go to your home to burn some hot water, the craftsmen who are thirsty drink sugar water.
Chen Erfing was surprised, how to go to her house to boil water.
Our home stove fire are stripped, temporary use of her home stove fire. Chen Fei did not mention the fire last night, the second sister is timid, afraid to scare her.
Chen Erfing did not think much about it and followed Chen Fei to the hall. There are still some fruit candies bought yesterday, Chen Fei took them out for his second sister and Daya.
Chen Erfing naturally does not eat, used to living in poverty, not willing to give up. Danya's eyes were round, not to say eat, just keep swallowing saliva. Chen Fei grabbed her small, uninjured hand and doted on her, saying, "In the future, Uncle's house is your house, you can eat if you want to, do you understand?" Danya nodded her head fiercely. Uncle's house is Danya's house, eat whenever you want."
Fruit candy in the mouth, sweet and sour flavor bloomed in the taste buds, Danya's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Softly said, "Uncle, Danya has never eaten such delicious candy." A moment later when Irma woke up, "Also give Irma to eat, okay?"
Chen Fei touched her little head and said with a smile, "Of course you can, you are all my own nieces and nephews." Daya affectionately arched her little head over Chen Fei, and in her heart, she had already treated him as a relative. No one had ever bought her candy before. Afterwards, Chen Fei and Chen Erfeng briefly explained a few things and set off again. He still had to go to the north slope to buy lime. Back and forth several times, the main thing is not yet done. In addition to lime, there were also stones, bricks and tiles, etc., all of which had to be purchased in person. North slope from the official west, about 5 or 6 miles to the north turn, and then walk 2 or 3 miles to the kiln for burning lime is an old-fashioned earthen kiln, but it is different from a brick kiln. Brick kilns are on the ground, but lime kilns are mostly underground, slightly higher than the ground, with a road leading to the entrance of the kiln, where stones pulled from the mountains are unloaded. The lime outlet is below, and there is a path that slopes all the way down, at about 30 degrees. If the slope was too steep, it would be a pain in the ass. Even this slope is not labor-saving, must use ox carts or horse-drawn carts, constantly throwing the whip. In addition, there are 2 people to help push the cart. When Chen Fei arrived, he happened to see a wagon pulling a cart of lime out, a slope of less than 100 meters, people and horses were sweating. The owner of the lime kiln, 40 or 50 years old, looks very strong, perhaps with his dry camp has something to do with, talking voice is also very big. "Our kiln belongs to the North Slope village, I am the production team leader Sun Jinrong, but also the lime kiln management, how much lime you want to say to me?" Chen Fei took out a cigarette and handed it over, asking him how to sell the lime. Sun Jinrong took the cigarette, lit the fire and took a puff, the smile on his face is more cheerful. "You know, this is all strength work, from the mountains to transport the stone down, a car will be 7, plus labor, the cost of calcination, the cost doubled, we do not earn more, a ton of money $6 is not too much, right? In fact, a truck is $6, he said one more. A ton of $20, not expensive, but also not cheap." Chen Fei smiled, "Not to mention the price first, I want more, can you deliver?" Sun Jinrong's eyes lit up, "How much do you want?" "I want to build 3 upper houses, 3 south houses, for mansions, all with brick walls, how much lime do you think you can use?" Chen Fei asked rhetorically. He doesn't know much about this, but the kiln owner sells lime all day long, so he must know something. "Oh, build so much, young man rich ah. Where are you from?" Sun Jinrong was a bit shocked. It is quite good to build 3 rooms, this young man actually built 6 rooms, and there are also east and west mansions. How rich must he be? "I'm from Xiling village. It's a bit far, almost 30 miles. Sun Jinrong said with some pride, "But we have a tractor, but can be sent, the price of a car plus $10 you see how?" At that time there was a tractor, indeed quite proud, but Chen Fei feels a little expensive. In fact, it is not expensive, after all, to burn oil. 30 miles, there are mountains, to burn a lot of diesel. Sun Jinrong explained with a smile. Chen Fei straightforward, a price, $8 shipping, line reloaded. "In, you pain, I do not ink, so it is settled." Sun Jinrong yells at the stevedore, "Go, run faster, call Sun Dawei to come over, just say come to work." The man ran to the village, not long Sun Dawei drove a tractor over. "Load, way." Then Chen Fei led the way in front, Sun Dawei drove the tractor all the way to the door of Chen Fei's house. Unloading, pay, a total of almost 2 tons of goods, $53. Agreed to use up and then go to pull, Sun Dawei drove the car suddenly gone. At this time it is already the latter part of the morning, that is, in the afternoon. Chen Fei was hungry, and when he saw Lu Yi'er, he hurried over. "Lu Yi'er, what's there to eat? I'm starving." Lu Yi'er was a bit distressed. "Big sister and I made potato chicken, according to your method, there is still some in the pot, I'll heat it up for you." "Where did the chicken come from?" Chen Fei is a little confused, he didn't buy a chicken ah. "Where did the chicken come from?" "Put." Lu Yi'er guffawed, "You forgot, there was a fire last night, burned the last chicken to death, found it when I was cleaning, so big sister took care of it and stewed it for dinner." "Then you can still laugh?" Chen Fei pretended to be a little angry. Lu Yi'er deflated her mouth and muttered in a small voice. "But, the chicken meat is really delicious. You're blaming me for raising my mouth to be tough." "Ha, just kidding, just don't burn it to death, you have to stew it and give it to my daughter-in-law to replenish her body." Chen Fei quacked laugh, wrapped his arm around Lu Yi'er's small waist into the house. Lu Yi'er gently struggling, "There are people. Fear not, you are my daughter-in-law." The 4th sister, as usual, has gone to the city, but the 2nd sister and the child came back, the house is very lively. Danya saw Chen Fei, immediately ran over intimately, hugged his legs, raised his small face with a slap, full of happiness. Uncle, we ate chicken in the afternoon, can be delicious, Danya or the first time to eat meat." Chen Fei's heart tingled.
In those days, although there was a lack of food and clothing, every spring festival, they would find a way to eat a meal of meat. Daya was already 6 years old, but she hadn't eaten meat once. Needless to say, it was all because of that old hag. While eating, Chen Feng asked, Xiaofei, where do you want your second sister to stay at night? There are only 2 broken tiled rooms, Chen Fei 1, Chen Feng and 4 Phoenix, 5 Phoenix squeeze a bed, already very crowded. Adding the 3 members of Chen Erfeng's family, it is definitely not enough to live in. Besides, Chen Erfeng was pregnant with a child, her belly was so big, it was not suitable to be crowded together. If something happened, it would be troublesome. Chapter 63, The Phase of Early Death. Brother Chen Fei. Lu Yi'er suddenly called out, or asked second sister to live with me? Your place isn't spacious, second sister isn't alone, a family of 3. Chen Fei gnawed on a chicken claw while searching. Lu Yi'er, that small bed, sleep 2 people still make it, 3 people cannot get it, fell off the bed. This definitely won't work. Xiaofei, actually I can sleep on the ground, it's not cold right now. Chen Erfeng whispered. She doesn't want to cause trouble for her mother's family. How can that be, you are still pregnant? Chen Feng immediately objected, if you want to sleep on the floor, it will be me and 4th Phoenix, we are both in good health. Chen Fei raised his eyes and looked at her, big sister, have you forgotten about me? I'm a man. Big sister has always been like this, eating and dressing Chen Fei to the best of her ability, and automatically ignoring him when it comes to suffering. But now that Chen Fei has lived 2 lives, how can she accept it openly? You're busy earning money every day, you're already tired enough. Sister, look how great I am. Chen Fei flashed the muscles on his arms, not much but strong. Besides, it is just a matter of a few days, when I finish eating, I will go to Zhang Carpenter and ask him to beat a few beds out as soon as possible, and the problem will be solved. Chen Feng hesitated, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to beat a bed, right? Isn't it not good for you to sleep on the ground? Chen Fei thought about it and said, I can squeeze in with Lu Yi'er. Ah? Lu Yi'er's face instantly became dyed cloth. Although she didn't object, she wasn't married yet. Would father and mother beat him out? And brother? And the townspeople? Now that the wall between the 2 families is stripped, out and in, they can all see it. I'm just kidding. I'll go across the street to Miao Zhuangzhuang's house and squeeze him in. It's only for a few days anyway, so he shouldn't object. As we were talking, Irma suddenly woke up. When she woke up, she cried. Chen Erfeng hurriedly stood up and hugged her, but she still cried. Chen Feng was full of worry, the child always crying like this cannot be, is not where uncomfortable? A word reminded Chen Fei, his heart thumped. In his previous life, Irma died suddenly and prematurely, it is impossible that there is nothing wrong with her. I was careless. Chen Erfeng leisurely child, while helplessly said, I do not know, many days, just like this has been crying, went to the pharmacy, said there is no problem. Guanzhuang is a large village, naturally there is a doctor. However, it was not called a doctor at that time, it was called a barefoot doctor. The clinic was not called a clinic, it was called a pharmacy. This is the local dialect, which may be different in other places. But that's what it means. Second sister, show me. Chen Fei stood up, walked over to Chen Erfeng's side, took Irma's small hand and took her pulse. At the first touch, Chen Fei was shocked. Second sister. Don't you know that the child has a low fever? Chen Erfeng instantly panicked. I thought it was the heat of the day, and that when I went to the pharmacy the other day, the barefoot doctor had given her antipyretic medicine, and it didn't seem to have much effect so. As she said that, tears came down her eyes. Xiaofei, do you think Arya is? Speaking here, she was already sobbing uncontrollably, making Dia cry. Of course Chen Fei was not in a good position to say that Irma had died young in her previous life, but Irma's situation was definitely not optimistic, even dangerous. Why didn't you look around more? Chen Fei said somewhat reproachfully, giving up after taking some fever-reducing medicine with no effect, this is too irresponsible. Chen Erfeng cried, I don't have any money, the 50 cents to pick up medicine for Irma, or her father secretly gave, the money is all in the mother-in-law, I can't help it. Sure enough, it's that old hag again. Chen Fei could not help but clench his fists. Then loosened, carefully to the second girl pulse, the more you see the more alarmed, pulse string astringent, low fever does not subside, this is afraid that the brain has a foreign body? In one sentence, the people present were stunned. Chen Erfeng's legs went soft and she almost fell, Chen Fei's quick eyes and hands hurriedly pulled her back. Second sister don't panic, everything is with me. Chen Erfeng sobbed uncontrollably, blaming herself, it's all my fault, I'm not a good mother, I can't even take care of my own child. Chen Feng and Lu Yi'er both accompanied with tears, Dia even cried into a small tear. Chen Fei's eyes were also red, his voice choked, all don't cry, everything has me, look again, let me look again. Living a new life, he must stop the tragedy from happening. Although Chen Fei knew Chinese medicine, he didn't have any tools, nor did he have the appropriate medicines. Although he was a reborn, he lived in reality and was not as omnipotent as the protagonists written in novels. He also had moments when his strength was not enough. Looking at Irma again, there were deep lines on the bridge of her nose and she was destined to suffer from diseases. It's a sign of early death, and it's related to a relative.
This person must not be second sister, then only her father, or that pair of evil aunts.
Chen Fei prefers manhwa and Chui Yuhuan. Chen Fei didn't believe that Chui Shi Roller would be hard-hearted. The biggest possibility was still those two evil aunties.
However, this was all speculation, there was no evidence at the moment, and there was no time to think about it.
Chen Fei's mind spun rapidly, from the face to the chi, and even Irma's cries, every aspect was taken into consideration.
Chinese medicine looked and smelled, did all of them, but it was hard to match any of the symptoms in his memory. So his eyes couldn't help but fall on Irma's head. The second girl's hair was sparse, obviously malnourished. But what Chen Fei was concerned about was not these, but Irma's seemingly unconscious movements when she was crying. It seemed like she always wanted to touch her head. Was there something on her head that made her uncomfortable? Chen Fei stared at Irma for a while, but found nothing. So he asked Chen Erfing to hold Irma in the doorway and peeled back her scalp bit by bit for a closer look. Suddenly, a tiny, like a mosquito bite, entered Chen Fei's line of sight, causing his gaze to freeze and he couldn't move away from it anymore. He stared at the dot and carefully observed it, realizing that the dot happened to be at the cranial seam of Arya's skull, that is, the gap between the skull and the cranium. Many children have this situation, the skull is not completely closed, with the age of the gradual closure. And this small spot on Irma's cranial suture doesn't look like a mosquito bite, but more like a scar from a healed pinhole. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, causing his face to become incomparably ugly. He tried to gently touch it. Unsurprisingly, Irma cried even harder. It was simply tearing her heart out as if she had experienced torture. Second sister, if I guessed correctly, Irma is crying because. Although Chen Fei did not want to make second sister sad, there was something that had to be said. It's because she had a needle stuck in her head, causing her to have a constant low-grade fever, that's why she cried and cried. This was still a short period of time, if it was longer and the needle rusted inside or even fused with the brain, Irma was afraid that her life would not be safe. There are only 3 people who caused all this, your man, your mother-in-law and your sister-in-law. It's them who don't want Irma to live. At this moment, Chen Fei finally understood why Irma died young in her previous life. She was victimized. A needle was stuck inside her head and she didn't know how to express herself, she only cried. The second sister was weak and had no money for medical treatment, so she could only watch the child die prematurely and die. Boom! One sentence, like a bolt from the blue. Chen Erfun was dumbfounded. Chen Feng and Lu Yir were also stunned. Little Fei? Is what you said true? Chen Feng's entire body trembled and his voice changed. It's true. I'm sure of it. Chen Fei's face was gloomy, although he could see the problem, trying to solve it was as difficult as heaven. Without a handy tool, he couldn't determine the exact location of the needle, how deep was it stuck in. If he wanted to take it out, he was afraid that he would have to open his skull, which he was not in a position to do. Even if he went to the hospital, with the current medical conditions, there was no CT MRI or anything. Maybe the doctor won't be able to check it out at all. It may not even be possible to say, craniotomy. The situation was definitely not optimistic. Hearing this, Chen Erfing's last glimmer of hope was instantly dashed, both eyes went black, and the whole person, like losing his soul, went soft at once. Chapter 64 Everything Has Me. Chen Fei rushed to hold her, again pinched, and shouted his name. Chen Erfing woke up in a ghostly manner, and cried out sadly, my child. Then she cried bitterly. Adults cry, children also cry. Daya didn't understand, but seeing her mother crying, she also cried out. Irma's crying was even worse, tearing her heart out, seeing Chen Feng and Lu Yir couldn't help but follow suit and shed tears. Xiao Fei, is Irma really hopeless? Chen Feng asked in tears. These days she had gotten used to letting Chen Fei make up his mind, treating Chen Fei as the backbone of the family. Chen Fei took a deep breath and said, second sister, all of you don't cry for now, I will do my best to save her, even if I have to dump all of my family's money, I will definitely save her. But what should we do? Chen Erfing originally had no opinion, at this time panicked, even more at a loss for words. There are no conditions at home, we will go to the hospital to see if we can take out the needle. Chen Fei has seen a lot of things and does not panic in a crisis. But you have to be strong, find a way to coax Arya, do not let her cry, the more she cries, the more emotional, resulting in chi and blood surge, the needle will move in the head, it will be more dangerous. Chen Erfing was so scared that she immediately didn't dare to cry, she didn't even bother to wipe her tears, she wrapped her arms around Irma and started coaxing. Oh, Irma doesn't cry, mommy hugs her. Big sister, you go and talk to Carpenter Zhang about the bed, I will take second sister and Irma to the hospital. Chen Fei made an immediate decision, after instructing the adults, he instructed the children. Daya, you follow your big aunt at home, be obedient okay? Danya wiped her tears and nodded her head obediently. Aha, Danya is obedient. Lu Yir, take care of the children for big sister when you have time. I will. After finishing his explanation, Chen Fei took Chen Erfing's mother and daughter out the door. Although he was anxious, but with a patient and a pregnant woman, he didn't dare to ride too fast. Fortunately, there was a road when they reached the hot springs. The road was a lot smoother. Irma was perhaps tired of crying and fell asleep again in a daze. Chen Fei slightly accelerated his speed. When he arrived at the county town and was about to turn the corner, he happened to meet Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang driving the carriage back. Phew! Zhu Jiefang saw Chen Fei from a distance and hurriedly tightened the reins. The carriage stopped. Chen Sifeng was sitting on the other side of the carriage, her back facing Chen Fei's side, and she couldn't help but stare.
Zhu Jiefang, what are you stopping for? Taking a leak?
If it was Chen Fei who heard this, he would definitely think, fourth sister is a real tiger.
How can you say that?
Zhu Jiefang's face turned red. I saw your brother.
Little Fei?
Chen Sifeng turned her head and saw Chen Fei riding his bicycle. She was shocked and delighted.
Fei, why are you here again? You don't trust me to do my job?
Chen Fei slowly stopped and let Chen Erfeng off. I'm taking my second sister to the doctor for her child, so I won't be going back today, so you guys go back.
It was only then that Chen Sifeng saw Erfeng behind her, and was shocked. The child is sick? Is it serious? Chen Erfeng immediately cried again.
She didn't dare to cry out loud, but her tears couldn't stop flowing.
Fourth Phoenix, area, Shisu.
Second sister, don't cry. The sooner we get to the hospital, the more hope we have.
Chen Fei stopped her, and she couldn't say anything anyway.
Chen Erfeng really did not dare to cry, but Irma woke up again. When she woke up, she cried. Chen Sifeng, how smart, a look know that something big happened, hurriedly jumped down from the car.
I'll go with you. You go and cannot help, go back, maybe the family will come. You go back to the scene, do not let big sister bullied.
Shueisha Roller will definitely come to tell Chen Erfeng to go back, maybe that old woman will come too. Chen Fei is not sure when they will come, but the family must have a person who can calm down the scene. The eldest sister was gentle and virtuous, but not strong enough to face that kind of unreasonable old hag, and would definitely suffer.
Chen Sifeng's eyes glared. He dares, see if I do not kill him.
Second sister, then I am leaving, tomorrow after selling mushrooms to visit you in the hospital.
That's how domineering it is.
It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, if you dare to blow up your wings, you'll get them all.
She's never been afraid of anyone in a fight.
Chen Fei and Chen Erfeng then went to the hospital, where the doctor carefully examined Irma. Medical equipment is simple, coupled with the technology is not advanced enough, checked for more than an hour, but also did not find out a son of an ugly sense.
Guo Changji, the head of the surgical department, looked at Chen Fei with skepticism. Young man, what's the basis for you to say that there is a needle in the child's head? I'm afraid that small black spot is not enough evidence, right?
Of course Chen Fei had no proof. He couldn't say that he had been reborn and Irma had died young in her previous life. But he had to make the doctor believe it. After thinking about it, he decided to tell the truth. In fact, I am an ancestral Chinese medicine practitioner. Chinese medicine has its own method of identification, only that I do not have the medical conditions to take the needle out. I can only ask for your help. Said and added, I know Yun Jin from the herbal pharmacy, she is my sister.
So
Guo Huanji raised her eyes and squinted at Chen Fei. Why don't you ask Director Yun to come over and I'll talk to her about the situation. Chen Fei looked at her, obviously not quite convinced, so he instructed Chen Erfeng, second sister, you wait here, I'll be right back. When he arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine room, Yun Jin happened to change out of her work clothes and wore a long moonlight white dress, stepping on her small leather shoes as she walked out from inside. When she saw Chen Fei, she was surprised and happy. Chen Fei, why haven't you come these days?
Sis misses you.
I was busy building a house, but I came today for something else. Chen Fei said a little about Irma's situation, and when Yun Jin heard it, her face immediately changed.
So serious, are you sure?
I am 100% sure, just no conditions for surgery, can only turn to the hospital.
Sister, you help me say? Okay, I will go with you to take a look. Without much hesitation, Yun Jin followed Chen Fei to the surgery department. I didn't think you guys really knew each other.
Guo Huanji saw that the two had come together and understood that what Chen Fei had said was true, but then her face sank. Director Yun, we are not outsiders, so I'll be honest, this brother of yours said that there is a needle in the child's head, but the existing equipment in our hospital can't check it out, and even if it can, I'm afraid that it can't be operated on. Guo Huanji said frankly, you should understand that our hospital does not have that condition, I have not even done craniotomy, other people or even more cannot.
So, are you sure you want to do it? Yun Jin was silent. Guo Huanji was speaking the truth.
The medical equipment is simple and the technology is backward, so a simple surgery is okay, but a high-end surgery cannot be done at all.
This is a very helpless fact.
After all, it is only a county hospital.
Why don't you go to a provincial hospital? Provincial hospitals may have a way. Guo Huanji suggested. Does the provincial hospital have experts in this area? Chen Fei asked.
Guo Huanji smiled bitterly. As far as I know, many doctors are crossing the river by touching the stones. There are a few doctors who have done it, but the success rate is very low.
Chen Fei's heart sank. How low?
Guo Huanji's face was grave, her voice was low, less than 1/10, and the survival rate after surgery is even lower.
Chapter 65, Never Give Up. No matter what, we must try. Even if there is one point of hope, we'll never give up. Chen Fei was decisive, and after a pause asked, if it's a craniotomy, how much does it cost? I'm so prepared.
Remembering that a random cold in his previous life would cost several $100s, Chen Fei wasn't sure if he had enough money with him. Although he had $2,000 or $3,000 now, this was a major surgery, not necessarily enough. This should be around $2,000, and if the surgery went well, the follow-up would be at least another $1,000, and if it didn't go well. Guo Huanji didn't say the latter words, but the meaning is obvious. If it doesn't go well, maybe even can't get off the operating table. Guo Huanji paused for a moment, continued, so I suggest, why don't you go back to eat and drink well, as long as you can, it's all life.
My condolences. Chen Fei.
Chen Erfeng had already sobbed uncontrollably, but did not dare to let out a loud cry, suppressed, shoulders shaking, tears streaming down her face, but already hugged tightly, as if the moment she let go of her hand, Irma would leave her.
Chen Fei's eyes were also red.
But he knew he couldn't cry, he had to be strong. Otherwise, if Irma lost her reliance, she might collapse. To one's surprise, Irma instead stopped crying at this time. She softly called out to her mother and said in a Microsoft tone, "Mom, don't abandon me, okay?" Chen Erfeng instantly broke down in tears, flung herself on her knees in front of Guo Huanji, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, please, save my child, I kowtow to you." Guo Huanji kowtowed to Guo Huanji one by one. Guo Huanji hurriedly got up to help, sighing long and hard. "It's not that I don't want to save him, but I really don't have the technology.
If the operation fails,
if the surgery fails, she will be held responsible. The most important thing is that she has not done craniotomy, the possibility of failure 90%.
That doesn't make much sense. Chen Fei, think twice.
Yun Jin didn't say it explicitly, but the implication was self-evident that the result of forcing the surgery would be that the family would lose their money, and the people would lose their money.
If it was someone else, of course she wouldn't care.
But she treated Chen Fei like her own brother and couldn't help but open her mouth to remind him. "Sis, I understand everything you said, but the surgery must be done. I can't watch my second sister lose her child." Chen Fei's face was grave. "You've seen the state of my second sister, she's still pregnant. Once she collapses, it's likely that she'll die in one body.
So I'm going to put up a fight."
"Director Guo, what other surgical masters does the hospital have, or experts from the provincial capital? How much money I pay?"
Guo Huanji frowned. "Money is only one thing.
Stop it, just enjoy yourself." Chen Fei interrupted her. "Second sister is already on the verge of collapse, she can't be stimulated anymore. In short, you arrange for the surgery as soon as possible, invite experts, and study the surgical plan. It is all about you." Chen Fei's words were resounding and loud. "I have the money, if it's not enough, I'll go earn it again. Please." Guo Huanji was infected by his true feelings and resolutely said, "Good, in that case, I'll go for broke and give it a try. I'll ask the dean to arrange a consultation with a specialist."
"Good, thank you."
Chen Fei bowed solemnly towards Guo Huanji, then pulled Chen Erfeng up and said softly, "Second sister, you are Irma's spiritual pillar. If you fall, Irma will, so you must be strong, understand?
I have to be strong. I can't fall down. A woman is soft and weak, but a mother is steel."
Chen Erfeng's eyes gradually became firm, as if there was a flame burning, solemnly said, "Director Guo, Jun Jin's sister, I thank you for Irma, no matter what, you are my benefactor."
Guo Huanji said, "Shame, shame, in fact, you should thank as your brother, otherwise I really dare not do."
Yun Jin was also a bit embarrassed. "You don't have to thank me, Chen Fei called me a sister, I naturally have to envision for him." In fact, she was persuading Chen Fei to give up, and was somewhat sorry to Chen Erfeng, but she had a clear conscience.
"I understand, I have a good brother."
Chen Erfeng gazed at Chen Fei with tearful eyes, grateful. "Xiao Fei, I don't have any money, I can only repay you as a cow. If I can't repay you in this life, I'll do it in my next life."
"Sis, what are you talking about?
You're my own sister, I'm your own brother.
We're family, you're telling me this?"
Chen Fei did not let her continue. Chen Erfeng, but unprecedented persistence, she put Arya upright to hold straight, said softly, "You look at your uncle, remember his appearance, if you can live, grow up to filial piety him.
If not, we will repay him in our next life."
Irma stared at Chen Fei for a while, weakly said, "Well, filial piety uncle."
But the next sentence instantly breaks one's defenses. "But I have a headache, I want to cry." If you want to cry, you can cry. When you don't want to cry, let's go eat something delicious, okay?
Irma hasn't eaten much this day, she sleeps for a while when she's tired of crying, and continues to cry when she wakes up. If this goes on, she won't last more than a few days, so we have to find a way to get her to eat something. In this case, since we are preparing for the surgery, let's go to the hospital first, do the admission and start the anti-inflammatory process, wait for the results of the consultation to come out, and then arrange for the surgery at any time.
Guo Huanji took out the admission certificate and asked while writing, "What ward are you planning to stay in? A good one or a general one?"
"A good one. General." Chen Erfeng has no money of his own, and feels that he has pitched his brother too hard, thinking that a little bit of saving is a little bit.
Chen Fei is different. He has lived a new life and wants to make sure that every loved one around him is well.
"Second sister, you listen to me, live in a better place, raise enough spirit, prepare for surgery.
Chen Erfeng shed tears, sobbing, but sister cannot put you to death. $2,000 or $3,000, this life, the next life cannot pay it off, right? I guess my brother will not be able to build a new house, and I will not be able to marry my daughter-in-law. Maybe he'll have to go into debt. Chen Erfeng feels guilty, she is useless, she has harmed her child and dragged her brother into it. It's okay, I have money. Chen Fei patted the Green Army court with him. Money, you don't have to care, you take care of Irma and the child in your belly. Besides, Irma always cries, and living in a big room affects other people's rest. Chen Fei said with reason. Chen Erfeng did not know what to say, just tears. But they were tears of relief. His own brother didn't suffer in vain, he can be a backer when it matters. Then I will give you a 2-bedroom with 2 beds in it, so you can rotate your rest. Acquaintances are good, with Yun Jin standing here, Hua Huanji more or less have to give some face. I'd like to thank you for your help, she said. Chen Fei let Chen Erfeng go to his room first, and went to do the admission himself, paying $2,000 on the spot. The money earned these days, all of a sudden spent 2/3. But he didn't care, as long as he could protect his loved ones, it didn't matter how much he spent. The money was, spend it and then go earn it. Now he had 200 to 300 coming in every day, enough to deal with everything. With all the arrangements in place, it was already dark. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that Yun Jin actually gave a special delivery of rice, served in a thermos bucket, and brought 2 bowls. Opening the lid, the top was scrambled eggs with onions, the bottom was rice soup, and another 6 steamed buns were packed in a small carrying basket. Yun Jin took things out while saying, I don't know what your sister and the child like to eat, so I just made some. You guys eat first, tell me what you like to eat, and I will do it again tomorrow. Chen Erfeng was terrified. It's too much trouble for you, said Chen Erfeng. I'm at a complete loss for words. Yun Jin smiled and said, it's okay, you are Chen Fei's sister, I am also Chen Fei's sister, we are like sisters. Chen Fei smiled bitterly at the situation, and owed another love. Xiling Village. Chen Sifeng returned home, just in time to see Shui Luzhu black-faced toward her home, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Shui Captain, what are you doing in our home? Shui Luzhu squeezed out a smile worse than tears. I came to send money. Chen Fei at home? No, let's wait until he comes back. Chen Sifeng was so grumpy that she didn't give him a good look. Shui cannot hold back the fire, blurted out, said I brought the money, he wrote me a letter of understanding, and now is not at home, playing me? Chapter 66, The Calculation of the Two Mothers. Chen Sifeng crooked her neck. What, you want to play rough? Come over and try, see if I can you over. Chen Sifeng. Shui Luzhu let out a low growl. Captain, what do you want? Xu Jiafang stepped forward and stared at him with a stern look in his eyes, his strong body calmed Shui Luzhu down quite a bit. Xu Jiafang of course will not take the initiative to hit people, at least until both sides have made a move, he will not make a move. The militia captain still had this basic quality. Chen Fei is building a house, how busy he is, you do not know, let him do nothing, waiting for you at home. Wished to liberate the usual few words, but at the critical moment, said every word on the reason. Shui State also know their own impulsive, snapped and said, I did not say anything, it is not worried about Shui Chang well. Xu Jiafang said salty, he is in the inside is not so fast out, in addition, do not you think that let him long memory is a good thing? The corner of Shui's mouth twitched, not your son, of course you do not care. But right now there is a request, Shui Luzhu can only endure. When will he be back? I can't say. He's gone to the hospital. Tomorrow at the earliest. Chen Fei is sick? Shui Liuzhou's eyes lit up and he wanted to laugh. This is a good thing. You've got your comeuppance for hurting my son. I thought this in my heart, but I didn't dare to laugh out loud. Chen Sifeng is staring at him. This girl is a tigress, she might really him. Although he is not afraid, but the hall captain and a woman fight is also quite embarrassing. So Shui stayed to hold back his laughter and said, then I will come back tomorrow. Take care, don't see me off. Chen Sifeng had a sneer on her face. Her sleeves are rolled up, and this is it? However, Xu Jiafang, this guy, who usually looks like a stuffy person, is quite reliable when it comes to key times. On the other side. Guanzhuang. Shui family. When Treasure Roller came back from work, Ma Hainu and Shui Yuan complained to him, saying that Chen Fei had taken Chen Erfeng away and wanted them to get a divorce. The two of them are singing together, reversing black and white, insinuating, and talking about Chen Fei's faults, as if they have suffered a great deal of aggrievement. Treasure Roller inevitably some angry. They are out there working hard, and they don't let themselves worry about it. I'm not going to be able to get away from them. I can't live with this anymore. Treasure Roller went into the house, closed the door with a bang, covered the quilt and fell asleep. Ma Hainu and Shui Yuan looked at each other with wide eyes and muttered quietly. Daughter, what should we do? Just leave. Shui Yuan doesn't care. Ma Hainu nodded her head. It's okay to leave. I've been unhappy with her for a long time for just giving birth to daughters and not boys. Fine, go and cook, I'm hungry. Ma Hainu is stunned. Shouldn't you do it? But I don't know how. Shui Yuan was justified. Then you go wash your clothes, I'll cook. Ma Hainu had to cook herself.
But she hadn't cooked for years, and she couldn't stand the smoke and fire.
Chui Yuan couldn't stand it either.
While washing clothes, she cursed.
These are all Chen Erfeng's jobs, how come it's her turn? It's not right. Lying in bed at night, the two of them agreed, this is not good, no one to cook and wash the clothes, we will not die of exhaustion?
Yes, this wave of blood loss. Chui Yuan sat up with a huff, ignoring her own tremors. Mother, I think we are a bit impulsive, we should let my brother call her back. Ma Hainui rolled her eyes, looking a bit creepy in the darkness of the night. Why call her back?
Are you mad at me? But there is someone to do the washing and cooking. Ma Hainu said nothing.
After a while, she said, but if she doesn't have a boy, our family will be extinct.
That's not a contradiction.
Chui Yuan, with a treacherous look on her face, called her back. First work, we quietly ask around in private, find another one for my brother, and when we find the next family, we will dismiss her.
We won't keep her even for a day. I'm sure my daughter has a good idea. My daughter has a good idea. Ma Hainuo grinned broadly. Of course she does, she doesn't know who I am. Don't tell your brother about this. He's a straight shooter. I'm afraid he won't accept it. I understand.
The two of them worked together and planned to hide Chen Erfeng from the Chuisher roller so that he could call her back, and when they found a beautiful young girl, they were sure he would not like her. Early the next morning, Ma Hainui hypocritically said to Chuisher roller, Son Ah, who was still not angry I'm not sure who's right or wrong, but Erfeng is always your daughter-in-law, so call her back.
Chuisher roller said, You're not angry anymore? I'm not angry anymore. Do you want to remember it for the rest of your life?
I'm so old, I can do whatever I want, but you're still young, you can't be without a daughter-in-law. Ma Hainui looks like a kind face. Chuisher roller really believed. Chui Yuan in the sight of the oil and vinegar. Chuisher roller immediately softened.
Then, I'm going to call Erfeng back, but it's not good to go empty-handed, is not to buy something? When it comes to buying things, Ma Hainu is a bit of a pain in the ass.
But think of no one to cook and wash clothes, then forced to endure the pain, gave him $2. That's right, the gift of many people are not strange. Empty-handed door is not very good. You go to buy 2 pounds of sugar, the rest for the eldest granddaughter to buy some food.
The center.
Although the money is earned by Chuisher roller, it has always been in the hands of Ma Hainyo. He is used to it. Chuisher roller came to Chen Fei's house with the sugar, only to see the courtyard wall is stripped. A lot of people are busy.
Some digging foundation, some sieve lime, a busy scene.
Chuisher roller is a little confused. Remember Erfeng home is this
Why are they suddenly building a house? Her family is so poor, I don't think so, right?
Everyone is busy, no one to talk to him. Chuisher roller is about to find someone to ask. Chen Sifeng came out from inside. Chuisher roller rushed to meet her.
Fourth Phoenix, I'm here to pick up your sister. I'm here to pick up your sister.
Chen Sifeng went up and kicked Chuisher roller in the head. This big egg, dare to bully my sister, I won't beat you to death. Last night she heard from Chen Feng that her second sister was bullied badly at their house. Chen 4 Phoenix, this violent temper, absolutely belongs to the straw fire, a little on fire, hand copy a stone, Chui stone roller scared to climb up and run, while shouting. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of the problem, and then you will be able to get rid of the problem. Chen Sifeng carrying a stone, then you do not run.
Chuisher roller, then you put down the stone.
Chuisher roller, then put the stone down. Chen Sifeng threw the stone, full of disdain.
You think you can't do it without the stone?
Chuisher roller hesitantly moved back, eyes glancing at the ground. Just ran in a hurry, the sugar fell to the ground, there is a packet also fell rotten, flowed out a lot, see him straight heartache. Just ready to pick up, Chen Sifeng violently rushed over, playing a kick in the face. Chuisher roller but sit on the ground, starry eyes, ears are small bees, buzzing. In a trance, I felt that Chen Sifeng rushed over again. Chuisher roller really scared, hurriedly shouted, help killed a person.
Chen Sifeng killed. You scream. You are screaming through your throat, no one can save you. Chapter 67, The Evil Man for Nothing? Chen Sifeng is not bluffing. In the entire Shiling village, not many dare to fight with her. Besides, she's in the right. No one can come. What are you doing? Fourth Phoenix, stop it.
Chen Feng came out from inside, and with a yell, Chen Sifeng obediently stopped. Big sister is the one she respects most, so she has to listen. Chen Feng is also angry, but after all, the second Phoenix is not yet divorced, it is not appropriate to hit Chuisher roller like this, and can only add fuel to the fire. But the heart is still very cool, feeling out of breath. Chen Feng used his hand to put a strand of messy hair behind the ear, took the opportunity to calm down, try to stabilize their emotions. Stone roller, Air Feng is not at home, there is something to wait for her to come back. Chuisher roller shook his head, sobered up a lot, stared cautiously at Chen Sifeng, asked, where did she go? When will she be back? While saying that, while looking inside. In fact, he did not believe, in addition to her mother's home, Chen Sifeng where else can go? Chen Feng held back her anger and said, she went to the city.
She went to the city? What are you doing in the city?
Chuisher roller was full of skepticism, still looking in, just saw Lu Yer holding Danya in front of the door of the hall for a while, hastily waved and shouted.
Danya, Dad is here to pick you up. Chen Sifeng glared, get lost. My sister is not at home, you do not want to take the child away. Shueisha Roller is still shouting. Daya is at the door of the hall, looking from afar. She wanted to go over to talk to dad, but hesitated when she thought of her uncle's words. She tilted her face and looked at Lu Yi'er, who looked down and smiled. Want to go? I listen to you. Then we go back to the house? Good. Daya and Lu Yi'er held hands and went back to the house. Children's thinking is so simple. Dad can't say he's bad to her, but he can't say he's good either. When grandma and auntie beat her, dad didn't even help her. Uncle gave her mooncakes, and also gave her candy to eat. When she was beaten, uncle took the heat for her. Uncle also gave her sister a doctor, so she has to listen to her uncle. She promised her uncle to be obedient. Shueisha Roller was dumbfounded. I'm not sure if I can hear you, but I'm sure you can hear me. Can't she? This is her own daughter. Chen Sifeng snickered, so she's dead in the water now? Get lost. Shueisha Roller looked at the candy on the ground and wanted to pick it up, but was afraid that Chen Sifeng would kick him in the face again. Shueisha Roller name as the person, looks very strong, like a humanoid stone roller. But now he is really a little afraid. This sister-in-law, not the usual tiger ah. After thinking about it, Shueisha Roller showed an ugly smile. That, sugar, don't forget later, then I am leaving. Feng came back to tell her. Chen Feng nodded, and then shook his head. Sugar you take away, our family does not lack. In addition, Irma went to the hospital. If you have the heart to go to see her, no heart even. Chen Feng also has a temper, but she is more rational, otherwise how to lead a family. Shueisha Roller was shocked. Very, very serious? Chen Sifeng snorted. Pretend. Then pretend. The sins of their own, but also pretend to be what big tail wolf ah. Tail, pronounce here, otherwise it won't have that flavor. Shueisha Roller was confused. No, I really don't know. What happened to Irma? Chen Feng stared at him for a while, saw that he did not look like pretending to be fake, a dark look, said, very serious, maybe dead, so you'd better go to see. Shueisha Roller was dumbfounded and muttered, how could this happen? How could this happen? Chen Sifeng hummed, you better go and take a look, so you don't regret it when the time comes. I'm going to go into the city. Shueisha Roller really panicked. He is aware of the frequent conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in their family, and between the aunt and sister-in-law, and he is very difficult. But never thought of divorce, not to mention that all of a sudden Irma is sick, and also serious enough to enter the hospital. County town. Hospital. The experts invited by the hospital have come one after another, meeting together to study the surgical program, until noon to decide, first anti-inflammatory, tomorrow formal surgery. Throughout the morning, Chen Erfeng spent in anxiety and uncertainty. If there is no Chen Fei, she does not know what to do. At noon, Yun Jin came to ask what to eat for lunch. Chen Fei politely declined, said in the hospital cafeteria to eat. Yun Jin said that's fine, and did not force. Shueisha Roller met in the corridor, hurriedly asked Chen Erfeng and Irma in which ward. Yun Jin glanced at him and asked who he was. Shueisha Roller said he was Chen Erfeng man, Irma's father. Yun Jin did not give him a good face. This kind of man let her despise. In fact, Shueisha Roller some mom treasure male nature, of course, at that time did not have this term, but does not affect the Cloud Gene despise him. Despise to despise, but good quality let her not show it, faintly pointing in a direction. Go forward, go up the stairs, the fifth door on the left on the second floor. Shueisha Roller did not even say thank you and hurriedly walked over. Yun Jin became more and more contemptuous. Compared to Chen Fei, this person is too far away. In the ward, Chen Fei comforted Erfeng for a few words, ready to go to the cafeteria to buy food, and ran into Shueisha Roller head on, and suddenly his face sank. What are you doing here? I came to see Erfeng in area. Shueisha Roller saw Chen Erfeng through the doorway, but Chen Fei blocked the doorway, and his eyes were stern and frightening, so he could only say soft words. Did you see them? See. If you see it, go away. Chen Fei has absolutely no intention of getting out of the way. Shueisha Roller hesitated. Irma, what disease she got? This is the time to think of asking what disease. Why did you go earlier? Chen Fei is angry when he sees this man. You are really good. The child is sick, you give 50 cents, and then do not care about it. It seems that your family really do not treat her. The Shueisha Roller was so angry that he was red in the face and thick in the neck. No, I didn't. I don't dislike her. I just didn't know she was going to be seriously ill. Shueisha Roller's tone is sincere. Really, Fei, you have to believe me. Trust you? I don't think so. Chen Fei's face is full of sarcasm. Do you know why Irma was hospitalized? Do you know she has a needle in her head? Do you know she might die? Tell me, how can I trust you? The voice grew louder and louder, and the final roar was like a bolt from the blue, blowing Shueisha Roller out of his mind. No way, how could this happen? You scared me, didn't you? What do I have to gain by scaring you? Chen Fei said more and more angry. Shueisha Roller, his own woman was bullied, you do not care, the child is sick, you pretend not to see, in your heart only your mother and your sister, others are outsiders. In that case, let's get a divorce. I'm keeping my sister, and from now on, my sister and the child have nothing to do with your family. Shui Roller's entire body was confused. Panicked in demeanor.
No, I won't get a divorce unless Erfing says it to me herself.
Erfing, you come out, come out. Chen Fei said coldly, you die this heart, my sister will not see you. As soon as the words fell, Chen Erfing gently tugged on his lapel from behind and whispered, Xiao Fei, I think Stone Roller, he must be unaware of this, so let him make it clear, okay? Chen Fei was directly speechless. Second sister, can you have a little temper? There are still a few gas in the mud, so you still speak for him? I'm a bad guy for nothing. Chapter 68, Hated for Not Fighting. Chen Erfing character gentle, or cowardly, no opinion, but where she has a bit of temper, the pair of evil ants would not dare to ride on her head too. Chen Fei hated her for not fighting, but her own sister, no matter what, she had to protect her. Chen Fei took a deep breath to calm himself down, before he stepped aside. The two mouths face to face, Chen Erfing's tears came down at once, sobbing and asked, Stone Roller, the needle on the second girl's head, really is not you get it? This is her last insistence, if it is really their own men, what is the point of her living? Chui Stone Roller anxious pull white face, not me, really not me. I'm not sure how I could have harmed my own child, but I'm not sure how I could have done it. Chen Erfing heart a little bit of peace of mind, but the tears cannot stop flowing. Stone Roller, Irma she is afraid that she will be gone. I'm afraid she's going to die. Erfeng, are you serious? Is there really a needle in Irma's head? Could it be a mistake? Treasure Roller still holds a trace of fantasy in his heart, hoping that Chen Fei scared him. Chen Erfing was in tears, shaking her head in pain. I don't know, my brother said, the needle is inserted in the crack of the bone, why should she be harmed? I don't know, brother said, the needle is stuck in the bone, why do you want to harm her? Chen Fei, afraid of Chen Erfeng mental collapse, hastily wiped her tears, said everything has me, we have hope. After that, he turned to Chui Shi Roller. I know you do not believe, but it does not matter, tomorrow we'll do surgery, whether it is true or not by then the natural truth. However, Chen Fei tone of voice changed, steeply became harsh, you have to be prepared, my sister will definitely want to divorce you, when the child belongs to my second sister, and you have nothing to do, but also to save your mother to see them not good. Treasure Roller face full of fear, no, I have not thought of divorce to Phoenix you say something Chen Erfeng looked at Chen Fei hesitantly. I can't. Chen Fei understands his sister, she has no opinion, her ears are soft, someone must take her decision. I'm in charge of this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. Aha! Chen Erfeng weakly lowered her head. After so many years, she had long gotten used to being arranged. Her own brother will definitely not harm her. Chen Fei once again turned to Chui Shi Roller. Stop pestering my second sister, you'd better go back and ask that mother of yours why she wants to harm Arya. My mother, she would not harm anyone, right? Is there a misunderstanding? Chui Shi Roller is still not dead, from the bottom of my heart, I feel that my mother would not have done this kind of thing in any case. Is not a misunderstanding tomorrow we will see. Chen Fei coldly said, this matter only 3 people have suspicion, you, your mother and your sister. If it's not you, it's just the 2 of them. So this marriage must be divorced, I cannot let my second sister in danger. Chui Shi Roller's heart is a mess. Do we really have to go this far? Let's go, let's go. Chen Fei was a little annoyed and waved his hand to drive people out. If your sister is in this situation, what would you do? Chui Shi Roller has nothing to say. What to do? Divorce, of course. But I really don't want a divorce. Okay, I'll go back and ask for clarification. Chen Fei did not give face, Chui Shi Roller had to turn around and leave. After comforting Chen Erfeng again, Chen Fei went to the cafeteria to get some food. Chen Erfeng is not in the mood to eat, Chen Fei constantly enlightened her, saying that she is the spiritual pillar of Arya, no matter what, cannot fall. There is also the child in her stomach, which also needs nutrition. After much persuasion, Chen Erfeng reluctantly ate some. Seeing that there is nothing wrong with her, Chen Fei wanted to go back, mainly because he was uneasy about his family. These 2 days, there are too many things, the Chen Fei plan all messed up. Yesterday, he had bought lime, but there was no sand yet, so he was expected to use it in the afternoon, so he had to go back and make some arrangements. Hearing that he was leaving, Chen Erfeng panicked a bit. She can't be here alone, no one to make up her mind for her. Chen Fei then comforted her, said to go back for a round, arranged to come back, followed by dinner with her. Only then did Chen Erfeng feel a little relieved. Seriously, Chen Fei also do not want to run back and forth. However, there were no cell phones at that time, and communication was too inconvenient not to run. Chen Fei rode his bicycle and didn't meet Chen Sifeng in Zhu Jiefeng, presumably he took a wrong turn. When he passed the Hot Springs Cooperative, he bought 2 cigarettes and 2 pounds of eggs, and only then continued to rush home. Today he didn't have time to eat at home, but Lu Year's nutrition must keep up. 100% earth eggs, 50 cents a pound. Delicious and inexpensive, cheap and affordable. Of course, this is for Chen Fei, a lot of people do not want to eat, they are taken for oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Arrived home to see, really the foundation are dug almost, the next step is to play the foundation, locally called tie heel.
Chen Fei did not intend to use reinforced concrete, he wanted to build a brick house. The foundation is piled up with stones, and the gaps are filled with mortar mixed with lime and sand. Don't underestimate this kind of structure, all houses used to be like this, and there was no problem passing it down for generations. Most importantly, Chen Fei never intended to live in this remote mountain village for the rest of his life. In a few years, he was bound to make his way to the city. At the moment, it was just a transition period, so it was more or less the same. But even so, it was by no means ambiguous. The green brick tiled house, at that time, was already the best. When the craftsmen saw Chen Fei, they smiled and greeted him. Chen Fei took the opportunity to give them cigarettes, one person a packet. The big guys were all happy. Chen Fei was just atmospheric. He has made a name for himself at such a young age. I wish my kids were half as good as he is. Dream on, you can dream of anything. That's nothing. Chen Fei left ear in and right ear out, put the eggs into the house, told Lu Yi'er to eat at night, then hurried to the secretary's home. Lu Yi'er pursed her lips at the back, a little lost. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to brother Chen Fei. But when she thought about it, it seemed like there was nothing to say. Could it be that she couldn't leave brother Chen Fei for a single day? Lu Yi'er suddenly thought of a question. Well, one just misses him, not the delicious food he makes. Where is the secretary at home? Chen Fei came to Song Hongjuan's house and saw that he was drinking tea under the shade of a tree. Song Hongjun family members are also in, and his eldest daughter-in-law. But did not see his two sons, presumably went to work. Chen Fei? What do you want from me? Song Hongjun slightly straightened up and asked. Secretary, I want to ask, the fleet has no time, help me pull some sand. Chen Fei handed over a pack of cigarettes and opened the door. It is possible to take the time to give you a pull, but those handlebars. Song Hongjun was a little hesitant. The handle is the coachman, drive the car. Chen Fei heart with a mirror. With people certainly cannot be used in vain, and then said with a smile, Secretary, you can rest assured that I will not be used in vain, no matter whether it is an ox-cart, horse carriage, donkey car, pulling a car, $3. As for how to share, you look at it. I like you, this kind of quick energy. Song Hongjun laughed, so I would be good, people, animals, cars, each share, or with the brigade to pay the bill. That you as soon as possible, the latter half of the morning will be used. Specifically how many vehicles, the secretary to see the arrangement. Most of the local houses are built with earth walls, very few with brick walls. They go to the Rua beach to pull sand. Anyway, it's not far from the hot springs to the south, a few miles away. There is still farm work in the ground. It is impossible to go to him to do, but draw one or two people, or can. After all, it won't take long to make the trip. It will be here in a while. And Song Hongjun agreed, every day to take the time to pull a few cars of sand for him. Chen Fei said goodbye. He also had to go to the county town, otherwise the second sister would be scared alone. On his side, he came and went in a hurry. On the other side, Chui Shi Roller was the same. He returned home in a hurry, and as soon as he entered the door, Chui Yuan couldn't wait to ask, Brother, did you call that woman back? Chui Shi Roller frowned, even sister-in-law are not called? Previously did not pay attention, at this moment realized that Chun Erfing in this family is not at all status ah. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. Chui Shi Roller asked with a dark face, Yuan, tell me the truth, what did you do to Irma? Chui Yuan denied it. What could I do? I didn't do anything. Brother, what are you trying to say? Chui Shi Roller ignored her and turned her head to look at Ma Hainyo. Mother, what did you do to Irma? I am her grandmother, what can I do? Ma Hainui said, Chui Shi Roller, what do you mean? You suspect your mother? I am your own mother. Chapter 69, Surgery Notice. Chui Shi Roller feels that his mother has a point, the tone is softened. Mother, Irma is now in the hospital, tomorrow to operate, let's go see her, right? Ma Black Girl eyelids jumped, surgery? Wouldn't that cost a lot of money? Do you have money? Chui Shi Roller face red, money is not all you keep? Ma Hainyo's face dropped, you do not know how many centimeters you earn? How much money can you spare to feed a family like this? If you want to go, go, I'm not going. I'm not going. How much will it cost? I knew this would happen. Chui Shi Roller sighed, I will go if you do not go, but Erfeng will not come back, prepare for divorce. Ma Hainyo is a bit anxious. What divorce? I don't agree. I don't agree. Chui Yuan followed the jumping feet, want a divorce, when our family is what? Chui Shi Roller smiled bitterly and said, if you are like this, can Erfeng live with me? Chui Yuan rolled her eyes and said, what kind of family are we? Brother, please be clear. Mother and I are doing this for your own good. Chui Shi Roller couldn't say anything to her, and could only hang his head and say, anyway, I told you, I can't do anything if you don't go, so it's a big deal to be a bachelor. Ma Hainui feels that things are a little out of control. I turned and said, go and look at it, see what they say, but to be honest, we do not have the money. The money is not money, let's talk about it. Chui Shi Roller feel daughter-in-law children are gradually away from him, the mood is bad to the extreme, bored head back to sleep. The two of them looked at each other. They lowered their voices. What to do? Tomorrow really want to go to the city?
It is okay to go and see. If it is not possible, then leave, but I have to find a way to get the dowry money back. Our family cannot eat this loss. Mother, you're right. Kirikou. Chen Fei returned to the hospital already dark.
Chen Erfing walked anxiously back and forth in the hospital room, checking at the door a moment later. In Chen Fei's absence, it was as if she had no backbone, and she was lost.
When Chen Fei appeared in front of her again, she couldn't help but cry. Little Fei, you've been gone for a long time.
Chen Fei put down the things in his hand and wiped her tears. I've been here for a while. I bought a meal in the cafeteria before coming up.
Chen Erfing broke into tears and was a little embarrassed. I am not hungry.
A sentence just finished, the stomach grumbled. Chen Erfing immediately blushed. Chen Fei smiled. You are not hungry, child, hungry. You are not a person now. Come, I bought tomatoes, scrambled eggs, and egg soup. You eat more.
Aha!
To be honest, the meal in the cafeteria is far worse than what Chen Fei does, but it is a delicious meal for Chen Erfing. In Lao Chui's house, eggs and all this had nothing to do with her. Including her menstrual cycle, the eggs sent by the neighbors were all eaten by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law.
She didn't even dare to say anything. There were no words all night.
Because Irma was in the anti-inflammatory at the same time, sedative medicine was added to it, but did not cry much. The next morning, a female doctor came to the ward with a few pieces of paper, looking serious. Chui Irma's family, this is the anesthesia information letter. Which one of you will sign it? She said.
Chen Erfing was full of confusion. She didn't understand at all. I'll do it.
Chen Fei took it and glanced at it. It was nothing more than a disclaimer.
The female doctor said expressionlessly, I am the anesthesiologist Zhu Yinhua. Now put the situation, the operation needs anesthesia, and anesthesia has the risk. There may be all kinds of accidents, especially the child is small, or in the head, the risk will be extra large, so, you agree to sign on it. Chen Fei did not say anything and signed directly. If you don't sign it, you won't be operated on if you don't sign it.
Zhu Yinhua took the signed anesthesia informed letter click away. Chen Erfeng heart scared, pale, the whole body is shaking.
Xiaofei, sounds so scary. It's okay, it's just a normal procedure, usually nothing will happen.
Chen Fei gently hugged her, patted her back and comforted her. Chen Erfeng was a little better.
After a while Guo Huanji came again, also holding a few pieces of paper. Today's surgery, this is the surgical notice. It's the same as the anesthesia letter, with all kinds of disclaimers. But there's no way to sign it. At 10 o'clock, the doctor officially notifies that it's time for surgery. Irma was placed on a mobile bed and pushed towards the operating room. Her little face was pale, tightly pulling Chen Erfeng's hand, as if the moment she let go, she would never see it again. Mother, will I die? Chen Erfeng was in tears, saying words that even she didn't believe. No, you'll be fine, I'll be right outside waiting for you. But I'm so scared, I'm afraid I'll never see my mother again. Irma was so young, but she said words that didn't belong to her age, making the surrounding doctors and nurses unable to help but be moved. Chen Erfeng was already flooded with tears, but didn't dare to let out a cry because Chen Fei had explained to her that she had to be strong and set an example for her child. She wiped a handful of tears from her eyes and had a smile on her face, but the tears were indisputably flowing out again. But she couldn't care less. It's fine, with your uncle here, you will be fine. At this moment, Chen Fei was her spiritual pillar, the driving force that allowed her to stand. Irma's impression of Chen Fei was vague, but inside her small mind, she also felt Chen Fei's care for her. That was something she had never felt before at home. She looked at Chen Fei and whispered, Uncle, I won't die, right? No, I won't. This is a minor surgery, pull out the needle and you'll be fine. Chen Fei's tone was firm. At this moment, he needed to give Arya confidence, to give his second sister confidence. Because he understands that sometimes the desire to live is the key to whether or not you can live. There are many patients who actually do not die of illness, but die of fear. The psychological factor is critical. Irma smiled. 2 dimples appeared on her pale face. Then I'll come out to eat something delicious. Irma is so hungry. They don't let you eat before surgery, and since Irma hasn't had a drop of water since this morning, she's definitely hungry. Okay, uncle and your mother will wait for you outside. Irma reluctantly let go of her hand. The door of the operating room mercilessly separates the 2 sides. One door, yet it seemed like 2 worlds. Time passed very slowly, every minute was torture. But also passed very quickly, unknowingly 2 hours have passed. The door to the operating room was still closed, only the old-fashioned wall clock on top of the doorframe kept turning, and the sound of ticking was particularly clear. Chen Erfeng had been lying at the door for an unknown number of times, picking at the cracks to look inside. Although she couldn't see anything, she had no other way. Chen Fei stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the door of the operating room. He was also nervous. He didn't dare to imagine if Irma was gone, would Air Sister be able to hold on? Just then, Treasure Roller's family found their way to the operating room. As soon as they met, Treasure Roller asked, Chen Fei, have you started the operation? How long will Irma be out? Chen Fei glared at him and said, you still know to come. All went in for half a day. Chapter 70, you're swindling me, right?
Chui Stone Roller picking the doorway to look inside, cannot see anything, the heart is a little apprehensive. He wanted to continue to ask, but was afraid that Chen Fei disliked him. Turned his head and saw Chen Erfing, face hung with tear stains, cannot help but some heartache, close to the 2 steps asked, "Tu Phoenix, you do not cry, it will be fine." As soon as he said, Chen Erfing, on the contrary, could not help it, tears barred down, sobbing, said, "Area she went in for a long time, I am so scared." "It's okay." Chui Shi Roller reached out to Chen Erfing, was Chen Fei slap open, "Do not touch my second sister, I let you ask, you asked?" I asked, is it a misunderstanding?" Chui Shi Roller was ambiguous. Yesterday, he did ask, but it seems that he did not ask. He didn't have the courage to directly question his own mother, so he didn't even mention the needle thing, and only said that the second girl was hospitalized. "I don't think you asked, right?" Chen Fei understood at a glance at his expression, and his heart became even more disappointed. This man said he was a bad man, but he hadn't done anything bad. Said he is a good man and no commitment, doing naughty, wasted this pair of good body. I asked, my mother they did not do anything. Chui Shi Roller said stiffly. "You mean I wronged you?" Chen Fei pointed to the operating room. "Irma went in for almost half a day, and has not yet come out. Do you think I have wronged you?" "I did not say that." Chui Shi Roller head sweating. He was not good at words, and when Chen Fei disliked him, he was at a loss for words. Chui Yuan tiptoed up to look into the operating room, still couldn't see anything, and asked curiously, "What kind of disease does Irma have that she actually needs an operation? How much money will it cost?" Ma Hainyo and Chui Shi Roller both perked up their ears. Operating $100 is probably not enough, right? "It's not much, it's this much." Chen Fei raised 3 fingers. $300. A family of 3 with 6 eyes, one wider than the other. $300. Their family doesn't even earn that much a year. "No, it's $3,000. Chen Erfing said weakly from the side. Although she had a weak character, she also knew that this matter of pitting her younger brother was too harsh, and she should let her in-laws know about it. $3,000. Chui Shi Roller was directly dumbfounded. Ma Hainyo clenched her teeth so hard that she almost bit her tongue off. Chui Yuan was so scared that she jumped up and down. "I Lu Mother Hey. $3,000, the 2 of them are not enough to sell . The 2 of them quietly looked at each other and reached a consensus. "This daughter-in-law can't be taken. The sooner you leave, the better. The child's name is Chui. Shouldn't you take half?" Chen Fei asked them a question. "They're like that, not to mention that they don't have it, even if they do, they won't take it." Sure enough, the horse black girl with a horse face. "What do you mean the child has a disease with what we have to do? Didn't you say you want a divorce?" I'm going to leave. Chui Yuan agreed with the voice. "That's right, the child is fine in our home, how come he was hospitalized in your home? It's all your fault. Our family won't pay a penny." Chen Fei was exasperated by him and laughed. "Since this is the case, we have nothing to say, wait for area out, I will go to the Public Security Bureau to report the case, everyone by public." Ma Hainyo suddenly shuddered. "What's the matter with you? What is it?" Chen Fei grunted from his nostrils, his dark eyes staring at her, one word at a time. "Don't pretend to be confused with me." Irma had inserted a needle. "This is intentional homicide. In the end, who did it, you have a number in mind." Ma Hainyo's old face even darker. If you look closely, you will find that her hands are shivering. All of this, Chen Fei took in. He was now basically certain. The needle on Arya's head was unrelated to Ma Hainyo. Chui Yuan's eyes widened. "Chen Fei, don't falsely accuse a good person. My mother is her own grandmother, how could she possibly stick a needle in her head? You must have made a mistake." "Yes, Irma is still young. Did she fall down sometime and didn't realize the needle was stuck in her head?" "Yes, that's it." Ma Hainyo reacted and forcefully defended. Chen Fei didn't even know what to say. She was too good at acting. If this was in his previous life, he would have been a movie star. The Oscars would have to be a step aside. "Forget it, I know you won't admit it, so let's leave." Chen Fei was so disappointed that he didn't want to argue with them anymore, but Chui Shi Roller suddenly blurted out. "I don't agree. I don't want to divorce Erfeng. This marriage must be divorced. Chen Fei can't be denied, I will let her get rid of the baby, you don't care anyway. Besides, I might as well tell you." Chen Fei purposely paused and said in a heavier tone, "This child is a boy." A single sentence was like a stone breaking the sky. Ma Hainyo raised her head violently, as if she had heard the most incredible thing, her 2 eyes glaring round. Chui Yuan's mouth was open, looking at Chen Fei, then Chen Erfeng's bulging belly, instantly losing expression management. Chui Shi Roller's mouth was wide open. Chen Erfeng covered her mouth, but her tears flowed down uncontrollably. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was silent, only the wall clock ticking away. It was only after a few tens of seconds that Ma Hainyo let out a nervous scream. "Impossible. This is impossible. You're swindling me, right?" Chui Yuan also reacted. "Definitely swindling us, trying to get our family to pay for Arya's treatment. You are so despicable, actually threatening us with the child."
Shui Roller trembled and asked, "Are you telling the truth? Do not deceive me?" Chen Fei does not deny. Said you do not believe you do not want to spend money. Anyway, to divorce, boys and girls do not matter. No. No fighting. Ma Hei Nui suddenly jumped out of her skin. This is the seat of our old Shui family, who are you to abort it? Shui Yuhuan followed suit and pinched her waist, assuming the posture of a shrew. Tell you, we are not to be messed with, you dare to knock off try. Shui Roller eat AI, Erfeng, can you not leave? Chen Erfeng looked at Chen Fei nervously. I don't know, ask my brother. She has been 6 gods, only let her brother give her an idea. Chen Fei. Shui Roller was about to open his mouth to say something nice when the door to the operating room opened with a creak. A doctor walked out of it, instantly tugging at the hearts of several people. Chen Erfeng subconsciously tugged on the corner of her coat. She wanted to ask Irma how she was doing, but didn't dare to open her mouth for fear that the results the doctor would say would be unacceptable. Chen Fei stared at the doctor equally closely. The anesthesiologist, Zhu Yinhua, was wearing a mask, but from the corner of her eyes, she was able to tell that her expression was not good. His heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Zhu Yinhua's tone was heavy. The needle in the patient's head was taken out, but the needle has rusted and needs further cleaning, but the anesthetic is about to fail and a second anesthesia is needed. Then hurry up and anesthetize. Chen Fei urged. Hear me out. Zhu Yinhua looked slightly embarrassed. The child is too small and has a poor physique, the anesthetic dose is not well controlled, and the risk will increase additionally with the second anesthesia, so you have to be psychologically prepared. Chapter 71 Acupuncture Anesthesia Request Subscription. Prepare for what? Chen Erfeng's legs are soft, holding Chen Fei before barely standing, her face is as pale as white paper, completely lost blood color. Erfeng? Shui Roller's lips shivered. He knows that the child may still be able to save Erfeng. Once the child dies, Chen Fei will 100% make them divorce. I'm not going to be able to do that. Chen Fei interrupted him with a stern voice, then stared at Zhu Yinhua. Doctor, can I go in? Zhu Yinhua was surprised and said, surgery is a serious area, so you usually can't go in. Perhaps, I can achieve anesthesia without the use of anesthetics. Chen Fei's tone was firm, causing Zhu Yinhua to be visibly shocked for a moment. This is not a joke, in case something goes wrong, we cannot afford the responsibility. It couldn't be any worse than this, isn't it? Zhu Yinhua was speechless. Indeed, it couldn't be more serious than this. However, this is not in line with the rules. Zhu Yinhua was in a difficult position. The rules are dead, people are alive. Chen Fei said, isn't there a disclaimer? The big deal is that I promise you that you won't have to be responsible for anything that goes wrong, so is that okay? Zhu Yinhua was silent for a few seconds and said, I can't make the decision, I have to ask the dean. This is too big. There has never been a precedent of a patient's family entering the operating room, she must consult her superiors. Time is life, cannot wait any longer. Chen Fei pushed her straight through and walked in. You wait. Zhu Yinhua helplessly chased after her. Chen Fei turned back and glanced at Chen Erfeng. Second sister, when I come out, don't worry about anything and don't agree to anything, everything is with me. Second sister doesn't have an opinion, in case the Chui family is dead set on forcing her to agree to anything while he's not around, it won't be good. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Chui Roller. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Chui Roller hurriedly lowered his head. At that moment, he felt that Chen Fei's gaze was like a knife, stabbing him in the face. Zhu Yinhua closed the door and pulled Chen Fei. Don't go inside yet, put this on. Casually took a set of white coat and gave it to him, then hat, mask, full set of equipment. Chen Fei put on the equipment and followed Zhu Yinhua's instructions to wash his hands, before approaching the operating table. Got through? Experts and doctors are waiting for Zhu Yinhua. Without the consent of the patient's family, the operation cannot go on. Pass, did not pass. Zhu Yinhua did not know how to say. Guo Huanji looked up and saw Chen Fei, and immediately froze. Who is this? How did you get in? Chen Fei answered, I am Chen Fei, I want to use acupuncture to anesthetize the child. Nonsense. Guo Huanji immediately changed her face. This is a surgery, are you kidding? The other experts from the provincial city also had angry faces and even took their masks off. Chen Fei looked calm. Before the first anesthetic dose was not mastered very well, the second anesthesia, the child is too small, I am afraid that it cannot withstand, why not let me try? Then added a sentence, anyway, the worst result is only the child died prematurely, all the responsibility is borne by me. Actually, Chen Fei was a little disappointed in them. If it wasn't for the fact that he lacked the tools and was not yet qualified to practice medicine, he would have wanted to do it himself. It turns out that the current level of medical care is still too low, and a surgery that is not terribly advanced can't even be done right. Zhu Yinhua blushed a little, she was the anesthesiologist and had the most responsibility. Guo Huanji made eye contact with the two experts and quickly reached a consensus. Okay, you can try, but you have to take the blame if something goes wrong. Their greatest fear is to take responsibility. Medical malpractice, compensation will be very troublesome. Okay, bring me some needles. The nurse handed him a few needles. Is this okay?
This is not a proper silver needle, it's a needle for injection.
Because Irma is young, it's the kind of needle that's very thin. It can be used in passing. Chen Fei picked up a needle and stabbed it at Irma's Higu point, which was known as the pain relief god point.
Immediately after that was the Naguan point, which was at the place of 2 or 3 fingers of the wrist. Then came the foot Sanli, losing point, Higu point, original point, Luo point, and Yuntai point. All of these points had an anesthetic effect. After stabbing, Chen Fei raised his head.
Okay, it's time to continue. Are you sure?
Several expert doctors looked at him with skeptical gazes.
Sure, Chen Fei said with great certainty.
Then continue with the surgery, stop immediately if it doesn't work. The expert doctors immediately threw themselves into the surgery and continued until the wound was stitched up without any mishaps. When the last stitch was tied, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
The surgery was a success. Hua Huanji pulled off her mask and said with some excitement, I'm lucky to be able to participate in this surgery. Several expert doctors were excited. Craniotomy surgeries were already very rare, and even rarer in the county. It's thanks to Chen Fei. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
Zhu Yinhua praised from the bottom of her heart.
The corners of Chen Fei's mouth rose and he did not speak.
This kind of surgery, if placed in a previous life, could only be considered average, but at this current stage, it was extraordinary. It could go down in the history of the hospital. Young comrade, this type of anesthesia of yours is amazing.
An expert named?
Li Yuchen's expert was full of praise. Li Yuchen was in his 50s, wearing a pair of glasses on his thin airy cheeks, looking a bit svelte.
I also know a little.
Acupuncture and anesthesia have existed since ancient times, but the Chinese medicine industry is in a recession, and very few people know about it, and even fewer use it.
Today, if it is not forced, Chen Fei does not even intend to reveal it.
Li Yuchen sighed and changed the topic. My name is Li Yuchen, I am a surgeon in the second hospital in the provincial city. When you have time to go to the provincial city you can go to me. Hearing this, Hua Huanji and Zhu Yinhua both froze for a moment.
Li Yuchen is a well-known expert of the second hospital in the province, actually issued an invitation to a rural boy?
Good, if I can go to the provincial city, I will definitely pay a visit.
Chen Fei smiled, not being humble, impressing Li Yuchen.
The atmosphere in the operating room was cordial, but outside the operating room was very different. As expected by Chen Fei, when Ma Heinui saw Chen Fei enter the operating room, her small eyes turned and she had an idea.
Irfing, it's not that I'm talking about you, divorcing because of a little thing. Aren't you afraid of the neighbors laughing at you?
Of course, I admit that I didn't treat you well enough in the past, but who doesn't have bumps and bruises in their family? Yu Huan and I still quarrel sometimes.
Ma Heinui said with a smile on her face, don't be so grumpy. When the operation is over, go home with the stone roller, and live a good life.
Chen Irfing backed away in fear, remembered what Chen Fei said weakly, I listened to my brother, wait for him to come out.
Ma Heinou's face changed, her smile instantly disappeared. You're such an adult, listen to the words of a hairy child, do not mind the shame? Listen to me right, honestly go home, and live with your man, or have you look good. Chapter 72 As You Like It.
There is an absurd saying in the countryside that the previous generation had more sisters and more daughters.
Ma Heinou thought that Chen Irfing would definitely have a lot of daughters. But Chen Fei's words made Ma Heinou hesitate.
If a male child was aborted, she would be heartbroken.
So she wanted to take advantage of Chen Fei's absence to lure Chen Irfing back.
Anyway, Chen Irfing was already 4 or 5 months pregnant and would give birth in a few months. If it's a boy, she'll have a grandchild to hold.
If it's a girl, then she'll turn her back on her. Ma Heinui was thinking well, but Cui Yuan was no slouch either.
Chen Irfing, almost, my mother has given you face, you'd better get off your ass, don't know what's good for you. Cui Sure Roller felt that his sister's words were a little hard to hear, but opened his mouth and ultimately did not say anything. Although he was not satisfied with the attitude of his mother and sister, he also wanted his daughter-in-law to come home. The purpose was the same. Chen Irfing's face was pale, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law's appearance made her a little scared, subconsciously looking at her man, as if he did not mean to stand up for her, she could not help but be a little disappointed. She clenched her lips for a while before she bravely squeezed out a sentence. I listened to my brother, wait for him to come out. Ma Heinui drooped a hoarse face, her voice was harsh, the child is the Cui family, but it is also the meat on your body, how can you be so cruel?
Cui Yuan chimed in.
That's right, the tiger's venom does not eat the child.
You are also too vicious.
Chen Irfing was at a loss for words.
That's not true. You are what? Aborting your own flesh and blood, is this what people do?
The two mothers were so aggressive that Chen Irfing's mind went blank, not knowing how to retort. She's never been able to argue. She didn't even know how to explain. She only hoped that her brother would come out soon. At this moment, all she could think of was her brother. Right at this moment, with a creak, the door to the operating room opened, and Chen Fei walked out from inside, understanding the situation in front of him with just a sweeping glance.
What are you doing?
The eyes are stern like knives, the majesty of the $100 billion boss of the previous life is revealed at this moment.
No, what are you doing?
When Shui Yuan met his eyes, her heart jumped and she hastily shrunk behind Ma Hainu.
Ma Hainu also wanted to step back, but on second thought, she was the eldest, could he still dare to hit her? So she pretended to be calm. Nothing, I want to discuss with Erfeng, can we not leave? Xiao Fei. Chen Erfeng seems to have found a backer, pulling Chen Fei's sleeve, straight deflated.
I'm sorry.
Chen Fei comforted a sound, on the horse black girl cold eyes, how, heard that it is a boy cannot help it. Ma Hainu licked an old face, I want a male child to carry on the family, right?
In my opinion, there is no major conflict between our two families, so we can continue to get by.
What about Irma?
You can pretend that nothing has happened, I cannot. Chen Fei said coldly, from the time I came out until now, who of you has asked Irma how her surgery is going?
Can she save her life?
You guys, too disappointing. Ma Hainu's face immediately drooped, no matter how thick her skin was, she was still disliked. Chen Erfeng came back to her senses, her voice trembled, Chen Fei, Irma she. Chen Fei's face was so ugly, she didn't dare to imagine what had happened in the operating room.
Irma is fine, look.
Chen Fei stepped aside, the nurse pushed Irma out, while Huanji and a few experts followed closely behind.
Irma, my child.
Chen Erfeng cried out in pain, about to pounce over, Chen Fei hurriedly pulled her back. Don't move her, just after the surgery, Irma is not awake yet.
When will she wake up then?
Chen Erfeng asked with tears in her eyes. Guo Huanji said, she is doing brain surgery, wake up slower, the fastest estimate of an hour, the slowest 24 hours.
Chen Erfeng could not understand.
She didn't have a watch at home and had no concept of hours. Chen Fei then explained to her that it would take at most 1 day, or half a day. Chen Erfeng's taut heart finally relaxed, then thanked the doctor repeatedly, and wanted to kneel down for him. Guo Huanji hurriedly pulled her back, don't be like this is what we should do, in fact, you should be most grateful to your brother. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Chen Fei, they wouldn't have done this surgery at all. Chen Erfeng looked at Chen Fei, her lips quirking and her eyes tearful.
Brother. Chen Fei immediately stopped it, not letting her say it. Stop it, you are my own sister, Irma is my own niece, we are all relatives. Kindred. A warm current rose in Chen Erfeng's heart. It feels good to have family. Chui Roller also breathed a sigh of relief. Irma is fine now, so he and Erfeng don't need to get a divorce, right? Chen Fei and Chen Erfeng then pushed Irma back to the hospital room, and Chui Roller's family shamelessly followed behind. The nurse hooked up Irma with a needle and a simple respirator, and instructed Chen Erfeng to take some precautions before leaving.
Surgery is done, but it doesn't mean it's okay, post-operative rehabilitation is also very important.
At this moment, Ma Hainu's eyes were twinkling, and she said with a smile on her face, Uncle, you see, Irma is fine, is it not necessary to divorce? She knew that Chen Erfeng could not make the decision, and could only negotiate with Chen Fei. Chen Fei sat at the head of the bed, said faintly, Irma is temporarily out of danger, but does not mean that what happened before did not happen, the marriage still needs to be divorced. Ma Hainu's face blackened red and black, her face changed, and finally with clenched teeth, said hatefully, leave it. Dead Zhang butcher, but also eat hairy pig not. I don't believe my son won't be able to find a home with such good conditions. Stone Roller, come back with me. Hearing this, Chen Fei almost laughed. Who gave you that confidence? Chui Roller, in addition to the strength, what else? Not to mention, a pair of evil aunts at home is a minus. A second marriage head, a little bit of inquiry, who will be with the girl with him? Chui Roller is red in the face and ears, holding half a day to hold out a sentence. Mother, I don't want to go back, I don't want to divorce Erfeng. I don't want to divorce Erfeng. I don't want to divorce Erfeng, but I don't want to. Chui Roller rare hard ones, mother, if I left, the child in the stomach of the second phoenix will not be able to keep, you do not want to hold grandchildren? Ma Hainu was hid in the life, eyes glanced at Chen Erfeng obviously protruding stomach, mouth muttered. Who knows if she is pregnant with a male child? In her heart, only male babies are considered babies, female babies do not count. Chen Fei directly dislikes. Old woman, I can guarantee that 100% is a male child, but the marriage must be divorced, the child must also be beaten, you can go. Ma Hainu's lips are shivering, and her whole body is trembling. What do you want to do to keep them from divorcing? Do you want my wife to kneel down and beg you? Chapter 73 It's useless for you to kneel. You kneel is useless. Chen Fei's heart is like steel, said the sky he will not let the second sister to jump into the fire pit again. Ma Hainui has no way to blackface not to speak, Chui Roller clenched his teeth, flopped down on the ground. Erfeng, we are divorced, the child is either no father or no mother, you cannot afford it? A sentence touched Chen Erfeng, said weakly, I do not know. Chui Roller continued to beg, Erfeng, we do not leave, okay? Chen Erfeng looked at Chen Fei, brother? Chen Fei hates it, he has suffered, so quickly forgotten? Chen Fei stammered, I haven't forgotten, but Stone Roller has treated me well. Erfing's heart is in turmoil and she doesn't know what to do. I knew this would happen. Chen Fei sighed, Treasure Roller, listen, I can give you two a chance. 1. Your mother went to the Public Security Bureau to turn herself in, killing people to pay for their lives, debt repayment, not to mention the grandmother, even the real father. 2nd, no matter how long your mother is sentenced, you and the girls will live separately. If you agree, you can live with them. If you don't, you can leave. This is my last line. In fact, Chen Fei deliberately revealed that the third child is a boy, is to give them a chance. Otherwise, it would be easier to just leave, so why tell them? Ma Nui exploded when she heard that. No way. I didn't do anything, why should I go to the Public Security Bureau? I'm not going. Don't even think about it. Chui Yuhuan followed suit. Vicious. It's too vicious. They're forcing us to die. Brother, haven't you seen their faces clearly by now? Chui Roller was dumbfounded. He thought apologizing would be the end of it, but he couldn't accept that he'd have to send his mother to jail. Do you have to be so cruel? Isn't Irma fine now? Chui Roller tried to persuade Chen Fei, but he was so clumsy, how could he make Chen Fei change his mind? Chui Roller, Irma is a human life, not a cat or a dog. You as a father do not care, but my sister cares, I cannot pretend that nothing happened, the law of the land does not allow it. Chen Fei said coldly, you only have mother and sister in your heart, then there is nothing to say, go back and prepare to apply for a letter of introduction. At that time, the divorce is not their own want to divorce, need to brigade to open a letter of introduction. In addition, I tell you, you do not go to surrender, I will go to the Public Security Bureau to sue you, when the sentence is heavier. Ma Hainyo was dumbfounded at that time. How can you be so cruel, do you have to force me to die? Chen Fei laughed, you better pray that Irma is healthy, otherwise, I am afraid that you will eat a gun. Ma Hainyo was so scared that she trembled, you do not scare me, I did not do anything, it was not me. Chen Fei said faintly, public security will investigate clearly. Horse Black Girl has nothing to say. A horse face is black and long, but the waist is hunched down, as if it has aged dozens of years at once. Chui Roller and Chui Yuhuan were directly dumbfounded. The people's natural fear of public security made them not dare to say a word. After a while, Ma Hainyo came back to her senses, hung her head and said, Zhong, I will go to the Public Security Bureau myself, but can you guarantee that Erfeng will not divorce the Stone Roller? This is her last fantasy. If she doesn't have a grandson, she won't be able to die in peace. There is one more thing, separate the family and live separately. Chen Fei won't budge an inch. Ma Hainyo begged, I'm going to jail, and Yuan will be left alone, can you? Can't. Chen Fei refused. She has arms and legs, she can't starve. But she has no place to live. Ma Hainyo still wants to struggle. I'll leave the house to you. My sister and the others will move out. Ma Hainyo has nothing more to say. Okay, let's split it. She was already in tears, Stone Roller, Erfeng, must give me a grandson This is her only thought. Mother! Chui Roller cried like a child. Ma Hainyo seemed to suddenly understand and went over to him and touched his head. Mother wanted a grandson so much that she heard people say that if you stick a needle in this child and send her away, you will have a boy in your next pregnancy, and now it's true. Mother, do we really have to go to the Public Security Bureau? Chui Yuhuan cried. Who's going to cook and wash her clothes when she's on her own? I can't go. Ma Nui had a crazy, weird smile on her face. But as long as I have grandchildren, so that the old Chui family doesn't die out, it's worth it for me to go to jail. I have no regrets. Chen Fei was directly speechless. This person is hopeless, want grandchildren, want crazy. Ma Nui stumbled towards the outside, Chui Yuhuan hesitated for a moment and followed her out. Chen Fei thought about it and still reminded. Plead guilty with a better attitude, and you might get a lighter sentence. Ma Hainyo paused for a moment, I will plead guilty properly and strive to come out earlier to hold my grandchildren. After saying that, she left. Looking at her mother and his wife disappeared out of the door, Treasure Roller was at a loss, not knowing whether to go after or stay to take care of the child. In the end, he stayed. Irma has not yet woken up, he is really uneasy. Chen Fei finally softened his heart and let him get up and sit on the bed to take care of the child. Treasure Roller, don't blame me for being cruel, I have to think about my sister, she is too weak, and you don't protect her. Treasure Roller lowered his head in shame. He also knows that Erfeng is aggrieved, but he heard his mother say that the daughter-in-law is angry, and it is good to become a mother-in-law. That's how it used to be. Looking at him, Chen Fei knew what he was thinking in his heart and had to nudge him a few more times. A woman, alone married to your family, would have been at a disadvantage, this time you do not protect, who can help her? Of course, not let you marry a daughter-in-law and forget her mother, but try to level the playing field and not let your daughter-in-law eat too much aggression. You should understand that your daughter-in-law is the one who is going to be with you for the rest of your life, and if you don't treat her well, why should she follow you? Treasure Roller was speechless, ashamed to lower his head. Chen Fei, Erfeng, I know I'm wrong, I'll be good to you and the child. Chen Erfeng did not speak first tears.
Stone Roller, I'm an adult, it doesn't matter if I suffer, but the children are still young, they are beaten and scolded, you don't say anything for them. Chen Erfing has a grudge in her heart, but because of her character, she can't scold, and she won't hit anyone.
If it were the fourth phoenix, she would have taken a knife.
Afterwards, several people were speechless and waited until Irma gradually woke up, and when she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to call out, "Mother!"
Chen Erfing cried and wiped her tears and said, "Irma, mother is here."
Irma's pale face showed a smile, said weakly, "Mother, I just dreamed of a very dark place, I cannot get out, Uncle suddenly came, a moment to pull me out."
Chen Fei heart trembled, "Irma, this is a ghost walk ah." Shui Shi Roller is a little embarrassed.
His own child woke up, first called mom, then uncle, his own father did not mention a word. He is also too much of a failure as a father.
Chapter 74, Smaller Patterns. Be nice to Irma in the future. Chen Fei reminded with great meaning. I will.
Shui Shi Roller was deeply touched and said as if swearing, "In the future, I will be good to Irma and good to Erfing, you believe me?"
"And Danya?"
"Yes, there is also Danya."
Chen Fei smiled in relief.
"Then I will go back, you guys take care of the child here, big sister and fourth sister are worried, I have to go back and give them the good news, so that they can rest assured." As he was saying this, Yun Jin walked in from outside.
"Chen Fei, your fourth sister is here."
"Fourth sister?" Chen Fei turned his head and saw Chen Sifeng bursting in, behind her was Zhu Jiefeng.
"Xiao Fei, how is Irma doing?" Chen Fei smiled, "The surgery was quite successful, the next step depends on the post-operative rehabilitation."
"That's great. I and my big sister are worried about." Big sister went out in the morning also specifically explained that I came to the hospital to see.
Chen Sifeng embraced Chen Erfing, second sister, "This time you can rest assured."
Chen Erfing's sad face, "Is the pit of Xiaofei hard to save the money to build a house, get married? I have been trampled on."
"Money is not as important as my niece." Chen Sifeng said with a big grin, "Besides, our brother can earn money now, just spend it and earn it again."
Chen Erfing said weakly, "But that's $2,000 to $3,000.
How long will it take to earn it back? You don't understand, do you?"
Chen Sifeng proudly patted the green army on his shoulder. "Second sister, guess how much I earned today?"
Without waiting for Chen Erfing to say it, Chen Sifeng couldn't wait to stretch out 3 fingers. "This number, do you know?" Chen Erfing was shocked. 30? That much?
If you put aside the previous life, high and low have to come to a small pattern.
Chen Sifeng proudly raised his chin, said less, is 300. Otherwise, how can we build a house and get married? Chen Erfing was confused. $300. That's a lot of money.
Shui Shi Roller was also confused. He only works 10 centimeters a day, and that's only $3 for 10 days, that's a big difference.
Come on, fourth sister. Don't tell anyone. If you don't show your money, you'll get jealous.
Chen Sifeng hems and haws and laughs, this is not all their own people, right? She said, pulling out a pack of candies from the Green Army Court and coming to Irma.
Irma, Auntie Four bought you some candy.
Said, peeled off a piece to be put in Irma's mouth. Chen Fei hurried to stop. Chen Fei hurriedly stopped it.
Fourth Phoenix, you just had an operation, you can't eat anything. Chen Fei hurriedly stopped it.
Chen Sifeng casually stuffed the candy into Arya's mouth and said with a smile, Arya, get well, when you go home, Auntie C will get you some meat to eat.
Irma's mouth was drooling. Well, Irma is good, go home and eat meat.
Chen Erfing was caught off guard by being stuffed with a piece of candy, her eyes curved up.
Really sweet. Chen Fei laughed from the sidelines. Fourth sister, can you do it? This is not with you. Chen Fourth Phoenix was straightforward, the polar opposite of Chen Second Phoenix's character. At this time Yin Jin laughed, you guys chat slowly, I'll go back to work. Chen Fei said okay, I am also going back in a while.
The people do not need to be too pretentious, heart no on the line, and later slowly find to make up for it. Then Chen Fei took out $10 and handed it to Chen Erfeng. Second sister, what do you want to eat at night? Go to the cafeteria to buy your own, pay attention to the doctor's explanation, first do not rush to let Irma eat, tomorrow I will come back. Chen Erfeng hurriedly excused herself, sis has already dragged you down enough, she can't ask for more money from you.
I can't ask you for any more money.
Just take it, or else you'll be drinking the northwest wind. Chen Fei shoved the money into her hand and turned toward the outside.
Don't be reluctant to eat, I still have it after spending it. I have more.
Chen Erfeng, tears cannot stop flowing down again. She owes her brother too much, and she can't pay him back in this lifetime.
Irma's surgery was successful, Chen Fei's heart was also quite relieved.
After thinking about it, he felt that he hadn't cooked for Lu Year in the past 2 days, but he didn't have the conditions to cook, so he went to the state-run restaurant. Yuan Ping saw Chen Fei from a long way away and smiled. Chen Fei, why don't you come these days? Director Su just now also read about you.
Chen Fei smiled, home building house, more busy. Yuan Ping smiled and asked, what kind of house is it? In Huaxia, the house is always the most attentive. Brick house.
Chen Fei did not go into detail, but Yuan Ping could already imagine that the house Chen Fei built must be very good. It so happened that Li Shui came out with a plate of mapo tofu and was filled with dismay when she heard this. She had just returned to the city from Shiling village not long ago, so she naturally knew that the entire Shiling village was filled with adobe houses, or simply walls rammed up with earth. Anything worse was a thatched house. Like Chen Fei's home stove fire is thatched houses, with wheat straw to mud paste out. This is only a few days actually built a brick house. The heart is not comfortable, the action is inevitably a little big, banging the guests are startled. Li Shui, what are you doing? Suing came out from inside and glared at her fiercely. Li Shui hurriedly apologized. Director Su, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean it, I said my eyes got red. Okay, go, remember in the future, do not bring emotions to work. In the end, Li Shui is just a little girl. In terms of the circumstances at the time, there was nothing wrong with her wanting to go back to the city, and Suing didn't want to make things too difficult for her. Thank you, director, I won't. Li Shui hurriedly turned around and left, while Suing smiled and walked over towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei, building a house? Well, I've been busy for the past 2 days. Do you want me to help? Suing asked with a smile. No, it's too far. Chen Fei politely declined. I've come to bring some good food back to Lu Yi'er. What do you want? Something ready-made and easy to bring. Beef with sauce? One isn't enough, let's have another. Want some pig's feet? Let's have 5, one for each of us. Okay. Li Shui, pack for the guests. Hey, Li Shui. Li Shui hurriedly answered, came out from the inside. Suing explained a few words. Li Shui hurriedly went to pack to go. At that time there is no special packing box, are used instead of craft paper, folded 4 square rolled up and then tied with paper rope. Taking advantage of this gap, Suing continued to chat with Chen Fei. Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't you say the cooking is quite good? Chen Fei said he was busy and couldn't care less. Chen Sifeng skimmed his lips on the side. He would like to do it, but there is no place. Suing was surprised. What's going on? You're not even going to strip the kitchen, are you? Chen Sifeng asked. What is the kitchen? Suing froze, then laughed. The kitchen is what you call the stove fire. This is the difference between the countryside and the city. Even if it is a county town, it is still very formal. Unlike the countryside, you can say whatever you want. I understand. Chen Sifeng suddenly realized, and then huffed and puffed and said, the kitchen is stripped, but was set on fire by others, not stripped cannot. Suing was shocked. What happened? Who set your kitchen on fire? Chen Sifeng was furious at the mention of this, not only the kitchen, but also the woodpile, the chicken coop, all burned. My brother was almost killed by them. Suing was furious. Murder and arson, how dare you? I'll talk to your brother-in-law and arrest them. Chapter 75, Stalking. This is not necessary, I happened to meet Xiao Bing that day, and arrested the people at that time. Chen Fei explained with a smile. Though, this is deserved. Suing breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Sifeng couldn't help but laugh. By the way, yesterday Shui Luzhu took the money to our house, you were not at home, and made him very angry. You got enough money so quickly? Chen Fei was a bit surprised. It was $2,000, he thought it would take at least a few days, but he didn't expect to get enough on the same day. What money? Suing was a bit confused. It is the settlement money. Shui Chang was not arrested. Shui stayed to find me, said compensation of $2,000, let me give a letter of understanding. Suing is her own person, there is nothing to hide. However, he overlooked one person. Li Shui packed the food and sent it over, and happened to hear this sentence, and could not help but flood the search. Didn't this mean that Chen Fei had another $2,000 of income? $2,000. One would have to work for years. Chen Fei's family had also built a new house, and even though it was rural, it didn't seem unacceptable. His own home is only a few dozen square feet of small house, a family of several people are crowded to death. But what should I tell him? Chen Fei doesn't seem to like me right now. I have to think of a way to do it. Thinking this way in her heart, Li Shui stepped over, and a smile could not help but appear on her face. Chen Fei, it's packed. Taking advantage of Chen Fei reaching out to pick it up, she gently rubbed her hand and quickly withdrew it. Once like me so much, I don't believe you won't be moved. However, Chen Fei just glanced at her and withdrew his gaze, making her feel frustrated. Suing reminded, Chen Fei, there is no stove fire at home, cooking is definitely inconvenient, why don't you buy it all here and go back to eat directly? Chen Fei bright eyes, or sister thoughtful, then 10 more steamed buns, kanji, if you do not want today, tomorrow to buy a thermos. Okay, 10 steamed bread $1, marinated pig's feet 70 cents a, 4728, soy sauce beef 80 cents, a total of 46, 2 pounds of food stamps, 3 pounds of meat stamps. Suing crackled the account clearly. Li Shui once again packaged 10 steamed buns for Chen Fei, and Chen Sifeng turned to go out. Sister Suing, I have to go back, Lu Yi'er is still waiting for me at home. Go. Suing smiled and waved her hand. Li Shui forced a smile. Chen Fei, fourth sister, welcome next time. The two of them simply ignored her and went straight away. On the contrary, Zhu Jiafeng, who had been stuffy all along, looked at her one more time and was gripped by Chen Sifeng's ears and pulled out. Zhu Jiafeng, are you in love with someone else? Gently.
Xu Jiefang bared his teeth. You misunderstood, I just see how thick her skin, how can she still have the face to hook up with Chen Fei? Chen Sifeng immediately laughed out a goose call. Gaga, count on you to have a point. Chen Fei sweated profusely. Fourth sister you're such a tiger, aren't you afraid of scaring brother Liberty away? Ha! No, Xu Jiefang looks like this, could it be that Wang Bark looks at green beans and sees the right eye? Li Shui was almost so angry that she lost her period. Damn hick, how dare you mock me? Pissed me off. Right, the key is Lu Yi'er. If only I could break them up.
Chen Fei naturally do not know what Li Shui mind. He rode a bicycle, Zhu Jiefang drove the carriage, both empty, the speed cannot help but be much faster. When he arrived at the hot springs, he went to the school to pick up Wu Feng, and continued to rush back. When he returned to Xiling village, it was just getting dark. Craftsmen are preparing to close, see Chen Fei, have greeted him. Chen Fei smiled and responded one by one, by the way another cigarette.
Chen Fei, tomorrow fill the soil, the day after tomorrow should be able to lay wall, have to prepare in advance. Old Ma smilingly came over to remind. After the foundation is laid, it needs to be backfilled.
The new foundation is a little higher, the original soil is definitely not enough, but also to pull some more.
This is good to do, but also to the fleet on the line.
But the bricks won't work, Xiling village doesn't have a brick factory, so we have to buy them from other villages.
Success, I will run again in a while. Chen Fei toward the craftsmen are pouring tea. Lu Yi'er beckoned, daughter-in-law, you come over. Lu Yi'er came over with a red face, what are you doing, so many people? Shy.
Chen Fei took out the packaged dishes, brined pig's feet, you first take it back to eat, I go to the South Kiln trip. Chen Sifeng TSK, but also have to hand over to the hands of Lu Yi'er, afraid of your sister to steal food
Chen Fei hee smile, I'm not 2 days, want to talk to Lu Yi'er more. Yesterday you came back, how come it's only been 2 days?
Chen Sifeng straight mouth, I think in the future you get longer pants belt, Lu Yi'er tethered to the waistband of the pants.
Craftsmen are happy to hear.
A burst of laughter. Lu Yi'er shyly lowered her head, her eyes aimed at her toes, wanting to escape. But, she also misses brother Chen Fei.
You guys are just envious.
Chen Fei smiled smugly, my daughter-in-law is so good looking, of course I want to see more.
Ha! There was a hush around the room. Lu Yi'er lowered her head and took the marinated pig's trotters, whispering softly, brother Chen Fei, it's dark, can't we go tomorrow morning?
I'm afraid I won't be able to make it tomorrow, you guys eat first, I'll come back later and eat. Chen Fei also wanted to eat with Lu Yi'er and say some unnutritious words together, but the main event couldn't be delayed.
That's fine.
Lu Yi'er gave a fond glance, turned around and walked towards the hall house, 2 big black braids, one hanging in front of her chest, one hanging behind her head, swaying slightly with her footsteps, looking good. Chen Fei stared at her back for more than 10 seconds before he withdrew his gaze and turned to push the bicycle. With a twist of his face, he only saw Shui Luzhu hurriedly walking over.
Chen Fei, don't go yet.
Chen Fei frowned slightly, Captain, I still have urgent business, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Shui Luzhu pulled the back seat of his bicycle, you can be as anxious as I am?
Shui Chang has been in there for 2 days. Chen Fei looked indifferent, 2 days is 2 days, no one can die.
Shui almost choked to death. Chen Fei, what are you saying? I've been waiting for you for 2 days, do you know how I've spent the last 2 days?
These 2 days Shui stayed like a year, Ding Mei constantly in his ear nagging, bored to death.
How you live has nothing to do with me, right?
Chen Fei stared at his hand, wondering whether to break him apart.
I have how busy you are not do not know, this moment also have to go to the South Kiln,
the day is dark, we will say tomorrow into it?
Shui stayed a raised eyebrow, you go to the South Kiln to do what?
I'm going to buy bricks, I need to use them tomorrow.
I'm going to buy bricks.
Shui Luzhu looked around, it is true, it is estimated that the wall will be built in the middle of the day tomorrow.
It's really fast.
Shui Liuzhuan was a little sour. When he first built his own house, he didn't have so many people to help him. Shaking off this thought, Shui Luzhu squeezed out a dry smile.
Chen Fei, do you think this will work? I will give you the money, you first write the book of understanding, tomorrow morning I go to the township, by the way, turn around to help you get things done, do you think so? Chen Fei looked him up and down suspiciously. Will the captain be so kind? It can't be that he's trying to screw me over, right? In other people Chen Fei might believe it. But Shui stayed, both families are like this, he would give himself a favor? Chen Fei had the feeling of a weasel paying homage to a chicken. I'm not trying to get Shui Chang out earlier. Shui Luzhu dry smile, in short, will not delay you, you see okay? I don't believe you. Even if it doesn't delay things, what if he tinkers with the price? If he fudges the price, he'll make a big mistake, and he'll have no one to turn to. Shui Liuzhu's face twitched. He really thought so. After losing so much money to Chen Fei, he had to find a way to get some of it back. More than $2,000. Heartbroken to death. Chapter 76 Chen Fei, the road has narrowed off. After being poked and prodded, Shui Luzhu hastened to make a guarantee, you can rest assured that I guarantee that the price is fair, you have time to ask around, if you want more than a penny, I tenfold compensation. Anyway, you can't say yes or no. If you don't agree, you won't be allowed to go. Chen Fei looked at his hand pulling the back seat of the bicycle, and looked up at the sky, helplessly said, "Forget it, not go today, you give me the money, I will write you a letter of understanding." To go to the South Kiln there is no proper road, have to make a big detour, to the South Kiln is dark, looking for people are not good to find. It would be better to go early tomorrow. Shui stayed slightly stunned, then nodded. That's fine, in fact, you don't need to be so defensive, I'm a captain, can still miss you these two by brick money? Chen Fei does not deny it, just like that Zhuang Zhuang. A yell, now Zhuang Zhuang immediately appeared in front of him. Push the car back, I will use it again tomorrow morning. Good Lu. As usual, when not in use, let Miao Zhuang Zhuang push the car home. As for the money that should be given every day, it has been handed over to the big sister and the fourth sister to deal with, he is now only in charge of the general direction. Afterwards, Shui Luzhu followed Chen Fei to the hall, handing over the money with one hand and the letter of understanding with the other. Chen Fei used 5 phoenixes pen and paper to write it. Shui Luzhu took the written letter of understanding and read it from top to bottom, and couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. Good meticulous mind. This letter of understanding, clearly organized, justified, and detailed notes, 2000 compensation, Shui Luzhu initiative, Chen Fei see their sincerity, which issued a letter of understanding, after the fact one to pull the skin are difficult. It's just take it as a breakthrough. Shui Luzhu put the letter of understanding away carefully and showed Chen Fei a cryptic smile. Chen Fei, the road has narrowed. He made a note of this, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chen Fei held $2,000 in his right hand, gently patting his left hand. Captain, rest assured, I walk the road although narrow, but it is the road of prosperity. Shui stayed staring at his hand, slightly stunned. Immediately covered with a dry smile, busy walking out. He then rushed to the police station overnight and handed the letter of understanding to Qian Weizhao, asking him to release Shui Chang as soon as possible. Qian Weizhao informed him that the person is Xiao Bing arrested, the release of people also have to go through his consent, the fastest also wait for tomorrow. Shui stayed depressed. So Chanzi still have to squat for a night in the dark room? Not necessarily. Qian Weizhao explained, the letter of understanding only shows that the victim has been forgiven, the specific how to do also depends on Xiao Bing, in short, this matter can be big or small. Shui stayed heart sank, you often together, Xiao Bing this person good to talk about it? Not good. Qian Wei Zhaodao, this person from the army, the temper is very hard. Then it is difficult to do Shui stayed worried. But there is a letter of understanding, I guess the strongest son detained a few more days will be almost the same. Qian Weizhao comforted. Shui Luzhu rolled his eyes. Dare not be your son. Pooh. I'm so mad at you. $2,000 spent for nothing. Shui Luzhu was a bit angry. I can't say it was spent in vain, if there is no letter of understanding, it is possible to be sentenced to a few years, after all, they tried to kill people, murder and arson, both of which accounted for the sentence of 10 years is not bad. Chen Fei is not well. Shui Luzhu said resentfully. That is also attempted murder. Qian Weizhao said in a serious manner, think about it, just a few days, it will be over in a flash. That's fine. Shui Luzhu helplessly nodded, but, you try to give more good words to Qiangzi, can come out a day earlier is also good. Of course, how to say is also my great-uncle brother. Qian Weizhao smoothly embraced Shui Qin's small waist. The South Kiln did not go, Chen Fei had to go tomorrow. Originally, Lu Yi'er said to use her home stove fire to cook, Chen Fei and Big Sister said it was inconvenient. Good in the stove fire steak, randomly with a few stones to build a temporary make-do with can also use. Anyway, the meal is ready-made, is no rice only. Beef with sauce on the table, steamed buns on the table, 5 pigs feed a person, directly on the hand to eat more enjoyable. Oh yes, there is also a daya. Lu Yi'er raised her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Chen Fei brother, you cut the pig trotters, me and Danya eat one is enough. That won't do, you have to eat more. Chen Fei makes a veto, don't forget that you are 2 people, you can't starve the child. Lu Yi'er blushed, it's still early. That won't work either, listen to me right. After saying that, Chen Fei waved his hand towards Danya, Danya, come to uncle here. Danya obediently walked over and called out, uncle. Chen Fei stroked her head, Daya, you are still small, and you have never eaten meat before, eating a lot of meat at once will give you an upset stomach, do you understand what uncle said? Danya stared at the marinated pig's trotters in Chen Fei's hand and gulped, but still nodded her head obediently. Uncle, Danya understands, Danya does not eat. Chen Fei smiled, not eat, but eat less, Danya and uncle eat one, okay? Danya nodded vigorously, Danya and uncle eat one. Chen Fei went to get a knife and cut the pig's hoof from the center. Daya took the pig's hoof and nibbled on it, her eyes curved into a crescent moon all of a sudden. Uncle, delicious. Chen Fei laughed, uncle is not delicious, pig's feet are delicious. Danya vigorously gnawed the pig's feet, while slurring, uncle is not delicious, pig's feet are delicious. The whole family laughed. 5 Phoenix pretended to deflate her mouth, it's over, I feel like Daya is going to steal my brother's goodness from me. Since returning to the family, Wu Feng's personality gradually opened up and she learned to joke around. Chen Fei immediately chattered a chopstick of beef and sauce and stuffed it into her mouth, laughing. Is this alright? Oh wow wow wow. 5 Phoenix mouth full of meat, unable to speak, causing the whole family another burst of laughter. After dinner, because there is something, Chen Fei did not and Lu Yi are too much boredom, said a few words let her go back.
The center courtyard wall was gone, so it was very convenient to go back and forth. After seeing Lu Yi back to her hut, Chen Fei went out to Song Hongjuan's house. Tomorrow is quite a lot of things, must be arranged in advance.
Song Hongjuan's family also just finished eating. The family is watching TV in the yard. This is the only TV in Xiling village.
The other one is naturally Shueliuzu's house. Although the TV was small, 14 inches, and still in black and white, the family watched with great interest. When it came to TV dramas in those days, none was more famous than Hui Yuanjia. In 1981, I learned the Maze Fist, killed Hui Yuanjia, snatched Zhao Qiannan, and Shenzhen came to take revenge. The popularity of the TV series was amply demonstrated by this segment, which was widely circulated at the time. After Hui Yuanjia was aired, it was followed by Qinzhen, Huadonga, the whole series.
Song Hongjun saw Chen Fei and immediately greeted him with a smile. Chen Fei, have you eaten?
Chen Fei responded with a smile, just ate, came to find the secretary a little thing.
Come on, look at it while saying, Genoa, get Chen Fei a stool. No need, I will leave when I finish.
Chen Fei, while being polite, drew out one and handed it over, leaving the rest on the table.
Secretary, can you send me a few more cars tomorrow? I need to pull some soil backfill. Song Hongjun sent to the mouth of the cigarette stopped, you slogan cannot? As you know, Shueliuzu and I don't get along. I'm not sure I can arrange it with too many people. Chapter 77 Song Hongjuan's daughter-in-law.
This is not taking into account the imminent fall harvest. Chen Fei took out a match to Song Hongjun light, before the fall harvest is not good, a delay is a month or two, the house is not good, I cannot marry daughter-in-law. The fall harvest is immediately followed by planting, delayed for a month or two, the house will be delayed. This is also true. Song Hongjun took a puff and reminded him while swallowing the clouds. According to say I should support you, but you should understand, you and the old Shui family's revenge is considered to be knotted, Shui stayed that person but the heart of the heart is a little small. In any case, it is only half a day's worth of work, and it will be taken care of with a surprise attack. If Shueliuzu takes this as a problem, you can push it on me. Chen Fei body slightly leaned forward, lowered his voice and said, Secretary, you do not forget, Shui Chang is still in the police station, did not come out, he did not dare to make. Song Hongjun slightly stunned, then laughed. According to me, your kid is really good. Chen Fei is the victim, this time Shui stayed if the demon, Chen Fei can completely add a wave of accusations. The big deal is to hurt each other. Chen Fei wasn't really afraid of him. At this time, the Song family's second son, Sun Jinrong, came out of the room with his daughter-in-law, Sun Yin. Sun Yoyan moved her feet slowly, and her stomach was frighteningly large. Chen Fei stopped and subconsciously asked, Sister-in-law, is she about to give birth? Song Jinrong carefully supported his daughter-in-law, a happy smile. Soon, it is estimated that these days. Chen Fei asked, not ready to go to the hospital? Song Jinrong helped Sun Yin sit down, which straightened up and said, did not intend to go to the hospital. Song Hongjuan's family called Zhang Aiqin, not tall, people are very diligent, others call her Aiqin aunt. The family is the daughter-in-law, the older generation are so called, meaning in inside people almost. Auntie Aiqin, while watching TV, while the soles of shoes, the right hand holding a needle cone in the ear ruffled a little, said with a smile. Why go to the hospital? In the countryside, we all give birth at home, so it's just a matter of inviting the midwife home. At that time, the rural people basically wear the kind of 1,000-layer bottom cloth shoes, inside is wearing old clothes, layer by layer with paste stick up, outside wrapped with a layer of new cloth. It is very hard to make the soles of the shoes, you have to use a needle and cone to assist, otherwise it will not be able to tie. Chen Fei smiled, that is fine, but I think it is better to go to the hospital. How do you say this? Song Hongjun was a bit skeptical, was Chen Fei deliberately showing off in order to get him to agree to help? Chen Fei weighs his words, I feel that Ian's sister-in-law may be a twin, the hospital conditions are slightly better, safer, is not it? The whole family turned their heads to look at him, are you serious? Lives are at stake, why would I joke about something like this? Chen Fei did not say the words to death, after all, Chinese medicine is not popular, said too much is not good. My suggestion is to go to the hospital to do a checkup, spend a little money to buy a peace of mind, we all rest assured is not it? Hearing him say this, Song Hongjun family both excited and a little worried. The twins are certainly a good thing, but also afraid of problems. Sunny Yen, that stomach looks really quite scary. Listening to the words and the sound, Song Hongjun vaguely feel that Chen Fei words have something to do, but there is no evidence. After thinking about it, Song Hongjun waved his hand, that line, the second, tomorrow you accompany your daughter-in-law to the hospital to check, nothing everyone is assured. In. Song Jinrong gruffly promised, and then stretched out his hand, father, give money. Song Hongjun glared at him in a bad mood, tomorrow. Song Jinrong resentfully retracted his hand. In their family, Song Hongjun is the absolute authority.
Secretary, what about my pulling dirt? Chen Fei brought up old issues again. Center. Tomorrow, I will let the fleet give you a raid. The price is still as previously said. Even if Shueliozu wants to say something, I have a reason to stall him. Song Hongjun cannot refuse, can only promise. Then the topic turned. According to me, you directly let Zhu Liberation to do it on the line. Why bother to seek far and wide to find on me? This is intriguing. Recently, the whole village knows Zhu Liberation and Chen Fei family close, almost every day to Chen Fei home run. Brother Jiefeng cannot pressure Shui to stay off. Chen Fei honestly said, he that person's nature is straight, and not good at talking, although he said that he is in charge of the fleet, but ultimately not as big as the captain, you say right? Invisible, and raised Song Hongjun. Song Hongjun smiled and said nothing. Okay, then, watch TV. Chen Fei smiled and refused, not to watch, easy to get addicted, cannot come every day. Song Hongjun finished laughing and said, come on come, I can still blow you away ah. Chen Fei snorted and stood up ready to leave. Song Hongjun raised his chin. Lao air, go see Chen Fei off. Song Jinrong answered, followed Chen Fei to the outside, to the door, could not help but ask in a low voice, Chen Fei brother, you tell me the truth, are you not see out what? Chen Fei was non-committal, go to the hospital and see, you will understand, in short, you will not regret it. In fact, Sun Yuyan is not just a twin so simple, Chen Fei just point to the point, inconvenient to break. Whether they listen to it or not, it is still up to them. Song Jinrong nodded, pondering. Because the 5 Phoenix to use flashlight illumination to write homework, so Chen Fei did not take, wiped out the darkness to return home, and took advantage of the blurred night to beat a bucket of water to wash his feet, and then prepared to sleep. However, walking to the door of the hall suddenly remembered that he had no place to sleep. Originally, he had said that he would go to Miao Zhuangzhuang's house to make do for 2 days, but now that it was so late, would it be inappropriate? Chen Fei turned around and walked outside. Walking to the center of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped, his eyes glancing at the next door. His own daughter-in-law is close at hand, it is not too much to go and squeeze with her, right? Anyway, the wall has been stripped, do not have to climb the wall, how trouble-free. Brain hot, Chen Fei tiptoed towards the hut where Lu Yi'er lived. Pushed the door, pushed not. The door is chained inward. Can only lie in the doorway, whispered, Lu Yi'er? Lu Yi heard the sound and felt a little panicked. She reached under her pillow and grabbed the scissors. Who's there? It's me, open the door. Chen Fei? What are you doing? Lu Yi put down the scissors. What could Chen Fei be up to in the middle of the night? Open the door first. Lu Yi got up and opened the door a crack. Chen Fei slipped inside and closed the door behind him. Chen Fei, what are you doing? I have nowhere to sleep. Let's just squeeze in together. But we're not even married yet. Lu Yier's face turned red, and she could hear her heart pounding. It's only a matter of time. Chen Fei casually wrapped his arm around Lu Yier's waist, and she half resisted, half went along as he led her to the bed. After a while, Lu Yi softly said, Chen Fei, where are you putting your hands? This way is more comfortable. A little while later. Chen Fei, don't move around. I didn't move. Chen Fei sniffed. You know the smell of the sea. A little while later, Lu Zhenqing got up in the middle of the night to urinate and suddenly heard a sound coming from Lu Yuer's room. He leaned down at the windowsill and asked, Lu Yuer, what are you doing? It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Chapter 78, Third Sister please save. Lu Yuer panicked, Chen Fei whispered in her ear, you're sewing the sole of my shoe. Oh, right. I'm sewing the sole of Chen Fei's shoe. According to local custom, before marriage, the bride-to-be must sew the soles of the groom's shoes to make new shoes. Later, making layered soles fell out of fashion, so they switched to sewing shoe insoles, embroidering patterns like mandarin ducks playing in water on them. Lu Yi had been taking time to sew shoe soles these days, but after being startled by Lu Zhensheng, she almost forgot what she was doing. Go to bed early, don't stay up too late. Lu Zhensheng felt something was off, but he had no proof. Oh, okay, I'll go to bed right away. Lu Yuer's face was flushed, and she kept her ears pricked up, listening to Lu Gensheng's footsteps fade away before finally patting her chest. You scared me to death. It's all your fault. It takes 2 to tango. Chen Fei wouldn't admit it. Chen Fei, you've got some nerve. Lu Yi'er gave him a light slap. You're my wife, whatever we do is only natural. Lu Yi'er, I guess you're right. The next morning, before dawn, Chen Fei got up. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stay in bed. The craftsman had to start work early, and if anyone saw him, he might not care, but Lu Yi'er wouldn't be able to show her face. As usual, he sent Wu Fing to school and brought back breakfast. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, congee with millet, and tofu pudding. The family enjoyed their meal heartily. During the meal, Chen Feng reminded Chen Fei not to forget to visit his third sister's house. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner. Chen Fei said okay, he'd handle it on his way there today. Just as they were eating, someone arrived. People from the mountains work hard and don't slack off. As soon as they arrived, they started working. Chen Fei quickly finished his meal and hurried out to greet them. Soon, Zhu Jiefeng also arrived.
Chen Fei mentioned the matter of hauling soil to him, asking him not to go mushroom picking in the morning but to lead the team to finish the soil work first, then head to the city after lunch, which should still be in time. Zhu Jiefang agreed readily and then called the truck drivers to leave. After everything was arranged at home, Chen Fei set off for Nanyao. Nanyao wasn't far from Xiling, just a couple of miles as the crow flies, over 2 mountain peaks. However, there was no proper road. A narrow, winding path suitable only for pedestrians made the mountainous terrain difficult to traverse, and brick-carrying trucks couldn't pass through. They had to take a detour via the hot springs. This detour adds another 10 or so miles. On the way through the hot springs, Chen Fei stopped by the cooperative to buy some candy and mooncakes. His third sister's family lived in Nanyao, so he could handle both business and visiting relatives. Nanyao village is nestled in a mountain valley, a small village with a brick kiln at the village entrance. What surprised Chen Fei was that the entire brick kiln was enclosed by a high wall, and from the outside, one couldn't see anything inside.
What's going on? Young man?
A young man with long hair was peering at Chen Fei from the doorway.
I'm here to buy bricks.
Chen Fei pushed his bicycle over.
Which village are you from?
From Xiling. Chen Fei pulled out a cigarette and handed it over.
Can you deliver them to the door?
The young man with long hair took the cigarette, lit it with a click, and blew out a smoke ring skillfully.
Sure, but it's a bit expensive. How much?
If you come to pick it up yourself, it's 2 yuan per load. If we deliver it to your home, it's 3 yuan per load, but you'll need to help unload the truck.
Chen Fei did the math.
2 yuan per load, 3 yuan for delivery, and 1 yuan and 50 cents per brick.
That's not too expensive.
He nodded in agreement.
Alright, the price is fine. Can I come in and take a look?
The man with long hair seemed a bit impatient.
What's there to see in bricks? The quality is fine.
Chen Fei laughed. I need a lot. It doesn't matter how much, just deliver it and pay on delivery.
If the quality is poor, you can refuse it.
The man with long hair spoke harshly, his words sounding particularly unpleasant. But there's no choice, this is the only brick kiln around here.
We can't refuse.
Moving to another place would be too costly.
The key is that Chen Fei doesn't have time. Alright, I need it by this afternoon. Can you make it in time?
Sure, just pay a $2 deposit first, non-refundable.
No problem.
After paying the deposit, Chen Fei prepared to ride away, while the long-haired young man turned back into the courtyard. As the door closed, a large dog poked its head out and bared its teeth at Chen Fei, but was pulled back by the long-haired man, the heavy chain clanging loudly. Chen Fei felt that the young man's gaze was filled with a hint of cruelty, but he didn't think much of it.
Maybe it's just part of the job.
Salespeople at the cooperative don't speak nicely either, but you can't do without them anyway. Nanyao was a small village, even smaller than Xiling, with only a few dozen households in the entire village. Chen Fei found his older sister's house based on his memory, but the front door was locked. He knocked for a while before hearing someone respond from inside.
Who is it?
It's me, your third sister.
Chen Fei recognized his older sister's voice and was both surprised and delighted.
After decades apart, finally hearing his third sister's voice again felt truly wonderful.
Xiao Fei?
The sound of the door latch being quickly pulled open, followed by half of a woman's body eagerly peeking out.
Chen Sanfeng, standing at 1.6 meters tall, was beautiful and independent.
She possessed the simplicity and straightforwardness of a rural girl but wasn't as fiery as Chen Sifeng. Her wheat-colored skin and large eyes, a family trait of the Chen family, sparkled brightly. When she saw Chen Fei, her eyes lit up with joy.
How did you come here? Are big sister and old four okay? Is Wufeng still in school? Chen Sanfeng hugged Chen Fei and fired off a string of questions. The surprising elasticity made Chen Fei blush, and he hurriedly broke free. Sister, I came to bring you mooncakes. Everything is fine at home. Chen Sanfeng finally noticed that Chen Fei was riding a bicycle and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did you get the bicycle? Borrowed from Miao Zhuangzhuang's family.
Chen Fei turned to push the bike, but Chen Sanfeng scolded him playfully, just come in.
Why spend money on that? Come inside quickly.
Chen Fei pushed the bike inside while responding, the proper etiquette can't be skipped. Mainly, I missed you, third sister.
Chen Sanfeng suddenly fell silent.
Chen Fei glanced at her, and Chen Sanfeng quickly turned her face away. But in that instant, Chen Fei clearly saw her eyes slightly redden.
Was I being too sentimental?
Upon arriving in the courtyard, Chen Fei parked the car, took out the mooncakes and white sugar, and followed Chen Sanfeng into the house.
Clatter!
The door curtain rustled, and Chen Sanfeng's mother-in-law, Li Sui, emerged from the main hall. Li Sui was a typical rural woman, her face weathered and rough from years of exposure to the elements, like unglazed pottery, her lips dry and cracked. She wore a plain black mandarin collared blouse, matching wide-legged pants, and her ankles were wrapped in bound feet cloth. Her feet were clad in homemade cloth shoes. Li Sui saw Chen Fei and was slightly startled, but she didn't say anything. It wasn't until Chen Sanfeng introduced her that she gave a half-hearted nod and said, "Come inside and sit down."
She turned and went back inside. Chen Fei's expression darkened. In his previous life, he had become a billionaire CEO, so he had seen a lot in the world. At this moment, Lee Sui's casual gesture, combined with her older sister's subtle expression, had already confirmed his suspicions. His third sister seemed to have a strained relationship with her in-laws. Or rather, she had argued with her in-laws. In his previous life, the third sister also met a tragic end, apparently because she had an argument with her in-laws and returned to her maternal home. Chapter 79, Two Separate Matters. Upon seeing her natal family's home in ruins and her relatives dead, she lost all hope and went alone to a dilapidated small temple on a nearby mountain. She didn't exactly become a nun after the Cultural Revolution, such practices were no longer encouraged. Later, wolves entered the temple at night. Several days later, someone sneaked into the temple to burn incense and discovered third sister's body, which had been chewed beyond recognition. There was no one else in the temple, so they buried her hastily. Chen Fei felt increasingly distressed as he thought about it. Could it be because he had been reborn, and the course of his previous life had been altered? At this point in time, things were clearly happening earlier than in his previous life. The second sister was because of area, but why the third sister? Even if she had a fight with her in-laws, it shouldn't have been so bad that she couldn't go on, right? Chen Fei stood at the entrance of the main hall holding a mooncake, hesitating whether to go in and ask for clarification. Why are they arguing? Xiao Fei, come to my room. Chen Sanfeng pulled Chen Fei by the arm. All right. Chen Fei followed Chen Sanfeng into the eastern wing, set down the mooncakes and white sugar, and couldn't help asking, third sister, did you argue with them? Chen Sanfeng looked up in surprise. How did you know? I could tell. Can you tell me why? Chen Sanfeng forced a smile. Don't pry. Every family has its little ups and downs. Third sister is used to it. This left Chen Fei with no rebuttal, so he can only remind her. Third sister, if anything happens, you must tell me. I'll stand up for you. Chen Sanfeng smiled, tears glistening in her eyes, but her words were firm. It's nothing. You know me. Your third sister isn't the type to let herself be taken advantage of. That's true. Third sister may not be as tough as fourth sister, but she's not the type to let herself be taken advantage of either. She's much better than second sister in that regard. You can tell from the fact that she let him take the mooncakes to her room. However, Chen Fei kept reminding her to tell him if anything happened, as she had her own family and shouldn't let anyone bully her. This made Chen Sanfeng laugh. Xiao Fei, you've really grown up. Alright, if I ever get into trouble, I'll come back to your family's house to find you. Chen Fei finally felt at ease. In the main hall, Li Sui's face had turned dark. This Chen Sanfeng is getting more and more out of hand. How dare she take the gifts to her own room? Does she even respect me as her mother-in-law? Exactly, she doesn't act like a proper wife, she's so arrogant. Li Sui's eldest daughter, Li Xing, glared with almond-shaped eyes, looking deeply unjustified. Keep your voice down, her brother is here. I heard he's a real fighter. The second daughter, Li Xing, whispered as a reminder. The three women fell silent. Chen Fei was notorious for fighting in the surrounding villages, so the three women dared not provoke him. They waited until Chen Fei left before rushing into Chen Sanfeng's room to confront her. Chen Sanfeng, how dare you be so disrespectful? You didn't bring the gifts for visiting relatives to the main hall to honor the elders, you brought them to your own room. Is that how a wife behaves? Chen Sanfeng, who was eating a mooncake, shot the three women a sideways glance. What's the big deal? My brother gave me the mooncakes, can't I eat them? Li Sui's face darkened. A hen that doesn't lay eggs eating more is just wasting food. Chen Sanfeng's face turned pale. Say that again. Li Xing glared at her. What's the matter? Did I offend you? If you're so capable, why don't you have one yourself? Xing chimed in, exactly. You've been married for years and haven't given the Li family an heir. How dare you say that? Chen Sanfeng's face turned ugly. This was her deepest pain. She had been married for 3 or 4 years, and her womb remained barren, which was why she was not favored by her in-laws and constantly argued with them. However, Chen Sanfeng knew she couldn't back down. She had to pick the softest target to pick on. Once she was cornered, she'd never be able to turn the tables. So she stubbornly refused. These are two separate matters. Children are children, and mooncakes are mooncakes. My brothers from my maternal family came to visit relatives, they came to see their sister. What is wrong with me eating one? If not, let us go outside and let the neighbors judge whether I, Chen Sanfeng, have the right to eat this mooncake. You're twisting the facts. Li Sui's face turned as black as a pot bottom. You've gone mad. Big Xing and Little Xing, tear her mouth apart. Who dares to touch her? They've been arguing for years. Chen Sanfeng knows their true colors. She grabbed a feather duster. Although she knew she'd be at a disadvantage, she didn't back down. That's how they've lived all these years. Women fighting is always the same old routine, scratching, pulling hair. In the end, Chen Sanfeng was outnumbered, her hair pulled, her arms pinned down, and she was humiliated. Once the three women had had their fill, they took the mooncakes and left, cursing all the way.
Chen Sanfeng lay on the cold ground, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. After an unknown amount of time, a muffled voice came from outside.
Mother, I'm back. Where's Sanfeng? She's lying there like a corpse. Li Sui sniffled, you're no good as a wife. You're always arguing with me.
Mother, please calm down. I'll go cook.
Hurry up.
After dinner, have your sister take the mooncakes and white sugar back.
Such good things shouldn't be wasted.
After saying that, Li Sui added another hateful remark.
What a pity. Your wife ate a piece, so we can't make an even number now.
Li Shirley nodded and agreed. Alright, I'll go check on Sanfeng and then start cooking.
What are you looking at? It's not going to kill you.
Poof. Chen Sanfeng laughed silently inside the house, but tears streamed down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. She knew her husband had returned, but she remained lying still, motionless, like a lifeless body. This man was a true honest fool, always wearing a dumb smile on his face. She had once thought marrying an honest man was a safe choice, but now she knew better. A weak man, unable to hold his head high for his entire life. Chen Fei had no idea what had happened at his older sister's house after he left. He had stopped by the cooperative to buy 3 packs of cigarettes and an extra 2 pounds of sugar, then hurried back to the village. The backfilling work had already begun. The craftsmen had dug a small slope at the entrance, some pushing carts, others shoveling soil, and some tamping the ground. The scene was bustling with activity. Since the rooms were divided into sections, the courtyard was crowded with people. Chen Fei distributed cigarettes to everyone and instructed Lu Yi to boil sugar water for them to drink, which further boosted their morale. Estimating the time, he figured there was still some time left from loading the bricks at the brickyard to transporting them to Xiling village, so he set off for the back mountain. Today, without Zhu Jiefang, the key worker, things might be a bit tense, so he had to go help out. With continuous mining over the past few days, Chen Fei's mushroom team had gradually ventured deeper into the area. Chen Fei walked for quite some time without finding them, but upon seeing the mountainsides gradually turning red with mountain jujubes, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Just as the mushrooms were finished being picked, the mountain hawthorns were ripe, so there was no delay in making money. As he walked on, Chen Fei finally spotted the figures of his older sister and the others, scattered throughout the forest, each busy at work.
Chen Fei was about to call out when his gaze suddenly froze. He spotted a large oak tree.
The trunk was thick, but it had been severed from a height of 4 or 5 meters. The middle was already dried out, but the side branches were lush and green, with the hollow center faintly visible. Chen Fei circled the tree twice, his mouth stretching wide in astonishment.
There's something up there. Chapter 80, Monkey Head. Please subscribe. This tree is a bit thick, it won't be easy to climb.
But it's worth the effort, Chen Fei shouted loudly, calling his older sister over. Chen Feng heard the commotion and came over with 2 young girls, looking surprised.
Xiao Fei, what are you doing here?
Did you go see your third sister?
I've already seen her. My third sister is fine. I chatted with her for a while and then came back.
According to the events of my previous life, my third sister had argued with her in-laws and returned to her parents' home, only to find it empty. In her panic, she had climbed the mountain. Now that our family has turned things around, the house will be finished soon.
Once the new bride is brought home, we'll be a happy family.
When my third sister returns, any unpleasantness should have faded by then.
I've been busy lately and didn't ask for details.
Once things settle down, we'll help your third sister get rich and prosperous, and any grievances she has will probably fade away.
This isn't a big deal.
Chen Fei felt there was nothing to worry about, so he returned home with peace of mind.
Little did he know that a few days later, he would regret it.
But that was in the future, so there was no need to mention it now. Chen Feng felt relieved upon hearing this.
Then why did you call me now?
Chen Fei pointed to the large Zelkova tree in front of him.
There is something good up there. I'll climb up and pick it, and you catch it below. Are they mushrooms too? Chen Feng asked in confusion.
They're mushrooms, but they're much more valuable than ordinary ones.
Chen Fei spat on the ground, rubbed his palms together, and couldn't wait to try.
This time, he had discovered the king of fungi, the monkey head mushroom. Monkey head mushrooms grow in deep, dense forests and require a relatively humid environment with good ventilation. Additionally, it loves sunlight but fears direct strong light. It grows on decaying trees, but the tree must not be completely dead, making its growth conditions extremely stringent.
Rarity makes things valuable, so the price of monkey head mushrooms is astronomically high.
Sure enough, when Chen Fei climbed to the broken part of the oak tree, he saw that the broken stump had already rotted, and a cluster of white fungi resembling a monkey's head caught his eye.
This is my lucky day.
Chen Fei exerted himself to climb up, then straddled the tree branch, resting for 2 minutes before beginning to pick the mushrooms. After finishing, he took off his shirt to wrap them up and called out to Chen Feng, "Find a long stick to catch them.
Don't let them fall. This stuff is worth a fortune. It was so hard to find.
If it gets damaged, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives."
Chen Feng and the others hurriedly split up to look for branches.
There were many trees on the mountain, some of which had grown tall and fallen from the trees. They were usually picked up and used as firewood. Soon, Chen Feng found a dry, thin tree trunk as thick as an arm. He snapped off the side branches with a crack, then the three of them lifted the small tree together. Chen Fei hung the clothes wrapped around the monkey head on a branch, and the three of them carefully retreated. When the small package was in her hands, Chen Feng opened it at the urging of the two young girls.
Is this the treasure you were talking about?
The three of them stared wide-eyed. It was white, somewhat resembling a monkey's head, and indeed quite attractive, but it didn't seem particularly valuable. Chen Fei climbed down from the tree with a smile on his face.
Of course, this is called monkey head mushroom, and it's quite valuable. How much are these worth? A curious little girl asked.
Chen Fei examined it carefully. It's a good quality mushroom, but there's not much of it, maybe a little over £1.
Probably worth around $10 or $20.
In his previous life, monkey head mushrooms had reached 500 yuan per pound, but now, he estimated the highest price would be around this amount. Even so, it still startled the two young girls.
That expensive? Just this little bit, and it's over 10 yuan. It's not even enough for me to eat alone.
The two young girls, around 15 or 16 years old, looked at Chen Fei, who wasn't particularly muscular but had well-defined chest muscles, and their faces turned red. Children in rural areas generally have big appetites, and girls are no exception.
The main issue is that the food lacks nutrition. These aren't meant for ordinary people like us, they're for the wealthy city dwellers to show off and enjoy. That's a bit discouraging, but it's the truth.
Even in my previous life, only a few could afford monkey head mushroom and bird's nest soup.
Most people earn only a few thousand a month, where would they find the extra money to indulge? Xiao Fei, hold on tight. Let's go pick some more. We'll be done soon.
Chen Feng carefully rewrapped the monkey head mushroom and handed it to Chen Fei.
Chen Fei took it and had an idea. Sis, next time we go up the mountain, bring a small bag. You never know when we might come across something good that we can wrap up separately. Although he wasn't very concerned, he couldn't keep using his clothes as a bag.
He was about to get married, and it wouldn't look good if the young girls saw him doing that.
Alright, I'll make one when we get back.
Chen Feng led the two young girls to pick mushrooms, while Chen Fei stayed alone in a secluded spot. These days, there were many people helping him pick mushrooms, mostly teenagers around 15 or 16. But they all worked quickly. A teenager could earn $1 a day, more than many adults. Their parents had told them to work hard, and many people wanted to work for Chen Fei, but he didn't even want them. Soon, 6 baskets of mushrooms were filled.
Chen Feng called out, and everyone responded, quickly gathering together.
Chen Xifeng saw Chen Fei and paused for a moment, unable to help but glance at him again.
Little plane, what are you doing? There's a young girl here, and you're not even wearing any clothes.
Though she said it, it was mostly teasing. Chen Fei gave her a disapproving look, leaving her to figure it out on her own. Of course, this earned him a red ear. After all, she was his own sister, pulling ears was perfectly normal. After returning home, Chen Fei immediately rushed into the house, rummaging through boxes and drawers. Chen Feng helped him search, carefully placing the monkey head mushrooms in a small bundle. Just then, Zhu Jiafeng arrived with his cart. This was his third load. The south house had already been filled in, and it should be finished by the afternoon. At that moment, Chen Feng had already started preparing dinner, but Chen Fei told her not to bother. There were too many things missing, and it would be too much trouble.
Chen Fei, you can come over to my place to eat. Lu Yir's face turned red, and she suddenly remembered last night. However, there's nothing good to eat at home.
At most, she could force herself to boil a few eggs, but she didn't know if her parents would agree.
Never mind.
Chen Fei wouldn't make her feel awkward.
I'll go to the hot spring and buy some back, fourth sister. Ha! The brick delivery truck should be here any minute.
If I don't come back, pay the money. Remember, $3 per brick.
Alright.
Chen Xifeng agreed, then suddenly perked up.
Xiao Fei, can I go instead? Can you ride a bike? Chen Fei asked. I don't know how to ride a bike.
Chen Xifeng said confidently.
Forget it. You won't learn it in a hurry. It's better to let Lu Yi go instead.
When it came to riding a bike, Chen Fei couldn't help but think of his wife. Lu Yi had learned how to ride, but she hadn't been seen riding it yet.
Lu Yi, why don't you go?
Lu Yi tugged at her clothes, her face tense with anxiety.
I can ride in the wheat field, but I'm afraid there are too many people in the village. What if I hit someone? What's there to be afraid of? Just go ahead and ride. Chen Xifeng said nonchalantly. Chen Fei blurted out, then you try it. Go ahead and try.
Chen Xifeng grabbed the handlebars, pushed off with her left foot, and with a strong kick from her right foot, she leaned sideways and mounted the bike.
She rode off immediately.
Just like some people drive, she started at 100 miles an hour and was very steady.
Chen Fei was stunned. Fourth sister, you're amazing. Self-taught. The next moment, Chen Xifeng panicked and screamed, Chen Fei, how do you stop? Ah! I can't stop. Chapter 81, The Grim-Faced Driver. He managed to get on the bike and ride it, and he didn't fall or bump into anything. He rode forward quickly. Completely different from Lu Yi. Lu Yi'er couldn't learn it and dared not go on the road.
Fourth sister, on the other hand, didn't need to learn, she just did it, and she did it perfectly the first time. But she couldn't stop. She didn't know how to stop. Chen Fei hurriedly chased after her.
He ran as fast as he could. Hit the brakes. No, squeeze the brakes.
Squeeze the brakes and you'll stop.
Where's the brake? Chen Sifeng shouted while pedaling furiously. The handlebars. Under the handlebars. Chen Fei ran out of breath. Chen Sifeng was riding too fast, he couldn't catch up. Zhu Jiefang was unloading soil when he saw the commotion.
He dropped his shovel and ran out, following closely behind Chen Fei.
Miao Zhuangzhuang and Aunt Guiying were also shouting from behind. Slow down. Don't fall. If you fall, it's not the person who matters, but will the bicycle be okay? Xiling village wasn't very big, and Chen Sifeng quickly rode to the corner.
Chen Fei's heart jumped into his throat.
Will she be able to make the turn, or will she crash into the wall? How do you turn the corner? Chen Sifeng shouted. Turn the handlebars. Don't turn too sharply.
Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Sifeng swerved sharply and made the turn. Chen Fei just let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a loud bang, causing every hair on his body to stand on end.
It's a tractor. A brick hauling truck is coming. Why didn't it come earlier or later? Why now of all times?
Fourth sister was riding a bicycle for the first time, and just as she turned the corner, she encountered the tractor.
This is going to be bad. In an instant, Chen Fei's eyes turned red.
He suddenly exerted all his strength, his legs sprinting at four-wheel drive speed, rushing forward as fast as he could.
He was almost as fast as a person.
Zhu Jiefang, seemingly drawing strength from nowhere, swept past Chen Fei like a gust of wind, turned the corner in the blink of an eye, and disappeared from sight.
Chen Fei blinked, almost losing control of his expression. Zhu Jiefang was truly brave. That speed could easily win an Olympic gold medal. When he rounded the corner, he saw that Zhu Jiefang hadn't gone far. He was just a few dozen meters ahead, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. A tractor suddenly came barreling toward him. Meanwhile, Chen Sifeng had already overtaken the tractor and continued forward. Is he okay? Chen Fei was speechless. Is my older sister that talented?
On her first try riding a bicycle, she didn't need anyone to hold her up, could turn corners, and even knew how to pass other vehicles.
That's some serious skill. It seems like my fourth sister's bad luck in this life is finally over. Do I even need to go anymore?
As Chen Sifeng grew farther and farther away, Chen Fei could only shout from behind.
No need. Riding a bike is so simple. The only thing I can't do is get off. Chen Sifeng replied while riding. Alright, as long as you can ride it.
As long as you don't encounter any motor vehicles, even if you fall, it's no big deal. If it comes to it, I'll just buy a new bike and compensate Aunt Guiying.
Anyway, I was planning to buy a car anyway.
If it weren't for planning to build a house, there'd be no place to park it, so he would have bought one already. Chen Fei stopped and gave Zhu Jiefang a thumbs up.
Jiefang, you're amazing. You're so fast.
Zhu Jiefang panted, grinning broadly. I used to train regularly, but I've neglected it lately. Saying the most modest words while doing the most impressive things. Chen Fei silently rolled his eyes, but didn't doubt him for a moment. Zhu Jiefang was a legitimate militia captain, with top-notch physical fitness.
Just then, the tractor pulled up beside them. The driver slammed on the brakes, turned his head, and asked, "Where's Chen Fei's house?"
His tone was harsh and impolite, causing Chen Fei to glance at him again. In his mid-30s, with a dark complexion and an expressionless face, he looked as cold as if someone owed him $100. However, people have many faces, and some are naturally cold-faced.
Chen Fei didn't think much of it. I'm the one you're looking for. Come with me. He turned and walked back.
Upon arriving at the front door, the driver stopped the car. Chen Fei took the time to inspect the bricks, finding the quality to be satisfactory with few flaws. He then addressed the driver.
Pay after unloading?
The driver replied flatly, all right. Chen Fei then called over Old Ma and asked him to arrange for a few people to unload the truck, while also pulling him aside to discuss the next steps.
Old Ma, can you lay bricks?
Chen Fei handed him a cigarette and asked. Old Ma took it, lit it, and smiled, saying, yes, I've done it for the village chief and the party secretaries' homes.
Among these craftsmen, how many of them know how to build walls?
The village used to have mud brick walls or walls made by compacting earth directly, so Chen Fei had to clarify this to avoid potential issues.
Probably 2 or 3, the rest I'm not sure about. Old Ma spoke honestly. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing, just remember to stagger the bricks. Laying bricks in staggered rows means offsetting the joints so that the bricks support each other, making the wall stronger. Got it, I'll let them know.
Old Ma said with a smile. Soon, the bricks were unloaded. Chen Fei settled the bill on the spot, 15 bricks per load, totaling $45. The driver took the money and immediately started the truck. Chen Fei reminded him to continue delivering. The driver nodded, started the truck, and drove off.
As soon as the driver left, Chen Sifeng returned with a full load of braised noodles in baskets, along with soup in an insulated container.
Braised noodles, also known as stovetop noodles or steamed noodles, are a distinctive local specialty of northern China, renowned for their rich flavor and aroma. They belong to the Hunan cuisine family. It is made by steaming and mixing various ingredients with a braised broth, noodles, and side dishes. The main ingredients include noodles, pork belly, soybean sprouts, green beans, ginger, and celery. With a history of nearly 2,000 years, it is considered one of the world's earliest forms of fast food. It has a golden appearance, a chewy texture, and a fragrant aroma. Due to its dry texture, it is often served with spinach and egg soup. While eating, Chen Fei couldn't help but ask her how she had gotten off the bus in the end. Chen Sifeng raised her eyebrows proudly.
Such a small matter could stump your older sister? This is a piece of cake. Lu Yi'er looked envious. Fourth sister, you're so amazing. Chen Sifeng laughed triumphantly. The bolder you are, the more you can achieve. As long as you dare, there's nothing you can't handle. Lu Yi'er was eager to try. Next time I'll give it a try. Who's with me?
As she spoke, her watery eyes glanced at Chen Fei. Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes.
Why not just let Xiao Fei go himself?
Lu Yi blushed, but I'm afraid of falling.
Chen Fei suddenly said, Lu Yi'er is right.
You'll be fine if you fall, but Lu Yi'er is pregnant.
If she falls, it'll be trouble.
Chen Sifeng hummed disapprovingly, then glared at him.
Make yourself clear. What do you mean it won't hurt if I fall? It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Chen Fei apologized decisively. Fourth sister, I was wrong. Chen Sifeng raised her chin. That's more like it.
After finishing their meal, they hurried into the city.
Chen Fei was still riding the bicycle, while Zhu Jiefang and Chen Sifeng rode in a horse-drawn carriage.
When they passed by the hot spring, Chen Fei told them to go ahead while he stopped to buy some things at the cooperative. It was the 15th day of the 8th month, and Chen Fei was thinking about bringing some gifts for Su Ying and Yin Jin. Since they were calling her sister, it wouldn't be appropriate not to show some consideration. Coincidentally, he had managed to find some rare monkey head mushrooms today, which he planned to give as gifts. The item was definitely high quality, but it was too expensive for most people to afford, so it probably wouldn't sell well. With wages averaging around 20 or 30 yuan, who would spend half a month's wages on a single dish? So Chen Fei decided it would be better to give it as a gift. However, since it's a gift, giving it naked seems unseemly, so he decided to make a packaging box on the spot. Upon entering, Chen Fei glanced around and eventually settled on a mooncake box. It was a square metal box, looking quite ordinary, but at the time, it was considered a high-end item. How much is this? Chen Fei asked, pointing at the boxed mooncakes. The salesperson looked at him with a strange expression. Brother, how many sisters do you have that you're buying so many mooncakes? You're not. Chapter 82, Gift Box. Chen Fei had come back and forth several times, and the salesperson recognized him. He wanted to ask if he was trying to make a quick profit, but it didn't seem like it. Well, there are other things, but no mooncakes. Chen Fei smiled. 4 sisters and 2 step-sisters. No wonder. The salesperson was taken aback for a moment before introducing the product to Chen Fei. These are premium mooncakes. Each box weighs 2 pounds, and each pound is priced at $1.50. Would you like some? Yes, give me 6 boxes. $1.50 per pound is already a high price, but for Chen Fei, it was no problem at all. The salesperson handed Chen Fei 6 boxes of mooncakes and asked, that's $9.50 total. Anything else? Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, give me a can of malted milk powder as well. He needed to go to the hospital to visit Arya later and didn't want to go empty-handed. Plus, the child was severely malnourished, so buying some malted milk powder would be just right. The malted milk powder is $1.60, totaling $11.01. Chen Fei paid, but found the items too bulky to carry, so he took out half of the mooncakes and divided the monkey head mushrooms into 3 portions, placing them in the mooncake box. The sales clerk watched his actions in disbelief. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Fei told the truth, nothing much. I actually just wanted the packaging boxes. 3 gifts, each gift consisting of 1 box of mooncakes and 1 box of monkey head mushrooms. Chen Fei asked the salesperson for a few sheets of brown paper, saying he could pay for them. Why pay for a few sheets of paper? Chen Fei had been there many times before, so they were on friendly terms. The salesperson took the brown paper and wrapped the mooncakes. Chen Fei left, walking away confidently. Upon arriving in the county town, Chen Fei headed straight for the state-owned restaurant. He had already made arrangements with his older sister. Today, the 2 of them would go to the machinery factory and the distillery, while Chen Fei would go to the state-owned restaurant and then meet up at the hospital. At the restaurant, after weighing the 2 baskets of mushrooms, the total weight was 113 pounds, totaling 56.5 yuan. Chen Fei collected the money and smiled at Su Ying. Sis, shall we go to your office? Su Ying gave him a meaningful glance, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise. Alright, follow me. She turned around and walked toward the office in her little leather shoes.
Once inside, Chen Fei took out the gift and said, "Sis, this is for you." Giving gifts is a common courtesy, but it's not appropriate for others to see. Suing glared at him and said playfully, "What gift? I'm not an outsider. Besides, the company already gave us mooncakes. Take it back." Chen Fei scratched his head and laughed. "I've already brought it here, how can I take it back? Besides, you're my sister. Giving you mooncakes on the 15th of August is perfectly normal. Just open it and take a look."
Suing had no response.
"Alright, I'll take a look and see what the filling is." She opened it. It was nut filling. Nothing special. Chen Fei scratched his head. He forgot to label it. "Sis, it's the other box."
Suing opened another box, and several white, adorable little babies immediately caught her eye.
Monkey head mushrooms. You're so lucky to find these. And this gift box, you really outdid yourself.
Su Ying's eyelashes curved gently, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemed to carry a smile. This cheap little brother has never let her down. To be honest, the county committee is having a gathering at a restaurant for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I was worried about not having a main dish.
This solves everything. Chen Fei hesitated. "Sis, is that enough? If not, I have more." Suing smiled brightly. "It's a bit less, but it'll do. Let's give the other one to Yunjin, shall we?" Chen Fei scratched his head. "If we're sending it, let's also send some to Xiaogu. After all, this is a rare treat." "That's a good idea."
Suing agreed wholeheartedly.
"Go ahead then. I won't keep you." "Alright, I'll go then."
Chen Fei didn't mention going to the hospital to visit his second sister, otherwise Suing would definitely want to go and check on her.
It's all about keeping up appearances.
After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something.
"Sis, are you off work for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Suing understood what he meant.
"Don't worry, the restaurant isn't like other places, we don't get days off."
"That's good. Otherwise, I'd lose a few days' wages." Suing saw Chen Fei out, and the two chatted and laughed.
Li Shui listened from a distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
Earning so much every day, and no one bothers to check up on him?
As Chen Fei was about to leave, Li Shui hurried out to catch up, but Chen Fei completely ignored her, getting on his bike and riding away.
Li Shui stomped her feet in anger behind him. "Chen Fei, being so heartless will bring you bad karma."
Chen Fei didn't hear her curses, and even if he did, he would just laugh it off.
It's just the rage of the powerless. Take it seriously and you'll lose. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Fei first went to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy and gave the gift to Yunjin, using the same words as he had with Suing.
Yunjin accepted them graciously, smiling and saying, "Since it's your brother's heartfelt gift, I won't refuse."
"Of course." Chen Fei smiled and said, "Sis, you go ahead. I'll go see my second sister." Go ahead, go ahead.
Once Arya is discharged, come to my house to play.
Your brother-in-law just wants a girl. You two should try for one."
Earlier, Yunjin had told Chen Fei that their eldest child was a boy, and they wanted a girl for a complete family.
But the second child was also a boy. "I don't want another one. If we have another one, it might be a boy again." Chen Fei agreed wholeheartedly.
Life is full of disappointments. Those who want a boy end up with a girl, and those who want a girl end up with a boy.
Upon entering the ward, they saw Chen Erfeng and Cui Shiguan sitting on either side of Arya's bed. The three of them looked surprisingly harmonious.
"Arya, how are you today?" Chen Fei asked after putting down his things. Arya tilted her head, glancing at the items Chen Fei had brought, her eyes sparkling.
"Uncle, Arya still hurts a lot."
The wound won't heal that quickly." Chen Fei opened the malted milk powder, poured some into a bowl, and nodded toward Cui Shiguan.
"Go get some hot water."
Cui Shiguan hurriedly got up to fetch hot water, while Chen Erfeng said weakly, "Xiao Fei, you've already spent so much money on us.
Don't spend any more. It's okay. Arya can't eat anything hard right now. She needs to eat liquid food.
Chewing too much might affect the wound healing.
Malted milk is nutritious. Let her drink more. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more."
Chen Erfeng's eyes were red, but her face showed a relieved smile. It had been a long time since she had smiled like that.
Having a younger brother is truly wonderful.
Soon, Cui Shiguan returned with the hot water. Chen Fei poured a small bowl, stirred it well, scooped a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and held it to Arya's lips.
"Arya, taste it, is it sweet?"
Arya took a sip, and her eyes curved into crescent moons.
"It's so sweet." Arya had never tasted anything like it before. "Brother, let me try." "No need."
After a while, Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang arrived, and the small bowl of malted milk was almost finished. Chen Fei told them to continue talking while he went to the distillery. He could have asked Chen Sifeng to take it, but Chen Fei felt it wasn't polite enough, so he decided to go himself.
Xiao Guozhu looked at him in surprise. "Chen Fei, why did you come? Was the money calculated incorrectly earlier?"
"No, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, and I happened to find some monkey head mushrooms on the mountain today, so I brought them over for you."
Chen Fei placed the mooncake box on Xiao Guozhu's desk. Xiao Guozhu opened it and his expression changed instantly. These were valuable mushrooms, why didn't he sell them for money? Chen Fei smiled. Money is never ending, but friendship is priceless, isn't it? That's true. Xiao Guozhu thought for a moment. Why don't we gather together for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Let's invite old Joe and prepare some hearty dishes. I have some good wine. I've been busy building a house these days. Once it's finished, I'll invite all of you to my wedding. Chen Fei spoke honestly. Then I'll be waiting for the wedding banquet.
Xiao Guozhu burst into laughter, stood up to see him off, but Chen Fei politely declined.
Once outside, just as he was about to mount his bicycle, he suddenly heard a clear female voice. Chen Fei? Chapter 83, Hint any monthly votes? Xu Caixia?
Chen Fei looked up and saw Zhu Caixia standing not far away, looking at him with a charming expression.
Her ordinary blue work uniform couldn't hide her stunning figure. It's really you.
Xu Caixia saw him, her eyes immediately brightening, her cheeks flushing red, and an air of something different emanating from her.
Are you here to sell mushrooms?
Xu Caixia practically jumped in front of Chen Fei, her lively demeanor causing him to instinctively take a step back.
Yes, I'm here to sell mushrooms. Xu Caixia, seeing this, said playfully, What? Am I going to eat you?
Her skin was very fair, completely unlike that of a village girl who worked in the fields, clearly indicating she was from the city. However, her slightly pouting expression caused a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. This expression was one Chen Fei had only seen on women who were infatuated with him, causing him to grow wary. He was a married man, he had to keep his distance. No, I was just thinking about what delicious food to bring back for Lu Yi later. One sentence nearly made the beauty shed tears. Xu Caixia's expression grew somber as she stood with her hands behind her back, kicking the ground with her feet. Chen Fei had rejected countless wealthy heiresses in his previous life. His heart was as hard as iron, yet he felt a pang of guilt at that moment.
This woman was different from those aristocratic heiresses. She was just an ordinary person and wasn't after his billions.
It was just a special experience that had given her a false impression. After a half-minute of silence, Zhu Caixia seemed to have composed herself. She raised her head again, her smile restored.
You're so kind to your girlfriend. Could you introduce me to her sometime?
Chen Fei smiled and replied, Sure, but she's from the countryside and has never been far from home.
Has she never even been to the county seat?
No, she's only ever been to a hot spring to take a bath.
A hot spring bath? Zhu Caixia's eyes lit up. Can you take me to the hot springs sometime? I might not have time soon.
My family is building a house, and I have to go into town every day to sell mushrooms.
It's a long trip, and it's pretty tiring. Chen Fei politely declined.
Seeing her dejected expression, he added, Maybe later.
It'll be more comfortable to soak in the hot springs when it gets cooler.
I'll introduce you to Lu Yuer then.
Who wants to meet her? Xu Caixia puckered her lips. Didn't I make myself clear? Or does he really not understand? Should I make it any clearer?
Xu Caixia hesitated, her right foot in green sneakers scraping the ground, leaving a series of grooves.
How about I take you to the movies?
Xu Caixia gathered her courage, her bright eyes fixed on Chen Fei.
You said you were tired, right? Let's go to the cinema and relax.
Chen Fei knew she wasn't giving up, but he didn't want to be too harsh. To refuse her, he could only make up an excuse.
I have to go to the hospital. My older sister's daughter is in the hospital. Xu Caixia was startled and asked with concern, Is it serious?
It was pretty serious at first, but she should be fine now.
I have to go.
Chen Fei shifted his leg and mounted his bike. Xu Caixia waved at him from behind and called out, Be careful, and I'll visit your second sister tomorrow.
No need, you have to work.
I'll take a day off tomorrow.
Chen Fei had nothing more to say. Watching his swiftly disappearing figure, Xu Caixia bit her lip tightly.
Chen Fei, I've set my sights on you. Little Zhu, what are you staring at with that silly grin? Xiao Guozhu suddenly appeared behind her, startling Zhu Caixia.
Nothing.
Chen Fei's older sister's daughter is in the hospital, and I was thinking about what gifts to bring. Her face turned beet red, as if she had been caught red-handed. Xiao Guozhu, being an experienced man, saw right through her thoughts.
Xiao Zhu, you don't like him, do you? I don't. Mr. Qiao, I really don't.
Xu Caixia buried her head in her chest, her eyes fixed on her toes, completely at a loss.
Back then, free love wasn't allowed. Dating and marriage had to be approved by the organization.
Zhu Caixia's heart was racing. It's okay, I was just asking. Xiao Guozhu sighed, Chen Fei is a good young man, it's normal to like him. Xu Caixia lifted her head, her eyes sparkling.
Factory Director Qiao, you don't oppose it? Why would I oppose it?
Xiao Guozhu countered. Seeing she didn't respond, he patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Happiness is something you have to seize for yourself.
Keep up the good work. Happiness is something you create for yourself. Xu Caixia murmured softly, her entire demeanor brightening. I understand now. Thank you, Factory Director.
You're welcome.
By the way, you mentioned earlier that Chen Fei's niece is sick?
Yes, that's what he said earlier.
Then I should go check on her too.
Xu, you go ahead.
Watching Zhu Caixia leave, Xiao Guozhu turned and returned to his office. No, I need to call old Joe and ask him. Chen Fei was unaware of what had happened behind him. He returned to the hospital, chatted for a while, and seeing that Arya was in a stable mood, told Cui Gang that they could go back. Cui Gang said he wanted to stay for 2 more days, but Chen Fei refused. Go back first and handle your sister's affairs. As for how the house is divided, I won't get involved. That's between you and your sister. If you give her all the property, that's fine with me. I have only one request, my sister must return home to a clean and tidy house, just the 2 of you. Chen Fei was very firm in his stance. Er was timid and indecisive, so he had to be firm and resolve any lingering concerns before returning home. Alright then. Cui Gang had no choice but to agree. In reality, there wasn't much property to speak of, just a few old houses and some old furniture. There's nothing worth dividing. The real issue was that Cui Yuan had nowhere to live after moving out, and that was the big problem. When he returned home, it was almost dark, and the house was quiet with no smoke coming from the stove. Cui Gang stood at the entrance of the main hall and called out, Yuan? Yuan, are you there? After calling several times, Cui Yuan finally emerged from inside, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. Who's calling me? What do you want? Cui Shiguan asked. Yuan, you've been sleeping all day. Did you cook? Cui Yuan rubbed her eyes and pouted in a pout. Brother, you're finally back. I haven't eaten properly in 2 days. I'm starving. How did you manage these past 2 days? I just ate some leftover bread and drank some water, getting by. But the bread is all gone now. At noon, I just drank some water. I'm so miserable. There's still flour in the jar. Why didn't you make noodles or fry some pancakes? Cui Shiguan asked. I don't know how. Cui Yuan replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Cui Shiguan was speechless. He hadn't noticed before, but his younger sister was actually this lazy. If she didn't come back for a few days, wouldn't she starve to death? No wonder Chen Fei was insisting on dividing the family. Back when Feng was at home, she cooked, washed clothes, took care of the children, she did everything, spoiling her sister rotten. And our mother. Oh. What are we going to do now? Cui Shiguan is in a bind. Chapter 84, Cui Yuan's Clever Trick. It's truly a dilemma, but after much consideration, the words must be spoken. Chen Fei was right. If they didn't split up, Feng would come back and suffer again. Cui Shiguan gritted his teeth, cleared his throat, and laid his cards on the table. Yuan, Chen Fei said it clearly, we must divide the family. What should we do? Cui Yuan suddenly looked up. Brother, are you trying to kick me out? I didn't say kick you out. I meant. Cui Shiguan turned red with embarrassment but couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Why don't we let you keep the house and we'll move out? Where would you move? I don't know, but there must be a way. Cui Shiguan hesitated. If it comes to that, I'll go live at the point. There are empty houses there. Guanzhuang village is big. There used to be many there, but most of them have left now, leaving many empty houses. Will that work? It must be said that Cui Yuan was very harsh with Chen Erfeng, but she still cared deeply for her older brother. I'll talk to the village chief, he should let them stay. Other than that, Cui Gang couldn't think of any other solutions. Could he really drive his own sister out and abandon her? Ah! If only I hadn't been so harsh with Chen Erfeng before. Cui Yuan sat helplessly on the threshold of the main hall, hugging her knees, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. What are we going to do now? I can't even cook for myself at home. I might starve to death before anyone even notices. As she spoke, Cui Yuan began to cry, her tears and snot flowing freely. And I don't know how to do the farm work either. The village committee won't give me any points for free, and I can't even support myself. Cui Shiguan didn't know how to respond. Back when Chen Erfeng was at home, it didn't seem like such a big deal. Now I realize the house doesn't even feel like home. Ah, I'm so hungry. My stomach is flat. If only I had money, I could go to a restaurant and buy something to eat. Cui Yuan was still muttering to herself. Cui Shiguan felt in his pockets, which were empty. He couldn't help but sigh. Isn't the money managed by Mother? Do you know where she hid it? I don't know. Mother hid it too well. I've looked everywhere but can't find it. Cui Yuan said weakly. Besides, there's not much money anyway. By the way, brother, are you planning to use the money to pay for Arya's medical expenses? Cui Yuan sat up straight, her face filled with suspicion as she stared at Cui Shiguan. Our family doesn't even have enough money to fill a tooth. Cui Shiguan smiled bitterly. You forgot that Arya's medical bills were 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. According to custom, our family should pay for it. I didn't dare to say anything. I don't know if Chen Fei will ask for it later. That much money? Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't be enough. Cui Yuan began to ponder. Arya's medical expenses, strictly speaking, are like a debt our family owes Chen Fei. If Chen Fei demands repayment, wouldn't we have to pay it back until the cows come home? No, I have to think of a way.
If only I had my own family, then I wouldn't have to repay the debt with my brother.
Ha? Family?
Chui Yuan's eyes lit up suddenly, and she sat up straight.
Brother, I've got it. I'm going to get married and have my own home. You want to get married?
Yes. Brother, you forgot I have a prospective in-law family. We agreed to get married next year, but now I won't wait anymore.
Chui Yuan stood up and grabbed Chui Shigang.
Brother, go to my in-law's house tomorrow. Tonight, go to my in-law's house and tell them we can move up the wedding.
The sooner, the better.
Preferably within the next few days.
Chui Shigang hesitated. Is that even possible? Marriage is a big deal. Isn't that too rushed? Our mother isn't even home.
What's the rush?
I'm already 23. You're 23 and already have a child.
As for mother, I'll go to the police station and tell her before the wedding.
She'll understand. Chui Yuan was full of excitement, giving herself a mental pat on the back for her cleverness.
But your mother hasn't had time to teach you how to do housework.
Won't your wife look down on you?
Chui Shigang was a bit worried.
We'll worry about that later. You can learn slowly after you're married. Chui Yuan was already eager to get started.
Otherwise, if she waited a few more days, she feared she might starve herself to death.
How much dowry should we prepare? What about the furniture? And the dowry items?
Brother, I really can't afford it. Chui Shigang grew increasingly disheartened. His life had been a complete failure. After working so hard year after year, he was still poor.
The dowry is up to them, and the furniture doesn't matter either.
But we must make it clear that our family has no dowry, and I'm not very skilled at housework. To get married as soon as possible and escape this misery, Chui Yuan was willing to take the plunge.
Is she really that desperate?
Chui Shigang looked at his younger sister in astonishment.
Has she lost her mind?
Just a few days ago, she was still telling her mother that she wanted at least $88 in dowry and 3 pieces of jewelry, plus a set of musical instruments.
How could she suddenly change her mind? Yuan, are you serious? Chui Shigang felt he needed to confirm.
Of course I'm serious.
What else could I do? Chui Yuan rolled her eyes. Your younger brother can't stand me, and I can't cook. I have to find someone to take care of me, don't I?
Alright, you have a point.
Chui Shigang stood up. I'll make some noodles. Do you want some?
Yes.
Noodles aren't very filling, but they're better than nothing.
That evening, Chui Shigang went to Chui Yuan's in-law's house and laid out the conditions. The in-laws agreed immediately. The dowry was up to them, and they didn't insist on furniture.
This was like manna from heaven. As for the dowry, since the dowry was already so generous, how could they possibly ask for a dowry? It didn't matter anymore.
Both sides agreed immediately, and it was decided that the wedding would take place on the 16th of August. Everything was kept simple, just 2 sets of bedding, 2 sets of clothes, and $10 as the dowry.
It was extremely modest.
The next day, Chui Shigang went into town and mentioned this to Chen Erfeng. Chen Erfeng was so shocked she covered her mouth, and after a long while, she finally said,
Shigang, isn't this too rushed? As your older brother and sister-in-law, shouldn't we contribute something? Chui Shigang sighed helplessly. The problem is we don't have any money.
I was planning to sell the trees in our yard to make a chest for Yuan, but it seems like there's no time left.
Tomorrow is the 15th of August, and the wedding is the day after tomorrow.
There's no time to prepare furniture.
What should we do? If we don't give a dowry, people will say I'm ignorant of proper etiquette. Chen Erfeng was too kind.
Even though her younger sister-in-law had treated her so badly in the past, she still cared about proper etiquette.
Why don't you take these $5 and buy a box for Yuan? No need. I'll figure something else out.
Chen Erfeng took out 5 yuan, but Chui Shigang dared not accept it.
This is the money Chen Fei gave them for food. If Chen Fei finds out, will he beat him? Chui Shigang was a bit afraid.
On the hospital bed, Area SIs darted around, looking from one person to another, unsure of what she was thinking.
Sister, what are you talking about?
Just then, Chen Fei pushed the door open, startling Chui Shigang.
Nothing. But I thought I heard something about money. Did I hear wrong?
Chen Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife, making Chui Shigang feel uneasy all over. He could only turn to Chen Erfeng for help.
Chapter 85, Zhu Caisha's Perseverance.
Erfeng timidly pulled back the 5 yuan and asked cautiously, Xiao Fei, Shigang said his sister is leaving, so I hope you won't blame me?
Going out means getting married in the local dialect. Chen Fei was slightly taken aback. Why is she suddenly leaving?
Chui Shigang awkwardly stared at his toes, stammering, actually, Yuan isn't very good at housework, and she hasn't eaten well these past few days, so.
So all the housework was done by my older sister before? Chen Fei stared at Chui Shigang, who lowered his head guiltily and replied, yes, that's right.
Chen Erfeng said softly, actually, I don't mind doing more chores.
As long as you're kind to me, that's enough.
Such a simple request. Even this, the Chui family can't manage. But since things had come to this, Chen Fei didn't want to say more.
His older sister didn't want a divorce, so what could he do? Never mind, let's not talk about this. Arya, look what your uncle bought for you. Chen Fei walked around them and sat down at Arya's bedside. What's this? Arya had never seen it before. It's soda. You can drink a little when you're thirsty. All right. Arya was very obedient and drank a few sips before stopping. Mom, drink the soda. Chen Erfing's eyes were moist, but her face was smiling. Mom isn't thirsty. I'll save it for you. How about we drink it next time? All right. Chen Fei then took out 10 yuan and handed it to Cui Shiguan. This is our family's gift. Take it. Isn't that too much? At the time, the usual gift was 1 yuan, and some even gave 50 cents. Giving 2 yuan was considered for close relatives. Chen Fei suddenly gave 10 yuan as a gift, which left Cui Shiguan feeling both honored and surprised. Take it. Since we're going to continue being relatives, we can't skimp on the proper etiquette. Chen Fei himself didn't mind, but he didn't want his older sister to be talked about by the neighbors. Then, Chen Fei took out another 10 yuan and gave it to Chen Erfing, telling her not to be stingy and to eat it since she was pregnant. Chen Erfing kept nodding, her voice choked with emotion. The kindness her younger brother had shown her was something she could never repay in this lifetime. However, Chen Fei didn't linger long. After exchanging a few words, he hurriedly left. Excuse me, are you Chen Fei's sister? As soon as Chen Fei left, Zhu Caixia, dressed in a floral dress, appeared at the hospital room door. As she asked, peeking inside cautiously. Unfortunately, she didn't see the person she was looking for. I'm his second older sister. Who are you? Chen Erfing hesitated, feeling a bit nervous. This girl is so beautiful, with snow-white skin, a delicate, fair complexion, and in her early 20s. In the dress, she looked tall and elegant, clearly someone from the city. Second sister, my name is Zhu Caixia. I'm Chen Fei's friend. I heard your child is sick, so I came to visit. Zhu Caixia put her thoughts aside, smiled, and chatted with Chen Erfing, then subtly asked when Chen Fei would arrive. Chen Erfing said Chen Fei had just left, and Zhu Caixia immediately regretted her question. She had already found out that Chen Fei came every day at noon to sell mushrooms, and by the time he finished selling, it was around 3 o'clock. She had timed her visit perfectly, hoping to have a chance encounter with Chen Fei, but ended up coming at the wrong time? She should have arrived a few minutes earlier. Zhu Caixia silently encouraged herself. Never mind, there's always next time. And the next time after that. With enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. As long as I'm sincere, I don't believe I can't move Chen Fei. Unless he has a heart of stone. I'm not ugly, am I? Then I'll come back tomorrow. After chatting for a while, Zhu Caixia stood up and took her leave. Shortly after, Xiao Guozhu also came by with a gift for Arya. Upon learning that Chen Fei had already left, they chatted for a few minutes before departing. Although Xiao Guozhu was very approachable, he was still the factory director, and his aura made the couple feel awkward. They only relaxed once he had walked away. Our brother is something else, he knows so many city folks. With Chen Fei not around, Cui Shiguan dared to call him brother, something he wouldn't dare to do otherwise. That's right, my brother has made something of himself. Chen Erfeng spoke softly, filled with pride. The Mid-Autumn Festival arrived as scheduled, but construction at Chen Fei's house was still in full swing. Chen Fei, as usual, brought some snacks for Arya, chatted for a while, and then left. Zhu Caixia arrived a few minutes early and finally caught up with Chen Fei, but it was at the hospital entrance, and Chen Fei was about to leave. So she could only chat with him for a few minutes at the entrance before reluctantly waving goodbye. However, she didn't lose heart. Instead, she clenched her little fist and encouraged herself. Zhu Caixia, you can do it. Keep going tomorrow. One day, he'll be moved by your sincerity. Chen Fei had no idea of her persistence. He bought a roasted chicken and beer at a restaurant and went home. The family enjoyed their meal in harmony. When the moon rose, they placed mooncakes in the courtyard. Chen Feng secretly lit some incense, bowed toward the moon several times, and made a wish, though no one knew what it was. Dia saw Chen Feng kneeling and followed suit, kneeling in imitation, which made everyone laugh. When the incense burned out, the mooncakes were put away, and each person took one to eat while chatting idly. The craftsmen worked with renewed vigor. In just 2 days, the walls of the east and west wings were completely built, and the south wing was halfway done. They estimated that everything would be finished by tomorrow. The next step was to raise the beams, erect the columns, and once the roof was up, the house would be ready to move into. The entire family was filled with anticipation. However, amidst the laughter, Chen Sifeng mentioned something. In the past few days, I saw someone going to pick mushrooms. And there were several of them. Chen Fei smiled. Picking mushrooms isn't that unusual. Chen Sifeng frowned. They're not for our family, they're for themselves. Some go to the cooperative, others to the black market, and there are quite a few of them. I see. This was all expected. Seeing him make money every day, others can't help but be tempted. Right now it's just a few people, but more will join in the future.
At first, it's just testing the waters, daring to try it out in nearby black markets or rural cooperatives. Once they realize it's not a problem, they'll definitely expand their operations and even sell mushrooms in the city.
What then? If too many people start selling, we won't make any money.
Chen Sifeng looked like a greedy little money grabber. Lately, she's been making over 200 a day, and she's hooked.
Even though it's just a side hustle, it's still pretty exciting, you know? No problem, mushrooms can only be harvested for a few days anyway.
Once the house is built, we'll move on to something else.
Chen Fei had already planned it all out.
Although many people want to make money, they dare not do it openly and dare not skip their work in the production team.
After the 15th of August, the autumn harvest will be almost underway.
Even if someone takes some time off to pick mushrooms, it won't make much difference to them.
With a house, there'll be more space at home, and we can take the next step. Otherwise, sitting around doing nothing would eventually lead to nothing. As long as you know what you're doing, I'll follow your lead.
Chen Sifeng may be fierce, but she knows her limit. She knows her mind isn't as sharp as her brother's. So, leave the brainwork to him.
Xiao Fei, what do you plan to do? Can you tell your sister? Chen Feng asked with a touch of worry.
Besides picking mushrooms, she couldn't think of any other way to make money. Next, I plan to focus on collecting medicinal herbs and spices, and also cultivate mushroom spores to prepare for livestock farming. In his previous life, he had made his fortune by raising the price of seasonings, becoming the seasoning king. Although traditional Chinese medicine is under pressure, it emphasizes the principle of medicinal and edible substances sharing the same origin, meaning many herbs are both medicinal and culinary ingredients. For example, Sichuan pepper has a fragrant aroma that strengthens the spleen, warms the middle, and dispels cold. Cloves warm the middle, descend counterflow, and tonify the kidneys to assist yang. Cardamom is pungent, aromatic, and warming, promoting the flow of qi and warming the middle. It can treat spleen and stomach deficiency with cold, chronic diarrhea, and other conditions.
The seasoning market is definitely going to boom again. As for the livestock industry, it is optional. However, since no one is currently involved in it, getting a head start would definitely be profitable. In the future, we can also start training programs and sell mushroom spores, all of which are profitable ventures. Starting over in this life, I'm sure the path I choose will be broader than in my previous life. Can mushrooms be grown on their own?
The women were all looking at him in astonishment.
Aren't those things supposed to grow on their own?
Of course they can be grown, but you need to cultivate the mushroom spores first. Chen Fei spoke confidently.
Just do as you see fit, we don't know anything about it. Lu Yier's eyes curved into crescent moons.
Although she didn't understand, she felt that Chen Fei was very capable. You don't need to worry about anything, just wait to marry in and enjoy the good life.
I haven't even mentioned marriage yet. Lu Yi was saying one thing but thinking another.
Though she hadn't drunk any alcohol, her face was as red as a ripe persimmon, and if you touched it lightly, it would feel moist.
But when will Chen Fei officially propose? She wanted to ask but dared not. It's pretty embarrassing.
Time flashes back a few hours earlier. Cui Shiguan and his sister went to the detention center to visit Ma Hanio and told her that Yu Huan was getting married tomorrow.
Ma Hanio's face dropped so low it almost touched the ground, and she was furious. No way. You're not unmarriageable, how could you just give yourself away so cheaply? Chapter 86. Why is it different from what I imagined? Cui Yu Huan started crying. But I can't support myself. Ma Hanio was weeping bitterly. It's all my fault.
I thought I could spoil you for as long as I could, but now you become like this. After crying for a while, Ma Hanio wiped away her tears and began to admonish Cui Yu Huan.
Don't worry, cheer up. If you marry into their family, you can take the initiative and get pregnant sooner, and they won't have anything to say. Cui Yu Huan was so shocked she trembled. Mother, what are you saying? I'm telling you the truth. A woman's basic duty is to have children.
As long as you can give them a grandson quickly, you'll gain status through your son, and even if you can't work, it won't matter. Ma Hanio spoke with the air of someone who had been there before.
Remember, be proactive. After all, he's your husband, it doesn't matter what you do.
Men are all the same when it comes to that.
Cui Shiguan's face turned beet red. Is this something I should be hearing?
Thus, Cui Yu Huan hurriedly married someone, what could be called a whirlwind marriage. The mother and daughter were self-righteous, thinking that as long as they could have children, everything would be fine. But they never expected that the in-laws weren't easy to deal with. At first, during the honeymoon period, no one said anything. But as time went on, the mother-in-law grew dissatisfied. She would scold and berate her every day, speaking in veiled insults and making subtle digs.
Cui Yu Huan didn't back down, retorting sharply.
She reminded her of the agreement they had made. I wasn't very good at housework, so I only asked for $10 as a dowry.
Otherwise, why would such a beautiful girl like me marry into your family?
The mother-in-law immediately retorted, if you can't do housework, you can learn.
At the very least, you should be able to cook and do laundry. You just eat and sleep, even pigs aren't as lazy as you.
The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law immediately started arguing. Chui Yuan thought the man would spoil her, but to her surprise, he didn't say a word and just slapped her hard across the face.
How dare you talk back to my mother? Who gave you the nerve? Chui Yuan was speechless. My brother wasn't like this. Why has he changed now that it's my turn? This isn't what I expected. Domestic violence only happens once or countless times.
Chui Yuan was beaten every few days, forced to learn household chores, and had to keep telling herself to stay strong.
It's okay, once I get pregnant, things will be different.
A mother's status rises with her son's, and I don't believe you'll dare to hit me anymore. When she finally got pregnant as she had hoped, she thought she could rise through her child, but all she got was more family discipline.
Chui Yuan cried until she was heartbroken. Why? I'm carrying your child, and you still beat me like this?
Her mother-in-law glared at her with disdain. If you don't beat me for 3 days, I'll tear the roof off the house.
Who hasn't given birth before? Chui Yuan cried herself to death. I want a divorce. You're all bullying me. Dare to divorce? I'll break your legs.
The man grabbed a wooden stick, and Chui Yuan shivered and submitted. Many days later, Manhwa heard the news and nearly had a stroke on the spot.
However, none of this had anything to do with Chen Fei. The path is one's own choice, one cannot blame others.
If they had been kinder to their second sister, or if Chui Yuan had known how to do household chores instead of being so lazy, none of this would have happened. As for Manhwa, her final sentence was 2 years and 6 months, which was considered a lenient sentence. These were all afterthoughts, mentioned in passing. In the days that followed, Chen Fei continued his daily routine, traveling back and forth between Shilling and the county seat. The money he earned each day was enough to buy materials, with some left over. Besides picking mushrooms daily, he would select larger ones upon returning, remove the mushroom caps, and place them with the gills facing down on white paper. He then covered them with enameled basins and placed them in a dry, well-ventilated area to wait for the mushroom spores to appear. The south wall was quickly built up, and Chen Fei notified Zhang the carpenter to begin raising the beams. First, the rafters and purlins cut by each household were inspected and then transported to Chen Fei's doorstep. Payment was made on the spot, with no delays. At the same time, he instructed Zhang the carpenter to make the main door first whenever he had time. The small side door could be placed further back, but the main door must be there. Leaving it open all the time wasn't acceptable. The day for raising the main beam was a special day chosen by Chen Fei. He prepared offerings such as apples, oranges, oil-fried dough flours, firecrackers, and red paper. Additionally, he purchased a pig's head, half a pig split down the middle, and several dozen pounds of glass noodles. The structure of an old rural house includes a main beam, wooden rafters, inner columns, and purlins. When installing these wooden components, the main columns and hidden columns must be clearly distinguished. Exposed and hidden columns must not be used interchangeably. The root part must be at the bottom, and the tip part at the top. The rafters on the purlins must also be properly aligned, otherwise, it is called twisted dragon, which is considered unlucky. After the main beam is constructed, a red cloth is tied in the middle, and red paper is pasted on the beam, inscribed with good luck when the beam is raised and Zheng Tai Gong is here, bringing good fortune. This must be done for every beam. When raising the beam, the master carpenter shouts, the front of the beam brings 1,000 years of wealth, and the rear brings 10,000 years of longevity. Ask the host, to be wealthy and noble, first, have a strong eldest son to support the family, second, ensure domestic peace, third, have many children, fourth, attain imperial favor, fifth, have abundant harvest, sixth, prosperous livestock, seventh, cattle and horses roaming the mountains, eighth, honor and wealth, ninth, 9 sons who become top scholars, 10th, longevity, fortune, and blessings. After Lu Ban and Yang Gong's blessings, wealth and descendants will flourish for 10,000 years. After the beam is in place, the bricklayers and carpenters carry the beam and climb the ladder to raise it. As they slowly lift it up, this is called step by step to higher positions. At this moment, Chen Fei lit the firecrackers that had been prepared earlier. Amidst the loud crackling sounds, Zheng the carpenter sang the praise. Below, the golden rooster crows, above, the phoenix sings. This is the moment of raising the main beam. Family members and relatives and friends all shout in unison, good, good. Once the main beam is raised to the ridge of the hall and securely in place, Lao Ma and Zhang the carpenter toss candies, peanuts, honeyed peaches, red dates, and copper coins from the beam to the crowd gathered around. For a moment, men, women, and children of all ages laughed and scrambled for the treats. The more people there were, the happier the host was. The craftsman recited auspicious sayings. Throw the beam to the east, where the rising sun fills the hall with red. Throw the beam to the west, the Qilin brings the sun and hangs double happiness. Throwing the beam to the south, may your descendants become top scholars generation after generation. Throw the beam to the north, and the granaries will be filled with white rice every year. Adults and children respond in unison while scrambling for candies on the ground. At this point, the sounds of firecrackers and voices fill the air, creating a lively atmosphere that reaches its peak. Finally, Chen Fei prepares a large pot of pork stew with rice noodles to treat the craftsmen and relatives and friends, and distributes red envelopes. A special large iron pot, over a meter in diameter, could feed hundreds of people. This was a unique rural scene that city dwellers had likely never seen before.
After this meal, the roof-raising ceremony is finally complete. After everyone had eaten their fill, Chen Fei waved his hand generously. Village elders and neighbors, thank you all for your help during this time. The new house is finally built. No need for words, here's your payment. Alright. Chen Fei is so generous. The craftsmen rubbed their hands together, beaming with joy. Though they didn't say it aloud, everyone had been waiting for this day. Old Uncle Ma, $33. Zhang the carpenter, $35. Uncle Lu, $21. Counting the money one by one, they couldn't help but smile. Earning so much in 10 days, with cigarettes to smoke and sugar water to drink every day, what more could one ask for? As for being tired? Who in the countryside isn't tired? After distributing the money, Chen Fei shouted, once you've collected your money, go back to your homes, find your mothers, or even look for a wife. Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Fei continued, if anyone didn't drink enough earlier, keep drinking, we've got plenty of alcohol. Everyone politely declined. No more drinking. We've had enough. We have to keep working tomorrow. Let's go, let's go. As they walked away, they chatted animatedly. Chen Fei is quite the young man. He's already built a new house in just a few days. Look at that brick house, how grand. It's even taller than the village chief's house. Next step must be to propose marriage. Lu Yi is in for some good fortune. The men envied him, the women were jealous, and Chen Fei's family was filled with joy. However, not everyone was happy. Shui Chang never showed up. The final verdict was 10 days in detention, missing the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chen Fei's house-raising ceremony. Even if he had come, he wouldn't have come, but that doesn't mean he wasn't angry. After being released from detention, Shui Chang went straight to find his younger sister, Shui Qin. Sis, I can't swallow this. You're full of tricks, give me an idea. Chapter 87, Words Can't Explain. Shui Qin rolled her eyes. Brother, can you even speak properly? What do you mean I have so many clever ideas? No, sis, you know I'm not good with words. Shui Chang looked utterly wrong. You know I've never been so wronged in my life. It's all Chen Fei's fault. Let me think about it. Shui Qin quickly came up with an idea. Brother, you can say it like this. The two of them whispered and plotted for a long time, and then Shui Chang burst into laughter. Great. That's a good plan. It'll definitely make Chen Fei regret it. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Shui Qin was so proud she could barely contain herself. If she had a tail, that is. The factory canteen will only take mushrooms from Chen Fei, he won't be able to say a word about it. Shui Gang perked up at the suggestion. Let's mix some poisonous mushrooms in there. If the workers all get diarrhea, that'll be enough to give him a taste of his own medicine. Shui Chang then secretly had someone pick some poisonous mushrooms and personally delivered them to the county town. When he told Shui Gang, the two brothers agreed immediately, but Shui Gang had a slight concern. The plan was good, but would he get caught? Shui Chang reassured him, everyone knows the mushrooms are Chen Fei's. Who would suspect you? Shui Gang thought about it and agreed. As long as we're not caught red-handed, who would know it was us? Should we go for it? Let's do it. This is our chance to avenge our brother. As he spoke, Shui Chang suddenly slapped his thigh. I've got it. There's one more person who can help us. Who? Shui Chang smiled triumphantly. Li Shui. He said and hurried off to find Li Shui. Shui Gang, meanwhile, hid the poisonous mushrooms and waited for Chen Fei to come knocking. Of course, those who came to the machinery factory were Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng. When they met, neither said a word. They conducted their business professionally. After the weighing was done, Chen Sifeng took the 57 yuan and 80 cents and left. Shui Gang glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then quietly took out the poisonous mushrooms and placed them in Chen Fei's mushrooms, covering them with good mushrooms. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, Shui Gang, what are you doing? Shui Gang's mind went blank, and his entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning. He looked up and saw it was Lin Na. He forced himself to stay calm and said, nothing, I'm just checking to see if there's anything dirty. Lin Na stared suspiciously at the two baskets of mushrooms for over 10 seconds before finally looking away, her face slightly red. Yesterday, my neighbor introduced me to someone, saying we'd meet today, and I was thinking. Lin Na stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Recently, Shui Gang has been pursuing her, buying her things from time to time. Saying she's not at all interested would be a lie, so she came to test Shui Gang's intentions. That's not possible. Shui Gang turned red in the face and jumped up reflexively. Lin Na, you should know how I feel. I want to be your boyfriend. Lin Na blushed shyly. Saying it to me won't work. You have to come to my house, get my mother's approval, and find a matchmaker. That's easy. My uncle is the deputy factory manager. I'll have him be the matchmaker, and your mom will definitely agree. Shui Gang was confident. Having the deputy factory director as a matchmaker, that's some clout. I'm sure we can handle an old auntie. Alright, but you have to hurry. We're supposed to meet today. Where should we meet? At the state-owned restaurant.
The matchmaker said we should have dinner first to get to know each other, and if it works out, we can make plans. After saying that, Lin Na hurriedly left. On the way, Lin Na had already made up her mind. She would just go through the motions with the man, say it wasn't a good fit, and then wait for Shui Gang. Shui Gang had good conditions. He worked in the canteen and could save over 10 yuan a month. Plus, he has an uncle who is a deputy factory director. Marrying him would definitely be a good choice.
However, Shui Gang seemed off earlier, and that moment of panic was definitely not a mistake.
Lin Na trusted her instincts.
What exactly was off about him?
Lin Na recalled the scene from earlier. Her heart skipped a beat, and fleeting images flashed through her mind.
Did she just see a poisonous mushroom?
That's right, poisonous mushrooms.
Lin Na was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion. Did Shui Gang mix something into the mushrooms? Why would he do that?
And poisonous mushrooms at that.
Was he trying to frame the person who brought the mushrooms?
Chen Fei. Lin Na often interacted with Shui Gang and had heard him complain a few times. But she never imagined Shui Gang would be so bold as to use poisonous mushrooms to harm someone.
The girl was torn.
As for Li Shui, she was constantly thinking about how to break up Chen Fei and Lu Yi.
Going to Xiling village to tell Lu Yuer herself would seem too obvious, and Lu Yuer wouldn't believe her. Having someone else say it would be the most effective. But finding the right person was no easy task.
As the days passed, Li Shui grew increasingly anxious. Today, Chen Fei came to sell mushrooms as usual. Li Shui approached him with a forced smile, but once again, she was met with cold indifference.
Chen Fei didn't even acknowledge her.
After settling the accounts, she watched as Chen Fei stuffed several large bills into his green military-style bag, making her envious beyond words.
But Chen Fei didn't acknowledge her, instead chatting and laughing with Su Ying.
Li Shui dared not get too close, but she overheard a few words. It seemed like Chen Fei's older sister's child was sick, and Su Ying was scolding Chen Fei for not telling her about such an important matter. Chen Fei scratched his head with a sheepish smile. I didn't want to bother you, and besides, Jun Jin is taking care of the child at the hospital. He's almost ready to be discharged.
Su Ying glared at him, pretending to be angry. Are you saying Yunjin is closer to you than I am? Chen Fei smiled apologetically. Don't say that. You and Yunjin are just like my own sisters.
Really?
I have 6 sisters. I'm so lucky.
You're just good with words. Su Ying couldn't help but smile at his teasing, then asked, let me know when you're discharged, and I'll come visit the baby. Li Shui, who was listening nearby, had a sudden idea.
No wonder I saw Chen Fei at the hospital entrance the day. It was because his second sister's child was sick. Should I take the roundabout route and talk to his sister? We're all women. She should understand me. I just want to go back to the city. What's wrong with that? Chen Fei shouldn't have treated me like that.
At that moment, Li Shui noticed someone peeking around the corner of the restaurant entrance, and her eyes lit up.
Shui Chang, isn't this a perfect messenger? Shui Chang, you're looking for me?
Li Shui pretended to be taking out the trash and walked over, gesturing for Shui Chang to come outside.
I need to talk to you.
The two of them moved aside. Just as Shui Chang was about to take out a small packet of poisonous mushrooms, Li Shui spoke first.
Actually, I also have something to discuss with you.
You go first. Shui Chang stopped and hid the poisonous mushrooms behind his back. Li Shui finally found a way to get her message across and immediately started talking. I saw it with my own eyes the other day. Chen Fei was with a woman, acting very intimate. I need you to pass this message to Lu Yi.
Can you do it? Mentioning Lu Yi, Shui Chang perked up. Do you mean to make her leave Chen Fei?
Yes, Chen Fei was originally my boyfriend. Lu Yi is just someone he used to vent his drunk feelings on. They shouldn't be together. Li Shui felt like she was the rightful partner, and Lu Yi was the third wheel.
Who is that woman? Shui Chang asked.
I don't know, but she's pretty.
She must be from the city. Although Li Shui didn't want to admit it, Zhu Caixia was indeed very pretty. Can you compete with her? Shui Chang found it amusing. Why do you think Chen Fei and Lu Yi break up and come back to you? He wants to be with another woman. That's none of your business. Just separate them first.
Li Shui hated Lu Yi to death. You just left, and you're already taking advantage of the situation, you sly fox. Alright, I'll tell Lu Yi. Anyway, Shui Chang wants to break them up too, so Li Shui is doing exactly what he wants.
However, I have something for you to do. Shui Chang took out a small bag. What's this?
Li Shui opened it and was immediately filled with dread. Chapter 88, The Peach Blossom Disaster.
Shui Chang spoke gently and persuasively. Li Shui, do you think Chen Fei, given his current situation, would come back to you?
Even a good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on.
So what? What are you trying to say? Li Shui was almost obsessed, fixated on reconciling with Chen Fei, and couldn't hear anything else. You said he's with another woman, right?
Chen Fei has made a fortune. Now his heart has wandered. Only a drastic measure can bring him back.
Harsh measures?
What kind of harsh measures?
Li Shui said she didn't understand.
The drastic measure is to make him unable to sell mushrooms. Once he earns less money, those random women will naturally stay away from him. Shui Chang spoke convincingly, but Li Shui wasn't stupid either. What you're saying makes sense, but if he is not making money, why should I stay with him? Do I have it easy back in the countryside? What do you think of Chen Fei now? Shui Chang countered. What do you mean, how is he? His relationships with people and everything else. His relationships are pretty good. He calls our director and the hospital director sister. That's exactly right. Although Shui Chang hated Chen Fei, he couldn't help but admire Chen Fei's abilities. Think about it, he's so close to your director. If he can't sell mushrooms anymore, he can always work as a laborer, right? If you become a dual-income couple with him, wouldn't life be wonderful? Li Shui fell silent. She had thought about it before, but Chen Fei didn't pay her any attention. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Although it wouldn't be as lucrative as now, it would be stable. A steady job is also appealing. Don't hesitate. Chen Fei said he'd marry her at the latest within a month. By then, he'll be paired with Lu Yi, and you'll be completely out of the picture. Shui Chang pressed his advantage. Alright. I'll give it a try, but are you sure it won't kill someone? If someone dies, it becomes a major case. Once the police get involved, I won't be able to escape. I'm not that stupid. You're right. Alright, give me the stuff. Li Shui took the small bag and sneaked back to the restaurant. Shui Chang clenched his fists tightly behind her. It's done. This time, we'll pull both strings. I won't believe we can't take down Chen Fei. As soon as Shui Chang left, Lin Na arrived at the state-owned restaurant, parked her bicycle, and was about to go inside when Chen Fei came out carrying a large bag and a small one, nearly colliding with her. Chen Fei? Lin Na was startled and widened her eyes. This is unbelievable. I just thought of Chen Fei and here he is. The county is cursed, whatever you say, it happens. Are you Lin Na? Although they had only met once before, Chen Fei still recognized her. But this girl seemed a bit distracted. Ah, it's me. Lin Na lowered her eyelids nervously. Chen Fei glanced at her and noticed that Lin Na's hand was trembling slightly. Hand tremors are related to the liver meridian, which governs the expression of emotions. If one becomes deeply involved with the opposite sex at this time, it often leads to romantic entanglements. Looking up, he saw that the corners of her eyes were slightly blue and there was a dark red patch at the bridge of her nose. It was undoubtedly a peach blossom disaster. Peach blossom fortune is also known as the peach blossom curse, and it has both good and bad aspects. Good peach blossom signifies positive interactions with the opposite sex. Bad peach blossom is the peach blossom calamity, which harms both people and wealth. Those who are deceived and cheated out of their money or affection are often those who have fallen into the peach blossom disaster. I originally intended to mind my own business, but after hesitating, I decided to give a word of caution. Lin Na, have you been in contact with Shui Gang recently? Yes, why? Well, how to put it, he might not be as good as you think. Be careful. Chen Fei spoke very subtly, but Lin Na still detected a hint of something off, and she felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean? Be clear. Chen Fei had no choice but to come clean. I mean, actually, Shui Gang is married. He's already been married before. Boom. It was like being struck by lightning. Lin Na stood frozen in place, then screamed hysterically, "You're lying. He said today that he wanted to be my boyfriend. You're slandering him. You foolish girl, you've been deceived." Chen Fei silently mourned for her for 3 seconds before asking her, "How long have you been dating?" "About half a year. He's always been good to me." Lin Na said angrily, "I know there's a conflict between you two, but please don't slander him." Chen Fei smiled, neither confirming nor denying anything. "You've known each other for so long. Has he ever invited you to his house?" "No." "You could bring it up yourself and see how he reacts." Chen Fei stopped there. "Alright, that's enough. I need to hurry back." After speaking, he walked around her, put his things in the bike basket, and rode off. Lin Na instinctively turned her head to look at his back, momentarily lost in thought. Later, she had no idea how her family arrived, how the matchmaker came, or what they talked about while sitting together. She couldn't hear a single word. Chen Fei's voice kept playing over and over in her mind. "Actually, Shui Gang already has a wife he is already married. Did he ever invite you to his house?" "No." Lin Na was certain. "Not even once. Shui Gang has never mentioned his family to her, let alone invited her over. That's not normal." "Lin Na? Lin Na!" Lin's mother shouted her daughter's name loudly. "What? I'm here." Lin Na looked up in a panic. "What's wrong?" Lin's mother smiled. "We've seen each other, and we've eaten. What do you think of Aunt Wang's nephew? Are you satisfied?" According to her previous plan, Lin Na had intended to say it wasn't suitable. But now, her mind was a complete mess. She shook her head and said, "I don't know, Mom. My mind is all over the place. I'm sorry, I'll go first." After speaking, she ignored the surprised glances from everyone at the table and stood up and walked straight out. She didn't ride her bike but pushed it aimlessly forward. After walking a short distance, Shui Gang rode up on his bike, rushing over to grab Lin Na's hand.
Lin Na, I'm late. My tire burst earlier, so I had to patch it up.
Lin Na took a step back, avoiding his grasp, her eyes fixed on Shui Gang's face.
Shui Gang, tell me the truth. Do you like me? I do. I've liked you since the first moment I saw you. What's the matter? Then let's go to your place. Lin Na blurted out, I want to go to your house and take a look. Shui Gang was momentarily flustered. Why does she suddenly want to go to my house? We're considering dating, isn't it normal to visit each other's homes? Lin Na countered.
Oh, right, you're right, I should go check out your place. Shui Gang snapped out of it and immediately put on a guilty expression. But Lin Na, you know I'm from the countryside.
You won't look down on me, will you? I'm talking about your city home.
Lin Na raised her gaze and stared intently at Shui Gang's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul.
You're not going to back out, are you? Has she figured it out?
Shui Gang's heart skipped a beat, but he remained defiant.
What's there to be afraid of? It's just a bit messy at home. I'll clean it up another day and invite you over then, okay? No, I want to go now.
Shui Gang's eyes darted around, making Lin Na even more convinced that he was hiding something.
Shui Gang fell silent.
His face looked as though he had eaten a pile of dog poo, and his voice grew hoarse.
Lin Na, did someone say something to you? Chapter 89, time to show off your acting skills. Yes. Someone told me you're already married.
Lin Na's eyes were red, and she stared at Shui Gang stubbornly and insistently.
Do you dare let me go to your house? Right now, do you dare? Shui Gang's face turned ashen, and his teeth clenched so tightly they almost broke. Is it Chen Fei? Besides Chen Fei, he couldn't think of anyone else.
Don't care who it is, just say whether you dare or not.
Lin Na was on the verge of breaking down, shouting wildly without caring about anything.
She had never imagined that her first crush would end in such a devastating blow, and tears streamed down her face.
She couldn't hold back. Shui Gang lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, then raised it again.
His face bore a mix of fear, helplessness, guilt, and a touch of feigned deep affection. I'm sorry, Lin Na.
I didn't mean to. I really am married. At the time, I was in the countryside and didn't know anything.
My father arranged the marriage, and I went along with it without thinking.
But I don't love her at all. Really, the only one I love is you.
Shui Gang transformed into a romantic hero, and it was time for him to show off his acting skills. His voice choked up, his expression pained, and he forced out a few tears. This acting would make Chen Fei give him a thumbs up.
Unfortunately, his brilliant acting couldn't move Lin Na.
Lin Na pushed him away, her voice harsh and angry.
Don't touch me. You don't deserve me.
Yes, I don't deserve you. Shui Gang wept bitterly, making his final effort to try to keep Lin Na.
I shouldn't have hidden this from you. I'm sorry. I was planning to tell you everything after we divorced. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Believe me, Lin Na. Ha ha. Lin Na smiled.
Her face was smiling, but her eyes were filled with tears.
How can I believe you? I poured out my heart to you, and you made me sick.
Lin Na got on her bike and pedaled furiously, as if she were pedaling away from Shui Gang.
Chen Fei.
Shui Gang wiped away his tears, his face twisted into a hideous grimace, and forced out two words through clenched teeth.
At that moment, he wanted to kill Chen Fei. Achoo!
Chen Fei, who had just met up with Chen Sifeng at the county town intersection and was preparing to go home, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said, "Does Liu miss me?" Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes, perhaps implying someone was cursing him.
Chen Fei couldn't help but think of Lin Na.
Her state of mind was off at the time.
Could it be because of Shui Gang?
But he didn't care. After all, it was none of his business, and he wasn't in the mood to meddle in others' affairs. Just as he had walked a short distance, he suddenly saw Song Hongjuan's second son, Song Jinrong, riding a bicycle hurriedly across the street.
He called out to him across the road.
Song Jinrong looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then turned and came over.
Chen Fei, are you guys heading home?
Yeah, we sold all the mushrooms and we're just heading home.
What are you doing in town now? Song Jinrong's expression was grim. Chen Fei, you've hit the nail on the head. Your sister-in-law isn't doing well.
The doctor said it's twins, one is breech, and the other is transverse.
They might not be able to deliver them. Chen Fei's expression changed. What did the doctor say?
Under normal circumstances, the fetus should be head down.
A breech presentation means the buttocks are down. Forcing the delivery would require the body to be folded. The result is inevitable, the fetus will suffocate, and the mother will hemorrhage. A transverse position is even worse, the body is sideways and simply can't come out. Song Jinrong frowned and said, the doctor has been trying to reposition the fetus for the past few days, but it hasn't been successful. Oh, this is driving me crazy. When is the mother due to give birth? Will it be dangerous?
Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefan had never heard of such a situation before, and their hearts sank.
The doctor said it's probably tomorrow. If it doesn't work, they'll have to perform a cesarean section. I'm going home to raise the money. My parents are coming tomorrow too. As he spoke, Song Jinrong, a burly man, couldn't help but shed tears.
Chen Fei felt a pang in his heart. A cesarean section might not have been a big deal in his previous life, but with the current medical standards, the risks were still significant.
First, the incision would be large, and the current medical standards couldn't achieve pain-free childbirth.
A large incision means higher risks, especially for twins. Additionally, the monitoring equipment was rudimentary, and there was a constant risk of life-threatening complications. This wasn't just about saving the mother or the babies, it was about saving 2 lives, no, 3 lives.
Jinrong, don't worry too much.
I'll go take a look tomorrow.
Maybe the fetus will have moved into the correct position by then.
At this point, Chen Fei could only comfort himself.
At this moment, the man is the mother's pillar of support he can't break down. Alright, thanks, Chen Fei. I need to hurry back, I can't leave my wife alone. Chen Fei's heart sank. Had he not notified his sister-in-law's family? Song Jinrong's expression darkened, and he shook his head bitterly.
No, I didn't tell your sister-in-law's family.
It's too complicated to explain. He then hurriedly left. Jinrong is really pitiful, Xu Jiefang said, looking at Song Jinrong's departing figure. Jinrong's wife is the one who's truly pitiful.
Chen Xifeng smacked her lips. She was about to become a mother, and now look at her. She's almost lost her life.
Xiao Fei, do you think a cesarean section hurts?
It might not be too painful, but I advise you to try for a natural birth if possible in the future.
Does a cesarean section hurt?
In my previous life, many hospitals touted pain-free childbirth, but it was just anesthesia.
At the time, it wasn't too painful. But afterward, only those who experienced it know the pain.
Not only is it painful, but it also takes a long time. The wound takes time to heal.
There are also issues like wound infections and abscesses.
Some people experience itching, pain, and discomfort whenever it's windy or rainy.
Almost lifelong. But I don't even have a husband or a family, why would I have children? Chen Xifeng gave him a sideways glance. I think Liberation Brother is a good choice. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Fei pretended to joke. He's a block of wood. I don't want him.
Chen Xifeng was being stubborn, but Chen Fei clearly saw her ears turn red. Xu Jiefang scratched his head, grinning like an idiot.
What's so funny? Hurry up and drive.
Chen Xifeng glared at him, and Xu Jiefang quickly jumped onto the cart, cracking the whip.
Crack. Drive.
The big black horse galloped forward. By the time they returned home, the sun had already set. The craftsmen were also preparing to finish their work. Yesterday, they had worked on the main framework, raising the beams, erecting the columns, and setting the rafters and purlins. Today, they would lay the bow, then spread a layer of soft mud made from wheat straw on top, and finally lay the tiles. Rush mats. In northern China, these are made from sorghum stalks, resembling mats but larger, and are specifically used for roofing. The tiles were already arranged with the brick and tile factory yesterday and delivered this morning. Before leaving, Chen Fei instructed us to finish the temporary structure first so that we could start building the stove. Otherwise, going back and forth to buy meals would be quite troublesome. Lu Yi boiled some water, added sugar, and poured bowl after bowl, inviting them to drink their fill. While drinking, they chatted and joked, praising Lu Yi for her good fortune in finding such a good man. In the past, many people had gossiped behind her back, but now they could only envy her. Lu Yi smiled with her eyes, her face radiating pride.
That's right, Chen Fei must be doing well. Some of her peers joked around. How capable is he? Can you tell us more?
Lu Yi raised her delicate little chin.
Chen Fei always gives me meat to eat. Oh.
Lu Yi fluttered her big eyes, wondering what they were saying. But then she suddenly remembered that Chen Fei had been sneaking into her room every night lately, and her little face turned red.
Lu Yi, don't pay attention to them. Chen Fei interrupted the rowdy boys, lest they say something inappropriate.
After sending off the craftsmen, Chen Fei called the sisters to start eating. Today, Chen Fei had bought roasted duck and a braised pork hock.
Though it wasn't Beijing-style roast duck, it still tasted quite good.
At least Chen Xifeng and Lu Yi were eating with their mouths full of oil, and Wu Fen and Danya were squinting their eyes shut. Only the eldest sister, Wen Jing, was more composed, eating slowly while glancing at Chen Fei. Xiao Fei, the house is almost finished.
When should we go to Lu Yi's house to deliver it? Delivering it is about choosing a good day.
In the north, when getting married, the groom's family first selects an auspicious date, brings gifts to the bride's family. If the bride's family agrees, the next step can proceed. Delivering the gifts, exchanging wedding gifts, getting married, and entering the bridal chamber, it's the entire process. Chen Fei was chewing on a big bone, his eyes fixed on Lu Yi. There's not enough time to cover everything in detail.
What I mean is, can we combine the gift giving and presenting of the betrothal gifts? What do you think, Lu Yi? Chapter 90, Trouble Has Arisen, please subscribe. Ha!
Lu Yi was munching on a duck leg when she suddenly heard Chen Fei call her. Her face flushed, her heart raced, and her mouth was full. She didn't know whether to keep chewing or spit it out.
She was torn. Eat slowly, finish first, don't choke.
Chen Fei playfully tapped her cute cheeks with his finger and smiled. Lu Yi'er blushed and lowered her head, quickly chewing and swallowing the duck meat in her mouth.
She then said meekly, I can do it. Following her older brother meant getting to eat meat, and Lu Yi'er couldn't wait to marry him. Plus, Chen Fei has been climbing over the wall lately. If someone discovers him, it'll be so embarrassing. Plus, the new wall has been built, and it's much higher than before.
Chen Fei said climbing over it isn't safe, so he told her to leave the door open quietly. If I marry over sooner, I won't be afraid.
Alright, it's settled. Go tell Uncle Lu,
and I'll send it over tomorrow.
Chen Feng interjected, isn't that disrespectful? Why don't I go with Lu Yi'er later? She's the head of the household, she must take on this responsibility. Alright. Chen Fei nodded.
Anything else we need to buy, write it down, and I'll go buy it tomorrow.
Alright. After making the arrangements, the family continued eating, while Lu Yi felt a bit more anticipation than usual. After dinner, Chen Fei and Lu Yi chatted for a while about trivial matters before getting to work on the mushroom spores. He now set aside a few mushrooms each day for spores, and the first batch was beginning to take shape, with the white paper turning yellow. The spores were extremely tiny, invisible to the naked eye, and only became visible when there were enough of them. What appeared to be a single sheet of paper actually contained thousands of spores. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Chen Fei couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Once the house is fully constructed, he can arrange for planting, and everyone will be amazed. Little did he know that Shui Chang had returned from the county town and immediately went to Jia Lan's house to talk to her about Zhu Caixia. He didn't know Zhu Caixia's name, but that didn't stop him from spinning a tale. Jia Lan perked up at the mention of it. Leave this to me, I'll make sure the whole village knows about it by tomorrow. Shui Chang smiled knowingly and went to find Chen Xiang. After being detained for over 10 days, his body was covered in hair. Country women have nothing better to do than gossip, talking about this family and that family, and spreading the latest rumors. Jia Lan mentioned that Chen Fei had met a woman in the county town, but by the time it reached Wang Auntie's ears, it had become Chen Fei had met a beautiful woman in the county town. By the time it reached Aunt Lia's ears, it had become Chen Fei is dating a woman from the county seat. The rumor spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until it reached Lu Yier's mother's ears, where it became Chen Fei is dating a woman from the county seat, and they're even planning to get married. This really upset Lu Yier's mother. Everyone in the village knew about it, but Chen Fei's family was still in the dark. The next day, they went up the mountain as usual after arranging for the craftsman, picked mushrooms, and went into town. However, when Su Ying saw him this time, she didn't greet him with a smile. Instead, she seriously called him into her office. Brother, tell me the truth. Has the quality control been lax lately? Chen Fei was taken aback. No, it's the same as always. My eldest sister and fourth sister personally inspected the mushrooms. What's going on? Did something happen? Su Ying took out several poisonous mushrooms and said seriously, these were found in your mushrooms yesterday. Luckily, the staff was responsible, otherwise, it would have been a major incident. Chen Fei didn't argue further, knowing that denying it would be pointless and might even reduce Su Ying's goodwill toward him. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fei asked, can you describe the situation when you found the poisonous mushrooms? What happened at the time? Su Ying called the kitchen staff over and asked her to describe the situation at the time. The woman was in her 40s, usually called Li Jia, and was responsible for washing vegetables. She said she had discovered it while washing vegetables. Chen Fei asked her for more details, whether it was on top or bottom. Li Jia recalled that it was mixed in, but mostly toward the top. Chen Fei suspected someone was framing him, but he had no evidence. Sister, we can inspect the mushrooms on site today and in the future. If we find even one poisonous mushroom, I won't take a single penny. Is that acceptable? Su Ying agreed. In truth, she also found it suspicious. Every time after weighing, they had to take them out of Chen Fei's basket, effectively checking them once more. Though not as thorough, it was still unlikely for several poisonous mushrooms to slip in. After weighing and inspecting the mushrooms, today's batch was naturally fine. Just as they were about to settle the bill, Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefeng rushed in. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. If nothing unexpected happens, something must have gone wrong. Sure enough, before Chen Sifeng even reached him, she shouted urgently, bad news, Xiao Fei. Several people at the machinery factory have been poisoned. Zhou Ge asked me to check with you about the situation. Chen Fei was startled. What's going on? Are you sure it's poisonous mushrooms? Chen Sifeng said anxiously. Zhou Ge said that over 10 people have diarrhea and were taken to the hospital, and another 20 or 30 people are dizzy and nauseous. After the doctors asked them, they all said they ate mushroom slices. As she spoke, Chen Sifeng was nearly in tears. Our mushrooms were all inspected. Why did this happen? Don't panic. I'll go check on the situation. Chen Fei was about to leave when Li Shui, who had been watching nearby, stopped him and said, Chen Fei, I told you selling mushrooms isn't a proper job. Why don't you come work at the restaurant with me? We can live a stable life together.
Chen Fei turned around abruptly, staring at her for a full minute before speaking.
This matter has nothing to do with you.
If you get involved, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he flung his sleeves and walked out. Behind him, Li Shui stood frozen in place.
Her mind went blank. How could this happen? Did I say something wrong? Was I wrong to comfort him? Or was my approach wrong? Actually, she's just too inexperienced.
She rushed out impatiently, thinking she could make Chen Fei change his mind, but instead she only exposed herself. Although Chen Fei has no evidence, it doesn't stop him from suspecting her. It's like many criminals who, after committing a crime, show up at the scene pretending to be curious, trying to get information from the police, but they don't realize they're walking into a trap.
This is classic criminal psychology.
Soon, Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng arrived at the machinery factory and met Zhou Zhang. After a discussion, they confirmed it was mushroom poisoning. Brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but with so many people poisoned, as the factory director, I must give the workers an explanation. Zhou Zhang said with a touch of apology.
I understand.
Chen Fei took a deep breath and said, Brother, you don't need to spare my feelings.
Do whatever needs to be done. I won't complain. It's best that you think that way. I believe you didn't do it on purpose.
Zhou Zhang paused and said, the mushrooms from today have been inspected and confirmed to be safe.
We'll handle tomorrow's batch tomorrow. Let's not rush tomorrow. We'll wait until we've investigated thoroughly.
He wanted to make money, but a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. He couldn't disregard Zhou Zhang and the feelings of the thousands of workers at the machinery factory.
Chen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly.
Poisonous mushrooms appearing simultaneously at the state-owned restaurant and the machinery factory. Someone is targeting him.
As the CEO of a billion-dollar company, Chen Fei immediately realized that someone was framing him. But who is this person?
He didn't know many people at the machinery factory, let alone anyone he had offended.
If there was anyone he had offended, it could only be Shui Gang.
Mentioning Shui Gang, Chen Fei couldn't help but picture a charming face in his mind.
Zhou Gu, do you know Lin Na? Chen Fei asked. Chapter 91, Lin Na Please Favorites. She's the cashier in the finance department.
Why did you think of her?
Zhou Zhang was a bit surprised. Can I meet her?
Sure. Zhou Zhang didn't hesitate much and nodded in agreement.
Fourth sister, you and Liberation brother go to the hospital and wait for me. It's okay, I'll handle it. Chen Fei stood up and said to Chen Sifeng. What about you? It's okay. With brother Zhou here, don't worry.
Alright, we'll go first. After Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefan left, Chen Fei and Zhou Zhang went to the finance office and met Lin Na. Today, Lin Na was wearing ordinary work attire, looking somewhat haggard, with slightly swollen eyes, clearly having cried. Upon suddenly seeing Chen Fei, she seemed a bit flustered.
You? What are you doing here?
Chen Fei looked at her with a smile. I came to check on you.
Are you okay?
Lin Na forced a smile, but it looked more painful than a cry.
I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? It seems you've already gotten your answer. Chen Fei cut to the chase. This isn't going anywhere. Let's go for a walk.
Lin Na had intended to refuse, but when she looked up and saw Chen Fei's gentle smile, she found herself nodding for some reason.
Zhou Zhang noticed this and looked pensive. You two talk first.
Chen Fei, come find me in the office later.
All right.
After Zhou Zhang left, the two stepped out the door and walked aimlessly along the factory grounds, unconsciously ending up on a quiet, secluded path. On either side of the path were 2 rows of weeping willows, gently swaying in the breeze. Looking from one end to the other, it seemed as though there was no end in sight.
Quiet. Peaceful.
But Lin Na suddenly stopped in her tracks, biting her lip lightly, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Chen Fei turned his head to look at her and asked softly, Did you used to come here often?
Lin Na nodded, turning her face away.
She didn't want Chen Fei to see the tears on her face. In the past, Shui Gang used to walk along this path with her, and it had become a habit without them even noticing. Unfortunately, that person wasn't the right one for her. Chen Fei looked at her and said, In life, one must learn to let go. Some people aren't worth it. There's no need to punish yourself for others' mistakes. Lin Na looked up at him in shock. After a moment, the clouds on her face gradually dissipated. She wiped away her tears and said,
Thank you. Have you come to terms with it? If you have, go back. I have things to do.
Chen Fei, I saw Shui Gang yesterday. Lin Na suddenly said.
Ha?
Chen Fei stared at her face, but didn't say what he was thinking.
Given your previous relationship, isn't it normal to see him?
Lin Na spoke again. I mean, I saw him picking mushrooms, and they were poisonous mushrooms.
Are you sure?
Chen Fei was both surprised and delighted. I'm sure. He saw me and seemed a bit flustered, but then he said he wanted to be my boyfriend, so I. Lin Na lowered her head in shame.
I really lost my head at the time.
Such an important matter, and I actually chose to ignore it. Last night, many people were poisoned, and Lin Na naturally heard about it. She felt both guilty and terrified, and with Shui Gang's betrayal, she hadn't slept well all night. She dared not speak up, but keeping it bottled up inside was agonizing. Now that she confided in Chen Fei, she suddenly felt much lighter.
Chen Fei smiled. Lin Na, I knew I didn't misjudge you.
You're a good girl, you dare to love and hate, and you're brave enough to expose the truth. Chen Fei instinctively patted Lin Na on the shoulder, praising her like he would encourage an employee in a previous life. Lin Na, you're doing great. Lin Na looked up at him in surprise. Her face radiated with vitality.
A sincere smile.
The generous praise left Lin Na momentarily dazed, her face flushing slightly before she hurriedly lowered her head.
Am I really that good? After asking, she felt a bit shy.
But there was also a faint, inexplicable sense of anticipation. You're wonderful, you just don't realize it yourself. Chen Fei withdrew his hand and smiled, saying, You're beautiful, knowledgeable, cultured, and able to distinguish right from wrong.
Has no one ever told you these things before? No, I'm not as good as you say I am.
Lin Na spoke insincerely, but her heart was filled with a little sweetness. Shui Gang had also used plenty of sweet words before, but compared to Chen Fei, it felt like they were on a different level. How could I have believed such a low-level lie? Lin Na suddenly felt a bit ashamed of herself.
Are you feeling better now? Chen Fei asked with a smile.
Lin Na nodded lightly.
Shall we go back?
I still need to talk to Zhou Gu about something.
Is it about the poisonous mushrooms?
Lin Na asked softly.
Yes, would you be willing to testify for me? Chen Fei asked. I'm willing,
Lin Na said firmly. The two then went to the office, where Lin Na recounted everything she had seen and heard to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang slammed the table and flew into a rage.
This Shui Gang is utterly audacious. How dare he poison the food in the canteen?
I'll call security to arrest him immediately.
Chen Fei stopped Zhou Zhang. Brother Zhou, based solely on Lin Na's testimony, he probably won't admit it.
Lin Na retorted angrily, I saw it with my own eyes.
How dare he deny it? Chen Fei countered, poisoning is a criminal offense. Do you really think someone like Shui Gang would admit to it over an unrequited love? Probably not.
Lin Na felt discouraged. She wanted that scoundrel to be punished. Why was it so difficult?
Zhou Zhang paced back and forth in the room, fuming. Is there really no way? There must be a way. Let me think.
Chen Fei rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Both the machinery factory and the state-owned restaurant had reported cases of poisonous mushrooms.
At the machinery factory, it's Shui Gang. At the restaurant, the only possible suspect is Li Shui.
Compared to Shui Gang, Li Shui, being a woman, would be easier to handle. Zhou Gu, I'll head back to the state-owned restaurant.
Wait for my update.
Zhou Zhang agreed.
What about me?
Lin Na looked at Lin Na with eager eyes. You wait too. When the time comes, I hope you'll have the courage to step forward and identify Shui Gang. Don't worry, Lin Na has always been a good comrade, she won't let you down.
I will.
Encouraged by both Chen Fei and Zhou Zhang, Lin Na felt her spirits soar, standing tall and proud. She even considered going home to fetch her green military uniform to wear, as it would make her look more like a warrior.
Chen Fei returned to the state-owned restaurant, found Li Shui, and brought her to Su Ying's office. Sit down.
Su Ying and Chen Fei sat at the desk, giving Li Shui a small stool. Perhaps the stool was a bit low, so she had to tilt her head upward to look at them, which made her feel a great deal of pressure. Unconsciously, her face turned pale, and she swallowed nervously.
Do you know why I called you here? Su Ying asked sternly. Director, I
don't know, Li Shui stammered. Li Shui, feeling guilty, lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Su Ying's piercing gaze.
Chen Fei sighed at the sight.
Li Shui, because of our past feelings, I don't want to be too harsh, but I have to tell you that someone has already been hired at the machinery factory. There was a hint of deception in his words, but Li Shui couldn't help but tremble slightly and whispered, I don't know what you're talking about.
Chapter 92, Is it wrong to want to mend a broken relationship?
Chen Fei said calmly, the one who poisoned the factory was Shui Gang.
Here, besides you, there's no one else.
There must be another Shui Chang among you.
Am I right?
As a former billionaire CEO, Chen Fei had experienced too many storms in his life. With a moment's thought, he pieced the entire incident together. Li Shui looked up in shock, quickly glanced at Chen Fei, then lowered her head again, her voice trembling with both distress and panic.
Chen Fei, you can't frame me.
Looking at her expression, Chen Fei understood most of it. Li Shui, if you tell me now, out of consideration for our past relationship, I won't harm you. But if you don't, you'll have no choice, and I'll have to have the police come for you.
Su Ying chimed in at the right moment. The opportunity is right in front of you.
You must know that your case could be minor or major. After all, it was only an attempted poisoning with no actual harm done. If you report it, you'll be considered a whistleblower and may not face charges. But if you insist on going your own way, there's nothing I can do.
Either we handle it internally or call the police. It's up to you.
As he spoke, he grabbed the phone with one hand and started dialing with the other.
No. Don't. Li Shui panicked.
Tears welled up in her eyes.
Director, don't call.
I'll tell you everything. Li Shui was still just a young girl, she couldn't handle such a scare. Her face was as white as paper, and her lips were trembling.
Shui Chang, it was Shui Chang. He came to see me yesterday and gave me poisonous mushrooms.
I didn't want to do it, but he said that Chen Fei was making too much money, so he looked down on me even more. Li Shui started crying, tears streaming down her face. Chen Fei, you know I regret it.
I want to be with you.
So I thought if I ruined this, you'd come back to me, and we could work together and start a family.
Chen Fei, I really didn't mean to harm you. Su Ying was speechless.
She looked at Li Shui in disbelief, then turned to Chen Fei and said helplessly, Chen Fei, so it's all because of you.
Chen Fei didn't know what to say.
For a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy and helplessness, but it was only for an instant. In this lifetime, he lived only for Lu Yuer. Li Shui, we've already missed our chance.
We can't go back. Do you understand?
Chen Fei felt he had to make things clear to her, otherwise he didn't know what she might do in the future.
No. It's not like that.
You must still love me, otherwise you wouldn't have drunk yourself into a stupor because of me, and Lu Yuer wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the situation. Li Shui stood up excitedly, crying, our 3 years of love, you can't just cut it off like that.
Is it wrong for me to want to reconcile with you? Chen Fei sighed. Getting back together is a beautiful wish, but the cracks can't be mended. We can't go back.
He spoke each word solemnly. Since you left, my heart has died. This lifetime, I live only for Lu Yuer. She's a good girl, and I'll never do anything to hurt her.
What about me? Are you really this heartless toward me?
Li Shui cried bitterly. She now believed that she truly couldn't win Chen Fei back. You were the one who abandoned me first.
But now I regret it.
Li Shui really couldn't accept it. You can forgive Lu Yi for what she did, but why can't you forgive me?
Is your heart made of stone?
There's no such thing as a regret pill. Chen Fei's heart is as hard as steel.
Li Shui, give up.
There will be plenty of people who will love you in the future. I sincerely hope we can put an end to this relationship.
I understand. There is no chance between us.
Li Shui sat down weakly, crying uncontrollably. She looked dazed and disoriented, as if she had lost all her vitality.
Su Ying, call her. Chen Fei gestured to Su Ying.
All right. Su Ying dialed the mechanical factory's phone number. Upon confirmation, Zhou Zhang immediately ordered the security department to arrest the suspect. Lin Na's testimony alone might not be sufficient evidence, but with Li Shui's testimony, it would be different. He then called Zhang Jigua and told him to arrest Shui Chang.
Zhang Jigua said it wasn't necessary and transferred the call to the Wenquan police station, instructing Xiao Bing to handle the arrest.
Listening to Su Ying make call after call, Li Shui snapped out of her despair and was suddenly filled with panic.
Director, can I resign on my own? Don't arrest me.
I'm still young, I can't go to prison.
Su Ying looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei, what do you think? Chen Fei sighed and told her to resign.
After all, no serious consequences had been caused.
Give her a chance, she's still young. Su Ying said, Li Shui, did you hear that? I'm letting you off because of my brother. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you.
Li Shui wiped away her tears, stood up, and walked toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Chen Fei, her eyes brimming with tears.
Chen Fei, if Lu Yi doesn't marry you, would you come back?
Chen Fei replied firmly, there are no ifs between us.
Li Shui had nothing to say. She left dejectedly.
After resolving the poisonous mushroom incident, Chen Fei hurried to the hospital. In the hospital room, Chen Erfeng, who had heard the news, was crying hysterically.
Fourth sister, what are we going to do? Will little Fei get arrested?
Chen Xifeng comforted her, don't worry, that kid is clever.
He'll be fine.
But my heart is racing with anxiety. Chen Erfeng couldn't sit still, wanting to rush over immediately. Chen Xifeng hurriedly pushed her back to the bedside.
Oh, don't keep pacing around. You're pregnant. If anything happens, little Fei will blame me. She accidentally let the cat out of the bag. However, Chen Erfeng didn't notice this detail. Shu Caixia, who was listening nearby, was curious and blurted out, fourth sister, what's little plane?
She had become familiar with Erfeng and Xifeng over the past few days and called them sister with ease.
Ha! Chen Xifeng was taken aback and immediately denied it. You heard wrong. I was talking about Xiao Fei.
Being interrupted like that, she felt less tense.
Shu Caixia said confidently, good deeds are rewarded. I believe Chen Fei will be fine.
Chen Xifeng lifted her head proudly. Of course. My brother is the best. But let me tell you, my brother is completely devoted to Lu Yi. You probably don't stand a chance, so don't waste your time here. Chen Xifeng spoke her mind, and her words left Zhu Caixia feeling dejected.
She forced a smile. I know, but I just can't let go.
I'll wait until he gets married.
What are you hoping for?
Chen Xifeng was puzzled.
Although my brother is a good person, handsome, can earn money, and even cook, there's no need to be like this, is there?
You're making me want to marry him too. She then added with a touch of regret, what a pity.
He's my own brother. Otherwise, I'd never let anyone else have him. Xu Jiefeng opened his mouth beside her but couldn't bring himself to speak. What are you saying about me?
Chen Fei pushed open the door from outside. Chen Erfeng jumped up in surprise, but before she could speak, Chen Sifeng had already rushed over and grabbed Chen Fei's arm.
Xiao Fei, are you okay? Did you explain everything? Can we still sell mushrooms tomorrow? What are we going to do if we can't sell mushrooms?
I'm so worried I could die.
Chen Fei feigned helplessness. Fourth sister, your mouth is like a machine gun. Which one should I answer first? Chapter 93, buying was the right choice. Get lost. Chen Sifeng slapped him and said, second sister, you ask. Chen Erfeng finally had a chance to speak. Xiao Fei, how did you handle the poisonous mushroom incident? Do we need to compensate them?
Chen Fei shook his head with a smile.
No need to compensate. We've already investigated it.
It was Shui Gang who deliberately mixed the poisonous mushrooms in. He's probably been arrested by now, along with Shui Chang.
Chen Erfeng was terrified. How could they do this to you? Chen Fei sighed bitterly, it's probably because of Lu Yi.
Shui Chang was originally going to propose to her, but I beat him to it, so he's been holding a grudge ever since.
Chen Sifeng rolled up his sleeves, furious. That bastard.
He set fire to our house last time, and now he's harmed you.
When I get back, I'll beat him to death. Fourth sister, cough cough. Chen Fei's lips twitched. Fourth sister, you're really fierce. Is that something a woman should say? Aren't you afraid you'll scare Zhu Jiefeng away?
However, Zhu Jiefeng didn't run away instead, he joined Chen Sifeng in her anger.
Let's go back and beat him together.
Chen Sifeng raised her eyebrows.
That's more like it. Chen Fei looked over and exclaimed, ha!
This is really it. Once you've set your sights on someone, anything goes.
Over time, maybe they'll really spark something. A heart was put at ease.
At that moment, Zhu Caixia smiled gently and spoke softly.
I knew Chen Fei would be rewarded for being a good person. I was right, wasn't I?
Chen Fei glanced at her and sighed, you come here every day.
Don't you have to work?
Zhu Caixia was wearing a blue work uniform today, clearly having come straight from the factory. Chen Fei felt she was being too stubborn, and he didn't want her to let him interfere with her work.
It's okay. I timed it just right. I've arranged everything.
I can switch shifts and finish my work early.
It won't affect anything.
Zhu Caixia didn't hide her feelings, her intense gaze fixed on Chen Fei.
I'm here for you. I've done everything I can to meet you every day.
I just hope that with sincere effort, even the hardest hearts can be moved. Chen Fei felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and quickly changed the subject.
As long as it doesn't affect work, that's fine.
Arya will be discharged tomorrow. Thank you for visiting her so often these days.
Zhu Caixia's expression darkened.
Tomorrow, Arya will be discharged.
Will she no longer have an excuse to see him?
But then she thought, Arya was getting discharged, but Chen Fei still had to go to the factory to sell mushrooms. If necessary, she could change her tactics. She could go to the canteen more often, whether there was work or not. What was there to fear? After exchanging a few words with Chen Fei, she hurriedly stood up to leave. Second sister, I still need to go to the cooperative to buy some things.
We agreed to go back today to deliver them to Lu Yi's house. We can't delay.
He deliberately said this in front of Zhu Caixia to make her give up. Sure enough, Zhu Caixia's body trembled, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. She bit her lips tightly, looking up at the ceiling, refusing to let herself cry.
Chen Erfeng looked at her and sighed. All right, go ahead.
Your older sister is useless, I can't help you. She's a good girl. If it weren't for Lu Yi, she'd make a fine wife for me.
What a pity. Then I'll go too. Zhu Caixia forced a smile and said. All right, let's go together.
Just as they reached the door, Chen Fei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly handed over all the tickets and some money he had on him to Chen Sifeng.
Fourth sister, I forgot that I promised Song Junrong yesterday to visit his wife. You go ahead first.
If I haven't gone to the cooperative by nightfall, you should go back first.
Chen Sifeng was taken aback. But I don't know what to buy. Ask Liberation Brother for advice.
Just go with your gut.
The more, the better. All right, that's it. Hurry up and go. Remember, just buy whatever you can.
After saying that, Chen Fei ran off quickly, disappearing at the end of the hallway.
Zhu Jiefeng, what should we do? Chen Sifeng was at a loss. She could eat and work hard, but when it came to buying things for a wedding, she had no experience at all. Zhu Jiefeng smiled broadly. Follow Chen Fei's lead. Pick whatever you like, and Lu Yu should like it too. Let us decide that then.
Chen Sifeng was never one to drag her feet. She gave Zhu Caixia a quick nod and hurried off, leaving Zhu Caixia standing there with a bitter expression on her face. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and tried to encourage herself.
It's okay, it's just exchanging gifts. It's not the wedding day yet. Zhu Caixia, you still have a chance.
She turned around, her spirit reignited, and walked toward the exit.
Obstetrics and Gynecology Department.
The Song Hongjun family had all arrived. Everyone was as restless as ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in a frenzy. Song Jinrong's wife, Sun Yuyen, was performing the fetal position correction exercise as instructed by the doctor, but it didn't seem to be working. The fetal position correction exercise, also known as the knee chest position exercise, should be performed once in the morning and once in the evening, each session lasting 10 minutes, for a total of 1 week. The pregnant woman lies on a hard bed with her chest and knees on the bed, her hips raised high, her legs perpendicular to the bed, and her chest almost touching the bed surface, wearing loose hospital attire. Since Sun Yuyen's condition was unusual, the head and deputy head of the obstetrics department were both present. Dr. Jiang Tsonglei, the chief physician, looked solemn. Sun Yuyen has been doing this for nearly a week. If it doesn't work today, we'll have to consider a cesarean section. Song Jinrong was filled with anxiety. Dr. Jiang, is a cesarean section dangerous? Will my wife be okay? Dr. Jiang Chonlei replied solemnly, a cesarean section definitely carries risks. Your wife is carrying twins, and the fetuses are relatively large, so the risks are twice as high as for an ordinary pregnant woman. You must be mentally prepared. Sun Yuyen turned pale upon hearing this, collapsing onto the bed and refusing to move. Song Jinrong asked through tears, will my wife die? Can't we just not have the babies? Deputy Director Han Yaching said, this isn't about whether to keep the baby or not. The due date has already arrived. Even if you don't want the baby, the risks still exist. What should we do then? You're doctors, aren't you? Please save my wife. Song Jinrong was so upset he started crying, speaking harshly. Song Hongjun quickly pulled him back. Second son, speak calmly. I believe the doctors don't want anything to happen to your wife either. Song Jinrong wiped away his tears and said, Doctor, I'm sorry. I was just so anxious. It's okay. We understand how you feel. Jiang Tsonglei said, let's go sign the informed consent form for the surgery. We'll start preparing. We'll try manual intervention first to see if we can reposition the fetus. If that doesn't work, we'll perform surgery immediately. All right. Song Jinrong was about to leave when Sun Yuyen suddenly called out. The head of the household? Man, husband, local dialect. HM? Song Jinrong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Sun Yuyen's face was pale, her lips devoid of color, and she spoke weakly, if it really can't be helped, you must protect the 2 children. In the future, seeing the children will be like seeing me. As she spoke, 2 tears slid down her cheeks. Song Jinrong shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. You'll be okay. You'll definitely be okay. His tone was firm, but there was little confidence in his words. Chapter 94, Sun Yuyen's background. Sun Yuyen's words shattered the Song Hongjun family's defenses in an instant. They had been holding back, but now they couldn't contain themselves anymore. The eldest son's wife kept sobbing, Zhang Aiqin cried out loud, and Song Hongjun and his son had tears in their eyes red and swollen. Even the 2 chief physicians were moved. Han Yaching whispered comfortingly, there is a risk, but maybe we'll get lucky and everything will be fine. Jiang Tsonglei glared at her. As a doctor, how could she pin her hopes on something as intangible as luck? Song Jinrong followed the doctor to sign the papers. Just as he opened the door, Chen Fei rushed over. He had reached out to push the door, but it opened from the inside. Chen Fei's hand fell empty and landed on Jiang Tsonlei's chest. Jiang Tsonlei screamed in shock, her voice trembling. What are you doing? Even though Chen Fei had lived 2 lifetimes, he was still embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just about to open the door. Jiang Tsonlei was nearly 40, mature and composed, and naturally knew he hadn't done it on purpose. She couldn't continue to scold him and could only say resentfully, this is a hospital. Being so careless, what if you'd bumped into a pregnant woman? Chen Fei had no response and could only keep apologizing. I'm sorry, I was here to visit Yuyan's sister. I was in a hurry. I'll be more careful next time. Are you related? Jiang Tsonlei's expression returned to normal as she asked. We're from the same village. However, I know a little medicine, maybe I can help. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, Jiang Tsonlei and Han Yaching's expressions changed. Nonsense. This is childbirth, not a headache or a cold. Even professional doctors wouldn't dare to come here casually. You're just a quack, do you want to kill someone? Chen Fei smiled. I wouldn't come here casually. Let's follow your lead. More people mean more ideas, right? Jiang Tsonlei hesitated and asked, do you have any ideas? Chen Fei glanced at Sun Yuyen from a distance and asked, is the mother's position not ideal? Should we prepare for manual intervention? If that doesn't work, should we prepare for a cesarean section? Jiang Tsonlei nodded. Chen Fei chose his words carefully, trying to sound as diplomatic as possible. What I'm about to say might not sound good, but you all know that current cesarean section techniques are not yet mature. The incision is large, there are surgical risks, and post-operative recovery is also an issue. Therefore, I suggest we avoid a cesarean section if possible. Han Yaching's expression darkened, and she spoke sharply. The surgical risks are high, but at least there's a chance to save her.
Are we just going to let the mother die? Yaching.
Jiang Sonlei quickly interrupted Han Yaching and said, the surgical risks are high, but this is the only option available.
I hope you understand. Chen Fei smiled and said, I understand, but I think we can continue with the realignment.
What I mean is combining moxibustion with realignment exercises.
Han Yaching snorted in disdain. After 7 days with no results, you think moxibustion will work? You traditional Chinese medicine practitioners really are. Jiang Sonlei suddenly asked, are you the younger brother of Dr. Yun? Chen Fei nodded. Jiang Sonlei laughed. I've heard of you.
Dr. Guo and several surgeons have been raving about your skills.
Can we give it a try?
Chen Fei seized the opportunity. Of course, you take the lead, with moxibustion as an adjunct. If that doesn't work, we'll intervene manually and monitor the amniotic fluid of the mother at all times, preparing for the worst.
What do you think? Jiang Sonlei and Han Yaching were both stunned.
This rural young man seems so professional.
Jiang Sonlei and Han Yaching exchanged glances and said, all right, we'll give you a chance.
However, the mother has just undergone a realignment exercise, so we'll need to wait a few hours.
Otherwise, her body might not be able to handle it. I understand. Chen Fei nodded. You go prepare. I'll talk to the family for a moment.
All right. After the doctor left, the Song family, who had been in a daze, gathered around.
Chen Fei, are you confident? Can you save your sister-in-law? Chen Fei had studied traditional Chinese medicine with his father since childhood.
Everyone in the village knew this, but they had always thought it was just a hobby. Now, however, they were treating him like a lifeline.
But isn't your sister-in-law fine now? Chen Fei approached Sun Yuyan's bedside and whispered comfortingly, sister-in-law, don't lose hope. I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you.
Chen Fei had spent decades in the city and had seen a lot.
In fact, many patients don't die from their illnesses, they die from fear. To put it bluntly, they're scared to death.
They lose the will to live, and the effectiveness of treatment drops significantly.
That's why Chen Fei wanted to encourage her.
Sure enough, upon hearing this, Sun Yuyan's gloomy eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and she looked at Chen Fei with a touch of anticipation.
Can you save me? I can.
Chen Fei spoke firmly, without a hint of hesitation. Not only can I save you, but I can also save your child, but you must cooperate with me.
All right, tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
I'll do whatever you say.
Sun Yuyan's will to survive surged instantly. Chen Fei nodded satisfactorily.
Rest for a while first to regain your strength.
What about Genua? Hey, speak up. Song Genua hurriedly stepped forward. Go to the herbal medicine shop and find my sister Yunjin. See if they have any mugwort sticks. If they do, buy some. All right, I'll go right away. Song Genua hurried off.
Song Hongjun, filled with gratitude, turned to Chen Fei and said, Chen Fei, if you can ensure the safety of that mother and child, you will be our family's savior. Zhang Aiqin wiped away tears and said, if you can save their lives, our entire family will erect a memorial tablet for you.
Chen Fei was sweating profusely. Aunt Aiqin, please don't say that.
I can't just stand by and let them die. To be honest, if it weren't a matter of life and death, Chen Fei really wouldn't want to get involved.
But if he didn't, his conscience wouldn't let him.
After a pause, Chen Fei changed the subject. Secretary, such a big matter, where are the wife's relatives? Song Hongjuan's expression darkened as he sighed. You don't know the whole story.
Your sister-in-law is actually from the provincial capital.
She came to our village during the down to the countryside movement. A few years ago, her parents wanted her to return to the city, but she refused, insisting on marrying Jinrong. Out of anger, they disowned her as their daughter.
They cut off all contact?
Actually, at that time, there were regulations regarding returning to the city. Unmarried individuals could return, but married couples were generally required to stay where they were. It's said that many people divorced to return to the city, and there were countless cases like Chen Fei and Li Shui who broke up because they weren't married. They cut off all ties long ago.
Song Hongjun smiled bitterly. Yu Yan is a good girl.
We all treat her like our own daughter. But we can't tell her family about this.
It feels pointless to even mention it.
Upon hearing this, Sun Yuyan fell silent, her expression somber.
Chen Fei immediately countered, Secretary, you're wrong. Put yourself in her shoes. If Yu Yan were your own daughter, would you hate her for the rest of your life? Song Hongjun paused, I wouldn't.
Exactly. Even if you were angry at the time, after so many days, you wouldn't be angry anymore.
It's just a matter of finding a way to make amends.
Listen to me. We need to find a way to contact the elders as soon as possible.
If they can come, it will be a huge help for Sister Yu Yan. Chen Fei knew that sometimes spiritual encouragement was more effective than medicine, as it could maximize a patient's will to survive.
Especially someone like Sun Yuyan, who was forced to cut off ties with her parents.
She must be thinking about them every moment of every day.
If she could see them under these circumstances, it would be a huge surprise.
Is that possible? The elderly couple hesitated. Chapter 95, Bound by Fate. Listen to me, it must be done.
Unintentionally, Chen Fei, the billionaire CEO, let his aura slip, making Song Hongjun and his wife feel they had to listen.
Alright, I'll go borrow the hospital phone.
Song Hongjun immediately set off to make the call, while Song Genoa had already rushed back. Chen Fei, the moxa sticks. Chen Fei held the moxa stick, lit it, and said to Yu Yan's sister-in-law, I'll give you moxibustion first.
We'll do it again during the realignment exercises.
Sun Yu Yan's face turned slightly red.
Go ahead.
She thought he was going to do it on her body, so she felt a bit shy, but Chen Fei was actually moxibustion on the outer sides of her two little toes. This area has an acupoint called the Zhiyin point, belonging to the bladder meridian of the foot Taiyang, which has the functions of regulating qi, promoting blood circulation, clearing the head, and improving vision.
It can be used to treat malpresentation of the fetus in pregnant women.
Chen Fei continued the moxibustion while chatting casually, two little ones, look how hard your mom is working. Be good, stop fussing, and move a little further inside. Whether it was a mistake or not, Sun Yuyan suddenly felt that the fetus inside seemed to move slightly, leaving her momentarily stunned.
I feel like the baby heard me. He's moving. Just then, Song Jinrong returned after signing the documents, both surprised and delighted. Is that true? Sun Yuyan wasn't sure. Let me feel again.
A moment later, Sun Yuyan screamed, Husband, it moved again.
Zhang Aiqin hurriedly urged, Second son, come and take a look. Is your wife's belly different?
Song Jinrong stared at Sun Yuyan's swollen belly. It seemed slightly different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Chen Fei, what do you think?
Chen Fei didn't feel right staring at someone else's wife's belly, so he quickly glanced at it and said, It's definitely working, but we need to keep going.
Right, keep going.
Song Jinrong seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly urged them on.
In fact, by this point, the baby could sense things and even subconsciously understand language. Otherwise, prenatal education wouldn't have been so popular in the past. Chen Fei's seemingly casual words were actually in the fetus, aiming for a subtle, long-term effect. Machinery factory. When Shui Gang saw the two security officers with serious expressions, he was completely stunned. I didn't do anything. Did you get the wrong person?
Security officer Li Shuowan glared at him angrily.
That's right, we're here for you. Shui Gang was terrified. What right do you have to arrest me? My uncle is the deputy factory director. I want to see my uncle. Li Shuowan kicked him. Behave yourself. Daring to poison the workers' food? No one can save you now.
Those words were like a thunderclap, leaving Shui Gang speechless with fear.
He denied everything frantically. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You're framing me.
The two security officers didn't say a word, they immediately tied him up. Poisoning the workers' canteen, how despicable. One of the poisoned workers was Li Shuiwan's father, but he didn't say anything. They tied Shui Gang up tightly, the ropes cutting into his flesh, then dragged him out like a dead dog.
Shui Gang struggled and shouted. Uncle, save me. Stop shouting.
Shui Yinju walked over with a grim expression, slapped him twice, and said, Look at what you've done. Shui Gang's mouth was bleeding, and he cried bitterly, Uncle, it wasn't me.
Shut up.
Shui Yinju cut him off angrily, saying, At this point, there's no use in making excuses.
Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face harsher punishment. Only by cooperating fully will you have a chance. Otherwise, no one can save you. Shui Gang calmed down and said pitifully, Uncle, is there really no way out? Do you think they'd arrest you without evidence?
Shui Yinju looked at him with an expression as if he were looking at a beloved child, then sighed deeply.
Don't overthink it. Cooperate fully.
Shui Gang's face turned ashen, and after a moment, he murmured, Uncle, if I can't get out for a while, please send my wife home. Shui Yinju looked at him deeply, nodded, and said, All right, after work, I'll drive your wife back.
Thank you, Uncle.
Shui Gang stopped resisting and followed the two security officers dejectedly. After walking a few steps, Shui Gang suddenly looked up reflexively in a certain direction.
A young woman in a work uniform stood there quietly.
Their eyes met, and Shui Gang clenched his teeth in anger.
It's you. You're the one who reported me, aren't you?
Lin Na showed no fear, her eyes filled with disgust.
It was me who reported you, Shui Gang. This is your karma. Shui Gang was so enraged that his whole body trembled. I was so good to you, and you reported me? You. Shut up.
Shui Yinju kicked him from behind, causing him to stumble.
Did you forget what I just told you?
Shui Gang nearly fell flat on his face, but managed to steady himself and argued, I didn't forget, but she.
You still say that? Do you want to die?
Shui Yinju wanted to find a piece of wire to sew his mouth shut.
What was he thinking? Couldn't he see the situation? Shui Gang quickly shut up.
He felt a bit regretful. At this moment, cursing someone would only make things worse.
Shui Gang walked forward dejectedly. All along the way, there were workers watching the spectacle.
From the movements of their lips, it was clear they were cursing him. His good friend Shui Chang was also being cursed at.
They were truly in the same boat. The sun hadn't even set yet, but Shui Chang couldn't wait to rush to Lu Yir's doorstep and shout in a sarcastic tone. Lu Yir, I heard Chen Fei came today to deliver something. Why isn't he here yet? Lu Yir had come home early today specifically to send off Chen Fei, and upon hearing Shui Chang calling her outside, she was furious. She opened the door and shouted, Shui Chang, you're a grown man, what's wrong with you? Why are you gossiping like a woman? Shui Chang smiled sheepishly and said, Lu Yir, don't be ungrateful. I'm only doing this for your own good. What about Chen Xiang? You've been spending a lot of time in her room lately, haven't you? Lu Yi silently gave herself a mental thumbs up. Following Chen Fei, you've even learned how to curse, that's impressive. Shui Chang, with a thick skin, shrugged it off and said, there's nothing between us. Don't accuse an innocent person. It's your Chen Fei who's been fooling around with a beautiful woman in the city. You should be careful. Lu Yi asked, who told you that? Everyone in the village is talking about it. You must know, right? Shui Chang was cautious and distanced himself from the matter. Lu Yi immediately countered. You're lying. Chen Fei isn't that kind of person. Then why didn't he come back? Shui Chang said in a sarcastic tone, I heard that you agreed to send it today and deliver the gifts, but it's already dark, and he still hasn't come back. How dare you say he's not regretting it? Lu Yir suddenly panicked. No, Chen Fei wouldn't abandon me. It's just getting dark now, maybe Chen Fei is on his way and will be back soon. She spoke with the utmost conviction, but her heart felt like a rootless water lily, floating aimlessly, as if a breeze could blow her away. Chapter 96, just came out and went back in, is that okay? If he was coming back, he would VE already returned. Shui Chang couldn't hide his schadenfreude. I bet he's regretting it now and doesn't want to come back. Maybe he's off enjoying himself with that girl in the city. You're lying. When Chen Fei comes back, I'll make him beat you. Lu Yir's pouting expression was adorable, driving Shui Chang crazy. Are you crazy? He is like that, and you're still defending him? I won't listen to your nonsense. Lu Yi slams the door shut, leaning against it, tears streaming down her face. Chen Fei, you still can't let go, can you? Or have you changed your mind? Shui Chang stood outside pretending to be serious. Lu Yir, how can you be so ungrateful? Everyone outside is talking about it. How could it be a lie? I'll go check. Just then, a buzzing sound interrupted Shui Chang. Shui Chang turned his head and saw a police tricycle appear in his line of sight, startling him and making him instinctively feel afraid. What's going on? Why are the police here? Should I run? Before he could think it through, Xiao Bing jumped off the motorcycle and walked straight up to him. Shui Chang, someone has accused you of poisoning someone. Come with us. In an instant, Shui Chang's hair stood on end. No. I didn't. You've got the wrong person. The two brothers were cut from the same cloth, their lines almost identical, both vehemently denying the charges. But all they got in return was the sound of handcuffs clicking shut. The carpenters who had been building Chen Fei's house hadn't left yet, and with Chen Fei having delivered the goods, anyone with a moment to spare rushed over to watch the commotion. Now it's even more chaotic. Whispers filled the air. What's going on? Just came out and went back in? Look, Shui Chang is completely dumbfounded. His aunt is also confused. Jia Lan is indeed confused. We were just enjoying the gossip, and suddenly it took a turn for the worse. Shui Chang was arrested, which scared her so much she started trembling. But Lu Yi suddenly opened the door to see Shui Chang off. Serves him right. She only said 2 words, nearly making Shui Chang's nose twist with anger. Don't get too cocky. Even if I'm arrested, Chen Fei won't come back, he's already moved on from you. Ha, you worthless woman, you've been abandoned. Enough nonsense. Xiao Bing grabbed him by the neck, dragged him into the car, shoved him into the trunk, and stepped on the gas. They came and went in a hurry, but the entire West Ridge village was in an uproar. Some said Shui Chang was probably going to be executed, while others said he'd at least get 10 years. Jia Lan was terrified and hurriedly dragged Chen Xiang back home. Xiang, tell your mother, did you do anything with him? Chen Xiang looked bitter. Mother, after all this time, could it have been avoided? Jia Lan felt as though she had lost a loved one, her face turning pale. This is terrible. If Shui Chang is executed, won't you have to become a widow? Chen Xiang said coldly, I haven't even married him yet. Why should I be a widow? You're right. You didn't marry him, so why should you mourn him? Jia Lan spoke confidently, as long as you haven't married him, we're still virgins. Shameful. Chen Quan, who had been silent all along, couldn't take it anymore and stood up and walked out. What did you say? Come back here. Chen Quan said nothing, walked to the door, crouched in the corner, lit a cigarette, and was so angry that Jia Lan started cursing at him. Are you a pig? Even pigs can grunt. Good for nothing. Chen Quan remained silent. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps numb. Jia Lan cursed for a while, then grew thirsty and shut up grudgingly. Meanwhile, Chen Xifeng in the county seat was chattering away like a bird released from its cage. Haha, finally it's my turn to spend money. This wash basin is nice, let us buy it. This mirror is also nice, let's buy it. This dress is so pretty, I'll take it. Snowflake cream, bought. I bought the soap. Have we bought the radio yet? Let's get it. Sifeng, I think we should buy some wedding candy. Zhu Jiefeng occasionally chimed in. Wedding candies are a must. I like Beijing shrimp candies, and so does Debatu. Oh, and OO milk candies too. In short, one word, buy. Chen Sifeng thoroughly experienced the joy of spending money, and didn't leave until the cooperative was ready to close, reluctantly departing while marveling all the way. Spending money feels so good. No wonder little Plain buys things for Lu Yi every day. Speaking of marriage, it doesn't sound so bad either. Too bad I don't have a partner. Zhu Jiefeng struggled for half a day and finally managed to say one sentence. Sifeng, do you think I can do it? Chen Sifeng turned to look at him. What did you say? Nothing. Zhu Jiefeng felt nervous and lowered his head, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes. You're so clumsy. You can't even say a single word. Zhu Jiefeng dared not utter a word, only cracking the whip loudly to cover his embarrassment. If Chen Fei were here, he'd definitely kick him. You idiot, this was your chance to confess. You don't even understand that? Your emotional intelligence is too low. The two returned home, and it was already pitch black outside. Many people had already finished dinner, but they were still lingering on the street, chatting idly. And today's topic of conversation was all about Chen Fei's family. In just 20 days, they had built a new house, a tall, blue-tiled brick house that had made many people envious. However, the main topic of conversation tonight wasn't the house, it was whether Chen Fei would return. The news that Chen Fei had a woman in the city was already common knowledge, and no one knew how the news that he was bringing good news today had leaked out. Everyone is waiting to see the outcome. Lu Yi's house. Lu Zhensheng was cursing under his breath. Lu Yi's mother kept complaining, chattering non-stop. Lu Shu's old face was wrinkled like the bark of an old willow tree. He trembled as he stuffed tobacco into his pipe, smoking one bag after another, his face as dark as a temple's golden statue. Lu Yi initially tried to defend Chen Fei, but gradually, she lost all confidence and could only silently shed tears. We shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. Lu Yi's mother analyzed the situation logically. I think he just wanted to avoid going to prison, so he pretended to marry you. Now that he thinks he's off the hook, he wants to dump you. Lu Shu suddenly interjected. He dares. I'll go report him to the village authorities. Lu Zhensheng also spoke with self-importance. In my opinion, Chen Fei might not have intentionally dumped Lu Yi, but he's definitely involved with a city woman. Think about it, city girls are so beautiful and fair-skinned. If she so much as flirts with him, he'd be head over heels. Lu Yi cried, brother, don't say anymore. Sister, it's not that I'm talking too much. Think about it, back then, Li Shui almost drove Chen Fei crazy, begging him to marry her. What do you say? Lu Yi's mother kept going on and on. Zhen Shang was right. We shouldn't have trusted him. Now look at Lu Yi, her reputation is ruined. What are you talking about? Who said Lu Yi's reputation is ruined? Chen Sifeng burst in angrily. You're talking behind my brother's back, aren't you? Chapter 97, The Fourth Sister Slips Up. Please favorites. The scene grew awkward. The entire Lu Yi family froze, feeling as though they had been caught gossiping behind someone's back. After a moment, Lu Yi's mother sheepishly asked, Where's Chen Fei? We were supposed to send him off today. Where is he? Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes. Don't jump to conclusions. My brother just had something come up. He'll be back soon. And Lu Yi, I'm not trying to tell you anything, but you should know how my brother feels about you, right? Lu Yi wiped away her tears. Fourth sister, I'm just worried. What's there to worry about? Everything's already bought. My sister and Zhu Jiefeng are unloading the car. I'll tell you, we bought so much stuff, it cost 200 or 300 yuan. Really? Lu Yi's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly wiped the tears from her face and smiled through her tears. Fourth sister, I'm not doubting Chen Fei. It's just that everyone says Chen Fei's soul has been stolen by a city woman, and I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I know that city woman. She was just saved by my brother, so she's grateful. But my brother wouldn't want her. Don't worry. Chen Sifeng spoke her mind, and her words made Lu Yi's heart race again. You mean there really is a city woman? Yes, she's quite pretty. She visits my second sister every day, but she's really just trying to talk to my brother. She suddenly realized she had slipped up and quickly corrected herself. Actually, they haven't done anything. My brother is completely loyal to you. If Chen Fei were here, he'd definitely say something like that. Fourth sister, just drop it. If you can't speak properly, just don't say anything. Lu Yi lowered her head again. The slight joy she had seen when she arrived faded away with those words. So Chen Fei really knows a city woman. He hasn't come back yet, is he, with that woman? Lu Yi was in a complete mess. Her mother had been nagging all night, and now she had no idea what to do, so she could only look to the head of the family. Old man, what should we do now?
Lu Shu took a deep drag on his cigarette, then exhaled heavily, the smoke swirling around him as he uttered a single word.
Wait. Wait for him to come back.
Chen Sifeng nodded repeatedly.
Yes, my brother said the same thing.
He said he'd come back once he finished his business.
What if he doesn't come back? He will definitely come back. I believe my brother. Chen Fei, thank you. Finally, you said something useful.
That's ridiculous.
Alright, then we'll wait.
No one was speaking, and the air grew silent. Chen Sifeng felt very uncomfortable.
You guys wait here, I'll go check it out. Hurry up and leave.
As she reached the door, she muttered under her breath, feeling like she had said the wrong thing. She wished she had asked her older sister to come instead. Her own speaking skills weren't that great. At least she had some self-awareness.
County Hospital.
The acupuncture session shouldn't be too long, so Chen Fei stopped after 20 minutes.
Alright, let Sister Yu Yan rest.
We'll have the doctor check her again later. Song Jinrong hurriedly agreed, carefully helping son Yu Yan lie down to rest. A few minutes later, Zhang Songlei and Han Yaqing rushed in. Song Hongjun hurried forward to negotiate, requesting another examination.
Zhang Songlei nodded in agreement.
The men all stepped out voluntarily, leaving only Zhang Aiqin and the eldest wife inside to attend to her. Soon, excited voices could be heard from inside. Wow, the fetus is moving on its own. The buttocks had shifted quite a bit, seeming to be moving in the right direction.
This is a good sign. If it happens a few more times, there's a real chance it could turn into a normal position. Normally, the baby's head descends into the pelvis first, which is the best position for a natural birth.
Song Jinrong had been listening at the door the whole time. Upon hearing this, he became excited.
Dad, older brother, did you hear that?
The doctor said there's a possibility of a natural birth.
Song Hongjun nodded and said, all thanks to Chen Fei. Song Jinrong beamed with joy. Brother, no need to say more. From now on, you're my own brother.
The three father and sons were overcome with gratitude. Chen Fei shrugged it off, saying, don't mention it.
We're all neighbors. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best. Just then, the door opened from the inside.
The eldest son's wife smiled sweetly and said, Father, husband, come in quickly. The doctor said there's a chance for a natural birth.
Song Jinrong chuckled, sister-in-law, I overheard everything.
Saying this, he rushed inside.
Chen Fei followed Song Hongjun and his son inside.
Zhang Songlei saw Chen Fei and smiled, asking with a hint of inquiry. Chen Fei, the moxibustion therapy did have some effect, but it hasn't fully returned to its original position yet.
What should we do next?
After speaking, she sighed, unfortunately, the moxibustion was too late.
If we had started with moxibustion from the beginning, maybe it could have corrected itself automatically.
From then on, under Zhang Sonlei's initiative, acupuncture became an indispensable part of fetal position correction, and Chen Fei's name was frequently mentioned. That's a story for later.
Let's focus on the present. It's my fault. I've been too busy these days and didn't come to check on you in time.
Chen Fei said with a touch of self-reproach.
Song Hongjun hurriedly said, how can you blame yourself?
You've been swamped these past few days, everyone knows that. Zhang Aiqin added, exactly, your uncle is right.
We're grateful to you.
The entire family was deeply grateful to Chen Fei, who quickly stopped them.
Don't say that. It's all part of my duty.
He then changed the subject. Yu Yan, take some rest and recover your strength.
If possible, eat some nutritious food to replenish your energy. I can't eat anything.
Han Yaqing heard this and immediately objected. You can't eat anything for 68 hours before surgery, otherwise, it's dangerous.
Chen Fei asked, Dr. Han, is your statement based on the assumption that a cesarean section is necessary? What if a cesarean section isn't needed? What if she doesn't have enough strength to give birth then? Childbirth is an absolute test of physical strength and endurance, lasting as long as several hours.
Of course, there are cases where it takes only half an hour or even a few minutes, but those are extremely rare.
Most women require several hours.
During this time, you need to continuously cooperate with the doctor and push, which is extremely exhausting. Without adequate physical strength, it's simply impossible.
You can get in 4 drip.
This issue is quite contradictory, and Han Yaqing found it quite perplexing. And 4 drip is merely to sustain life and is far less nutritious than food. Chen Fei spoke confidently, suggesting she eat something high in nutrition to replenish her strength.
Based on Yu Yan's condition, the amniotic fluid has likely ruptured and will continue until tomorrow morning.
At that point, we'll perform another chest to knee realignment exercise, and I'll rush over as soon as possible to assist with the moxibustion. Our goal is for both the mother and child to be safe and sound. His firm words resonated with everyone present, including Han Yaqing.
However, as a doctor, she insisted on voicing her opinion. What if the amniotic fluid breaks before midnight and we don't have time to perform the realignment?
Seeing the hopeful expressions on Song Hongjun's family, Chen Fei felt a bit torn. Actually, I had agreed with Lu Yi'er to go to her house today to deliver the wedding gifts.
She must be waiting impatiently by now.
Upon hearing this, the entire Song Hongjun family couldn't help but change their expressions, with worry, disappointment, and helplessness clearly written on their faces.
Chapter 98, Crowded Together.
They wanted Chen Fei to stay, but they couldn't ask someone else to give up their own future for them. They could only sigh at fate, thinking, we're all crammed together.
If only we could have avoided this. Song Hongjun forced a smile. The wedding gifts are a major matter, we can't delay them. Chen Fei, you should go back now. Come back tomorrow morning. If it's truly impossible, we'll have to say it was her fate.
Chen Fei rubbed his temples.
This is a matter of life and death.
Alright, I'll go back first, handle the matter, and rush back here overnight to avoid any delays.
Song Hongjun said, that won't do.
The county seat is 50 or 60 miles from our village.
It's the middle of the night. If something happens while you're traveling back and forth, what will we do?
Sun Yuyan also whispered, Chen Fei, your sister-in-law appreciates your kindness, but I can't.
Sister-in-law, don't say any more. Uncle and aunt, you all stop talking. Nothing is more important than a life. It's settled.
After speaking, he nodded to Jiang Songlei and Han Yacheng and hurried out. Song Hongjun and his two sons stood up to see him off.
Chen Fei waved his hand behind him, telling them to go back. Watching Chen Fei's departing figure, Jiang Songlei couldn't help but sigh, what a fine young man. No wonder Director Yun is so close to him. Han Yacheng also praised sincerely, he's willing to help others and has real skills. What a lucky girl must have married such a good man. Jiang Songlei smiled and said, anyway, it's not for us. Let's go rest. It's already 10 o'clock.
We need to rest up for tomorrow.
Han Yacheng agreed, then added, I wish I could, but I'm a bit too old. My daughter would be just right.
The two chatted softly as they walked toward the exit. The moon was bright, and the stars were few.
Tonight, Xiling Village seemed unusually different.
Many people hadn't gone to sleep, pretending to be out enjoying the cool air, but in reality, they were waiting to see the outcome.
To see if Chen Fei would return. If he didn't, would the old willow tree erupt? Chen Fei's home. Chen Feng couldn't sit still anymore.
Although Si Feng had brought back many things and had sworn that he would definitely return.
But it's already midnight. Daya has already gone to sleep.
She and Si Feng, however, felt no hint of sleepiness. They were too anxious to sleep.
Si Feng, what if Xiao Fei really changes his mind? Will the Lu family go and report him? Chen Feng asked softly, seeming to seek reassurance from Chen Sifeng.
However, it was clear that Chen Sifeng wasn't one to offer comfort, she always spoke her mind.
Of course they would.
At the very least, Lu Zhencheng wouldn't let Xiao Fei off the hook.
What are we going to do? Chen Feng paced anxiously in the room. For Phoenix, why don't we go into the city now and find him? Can we go into town now? Chen Sifeng asked. What else can we do? Wait for the Lu family to report him?
Chen Feng suddenly burst into tears.
It's not just the Lu family, there's also the Shui family.
Shui Chang was just arrested because of him, and Shui Luzhu must hate Xiao Fei to death.
How could he spare Xiao Fei?
Chen Sifeng jumped to her feet.
He dares. I'll chop him to pieces.
Fourth sister, who are you going to chop up?
A voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Fei? You good-for-nothing brat, you still dare to come back.
Chen Feng was both shocked and delighted, but Chen Sifeng had already charged forward, grabbing his ear without a word.
Don't you know how worried big sister and I were? Tell me, did that Zhu Saixia steal your soul? Sister, didn't I tell you?
Yu Yan's wife was having a difficult childbirth, so I went to do mock Sebastian for her.
I haven't eaten yet. Chen Sifeng quickly let go and blew on him. Huff, huff.
Sister, I was worried you'd been charmed by a beautiful woman.
You don't know, the whole village is talking about it. My older sister and I dare not go out, afraid people will gossip. If you're upright, you have nothing to fear. Let them talk.
Chen Fei rubbed his ears.
Is everything ready? It's all ready. We've been waiting for you to come back.
Chen Sifeng proudly pointed to the room filled with items.
Look, I spent over $200 on all this. Did you buy a watch? Yes, I did. What about the radio? Yes, I bought one. Alright, get everything ready. I'll go over there right away. Lu Yi must be waiting impatiently.
No need to guess, Lu Yi must be pacing back and forth at home, probably crying several times already.
Xiao Fei, why don't you eat something first?
Chen Feng said with a touch of concern.
I'll eat after I finish.
I need to hurry back, I have to do another mock Sebastian treatment tomorrow morning. The two sisters were startled.
Why the rush? Aren't you going to sleep? It's okay. I'll catch up on sleep tomorrow during the day. Liberation brother, ask someone to help carry the things. I hope Jiafang hasn't left yet. He's waiting to help Chen Fei.
I heard someone calling him just now, and he smiled broadly.
Alright, I'll go call someone.
The streets were crowded with people, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to watch the commotion. At the sound of a shout, everyone gathered around. Time was tight and the task was urgent, so Chen Fei didn't bother with formalities and got straight to work.
It's so late, I won't say much more.
Those counting monkeys or snakes, please step aside.
Widows and childless men are also not needed.
Everyone else follow me inside to move the items, but everyone will get some wedding candy.
Deliver them properly and present the gifts. These are important matters, we're doing this for good luck. Those with certain zodiac signs should avoid participating.
Widows and childless men should also be avoided when arranging weddings or other joyous occasions. A childless household refers to a family with no wife or children, known as an extinct household, which is considered inauspicious. Of course, they can help with minor tasks, but they shouldn't be the main helpers and should avoid seeing the bride or the bride-to-be. As the group chatted and laughed their way inside, Chen Feng pulled Chen Fei aside and whispered, "Xiao Fei, traditionally, the uncles should take the lead in delivering the gifts.
What do you think? Their family doesn't get along well with the Jia family, and she wasn't sure if Chen Quan would come." Chen Fei smiled and nodded toward the corner of the wall. "There he is, Uncle Chen is over there. I'll go invite him." Second uncle is a proper elder, you need to use the word invite. If there are no elders to arrange the wedding, people will mock us.
Chen Fei had just walked over, pulled out a cigarette, and before he could speak, Chen Quan grinned, his smile bright in the night.
"You little rascal, I knew you'd come back." Chen Fei knew what he meant and smiled, asking, "Of course I'll come back. Uncle Chen, shall we go?" "Alright, I've been waiting for you." Just as the two of them took their first steps, they were spotted by Jialan, who shouted, "Chen Quan, what are you doing? Stop right there. Did you hear me?"
Chen Quan lowered his head, pretending not to hear, and slipped away, making Jialan so angry he jumped up and down, his shoulders shaking.
Lu Yier's house. No one dared to go out. They were afraid of gossip. After a long wait, Lu Yier's mother started complaining again. It's already midnight, and Chen Fei still hasn't come back. He must have regretted it and doesn't plan to send her off properly. We shouldn't have trusted Chen Sifeng. Can you trust her words? Lu Zhenqing joined in the scolding. I knew it.
Chen Fei, that kid was bound to change his mind sooner or later.
I just didn't expect it to happen so fast. The willow tree had already smoked countless bags of tobacco.
The flickering light illuminated his face, making him look somewhat grotesque.
Chen Fei won't abandon me. He's always been so kind to me. Lu Yier murmured to herself, as if speaking to her family, yet also trying to comfort herself.
But gradually, she lost all confidence in herself.
Their two families had a grudge, and Chen Fei had never forgotten it.
Chen Fei had promised to marry her and had been kind to her.
But, can past hatred be forgotten so easily?
He must have regretted it at the last moment and no longer wanted to marry her. Lu Yi suddenly felt panicked. Just then, she heard a loud shout outside.
Lu Yier, let me take you there.
Lu Yier's eyes filled with tears, and she rushed out the door.
Chapter 99, the entire village in an uproar. Come back. Lu Yier grabbed her by the arm. Today, you must hold your head high and not let anyone look down on you.
Lu Yier wiped away her tears and smiled.
Mother, I didn't. Alright, stay here. I'll go ask him. Lu Yier's mother walked toward Chen Fei with an accusatory expression. Chen Fei, what time is it now? Do you still want to marry our Lu Yier? Chen Fei replied, there was an incident in the city. Didn't my older sister tell you?
No, she didn't.
But I did hear that you've been seeing a city girl. Is that true?
Lu Yier's mother looked at him suspiciously, and the others couldn't help but prick up their ears. Chen Fei turned to look at Chen Sifeng.
Fourth sister, you were supposed to come back and tell Lu Yi about it. What did you say?
Chen Sifeng smiled awkwardly. I'm just not good with words. I didn't explain clearly at the time, and they confused me so I forgot.
Chen Fei was speechless.
But fourth sister is just that kind of fiery-tempered person, she probably won't change in this lifetime.
Mother-in-law, who told you I'm seeing a city woman? Chen Fei was puzzled. How did the news travel back over dozens of miles? Lu Yi smiled awkwardly. I heard it from Aunt Wang.
Aunt Wang hurriedly defended herself. I heard it from Aunt Li.
Aunt Li, I heard it from Aunt Zhao.
Zhao Ma said, I heard it from Fong Auntie. The story was passed down one by one, and the last person said, I heard it from his second aunt. Jialan followed in to join the crowd, and when she heard someone mention her, she blurted out without thinking, I heard it from Xue Chang.
Oh, I've said too much.
Jialan hurriedly corrected herself.
I didn't. They're just making things up. It has nothing to do with me. Of course it's related. Chen Fei was helpless. His uncle is such an honest man, yet he ended up marrying a gossipy woman. What can you do?
But since the matter has come to light, it must be explained clearly.
Otherwise, harboring resentment isn't good.
So Chen Fei explained how he met Zhu Caixia and why he came back so late today. When everyone found out that Chen Fei had come back late because the second son's wife of the party secretary had given birth, they suddenly understood.
I knew it. Chen Fei isn't that kind of person.
We were just trying to do a good deed, but you twisted it all around.
You make it sound like you didn't say anything. Cough, actually, no one said anything. Right. The truth is out, that's what matters.
Everyone else has already forgiven themselves, but Chen Quan is the only one whose face has turned as red as a pig's liver. Luckily it was nighttime, and the lighting was poor, otherwise you'd have instantly understood what it means to have a terrible expression.
What can you do? It's his own fault for ending up with such a wife. How embarrassing.
At that moment, Lu Yi could no longer control herself and burst into tears, throwing herself into Chen Fei's arms.
Wah, Chen Fei, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You silly woman, who else would I want? I'd been waiting for you my whole life. Past lives and present lives, isn't that just one lifetime?
Lu Yi didn't fully understand, but she knew that Chen Fei was still the man who cherished and loved her, and that was enough.
Alright, it's getting late. Shall we begin?
Chen Fei tenderly wiped away her tears and asked.
Lu Yi blushed and nodded shyly. Chen Fei then turned to Chen Quan and said, Uncle Chen, don't overthink it. Let's begin.
Chen Quan gave an awkward smile, then composed himself and shouted loudly, the farewell ceremony begins. Everyone carried or lifted the gifts inside.
Chen Quan shouted loudly. 2 bed sheets. 2 sets of bedding. 1 pair of pillowcases. 2 thermos bottles. 2 face basins. 2 towels. 2 pairs of socks. 2 bars of soap. 2 bars of soap. Clothes. Shoes. Those carrying items formed 2 lines, continuously moving toward Lu Yi's house.
Chen Quan sang in a high-pitched voice, growing increasingly passionate, with a prolonged note at the end.
The onlookers watched with wide eyes, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement. There were so many items, all in pairs. However, these were just small items, the real show was yet to come. Chen Quan cleared his throat and continued to shout. 1 sewing machine. A watch. A radio.
With the bicycle from earlier, the 3-wheeled vehicle and the radio are all complete. The crowd erupted in chaos.
Goodness gracious. How could I buy so much? I've really bought everything for the 3 wheels and 1 sound set. Chen Fei is so impressive. I don't think the secretary's 2 sons bought this much when they got married, did they? Lu Yi is so lucky.
Lu Yi was beaming with joy, all her previous grievances long forgotten.
Lu Shu's face relaxed and he puffed on his pipe with a satisfied smile. When you're in a bad mood, smoke a pipe. When you're in a good mood, smoke another pipe, no problem. As for Lu Zhensheng, he was so envious he was crying. Wah, buying so much. I'm so jealous. If only it were mine. Lu Yi's cute little nose wrinkled. Brother, you're dreaming. This was bought for me by Chen Fei. Alright, it's for you. Can't I just be a little jealous? This isn't over yet, there's still the big furniture.
All made by Zhang the carpenter in advance.
2 wooden chests. 2 standing cabinets. 2 sets of chairs.
All the items were laid out, filling up the entire courtyard of the Lu family's house. The young women and girls were so envious their eyes sparkled.
When I got married, I only had 1 set of clothes and a quilt, nothing else. I only had $10 as a dowry, not even enough for a tube of snow cream. I even walked here on my own. Lu Yi is so lucky. If all these things were given to me, I'd marry Chen Fei right away. Snap out of it. Look at yourself, are you as pretty as Lu Yi? Envy Lu Yi.
Lu Yi heard these words, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and her smile never faded from her face. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded in her ear. Lu Yi, I had something to do today, so I might not have prepared everything properly. If there's anything missing, I'll go buy it another day. No need, Chen Fei go, there's already plenty. Lu Yi shook her head hurriedly, her 2 long braids swaying back and forth, looking absolutely beautiful. So the date is set? According to custom, the wedding day is the 10th day after exchanging gifts. The delivery should also be on that day. Of course, this date must be agreed upon by the bride's family. Lu Yi blushed and lowered her head.
I'll follow my mother's wishes. Lu Yi smiled so widely her mouth couldn't close. Alright, it's settled. Alright. Chen Fei waved his hand grandly. 4th sister, bring out the wedding candies. Chen Sifeng brought out 2 large bags of wedding candies, opened them, and scattered them into the crowd. Children and women scrambled to grab them. There were also cigarettes, which were prepared for the men. As for those who helped carry things earlier, each received 5 cents. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Chen Fei, you can eat the candies and smoke the cigarettes, but please don't take the money. It was only a few minutes, how could we possibly ask for money? Chen Fei smiled and said, it's okay. It's so late, and you all came over to help. I, Chen Fei, am deeply grateful. I'm willing to give it to you. Take it freely, consider it a red envelope. That's generous. Chen Fei is so generous. Then we won't hesitate.
A strong laborer only earns 10 cents a day, which is just 3 dimes.
This 50 cents is like finding money on the ground.
Men, women, and children of all ages were overjoyed, praising Chen Fei without exception.
He is capable and straightforward, this guy is someone you can deal with.
But deep down, Chen Fei felt a pang of protest.
Lu Yi, go to bed early. Don't stay up late. I need to go home and eat something. I haven't had dinner yet. Lu Yi exclaimed, you haven't eaten yet? Chapter 100, Egg Tea and a Midnight Car Accident. This matter involving Yan Xiao is a bit complicated. I'll hurry back after finishing up. I'll have to rush back again later. I'm starving. Lu Year's mother hurriedly called him back. Chen Fei, wait a moment. I'll make you some egg tea. Egg tea refers to poached eggs. According to custom, on this day, the bride's family must treat the groom's family well, even if the conditions are not good. Egg tea is a must. Alright, this is a good chance to chat with Lu Year for a moment. Chen Fei didn't beat around the bush. He pulled Lu Year aside and asked, Lu Year, do you recognize your cousin? Lu Year smiled shyly, a bit embarrassed, not really. I've never seen one before. In this remote mountain village, many people had only heard of watches but had rarely seen one. Even fewer had seen one. I'll teach you. Chen Fei took Lu Year's white wrist and carefully put the watch on her. There were many people around, but Lu Year blushed and lowered her head, not pulling her hand away, letting Chen Fei fiddle with it. The small, delicate women's watch looked especially beautiful on Lu Year's wrist. Lu Yi couldn't put it down, and Chen Fei took the opportunity to explain it to her. This is the hour hand, this is the minute hand, and the thinnest one is the second hand. When the second hand completes a full rotation, it marks 1 minute. The two of them leaned their heads together, whispering quietly. The neighbors, being considerate, all excused themselves. Soon, the egg tea was ready. Lu Year's mother was truly generous this time, using 6 eggs and adding sugar, so Chen Fei could have a proper meal. Chen Fei sipped the egg tea while chatting with Lu Year. Normally, this time of day should be sleepy, but Lu Year wasn't the least bit tired. Every expression on her face said 2 words, excitement. There was even a hint of anticipation. In just 10 more days, she could finally move into Chen Fei's house openly, and her days were becoming more and more hopeful. By the time Chen Fei finished his egg tea, it was already 2 a.m., so he had to get up and take his leave. Lu Yuer was reluctant to let him go, but she knew he had important matters to attend to, so she didn't try to stop him. When he returned home, his 2 older sisters were still waiting for him, yawning one after another. Their heads were drooping. Upon hearing footsteps, Chen Feng suddenly woke up. Seeing it was Chen Fei, she rubbed her eyes and said, Xiao Fei, go back to sleep for a while. I'll go to sleep too. Chen Fei said he wouldn't sleep. He was worried about Yu Yan's sister and needed to hurry into town. Chen Xifeng exclaimed in surprise, why are you so concerned about other people's business? Are we still going to pick mushrooms tomorrow? We'll pick as much as we can. I'll try to get back by noon. Chen Fei estimated that Yu Yan's sister-in-law was likely to give birth in the morning and should be back by noon at the latest. Alright, go ahead. Chen Xifeng suddenly sighed, if only we had another bicycle, I could take it myself. We definitely need to buy a bicycle, but we have to wait until the front gate is installed first. It's not safe otherwise. The house is still open, and without a gate, it's always 1 layer of security less. After saying that, Chen Fei prepared to leave. Chen Feng followed behind, repeatedly reminding him, Xiao Fei, drive carefully on the road. It's dark and you can't see any potholes. An older sister is like a mother. At Chen Fei's house, Chen Feng was just like his mother. I know, I'll be careful. Chen Fei waved goodbye and rode off on his bike. Today was a special situation, so he didn't bother returning the bicycle. It was dark and the roads were slippery, and the world was complicated. Chen Fei rode his bicycle along the uneven mountain village path under the dim starlight. Just as he left the village, a sudden bright light shone in his direction. Chen Fei was caught off guard and instinctively squinted his eyes to avoid it. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. In this remote mountain village, how could there be a car? And at this late hour, who could possibly be driving to Shilin at this time? He had thought the driver would turn off the bright lights, but he was wrong. The driver had no intention of turning them off and continued driving straight toward him. Chen Fei's vision was completely obscured by the bright light, and he couldn't see the road ahead. A sense of unease washed over him, and he quickly steered the bike to the side. The dirt road outside the village was already narrow, and this sudden turn sent him straight into a ravine. The ditch was deep, at least 10 meters. Fortunately, it was a slope, and Chen Fei almost closed his eyes, relying solely on memory to control the handlebars, eventually forcing the bike down the slope. The bike didn't overturn. But he was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. That driver was so reckless he didn't even slow down and was still using his high beams. This was like trying to kill someone. Thinking about murder, Chen Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Could it not have been an accident? Did the other driver see him and do it on purpose? Chen Fei was getting angry. However, by the time he climbed out of the ditch, the car had already driven off. Chen Fei had originally planned to return to the village, catch up with the car, and see who was so brazen. But upon second thought, even if he caught up, the other party could simply claim it was too dark to see. He wasn't injured, and even if he reported it to the police station, there wasn't much they could do. At most, it would just be a hassle, or maybe a symbolic compensation of $10 or $8. He didn't have time to argue with them. He had a pile of things waiting for him. Plus, Song Jinrong's wife was waiting for him to go for acupuncture. Forget it, I'll look into it later. Who doesn't have relatives living away from home? This grudge is noted. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Big sister Chen Feng was worried about Chen Fei walking alone at night and couldn't sleep. Lu Yir was too excited to sleep. Lu Yir's parents and neighbors, who had witnessed the grand ceremony of Chen Fei presenting the betrothal gifts, were also a little excited.
In the county town, the Song Hongjun family couldn't sleep all night because of Sun Yuyan. Meanwhile, the village chief Shui Luzhu and Ding Mei couldn't sleep after learning that Shui Chang had been arrested again. This good-for-nothing son of mine is always causing trouble. My brother goes out for just one day and ends up back inside. My 2,000 yuan. Ding Mei was seething with anger. It's all Chen Fei's fault. If he hadn't provoked Xiangzi wouldn't have come up with such a ridiculous idea. If only it had been 2 years ago, I wouldn't have let him off the hook. Shui Luzhu felt a pang of nostalgia for the past. Back then, it was so easy. If you didn't like someone, you could just pin a label on them and they'd never recover. But now, there's no way I'll let him off the hook. Ding Mei transformed into a vengeful old woman, gritting her teeth. You're the squad leader, it shouldn't be hard to take someone down. I'll remember this, but the urgent matter is to get Xiangzi out of this. I'll go to the town office tomorrow morning and ask Xian Wei to think of a way. Shui Luzhu felt a bit helpless. Last time we waived Xian Wei Zhao's dowry. What should we do this time? Pay him extra money? That's impossible. Not in this lifetime. My money didn't just blow in on the wind. If it comes to it, let Shui Qin make a sacrifice and let Xian Wei Zhao taste a little sweetness early. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who's knocking at this hour? Shui Luzhu grabbed a wooden stick, walked to the door, and asked through it. Who is it? It's me. Big brother? Shui Luzhu was startled and hurriedly opened the door. Big brother, why are you back so late? Shui Yinju said expressionlessly, I brought Shui Gang's wife back. I didn't want anyone to see. Behind him followed a woman as thin as a rib, equally expressionless, until Shui Luzhu said, Go inside. Only then did she mechanically follow Shui Yinju's footsteps inside. Shui Luzhu asked in a low voice as they walked, What's going on? Why did you suddenly decide to bring her back? Chapter 101, Chen Weizhao's cousin-in-law. Shui Yinju's face darkened. I have some bad news for you. Shui Gang has been arrested. The charge is poisoning. I couldn't save him. How could this happen? Xiangzi was arrested, and Gangzi was arrested too. They're trying to kill me. Shui Yinju spoke softly, but Shui Luzhu was as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in panic. The thin woman, who looked like a skeleton, flashed a brief glance before lowering her head, as if nothing could arouse her interest. I just saw Chen Fei. Shui Yinju suddenly said, I deliberately shone a bright light at him, and he ended up falling into a ditch. It was a small act of revenge. Did he die from the fall? Shui Luzhu asked impatiently. Probably not. It was too dark to see clearly, and I didn't feel comfortable getting out to check. Shui Yinju thought it through carefully. He drove right past. If Chen Fei finds him, he can always deny it and say he didn't see anything. But if he got out to check and then left, that would be hit and run. The outcome would be different. This troublemaker, why won't he just die? Shui Luzhu was seething with hatred. Shui Yinju didn't respond to that. If someone had died, it would have been a traffic accident. It's hard to handle. I can't help with Shui Gang's matter for now. As for Shui Chang, you should go to the police station yourself and see if you can get him out. Shui Yinju didn't plan to get too involved. Otherwise, it might affect him. Alright, then. There's nothing else we can do. Shui Luzhu has no other options either, we'll just have to wait until tomorrow. After Shui Yinju left, Shui Liuzhu's gaze roamed freely over the woman who was as thin as a skeleton, his expression filled with dissatisfaction, even disgust. So skinny you can't even have children, what use are you? The woman trembled, lowering her head weakly to look at her toes, like a pitiful, lowly creature. Shui Luzhu grew impatient, waving his hand. Enough, enough. Stop pretending. Go sleep in the west room. Don't dare come out without my permission, understand? Yes. The woman responded in a voice so soft she could barely hear herself, her timid demeanor only making Shui Luzhu more irritated. If you know, why aren't you going? The woman seemed startled, took a step back, nearly falling, and turned pale as she hurried away. What a damn nuisance. Shui Luzhu muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing himself or the poor woman. He had thought he could get rid of the trouble by paying some money, as he had done last time. However, when he went to the police station the next day to meet Xian Weizhao, he learned that Shui Chang had been sent to the County Public Security Bureau overnight. Shui Luzhu was completely flustered. Wasn't it just an attempted poisoning? It wasn't a big deal, why was he sent to the Public Security Bureau? Xian Weizhao sighed helplessly, this was actually an order from the County Bureau. After Xiao Bing arrested him, he was sent directly to the county seat. Shui Luzhu was speechless. What should we do? Are we just going to let Chang go to a labor camp? At the police station, he could still think of a way out, but he had no connections at the county bureau. What are we going to do now? Why don't you call your uncle first? At that moment, Shui Qin suddenly interrupted.
Shui Liuju's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a pile of dog poop. Your uncle came back last night, and your older brother was also arrested. Shui Qin panicked immediately. How could this happen? What should I do? What should I do? What's wrong with you? Shui Liuju was completely baffled. It was my idea. Shui Qin suddenly felt like crying. She didn't want to go to jail. You're driving me crazy. Shui Liuju pointed at Shui Qin, his fingers trembling. It wasn't that he blamed her for coming up with the idea, but that he hated her for coming up with such a terrible one. If you're going to take someone down, you have to finish them off completely. You can't leave any loose ends, and you definitely can't give anyone a reason to come after you, do you understand? Shui Liuju said angrily. I understand. What should we do now? This is tricky. I'm afraid your two older brothers won't hold up and will turn you in. Shui Liuju's brows furrowed deeply, but his eyes darted toward Qian Weixiao. Weixiao, do you have any ideas? It involves your unmarried wife. You can't just stand by and do nothing, can you? What a hassle. Qian Weixiao muttered under his breath, then said thoughtfully, it seems we'll have to ask my cousin's husband for help. Who's your cousin's husband? The deputy captain of the Public Security Bureau. Qian Weixiao spoke calmly, but with a hint of arrogance. Shui Liuju heard this and was overjoyed. This is great. As long as your cousin's husband is willing to help, Shui Qin will be fine. Who knows, with some connections, maybe Gangzi and Xiangzi can be released too. Don't get your hopes up. Qian Weixiao poured a bucket of cold water over him. It said that the arrest was ordered by Zhang Jigua from the Criminal Investigation Division. Zhang Jigua and my cousin's husband were once rivals and don't get along well. Getting him to release them is impossible at best, they'll suffer a bit. That's fine. Let's just get Shui Qin out first, then we'll figure out the rest later. Shui Lu understood in his heart that such matters couldn't be forced. With such a complicated and tangled relationship, it's already a favor to help at all. Expecting someone to go to any lengths for you is simply impossible. Shui Liuju pulled out 5 large bills, hesitated, then clenched his teeth and handed over 5 more. Take these to buy some gifts. You can't let someone help you for nothing. Qian Weixiao stuffed the money into his pocket, nodded, and said, I'll take care of it. I'll ask Xiao Bing for a leave of absence and head back to the county seat. Shui Qin, don't go anywhere. Wait for my call. I understand. We'll talk about Chen Fei later. He rode his bicycle, taking advantage of the night to hurry along. Halfway there, a bright light suddenly appeared behind him, followed by the roar of a car. Realizing a car was coming, Chen Fei began moving toward the side of the road. Chen Fei had experience from his previous life. Some drivers drive as if they're rushing to be reincarnated. Especially at night when there were few people around, they seemed eager to turn their cars into airplanes. If you move even a little too slowly, it could be a disaster. Sure enough, a small car whizzed past him with a loud hum, instantly creating a strong wind that made his clothes cling tightly to his back while forming a large bulge in front. The fierce wind caused Chen Fei to speed up considerably, but it was all over in an instant as the car narrowly missed him. Chen Fei couldn't help but curse under his breath. Today was truly unlucky he had encountered 2 reckless drivers in one night. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. Could these 2 drivers be the same person? Before he could think it through, the car had already sped off, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chen Fei suspected the driver had ulterior motives, but he had no evidence, so he could only silently vow to himself. From now on, unless it's absolutely necessary, I'll never take the night road again, it's way too unsafe. Hospital. 4 in the morning. Song Jinrong, who was dozing off, suddenly heard his wife moan and jolted awake, sitting up straight. Wife, are you okay? Sun Yuyan clutched her stomach. Husband, my stomach hurts a little. The eldest son was also there, and upon hearing the noise, he immediately woke up. It must be time. Hurry and call the doctor. Check if the amniotic fluid has broken. Chapter 102, Sun Yuyan's parents. Song Jinrong hurried to call the doctor. Jiang Sonlei and Han Yaqing hadn't returned home either, staying ready to face the challenge. Twins are already rare, and with Sun Yuyan's special circumstances, if the babies could be delivered successfully, it would provide them with a lot of experience. It could only be said that back then, doctors hadn't been corrupted by capital and took their responsibilities seriously. The men went out, and the women stayed behind. The 2 quickly examined Sun Yuyan and then sighed in relief. Thankfully, the amniotic fluid hadn't broken yet, though it should be soon. Unfortunately, Chen Fei wasn't there, otherwise, they could have performed another repositioning procedure. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a burst of joyful cheers erupted from outside. Chen Fei, you're here? Han Yaqing. You timed it perfectly, didn't you? Han Yaqing pushed open the door and walked out. Chen Fei, you're just in time. Hurry up and give the pregnant woman some moxibustion. All right. Traveling back and forth between Shilin and the county seat several times was exhausting, even for someone as physically strong as Chen Fei. But he didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. The Song family watched him, and everyone couldn't help but show expressions of gratitude. Song Hongjun whispered to Song Jinrong.
Second son, whether it succeeds or not, we must repay Chen Fei for this favor.
As a person, one must know how to be grateful. Song Jinrong nodded. I understand. From now on, he is my own brother.
Sun Yuyan rested for a few hours, regaining some strength, and began assisting Chen Fei with the final realignment exercise. Doctors Jiang Tsonglei and Han Yaqing closely monitored the situation, ready to respond to any emergencies.
20 minutes passed quickly.
When Sun Yuyan, drenched in sweat, was helped back into bed by the others, the sharp-eyed eldest brother's wife suddenly exclaimed,
Look, isn't my brother's wife's stomach different? The women couldn't help but stare at Sun Yuyan's abdomen.
The men, though curious and tense, felt too embarrassed to look directly and could only listen intently.
Of course, Song Jinrong was the exception. Hurry up and do an examination. Actually, there's no need for an ultrasound. A professional obstetrician can feel it with their hands. Jiang Tsonglei gently stroked Sun Yuyan's prominently rounded belly.
Moments later, a smile blossomed on her face.
Good news. The fetus is in the right position.
She can have a natural birth.
Han Yaqing was skeptical. Is that really true? Look for yourself. Jiang Tsonglei stepped aside. After a thorough examination, Han Yaqing couldn't help but marvel at the miracle. I never thought acupuncture would have such a big effect. The fetus really moved back into position. That's wonderful. Chen Fei really came to the rescue. Song Hongjuan's entire family erupted in cheers. Shoo! Jiang Tsonglei made a shushing gesture, signaling not to disturb others who were resting. The Song family stopped cheering but couldn't hide their excitement. Song Jinrong gripped Chen Fei's hand. Brother, no need to say more. Once the child is born, I'll adopt you as my godfather. Is that really necessary? Chen Fei was a bit dazed. It came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Of course it is. From now on, every festival, the two children will carry gifts to you in kowtow. Song Jinrong said very seriously. No need to go that far. Chen Fei laughed it off, but a sense of accomplishment couldn't help but rise in his heart. He quickly changed the subject. Should I go take a nap? I haven't slept all night, I'm so tired. Alright, go ahead and rest. There's a sofa outside where you can lie down. As soon as Song Jinrong finished speaking, Han Yaqing suddenly said, Why don't you sleep in my office? There's a small bed inside. Han Yaqing's sudden change in attitude caught Chen Fei off guard. That's not appropriate, I'm all sweaty from running. It's fine, just take a shower. Han Yaqing said nonchalantly. Then I'll take you up on that. Thanks, Dr. Han. Chen Fei opened the door and stepped out, only to see a middle-aged couple hurrying toward him at the end of the corridor. The man was in his 50s, with some gray hair, tall and slender, a long face, wearing a pair of wide-rimmed black-framed glasses, and dressed in a well-pressed but slightly faded Zhongshan suit, giving off an intellectual vibe. The woman walked on his left, about half a head shorter than him. She wore a knitted cardigan on top and lampshade-style velvet pants, a popular fabric at the time, on the bottom, with leather shoes with a sloping heel. The man's strides were quite long, causing the woman to occasionally jog a few steps to keep up. The woman gave Chen Fei the impression of being very elegant. Even as she hurried along with a look of urgency on her face, she still maintained the reserved demeanor characteristic of someone from the city. Upon seeing Chen Fei, she hurriedly quickened her pace to meet him. Comrade, I have a question. Do you know which ward Sun Yuyan is in? Chen Fei was taken aback. No wonder the woman looked familiar. If he guessed correctly, she must be Sun Yuyan's parents. Are you her parents? Chen Fei thought to himself, then blurted out the question without thinking. Yes, we are her parents. Do you know which ward she's in? The man asked anxiously but politely. I just came out of her ward. Follow me. Chen Fei turned around and started walking back, with the two following closely behind, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you so much, young man. Chen Fei replied, No need to thank me. We're from the same village. Just as they reached the door, they heard a voice from inside. Hurry up. The amniotic fluid is breaking. Get ready for the delivery room. The two of them paled and wanted to rush inside, but hesitated at the door. Young comrade, you must know her well. Do you know what to do for Yu Yan? Sun's father hesitated, unsure of what to say. Sun's mother's eyes were already red. It's all your fault for cutting ties with your daughter. Now look at her, she won't come back for years. Sun's father's lips trembled. I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. You're the one talking. Our daughter's life is almost gone. Sun's mother started crying as she spoke. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my daughter, I won't live either. Sun's father looked very upset and stammered, I didn't want this either. I didn't want this either. Seeing this, Chen Fei hurriedly comforted them. Now isn't the time to blame yourselves. Actually, Yu Yan has been missing you all very much, but she was afraid you wouldn't forgive her, so she dared not return. Your coming here will be a great help to her during childbirth. Really? Sun's father and mother both lit up at the same time. Of course it's true. You'll see for yourselves when you meet her. Just as they were speaking, the door opened.
Jiang Sonlei and Han Yacheng led the way, followed closely by Song Jinrong, who was pushing a hospital bed. Upon seeing Sun's parents, Song Jinrong clearly froze for a moment, then his face turned bright red, looking very awkward.
What's wrong? Hurry up and go out.
You're such a child. Yu Yan is about to give birth, and you're still moving so slowly.
Song Hongjuan's elderly parents urged him from inside, but Song Jinrong hesitated. Father, mother, Yu Yan's parents are here. No one else matters right now. My wife is giving birth, what else could be more important? Chapter 103, 5 pounds or 6 pounds? Yu Yan's parents are here. Song Jinrong repeated the sentence.
The air suddenly fell silent. The two sets of parents met, and for a moment, neither knew what to say.
Why not get out of here quickly?
Song Hongjun pushed him from behind, and Song Jinrong snapped out of it, hurriedly pushing Sun Yuyan out. Sun Yuyan struggled to support herself, calling out, Dad.
Mom.
Her eyes welled up with tears. In the past, they used to call their parents father and mother, and in rural areas, they also called the eldest father. Later, the practice of calling them dad and mom gradually spread from large cities to smaller cities, and then to rural areas and mountainous regions.
Sun Yuyan's family was from a big city, so they called their parents dad and mom.
Sun's father and mother rushed forward, each taking one of her hands, tears streaming down their faces, and said, Child, you've suffered so much.
Those few words left Sun Yuyan sobbing uncontrollably. Mom and Dad, I'm such an unfilial child. You almost didn't get to see me. It's all thanks to Chen Fei. Song Hongjuan's family chimed in, yes, thanks to Chen Fei, otherwise it would have been a difficult birth. We were already preparing for a cesarean section. Gratitude overflowed from their hearts. Sun's mother turned pale, tears streaming down her face. It's all your father's fault. I told you to come visit her, but he said it would be embarrassing. Now look, no face saved, and our daughter almost didn't make it. Sun's father, knowing he was in the wrong, muttered awkwardly, I never expected it to turn out like this. Dad, Mom, don't you hate me? Sun Yuyan cried, feeling wronged yet also a hint of guilt. After all, she had let her parents down. No parents hate their own children. It's just about saving face. Sun's mother said tearfully, Where is Chen Fei? I must thank him properly. Chen Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle and aunt, it was no trouble at all. Yu Yan's time has come, let's get her into the delivery room quickly. Jiang Songlei and Han Yacheng echoed, Right, go into the delivery room first. We'll talk about the rest later. Sun's father kept thanking them, thank you, doctor. Thank you, Chen Fei. Sun's mother held Sun Yuyan's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Child, you must come out alive. Sun Yuyan's face was filled with a smile, but tears streamed down her cheeks. Mom and Dad, for you and for the child, I will definitely come out alive. Everyone followed them all the way to the delivery room before stopping. Sun's parents then asked Song Hongjun in detail about Sun Yuyan's condition. Song Hongjun then explained in detail how Chen Fei had reminded them, how he had helped Sun Yuyan with moxibustion, and even how he had nearly delayed the delivery. The two families sighed deeply. The previous unpleasantness faded away with each apology and sob. So Chen Fei is truly our daughter's savior. We must thank him properly someday. Sun's mother said, wiping away her tears. Sun's father was also deeply moved, and tears blurred his vision. He took off his glasses, wiped them with a tissue, and sighed deeply. Who would have thought that in such a small mountain village, there could be such a remarkable person? This is a blessing for Yu Yan, and a blessing for the Sun and Song families. I must get to know him properly. Sun's mother wiped away her tears and smiled. That's more like it. Chen Fei? Where is Chen Fei? Everyone looked around and realized that Chen Fei had somehow collapsed onto the nearby bench, snoring softly. Sun's father stopped her. Don't wake him up. Let him sleep. He hasn't slept for a day and night. He must be exhausted. Indeed, there's still so much to do at home. He's really worked hard. Both families unconsciously lowered their voices, filled with heartfelt gratitude. After 3 long hours, the delivery room door finally opened. Jiang Sonlei emerged from inside, and both families rushed forward, their expressions tense as they asked, Doctor, has my wife given birth yet? Is Yu Yan safe? Where's the baby? Is she okay? Jiang Sonlei removed her mask and smiled. Mission accomplished. Mother and child are safe. The words were a bit tongue-twisting, and Song Jinrong didn't quite understand, but he caught the last few words and burst into laughter. Haha, Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Mother and child are safe. Song Hongjun and his wife were overjoyed. That's wonderful. Now we have a grandson to hold. Sun's father also sighed in relief. Good people are blessed by heaven, good people are blessed by heaven. Sun's mother snorted, What blessed by heaven? Our daughter has met a noble person. The grandfather quickly agreed, You're right. Doctor, when can we see our daughter? Jiang Songlei said, I came out first to share the good news. The mother needs to rest for another 2 hours. If there are no postpartum bleeding symptoms, she can come out. Seeing the anxious expressions on both families' faces, Jiang Sonlei added, However, if you want to see the baby, that's okay.
But there can't be too many people, and you mustn't disturb the mother.
Who will go in?
Song Jinrong and Sun's mother raised their hands almost simultaneously.
Jiang Songlei nodded and said, just the two of you. You're the most suitable.
One was the husband, the other the biological mother. There was no one more suitable. The two entered joyfully, while the others waited outside, occasionally peering through the door and straining to hear. After about half an hour, Song Jinrong emerged with a smile on his face, his first words filled with joy. Father and mother, two big, healthy boys. One weighs over 5 pounds, and the other over 6.
Zhang Aiqin was so delighted she couldn't stop smiling.
No wonder they were so mischievous, they almost caused trouble for their own mother. Song Hongjun hurriedly nudged her. Wife, don't say that.
Zhang Aiqin laughed awkwardly. I didn't say anything. I was just happy. By the way, what should we name our grandson? I haven't thought of one yet. Song Hongjun pondered. How about one named 5 pounds and the other 6 pounds? What a great idea. If Chen Fei were awake, he'd definitely say, wow, that's so convenient. Zhang Aiqin thought it was fine.
The names were good, you could tell who was who at a glance, and plus, easy to spell names are easier to raise.
Song Hongjun laughed awkwardly. I was just joking.
We should let the in-laws come up with the actual names. Zhang Aiqin laughed so hard her face wrinkled. Right, the in-laws are educated, they'll definitely come up with a good name.
Sun's father loved hearing that, and his posture straightened up a bit.
Sun is no one special, but I come from a scholarly family.
Naming a child is something I can handle. He immediately got carried away. What should we name him? As soon as this topic came up, the entire family perked up. Don't rush. Let me go home and look it up in the dictionary.
I must come up with a name that will shake the ages and roll off the tongue. However, 5 pounds and 6 pounds can be used as a nickname for now. It's clear that Mr. Sun is taking this very seriously.
That's a good idea.
The nickname can be used in everyday life, and the formal name can be used when he goes to school.
There's no rush. It must have a meaningful significance, like mine.
When the Red Army passed through our village, my father changed my name to Song Hongjun. At the time, I was only 12 and followed the Red Army. Speaking of which, the conversation veered off topic.
When mentioning the past, Song Hongjun sighed deeply. Unfortunately, I'm uneducated and couldn't become a high-ranking official.
Otherwise, I'd at least be a county-level official now.
So you see, a name really is important.
Just as the two families were discussing what to name the child, Chen Fei woke up. Seeing the commotion, he curiously walked over.
What are you talking about? Is the baby here? Song Jinrong looked excited. He's born. 2 big, healthy boys. We're naming them. Why don't you suggest a name? Chapter 104, The Greedy Older Brother-in-Law.
Chen Fei hurriedly declined.
I don't know how to name a child. The child's grandparents are here, and they're both educated people. Let them name him. Sun's father nodded approvingly.
Then we won't hesitate. By the way, Chen Fei, later we'll treat you to a meal to thank you for saving our lives. It was just a small favor, there's no need to mention it.
Chen Fei hurriedly declined. You should spend more time with your sister-in-law. I need to head back. Song Hongjun said, are you leaving already? Why not stay a little longer?
Chen Fei had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, it was too short.
It's fine. I'm in good health.
I can still catch up with the mushroom picking if I leave now. Chen Fei spoke as he walked toward the door. The entire Song Hongjun family followed him out to see him off, but Chen Fei waved his hands to stop them.
Don't see me off. Stay and entertain the guests.
He waved his sleeves, leaving no trace behind. Sun's father watched his back and sighed. When the deed is done, he fades away, hiding his achievements and fame. If this child had been born in a big city, he would be extraordinary. Song Hongjun said, in my opinion, Chen Fei is a man of great ability, his rural background won't hold him back.
Sun's father thought for a moment and didn't object.
He turned to Song Jinrong and said, since things have come to this point, I won't oppose you anymore. But I'll remind you it's good for you to stay in touch with Chen Fei in the future. Song Jinrong smiled broadly, his mouth stretching all the way to his ears.
I understand.
Sun Yuyan called out weakly, Dad, Jinrong said he wants the child to recognize him as his godfather.
Sun's father's eyes lit up behind his glasses. That's a good idea.
It's both a way to show gratitude and strengthen our bond.
Song Jinrong smiled innocently. I didn't think that much. I just felt it was the right thing to do. Chen Fei rushed home in a hurry. Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng were having dinner.
Seeing Chen Fei, they were both surprised and delighted.
Xiao Fei, why are you back so early? Has Yu Yan given birth yet? Chen Fei smiled and replied, she did. 2 big, healthy boys. By the way, where's Sifeng? Chen Sifeng said she went to school. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. Didn't you send her? Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes and exaggeratedly said, who said I didn't? I walked there with Wu Feng. My legs are sore from running. You didn't even buy me a bicycle. Chen Fei laughed, you have money, you can buy one anytime you want. That's not possible. Chen Sifeng said seriously, the money is yours. I can't spend it carelessly. What if Lu Yuer ever holds it against you? How would I face you, your older sister? Lu Yuer won't care.
Chen Fei drew a bucket of well water, rinsed off quickly, and grabbed a bun to stuff into his mouth.
Glass noodle filling not bad.
By the way, fourth sister, go pick up Arya from the hospital this afternoon.
Alright, I know. At that moment, Lu Yuer walked in shyly. Chen Fei, eldest sister, fourth sister.
Chen Feng smiled and greeted her. Lu Yuer, come sit down quickly. Today we bought glass noodle filling and mushroom chicken filling.
Lu Yuer's eyes curved into crescent moons. Big sister, I like them all. I'm not picky.
Just as she was about to go inside, Lu Zhenqing followed in, sniffing the air.
It smells so good. Lu Yuer, get me one too. Lu Yuer's face turned red. Brother, didn't you already eat at home?
Lu Zhenqing said thick-skinly, just steamed buns with pickles.
It's really tasteless.
Saying this, he didn't wait for anyone to offer him any, grabbed 2 buns himself, and ate them while making smacking sounds. Breakfast from outside is just so fragrant.
Lu Yuer stomped her feet in anger. Brother, how could you do this? Chen Feng smiled and said, it's okay, let him eat. After all, we're relatives now. 2 buns aren't a big deal. Chen Sifeng wasn't so easy to convince. She was afraid he'd have a thick skin and come over every day to eat.
Those words left Lu Yi feeling ashamed, and she blushed, whispering, I'll go tell him. She silently blamed Lu Zhensheng in her heart. You're the older brother, and you're not giving your sister any face.
Chen Fei didn't say anything, but he was secretly relieved in his heart.
Thank goodness we didn't agree to the arranged marriage. With Lu Genqing's personality, always looking to get the upper hand, he'll never amount to anything. Fourth sister was wise not to marry him.
There were no other matters that day. Picking and selling mushrooms went smoothly.
Of course, the main reason was that the few troublesome people had either been arrested or quit their jobs, so no one was causing trouble anymore. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng arrived at the hospital to pick up Arya. Chen Sifeng stayed with Arya to chat, while Chen Fei went to handle the paperwork. When they arrived at the payment window, there were a few people in line ahead of them, and one of the figures looked familiar.
Turning around, it was Song Jinrong. Chen Fei, what are you doing here? Song Jinrong looked surprised to see Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled.
My second sister's child was discharged from the hospital today, so I came to pick them up.
Song Jinrong's expression changed.
Look at this mess you've caused. You didn't even tell us, and we had no idea.
It's okay, they're being discharged today. Song Jinrong didn't say anything else.
After paying the fees, he returned to the ward and told his family. Song Hongjun heard this and immediately said, Second brother, hurry up and go to the cooperative to buy some things to take to them. Song Jinrong frowned and said, Father, the cooperative is quite far from here.
By the time I run back, they'll all be gone. Song Hongjun sighed and waved his hand. Never mind, we'll talk about it when we get back.
Anyway, Chen Fei is getting married soon, and we'll all go to help then.
After several days of treatment, Arya had mostly recovered.
However, before leaving, Hua Huanji still gave some instructions, such as to seek a follow-up examination promptly if any issues arose.
Chen Fei agreed to everything.
Yun Jin and Guo Huanzi then saw them off personally all the way to the gate. As they were about to leave, Yun Jin smiled and teased, Brother, go back and rest for a few days.
Don't work too hard.
Otherwise, on your wedding night, you won't have the strength.
Chen Fei stiffened his neck. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible.
Your brother here is in top shape. Yun Jin laughed heartily, alright, men are all like that, they won't admit they're weak.
Chen Fei caught on and teased her back. Sis, are you talking about your brother-in-law?
Yun Jin slapped him, but there was a hint of a blush between her eyebrows.
What are you talking about? There are so many people here.
By the way, once we're not busy, let's go into the mountains to gather more herbs. We're running a bit low on medicinal herbs lately. Yun Jin's slap didn't hurt at all compared to her fourth sister, it wasn't even a tickle.
Chen Fei burst into laughter. Alright, I'll make sure the gate is fixed by tomorrow at the latest.
I'll go buy another bicycle tomorrow, specifically for collecting herbs.
Everyone waved goodbye.
Chen Fei rode the bicycle, while Erfeng, Arya, and Si Feng sat in the cart, along with Cui Shiguan, who was almost invisible.
Xu Jiefeng cracked his whip. Drive! The black horse galloped off into the distance. Upon returning to the official village, Chen Sifeng asked, Second sister, are you going back to our house or theirs? Chapter 105, a grab, a twist, and a pull.
To be honest, Chen Sifeng definitely wanted her second sister to return to her maternal home.
Chen Erfeng glanced at Cui Shiguan and whispered, Shiguan, may I go back to my mother's house first to see Danya? I miss her.
Cui Shiguan was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Chen Fei looking over, so he quickly nodded in agreement.
Of course, it's been so many days since you've seen her. You should go check on her. Ha ha.
As he spoke, sweat trickled down his forehead. He had never seen anyone with such a terrifying gaze before. Since my brother-in-law says it's okay, let's just go back. Chen Fei raised the corners of his mouth and smiled as he spoke.
Brother-in-law, you go home first, pack your things, and wait for my sister to return. For now, let's just leave it like this. However, I hope you can find time to go to the village committee and ask if they can approve a plot of land for a new house. Although Mahania is currently in a labor camp, she'll eventually come back. Living in the same courtyard is no different from not having separated households. Getting another plot of land would be best. Chui Shiguan's face fell upon hearing this. That's probably not possible, right? After all, there's only me in our family. It doesn't meet the policy requirements. Just go ask. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out. Anyway, no matter what, Chen Fei won't let my second sister live with that wicked old woman again. If all else fails, we could buy a place in the county seat? But there's no rush right now. Mahania was sentenced to 2.5 years. We have plenty of time. Alright then. Chui Shiguan had no choice but to return home alone, while Chen Erfeng went back to her parents' home with Chen Fei. On the way through the hot springs, Chen Fei first picked up Wu Feng, then went to a restaurant and bought a lot of food. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised carp, mapo tofu, mushroom and pork slices, and a bowl of meatball soup. Then a large bag of steamed buns, totaling 5 yuan and 50 cents, which made Chen Erfeng's eyebrows twitch. Xiao Fei, there's no need to spend so much. A simple home-cooked meal would have been fine. She thought the food at the hospital was already good enough, with egg soup every day, which was much better than her in-laws' place. She never expected Chen Fei to be so extravagant. 4 dishes and a soup, all meat dishes. She, Chen Erfeng, had been married to her in-laws for 7 or 8 years and hadn't eaten this well even during festivals. Chen Sifeng smiled broadly. Sis, this is nothing. We eat like this every day. If this is what you eat normally, how much does that cost? Chen Erfeng felt like her worldview had been shattered. She worked hard to earn her share of the household income, and after all that, she only made 7 or 8 yuan a month. This meal alone costs 5 yuan and 50 cents. That's terrifying. Seer, Xiao Wu, has our family really always been like this? Isn't it because of me? Although Chen Erfeng had already explained it clearly, Chen Erfeng still didn't quite believe her. Chen Sifeng laughed heartily. Second sister, look at you acting so surprised. Our family has money now, isn't it normal to eat better? Wu Feng chimed in. Second sister, you don't know. The first time I came home, I was just like you. I couldn't believe it. It felt like New Year's. But now I'm used to it. Wu Feng was much more cheerful now, with a smile on her face. She used to be as skinny as a beansprout, but now she's starting to put on some weight. My brother is so capable now. He's built our family's brick and tile house, and it's so grand. Wu Feng's proud expression left Chen Erfeng feeling a bit dazed. Has our family really become this prosperous? She had heard Chen Fei mention that the house was under construction, but she never imagined it would turn out so well. She couldn't wait to see what the new house would look like. Things will only get better from here. Chen Fei smiled and said, Sister, Wu Feng, get in the car, let's go home. The sisters chatted and laughed as they were about to get into the car and go home, when suddenly 2 chubby men walked toward them. One was Wang Fugue, and the other was his older brother Wang Ronghua, who was 1 year older than Wang Fugue. Wealth and honor, you think that's so easy to achieve? Chen Fei frowned slightly upon seeing the 2 cousins. Wang Fugue also froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Fei, then turned to Wang Ronghua and said, Brother, Chen Fei beat me up before. Take revenge for me. Ronghua looked at Chen Fei and asked, You hit him before? Wang Ronghua was much taller than his younger brother. When he stood in front of Chen Fei, he was only a little shorter than Chen Fei, but due to his bulk, he looked quite sturdy. Chen Fei sneered disdainfully. What? You want to fight? Chen Sifeng rolled up his sleeves. It's been a while since I've had a fight. Today's a good day to stretch my legs. Wang Ronghua swallowed hard. A real man doesn't fight women. I won't fight you. Everyone in the family knew Chen Sifeng's reputation for being a fierce fighter. Wang Ronghua dared not show off in front of her. He glanced at Zhu Jiafan, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. You're the elder, I won't fight you either. Zhu Jiafan was built like a tank. He looked like someone you didn't want to mess with. Put. Chen Fei burst out laughing. So you think I'm the only soft target here, huh? Fine, let's practice then. Chen Fei parked his bicycle and motioned to the 2 with his fingers. Come on, both of you at once. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to get home. The 2 brothers exchanged glances. You said it. They charged at him from both sides, surprisingly well coordinated. The bigger one swung his fist at Chen Fei's face, while the smaller one crouched down to grab his legs, trying to trip him. Chen Fei spread his legs wide, assuming a horse stance, and didn't budge an inch. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Wang Ronghua's wrist. The first sensation was that his wrist felt weak. Wang Ronghua looked sturdy, but he was all fat with little strength. Chen Fei twisted his wrist lightly, and it changed shape. Ouch, he cried, letting go. Wang Ronghua involuntarily tiptoed to ease the pain. Is that all? Chen Fei twisted Wang Ronghua's wrist with one hand and grabbed Wang Fugue's ear with the other. The 2 brothers immediately adopted the same expression, grimacing in pain. Little cousin, this won't do. I haven't even started yet.
The two chubby boys burst into tears. Chen Erfeng hurriedly called out to Chen Fei, "Brother, stop hitting him. Otherwise, we won't be able to see our auntie anymore." "I wasn't really hitting them. They're just too weak." Chen Fei wasn't really hitting them seriously, he just grabbed, twisted, and pulled them around, and that was it. It can only be said that the two cousins were too weak. "Cousins, don't take it to heart. Chen Fei didn't mean it." Chen Erfeng tried to step in to break it up but was stopped by Chen Fei. "Second sister, don't move around. Be careful not to harm the baby." As he spoke, Chen Fei let go of them and pretended to be kind, brushing the dust off their clothes while unable to suppress a smile. "You two cousins, you're no good either. You've just gotten fat without building any muscle, you have no strength." Wang Ronghua shook him off and said angrily, "I haven't exercised yet." Wang Fuguei felt like his ears were being pulled off and started crying while rubbing them. "Chen Fei, you're bullying me again. I'm going home to tell my dad. Look at you, such a loser." Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes. "Enough, stop talking." Chen Erfeng pulled her aside and reminded her, "Xiao Fei is getting married soon. We need to let our aunt know. When do you think would be a good time?" This reminded Chen Fei, who smiled and said to the two cousins, "What a coincidence. You're here just in time. Go back and tell your aunt that I'm getting married on August 28th, and please come to the wedding banquet." Chapter 106, Children Speak Without Reserve. "Let's talk about it later." Wang Ronghua rubbed her neck angrily and said, "Your grip is really strong, but I'll beat you someday." "Alright, I'll wait. When you stop wetting the bed, come find me for a fight." Chen Fei recalled the time he went to their house and the bed was wet from urine, and they had used a 5 Phoenix robe as a pad. He felt both angry and amused. Wang Ronghui turned bright red. "It wasn't me. I didn't. It was Fuguei who wet the bed." Wang Fuguei hurriedly denied it, pulling his face white. "I didn't either." "Really, I didn't wet the bed." "Ha, an adult still wetting the bed? That's hilarious." Chen Sifeng laughed so hard she sounded like a goose, and Chen Erfeng wanted to cover for them, but didn't know how to start. Wu Feng also covered her mouth and giggled, but very quietly, her little shoulders trembling. Arya didn't understand what was going on, but seeing the adults laugh, she followed suit, eventually infecting Chen Erfeng, who also smiled with her lips pressed together. Chen Fei spoke seriously, "What's so funny? Look at me, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha." The two fat men were so embarrassed they didn't know where to hide. Wang Ronghui turned and left, while Wang Fuguei tried to defend himself. "I just drank too much water that day. In the middle of the night, I dreamed I was looking for the bathroom. I thought I found it, but I ended up peeing in bed. Why, I didn't do it on purpose." He started crying as he spoke. At 15 or 16 and still wetting the bed? That's truly embarrassing. Chen Fei stopped him. "Alright, I know you didn't mean it. I won't laugh anymore. Remember to tell your aunt." After saying that, he gestured for the sisters to get into the car. Although she had heard about it before, when Chen Erfeng saw the grand, imposing brick and tile house with her own eyes, she was still overwhelmed with emotion and tears welled up in her eyes. "It's true. Our family has finally turned our fortunes around." The south house and the east and west wings were completely finished, standing out like a crane among chickens on the entire street, looking truly extraordinary. When she left home, the house was already in ruins. Her eldest sister had been struggling to make ends meet with her sisters, and they were the poorest family in the village. But now, they had become the most prominent family in the village, making Chen Erfeng feel as though she were dreaming. "Erfeng is back?" The craftsmen hadn't finished work yet and were smiling and greeting Chen Erfeng, making her feel a bit overwhelmed by the attention. She kept nodding her head. "Mother!" Daya heard her mother's voice and ran out, her little feet scurrying. Chen Erfeng, unable to move freely, reached out to touch her little head and asked softly, "Daya, did you miss your mother?" Daya tilted her little face, her big eyes sparkling. Yes, but not too much." Chen Erfeng was taken aback. "Why?" "Because my uncle's house has meat to eat, and it's so delicious." "Alright, children say what they think." The villagers all burst into laughter. Chen Erfeng was both amused and exasperated. "You little girl, you'd even forget your mother for some meat?" Daya pouted in protest, but she really wanted to eat meat. "At home, we can't even get enough bread to eat." Chen Erfeng's eyes welled up with tears. In that household, the mother and daughter were both unloved. Whenever there was something good to eat, it was always given to the younger sister-in-law first, then the mother-in-law, and only then did it reach them. By then, it was already spoiled. At that moment, Chen Feng and Lu Yi came out from inside. The family looked at each other in silence, their eyes brimming with tears. After a long while, Chen Feng choked out, "Erfeng, you've suffered so much." Chen Erfeng wiped away her tears and forced a smile. "I'm not suffering. It's my eldest sister who has suffered the most over the years." Back then, she and San Feng had both agreed to marry into their respective families, but the eldest sister had refused all matchmakers. Because she was the eldest sister, she had to take care of the family. She had to be both father and mother. She was the one who suffered the most. "Let's not talk about that anymore.
Our family will only get better from now on.
Chen Fei called over the sisters. Wu Feng, take the food back. Eldest sister, you and second sister go sit in the main hall first. Fourth sister, go make some sugar water for the craftsman to drink.
Lu Yi said, I'll go. You've been working all day, you must be exhausted.
Chen Sifeng shrugged indifferently.
This is nothing. You rest. I'll do it. Lu Yi whispered, then I'll go sew the shoe soles. They're not finished yet. Chen Fei smiled and said, don't rush. We still have a few more days. If we really can't finish in time, we'll just buy a pair.
Lu Yi bit her moist lips and whispered softly, that's different. As she spoke, her little face turned red.
It's a gesture of goodwill. Chen Fei then began chatting with old Ma.
The south house was finished, and the next step was the main hall.
However, thinking back to what Jialan had said earlier, old Ma felt a bit uneasy.
Chen Fei, find some time to talk to your uncle and see what he says. After all, we're family, let's try not to argue if we can help it.
Old Ma puffed on his cigarette, speaking earnestly. Chen Fei also felt a bit overwhelmed. If Uncle Chen is the same as Jialan, it would be easier to handle. We could just fight it out. Or going through official channels would work too.
In any case, he wasn't afraid of either the literary or the martial arts. But unfortunately, Uncle Air is different from Jialan.
Lately, he has been helping me both openly and secretly.
If I resort to violence, it would make me look like I don't know how to handle things. After thinking it over, Chen Fei told old Ma, let's not rush today. I'll go to Zhang the carpenter's house later to see if the front door is done, and the windows too. If they're ready, we'll get the south room and the annex sorted out first so it's livable, and build the stove so it feels like a home.
Old Ma nodded repeatedly. That's fine. Let's get the house settled first. Even if Jialan doesn't agree, there's enough room to stay. But then we won't need so many people tomorrow. There were over 40 craftsmen working for Chen Fei's family. If it was just installing doors and windows, they wouldn't need that many people. They're paid a few dollars a day. It wouldn't be right to take the money for nothing, would it?
Chen Fei said it's fine, everyone should come to work as usual tomorrow, and he'll make arrangements later. The craftsman finished work quickly. After dinner, Chen Fei chatted with Lu Yi for a while, then took a pack of cigarettes and went to Zhang the carpenter's house. Zhang the carpenter said time was tight, but if they worked overtime tonight, it should be done by tomorrow morning. However, the bed would have to wait a few more days. Chen Fei said that was fine, as long as it didn't delay his wedding. Zhang the carpenter laughed heartily, don't worry, it won't be delayed. When they returned home, Lu Yi had already left. She was trying to get back early to avoid gossip. Whispering, it's just like putting a finger in your ear to block out the sound. With the addition of her older sister and her family, living quarters were still very cramped. There was some space, but there weren't enough beds. So they had Chen Erfeng and Danya share a bed, while Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng and Chen Wufeng shared another bed. It's a bit cramped, but it's okay, it's only for a few days. As for Chen Fei himself, he can sleep on the floor.
The south room and the annex are both empty.
The only downside is that the new house has a lot of dampness, and the floor is a bit cold. But that won't be a problem for Chen Fei, he can always climb over the wall. No need to climb over the wall, Lu Yi will definitely sneak out and leave the door open for him.
However, Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry to sleep.
Before going to bed, he needed to cultivate the mushroom spores. Now he cultivates the mushroom spores every day, and the first 2 batches are already ready for testing.
Who should try planting them? Chen Fei fell into deep thought. First, he ruled out his fourth sister.
She had an impatient temperament and wasn't suited for delicate work. His eldest sister, on the other hand, was meticulous and skilled with her hands, making her perfect for such tasks.
However, Chen Fei suddenly thought of his second sister.
The conflicts in his second sister's family seem to have been resolved.
But their poverty hasn't changed. Since I've been reborn, I must ensure that all my sisters live a better life. A daughter who has been married off is like water that has been poured out? That's for other families. In Chen Fei's world, that doesn't exist. Chapter 107, Second Aunt, what are you thinking about? It's definitely second sister.
However, when Chen Fei was about to go talk to second sister, he found she had already fallen asleep. So he had to fetch a bucket of water, wash up quickly, and then go knock on Lu Yi's door. Sure enough, the door wasn't locked, Lu Yi had left it open for him. Chen Fei chuckled and sneaked inside. Soon, a voice came from inside, oh, why are you here again? You left the door open for me to come in, didn't you? Lu Yi's eyes were full of charm, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a seductive smile, like a night-blooming jasmine blossoming quietly. I didn't, I just forgot to lock the door.
Then why are you hugging me so tightly now? You're the one hugging me. Little Fei, you're so naughty. Oh, don't move, be careful not to hurt the baby. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. The following 3,000 words are omitted.
The next day, Zhang the carpenter finished the front door on time and delivered it personally. Chen Fei didn't say a word, he first handed over a pack of cigarettes as a token of gratitude. The carpenters all arrived, some helping to install the door, others the windows, but no matter how they worked, they couldn't manage with over 40 people. Old Ma asked Chen Fei what to do, and Chen Fei smiled, "Don't worry, I have a plan."
Then he assigned tasks to everyone.
First, he sent 2 or 3 people to build the stove, then 3 to 4 people to go into the mountains to collect firewood. These days, we've been scraping together whatever we can find, but that is not a long-term solution. 3 or 4 laborers could gather enough in a day to last several days. Anyway, it won't cost more than $10. The rest of the men, led by Chen Fei, drew lines in the courtyard and had everyone dig trenches along the lines. This way, nearly 30 people are assigned. The villagers were all confused and asked him what the ditches were for. Chen Fei said they were building drainage pipes. In a few days, he'd set up the bathrooms, and the bathing problem would be solved. Otherwise, they'd just have to make do, which wasn't comfortable. He did go swimming at the reservoir every few days, but with so many women at home, they couldn't bathe properly. They could only splash some water on themselves and wipe their bodies.
Is that okay? This isn't good. Chen Fei was used to a comfortable life in his previous life and couldn't stand this anymore. So a bathroom must be arranged.
Additionally, the stove needs to be connected to the sewer system so that washing dishes and vegetables will be much more convenient in the future. Chen Fei spoke eloquently, and the craftsmen listened in awe.
Even city dwellers aren't this luxurious, are they? How did you think of that? Chen Fei smiled without responding. This is just the initial plan. We'll definitely buy a house in the county seat later. If we don't feel like coming back, we can just stay there. How convenient.
There are still over 10 people without a place to stay. Chen Fei told them to wait, and he did go talk to his uncle. The main hall definitely needs to be built.
Uncle Chen's family will eventually have to face this issue, and avoiding it won't solve anything.
Chen Feng, seeing this, said worriedly, "Xiao Fei, please don't act impulsively.
After all, your uncle is standing there." Chen Fei smiled and said, "It's okay.
You guys go pick mushrooms.
I'll be right there." Chen Xifeng glared at him. "Should I stay behind? What if they get violent? I can help you." Chen Fei said it wasn't necessary. Fighting wouldn't solve anything.
Chen Xifeng had no choice but to go mushroom picking with Chen Feng. As they walked, she kept reminding him,
"If it comes to a fight, you must call me. I'll take on the whole family by myself." That wasn't an empty threat. If fourth sister got really angry, even Uncle Chen's entire family wouldn't stand a chance.
But he didn't plan to fight, he intended to use diplomacy first. Chen Fei returned to the main hall, took 2 pounds of white sugar and 2 packs of cigarettes, and carried them to Jialan's doorstep. He found that Jialan's entire family was already on high alert. And they had even called back the eldest son, Dog Egg. The 7 of them were lined up neatly.
No, make that 8.
Godan was 23 this year, already married, and had a son, a boy about 1 or 2 years old. His wife, Zhao Huiyan, was holding a piece of candy to soothe the child. Upon seeing the visitors, she raised her eyelids briefly before casually lowering them again. Chen Xiang, and Ergo all stared expressionlessly at Chen Fei. Ershing Jialan raised her chin, grinning widely, making her prominent front teeth even more noticeable.
"Where are they all?" Chen Fei smiled and spoke. "You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. I came here like this, there shouldn't be anything to say, right?" There's really nothing to say. Because no one had spoken a word. Second Uncle Chen Quan, who had been smoking in silence, stood up after a moment and said, "Chen Fei, what are you doing with these? Sit down."
Before he could finish, Jialan snorted derisively.
"Chen Quan, you old fool, do you want to die?"
Chen Quan forced himself to say, "We're all family."
"Why make such a scene? You agree, right? You're full of it. Who are they family to us?"
"I'm laying it out here today, if you dare agree to him, you can get out of this house."
"I'll raise the kids on my own, you're not needed here." You. Chen Quan was so angry his face turned red. He pointed at Jialan but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Chen Xiang called out, "Father, just let it go." "Are you really going to separate from mother?"
Chen Quan had no words to say, so he helplessly spread his hands toward Chen Fei.
"I can't do anything about it. You handle it yourself." Chen Fei hadn't expected him to help anyway.
He put down the cigarette and candy and smiled. "Auntie, after all this time, you must have already decided what to do.
Why don't you tell us your plan?" Jialan looked arrogant and denied everything. "I haven't made any plans. Anyway, you can't touch my family's wall."
Chen Fei raised his eyebrows slightly.
"What if I insist on moving it?"
Jialan snorted, "Knowing you could fight, but our family isn't afraid either.
Besides my wife and grandson, there are 6 of us. If you want to take us all down, then you've got the guts. Is there no other way?" Chen Fei asked. "Fighting won't solve anything.
If you win, you go to the police station. If you lose, you end up in the hospital." Of course, he wasn't afraid of fighting, but he didn't want to fight for no reason. In his previous life, Chen Fei had built a billion-dollar empire from scratch, and it wasn't just because of his passion.
"Of course there is."
Jialan's eyes gleamed with a smug smile.
"Don't say I'm not giving you face. If you really want to move, it's not impossible. Just build my house too, and we can talk about everything else." Auntie, you're daydreaming. Chen Fei was so angry he laughed. If I build your house too, where in the world would such a good thing happen? Why don't you just go to the moon? Jia Lan's face immediately darkened. Chen Fei, dare you insult me? Do you know anything about respecting your elders? Chen Fei snorted derisively. Respecting the elderly and loving the young, look at yourself. Do you even act like an elder? Go Dan frowned. Chen Fei, you can say whatever you want, but you can't insult people. Chen Fei asked with a smile, cousin, you tell me if I were to build your house, do you think that's appropriate? Go Dan's face turned red as he argued, it's just talk. I didn't really ask you to build it. You won't let us build it, and you won't let me build it either. Is that what you mean? Go Dan stood there awkwardly, saying nothing. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Jialan, however, continued to argue and make a fuss. Those were my words. What do you have to say about that? It seems like peaceful coexistence is out of the question. Chen Fei's anger began to rise. He said calmly, if that's the case, we'll have to go to the village committee. You all think it over and give me an answer by this afternoon. If that doesn't work, we'll go to the township and let the commune settle it. Jialan's eyelids twitched, and he felt a bit scared, but then he thought to himself, I didn't do anything wrong. What's there to be afraid of? So she straightened her back, clasped her hands on her hips, and shouted angrily, you little brat, trying to scare an old woman like me? You're blind. As for why she stuck out her stomach instead of her chest? I can only tell you that some people have never stood straight in their lives, either they hunch over or carry a big belly. As a proper middle-aged woman, Jialan's belly was naturally quite large, and it stuck out prominently when she stuck it out slightly. Chen Fei's expression darkened. Auntie, I've already tolerated this as much as I can. Don't push your luck. If I push my advantage, what can you do to me? Jialan clutched her waist, slapped her thigh, and launched into a full-blown shrewish tirade. Chapter 108, I won't let you get away with this. Chen Fei's expression darkened. If you say one more word, I won't hold back. I'll keep cursing you. What can you do about it? Jialan slapped her thigh and shouted, go Dan, Ergo, come on. I don't believe he can do anything alone. Ergo heard this and got fired up, swinging his fists and charging forward. Chen Fei, I've put up with you for too long. A punch landed, and Chen Fei, caught off guard, didn't dodge. No, it wasn't. As the fist came flying toward him, Chen Fei's eyes darted aside, and for some reason, he was a split second too slow, allowing the fist to land on his face. Instantly, blood gushed from his nose, and he collapsed to the ground with a cry. Ergo was startled, looking down at his fist. Am I really that strong? How come I didn't know that before? Just then, a loud voice boomed, what are you doing? Secretary Song Hongjun strode in, followed by his eldest son Song Genhua, Old Chen, and some idle craftsmen. At that moment, Chen Fei covered his face and screamed in agony. I'm going to die. Secretary, hurry to the police station and report this. If you come too late, I might be finished. Song Hongjun looked stunned. This wasn't like Chen Fei at all. Chen Fei was known for being a tough fighter. Even if the entire Jialan family attacked him, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. At the very least, he could run. However, when he saw Chen Fei clutching his face and screaming while signaling to him with his eyes, he immediately understood. He immediately pretended to be very panicked. Genhua, hurry up and ride your bike to the police station to report this. Say someone was killed here. Tai Zhen, Mu Shang, you two catch the murderer. Tai Zhen and Mu Shang also worked for Chen Fei's family but were also militia members. They immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly, who's the murderer? Come out. Ergu panicked instantly. While backing away, he panicked and said, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. He framed me. I didn't even use any force. Song Hongjun frowned and shouted, don't dare to lie. Look at what you've done to Chen Fei. Tegan and Mu Shang, arrest him. Wait for the police station officers to arrive. Tai Zhen and Mu Shang immediately rushed forward to apprehend him. Ergo was terrified. He dared not resist and could only scream for help. Father, mother, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Jialan was also panicking. Secretary, what's going on? Ergo only punched him once, it can't be that serious, can it? Song Hongjun said coldly, look at Chen Fei's face covered in blood. Is that fake? You'd better quickly pack some clothes for Erdu to take with him, or he'll end up in a labor camp without even a single piece of clothing. Jialan was so scared he turned pale. What's going on? Why does he have to go to a labor camp? It was just one punch. Even glass bubbles can be blown 3 times. Liu Pao Pao is a small toy. When you blow into it and suck it back, it makes a crisp pop sound and can break at any moment. Save that for the police station. Song Hongjun said coldly. He and his eldest son, Song Genhua, had returned last night and came to Chen Fei's house today specifically to see if they could help. They happened to meet Old Chen at the door, who said Chen Fei had gone to Jialan's house to handle some matters. Song Hongjun felt it wouldn't go smoothly, so he thought he'd try to mediate. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Fei knocked down by a punch, and Song Hongjun was stunned.
He immediately flew into a rage and rushed in, shouting loudly. But he didn't know that Chen Fei had seen him coming and was intentionally putting on a show.
You think you can bully me just because you have more people? I won't let you get away with this. At that moment, Chen Quan also panicked.
Secretary, please spare him. He hurriedly stood up, but before he could speak, he was choked by a puff of smoke, coughing incessantly while pleading for mercy. Your uncle, as you know, I should have shown you some face, but I can't tolerate this.
Just pretend you never had this son. Song Hongjun said with a feigned sigh. Is there really no room for negotiation? Chen Quan was speechless.
Jia Lan was struck speechless, completely dumbfounded.
This? Song Hongjun pondered, glancing sideways at Chen Fei.
He couldn't exactly say there was no way, but you all know this involves a life, it's not something to be taken lightly.
Chen Quan wiped away tears.
Secretary, please give me some advice.
Even if you make me take the blame, I'll accept it.
Father. Dog Egg and his brothers never expected their usually honest father to say such a thing, and they couldn't help but tear up.
Chen Xiang and Ershang both burst into tears. Jia Lan suddenly spoke up. That's more like it.
But don't worry, I'll take good care of the children. Chen Fei had been watching the whole time, thinking to himself, this isn't good.
This isn't the outcome I wanted.
He let out 2 more agonized cries.
Secretary, I think I can still be saved. Hurry and take me to the hospital. He frantically hinted. Song Hongjuan's mind raced, guessing the situation was about right.
He hurriedly told the onlookers, quickly go to the livestock yard and call for a cart. We need to take him to the hospital.
All right.
One person ran to the livestock yard, while Song Hongjun continued his performance.
Chen Quan, there are laws of the state and rules of the family.
There's no such thing as taking the blame for someone else. However, if Chen Fei can be saved, ergo won't be sentenced too harshly.
Chen Quan nodded hurriedly. The secretary is right.
Hurry up and save him. He had always felt guilty toward Chen Fei, and now he truly wanted him to survive.
Song Hongjun cleared his throat. Going to the hospital costs a lot of money.
My daughter-in-law spent hundreds of dollars in just 2 days at the hospital.
Look at the money. Chen Quan looked awkwardly at Jia Lan. I don't have any money. It's all with Jia Lan.
Jia Lan rolled her eyes.
I don't have any money either.
Even if I sold myself, I couldn't raise $100.
Even if you did, someone would have to want you. Song Hongjun rolled his eyes without a trace of emotion. If you don't have money, we'll have to handle this officially.
Tai Zhen, Mu Shang, Tai Er go to the big tree outside and wait for the police station to arrive.
Ergu had already been restrained.
At Song Hongjuan's command, they began to drag him out. Ergo screamed at the top of his lungs, Mother, save me.
We still have a few dozen yuan at home. Bring it out first.
Jia Lan clenched her teeth and said, all right, I'll give all the money.
Will that work? Song Hongjun said, a few dozen yuan isn't enough.
Go Dan hesitated for a moment and said, my family has over 100 yuan.
Should we bring that too? Will that work? Zhao Huiyan's face turned pale upon hearing this. Go Dan, that's all the money we have. If we give it all away, how will we survive?
Go Dan said reluctantly, but Ergo is my brother. I can't just let him go to jail. Zhao Huiyan's eyes welled up with tears as she sobbed, Ergo is your brother, but Xiao Niao is your son.
He's just weaned and can't eat properly yet.
He needs malted milk powder.
How are we going to buy it without money?
At that time, many rural children were weaned later, not until they were 1 or 2 years old. When the child cried, they would nurse him for a moment. In reality, the breast milk was already very thin. But there was nothing they could do. The lack of alternatives was one thing, but the lack of money was the real reason. Occasionally, they would buy some malted milk, but only a little each day. They just managed to raise them that way. Then the second child was born, and the first one was forced to wean.
Zhao Huiyan's words left Go Dan speechless.
At that moment, Lu Yir and Chen Erfeng heard the news from the next room and rushed over in a panic.
Lu Yir arrived first, entered the room, and saw Chen Fei lying on the ground with blood on his face.
Tears streamed down her face.
Chen Fei, are you okay? Don't scare me.
Lu Yir rushed over, hugged Chen Fei's head to her chest, and tears fell onto his face. There was already a lot of blood, and her tears made it look even more terrifying. Chen Erfeng, carrying her swollen belly and dragging her child, moved slowly. When she finally reached them, she saw the scene and fainted, screaming, Xiao Fei. She nearly fainted.
Chapter 109, A Sudden Disaster.
Chen Fei had been feeling quite comfortable in Lu Yir's arms, but upon seeing the scene, his heart skipped a beat.
Had he overacted?
If he hadn't dealt with Jia Lan yet, and something happened to his older sister, it would be trouble.
Fortunately, the onlookers acted quickly, rushing to support Chen Erfeng, preventing her from fainting.
Erfeng came to Chen Fei's side, knelt on the ground, and trembling, touched Chen Fei's cheek with her hands, tears streaming down her face.
Dia and Arya were both crying.
The children were wailing loudly. With Lu Yir and Chen Erfeng looking heartbroken, anyone who didn't know the situation would think Chen Fei was really in critical condition.
Chen Fei felt a bit awkward. Although Lu Yi was soft and lying comfortably, wasn't this a bit too much acting? How should this end? If it can't be wrapped up neatly, then force it to end. Chen Fei pretended to be very weak, lifting his head slightly and smiling at Lu Yi and Chen Erfeng. Lu Yi, second sister, don't cry. I'm not going to die. Rest for a while and you'll feel better. This play is hard to perform. He's having such a hard time. But he forgot that his face was covered in blood, and when he smiled, his white teeth were exposed, making him look even more terrifying. You're in such a state, don't speak. Where's the carriage? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Lu Yi cried and hugged him even tighter. So soft. Chen Fei really wanted to lie there a little longer. The carriage is here. Quick, carry him out. Just then, the carriage arrived. Song Hongjun signaled to the others, and they all scrambled to lift Chen Fei onto the carriage. Hurry up and take him to the town health clinic. Lu Yi, Erfeng, you two stay here. I'll go with him personally. Song Hongjun felt a bit stuck, but since things had already come to this, he could only continue with the charade. After all, the blood on Chen Fei's face was real, they could use that as evidence anywhere. The Jialan family also followed out and asked Song Hongjun if he could release Ergo. Song Hongjun sat on the cart's axle, waving his hands. It's impossible to release him. Just wait here, the police station officers will be here soon. Jialan wailed in tears. My son. It's all my fault. Chen Quan couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, it's all your fault. Now you're happy? You're satisfied sending your son to jail? Ha! He had never spoken so loudly before, but at that moment, he was truly enraged and let it all out. Especially the last which sounded like a thunderclap. Jialan had never seen him so angry before. For a moment, she dared not speak back, only clinging to Ergo and crying. The door was crowded with people who had all come out to gawk, murmuring in astonishment. Hey! Chen Quan, that honest old fool, actually lost his temper. This is truly a rare sight. That's right. I've never seen him get this angry in my entire life. Jialan's wife is usually so fierce, why is she so quiet now? That's just how she is. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Jialan and Chen Quan, Song Hongjun quietly leaned down and asked Chen Fei, have you figured out how to wrap this up? Chen Fei felt a moment of awkwardness, his face turning red. But with all the blood on his face, no one could tell. No, we'll just have to play it by ear. Alright, we'll have to do it that way. Because of Sun Yuyan's incident, Song Hongjuan's entire family regarded Chen Fei as their savior, and since Jialan's family was indeed being unreasonable, they naturally had to support Chen Fei. However, just then, Zhao Huiyan suddenly screamed, little coward, what's wrong with you? The coward didn't respond, just opening his mouth, his face turning bright red. Zhao Huiyan called out several times but got no answer, and she immediately panicked. Dog egg, what's wrong with little coward? Go Dan rushed over to look. He saw that Xiao Niao's face had turned pale, and no matter how many times he called out, there was no response. Instead, his eyes rolled back, and he was clearly losing consciousness. Zhao Huiyan burst into tears. Help! Quick, save my son! Jialan stopped crying, and Chen Quan didn't even have time to get angry. The entire family gathered around Xiao Niao, calling him their precious grandson and nephew, but his face gradually turned the color of liver and began to show signs of unconsciousness. The crowd was completely in chaos. Jialan, seeing that no one responded, sat down on the ground and began to wail. Oh my goodness, my poor child. Dragging out the sound, you're trying to drive us all to our deaths. Chen Quan, tears streaming down his face, looked up to the sky and cried out, Heaven! If you're going to punish someone, punish me. Xiao Niao is just a child. Go Dan and Zhao Huiyan clung to each other, weeping, while Chen Xiang and Er Xiang were also in tears. Song Hongjun was speechless. He hurriedly jumped off the cart. What's going on? Everything was fine just now. How did this happen? Zhao Huiyan choked out, I don't know either. We were just eating candy, and then suddenly this happened. Whoa! Eating candy? Chen Fei lay on the carriage, suddenly startled, remembering that when he first entered Jialan's house, Zhao Huiyan had indeed been holding candy to comfort the child. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now he realized something had gone wrong. Although he disliked his second aunt's family, the child was innocent. He wasn't even 2 years old yet and didn't understand anything. Therefore, Chen Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly sat up, pushed through the crowd, and rushed inside. If I'm not mistaken, the candy must be stuck in his throat, and the child can't breathe. The Jialan family was startled to see Chen Fei, but there was no time to think about that now. Nothing matters, the child is the priority. Go Dan and Zhao Huiyan asked in unison, what should we do? Pinch his nose? Pinching the nose won't work. Give me the child. A foreign object stuck in the throat actually blocks the airway, causing suffocation within minutes, and even death. Chen Fei dared not delay for a moment. Zhao Huiyan hesitated for a moment before handing the child over. At that moment, Xiao Niao was on the brink of shock. If not treated promptly, this piece of candy could become a deadly weapon. And Chen Fei was about to use the Heimlich maneuver, also known as the abdominal thrust method. Chen Fei was not one to stick to old ways.
In his previous life, he had learned many useful skills while navigating the urban jungle, and the abdominal thrust maneuver was one of them. Chen Fei picked up the child, placed one hand under the child's chin, with his arm pressed against the child's chest, and positioned the child face down. He then struck the child's back 5 times between the shoulder blades with the heel of his palm.
Unfortunately, the candy did not come out.
Chen Fei turned the child over, facing him, and pressed down on the lower part of the child's chest with his fingers together 5 times.
Still no coughing.
Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Chen Fei, afraid to make a sound that might disturb him.
Chen Fei repeated the previous action once more, but it still didn't come out.
He immediately switched to a different method. He had the child face forward, stood behind the child, and placed both hands between the child's navel and sternum. He applied slight pressure, tightened his arms, and suddenly pressed down on the child's chest. After several more compressions, finally, with a pop, a foreign object came out of the child's mouth. Chen Fei exhaled in relief, but when he turned the child over, he found the child was still in a semi-conscious state. This was due to the object being stuck for too long, causing unconsciousness.
The ability to expel the candy was an unconscious action triggered by external force. The danger was not yet over. Chapter 110, Were You Just Pretending? The Jialan family was all in a panic. The child seems to have stopped breathing. What should we do? Chen Fei, is there any hope? Especially Zhao Huiyan, who kept blaming herself.
It's all my fault for giving the child candy. If the child dies, I won't live either.
Chen Fei said, don't panic, there's still hope.
The commotion suddenly stopped, and everyone tensely stared at Chen Fei. Especially Zhao Huiyan, one hand clutching the hem of her shirt, the other pinching Doggy's arm so hard her nails dug into the flesh, and Doggy had forgotten the pain. Chen Fei laid the child flat on the ground and began compressing his chest and abdomen. He performed 30 consecutive compressions, pinching his nose with one hand and blowing into the mouth with the other. After blowing, he immediately released his nose, repeated the process twice, then continued chest compressions.
This is artificial respiration.
After several attempts, Xiaonyao suddenly opened his eyes and burst into tears.
All right. The child is saved. Chen Fei is amazing.
He managed to save someone who had stopped breathing. If this had happened in ancient times, he would definitely be a divine healer. The villagers were all shocked, chatting excitedly, and feeling that Chen Fei was truly remarkable. Zhao Huiyan hugged the little boy, kissing and laughing and crying, then knelt before Chen Fei and choked out.
Chen Fei, thank you for saving my child. I'm bowing to you.
Chen Fei quickly reached out to help her up.
Sister-in-law, don't do this.
We're family, and Xiaonyao is my nephew. I couldn't just stand by and let him die.
Zhao Huiyan wiped away her tears and said, no matter what, you will always be our savior. After saying this, Zhao Huiyan turned to look at Gooden. Father, you're not allowed to meddle in our family affairs anymore. Do you hear me? Go Dan nodded repeatedly.
I won't get involved.
At that moment, Jialan suddenly realized, Chen Fei, were you just pretending?
That's right, I was just pretending. If I had really fought, I could have beaten him twice, and with my older sister, we could have taken on your entire family.
Chen Fei admitted it honestly, then asked, do you know why?
Because of Uncle Air. Even though you're being unreasonable, Uncle Air hasn't done anything wrong to me, so I can't just attack you like that.
There's nothing I can do.
I deliberately let Air go punch me once.
Chen Fei spoke bluntly.
Second aunt, I'm not bragging, but if I wanted to take you down, I could make you beg me to tear down the walls.
When it comes to ability or connections, I could outdo you by a mile.
So, throwing tantrums and rolling around won't work on me. In my previous life, I'd battled in the business world, witnessing all kinds of schemes both overt and covert, and I could easily bring Jialan to ruin with a single move. Her tantrums and street fighting tactics are nothing worth mentioning. At this point, Chen Quan snorted.
Did you hear that? Chen Fei is only sparing you because of my face.
Otherwise, he would have slapped you across the face long ago.
Jialan stubbornly refused to admit defeat.
He dares.
I'm his own aunt. Now you know I'm your own aunt? Chen Fei snorted derisively. So, dear aunt, will you still let me build a house for your family?
Jialan said resentfully, what about you still grabbing Ergo? Chen Fei grinned widely, revealing 8 pearly white teeth, with traces of blood between them, giving him a slightly unsettling appearance.
I won't catch him, but will you stop me from tearing down the wall?
Jialan looked at him.
Though he was smiling, it gave her a very terrifying feeling, making her feel uneasy. Fearful yet unwilling to give in, she muttered under her breath, you're extorting me. I can report you.
Chen Fei didn't care. You can go ahead and report me, but the fact is that Ergo hit me, and the blood on my face is real. Though it might not be enough to send Ergo to prison, a 10-day or 2-week detention is no problem.
Auntie, are you still going to report him? Jialan immediately backed down, shrinking her head and stammering, I was just saying that. I didn't really plan to sue.
At this point, Ergo lost his temper and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mother, just agree to it.
I don't want to go to the police station. I don't want to be detained. Godan chimed in from the side. Mother, let us just drop it. We're in the wrong here. Jialan rolled her eyes and cried out in protest, I was only doing this for you. Your father is such a coward, unable to earn money. If I hadn't come up with a plan, Ergo wouldn't even be able to marry a wife.
Chen Quan snorted angrily, then suddenly lost his temper.
At that moment, Chen Fei spoke again. Money must be earned, but it must be earned honestly.
Relying on extorting others won't work.
Second aunt, if you want to make money, you can have second uncle and Erdo help me build a house, and Erxiang can go mushroom picking with my sister. That's all money, isn't it?
Jialan's eyes lit up, but she soon muttered, it sounds good, but building a house won't take long, and picking mushrooms won't last either.
What about the future?
That's right, these are all temporary jobs.
What will we do in the future?
It wasn't just Jialan, the other craftsmen were also concerned.
What will we do after we finish? I've already thought of that. Chen Fei spoke frankly.
Once the house is built, it's time to harvest the crops, plant seeds, and the process will take a long time. During this period, the children can continue to work with me. After the mushrooms are picked, there are still medicinal herbs to harvest, all of which can be sold for money. Not just the children, but the adults can also take some time to pick some and sell them to me.
Everyone laughed upon hearing this. That's great. There's so much mountain hawthorn, we can't pick it all, it's all money. That's right.
If you get up a little earlier in the morning, you can pick a couple of pounds without much effort. It's better than earning points. You're making me not even want to earn production points anymore.
Song Hongjun heard this and immediately objected, that won't do. We can't delay production.
Chen Fei also hurriedly said, the secretary is right.
We can't delay production. Song Hongjun nodded. That's more like it.
He was genuinely worried that the laborers would all go mushroom picking, leaving no one to work in the fields, which would cause trouble. Clearing his throat, Song Hongjun spoke loudly, in my opinion, the adults should go to the fields to earn points. Whether it's picking mushrooms or herbs, let the children do it.
That way, neither will be neglected.
The secretary's words were authoritative, and the onlookers all agreed. The matter was settled. Ergo was naturally released, rubbing his arm sore from the rope, feeling utterly frustrated. I wondered why he suddenly let go. It was because you were blaming me.
Chen Fei laughed and patted his shoulder. Little brother, be content.
If we had handled this differently, I guarantee your own mother wouldn't recognize you.
Do you believe me? Ergo shrank his neck and said, I believe you.
All right, get back to work. I'll pay you for today's work.
Ergo's eyes lit up. All right, that's what you said.
Right, I said it.
2 more people? That's no big deal for Chen Fei. Chen Fei, can I work here for a few more days?
I want to earn some extra money to buy malted milk for Xiaoniao.
Go Dan asked shyly. If you want to work, come on over. No problem. The matter is settled, it's all just a minor issue.
Chen Quan's family joined the craftsmen and began tearing down the walls. However, before tearing down the walls, they first needed to prop up the roof of their house with support columns. The main beams and rafters must be securely supported with wood, and crossbeams must be used to connect them. Chen Fei didn't need to worry too much about these details, he could leave them to old Ma. They all have experience. After that, Chen Fei washed his face and set off into the mountains with Erxiang. Although it was a bit late, it didn't matter. It's just a little money. Lu Yi couldn't get a word in edgewise the entire time, but as she watched him, his image grew increasingly imposing in her eyes. She felt this man was so capable, and she grew even more eager for that day to come sooner. If she could marry Chen Fei sooner, she wouldn't have to sneak around at night anymore. Erxiang's arrival surprised Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng for a moment, but they didn't ask too many questions.
Chen Fei could tell that Chen Sifeng was holding back, but he didn't say anything.
It wasn't until they were on the way to the county seat, with no one else around, that Chen Sifeng finally couldn't hold back and asked Chen Fei what was going on. Chen Fei briefly recounted what had happened that morning. After listening, Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes.
Are you stupid? Let someone hit you first? If it were me, I'd take down her entire family. Chapter 111, I said it's fine, so it's fine.
Chen Fei pedaled his bicycle, his lips twitching. This was exactly the kind of thing his older sister would do. Or rather, if he hadn't been reborn, he would have done it too. Young people are impulsive. But fighting never solves anything, unless you're in a high martial arts world where strength reigns supreme. Just do it. In real life, whether you win or lose, you don't come out looking good. It's a choice between the hospital and the court. Plus, Uncle S face is on the line, we can't fight. At that moment, Chen Fei suddenly recalled a famous saying from his previous life. Fourth sister, the underworld isn't just about fighting and killing, there's also human relationships and social etiquette. Isn't the problem already resolved perfectly? Chen Sifeng dismissed the idea. Anyway, I can't stand it. Who dares to hit me? At that moment, Zhu Jiefang suddenly interjected. Fourth sister, I think Chen Fei is right. Chen Sifeng tilted her head and gave him a sideways glance. Are you saying I'm wrong? Zhu Jiefang paused for a moment. What you said is also right. Saying that is the same as not saying anything. Chen Sifeng pouted arrogantly but didn't say anything else.
Chen Fei looked at the expressions on their faces and felt like laughing. Xu Jiefang sure has a strong will to survive. He changes his mind so quickly. Today, Chen Fei had specially picked a lot of herbs, which he took to the hospital himself, leaving the mushrooms entirely to his older sister. As a result, someone waited endlessly at the distillery canteen but ended up seeing no one. Watching Chen Xifeng sell the mushrooms, collect the money, and board the cart with an empty bamboo basket, Zhu Caixia finally couldn't help but ask, "Fourth sister, did Chen Fei not come today?" Chen Xifeng spoke her mind. He did come. He took the herbs he picked today to the hospital. Oh. Zhu Caixia suddenly understood, then felt deeply saddened. Was Chen Fei deliberately avoiding her? She bit her lip and couldn't help asking again, "What about tomorrow? Who knows about tomorrow?" But the nurse at the hospital said the pharmacy is short on medicine, so she asked my brother to pick more. Chen Xifeng jumped into the car and said, "Let's go." Zhu Caixia hurriedly waved goodbye, but inside she was thinking, should I go to the hospital tomorrow? But what excuse could she use? Zhu Caixia worked at the distillery, where she was as beautiful as a flower, and many men admired her, but she felt nothing for any of them. She had never imagined she would end up feeling so lowly. Even though she knew the chances were slim, she kept trying. That day, Chen Fei made 249.8 yuan, just 2 mao short of 250, which relieved him. Thankfully it was just 2 cents short, otherwise, it wouldn't have felt right. The progress in the main hall was swift, and everything was demolished by the end of the day. The new stove was also built. Due to the spacious area, 2 were built side by side. A large pile of firewood was collected, with everyone reportedly making 2 trips each. It's all hardwood, so it should burn for a long time. The sewer has also been dug out. Once the pipes are buried, it will be usable, but Chen Fei didn't find suitable pipes at the cooperative. So he thought about it and decided to abandon the pipes, opting instead to build it with bricks and coat them with cement for a quick fix. Anyway, Xiling village doesn't have a sewer system or electricity, so even if they built a shower room, it would only be for a quick rinse. For a proper bath, people would go to the hot springs. The hot spring water maintains a constant temperature of around 60-70 degrees year-round, making it incredibly comfortable to soak in. He shared his idea with old Ma, who agreed, saying, "No problem, do whatever you think is best." The matter was settled. That evening, while having dinner, Chen Fei mentioned the mushroom spore matter to a few sisters. Upon hearing that mushrooms could be grown at home, the sisters and Lu Yi were all speechless with astonishment. "Chen Fei, how did you come up with that? Aren't mushrooms supposed to grow on their own? Goodness gracious, are you trying to fly to the sky?" Chen Fei had been working on it himself in his room at night. He didn't mention it, so his sisters had no idea what he was doing. "This is just the beginning. I know so much more. You'll see in the future." Seeing the admiring looks from his sisters and Lu Yi, Chen Fei felt a little proud. "By the way, we can start testing the crops now. I plan to have my second sister do it, so she can earn some income. Since they're all family, there's no need to beat around the bush." Chen Fei got straight to the point. Chen Erfeng stopped eating in shock, not knowing what to do. "Can I do it? If I say you can, you can. If you can't, you can still try." Chen Fei's tone carried a hint of authority. "After meals these days, I'll personally guide you until you've mastered it." Chen Erfeng's eyes welled up with tears. "Brother, why are you so kind to me? I don't even know how to repay you. You're my sister. Isn't it normal for me to be nice to you?" Chen Fei placed a piece of pork belly into Chen Erfeng's bowl. "Second sister, eat more. You're not alone." He then picked up a piece for Lu Yi and said, "You too." The 2 women smiled happily at the same time, making Chen Xifeng feel a bit jealous. She tapped her bowl deliberately and said in a pretentious tone, "Oh, no one is picking a piece for me. I'm so pitiful." Chen Fei happily picked up a piece of meat, held it high, and Chen Xifeng immediately smiled triumphantly. "That's more like it." But the next second, the chopsticks took a sharp turn and slipped into Chen Fei's own mouth, leaving Chen Xifeng speechless. "Good for you, little plane. Daring to tease your older sister? You've gotten bold, haven't you?" She rolled up her sleeves and stood up, but Chen Fei, chewing on the meat, shouted, "Big sister, aren't you going to stop your fourth sister?" Chen Feng glared at Chen Xifeng, sat down to eat, and said, "Stop fooling around. Little Fei has important things to do after dinner." Chen Xifeng rolled her eyes. "All right, little plane, you've even learned to tattle." Chen Fei smirked at her. Just as Chen Xifeng was about to explode, a full forkful of meat suddenly stuffed into her mouth. Ugh! A burst of laughter erupted. The meal was enjoyed in a cheerful atmosphere. After dinner, Chen Erfeng rushed to wash the dishes. She felt she owed her maternal family too much and could only feel at ease by doing more chores. Chen Fei saw her like this and didn't argue with her. Instead, he took the opportunity to whisper to Lu Yi. After all, they were her own sisters, there was no need to be so formal. After everything was tidied up, Chen Fei called Chen Erfeng aside and began teaching her farming techniques. Dia and Aria were both well behaved, playing in the house or watching Wu Feng do her homework.
Feng had just graduated from elementary school and wasn't too quick to pick up new things.
However, Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry.
If one day wasn't enough, he'd try 2 days. If 2 days weren't enough, he'd try 3 days. Eventually, she'd learn. However, progress on the new house was swift. Everyone worked with enthusiasm, and the new walls were completed in just 2 days.
Next came the beam raising, roof tiling, and the 3 main rooms were officially constructed. The next step is painting. Back then, there weren't many fancy decoration materials available. They used sand, lime, or cement. This is a brick wall.
One method involved applying lime directly and then coating it with whitewash. The other method involved using cement for the plaster, then applying a white lime wash afterward.
Back then, there was no white cement. If it was an earthen wall, they could only use lime, or some people just skipped it altogether. No plastering was needed. Chen Fei wouldn't skimp on this expense.
That day, he agreed with his sisters to visit the cement factory in the morning.
If possible, they would buy the cement back. It was needed for laying the floor, plastering, and building the drainage system. Just as he was about to leave, someone came knocking on the door. Chapter 112, Adapting Early. What are you doing here? Chen Fei looked across at Cui Shigang, who was feeling a bit uneasy.
Cui Shigang rubbed his hands and said, I want to take Feng and the children back home.
Do you think that's possible? You're coming empty-handed to take your wife and children back?
Chen Fei looked at this seemingly honest man and felt a bit annoyed.
Coming empty-handed to pick up your wife? What were you thinking?
Even buying the child some candy would be better.
We don't have much money. Cui Shigang turned red in the face. I was thinking.
But after stammering for a while, he couldn't get a word out.
Chen Fei decided to cut him off and continue speaking.
I was planning to have my sister stay with me until I get married, but since you want to take her back, that is fine.
Come back in a few days. Chen Fei turned around and walked back. Second sister, your brother-in-law is here to take you home.
Lu Yi'er walked out of the house with light steps, her 2 black braids, one hanging in front of her chest and the other behind her head, swaying slightly with her steps, drawing people's eyes to follow them gently.
Are you here to call second sister?
Yes.
Chen Fei couldn't help but look at her more and more.
Lu Yi'er blushed and turned around, calling out in a crisp voice, second sister, your brother-in-law is here to take you home.
Chen Fei leaned closer to Lu Yi'er and smiled softly. Lu Yi'er, how come you sound more natural than I do?
Lu Yi'er felt shy under his gaze, fiddling with her hair strands and whispering, in just 5 or 6 days, I'll be marrying into your family, so I'm getting used to it in advance. That's good. Chen Fei raised his thumb, giving his future wife a thumbs up. Chen Erfeng, with a bulging belly, dragged Arya with one hand and held her stomach with the other, slowly emerging from inside. As for Danya, she instinctively tugged at the hem of her mother's clothes. Seeing the mother and daughter emerge, Cui Shigang smiled and said, Erfeng, I'm here to pick you up. Chen Erfeng hummed in response, feeling a bit disappointed, but her nature prevented her from showing it. Cui Shigang smiled broadly and reached out his hand to Danya.
Daya, let's go home. Daya instinctively took a step back.
I want to stay at my uncle's house.
Cui Shigang's hand froze awkwardly in midair. He forced a smile and asked, Can you tell your father why?
Daya blinked her innocent big eyes. My uncle's house has meat to eat, but we don't have any at home.
Cui Shigang felt awkward.
With a sudden resolve. I'll buy some meat to eat today. Meat is 7 or 8 cents per pound, and it's almost 3 days worth of savings, but if we really try, we can manage to eat it once or twice. Daya puckered her lips. But even if there's meat, it won't be for Daya.
It'll all go to Grandma and Auntie first. Cui Shigang felt awkward again. Their family's circumstances were already average.
Occasionally, during festivals, they might get a piece of meat, but most of it was eaten by Mahanio and Cui Yuan.
Even Cui Shigang himself hadn't eaten much, let alone Chen Erfeng and her 2 daughters. Hearing this, Chen Erfeng's expression darkened, and Chen Fei's anger flared up. He couldn't help but snort derisively, Brother-in-law, do you feel like a failure in life?
Back then, almost every family was poor, so not being able to afford meat was understandable.
But as a man, protecting your wife and children is your duty. Look at what you've done. Cui Shigang felt awkward.
In the end, Chen Erfeng, being kind-hearted, softly comforted him. Xiao Fei, don't blame your brother-in-law entirely.
The family was poor to begin with. Chen Fei didn't want to argue about it anymore, it was pointless.
How did you get here?
Do you have a car?
Cui Shigang hurriedly pointed to a donkey cart in the distance and replied, yes, I borrowed the village's donkey cart.
Alright, that works.
I need to buy some cement anyway, and I'll stop by to see how you're settled in. Their destinations were different, but they were heading in the same direction. The cement factory is about 5 or 6 miles west of Guanzhuan, called Donying.
From Donying, turn north, and you'll reach Beipo.
The donkey cart wasn't slow, and Cui Shigang was finally being smart for once, driving the cart steadily. Chen Fei rode his bicycle, chatting with Chen Erfeng along the way, mostly talking himself, with Chen Erfeng occasionally responding. Chen Fei had it all figured out. Although his older sister had a gentle temperament, she had now separated and was living on her own. Chui Shiguan clearly feared him and would dare not give her a hard time. Upon arriving home, Chen Fei looked around and felt it was acceptable. Manhwa's belongings had been moved to a separate room, leaving enough space for his older sister and the 2 children to live. The house originally had 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. This left 2 rooms vacant. Chen Fei had specifically come along, and it was certainly not just about arranging accommodations. Now that he had made some money, he naturally wanted to help his older sister. After everything was settled, Chen Fei sat in the courtyard, sipping the tea his second sister had brewed, and got straight to the point. Second sister, since you're going to continue living here, I won't say anything else. However, your life isn't very comfortable, so I can arrange for you to start growing mushrooms. I'll give you 3 yuan a day. Chui Shiguan suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Every time he saw Chen Fei spending money freely lately, he was almost green with envy. Was it finally his turn? Chen Erfeng's eyes also sparkled, but with tears. Brother, I know you want to help me, but I owe you so much. I can't take any more money. Aria's medical bills were over 3,000 yuan. She couldn't possibly pay them back in her lifetime. How could she ask for more money? She thought it was simple, debts must be repaid, it was only right and proper. Her brother had already done more than enough to help her. One must know how to be grateful. Chen Fei had originally wanted to say it wasn't necessary to repay him, but upon second thought, he changed his mind. Second sister, I won't give you the money directly. Instead, I'll deduct it from Aria's medical expenses. Once it's all deducted, I'll give you the cash. This was intentionally said for Chui Shiguan to hear. But Chen Erfeng took it seriously. That's fine too, every little bit helps. Though, she knew in her heart that her younger brother was intentionally being considerate toward her. Otherwise, who else would get such a good deal as 3 yuan a day? Why give it to her, a pregnant woman who can't even move properly? Chui Shiguan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought he could make some money. But it turned out to be a dead end. Chen Fei noticed his thoughts and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Do you think it's unfair? He was doing this on purpose to put pressure on Chui Shiguan, so he wouldn't dare to bully his second sister. His second sister was too weak, he had to be her protector. It's only right. It's only right. Chui Shiguan had no response. To be strict, the medical expenses for Aria should have been his responsibility. Over 3,000 yuan. Where is he supposed to get that much money? You know that. Chen Fei turned to Chen Erfeng and gave her a discreet nod. Second sister, it's settled. Rest for a while, then recall the planting methods I taught you. I'll bring the mushroom spores tomorrow, and we'll start planting properly. I feel like I haven't learned it yet. Chen Erfeng felt a bit anxious. I'm just 2 to learn something so simple. Sister, you've actually already learned it, you're just too timid. Chen Erfeng wasn't actually stupid, she just had a timid nature and lacked self-confidence, needing others to make decisions for her. Therefore, Chen Fei spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. Second sister, just go ahead and do it. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter, I have plenty of spores. All right. Chen Erfeng finally gained a little confidence. Chen Fei saw that he had said enough and stood up to take his leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Second sister, remember the mushroom cultivation methods. Keep them to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even my brother-in-law. Chui Shiguan's forehead veins twitched, and he blurted out, why? Chapter 113, Flat Tire, please subscribe. Chen Fei spoke bluntly, this is a way to make money. The more people who know about it, the less money we'll make. Technology is money. It definitely can't be revealed carelessly. Of course, once more people want to learn, I'll set up a special class to teach mushroom farming techniques. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving away the technology for free is out of the question, but paying tuition is acceptable. Besides cultivation techniques, there are also mushroom spores. If you want them, you have to go through them. Guanzhuang is a large village with good transportation and electricity, making it ideal for developing a farming training school. Of course, this is temporary. In the future, if conditions permit, we can expand the school nationwide. Just like the Shaoxiang school from a previous life, its reputation was so great that almost everyone in the country knew about it. Chen Fei spoke eloquently, while Chen Erfeng and Chui Shiguan listened in confusion, but they could tell that Chen Fei was quite capable. Chui Shiguan also came to terms with it. Although he didn't have control over the technology, his wife was his own, and by extension, the money she earned was also his. Chen Fei, having lived 2 lifetimes, knew too much. Chui Shiguan gave him a look, and he knew exactly what he was thinking. He immediately gave him a warning glance. Brother-in-law, you're the head of the household. You have to earn your own money in the future. Don't get carried away with such nonsense. Chui Shiguan backed down at Chen Fei's glance. I know. I'll work hard. Relying on earning points isn't going to work. If you don't strive for change and just rely on points, you'll work yourself to death and only manage to survive.
If you want a better life, you have to find another way. By the way, have you managed to secure the homestead yet? Chen Fei asked.
No, the village chief said it doesn't comply with the policy.
Cui Shiguan felt a bit embarrassed.
I didn't realize it before, but in recent times, I've come to see that compared to Chen Fei, I'm good at nothing. He has been friends with the village chief for years, but the village chief doesn't even acknowledge him.
Alright, I'll figure something out later. My older sister is pregnant, don't stand at the door for too long.
Chen Fei got on his bike, waved goodbye, and arrived in Dongying in less than 10 minutes.
Dongying village was even larger than Guanzhuang.
A few hundred meters north of the provincial highway was the railway, with the cement factory located between the highway and the railway, but right next to the tracks. After entering, Chen Fei found the ticket office and, after some inquiries, learned that cement costs 40 yuan per ton, plus an additional 1 yuan for loading. The price wasn't too expensive, but they wouldn't deliver it.
You'll have to find your own truck to haul it.
The woman who issued the ticket was in her 40s, plump, but not at all attractive. Chen Fei tried his best to be polite, but she remained indifferent.
State-owned enterprises are just like that.
There was nothing to be done, so Chen Fei had to pay for the ticket and return the same way.
Where could he find a car now?
Chen Fei walked while thinking, and before he knew it, he had returned to Guanzhuang. The provincial highway was still some distance from the village, with a large pit in between. The pit was filled with water, though it was shallow and murky, likely from accumulated rainwater over time. As Chen Fei passed by the edge of the pit, he glanced over unintentionally, as if he had thought of something, but he wasn't quite sure. Just as he was about to turn the corner, there was a loud bang behind him, startling Chen Fei. He turned around to see a tractor with a flat tire, swaying and coming to a stop.
Looking at the driver, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. It was Sun Dawei, the lime delivery man. Just when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow, it's unbelievable. Chen Fei got out of the car and pushed it back. Sun Dawei, need some help?
Sun Dawei had been exposed to the elements for years, dark and thin, but still very strong. Hearing the voice, he looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, Chen Fei, where have you been?"
"I'm going to buy some cement." Chen Fei secured the car. "Did the tire burst?" Sun Dawei responded while reaching for the jack. "Exactly. I'm losing money on this trip today."
Lately, Sun Dawei had been delivering a truckload of lime to Chen Fei every other day, but Chen Fei wasn't about to let him off the hook. "Come on, the freight for a truckload is 10 yuan, and fixing a tire is only a few cents." Sun Dawei pressed down on the jack, saying that, but the real issue was that there was no place to fix the car around here.
"I have to take the wheel off and bring it to Dongying." Chen Fei chuckled, then suddenly had an idea, looking pensive.
Dongying has a cement factory, so there are always trucks and tractors coming and going, meaning there are car repair shops.
But Guanzhuang doesn't have any.
But then again, Guanzhuang is also a large village with plenty of passing vehicles. Not all of them break down on the road leading in or out of the village.
Setting up a repair shop here would be entirely feasible. Of course, Chen Fei didn't think much of such a small amount of money. But he could have Cui Shiguan do it.
Fixing a few cars a day and making a few dollars is easy, and this is a long-term business. If done well, it could be expanded into a full-scale auto repair shop.
Moreover, based on his memories from his previous life.
With the reform opening up, people gradually realized the importance of the roadside economy. In any village or town, opening a shop by the roadside was better than living in an ordinary household. The large ditch by the roadside in Guanzhuang has gradually been claimed by others.
Since that's the case, we should act quickly.
Originally, he had planned to secure another plot of land for his older sister's family, but at that moment, Chen Fei made up his mind to claim a piece of land by the roadside, a place where they could live and also do business. While repairing vehicles, he could also sell sunflower seeds and soft drinks. However, the immediate priority is how to secure the land. Although it's just a pit and most people wouldn't want it, it's still collective land, so you can't just take it without permission. This was an idea, but family matters hadn't been settled yet, and he still needed to prepare for the wedding. For now, he could only put it on hold and deal with it after the wedding.
Pushing those thoughts aside for now, Chen Fei smiled and asked, "Dawei, let's talk about something?" Sun Dawei was peering into the car wheel, not even looking up, and asked, "What's up?" Chen Fei pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him.
Sun Dawei spread his hands, which were dirty, and Chen Fei stuffed it directly into his mouth before striking a match.
"Light it."
"I was supposed to go buy cement, but the cement factory won't deliver it."
"I was just thinking about finding a car. Why don't you give me a ride?"
Sun Dawei took a drag on the cigarette, his hands moving constantly.
"I'm busy.
I need to fix the car first. I mean, once you fix the car, deliver the lime to my house, and make another trip, I'll give you $10 for the fare."
"What do you think?"
"The cement factory is several miles closer than the lime kiln, so 10 yuan is indeed a lot." Sun Dawei paused for a moment and said, "I don't know if we'll make it in time."
"The cement factory has strict working hours, unlike us." "I understand."
Chen Fei saw he had softened and sighed in relief. "What I mean is, try to do it today if possible.
If not, we can do it tomorrow."
Sun Dawei removed the tire and stood up straight.
Alright, I'll take a look.
After knowing each other for so many days, they were already familiar with each other, so Sun Dawei didn't beat around the bush.
How are you going to get to Dongying? Chen Fei asked. Tractor tires are pretty big. Are you going to roll it over there?
Sun Dawei looked around, found a local child to watch the car, gave him 2 mao, and then took the car to Dongying.
Will that work? Chen Fei felt it was a bit unreliable. That's how we usually do it.
Sun Dawei shrugged indifferently.
When you're away from home, it's tough for everyone. Helping each other out is normal. Who hasn't had their car break down before? In response, Chen Fei could only say, people back then were really enlightened.
Unlike in his previous life, where if your car broke down on the road, no one would even bother to help you. On the highway, there are specialized repair services, but towing a car costs hundreds of dollars, and a single screw can cost hundreds of dollars.
They'll rip you off without a second thought. Are you sure you don't need my help? Chen Fei asked again. Chapter 114, small in stature but big in spirit. No need.
At that moment, 2 boys around 8 or 9 years old walked by. Sun Dawei called them over.
Kids, can you watch the car for me? I'll give you 2 dimes.
The 2 boys exchanged glances, and one of them said, we're 2 people.
Sun Dawei said, 2 cents each. The 2 boys' eyes lit up. Deal. But you can't take too long. Sun Dawei laughed.
Don't worry, I need to hurry and deliver the lime.
I'll be back as soon as the wheel is fixed.
One of the boys said, then give us 2 cents first, and we'll go buy an ice pop to eat while we wait. Little kids are so clever.
All right. Sun Dawei quickly pulled out 2 mao coins.
One of the boys went to the cooperative to buy something, while the other stayed behind.
After a while, a tractor came from the direction of the county seat.
Sun Dawei waved his hand, and it actually stopped.
Chen Fei helped load the tire onto the tractor.
Sun Dawei grinned, if you really want me to watch your car, 2 cents an hour, why would you do that?
I wouldn't do it for 2 yuan either. Chen Fei makes over 200 a day, he doesn't have time to waste here. But he still asked, will the stuff be okay?
Sun Dawei turned to the little boy and said, he's questioning you guys. The little boy's face turned bright red, and he deliberately held his red scarf high around his neck.
We're young pioneers. Haha, I was just joking. Chen Fei laughed it off. Well, I'm off.
Chen Fei hopped onto his bike, and just then another little boy returned with an ice pop. The 2 of them peeled off the wrappers and sat down by the roadside, enjoying their treats. That day's business went smoothly, but since Chen Fei had something to do, he didn't go to pick herbs or to the hospital, causing Zhu Caixia to come back empty-handed again. After waiting for a while, she eventually left dejectedly. She hated someone with all her heart.
I'm waiting for you at the canteen.
You went to the hospital to sell medicine. I came to the hospital, but you weren't there.
Do you really not want to see me? Chen Fei really didn't know. Even if he knew, there's nothing he could do.
In this lifetime, he lives only for Lu Yuer.
No one else will do.
After selling the mushrooms, Chen Fei turned into the cooperative and bought quail eggs, tofu skin, spinach, seaweed, and other items. Chen Xifeng saw him buying so many things and her eyes lit up.
Little Plane, what are we having for dinner tonight?
Tell your sister first? Chen Fei gave her a look, letting her figure it out on her own.
But Sister Chen didn't care at all. Chen Fei could only say he was planning to make stir-fried noodles. You can make stir-fried noodles? Chen Xifeng's eyes sparkled. Is there anything you can't cook? Chen Fei's lips curled up slightly.
This is nothing.
I can do so much more.
Chen Xifeng rolled her eyes.
You're the one who's fat, and you're the one who's panting. I'm not going to bother with you.
Considering that Lu Yuer was pregnant and might feel nauseous from the strong smell of lamb, Chen Fei didn't buy lamb but instead bought 2 pounds of beef with bones. It had been days since he had cooked a proper meal, so he needed to gradually return to a normal routine.
To be honest, the food cooked by restaurant chefs isn't necessarily as good as what Chen Fei makes himself. Eating out every day has gotten a bit tiresome.
Upon returning home, Sun Dawei had already delivered the cement, and several laborers were helping unload the truck. Chen Fei told Chen Xifeng to take the items inside, handed the bicycle to Miao Zhuangzhuang, then took out some cigarettes to share with everyone present. Sun Dawei smoked a cigarette, feeling a bit sentimental. Brother, to be honest, I've been to many villages nearby, and you're the youngest and most capable person I've ever met. You're straightforward in your work, you deserve to be wealthy.
Chen Fei didn't respond. It's just a little money, it's nothing. Don't be so humble. Too much humility is just pride.
Sun Dawei's remark drew laughter from those around him.
Exactly. You're the best in our village.
Your house is better than the village chiefs and the party secretaries. The village chief and party secretaries' houses are all tiled, but yours is all brick and tile, so grand.
To be honest, if it weren't for Lu Yi, I'd have offered my daughter to you. Save your breath. Your daughter isn't as pretty as Lu Yuer. My daughter isn't as pretty as Lu Yuer, but she has a big but good for having kids.
Put.
Is that what a father should say? Cough cough, I'm just telling the truth. Can't you even say the truth?
A chorus of hmms filled the air. A truckload of cement was unloaded quickly, and Chen Fei settled the bill with Sun Dawei without hesitation. When paying, Sun Dawei noticed Chen Fei's green military-style wallet bulging with money, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, how much is that? Not much. Chen Fei closed the lid, secured it, and remained composed. Really, not much. Just a few $1,000s. Compared to the billions I had in my previous life, it's really nothing. Alright, I'll be going then. Give me a shout when you need the car. Sun Dawei pulled out the crank handle, gave it a few sharp turns, and the tractor roared to life, then gradually faded into the distance with a loud rumble. After seeing Sun Dawei off, the craftsmen also began to wrap up their work. Chen Fei also returned home. The first thing he did upon arriving home was to knead the dough. Previously, when making mushroom stewed chicken, Chen Fei had made noodle slices once. But this time, he was making it specifically for stir-fried noodles. In the new stove, there were 2 burners, one for stewing beef and one for boiling water, and then came the dough making. The dough should be slightly softer and salt should be added. After kneading, divide the dough into portions, roll them into strips 4 fingers wide and 1 foot long, brush with oil, and arrange them neatly to rest for about half an hour. The broth made from bone and beef or lamb should be simmered for a long time, with a variety of Chinese herbs added to the broth to extract the fat from the bones. The resulting broth should be white and shiny like milk, hence the name white broth. While the meat was stewing, Chen Fei went out to chat idly with Lu Yi'er, exchanging meaningless banter. But one loved to talk, and the other loved to listen. After chatting for a while, he would go to the stove to check on the fire, then knead the dough again. This process is repeated 3 or 4 times, resulting in dough that is elastic and delicious. Once the meat is tender, it is removed from the pot, sliced into thin pieces, and set aside. The next step is to stir-fry the ingredients. Quickly stir-fry the kelp and tofu skin, then add the cooked broth. Once the water comes to a boil, start adding the noodles. While adding the noodles, stretch and toss them, making them longer and longer until they reach the desired length, then add them to the pot. When the noodles are almost done, add spinach and quail eggs, cook until done, then add the sliced beef, cilantro, scallions, salt, MSG, chile, etc. The delicious stir-fried noodles are ready. After waiting so long, my stomach is growling. Chen Sifeng rubbed her stomach and exaggeratedly said. Wu Feng sniffed. It smells so good, I think I could eat 5 bowls. Do you think just because your name is Wu Feng you can eat 5 bowls? Say what you will, Chen Sifeng had already started eating. Slow down, aren't you afraid of burning yourself? Chen Fei was carrying 2 big bowls at once and couldn't help but tease her. What's there to be afraid of? Just blow on it. Chen Sifeng blew on her food while slurping and gobbling it down. It was so hot it burned her mouth, but she couldn't stop. Lu Yi'er smiled slightly. It's really delicious, Chen Fei. Can you teach me sometime? Chen Feng also chimed in with praise. Little Fei did a great job. Chen Fei smiled. I know plenty of recipes. Anyone who wants to learn can come to me. Lu Yi actually took it seriously. We really should learn. We can't always let you, a big guy, do all the cooking. Chen Fei sat down next to her. It's okay, I'm happy to cook for my wife. Perhaps it was a bit spicy, as Lu Yuer's cheeks turned red, and she whispered, My mother said that men are meant for great things, while women should take care of the home. That's a woman's duty. Chen Fei turned his face to look at her, a bit taken aback. When did your mother become so enlightened? I remember she didn't like me before. Chapter 115, the day before the wedding. Before, Lu Yi'er's mother would barely acknowledge Chen Fei, but now she's suddenly so kind? Lu Yi'er's face turned red. People change, you know. Chen Fei had given her too much, and Lu Yi'er's mother's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. Now, when they chat on the street, she can't stop bragging about her future son-in-law, showing off left and right. Chen Fei was well aware of this, but he knew it was a good thing. There was no point in saying more, it would only come off as mockery. Out of respect for Lu Yi'er, Chen Fei smiled it off. The next day, they started painting, laying the floor, and preparing sand, lime, and cement. Everything was ready. However, the workers had little experience with cement, and some had never even touched it before. As a result, Chen Fei had to go through the trouble of explaining how to use cement to them. He explained the mixture ratio of mortar, its consistency, how to spread it evenly, and how to smooth the surface, among other things. Since people would be living there, Chen Fei instructed Lao Ma to divide the work into sections, the kitchen, the main hall, and the south room, each to be done separately. Once one section is finished, move on to the next. The finished floor could barely be walked on after one night, so straw was laid on top and proper curing was done. As long as no heavy objects were placed on it, it would generally remain intact. After arranging matters at home, Chen Fei went into the mountains as usual. On his way to the city, he stopped by his older sister's house to bring her the mushroom spores. Wheat bran, crushed corn cobs, and rice straw can all be used for mushroom cultivation, along with dried cow and sheep manure, lime powder, and other materials as a growth medium. However, rice is rare in the north, so the options are mainly corn cobs and wheat bran. At this time of year, wheat bran is mostly burned up, and the autumn harvest hasn't officially begun yet, so corn cobs are hard to find. My older sister's family does have a little leftover from last year, but not much enough for a trial run. In a few days, there will be an abundance of corn cobs, which are currently being burned as firewood. Chen Fei repeatedly emphasized that the mushroom room should not be accessed by outsiders and should be disinfected in advance to prevent bacterial contamination.
Set up the mushroom beds to facilitate moisture control.
All ingredients should be mixed together and ground, then stirred once every few days. The fermented nutrient solution should be high-temperature disinfected to prevent other contaminants from affecting mushroom growth. Additionally, monitor the temperature and humidity inside the mushroom room, and open the windows for ventilation every few days.
Different mushrooms have different growth cycles.
For example, straw mushrooms take 230 days, while oyster mushrooms take 34 months. Shiitake mushrooms have a longer growth cycle, approximately 67 months, and are more challenging to cultivate, requiring higher technical expertise.
Of course, they are also more expensive. No problem, take your time.
As he was leaving, he quietly slipped $20 to Chen Erfeng.
Chen Erfeng was overwhelmed with gratitude. Brother, I can't take any more of your money.
I owe you too much, I'll never be able to repay you in this lifetime.
Take it, but don't let your brother-in-law see. Since she's my own sister, there's no need to hide anything. Chen Fei spoke frankly.
Second sister, some of those words were meant for Cui Shiguan to hear, so he knows what he owes our family.
Chen Erfeng was timid and indecisive, so someone had to make decisions for her.
Chen Fei spoke in a tone that left no room for argument, laying everything out clearly for her.
I'll give you the money, but keep it secretly. Once it's gone, I'll give you more, but don't let him spend it. He is a man, supporting the family is his responsibility, understand? I understand. I won't let him spend it.
Chen Erfeng nodded, indicating she understood. Chen Fei then patted Danya and Arya, saying affectionately, Danya, Arya, the money your uncle gave you must not be let your father know.
Otherwise, your mother won't have money to buy you good things to eat, understand? Daya nodded vigorously. Yes, we won't tell Dad. Arya, not quite understanding, followed Dia and nodded, don't let Dad know.
Today, Zhu Caixia finally got to see Chen Fei, but they only exchanged a few words before Chen Fei made an excuse about being busy at home and left in a hurry, leaving the beautiful woman silently shedding tears.
Yun Jin watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but sigh. How much charm does this guy have to turn a good woman into this?
But then again, if I were 10 years younger and Han Ti married, maybe I'd be like him too. However, what no one expected was that at the machinery factory, Lin Na had repeatedly asked Chen Sifeng about Chen Fei, subtly hinting at her feelings. After returning home, Chen Sifeng mocked Chen Fei for a while. In response, Chen Fei claimed he was innocent.
Having such personal charm is my fault, isn't it?
Chen Sifeng spoke her mind without holding back, and her words didn't spare Lu Yuer. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart, and Lu Yuer felt her heart racing.
So Chen Fei is such a catch. So many people are after him. But Chen Fei can only be mine. Because he's the father of my child.
Lu Yuer touched her still flat stomach and thought to herself with a touch of pride. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye.
Chen Fei's house was almost completely painted, with only the final touches remaining.
A tall and spacious tiled house. White walls.
Smooth, shiny cement floors. Everyone in the village praised it. And it's even a bit envy-inducing. Many people envy it. There are also many who are jealous. It is said that many people have already started working on their own secretly.
However, few have moved to the city. First, it's too far, and second, there's no market, so they can only set up stalls on the streets.
It's unsafe. Most go to the black market in the countryside.
Although the earnings aren't much, making a few dollars a day is still far better than earning points.
Chen Fei couldn't care less about this. Everything is under control.
Now, his second sister has started growing mushrooms, and once she gets married and settles down, his eldest sister and Lu Yuer can also start growing them.
That day, Chen Fei went into town as usual. Tomorrow is the day before the wedding.
Therefore, Chen Fei decided to personally visit several places. Marriage is a major event, so Su Ying, Yun Jin, and Xiao Guozhu all need to be informed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, before Chen Fei could speak, Su Ying mysteriously pulled him into the office.
Brother, I have some good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it? What good news? Why so mysterious? Chen Fei was a bit surprised.
The good news is that Shui Gang and Shui Chang have been sentenced 1 year for one, and 1.5 years for the other.
Su Ying smiled broadly, but Chen Fei wasn't very satisfied. Only 1.5 years at most? That's so short? Su Ying also felt a bit regretful. It is indeed a bit lenient.
I heard from Jigua that apparently someone influential intervened on their behalf. Originally, they were facing 3 years, but the Shui family compensated the court significantly, and the court considered their cooperative attitude favorable, so they were given a lighter sentence.
I see. Well, 1 year is 1 year.
Actually, whether it's 1 year or 3 years, it doesn't make much of a difference. The reason for the lenient sentence is mainly because no one died, leaving room for leniency.
If someone had died, it would have been different. All we can say is that the Xue brothers were lucky.
Chen Fei didn't dwell on the issue anymore but told Suing that he was getting married the day after tomorrow and probably wouldn't be able to make it that day. In fact, preparations would begin tomorrow, as relatives and friends would need to arrive early. However, if he made an effort, it shouldn't affect the mushroom picking.
Suing was taken aback. So soon? I thought it would take a few days. I was actually hoping it would take longer. Chen Fei laughed. I can't wait to get married today. Then I can be with Lu Yi openly and honestly. Look at you. You've never seen a bride before in your life?
Suing started teasing him, but Chen Fei didn't care at all.
I've never seen a wife in my life, and I want to be with her every day. Suing made a disapproving sound.
Lu Yuer must have done something good in her past life to deserve such a wonderful man like you.
I'm even a little jealous. Sis, you don't understand. I owe Lu Yuer. Chen Fei said seriously.
Unfortunately, Suing didn't believe him at all.
Alright, the wedding is in 2 days, right?
I must come and see how beautiful my sister-in-law is, making you so devoted. Anyway, she is the most beautiful in my heart. Chen Fei chuckled, opened the door, and walked out. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped. Suing, caught off guard, bumped into his back and couldn't help but slap him.
Why did you stop suddenly? Chapter 116, Steamed Bun Mountain Bookmark. The strong push from behind made Chen Fei's face turn red. He laughed awkwardly and said, Sis, I have something to do. What's the matter?
Suing pretended not to notice, but her face was also red.
It's about the wedding day. I need a few cars. Could you help me figure something out?
I don't have any cars, but my brother-in-law's workplace has some.
But police cars might not be appropriate, right? Suing asked. That's not a good idea. Police cars are used to transport criminals. They're not suitable for a wedding or a celebration.
Suing raised her eyebrows slightly and said, but the brewery and machinery factory should have some.
Should I ask them for you? No need, I'll ask myself. It's more respectful that way. Chen Fei smiled. That's fine too. Suing didn't insist.
Chen Fei had good relationships with Zhou Zhang and Xiao Guozhu, so borrowing their car shouldn't be a problem. They then went to meet Yin Jin and her husband, as well as Xiao Guozhu, and explained the situation in similar terms. Zhou Zhang and Xiao Guozhu readily agreed, promising to bring the car over early tomorrow morning to ensure they wouldn't delay Chen Fei's auspicious day.
Xiao Guozhu even gave Chen Fei 6 cases of wine for the banquet the next day.
Chen Fei didn't refuse, but insisted on paying. Seeing that Chen Fei wouldn't take it, Xiao Guozhu had no choice but to accept it. However, what Chen Fei didn't expect was that he happened to run into Zhu Caixia again that day. Zhu Caixia appeared before him like a hunter waiting for prey, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him.
Chen Fei, don't you consider me at all? Give me a chance and give yourself a chance too, okay? Chen Fei sighed bitterly. I've already made it clear.
I will only marry Lu Yuer in this lifetime, so I can only apologize. Those words caused tears to blur Zhu Caixia's eyes. She bit her lips tightly, refusing to let herself cry.
Chen Fei sighed and turned away silently.
As Chen Fei's figure was about to disappear, Zhu Caixia suddenly shouted, the day after tomorrow, I'll attend your wedding. I want to see how beautiful that woman is, that she could make you so devoted. Chen Fei stopped in his tracks, wanting to say that she might not be the most beautiful, but in my heart, she is the most perfect. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. Zhu Caixia was already in so much pain there was no need to rub salt into her wounds. On the way back, Chen Fei stopped by his second older sister's house and told her to return home tomorrow and make sure to take care of the mushroom beds in advance. As for his third sister, he planned to make a special trip tomorrow. On the day before the wedding, there wasn't much to do, mainly sewing quilts and making the bed. The quilts weren't just sewn anyhow, they had to be made according to the zodiac signs of the bride and groom, and a suitable woman had to be found to sew them. She would also serve as the matchmaker and go to fetch the bride tomorrow. Family members could help, but since Chen Xifeng couldn't do needlework, Chen Fei told her to continue picking mushrooms. The eldest sister, being the head of the household, stays at home. According to tradition, a large fire should be lit at home. This involves building a temporary large stove, setting up a big iron pot, and stewing a full pot of food. However, Chen Fei's family had just finished leveling the ground, and while it was passable for people to walk on, major construction might damage the ground. So Chen Fei decided to build the stove outside the front door, set up the large pot, and then go out to slaughter the meat. During weddings, there are always people in charge, usually the elders of the family and village officials. Without a doubt, this important task fell on Song Hongjun and Chen Quan.
As for Shui Luzhu? As long as he doesn't cause trouble, that's good enough. Inviting him was out of the question.
The entire street had gathered. Men, women, and children of all ages, bustling about, each with a joyful smile on their face.
Song Hongjuan's 2 sons are here.
The eldest, Song Genoa, has excellent handwriting and is serving as the accountant, responsible for recording the gifts. These gifts will need to be returned in the future.
The house was bustling with visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. Any tasks that needed to be done were assigned by the responsible person, leaving Chen Fei surprisingly idle. So he went to the southern kiln to call his third sister back. The south kiln was located southwest of West Ridge, not too far away. As the crow flies, it was only 2 or 3 miles, just over 2 mountain peaks. However, there was no proper path, just a narrow mountain trail suitable only for walking, making it difficult to traverse the rugged terrain. But for those accustomed to the mountains, it was no challenge. Going around to the hot springs would have been too far, taking over 10 miles, so Chen Fei chose the shorter route. The 2 mountain peaks between Xiling and Nanya weren't very high, resembling 2 puffed-up buns, and were aptly named Bun Mountains. Chen Fei left the village and, upon reaching the foot of the Manta Mountains, was stunned. So many medicinal herbs. Dense clusters of Polygonum multiflorum climbed and intertwined, forming a vast carpet. Although there were other plants, none could hinder the growth and spread of the He Shou Wu. Chen Fei's lips curled upward, and he eventually burst into laughter. So much money. All mine. Polygonum multiflorum is a treasure trove of benefits. The stems are called night-blooming vine, while the underground tuberous roots are what are actually referred to as Polygonum multiflorum. Both have a wide range of uses. Moreover, the best harvesting season is autumn, which is just the right time. Most importantly, He Shou Wu doesn't require seeds and has extremely strong self-reproduction capabilities. Its stems can take root in the ground and regrow. Even if you dig up the entire area, as long as some roots remain, it will regrow into a large patch. It can be said that this mountain is an endless treasure trove. Although it is much cheaper than golden hairpin orchid and lingji mushroom, its abundance makes it unbeatable. Abundant supply. There's always enough to eat every day. The northern mountains are covered with mountain hawthorn, but Mount Mantu is primarily known for its He Shou Wu. They can compete on equal footing and make a fortune. In Chen Fei's eyes, it was all pure silver. After calming his excitement for a moment, Chen Fei continued on his way. Nanya was a small village, even smaller than Xiling, with only a few dozen households in the entire village. Chen Fei arrived at his older sister's house and told her about the marriage. Chen Sanfeng sighed deeply. I never thought you'd be getting married. It seems you've really grown up. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Sanfeng asked, Brother, why don't you go back first? I'll tidy up and come back later. Chen Fei agreed, telling her to hurry so they could make it back in time for lunch. Chen Sanfeng smiled and said okay. However, Chen Fei could tell her smile was forced, so he hesitated and said, Third sister, you can just go back. Don't worry about it. The unspoken meaning was that there was no need for a wedding gift. How can that be? This is your once-in-a-lifetime wedding. As your sister, I can't let you be so stingy. Don't worry, I'll be back later. As soon as Chen Fei left, Chen Sanfeng went to the main hall and said bluntly, My brother is getting married. I need money for the gift. Li Sui, with a grim expression, reached into her pocket and pulled out a tightly wrapped piece of coarse cloth, carefully unfolding it layer by layer to reveal a single coin. Here you go. Chen Sanfeng frowned. That's not enough. The neighbors are giving 2 yuan each. Li Sui reluctantly pulled out another dollar. Is that enough now? Chen Sanfeng's face turned ashen with anger. This is my own brother. At least 10 yuan. Li Sui suddenly looked up. 10 yuan? Do you think money grows on trees in our family? Chapter 117, Encountering a Wild Boar on the Road. Chen Sanfeng ran her hand through her hair, forcing herself to calm down, and said slowly, I haven't shirked my share of work. I've given you all the points I earned. Li Sui's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Earning points is your duty. Do you not eat or drink? Daxing and Ershing were also at home, the 2 sisters speaking in the same sarcastic tone. You're occupying the toilet without using it, yet you still have the nerve to ask for money. If it were me, I would have hung myself with a rope long ago. A hen that doesn't lay eggs is better off dead. The 2 sisters spoke harshly, and Chen Sanfeng was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. But she stubbornly said, That's a different matter. When a brother gets married, shouldn't the older sister give a gift? Li Sui slapped the table and shouted, You good-for-nothing hen. You're lying through your teeth. I gave you money, didn't I? Chen Sanfeng stubbornly replied, $2 isn't enough. That's all there is. It's just marrying a wife, not the daughter of the county magistrate. There's no need for so many formalities. Li Sui impatiently waved her hand and said, Get out of here. Go do your own work. Don't bother me. Chen Sanfeng bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, If you won't give it to me, I'll go out and ask the villagers to judge. Li Sui's anger flared up. You're ungrateful. You still have the nerve to argue? De Xing and Ershing beat her. She's defying discipline. Thus, a new round of the battle began. Chen Sanfeng continued to resist fiercely, just as she always did, ending up beaten and bruised all over her body. But this time, even as Li Sui mounted her and pulled out her hair, she stubbornly declared, If you have the guts, kill me. As long as you can't kill me, I'll go out and shout to everyone, letting them see the true face of the Li family.
Li Sui, enraged and humiliated, transformed into a ruthless matron, gritting her teeth and snarling, "You worthless woman is no longer needed. Xing, bring the rope and bind her." Xing immediately went to fetch the rope. Chen Sanfeng struggled fiercely, but Li Sui was sitting on top of her, and the two older sisters held down her hands and feet, leaving her powerless to resist. In the end, she was tied up like a dumpling. The three of them were also exhausted, sitting on the ground panting heavily. After a while, Daxing calmed down and turned to look at Li Sui. "Mother, should we keep beating her?" Li Sui's eyes darted around. She couldn't beat her anymore. That family was getting married tomorrow, and if they didn't see her return, they would definitely come looking for her. If a commotion broke out, then it would be trouble. What should we do then? Just leave them tied up like this? Xing asked. Just then, Li Laoshi walked in, glanced at the people on the ground, and was momentarily stunned. "Mother, what are you doing?" Li Sui snorted impatiently. "It's all because of your wife. You're just looking for trouble." Li Laoshi's face turned bright red, and he turned to look at Chen Sanfeng. "Sanfeng, did you make your mother angry again?" Chen Sanfeng looked up from the ceiling in confusion and scoffed, "I must have been blind to marry you. How dare you talk back?" Li Sui slapped her across the face twice, causing Chen Sanfeng's lips to bleed. She glared at her and said, "This woman is no good. Laoshi, go get a cart and send her back to her parents' house." Li Shirley was utterly shocked. "Mother, isn't this too harsh? Sending her back like this will ruin her reputation." Li Sui snapped, "Her shame is her problem. We don't want her in this family anymore." Li Laoshi stammered, "But, I don't want to. What can I do? You think you're so tough now that you don't listen to your mother anymore?" Li Sui immediately launched into a tantrum, slapping her thighs and wailing. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I raised her from a baby, and now she has married and forgotten her mother. Heaven, take me away. I don't want to live anymore. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" Daxing and Xing both scolded her. "Brother, are you really going to drive your mother to death? Our mother has been a widow for 20 years, raising us sisters on her own. It wasn't easy. One must act with a conscience." Li Shirley hurriedly agreed. "All right, I'll go find a cart." Chen Fei had no idea what had happened at his older sister's house after he left. He returned along the same path, crossed a mountain, and just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he suddenly saw a brown figure darting through the fields like an arrow. A wild boar. Chen Fei furrowed his brows slightly. The corn at the foot of the mountain was almost fully matured, but the autumn harvest had not yet begun. At that moment, the wild boar was trampling them carelessly, leaving large patches of corn lying on the ground. What a waste! Although he knew it wouldn't do any good, Chen Fei picked up a stone and threw it at the wild boar, hoping to scare it away. The stone didn't hit the wild boar, it flew past it. The wild boar paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Fei, emanating a fierce aura. In that instant, Chen Fei felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. In the mountains, the most terrifying creatures aren't wolves, tigers, or leopards, it's wild boars. Because those carnivorous animals rarely attack humans and don't destroy crops. But wild boars are different, they love to eat crops. The crops that farmers had worked so hard to grow, just about ready for harvest, were devoured in the blink of an eye. If it were just eating, that would be bad enough. The real problem is the damage they cause. As they eat, they root around, causing even more damage. An acre of land can be completely destroyed in half a day. Moreover, they have thick skin and tough flesh. Though they rarely attack humans, once disturbed, they become more ferocious than lions or tigers. It's completely unafraid of humans. At that moment, the wild boar let out a loud bellow and charged toward Chen Fei. The wild boar isn't very large, less than a meter in height. However, its actual weight was at least 200 pounds, and when it charged forward, it was like an out-of-control truck, unstoppable and relentless. Chen Fei tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to go. He wanted to run, but feared that two legs couldn't outrun four. If the wild boar charged him from behind, he'd either be killed or severely injured. Since escape was impossible, Chen Fei decided not to flee. He fixed his gaze on the wild boar, his body slightly crouched, his legs spread apart, like a cheetah ready to pounce. In an instant, the wild boar was upon him, its long snout bearing tusks, charging straight at Chen Fei. The fierce momentum made Chen Fei's scalp tingle. He quickly dodged aside, and the wild boar narrowly missed him, dashing out several meters and knocking down a tree as thick as a bowl in one blow. The wild boar's snout was bleeding, but it grew even more enraged. It spun around, glaring at Chen Fei with eyes that were so fierce they sent a chill down his spine. Chen Fei dared not let his guard down for a moment, keeping his eyes fixed on it. The next moment, the wild boar let out a loud roar and charged toward Chen Fei once more. The wild boar's charge was not to be underestimated. While it may not have been endowed with boundless strength, a single adult would certainly not be able to withstand its impact. Chen Fei dodged again. As it brushed past him, Chen Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed the pig's tail. The wild boar's strength was too great, it dragged Chen Fei along, unable to stop. Fortunately, it didn't run far before the wild boar stopped on its own. Feeling its tail being grabbed, it erupted into a frenzy.
Chapter 118, Second Senior Brother is so kind.
The wild boar bellowed, occasionally leaping into the air and thrashing its body violently, trying to shake Chen Fei off. At other times, it turned its head back, trying to bite Chen Fei. Chen Fei clung tightly to the pig's tail, refusing to let go, spinning in circles with it until his head spun. Finally, he seized an opportunity and, taking advantage of the wild boar's momentary pause to catch its breath, suddenly bent down and grabbed its hind legs, lifting them upward.
All four-legged animals have a characteristic: their hind legs are particularly well developed and extremely powerful.
However, when their hind legs are off the ground and their bodies are suspended in the air, they cannot use their strength effectively. The wild boar dug its front legs into the ground, letting out a terrifying scream, but it couldn't do anything to Chen Fei.
It couldn't bite, shake off, or run away.
It kicked its hind legs with all its might, trying to push Chen Fei off.
However, Chen Fei clenched his arms tightly, holding on with all his might. After his rebirth, Chen Fei's physical condition was extraordinary, and at this critical moment, he unleashed a terrifying strength.
He let out a loud roar, bent his waist, twisted his hips, and exerted all his strength, managing to flip the wild boar onto the ground. He then pounced on it. The wild boar tried to struggle, but Chen Fei had already mounted it, clenching his fists and striking the boar's head.
Bang! Bang bang!
Each punch was delivered with full force, the thunderous impacts echoing through the valley.
The wild boar's skull was extremely sturdy. A single punch from an ordinary person wouldn't harm it, but it would injure the attacker. While it's unlikely that your wrist would break, it would definitely swell and hurt, feeling no different from hitting a steel plate. But Chen Fei didn't care at all. He had only one thought: kill it, no matter what, and don't let it get up. Once the wild boar flips over, it will go berserk, and I'll be in danger. After countless blows, the wild boar's screams grew weaker and weaker, eventually turning into moans. Only then did Chen Fei feel the pain in his hand. Glancing down, he saw that his fist was bleeding. However, the wild boar was not yet completely dead. Chen Fei scanned the area and noticed a rock the size of a small watermelon less than 2 meters away to his right. He quickly got up, ran over, picked up the rock with both hands, and sprinted back, smashing it hard onto the pig's head. Bang! After several strikes, the pig's head cracked open, and blood mixed with a white, tofu-like substance began to ooze out. The wild boar thrashed its legs violently a few times before its hind legs straightened out, and it lay still. Phew! I'm exhausted. Chen Fei sat on the wild boar, panting heavily.
Since his rebirth, he had never been this exhausted from the daily trips between West Ridge and the county seat. But today had truly exhausted him, and it took him a while to recover. Then the corners of his mouth turned up, and a smile blossomed on his lips. It was like being offered a pillow when you're sleepy. He was about to get married and was preparing to slaughter a pig, and here came the wild boar on its own.
Sorry, but tomorrow's wedding banquet is all on you. Second Senior Brother is truly kind. These 200 pounds are more than enough for a lavish wedding banquet.
Chen Fei rested for a moment, then grabbed the wild boar's 2 hind legs with both hands, bent his waist, and twisted his hips, exerting all his strength.
Yee-haw!
With a loud shout, the wild boar was flung into the air and landed steadily on his back. He then set off toward the village, carrying the pig on his back. Upon returning to the village, he greeted everyone he encountered.
Hey, isn't that Chen Fei? Groom, where have you been? Why are you so dirty? Did you go out to work in the fields? Wow! Why are you carrying a pig on your back?
It must be said that as Chen Fei gradually demonstrated his abilities, the villagers' attitude toward him changed significantly. Before, they were indifferent, even disdainful. Now they greet him from a distance with smiles on their faces.
It's like they're completely different people. Chen Fei smiled and responded.
I went to call my sister, and on the way back, I encountered a wild boar that tried to attack me, so I took care of it.
You're just bragging, aren't you?
Wild boars are so fierce. They can fight lions and tigers.
You managed to take care of it?
I think it was 2 wild boars fighting, and this one got killed, and Chen Fei just took advantage of it. Wow, I wish I could have that kind of luck. Along the way, people kept striking up conversations, but not a single person believed me.
If they don't believe me, they don't have to. Chen Fei didn't bother arguing. He just picked it up and didn't care.
When he reached his own doorstep, Chen Fei dropped the wild boar onto the ground with a loud thud. A few people came over and cleaned the wild boar.
Tomorrow's banquet will have plenty of meat.
There were quite a few people at the door, and they were all stunned. Such a big wild boar must yield a lot of meat, right?
I heard wild boar meat is delicious. Is that true? I don't know, I've never tried it.
I have. I had the chance to try wild boar meat over a decade ago, and it's definitely not like regular pork. We're in for a treat tomorrow.
Stop chatting and get to work.
Bleed it, boil water, and prepare to remove the hair.
With someone in charge giving orders, some bled the pig, others boiled water, and everyone bustled about.
The wild boar had only just died, and the blood hadn't clotted yet, so it tasted even fresher. Of course, the pig's blood shouldn't be wasted either. A basin was used to collect it, salt was added, and it was stirred continuously while being collected. After further processing, it became another dish. Soon, the pig was placed in a large iron pot, its brown hair removed, leaving it white and plump. It was split into two halves with a cleaver and hung on a rack set up earlier at the entrance. Chen Fei personally took the knife and began the butchering. Front leg meat, hind leg meat, belly meat, fatty meat, lean meat, and ribs each has its own use. By the time the butchering was finished, it was nearly noon. Chen Fei washed his hands and instructed Old Chen to start cooking. Old Chen was Chen Fei's uncle from the same clan. He used to work in the canteen, so today he took charge of the cooking without hesitation. According to Old Chen's instructions, today was not a formal banquet, so a large pot of stew would suffice. He prepared a large pot of glass noodles with cabbage and tofu, which was already much better than what many families ate on an ordinary day. Even at weddings, many people only had a few pounds of meat, just enough to get by. But Chen Fei immediately rejected the idea. Uncle, others are others, but I'm me. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. I must give Lu Yir a wedding she'll remember for the rest of her life. Old Chen had nothing to say. I give up. How about adding some meat? Chen Fei was concise, just one word. Add. So Old Chen chopped up several pounds of wild boar meat, a mix of lean and fatty, fried it in oil, added cabbage and tofu, stir-fried everything until well combined, poured in the hot water that had been boiling earlier, and added the glass noodles to simmer. Just before it was done, he sprinkled some scallions on top, stirred it, and the aroma filled the air. Chen Sifeng led a group of mushroom pickers back, and they could smell the aroma from a distance, hurrying their steps. What's for lunch? It smells so good. Wild boar meat stew with glass noodles, it's so fragrant. I'm already drooling. The last time I ate meat was ages ago. I can't even remember what it tasted like. I'm going to eat 2 bowls today. Many people only eat a little meat during festivals, just to make a show, and never indulge themselves on ordinary days. This feast was a real treat, and everyone ate until their mouths were dripping with grease. My Aunt Li Han Yu and her family of 4 all came over. They arrived a bit late. Wang Difu was still holding his tray, looking all upset, and said, "We weren't even here yet, and you've already started eating? What's that supposed to mean?" Li Han Yu pulled him aside and whispered, "We were the ones who came late. Don't complain, people will laugh at us." Wang Difu glared at her. "What's there to complain about? I'm just stating the facts." Just then, Chen Sifeng overheard and snorted derisively. "Oh, uncle, your place is so far away. Why did you come so late? The hot spring is only 5 or 6 miles from West Ridge. Even if the road isn't great, it's still only a half-hour walk." Wang Difu had clearly timed his arrival perfectly. But he couldn't admit it, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Look at this child. How dare you speak like that? Who doesn't have things to do? Don't you know how busy I am?" Chapter 119, Disrespecting a Woman's Duty. Li Han Yu was afraid he would argue with Chen Sifeng, so she hurriedly explained, "Sifeng, there was something at home that delayed us. Don't take it to heart." Chen Sifeng was still very close to her aunt, so she immediately switched to a smile. "It's okay, auntie. Let me serve you some food." Saying this, she put down her chopsticks and personally served Li Han Yu some rice. Wang Difu and his 2 sons had originally wanted to show off a bit, but upon seeing the large piece of meat in the bowl, they swallowed hard. "No need for you to do that. We can handle it ourselves." Wang Difu personally served himself, piling the bowl so high it looked like it could overflow. With the 10 yuan gift money, you can eat 1, 2, 3, 4 meals, at least 4 meals. It's worth it. Look at that piece of meat, how fragrant. The family of 4 quickly joined the feast, eating with such gusto. One word, delicious. In contrast, Lu Yir's family was much more modest. According to custom, when men marry and women marry, they are unrelated, so even though they were only separated by a wall, they each had their own arrangements. Despite Lu Yir having spent all her savings, nearly $100, it still wasn't enough. Actually, it wasn't too bad. Without the Chen Fei family to compare with, it was considered average. But when compared, it just didn't feel right. Relatives and friends from both families were eating at the door, and some even split up to help at both houses, giving 2 sets of gifts and then pooling them together. "What are you eating?" "Tofu with glass noodles." "What did you have?" "Stir-fried glass noodles with meat." The difference was immediately apparent. Lu Zhenqing heard the news and was furious. "That bastard. Such a big wild boar, and he didn't even share any with my family." No one responded. Responding would just make you angry and cause yourself unnecessary trouble. Chen Fei finished his meal quickly and prepared to go into town with his 4th sister to sell the mushrooms and return as soon as possible. There was important business to attend to that evening, and he couldn't afford to be delayed. However, as he was getting ready to leave, he kept feeling like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chen Feng noticed his dazed expression and asked, "Xiao Fei, what's wrong? Are you distracted? Is something bothering you?" Chen Fei told the truth, "Sister, I think I forgot something, but I can't remember what it is." Chen Feng comforted him, "Maybe it's because you're getting married and you're nervous.
Why don't you just stay here and let your fourth sister go alone? Chen Sifeng was overjoyed, her eyebrows twitching with excitement. I've been wanting to ride a bicycle for ages. Sitting in a carriage every day is so boring. At that moment, Li Hongyu asked timidly. Where's Sanfeng? Didn't you call her? Chen Fei suddenly slapped his head. Right, third sister hasn't come back yet. I clearly told her to come back early. Li Hongyu was startled. Did something happen to her?
Hearing this, Chen Feng and her sisters all grew concerned.
Chen Fei made a quick decision. Fourth sister, you and Liberation brother go to the county town.
I'll go check on third sister's place. Chen Sifeng agreed, then mounted her bicycle like a female general heading into battle, waving goodbye to Zhu Jiefeng.
Zhu Jiefeng, let's go. All right. Zhu Jiefeng looked a bit uneasy. He gave a single command, snapped his whip, and shouted, go. After taking just a few steps, he shouted again, whoa. Chen Fei was about to take a shortcut to his older sister's house when he heard the sound and turned back. What's going on?
Zhu Jiefeng pointed his horsewhip forward. Look. Chen Fei followed the direction of the whip and looked ahead, seeing several people pulling a cart toward the street corner. The man was pulling the cart, with an elderly rural woman beside him, helping to steady the frame. There were also two women following behind the cart. At that moment, Chen Sifeng also stopped, her eyes fixed on the family.
Chen Fei's heart raced, and his mind went blank.
The man pulling the cart was his older sister's husband, Li Laoshi, the woman beside him was his mother, Li Sui, and the two women following behind were his two older sisters, Li Xing and Li Erxing. The entire family was there, but his third sister was nowhere to be seen. Where is third sister? He hurried toward the family, with Chen Feng following closely behind. Li Hongyu and Chen Erfeng tried to follow, but were stopped by Chen Feng. Auntie, take care of Erfeng and make sure she doesn't get too worked up.
Li Hongyu agreed and pulled Chen Erfeng back.
Erfeng, the two of us shouldn't go and cause a commotion.
We can't help anyway. The two of them are weaker than anyone else, they're the kind of people who need protection. Besides being hardworking, they don't have any other skills.
Many people had gathered to watch the commotion, pushing and shoving, blocking the path. Chen Erfeng tiptoed to look into the distance, her eyes filled with worry.
I wonder what happened to Sanfeng.
Li Hongyu comforted her, don't worry, there's your older sister and Xiaofei, plus Sifeng.
We can handle anything. Yeah, I know. Chen Erfeng knew her place, she was just worrying needlessly and couldn't help anyway.
Soon, the two groups came together.
Brother-in-law, what are you doing?
Where's my third sister?
Due to his excitement, Chen Fei's voice was low and authoritative. Li Shirley felt inexplicably uneasy. Sanfeng is here. She's in the car. The cart was tilted, with the front higher than the back, blocking the view. At that moment, Chen Fei hurried forward and indeed saw his third sister lying in the cart, covered with a blanket, causing his heart to tremble. What's wrong with my third sister? Is she sick or something? Li Laoshi stammered, unable to explain clearly, his face flushing red as he turned to look at his mother. Good for nothing. Can't even say a word. Li Sui gave him a disdainful glare, stepped forward, and said with a grim face, Chen Sanfeng has been unfaithful. Our family doesn't want her anymore. We're sending her back to you. Chen Fei's face darkened, and the aura of a billionaire from his previous life erupted, like a mountain crushing down, forcing his way forward. How did she not keep her wifely duties? Explain yourself. Li Sui was stared at by him, her old heart skipped a beat, feeling his gaze was too terrifying. However, Li Sui wasn't one to back down. She patted her chest and said angrily, why are you being so mean? What are you going to do? Hit me? Chen Fei suppressed his anger and said, I won't hit you, but you better explain yourself clearly. I know you wouldn't dare. Li Sui snorted, placing one hand on her waist and pointing at Chen Sanfeng with the other. Your sister has been married into our family for 3 years and hasn't given us a single child. Isn't that a breach of marital duty? Hearing this, Chen Fei really wanted to spit in her face. You old hag, do you even know how to use idioms? If you don't know how to use them, don't just blurt them out. Li Sui was illiterate, she didn't know any idioms. She had just heard them from others and blurted them out. Chen Fei's anger was about to boil over. Are you saying you don't want my older sister and want to divorce her? Is that what you mean? A hen doesn't lay eggs, what use is she to us? Li Sui said coldly. Chen Fei ignored her and looked down at his third sister. Third sister, is that what you mean? Chen Sanfeng's eyes were vacant and dazed as she stared blankly at the sky. If not for the occasional breath, she looked like a corpse. She felt her heart had already died. Her soul was slowly leaving her body, drifting toward the distant sky. Suddenly hearing Chen Fei's call, her eyelids fluttered, and her consciousness slowly returned. She looked blankly at the scene before her. Xiao Fei, eldest sister. She wanted to be strong. She didn't want to cry. But as soon as she opened her mouth, tears poured out like a mudslide, unstoppable. Chapter 120, Fourth sister loses her temper, soul-searching confrontation. Third sister, don't cry. If there's anything you want to say, tell me. I'll take care of it.
Chen Fei's heart ached as if it had been sliced by a knife, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. Chen Feng was also in tears, trembling as she gently stroked San Feng's cheek. Her face was clearly swollen, and it was obvious she had been beaten.
Chen Sanfeng remained silent, unsure of where to begin. More and more people gathered around, pointing and whispering. A woman unable to bear children and sent back by her in-laws was a great disgrace. It was even more shocking than when Chen Fei was caught red-handed back then. At that moment, Chen Fei finally pulled back the blanket covering Chen Sanfeng. In that moment, his mind went blank. His older sister was tied to the cart, her body spread out in a cross-like position. Her clothes were wrinkled and torn, clearly the result of a brutal struggle. A woman, bound and brought back to her parents' home. This was an unbearable humiliation. In an instant, Chen Fei's eyes turned red. He suddenly looked up at the opposite side, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In that instant, Li Sui's family felt as though they were being stared at by a fierce tiger, their bodies growing cold. They instinctively took a step back, shouting at the top of their lungs, "What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to lay a finger on this old woman?" Her two daughters, Li Xing and Li Erxing, mustered their courage and stepped forward, their voices trembling with fear. "Dare you touch my mother? We're not pushovers. Get lost." Chen Fei charged forward, cursing angrily, about to strike, but was held back by Chen Feng with all her strength. "Xiao Fei, don't hit her. Don't hit her." With Chen Fei's momentum, even 3 or 4 young men wouldn't stand a chance, let alone 2 women and an old woman. He might have kicked one of them to death. But while she held Chen Fei back, she couldn't stop Chen Sifeng. Chen Sifeng let out a loud cry and charged forward, kicking Li Xing to the ground with a loud thud. Li Erxing just opened her mouth to curse, but Chen Sifeng grabbed her hair, flipped her body, and plunged into Li Erxing's arms. With a swift and decisive move, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Li Erxing crashing to the ground. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Li Erxing convulsed, feeling as though her entire body had been shattered. These were all skills honed from years of fighting. To Chen Sifeng, it was nothing. She didn't fight like a woman grabbing, scratching, pulling, and tugging. She went all out. Once she lost her temper, not even the 3 of them could stand up to her, let alone 3 strong young men. The next moment, Chen Sifeng glared at Li Sui with murderous intent. Li Sui was so scared her face turned pale. She hurriedly hid behind Li Laoshi and stammered, "If you dare hit me, I'll just lie down and sue you to death." Chen Sifeng sneered disdainfully and beckoned Li Laoshi with her finger. "Li Laoshi, come here. Let's see if your auntie can beat you to death." Li Laoshi swallowed hard and stammered, I won't fight." Chen Sifeng was too fierce, he was scared. "If you won't fight, why did you beat my sister like this?" "Ha!" Chen Sifeng roared like an angry tigress, terrifying Li Laoshi. "I didn't hit her. It was my sister. I didn't know." Li Laoshi burst into tears. He didn't want to divorce his wife or see her get beaten, but he couldn't make the decision. "Good for nothing. Your mother was right, you're a good for nothing." Chen Sifeng looked down on him with contempt. "My sister must have been blind to marry such a cowardly good for nothing." At that moment, Li Xing and her sister got up from the ground, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Sifeng. In the past, the 3 of them, mother and daughters, used to beat Chen Sanfeng until she was bruised and swollen, but now they realized that Chen Sifeng was truly ruthless. They're fighting like their lives depend on it. At that moment, Chen Fei also calmed down. It was mainly because Chen Sifeng had hit him hard enough to vent his anger. "Big sister, I won't fight. Let me go, and I'll untie third sister's rope." Chen Feng still wasn't reassured and kept repeating, "Don't fight anymore, or else it'll be hard to clean up. You have your wedding tomorrow." "Alright, I understand." Chen Fei untied the rope binding Chen Sanfeng, helped her down from the car, and gently embraced her. "Third sister, if you have any grievances, speak up in front of everyone. I'll stand up for you." Those gentle words caused Chen Sanfeng to break down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. At her in-laws' home, she had been beaten time and again, her heart had already died. "Let's just divorce. If you don't want me, then don't take me. I've had enough of this over the years." But today, on the eve of her younger brother's wedding, she was bound and gagged and sent back to her parents' home in front of the entire village. Such a humiliating disgrace made her wish she could die right then and there. Chen Sanfeng wept uncontrollably, her heart shattered with grief. Chen Fei's face turned ashen, and he gently patted her back, his expression dark and ominous. Chen Feng also came over, holding her hand, silently crying with her. Chen Sifeng didn't shed a tear, but the murderous intent in her eyes grew stronger and stronger, sending Li Sui and her family of 4 into a state of panic. At that moment, Zhu Jiafang gently pulled her aside. "Fourth Phoenix, don't act impulsively. Chen Fei will handle it." Chen Sifeng glanced at him coldly and said expressionlessly, "Alright, I won't act impulsively." However, Zhu Jiafang refused to let go of her hand. Chen Sifeng glared at him, but Zhu Jiafang still wouldn't let go. Chen Sifeng had no choice but to turn her face away and pretend not to notice. Zhu Jiafang quietly exhaled in relief, feeling a sudden sense of gratitude toward Li Sui's family. If it weren't for them causing a commotion, he wouldn't have had the chance to hold Chen Sifeng's hand.
Chen Sifeng cried for a while, her emotions gradually stabilizing, and began to recount her ordeal. Brother, over the years, because I couldn't have children, I've endured a lot of abuse from them. They beat me up every few days. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm alone, I can't fight all three of them. Chen Sanfeng rolled up her sleeves. Look at my body, these are all the marks they left on me. On her arms were numerous bruises, some purple and others swollen and red, a sight that was truly distressing. I have them on my body too. Should I show you? At that moment, Chen Sanfeng had truly lost all restraint. She wanted to lift her clothes and show everyone. Every wound on her body represented the humiliation she had endured over the years. Sister, don't show them. I understand. Chen Fei stopped her. In public, if she really did that, Sister Chen would never be able to show her face again. If you don't want to see, then don't. It's ugly anyway. Chen Sanfeng gave a self-deprecating smile, one that was more painful than crying. She now even despised herself. The scars on her body had never fully healed. Bruises of various colors, not a single one looked good. This morning, didn't you come to call me back? I asked them for money for the gift, but they only gave me $2. Chen Sanfeng really didn't want to cry, it was too humiliating. But the tears wouldn't stop flowing down her face. My own brother is getting married, and they only gave me 2 yuan. 2 yuan. Fellow villagers, is this how it's done? I refused to accept it, so they started beating me. I said I'd ask the villagers to judge fairly, but they tied me up and said they didn't want me anymore. Villagers, is this how you treat people? Even though she was covered in bruises, Chen Sanfeng remained stubborn. They may look down on me, Chen Sanfeng, but they can't look down on my maternal family. Chapter 121, Reporting the Incident, Please Save. Chen Sanfeng's soul-searching question, each word heart-wrenching, moved every villager present. $2? How can that be enough? Yes, neighbors might be okay, but giving 2 yuan to my own brother for his wedding is far too little. I even gave Chen Fei 2 yuan today. This in-law family is really stingy. Picking at your butt and sucking your fingers, I'm truly impressed. Old miser is a colloquial term meaning stingy. Everyone was talking at once, and Li Laoshir's head was almost buried in his chest, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Sui and her 2 daughters, however, had thick enough skin to try to argue back. $2 isn't money? I'm an old woman living alone, how easy do you think it is to save some money? You're a hen that can't lay eggs, you eat our food and drink our water, and you don't pay for any of it? Li Sui grew more animated as she spoke, spitting as she talked, as if she were the one being wronged. Chen Feng furrowed her brows, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and took the opportunity to calm herself down, trying not to get too angry. Mother-in-law, your family has it tough, but these days, who doesn't have difficulties? You reject Sanfeng because she can't have children and don't want her, we understand that. But that's not a reason to bully her or hit her. Since you've sent Sanfeng back, let us just get a divorce. From now on, Sanfeng has nothing to do with the Li family. Sanfeng, come home with me. Chen Feng finished speaking, took Chen Sanfeng's hand, and turned to walk back. She was truly furious. Though she wasn't as good at fighting as Chen Sifeng, that didn't mean she was easy to bully. Otherwise, a family of women with a young boy wouldn't be able to survive in the village. Chen Fei didn't move, and Chen Sifeng didn't move either. Both of them actually wanted to fight again. The 2 blows they had exchanged earlier hadn't vented their anger. However, Chen Fei, having lived 2 lifetimes, knew right from wrong. A few blows to vent his anger were acceptable, but fighting too fiercely would turn a just cause into an unjust one. It wasn't worth it. His expression gradually grew calm, his gaze steady and unruffled as he looked across at her. This matter won't be settled like this. I'll go through proper channels and have the police station handle it. Big sister, go home and take care of the household. Third sister, come with me to the police station to file a report. Fourth sister, go back to the city and mind your own business. Chen Fei made the arrangements calmly, and Chen Feng and Chen Sifeng didn't object at all. One went home. One went into the city. Chen Sanfeng stopped and stood there staring blankly at him, seemingly unable to understand why everyone was listening to their younger brother. The Li Sui family across the street panicked. Through the public? What official? Who doesn't have their share of ups and downs? Besides, Chen Sanfeng didn't hold back either. She scratched me several times. Chen Fei snorted in disdain. This is domestic violence, it's illegal. According to the law, you'll all be arrested and sent to prison. As for my sister, she was acting in self-defense. Should she just let you hit her without fighting back or curse at her without responding? Chen Fei spoke with reason and evidence, leaving Li Sui's family speechless. Li Xing and Li Erxing were both flustered. Mother, what should we do? I don't want to go to jail. Li Sui was also panicking, but she managed to stay calm. But your fourth sister just hit my daughter. She's also breaking the law. That's true, but as the victim's family, it's understandable to act impulsively out of anger. Chen Fei said slowly. It's like if you encounter a thief and hit him a few times, the police might turn a blind eye. So, you'll just have to wait in jail.
As a former billionaire CEO, I know too much. How could a few country women compare? I could easily outsmart them with a single move.
Li Laomu raised his head timidly, his face filled with fear.
Chen Fei, my mother didn't mean it. Can you forgive them? Shut up. You have no right to speak.
Chen Fei glared at him with disgust, and Li Laoshi shrunk his neck, daring not to say a single word.
Third sister, come with me to the police station.
Originally, he had unexpectedly discovered a large patch of Hisho Wu and killed a wild boar today, so Chen Fei was in a pretty good mood. However, he never imagined that his third sisters-in-laws would send him such a gift.
Chen Fei was furious. He had to pursue this matter to the end and absolutely couldn't let it go.
Chen Sanfeng looked at him and, for some reason, trusted him, following him past the Li family of 4 and moving forward. Li Xing and Li Erxing were both panicking.
What should we do? Should we run? Li Sui's face darkened. We can't run. If the monks run, the temple stays. Go home quickly and tell your men to figure something out. It's just a beating, it's nothing serious.
She spoke so casually that she almost believed her own words. So the family hurried back the way they came, following closely behind Chen Fei and Chen Sanfeng. It was only a few miles, and they soon arrived at the hot spring.
The family watched as Chen Fei and Chen Sanfeng entered the police station, grinding their teeth in anger.
Such relatives are indeed rare. They resort to the authorities over such a minor matter.
They can't even have children, yet they have no shame. Such a woman isn't worth keeping.
Li Laoshi stared blankly at the mother and her 2 children, filled with righteous indignation, feeling an inexplicable sadness in his heart.
Even now, are you really without fault? He was honest, but he wasn't stupid. But what could he do about his own mother and sister? Chen Fei and Chen Sanfeng walked into the police station and encountered a police officer who exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fei, what are you doing at the police station?
Chen Fei recognized him as Officer Xiao Liu, who had arrested him before, along with Xiao Bing.
He approached him. I'm here to file a report. Xiao Liu was taken aback. Report a crime? What kind of crime?
My sister has been subjected to domestic violence by her in-laws for a long time, so I'm here to report it.
Is that your sister?
Xiao Liu's gaze fell on Chen Sanfeng, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her clothes were tattered, and there were obvious bruises on her face. It did indeed look like she had been abused.
Yes, she's my third sister.
Chen Fei pulled Chen Sanfeng, who was visibly frightened, forward. She had numerous injuries, all from previous beatings.
Do you have a female officer?
Have her examined for injuries.
Xiao Lai nodded. All right, we'll file a report first, then examine the injuries. However, once it's reported to the authorities, there's no turning back. Have you thought this through? Chen Sanfeng had already lost all hope.
Hearing this, she raised her head expressionlessly and said, there's no need to think about it.
When they tied me up and sent me back to my parents' home, my heart had already died.
Xiao Liu's expression changed.
Illegal detention, that's a serious crime. Follow me. Xiao Lai led the 2 to the station chief's office, knocked on the door, and said, Station chief, there's a report of a crime.
Xiao Bing responded from inside, come in. Xiao Liu pushed the door open and saw Xiao Bing bent over a file. Without looking up, he asked,
what's the report about? The complainant's address, place of origin, and reason for the report, state them first.
Chief Xiao, I'm the one who reported the case. As soon as Chen Fei spoke, Xiao Bing felt a sense of familiarity and looked up in surprise.
Chapter 122, Medical Examination. Chen Fei, how is it you? It's me, of course.
Chen Fei recounted his older sister's ordeal.
After listening, Xiao Bing nodded and said, domestic violence is absolutely unacceptable. Xia Lu, have Xia Yao examine her injuries for evidence. All right.
Xiao Liu went out for a while and returned. Chief, Xia Yao is on leave today and didn't come in.
Xiao Bing was taken aback. What should we do?
We only have 1 female police officer at the station.
Maybe you can come back tomorrow?
The first part was addressed to Xiao Liu, but the second part was directed at Chen Fei and his sister. Chen Fei furrowed his brows slightly.
Then I'll postpone my wedding tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. I'll make time to come.
Xiao Bing was startled.
You're getting married tomorrow? That's not good. Why don't you come the day after tomorrow? Sister?
Chen Fei turned to look at his older sister. Chen Sanfeng bit her lip, then suddenly looked up at Xiao Bing.
If the injury is confirmed, how long could they be sentenced?
Xiao Bing replied, abuse of family members, with severe circumstances, carries a sentence of up to 2 years imprisonment, detention, or probation. If it's minor injuries, it might be 3 years. Severe injuries carry 3 to 7 years.
That's so light? Chen Sanfeng felt reluctant. Xiao Bing sighed wryly. That's what the law stipulates.
Chen Sanfeng clenched her teeth, her gaze more determined than ever. I want the medical examination done now, no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. She didn't care about anything else, she just wanted that family to go to jail as soon as possible. But there were no female officers available at the moment.
Xiao Bing felt a bit torn. Let my brother examine me. Direct relatives cannot be used as direct evidence. Then have me examine him. Chen Sanfeng was desperate. She thought it was simple.
If the injuries are examined sooner, perhaps the sentence could be harsher.
If we wait 2 days, some of the swelling might go down. Xiao Bing's face turned red. I'm not suitable. Why don't you go, little Liu? What?
Lu Song hadn't expected to be called on suddenly and was caught off guard.
Chief, I'm not suitable either.
Xiao Bing shot him a disapproving glance.
My child can already run errands. You're still young, what's inappropriate about that? Lu Song was speechless. No, director, that's not what I meant. Xiao Bing remained calm. It's settled then. Take her to the next room. Bring me the test results in half an hour. Chen Fei, stay here. I need to talk to you. Alright, fine.
Lu Song had no choice but to take Chen Sanfeng for the injury examination, while Chen Fei stayed behind.
Sit down, I have something to ask you.
Xiao Bing pointed to the chair beside him.
What's the matter? Chen Fei sat down confidently, showing no signs of nervousness, which surprised Xiao Bing.
Many people who came to this place naturally felt awkward, but there was no trace of it on Chen Fei's face. However, he didn't dwell on it and instead pointed to the case file in front of him, saying with a hint of frustration, the recent missing persons case hasn't made any progress.
Do you have any thoughts? Chen Fei raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. You're the professional. Asking me, an amateur, doesn't that seem a bit ridiculous?
Xiao Bing felt awkward for a moment, then resorted to a provocation tactic. So you helped Zheng team leaders solve the case purely by chance? Chen Fei saw through his words but didn't call him out on it. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, made a quick calculation with his fingers, and said, here's 16 words for you. When encountering wood, it breaks. When encountering earth, it enters. The auspicious god is in the north, and great fortune lies in the south.
Can you explain that in more detail?
Xiao Bing felt he was being deceived, but had no evidence. Chen Fei looked at his forehead, where karma was tangled and blurry, and could only shake his head slowly. There are too many factors involved, it's hard to untangle them in a short time.
You'll have to think about it yourself.
Seeing that Xiao Bing still looked skeptical, he added one more sentence. Sometimes you need to see someone in person or go to a certain place before you suddenly have an epiphany.
Alright then.
Xiao Bing muttered under his breath.
It's like talking to a wall.
On the other side, Liu Song led Chen Sanfeng into the adjacent room, closed the door, and felt a bit embarrassed.
I'll go first, you take off your clothes.
After saying that, he turned around on his own. Chen Sanfeng hesitated for a moment before beginning to undress. The clothes of rural women were simple, a blue coarse cotton blouse, wide and loose, with several patches on it. The lower body was also blue coarse cloth pants with 2 patches on the knees. On her feet were homemade layered sole cloth shoes. She removed her outer garments one by one, leaving only her earthen cloth underwear.
Chen Sanfeng hesitated, her voice trembling. Should I take off more?
Lu Song quickly turned his head to glance back, and his mind went blank for a moment. He swallowed involuntarily.
So this is what a woman looks like.
Wearing the loose, coarse cloth garments, it wasn't noticeable, but once the clothes were removed, Chen Sanfeng's legs were evenly proportioned, long, with wide hips that narrowed sharply at the waist before gradually widening again. A certain part of her body was covered by her hands, but it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, the numerous scars on her body added imperfections to her natural beauty. In that moment, Lu Song felt an anger he had never experienced before.
Who could be so heartless as to harm such a beautiful woman?
Those scars were of various kinds. Some were bruises, purple or blue, others were bite marks, with rows of teeth imprints clearly visible. There were even more scratches. It was like a beautiful painting that had been carelessly defaced, ruining its original beauty. Chen Sanfeng felt a surge of fear and instinctively clutched her chest tightly.
What are you doing? My brother is right next door. Don't do anything reckless.
She suddenly regretted her impulsive outburst. Lu Song's face flushed slightly.
Nothing. I'm just checking for injuries. Turn around so I can look at the back. Chen Sanfeng hesitated before turning around.
Without making eye contact, Lu Song grew bolder and stared intently at the woman before him. The curves of her back were beautiful, her skin a healthy wheat color, but like the front, it was covered in scars, ruining the beauty.
How heartless!
Lu Song was furious and took out paper and pen to begin recording. After writing a few lines, he looked up. Chen Sanfeng couldn't see him, but she could sense his gaze on her back, making her feel as though she were being stabbed with needles. Her body trembled slightly.
Is it done?
Done. Lu Song wrote minor injuries as the conclusion. He added a question mark at the end. Actually, he wanted to write minor injuries. But he felt it didn't meet the criteria for minor injuries. Minor injuries sound simple, but the criteria are actually very strict. While Chen Sanfeng had numerous injuries, they were all superficial wounds, falling between minor injuries and minor injuries. Lu Song couldn't decide on the spot, so he added a question mark and left the decision to the station chief. Put on your clothes. Lu Song really wanted to take a closer look, but ultimately forced himself to look away and said indifferently, "All right." Chen Sanfeng sighed in relief and hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground, beginning to put them on. Listening to the rustling sounds around him, Lu Song couldn't help but envision the stunningly beautiful body before him. How beautiful!
Woman. Chapter 123, The Dead Eye. Minor injuries? With a question mark? What does that mean?
When the injury report was presented to Xiao Bing, he paused for a moment.
Lu Song's face turned slightly red, still envisioning the defaced image in his mind. He stammered, "It's like this, Sanfeng.
The victim has multiple injuries on her body, which appear to be the result of prolonged and repeated abuse. However, there are no severe injuries, so it's difficult to determine the extent of the harm."
That's why. Oh, I see.
Xiao Bing tapped his fingers on the table, beginning to understand Lu Song's meaning.
Chen Sanfeng grew impatient, her tearful eyes fixed on Lu Song. Does this count as minor injuries? How many years could that be?
Lu Song avoided her gaze and spoke evasively. It might be a year or two, but it's hard to say. However, it could also be classified as minor injuries.
Chen Sanfeng was confused. Isn't minor injury the same as slight injury?
Lu Song patiently explained to her, they're different. Minor injuries can result in criminal charges, while minor injuries only involve fines and detention, with a maximum of half a month.
That's too lenient for them.
Thinking about her own ordeal, Chen Sanfeng seethed with anger.
She had suffered so much, yet they only got a month and a half of detention? Was there no justice in the world?
Chen Sanfeng was too busy being angry to notice, but Chen Fei had already picked up on the underlying meaning.
Mr. Xiao, are you saying that classifying it as minor injuries is also acceptable? Xiao Bing spoke bluntly.
Given the repeated and prolonged nature of the injuries, the severity is evident. While many of the old injuries have healed, they could still qualify as minor injuries. It all depends on how the other party defends themselves.
Do you understand what I mean?
The implication was that Li Sui's family would definitely appeal, and they wouldn't just accept whatever you said.
Chen Fei understood. Then I'll leave it to the two of you. Chen Fei bowed to Xiao Bing and Liu Song. The length of the sentence doesn't matter to me, but I have one request.
What request? When the verdict is announced, make sure everyone in the neighborhood hears it. I want them to be disgraced and ruined.
Chen Fei's move was indeed ruthless. Rumors spread quickly in the countryside.
Once one person knows, it can spread throughout 3 villages in a single day.
Imagine a family that has been subjected to domestic violence for years who would dare to marry their daughter into such a household?
Since they don't want the third sister, let them stay single for the rest of their lives. This is cutting off the supply at the source. Only this way can we avenge third sister.
Upon hearing this, Chen Sanfeng laughed. My brother truly understands me.
The fleeting smile she inadvertently revealed was incredibly beautiful, leaving Lu Song momentarily speechless. Chen Sanfeng's smile vanished instantly, and she shot him a disapproving glance.
This man, how dare he stare so intently? Staring at someone like that, isn't that disgusting?
She regretted acting so impulsively, rushing to check her injuries and letting him see her body. Thinking about Lu Song's gaze on her, Chen Sanfeng felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps broke out all over her body.
Cough.
Xiao Bing pretended to cough twice, snapping Lu Song out of his trance, then acted as if nothing had happened and said,
All right, this is simple. When the verdict is announced, send little Liu to go there, right at their front door.
It'll also give your older sister some closure.
Lu Song straightened up as if he'd been injected with adrenaline.
Yes, Chief, I'll complete the task. The matter was settled, and Chen Fei and Chen Sanfeng left the police station. What no one expected was that Lu Song actually followed them all the way to the front gate, saying he had something to do and was leaving anyway.
If you have something to do, just go ahead.
Why are you staring at us? Chen Fei felt there was something off about the boy and suggested he should go to the hospital for a checkup. They hadn't ridden a bike on the way there, so they obviously didn't have one to ride back. Chen Fei walked briskly ahead, while Chen Sanfeng was distracted and walked slowly, unable to keep up with him. Chen Fei wanted to urge her to hurry, but thinking of the hardships his older sister had endured, he slowed his pace. When she caught up to him, he gently took her hand and said softly,
Third sister, it's all over now. After the rain comes the sunshine. From now on, everything will be better.
The gentle tone made Chen Sanfeng feel as though she were dreaming. She slowly raised her head, her gaze gradually focusing on the young man in front of her, who was smiling like the sun. She realized he had truly grown up. With a forced smile, Chen Sanfeng whispered, Brother, no one wants me anymore. I might have to stay at home from now on.
Will you still accept me?
As she spoke, Chen Sanfeng felt a bit anxious. In rural customs, once a daughter is married off, she is like water poured out, she doesn't return to her parents' home. Of course, occasional visits were permitted, but not permanent residence, especially during major holidays, when one must stay with the in-laws.
But now, she had no home.
She felt like a rootless floating weed, her heart aching deeply.
How could I ever reject you? Chen Sanfeng's appearance moved Chen Fei to pity her.
He gently embraced his older sister and whispered in her ear.
Your maternal home is also a home you can stay as long as you like.
But you're not unwanted, it's the Li family who is blind. You'll find someone better in the future and make them regret it. Chen Sanfeng was deeply moved, but she knew herself well. Who would want a woman who couldn't have children? Her heart was already dead, she just wanted to be alone. In the future, when her younger brother has children, she would take care of them. When she grows old, she would go to a temple on the mountain and spend the rest of her life there. Today I was forced back to my parents' home. By now, everyone in the village must know that Chen Sanfeng is a barren hen. Who would want me? Some old bachelors in their 60s? I'd rather die. Once upon a time, Chen Sanfeng was also very proud. She was young and beautiful, had attended junior high school, and suitors came knocking on her door constantly. In the end, after much picking and choosing, she settled on the honest and loyal Li Laoshi. Because she heard that honest men treat women well, and that living with such a man would be reliable. But the result? Thinking back to the past, Chen Sanfeng couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Chen Fei's shoulder, leaving it damp and making him feel uneasy. He knew that his older sister's heart was broken. To reignite it, it would be extremely difficult. But he was Chen Fei, a reborn individual. In this world, he dared not say there was nothing he couldn't do. But there were few. He gently pushed his third sister aside and wiped away her tears. "Third sister, let me take your pulse," he said. He examined her facial features. Her children's palace was normal, and the 3 yang lines were full and robust. How could she not be able to have children? Therefore, he suspected that his third sister might have a gynecological issue, such as blocked fallopian tubes, which could also cause infertility. Rural people are uneducated and tend to make unfounded assumptions. However, he himself practiced traditional Chinese medicine and had seen much in the city in his previous life, so he naturally didn't believe such things. "If you want to, go ahead." Chen Sanfeng let her younger brother hold her wrist tightly. However, as Chen Fei took her pulse, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Her pulse was normal and steady, with no signs of abnormality. This is truly odd. Suddenly, Chen Fei's pupils widened as he thought of a possibility. Could it be? Chapter 124, Laughing Until Tears Came. Could it be that Li Shirley is going to have a baby? Infertility isn't just a women's issue, there are plenty of men who can't have kids too. It's just that most of the time, people think of women first. Thinking of this, Chen Fei let go of his hand, and a smile gradually spread across his lips. "Third sister, I have good news for you, your body is fine, you can definitely have children." "I'm starting to think it's Li Laoshi who can't have children. They misunderstood you." "Really?" Chen Sanfeng's mouth formed an O shape, wide enough to fit an egg. "Really? I guarantee it. As long as you find a normal man, you'll definitely be able to have children and not just 1 or 2. In the future, let them regret it." Chen Sanfeng's facial features indicate a life of many children and blessings, but there are in the marriage palace, suggesting another marriage is on the horizon. These words were like a breath of fresh air, giving Chen Sanfeng unprecedented confidence. She smiled, as bright as a flower. She laughed until she cried. "I thought it was me, I always thought it was me. I'm so wronged." Chen Fei gently patted her shoulder. "So, you must dress beautifully, find a good family, have many children, and drive them crazy." Chen Sanfeng wiped away her tears. "Yes, drive them crazy. But my reputation is ruined. Who would want me?" "Don't worry about that now. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. Come on, let's go buy some clothes." "Why buy clothes? I can still wear these." "That won't do. I'm getting married tomorrow, and the whole family needs to look their best. But your wedding will cost a lot of money. Let's try to save as much as we can." Chen Sanfeng hasn't returned to her parents' home yet, so she doesn't know how much it's changed. She's still stuck in the past. What is there to save? We got plenty of money. Chen Fei patted the green military hat he was carrying, exuding confidence. "Don't look at how much we've spent lately building a house, giving wedding gifts, but it's all money we earned that day. Even with all that, there's still money left over every day. We spend half and save half, and we saved quite a bit recently. As for the 2,000 yuan Shui Luzhu gave him, he hasn't touched a single cent of it, it's not needed. Now Chen Fei has over 5,000 yuan in his bag. That is definitely a huge sum of money. This is still after deducting the money for the banquet and buying things. Plus the 3,000 yuan for area-s medical expenses. You have to understand, his south room plus the main hall, plus the side room, 6 large rooms, 6 small rooms, plus painting and flooring, altogether only cost a few $100s. It just goes to show how valuable money was back then. Is the bag full of money? It must be fake." Chen Sanfeng felt her heart racing. How much money could that bulge hold? "You'll see soon enough." Chen Fei didn't say a word and took Chen Sanfeng to the cooperative. "Comrade, get my sister a set of clothes." Actually, ready-made clothes were available at the time, but most people bought fabric to save money and made their own clothes at home. Chen Fei now had money and was in a hurry, so he decided to just buy ready-made clothes. "What kind of fabric do you want?" the female sales clerk asked.
What kinds of fabric do you have? Chen Fei asked back. Dacron, 100% cotton printed plain weave fabric, and linen.
Then I'll take one set of polyester and one set of cotton. It was already late September, though still hot, but the heat was waning, and it would start to cool down within a month.
It was time to buy autumn clothes.
So Chen Fei decided to buy 2 sets and wait until it gets cooler. The sales clerk glanced at Chen Sanfeng, roughly estimated her height, and turned to fetch 2 sets of clothes. One set is 6 yuan, the other is 6.5 yuan, totaling 12.5 yuan, and 4.5 yuan in fabric coupons.
Don't rush, can my sister try them on first? Chen Fei asked with a smile.
The sales clerk frowned slightly. Your sister is a bit dirty.
The implication was clear: if she tried them on and they didn't fit, the clothes couldn't be sold.
Chen Sanfeng was beaten, then forced to the ground, held down for a while, and tied to the car, her entire body covered in dirt.
Chen Sanfeng felt ashamed and quietly pulled Chen Fei.
Xiao Fei, let's not try it. I can wear any size, and we only need 1 set.
Buying more would be a waste.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Chen Fei smiled and said to the sales clerk, Comrade, I'll take this set regardless of size.
It's mainly because I have 3 older sisters at home, and they all need to buy one. I just wanted my 3rd sister to try it on for reference.
The salesperson was stunned.
Her already small eyes widened in disbelief.
You mean you have 4 sisters, and each one needs 2 sets?
For sisters, 2 sets each is 8 sets.
8 sets is over $50.
Right, but wait, I also have a younger sister who might need a smaller size, and my 2nd sister is pregnant. Do you have maternity wear?
No.
The salesperson was a bit confused. For older sisters and a younger sister it's not 8 sets, it's 10.
Wow.
Chen Fei often comes here to shop, so the staff are pretty familiar with him. But seeing Chen Fei buy so many clothes at once still shocked her. The female sales clerk's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. It's okay, just take 2 sets of larger sizes to make do. Chen Fei didn't mind as long as they were clean, they definitely looked better than his old ones. So the saleswoman brought out 1 set after another, matching sets for sisters, 2 sets each. 10 brand new sets of clothes were piled on the counter, leaving Chen Sanfeng speechless with shock.
Brother, isn't this too wasteful?
Over $60.
Chen Fei smiled indifferently. This is nothing yet. We haven't even bought shoes or socks yet.
Shoes too?
Chen Sanfeng was so shocked her eyebrows twitched. Xiao Fei, have you lost your mind? Or have I lost mine? After buying the clothes, we still need to buy shoes?
Chen Fei glanced down at her feet. 3rd sister, your toes are sticking out.
Chen Sanfeng awkwardly pulled her feet back.
She was wearing a pair of layered sole cloth shoes she had made herself. They were so worn out that her big toe had worn a hole in the shoe, exposing it awkwardly.
Just buy a pair. I'll make you some when I have time. Chen Sanfeng blushed but insisted. All right.
Chen Fei glanced at her and already had a rough idea. Comrade, get 4 pairs of velvet shoes in size 39, 1 pair in size 36, and 10 pairs of socks. These shoes are also cloth shoes, with velvet uppers and leather soles. The sales clerk quickly brought over 5 pairs of shoes and 10 pairs of socks, then pointed to a place for Chen Sanfeng to go change her clothes. After about 10 minutes, Chen Sanfeng came out, having changed her clothes, and asked softly, Xiao Fei, do they look good? She was wearing a white cotton shirt, sky blue pants, and had her hair neatly combed. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she looked as beautiful as a white cloud floating over the Fujian mountains.
Chen Fei whistled in admiration. Sis, you look stunning. If you weren't my own sister, I'd marry you. Chen Sanfeng blushed and said, you're such a tease.
Though she said that, her heart was filled with anticipation for the future.
Do I still have to take it off? Chen Sanfeng looked at Chen Fei cautiously.
She had never worn such beautiful clothes in her life and was reluctant to take them off.
Changing back and forth is such a hassle, just wear it and go. Then I'll get the old clothes out.
Chen Sanfeng turned around happily to fetch the old clothes, but Chen Fei called out from behind, don't bring the old clothes.
They're unlucky.
He wanted his older sister to completely sever ties with the Li family, not even leaving a single old garment behind.
Chen Sanfeng stopped in her tracks. Chapter 125, what else do you want? Chen Sanfeng nodded in agreement.
At that moment, she felt so confident. With her younger brother backing her up, she feared nothing. When she came out again, Chen Sanfeng had already packed her old clothes together, ready to throw them away once she was outside.
Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, the sales clerk was clacking away on the abacus.
$62.50 for the clothes.
10 pairs of shoes, 24 yuan.
10 pairs of socks, $5, totaling $91.50, plus 4.5 meters of fabric coupons.
Don't rush, I haven't bought anything yet. Chen Fei laughed. Oh, you're buying too? The sales clerk looked at him in astonishment. You don't have enough. Of course, I'm the groom tomorrow. Due to various matters, Chen Fei hadn't had time to buy clothes. Now that he was here, he definitely had to dress up. Tomorrow, he's going to be the best dressed guy on the whole street.
Oh, congratulations. Not just the salesperson, but the other two and other customers at the cooperative were all saying words of blessing.
Chen Fei burst into laughter.
First, let us get 2 packets of candy for everyone to try.
Everyone laughed upon hearing this. That's great. These are wedding candies, they'll bring you some good luck.
Chen Fei took the candy and scattered it around the cooperative. Inside the counter, outside the counter, people were eating the wedding candy and showering each other with blessings as if they were free. The sales clerk, with her mouth full of candy, handed Chen Fei 2 sets of clothes. They also added a pair of leather shoes. When he emerged from the temporary changing room, the sales clerks were momentarily dazed, forgetting to let the candy melt in their mouths. A snow-white cotton shirt, freshly unwrapped straight pants, and shiny leather shoes made Chen Fei stand tall like a mountain peak. His handsome, masculine face bore a faint smile, with his slightly long bangs falling just right on his forehead.
He was absolutely stunning.
The sales clerk wasn't very educated, having only graduated from middle school, otherwise she would have come up with something witty. Coming back to her senses, she could only say one thing.
What a handsome young man. Chen Sanfeng smiled and murmured softly. My brother is really good looking.
The customers also whispered among themselves.
2 young girls, heads together, whispered, he's so handsome, what a pity.
He's getting married tomorrow, otherwise I'd have him come to my house to propose right away. Another said, he's so handsome, his wife must be beautiful too.
Would he ever choose you? That's not necessarily true, she replied, chattering on.
Chen Fei ignored all of this, waved his finger at the sales clerk, and teased. Comrade, even though I'm good looking, you can't stare at me like that. If my wife finds out, she'll get jealous.
The sales clerk spat at him. You're just being rude.
I'm several years older than you, and my kids are already old enough to buy soy sauce. Chen Fei wanted to say, at 30, a woman is like a wolf, at 40, she's like a tiger, but he thought it might get him into trouble, so he just laughed awkwardly and said, alright, let's check out.
The sales clerk clattered away on the abacus.
2 sets of clothes for 12 yuan, leather shoes for 4 yuan 50, 2 pairs of socks for 1 yuan, totaling 17 yuan 50. Plus the women's clothing for 91 yuan 50, making it exactly 109 yuan. The 6-meter 8 fabric ticket is correct, and there's 1 yuan for candy. After finishing, she looked at Chen Fei with pleading eyes.
Over $100 was a fortune. I wonder if this handsome young man can afford it. All right.
Chen Fei quickly opened his green wallet, counted out 11 large bills, and then took out a few cloth coupons.
Just enough. Count it. The sales clerk counted them and smiled broadly. That's right. Can we take the items? Should we wrap them up? Chen Fei said no, it's a wedding, and a package is considered unlucky.
The sales clerk smiled, you really believe in that?
Chen Fei also smiled, neither confirming nor denying it.
These topics were sensitive and shouldn't be discussed further. With clothes tucked under his arm, he was about to leave, but stopped after taking a few steps.
Chen Sanfeng was startled, what's wrong?
She had glanced over earlier.
The Green Army's wallet was bulging with money. Goodness gracious. How much money is that? Xiao Fei must have robbed the credit union.
She didn't believe her brother would rob a credit union, but the more she thought about it, the more disoriented Chen Sanfeng felt, as if she were dreaming. Everything around her was a blur of colors.
Never mind, I don't want to go anymore. Let's buy a car and go.
They had walked here, but now Chen Fei didn't want to leave. Anyway, we'll have to buy one sooner or later, so might as well get it today.
Buy a bicycle too? Chen Sanfeng raised her voice by several octaves.
If she hadn't just seen all that money in Chen Fei's bag with her own eyes, she would have thought her brother had lost his mind.
Not wanting to walk, isn't buying a bike normal? Chen Fei smiled as he walked to the department store counter. I want to buy a bicycle. What brands do you have?
The rural cooperative had few staff members, and most of them held multiple roles. This salesperson had dealt with Chen Fei more than once before. Of course, while still chewing on some wedding candy, he smiled and said, we don't have many models here, not like in the city, but we do have Phoenix, Permanent, and Golden Deer, though the models aren't very complete. Chen Fei glanced at the parking lot, where there were only 5 or 6 bicycles. He guessed that each model had only one bike, and many were missing.
But it doesn't matter. A bicycle is just a temporary mode of transportation I'll definitely upgrade later. No problem, I'll just buy any one.
As he spoke, Chen Fei walked over and noticed that there were no Phoenix or Permanent bicycles with the traditional 28-inch wheels. Only one Jinlu and one National Defense model remained, with the rest being 26-inch models, and some even 24-inch ones.
This isn't going to work either.
In the countryside, people prefer 28-inch bicycles because they're sturdy and durable, and most importantly, they can carry cargo.
Carrying a family of 4 on a bicycle is a basic operation.
One person sits on the front crossbar, and the wife holds one child in the back.
But the 2-wheeled bicycles just don't cut it. Which of the two is more durable for carrying heavy loads? Since it's already here, Chen Fei doesn't want to change it now.
He's decided to choose between the Jinlu and the National Defense models.
As long as it can carry the load, that is fine.
The salesperson was strongly recommending, in terms of quality, Phoenix and Permanent are obviously better, but in terms of durability, Jinlu and National Defense are actually quite similar, and they're 20 yuan cheaper.
Money isn't an issue, the main thing is that it can carry a load.
Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, let's go with the Jinlu.
The name rolls off the tongue. Deer symbolizes prosperity, it has a deep meaning.
Chen Fei wasn't superstitious, but it's only natural for people to choose what they like.
The golden deer is 145 yuan. Do you have a bicycle ticket? No ticket, no sale. Even though we're acquaintances, we can't break the rules.
Yes.
The bicycle ticket was prepared long ago, I just hadn't bought it yet. Money for goods, the salesperson stamped the bike frame with a steel seal on the spot.
Chen Fei placed the clothes in the front basket and smiled at Chen Sanfeng.
See, everything's settled. Chen Sanfeng felt a bit dizzy.
In just a moment, it cost 250 yuan, plus 5 yuan in change. But she had never had that change before. Li Shirley's money was all given to Li Sui, who was very stingy. She'd rather give the money to her 2 daughters than give any to her. She also worked and earned points. But when the village committee settled accounts, they calculated by household, not individually. It was too difficult for her to ask Li Sui for money. Thinking of this, Chen Sanfeng felt deeply wronged. Why should I work like a slave for their family and still get beaten? Chapter 126, the night before the wedding, the rules changed. Though she felt unjustly treated, Chen Sanfeng didn't show it. Her younger brother had already done so much for her, complaining further would only add to his burdens. Let us just wait and see when that family ends up in prison. Chen Sanfeng shook her head, as if to shake off all her troubles, and smiled, saying, my brother is just so capable.
Of course. The siblings walked out together, chatting as they went.
Once outside, Chen Fei hopped onto the bike, propping one leg on the ground.
Sis, get in. I'll give you a ride. Chen Sanfeng hesitated. Is it stable? She's never ridden a bicycle before.
Others might not know, but your brother here is a steady rider. It's not Chen Fei bragging, he really does ride steadily.
And he's fast too.
He goes back and forth between West Ridge and the county seat every day, and he has practiced it countless times. Chen Sanfeng carefully climbed onto the bike, holding onto the seat with one hand, while Chen Fei's voice came from beside her.
Sis, it's better if you hold onto my clothes.
Oh. Chen Sanfeng grabbed Chen Fei's clothes, and Chen Fei pushed off with his right foot, sending the bicycle zooming forward.
Chen Sanfeng held on even tighter.
Before they had gone far, another bicycle zoomed past them.
Get out of the way.
No bell, no brakes, no wheels, no handlebars, it's all on the foot brakes.
Chen Fei looked up. Wow. Isn't that his older sister? Wow. So you just barreled straight through from West Ridge to the county seat and back again?
Chen Fei hurriedly got off the bike to let Chen Sifeng pass, laughing and teasing her, fourth sister, why didn't you use the bell and brakes?
Chen Sifeng didn't even glance aside, continuing to pedal forward while responding. Nonsense.
Ringing the bell and squeezing the brakes would distract me.
All right. I had no reply. Chen Fei was thoroughly defeated.
But he still reached out and grabbed the back of the seat.
Get out first. I bought some laundry detergent. Do you want to see it? New clothes?
Where? Chen Sifeng braked passively, using the foot brake, causing the car to tilt to one side. One foot was planted on the ground, and the car came to a stop. Here they are, in my car trunk.
Where did the bicycle come from?
Chen Sifeng was startled, but quickly became distracted by the new clothes in the trunk.
Wow. So many. And they're so pretty.
Xiao Fei, why did you suddenly decide to buy new clothes? Chen Sifeng tried them on, smiling so broadly her eyebrows twitched. These are for third sister, but I bought some for all of you too. So I'm just tagging along with third sister.
Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes, not impressed.
By the way, what about the bicycle?
Did you buy that too?
Yes, I thought our family couldn't do without a bicycle, so I bought one. It'll be convenient for us to ride around. Chen Sifeng gave Chen Fei a hard pat on the shoulder.
Thinking like that is right. Riding someone else's bicycle is always nerve-wracking, afraid of falling.
With your own, there's no problem. Chen Fei gave her a look, letting her figure it out on her own.
Your own bike doesn't cost anything?
And I'm telling you, ride carefully in the future.
Don't panic. Ring the bell when you need to, and squeeze the brakes when you need to. The foot brake will eventually cause an accident. Did you hear me?
When Chen Fei was joking, he was casual, but when he got serious, Chen Sifeng felt like she had to listen. She muttered under her breath.
You won't teach me, so can't I just figure it out on my own?
Just then, Zhu Jiafang arrived on his horse-drawn cart. Chen Fei pointed at him and said, go back and have him teach you.
Start today.
Back when he taught Lu Yi'er, he didn't hesitate to hug and hold her. Maybe you ended up hugging her so much that it worked out.
As your older brother, I've really worried myself sick over you too.
Shu Jiafang, just wait and see how you'll thank me in the future.
Shu Jiafang laughed upon hearing this. Alright, I promise I'll teach Sifeng. Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes and said, "Look at you, so happy." Humph. Back home, it was already late. The big pot of rice was already ready. They were just about to eat. Seeing Chen Fei and the others return, the villagers greeted them, including Chen Sifeng.
However, they were all tactful enough not to mention the Li family's affairs, instead complimenting her on how beautiful she looked in her new clothes.
Chen Sanfeng smiled and replied, "My brother bought them for me. He bought 2 sets."
The implication was clear, she was quite proud.
Chen Sifeng giggled, "I have one too. Thanks to my older sister." Everyone envied them.
Jialan, with his sharp eyes, spotted Chen Fei pushing a bicycle and exclaimed, "Hey!
Chen Fei, is that a new bicycle?"
After what happened that day, Jialan had become much more cautious and didn't dare to speak too sarcastically.
"Yes, I didn't want to walk back, so I bought one." Jialan hummed in admiration. "Look at that. Is that even a proper way to speak? You didn't want to walk, so you just bought one? What kind of talk is that? I don't want to walk either. Rich people just talk like that." Aunt Guiying's expression changed slightly. "Chen Fei, now that you have your own car, you don't need ours anymore, do you?"
Her family as Miao Zhuangzhuang earns 2 yuan a day from Chen Fei, 1 yuan for labor and 1 yuan for transportation.
Won't they lose that income then? Don't worry, Aunt Guiying.
From now on, I'll make sure Zhuangzhuang and the others earn even more. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, "Since we've come to this, I'll tell everyone, once I get married, we'll change the rules. From now on, whoever works for me will get at least 1 yuan, plus 10 cents per pound for mushrooms and herbs, same price for everything." The crowd buzzed with discussion.
What does a minimum of 1 yuan mean? I don't quite understand. Me too. Alright, this is a new term, the villagers haven't heard of it before. Chen Fei immediately explained.
A guaranteed minimum of 1 yuan means that as long as you show up to work, even if you come back empty-handed, I'll give you 1 yuan. If you pick mushrooms, I'll buy them from you for 1 dime per pound, and the same goes for herbs.
Boom!
The villagers were stunned upon hearing this.
Is there such a good deal? You get paid just for showing up? Then I can just laugh all the way to the bank. Look at you. You're so eager for a little money? Did you not hear the second part?
A penny per pound, that's better than selling it to the cooperative, at least it's closer.
You can probably pick 10 or 20 pounds a day, right? Plus the minimum guarantee, that's $2 or $3. Goodness gracious. I didn't realize it until I did the math. I've decided my son will follow Chen Fei from now on. My daughter too. Chen Fei, can you take my daughter too? And my daughter too. Chen Fei frowned. No way. No. I've already married Lu Yi. I don't want anyone else. You. I. Pfft, ha ha. Chen Fei, you're really funny. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Just kidding, but seriously, adults really can't be like that. The autumn harvest has started these past few days, we can't disrupt the bigger picture, right? Everyone laughed and joked around. Got it. We all get it. The ones you're dealing with are all kids, definitely under 18.
Then there's no problem.
Come by the day after tomorrow.
Chen Fei wanted to expand his operations and recruit more people, which was no problem.
Then it's settled. No backing out now. Many families didn't have the opportunity before, so now that they do, we can't let it slip away. A teenager earning 2 or 3 yuan a day is like picking money off the ground. Where else could you find such a good deal? After eating, it's not over yet. In the past, we would have hired a brass band to play. But that is not allowed now, so we have to skip that step. However, some steps cannot be omitted. For example, making the bed, pressing the bedding, and delivering the quilts to the bride's home, among other things. Chapter 127, The Lion's Demands.
Making the bed goes without saying. This is done by the wedding maid in collaboration with the master of ceremonies or the officiant to arrange the new bed. First, a new mattress is laid out, and at the 4 corners, red dates, peanuts, longan, and chestnuts are placed inside. Additionally, small coins, specifically copper coins, are placed to ward off evil spirits. If small coins are unavailable, coins can be used as a substitute. The bed pressing ritual is performed by the groom's brothers or friends, who sleep on the new bed that night. If no one presses the bed, the groom is not allowed to sleep on it that night, as it is considered unlucky. That night, the house is bustling with people. Miao Zhuangzhuang, Chen Erden, Tai Jian, and even Erdu all come over. The bed was filled with young men. They drank and ate sweets in the first half of the night, continuing the commotion until the latter half of the night before finally going to sleep. Of course, before that, there was another important matter, delivering the quilts to the bride's home. The groom led a group of friends to the bride's house, where they delivered the quilts and confirmed the schedule for the next day. For example, sending off the guests. This sending off guests isn't what we usually think of as sending off guests. It specifically refers to sending off the bride's honored guests. Those carrying the dowry are not included. The main ones are the bride's uncle, brother, or cousins, as well as her maternal uncle or maternal uncle's son. On the wedding day, the guests of honor are seated in the most prominent positions. Especially the uncles, who are undoubtedly the first in line. The nieces and nephews from the bride's family are expected to give large red envelopes, even though they are young, as they hold a high status. Tomorrow, the daughter is getting married, so the bride's family will naturally want to give a little trouble. Thus, the role of the red envelope becomes evident. A red envelope with just 50 cents inside, to shut them up.
He handed out dozens of them. Don't think 5 cents is too little, most people only give 1 or 2 cents. Chen Fei is the most generous.
It's just a gesture, giving too much would make you look like a sucker.
There's a big wave coming tomorrow. This is just the appetizer. There was a small issue in the middle. Lu Yeo hasn't he gotten married yet? Where would he have a nephew?
No choice but to find a child from a relative's family to stand in.
However, another problem arose.
In Xiling village, the major surnames are Shui, Song, Chen, Wang, and Li, with the rest being minor surnames.
For example, Lu Year's family is the only household in their clan.
There's only her family in the entire village, and there are no suitable relatives nearby.
After much deliberation, they could only look among Lu Year's maternal uncle's grandchildren. Lu Year has 2 siblings.
Her older brother didn't survive the famine and passed away at a young age, leaving only her younger brother. Unfortunately, the younger brother had 2 daughters, neither of whom were suitable for the role.
Therefore, they considered asking the grandson of Lu Year's maternal uncle to be the groom.
This was supposed to be a good thing. There would be food, gifts, and a large red envelope. However, Lu Year's maternal uncle's daughter-in-law, Shenlija, demanded an exorbitant sum of 100 yuan.
Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh.
With a smile on his face, he said something that wasn't funny at all.
"Auntie, you're daydreaming.
I, Chen Fei, have plenty of money, but that is not how I spend it. You should know that at the time, the standard tip for carrying the wedding palanquin was 1 yuan, and 2 yuan for the wealthier families.
Even if Chen Fei had money, giving 5 yuan, or at most 10 yuan, would have been enough, right? But to ask for $100 outright?
That's clearly treating Chen Fei like a sucker."
Shenlija spoke arrogantly. "Young man, that's not how you talk.
Besides my good-for-nothing son, no one else would carry the sedan chair for Lu Yi.
No one carrying the sedan chair is bad luck."
She was about to say, no one to carry the palanquin isn't auspicious, but Chen Fei suddenly shouted loudly.
"Shut up!" The shout was full of vigor and anger.
Getting married and choosing a good day, hanging couplets, and lighting lanterns are all done for good luck.
If she had said that, it would have been unlucky. Chen Fei was furious at the time.
$10 for pressing the wedding palanquin, do it or get out.
That's what I said.
Shenlija was so angry her face turned pale. She pointed at Chen Fei, trembling all over.
You, dare you insult me? You deserve it. It's just a dowry. Do you really think we can't get married without you?
Chen Fei snorted in disdain.
It's just a custom. There's nothing to it. Give a red envelope for good luck. But you can't use it as leverage. Isn't that right?
Chen Fei's words were harsh, but there were even harsher ones he didn't utter.
It's just a distant relative. We'll go our separate ways in the future. Do you really think you're the main course? Lu Yuer's maternal uncle, her cousin, and the entire family were all a bit embarrassed.
At the wedding, the bride's family is supposed to be the most important, but Chen Fei dared to confront them, the bride's own relatives.
He doesn't even respect his own in-laws. However, Chen Fei had a point, and they couldn't refute him.
After a while, Lu Year's cousin finally said awkwardly, "This is just a discussion, you can't just start cursing like that." Chen Fei also laughed, but it was a forced laugh.
"I was just speaking off the cuff."
Shenlija felt embarrassed and said to Lu Year's mother in a sarcastic tone, "Auntie, if you think our family is a burden, we can leave right now." Lu Year's mother hurriedly smiled and said, "Niece-in-law, Chen Fei is young and impulsive, he doesn't know how to speak.
Don't take it to heart. So are you going to give the carriage money or not?"
Shenlija said arrogantly. Lu Shu puffed on his clay pipe, his face wrinkled like old tree bark. Lu Zhenxing stroked his chin, glancing from one to the other, looking like he was enjoying the spectacle.
Lu Year's mother looked at Chen Fei with a troubled expression. "Chen Fei, why don't you? Aunt Lu, do you think I'm easy to talk to?"
Chen Fei smiled, but for some reason, Lu Year's mother felt a chill and forced a laugh. No, I was just asking."
"Mother, some people can't be spoiled." Lu Year couldn't take it anymore.
She stood up angrily and said, "Getting married is a joyous occasion. Relatives and friends can help if they can, but if they can't, that's fine. There's no need to beg them. I don't believe that without someone to carry the wedding palanquin, we can't live a good life."
Lu Year screamed in surprise, feigning anger. "You're such a child. How can you speak like that? You're so inconsiderate."
As she spoke, Lu Year glanced at Shenlija with a mocking expression.
"Making such excessive demands, will these relatives even want to be related to us anymore? It's only because they're family, otherwise, she'd have to argue with them." The current Lu Year's mother is not the same as before. Ever since Chen Fei presented the betrothal gifts, Lu Year's mother had been looking at Chen Fei with favor.
"Such a good son-in-law, we can't afford to drive him away."
Lu Year smiled arrogantly. "All right, I won't say anymore.
But let me tell you, Chen Fei has plenty of skills, but he's not someone you can push around.
No one can control him.
If you don't believe me, try it yourselves.
Alright. Lu Shu tapped his tobacco pipe.
I'll say this, the carriage fare will be $10, as Chen Fei said.
Contentment is the key to happiness, right?
Xin Lizha wanted to say a few more words, but was stopped by her father-in-law Esques.
Alright, let's do it your way.
$10 is no small amount, it's the highest in the entire village.
Asking for so much is just unreasonable. Chen Fei silently gave Lu Yi'er a thumbs up.
In times of need, it's still your own wife who comes through. But, I didn't see my wife all day, and now I can't even stay with her at night. This is torture.
After returning home, Chen Fei tossed and turned all night, finally drifting off to sleep as the rooster crowed at dawn.
However, he had no idea that he wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep that night. Several others were also tossing and turning all night long.
For example, Shui Luzhu. Chapter 128, The Sandwich Man. Shiling village wasn't very large, with only a few dozen households.
A sound at the eastern end of the village could be heard all the way to the western end. Hearing the commotion and loud voices coming from Chen Fei's house, Shui Luzhu and his wife were restless and couldn't sleep all night. Old fool, our two sons are both in trouble, yet Chen Fei wants to marry a wife.
How can you tolerate this?
Ding Mei suddenly sat up, nearly dropping the two large melons onto her shoulders, panting heavily.
What can we do?
The government arrested him.
What can I do?
Shui Luzhu turned his face away, not wanting to look at the two large melons hanging down to his navel.
Why don't we call Mingzi back?
Let him start a fire in the middle of the night and burn them to death.
Ding Mei said angrily.
Shut up.
Shui Luzhu immediately interrupted her. Two aren't enough. Let's send in another one. What are you thinking? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Ding Mei said sulkily, I'm just angry.
Alright, I'm sorry.
Shall I feed you? Shui Luzhu's lips twitched. It's the middle of the night. What are you going to eat?
Go to sleep. This old woman, he really isn't interested at all.
Are you looking down on me? Ding Mei started nagging.
You haven't touched me in nearly a month. You weren't like this before.
Shui Luzhu rolled his eyes. Nonsense, back then you were young and beautiful, with smooth skin.
Now you're just an old hag with skin as rough as tree bark.
Who would want to hug tree bark? But Ding Mei wouldn't let it go and even initiated physical contact.
Shui Luzhu had no choice but to go through the motions, ending the encounter in just a few minutes before pulling up his pants.
I'm going out to take a leak.
Ding Mei glared at his back like A and muttered softly.
You old pervert, don't think I don't know you went out to cheat again.
She pricked up her ears, and sure enough, soon after, suppressed sounds came from the west room, lasting for half an hour before finally subsiding. Ding Mei trembled with anger.
That old fool. There's plenty to eat at home, yet he has to go eat something else. And that little.
She's no good, that's for sure. Anger is anger, curses are curses, but when Shui Luzhu returned, Ding Mei dared not say a word, instead smiling and fawning over him.
Master, are you tired? Let me massage you?
Shui Luzhu gave her a disdainful glance and turned over to sleep.
Ugh, I don't feel like moving. I need to figure out how to deal with that Chen Fei brat. Ding Mei. I knew you'd react like this.
Then hurry up and think of something.
Our son is suffering in there. I know, no need to tell me.
Soon, Ding Mei heard Shui Luzhu snoring. That old fool doesn't care about his son at all.
Ding Mei thought angrily. If you won't do anything, I'll figure it out myself.
After mulling it over, Ding Mei actually came up with a cunning plan.
Got it.
I'll use this trick on Chen Fei tomorrow. Ding Mei's face was twisted with malice, and in the night, she looked like a disheveled female ghost with a hideous expression. You bastard, tomorrow I'll make you suffer so much you'll wish you were dead. Dawn arrived as scheduled, and the atmosphere at Chen Fei's house grew even more lively. The front door was adorned with lanterns and decorations, and red wedding couplets highlighted the festive atmosphere.
The cook started preparing the meal early in the morning.
Mealtime was also early, as Chen Fei had requested.
Many people ate while chatting. The two neighboring families don't need to rush so early, do they?
Hee, I bet Chen Fei wants to marry Lu Yi back home as soon as possible. That guy must be dying to get his hands on her. You don't know, Chen Fei has probably already sneaked a few bites.
How do you know?
Tell us.
I just guessed. Think about it, Lu Yuer is so beautiful. Could you resist? I couldn't resist.
But even if they marry her early, they can't consummate the marriage in broad daylight with so many people around.
They'll have to wait until nightfall. It's nice to watch.
The meal was quickly finished, and the dishes and chopsticks were washed by a group of family members, while the men prepared to go and welcome the bride. As one of the important figures of the day, the mat carrier, Chen Quan also changed into a clean set of clothes. The mat carrier is typically the bride's uncle, but since Chen Fei's family had no uncles, they chose his second uncle, Chen Quan. Chen Quan draped a large red blanket over his arm, and he would maintain this position throughout the day until he brought the bride home. This blanket has its own significance. First, the bride's feet must not touch the ground. Before getting into the palanquin, a red blanket must be laid out for the bride to step on. Additionally, according to the elders, the red blanket held by the mat carrier is used to ward off evil spirits and negative energies. When encountering wells, bends, or other dangerous areas along the way, the mat holders must use the red mat to block the path, preventing any collisions. Of course, these beliefs may or may not be true.
However, the role of the mat carriers is undeniably crucial.
They serve as the overall coordinator of the wedding procession and are its backbone and spiritual pillar. During the wedding procession, they coordinate all aspects of the event and bear the responsibility of safely escorting the bride back home. For example, when encountering something auspicious, they offer a cigarette and scatter some wedding candies. Additionally, another person assists by posting auspicious slogans along the way. In the past, the mat carriers would carry a bag on one shoulder for convenience. This bag, also called a money pouch, is made from sturdy old cloth, shaped like a rectangle with an open center and openings at both ends. Larger ones can be draped over the shoulder, while smaller ones can be hung from a waistband.
It was filled with cigarettes, candies, firecrackers, and other items.
Later, this practice gradually changed.
However, Chen Fei had everything prepared in advance today. The firecrackers, however, were kept separately and carried by Miao Zhuangzhuang, who doesn't smoke, making it safer.
The person responsible for setting off the firecrackers is Chun Erden, who loves to play around. Even before they started, he was already eager to get going. However, there are rules for setting off firecrackers. The person in charge must give the signal before they can be lit. At that moment, Chen Quan and another organizer, Song Hongjun, were asking Chen Fei, "Chen Fei, when should we leave?" Chen Fei said there was no rush, let us wait a bit longer.
Chen Quan was getting impatient. "Xiao Fei, which flower-decorated palanquin did you hire? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" "I didn't hire a flower-decorated palanquin. A horse-drawn cart will do." Back then, people were poor, and many used horse-drawn carts to marry off their daughters. They would prop up a few sticks and cover them with a red cloth to make a simple flower-decorated palanquin. It was just a makeshift arrangement. Back in the day, brides would even walk to their in-laws' home. Due to the policies at the time, weddings weren't allowed to be held properly. At most, after arriving, relatives and friends would eat some wedding candy, smoke a cigarette, and that was considered the wedding was over. It wasn't because the in-laws were stingy. Song Hongjun, smoking a cigarette, said, "In my opinion, since you're neighbors, you don't need a flower-decked palanquin. Just lay a red carpet from your house to hers, and the two of you can hold hands and walk back. That's a socialist wedding custom, pretty good." Chen Fei smiled. "Even without a wedding palanquin, I have something else." Both of them were taken aback. "What else? Don't keep us in suspense. The auspicious time is almost here. We should be leaving. What else?" Just as they were speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from outside. Chen Fei's ears twitched slightly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and a smile blossomed on his face. He stood up and said, "They're here. Let's go out to greet them." Chapter 129, Distinguished Guests Arrive. The entire village is in an uproar. Outside, two small cars pulled up one after the other in front of Chen Fei's house. This was as rare as a big performance. In this remote mountain village of Xiling Village, when had they ever seen such a thing? Of course, a crowd gathered in droves. The villagers gathered around the cars, chattering and speculating. What's going on? How did the cars get here? Whose relatives have come? No way. I've never heard of anyone in the village having a car. Besides, aren't these things only for officials to drive? I heard that the older brother of the village chief's family works as a leader in the city, and when he came back for the spring festival, he drove a small car. How impressive. It probably isn't. I heard that the two sons of the Shui family are both in trouble because of Chen Fei, so they wouldn't come here. That makes sense. Could it be Chen Fei's relatives? No way, Chen Fei's relatives are all here. That's not it either. Then who is it? You're asking me? I don't know. Just watch and see. Amid the chatter, the front door of the car opened, and a man in his 20s or 30s got out. His attire clearly marked him as someone from the city. He was dressed in a neatly tailored Zhongshan suit, his appearance meticulously groomed, with a dignified demeanor and a hint of authoritative presence. It was Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang got out of the car and immediately opened the back door. Yun Jin and Suing stepped out one after the other. The two women wore dresses adorned with small red flowers, though the patterns were slightly different, they both exuded elegance and a festive vibe. What was striking was that both women were exceptionally beautiful, captivating everyone's attention the moment they stepped out. Despite being in their 30s, Suing and Yun Jin looked as though they were in their 20s. In the countryside, women in their 30s already looked old, like old women. If they stood together, they would look like they were from two different generations. The moment these two women appeared, they captured everyone's attention, so much so that the security guard getting out of the passenger seat and Zhang Jigua getting out from the other side didn't even notice them. Another car pulled up behind them, and several people got out. One was Qiao Guozhu, and the other was naturally his wife, Shen Yuhuan. There was also a very beautiful young woman. As soon as these people appeared, they were dazzling, drawing everyone's attention involuntarily. Especially the last young woman, who almost drew all the young men's attention. Unfortunately, the young woman paid no attention to anyone, looking as arrogant as a cloud in the sky, leaving others to admire her from afar. At that moment, Yunjin and Suing walked to the front, smiling, and asked, "Is this Chen Fei's house?" "Yes, this is Chen Fei's house. He's coming out." Just as they were speaking, Chen Fei, Chen Quan, and Song Hongjun, along with others, came out to greet them, waving from a distance. Song Hongjun was the main organizer today, responsible for receiving guests and arranging the wedding. Additionally, as the village party secretary, he was the first to speak. "Oh, honored guests have arrived. Welcome, welcome." Suing smiled slightly and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am the village party secretary and also in charge of today's arrangements," Song Hongjun said with a smile. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Chen Fei's sister. I'm here with my brother-in-law to attend his wedding." Suing spoke in a flat tone, causing a stir among the crowd. Chen Fei's sister? When did he get another sister? He seems pretty impressive, like a big shot. Song Hongjun recognized Yun Jin and hurriedly greeted her. "Mr. Yun, are you also here to attend Chen Fei's wedding?" Yun Jin smiled and said, "I'm his sister, of course I'm here for my brother's wedding." Whoa! A collective gasp echoed around them. 2 sisters, plus the family members, that makes 6 in total. How daring of them! I wonder where these 2 sisters fit into the family tree. At that moment, Chen Feng and her sisters also came out of the house. Chen Fei smiled and introduced everyone. "This is Sister Suing, the director of the state-owned restaurant, and this is her husband, Zhang Jigua. This is Yun Jin, the head of the pharmacy at the county hospital, and this is her husband, Zhou Zhang." The villagers' expressions changed. Director of the state-owned restaurant? That's a big shot. The women are all directors, so the men must be important too. I wonder what they do. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they must be important people, otherwise they wouldn't be matched with them. That sister isn't bad either, she's the director of the county hospital. No need to say, the man must be a leader too. Look at that grandeur. No wonder they're driving cars, they're all big shots. The ones behind them must be just as important. Wow, that's impressive, my friend. Chen Fei didn't pay much attention to these comments, but the next guest made him furrow his brows slightly. "How did you end up here?" Shu Caixia bit her lip, her voice hoarse. "Can't I come?" As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. "I just came to see what the bride is like, to make sure you're not so obsessed with her." Shu Caixia was unwilling to give up. Though she knew the chances were slim, she came anyway without hesitation. She moved Xiao Guozhu and his wife with her genuine feelings and tears, and she also hoped to move Chen Fei. This was her final effort. Chen Fei sighed. "You'll see him soon." He had already refused her multiple times. On such a joyous occasion, it wasn't appropriate to say hurtful words. He could only walk around her and continue looking ahead. "Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're here too?" Zhou Yongjun, Zhou Zhang's father and the gatekeeper, pretended to roll his eyes. "What's the matter? Don't you welcome me?" "Welcome, welcome. I just didn't expect you to come today." Chen Fei was both surprised and delighted and hurried to introduce them. "Sister, this is Mr. Zhou's father, an old hero." Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, welcomed him on behalf of the entire family. "Old hero, welcome to our home." Zhou Yongjun smiled and said, "We're all family, no need to be so formal." Chen Fei continued the introductions. "This is Mr. Qiao, the factory director of the distillery." "Mr. Qiao, this must be your sister-in-law?" Xiao Guozhu burst into laughter. "You have good eyes. This is your sister-in-law. My daughter was supposed to come too, but I didn't let her." Shen Yuan smiled sweetly and said, "Chen Fei, you have a good sister." Chen Fei smiled and replied, "All 4 of my sisters are very kind to me. Suing and Yun Jin are also very good to me." Shen Yuan laughed happily. "You're truly a blessed person." Chen Fei felt a bit proud. That's absolutely true. Having more sisters is just so comfortable. Chen Feng nudged him. "Xiao Fei, how can you let the honored guest stand at the door? Hurry up and invite them inside." Chen Fei slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I'm so happy I forgot myself. Brothers and sisters, please come inside." Zhou Zhang smiled and said, "We dare not be honored guests. Today, old Xiao and I came here just to be drivers, specifically to help Chen Fei's brother pick up his bride." Xiao Guozhu also laughed and said, "That's right, we're just the drivers. You go ahead and make arrangements." Boom! The atmosphere exploded. Such important figures are driving for Chen Fei? Did I hear that correctly? Does this mean they're using a car as a wedding palanquin? Lu Yuer is so lucky. Our village has never seen a car before. This is the first time a young lady has ever ridden in a car. The men marveled in awe, while the women shed tears of envy, wishing they could take Lu Yuer's place. Chapter 130, The Red Flag Sedan. I came here in a horse-drawn carriage. I rode in an ox cart. I rode in a donkey cart.
You're all better off than me. I'm just the head of the household, so I had to be brought here in a cart.
Don't mention it. At least you had a cart. I just walked here. I'm so jealous of Lu Yi. Not even ordinary villagers were impressed. Even party secretary Song Hongjun was shocked.
When he married his daughter, he only used a horse-drawn cart. He never even dared to think about a car. But when he thought about the two sisters Chen Fei had taken in, it seemed only natural. You can only say that Chen Fei is capable. You can't help but admire him.
As today as host, Song Hongjun hurried inside to invite them in.
Chen Fei and his sisters also eagerly ushered them inside, while Su Ying and Yun Jin walked alongside, marveling at the scene. Brother, the house is nicely built.
It's filled up front and back, and there's even an annex. Will there be enough room for everyone?
Chen Sifeng couldn't contain her pride and proudly lifted her chin to interject. Of course it won't be enough for everyone, but there's a kitchen, a pantry, and my brother even built a bathroom. How convenient.
Really?
Su Ying looked at Chen Fei in surprise, her eyes sparkling with admiration.
Brother, you're really forward-thinking. You even built a bathroom at home.
Chen Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, it's mainly because sometimes I come back late, and I feel so dirty and uncomfortable that I can't sleep without taking a shower. Yun Jin smiled sweetly and said, Brother, if you have any spare rooms, save one for me.
I'll come visit when I have time. Chen Fei smiled and replied, Sure, you're always welcome. Su Ying smiled brightly and said, And me too. I want a room too. Chen Fei hurriedly nodded, There's enough for everyone.
Upon entering the main hall, Chen Fei brought out the beer and soda he had prepared earlier to entertain the guests.
Song Hongjun and Chen Quan also joined in, enjoying the drinks.
Song Hongjun was fine. After all, he was the party secretary and had to maintain his dignity.
Chen Quan felt a bit awkward.
While drinking, he thought to himself, should I drink less and save some for my grandson? But the soda was just too delicious.
He couldn't stop. He hadn't even had a few sips before it was gone.
Chen Quan turned the bottle upside down, squeezed out a few drops, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and secretly licked them with his tongue.
Such an expensive thing, over a dime a bottle, why is there so little? It's not enough to drink.
Chen Fei, seeing this, teased him, Uncle, drink less. Don't end up looking for a restroom halfway there.
Chen Quan laughed awkwardly, No, I didn't drink much, just one bottle. I was just teasing you. Chen Fei laughed, When we get back from the wedding, you can drink whatever you want, beer, soda, whatever.
But your stomach's only so big. Don't blame me if you drink too much and can't eat the meat.
Chen Quan blinked and asked, So should I drink or not? Uncle Chen was too honest, so Chen Fei couldn't tease him anymore.
He said seriously, It's okay, just run to the restroom a few more times. Everyone burst into laughter, especially the women, who laughed so hard they couldn't stop.
They were really trembling.
Chen Sifeng laughed so hard she sounded like a goose, completely unrestrained.
Chen Quan was teased, but didn't get angry. He just laughed along.
The more they laughed, the more someone grew somber. It was Zhu Caixia. Though she tried to smile, it only resulted in a faint tug at the corners of her mouth, more like a sob. The person she loved was getting married, and the bride wasn't her. She simply couldn't force a smile. Everyone knew the truth, but no one knew how to comfort her, so they pretended not to notice. After a while of joking around, Zhou Zhang glanced at his watch.
When should we leave to pick up the bride? Let us make arrangements. Chen Quan felt a bit nervous and spoke hesitantly. Well, Chen Fei and Lu Yi's families are neighbors. Do we really need to drive? Chen Fei joked. We have to drive.
I specially invited a few older brothers and sisters to help out.
How could we not drive? How are we going to drive?
Chen Quan, who was usually quiet, felt like a duck out of water, his whole body tense, and his mind a blank, completely at a loss. But his status dictated that he was the one in charge today, and everyone had to follow his lead. At this moment, Song Hongjuan's importance as an assistant became evident. In my opinion, we should start from here, stop at Lu Yi's house, pick up the bride, and keep going straight ahead. Then we'll take another street and come back around.
What do you think? Good, that's a good plan.
Chen Sifeng spoke quickly, and the entire village would be circled. What a grand spectacle. Chen Feng also praised the idea, and I agree.
A wedding should be done in style. What do you think, Chen Fei?
Chen Fei laughed, that was exactly my plan.
Then it's settled. Call Miao Zhuangzhuang and Chen Erden to prepare the firecrackers. Let's go and fetch the bride.
Chen Quan felt he had to make his presence known. After Song Hongjun spoke, he immediately added, Let's go and fetch the bride.
Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked out. As they walked, Xiao Guozhu approached Chen Fei.
Brother, look at our two cars.
Which one should the bride ride in?
Zhou Zhang heard this and also looked over.
Chen Fei paused for a moment. They're both about the same, aren't they?
Xiao Guozhu said, Mine is a Shanghai-made car, the old Phoenix model, but it's brand new, just delivered this year. Old Zhou's is a Hongqi, and it's been around for a few years.
Chen Fei understood immediately.
Xiao Guozhu's car was new, while Zhou Zhang's was older, but the brand was top-notch.
Most people aren't qualified to get such a car.
Speaking of the Shanghai brand, Chen Fei wasn't particularly fond of it. If it were still the Phoenix brand, that would be more acceptable. So he waved his hand decisively. Use the red flag for the bride, and I'll take the Shanghai. Xiao Guozhu was taken aback. Brother, did you get it wrong? This is the new car. Chen Fei smiled and replied, I didn't get it wrong. I just want Lu Yi to ride in the best car. Ordinary people aren't qualified. Alright, Xiao Guozhu had nothing to say. It must be said that the Hongqi holds a sacred place in many people's hearts. Riding in one can make you proud for a lifetime. Chen Fei must feel the same way. At that moment, Zhou Zhang patted Xiao Guozhu on the shoulder and chuckled, Old Xiao, you tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. Xiao Guozhu had originally intended to pull the bride, but ended up helping himself instead. So, it's yours, and you can't escape it. Xiao Guozhu pretended not to understand. What are you talking about? I was just introducing the car. How does that mean, stealing a chicken and losing the rice? Old Zhou, explain yourself clearly. I won't say anything. Let's go get the bride. Zhou Zhang laughed as he climbed into the red car, ready to start the engine. Zhao Huiyan hurriedly called him back. Zhou factory, don't rush. Hang the red silk ribbon. Alright, you hang it. Song Hongjun called for someone to bring the red silk ribbons. As the bridesmaids for today, Zhao Huiyan and Wei Wenxia took the initiative, quickly tying the red silk ribbons to both cars. They then carried out a new quilt and placed it on the car, which would be the bride's seat. Before placing it, the bridesmaids took a new pair of chopsticks and symbolically swept the car twice. At that moment, Chen Erden lit the firecrackers. Boom! Da! 2 firecrackers flew into the sky. Zhao Huiyan and Wei Wenxia were still discussing. What should we do? Should you go or should I go? Chapter 131, What to do when you can't cry at your wedding. 2 bridesmaids, one goes to greet the groom, the other stays at home. Originally, it didn't matter who went, since there were red envelopes to be had either way. But there's a car to ride in. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it today, we don't know when the next chance will come. Seeing Zhao Huiyan eager to go, Wei Wenxia smiled slightly and said, You go ahead, I'll rest for a while. Alright. I'll go then. Zhao Huiyan took a few steps before turning back to smile at Wei Wenxia. Thanks, Auntie Genoa. She knew Wei Wenxia was letting her go first. Wei Wenxia waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. The wedding planner got into the car, and the small car started slowly, almost in first gear. Too close. She dared not step on the gas at all. One push of the gas pedal would have taken her past Lu Yier's house. We agreed not to look back, and the speed must be controlled. As today's wedding planner, Zhao Huiyan had the honor of riding in the car, dressed in a bright red silk gown, looking completely transformed. She couldn't help but daydream about how wonderful it would be if this were her own wedding. The other young women and brides-to-be were all envious, their eyes glowing with jealousy, wishing they could take her place. Of course, they all wanted to replace Lu Yier. Unfortunately, they had no chance. They were so close that Lu Yier's relatives and friends had already seen her. The news spread back home, shocking the entire family. What? Chen Fei's family is using a car to pick up the bride? Or 2 cars? This. Lu Yier is so lucky. I've always known Lu Yier was a lucky person. Relatives and friends were all excited. Lu Yier's mother's mouth was almost split to her ears, and her smile never faded. Nothing special, huh? One of today's important guests, Lun Yodan, was jumping up and down, holding his mother Shenlijia's hand. Mom, am I going to ride in a car soon? Shenlijia looked proud. Of course. Today, besides the bride, you're the most deserving to ride in the car. Oh, I'm going to ride in a car. Lun Yodan was only 5 years old, in the carefree and innocent stage of childhood. He was jumping with joy. Shenlijia gave him a sly look, hugged him close, and whispered, Yodan, you're the one holding the door of the sedan chair today. When we arrive at the groom's house, if they don't give enough money to lift the sedan chair, you won't get down. Do you understand? The role of the doorkeeper is second only to the uncle and cousins in importance today, and because he's young, he can be a little spoiled. If the doorkeeper refuses to get off the palanquin, the bride cannot get off either. That's the rule. Shenlijia felt confident. Lu Coward looked around nervously. Where's the wedding palanquin? I can't see it. Shenlijia lowered his voice and whispered, Let me give you an example. A car is like a modern flower-decorated sedan chair. Do you understand? Lun Yodan seemed to understand but nodded anyway. Alright, if the money is too little, they won't get off the palanquin. Shenlijia curled the corners of her mouth into a cold smile. When the time comes, the people holding the sedan chair won't get off. Let's see what you'll do then. Even if the car drives slowly, the distance of 10 meters will be covered in no time. Chen Quan, Song Hongjun, and the 3 of them, including Zhao Huiyan, led the way into Lu Yier's house. Lu Yier had already dressed up and was waiting inside. Upon hearing people arrive, she tried to go out but was held back by her relatives and friends. Lu Yier, you can't do this.
Today you're the bride, you must act proper and show that you're unwilling. Lu Yuer's face was filled with joy. But I want to marry Chen Fei sooner. Cough, cough. We know you want to marry him, but you must keep it to yourself. The relatives gently coaxed her. Think about it. You'll be leaving your mother soon, isn't that sad? This is a three-tone syllable, it's supposed to be sad. You have to cry. You have to cry. Lu Yi tried to cry for a while but couldn't bring herself to do it. I can't cry. Lu Yier's mother, why can't you cry? Don't you miss your mother? Lu Yi blinked her innocent big eyes. She wanted to cry, but there was only a wall between them, and her mother could come back at any moment. What was there to cry about? Lu Yier's mother felt very heartbroken. What if we were farther apart? Isn't this close enough? Lu Yier retorted, leaving her mother at a loss for words. It took her a moment to regain her composure as a mother. This is the custom, a wedding cry, a wedding cry. You must cry, do you understand? Lu Yier could only nod. Alright, I'll try. But don't delay my wedding procession. I haven't had meat in 2 days. Lu Yier's mother was speechless. It's only 1 day. How did it become 2 days? Lu Yier argued back. Yesterday was 1 day, today is 1 day, that's 2 days, isn't it? Yesterday, Lu Yier's family made tofu noodles, which had no meat. Today there's meat, but it won't be served until lunchtime, by which time Lu Yier will already be married off, so she won't be able to eat it either. Goodness me. Lu Yier's mother was almost laughed to tears by her daughter. How much does this girl want to get married? Can't stand staying at home anymore, huh? Alright then, see if you can cry. If you can't, cover your face with a handkerchief so no one laughs at you. Lu Yier's mother had no choice but to lean close to her ear and whisper a few words. Lu Yier's eyes lit up. Mom, that's a great idea. I'll remember it. Lu Yier's mother. Don't ever think about me again. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. She's my own daughter. At that moment, Chen Fei and the others arrived in the courtyard, stood in the center, and shouted, Lu Yier, I've come to marry you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yier immediately forgot the words her mother had just reminded her of. She sprang to her feet and tried to rush out, but was forcibly held back by her relatives and friends. Lu Yier, don't rush. This isn't proper. There are so many rules. Lu Yuer sat down reluctantly, but her heart was already outside. At that moment, Chen Quan and Song Hongjun, the two matchmakers, entered the main hall, greeted by Lu Yi's father and the local officials. Cigarettes, tea, and sunflower seeds were passed around as they chatted, but no one mentioned the matter of getting into the wedding palanquin. In plain terms, they had to maintain appearances. The bride's family couldn't take the initiative, it had to be the groom's family who brought it up first. Song Hongjun knew exactly what was going on and smiled as he spoke. Uncle, in my opinion, should we let the dowry go first? Of course, they couldn't just mention it and expect the other side to agree to get into the palanquin. It had to be done step by step. Usually, the dowry is sent off first, and then the discussions continue. Lu Shu took a drag on his cigarette, rarely showing a smile. Alright, the secretary has spoken, we have to give face. Song Hongjun smiled and continued the conversation, while others carried the dowry out. Carrying the dowry isn't something anyone can do, it's assigned to specific people, usually Lu Yuer's peers or younger relatives. However, Lu Yier's family was a small household with few relatives, so they had to invite many neighbors to help. Shiling village wasn't very large to begin with, and a large portion of the villagers had gone to help at Chen Fei's house, leaving few available for Lu Yier's family. Fortunately, the neighbors weren't too strict about generations, so they used people of similar ages. According to tradition, there were those who carried the dowry on one side and those who received it on the other. Every piece of dowry was tied with red ribbon. Smaller items were tied with the bride's red hair ribbons. Larger items that needed to be carried required proper red ribbons. But the problem was that the two families lived too close together. They hadn't even started walking yet and they had already arrived. Should we switch people right after setting off? That seems a bit funny. So Song Hongjun took advantage of the break while packing the dowry to hint at Chen Fei's intentions. Upon hearing that they would have to take a detour, Lu Shu not only didn't get angry but actually looked even happier. No problem, take any detour you like. Just don't delay the auspicious time. Lu Shu smiled so broadly that the wrinkles on his old face seemed to glow. The larger the wedding procession, the more Chen Fei values his bride to be, and as the father, he naturally feels proud. According to tradition, the groom's family must ask 3 times before the bride can get into the wedding palanquin. This is when the role of the matchmaker becomes crucial. Chapter 132, Lu Yier, I've come to marry you. The matchmaker's primary responsibilities include accompanying and attending to the bride during the wedding, such as lifting the sedan chair curtain and assisting the bride. If there's no sedan curtain, just open the car door. It's all the same. Before the bride departs, the matchmaker must perform the opening of the face ritual. The face revealing ceremony involves using silk thread to gently remove the fine downy hair from the bride's face using a special technique. This symbolizes the bride presenting herself with a fresh, new appearance to her in-laws and beginning a new chapter in her life.
However, this tradition has gradually faded, and now it simply involves rolling a piece of cloth over the bride's face a few times while reciting blessings. It's impossible to just take the bride away like that. You must offer red envelopes first, and only then will the troublemakers make way. Chen Fei was well prepared for this. He pulled out a stack of red envelopes and shouted loudly. There were plenty of red envelopes. He would say a blessing and immediately toss one out. So, a shower of red envelopes accompanied by blessings filled Lu Yir's home. Lu Yir couldn't help but peek out, her lively eyes darting left and right, murmuring softly. The red envelopes have all been distributed. Should they make way now? Lu Yir's mother held her forehead. My dear daughter. How desperate are you to get married? Lu Yir saw her mother covering her forehead and suddenly remembered the instructions she had given earlier, thinking she was supposed to pretend to cry. She quickly took out a flowered handkerchief and covered her face. But after pretending for a while, she couldn't cry, so she secretly licked her lips and wiped the saliva on her eyelids. Zhao Huiyan watched this with a smile, thinking to herself, the bride, shall we go out? Yes, let's go. Lu Yir was already eager to go, standing up and walking out without needing any help. However, the two bridesmaids followed closely on either side, escorting Lu Yir out. Once outside, Lu Yir saw Chen Fei standing out like a crane among chickens, and her eyes seemed to brighten. Chen Fei also noticed Lu Yir, and their eyes met in mid-air, causing them to smile knowingly. At that moment, Lu Yir was dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown, tailored to perfection, highlighting her graceful figure. Her already fair complexion was enhanced by a light application of snow-white powder, making her even more radiant and charming. Her two long braids had been neatly pinned up, losing some of their youthful innocence and gaining a touch of mature elegance, yet she was even more beautiful. Chen Fei wasn't any less impressive. His clothes were neatly pressed, his shoes polished to a shine, and his tall, sturdy frame gave him an air of sophistication, completely unlike someone from the mountains. Especially his eyes, bright and full of life, were impossible to resist. At that moment, Chen Fei reached out his hand to Lu Yir, his voice gentle. Lu Yir, I'm here to marry you. Lu Yir nodded and quickened her pace. The two held hands and walked out together, surrounded by the crowd. Once outside, guided by the wedding maid, Lu Yir got into the wedding car, while Chen Fei got into another vehicle. After Lu Yir settled in, the door of the wedding car closed, and the car began to move. Just then, Lu Yir's mother suddenly called out. Lu Yir. Lu Yir turned around and saw her mother's eyes filled with tears. She suddenly realized that she was about to leave this home and the parents who had raised her. Though only a wall separated them, they had become two separate families. Unable to control herself, she choked out a sob and called out mother, tears streaming down her face. The mother and daughter, one inside the cart and one outside, stood there in silence, tears streaming down their faces. Lu Yir's father, Lu Shu, said nothing. He pulled out his tobacco pipe, squatted on the ground, and tried to light it several times but couldn't get it to ignite. He muttered, the sand is in my eyes. Whether the sand had gotten into his eyes or not, the tobacco wouldn't light, and the tobacco leaves were soaked with water. The wedding car wasn't moving very fast, but it gradually grew farther and farther away until it finally disappeared from sight. Many people chased after the wedding car to watch, but Lu Yir's family didn't move, still standing at the door waiting. Because they knew that their daughter would one day return. As the wedding car drove around the village, it naturally passed by Shui Liuzhu's house. Ding Mei heard the commotion inside and cursed with a malicious expression. The entire car's tail was pointing straight up to the sky? Just wait and see, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Shui Liuzhu smoked a cigarette, his face dark and gloomy. What do you want to do? Mind your own business. I won't let him off easily. Ding Mei transformed into Lady Rome, causing Shui Liuzhu to choke on his words. What does this old hag want? As the wedding car drove past, Ding Mei stepped out of the house. Soon after, Ding Mei appeared at Shui Zhenchao's house. Zhenchao, Chen Fei is getting married. Aren't you going to check it out? Ding Mei asked with a smirk. Shui Zhenchao looked solemn and upright. Auntie, our Shui family are people of principle. Even if Chen Fei is as capable as he claims, we won't kowtow to him. In Xiling village, the Shui family is a prominent clan. Shui Liuzhu can become the village chief, and he can't do without the support of his clan members. No, you must go today. Ding Mei's unwavering tone left Shui Zhenchao speechless for a moment. He stammered, Auntie, what do you mean? I didn't hear you clearly. Ding Mei coldly replied, today is Chen Fei's wedding, right? According to our rural customs, peers or juniors can play pranks on the newlyweds. You know what I mean, right? Shui Zhenchao looked pensive. Auntie, are you suggesting we use the excuse of disturbing the bridal chamber? Exactly. That's it. Ding Mei's eyes gleamed with a menacing light, and her words sounded like those of a demon, sending a chill down one's spine. Go find a few more people. When the time comes, make as much noise as you want. Chen Fei isn't fond of Lu Yir, is he? You should kiss her. Hug her. Hold her. Even strip her clothes off if you must. Is it really that brutal? Shui Zhenchao swallowed hard, his heart racing to 120 beats per minute.
However, thinking about Lu Yier's face, which could produce tears with just a pinch, he felt it was entirely feasible. Wedding pranks are an old custom, and they're not illegal. Who can do anything to me?
But when he thought of Chen Fei, he felt a strange sense of unease.
Auntie, Chen Fei is no pushover. If he gets out of hand, I won't be able to handle him. Ding Mei looked confident. No matter how troublesome he is, on such a joyous occasion as a wedding, would he really dare to start a fight? Even if he dares to fight, the relatives and friends will stop him. Besides, didn't I tell you to bring a few more people? With 7 or 8 young men, what are we afraid of one guy?
But Shui Zhenxiao felt something was off, but Ding Mei's one sentence left him speechless.
There's no but about it. Wedding pranks are an old tradition. Who hasn't been pranked at their wedding?
You're just being a bit more aggressive, it's not illegal.
Ding Mei spoke convincingly.
Besides, Lu Yi is so beautiful, I don't believe you haven't had any thoughts about her.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it's gone for good. Don't you really want it? How could I not want to? Lu Yier is the village beauty. Every young man in West Ridge Village, and even in the surrounding villages, doesn't she catch their eye?
Ding Mei is right. After today, even touching Lu Yier once would be considered harassment.
Seize the moment, it won't come again.
The opportunity is right before your eyes. Shui Zhenxiao clenched his fist, as if to encourage himself.
Alright, I'll do it.
But, Auntie, if anything goes wrong, you've got to cover for us.
The deal is tempting, but the risks are high, so Shui Zhenxiao was seeking some reassurance from Ding Mei.
Ding Mei broke into a smile.
Don't worry, it's just a wedding prank. No one will care.
Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. It's a tradition passed down for thousands of years.
How could he change it? Shui Zhenxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, wedding pranks have been around for ages, passed down from generation to generation. Does Chen Fei have 3 heads and 6 arms that he can't even have a wedding prank? Chapter 133, Cunning and Greedy.
But he had underestimated the old woman before him. Ding Mei's hatred for Chen Fei was like a raging river, endless and unstoppable. Her face was filled with malice, and she smiled wickedly as she gave instructions to Shui Zhenxiao.
Since it's a wedding night prank, just messing with Lu Yier isn't enough.
It's best to take care of Chen Fei as well.
You must act convincingly. When he's off guard, attack him directly. Just attack him? Is that really possible? Shui Zhenxiao felt it was a bit risky. Chen Fei isn't made of clay, he'll fight back. So you have to act more convincingly. Ding Mei looked like a seasoned schemer.
You just go stir up trouble at the wedding, keep smiling on your faces, don't wave knives or guns around. Just use willow branches or chicken feather dusters, hit him hard, make him feel pain, and he won't be able to say anything. When teasing the bride, it's the same: hug her tightly, kiss her, and touch her, it's all normal. Ding Mei was like an old witch casting a spell on Shui Zhenxiao, making his blood boil.
Shui Zhenxiao swallowed hard. Auntie, should I go call some people? Go ahead, bring more people.
Ding Mei's face was smiling, but her words were as cold as a winter wind. Remember, as long as you don't take the final step, no one can touch you. Even if Chen Fei has all the power in the world, he'll have to swallow his anger. After speaking, Ding Mei left with a satisfied smile. She seemed to already see Chen Fei beaten to a pulp, with Lu Yier's clothes torn open, and the Chen family members in the courtyard listening, their faces as grim as if they had swallowed a fly.
Put.
As she walked, Ding Mei couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Chen Fei.
You ruined my 2 sons, don't think you'll get off easy. I'll make sure your reputation is ruined.
You can't do anything to me. Achoo.
The wedding car circled the village once and finally returned to its original spot. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Chen Fei suddenly sneezed, unable to help but furrow his brows slightly.
Who's talking bad about me? Xiao Guozhu, who got out of the car afterward, patted him on the shoulder and teased,
Young man, you must have caught a cold.
Will it affect your wedding night? Nonsense. With my constitution, I won't even get out of bed all night.
Men value their pride, and Chen Fei was no exception. Whether it works or not, it has to work. Of course, after Chen Fei was reborn, his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he was top-notch in every aspect.
In this regard, Lu Yier had the most to say. But she doesn't say anything.
Soon, the bride's car arrived and parked in the direction Chen Fei had specified. The wedding palanquin and the wedding car weren't parked randomly. The auspicious direction for the wedding deity and the couple's good fortune had to be considered. Chen Fei had a basic understanding of these customs, and others didn't feel the need to point them out. The other guests who were sending off the bride and groom also arrived.
Since there were only 2 cars, they couldn't accommodate everyone.
Using a horse-drawn carriage wouldn't match the cars, so they decided to walk instead. Anyway, the village is small, and walking around it isn't that far. Upon arriving at the entrance, there were hosts holding cigarettes to invite guests inside. Once inside, tea, water, and snacks were provided, and someone had to accompany the guests in conversation. Those who escorted the bride and groom were called escorts, while those who accompanied the guests were called hosts. Not only do they have to chat, but they also have to accompany the guests in drinking, pouring tea, and passing cigarettes. On this day, the bride's family holds the highest authority. Everything is decided by the bride's family, even drinking games must follow the bride's family's customs. Soon, someone came out with a tray, which held large red envelopes for the gatekeepers. Once the gatekeepers received the red envelopes and agreed to let the bride down, she could finally step out of the sedan chair. Otherwise, she would have to wait. Lun Yo Dan remembered what her mother Shenlija had taught her. She opened the red envelope first and saw a large banknote inside. Last night, they had also mentioned 10 yuan. That was quite a lot, really. However, back then, children generally started school later. Especially in the countryside, children typically started kindergarten at 6 years old and elementary school at 7. If they weren't old enough, the school wouldn't accept them. Some children were born in the second half of the year, so by the time school started in the summer, they weren't old enough and had to wait until the next year, making them 7.5 years old. Lunaden hadn't even started kindergarten yet, and he couldn't count. Let alone the Great Unity program. Occasionally, they might have a little pocket money, but it's just a dime or two, at most 5 cents. 10 yuan is simply out of the question for a child to touch. But Lu Naodin is a bit clever. He thought to himself, it's just one bill, that's definitely not enough. So he put the red envelope back. The dog who was holding the red envelope was completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't we agree? Zhao Huiyan watched from the side and gave her husband a meaningful glance. Take it back first and ask our father. Godan had no choice but to go back. Dad, the child thinks the 10 yuan red envelope is too little. Chen Quan wasn't very good with words, and after a few sentences, he had nothing else to say, so he slipped away, leaving Song Hongjun to continue entertaining them. Upon hearing that the red envelope had been returned, he was also taken aback. What should we do? We agreed last night. How can they go back on their word? Just then, Chen Feng overheard and, wanting to avoid a scene, told Doggy, add another one. It's a happy day today, we shouldn't cause a fuss. So Doggy went to the accounts office and got another 10 yuan to put in the red envelope. However, to his surprise, Lun Yao took a look, added one more, and then returned it. Lun Yao's mother, Shenlija, was watching from a distance and secretly gave Lun Yao a thumbs up. Son, well done. That's the way to do it. Doggy was so angry. He almost burst out cursing. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him softly. Godan froze. Who's calling me? Looking closely, he saw Lu Yi sitting upright, her eyes glancing at him, and her two slender fingers crossed, making a gesture. Doggy had no idea what she meant, so he carried the tray back home. He told Chen Quan about it, but Chen Quan was also confused. He then asked Chen Feng what to do. Chen Feng was also getting annoyed. This family is too greedy. 20 yuan isn't enough. Tai Dan was furious. Exactly. I only earn 10 yuan a month. And he is just a kid and still thinks it's not enough. What a jerk. Just then, Godan suddenly remembered something. Big sister, Lu Yi just gave me a look and made a hand gesture. I don't know what it means. Chen Feng frowned. What gesture? It was like this. Godan mimicked the gesture. Is that a 10 or a plus sign? Lu Yi and Chen Fei are on the same page, they wouldn't add more money at the last minute. After all, he's not their own nephew, there's no need to let an outsider earn their money. Chen Feng tucked a strand of messy hair behind her ear, deep in thought. So, Lu Yi means 10. Right. 10. Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Godan, go to the accounts office and exchange 10 yuan notes. The children can't count, so after you deliver them, act quickly and bring the children down immediately. Chen Quan finally smiled, realizing what had been said. Right, by the time he figured it out, it was already too late. He couldn't go back to the car now. Godan's eyes lit up. No wonder she's Lu Yi. That's a clever move. You don't want one large note, and two are too few? Then I'll give you 10 yuan notes, you won't be able to count them all. He never went to the red education class, 10 is all he can count. Sure enough, when Lun Yo opened the red envelope again, he saw 10 bills and was momentarily confused. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It feels like a lot. Chapter 134, A Twist and Turn, An Unexpected Guest. But how do you count this? I've never learned this before. This is too hard. Looking up, he just happened to see Dog Egg's mischievous smile. Good boy, there is plenty this time. Come with me? Lun Yo Dan lifted his face, wanting to see his mother's expression, but was blocked by Godan. Come down here, you little darling. He reached out and scooped Lun Yo Dan, along with the red envelope, into his arms. Lun Yo Dan was still dazed, suddenly feeling like he was flying through the clouds. Instinctively, he clung tightly to the red envelope. Then, there was nothing else. Godan took 3 steps in 2, darted back home, and handed him over to Lu Zhensheng. Shenlija stood at the door of Lu Yuer's house, trembling with anger. Stop! Don't move! How dare you deceive a child? Lu Yuer's parents didn't want to watch the commotion at the door, but there were many relatives and friends present, and the villagers couldn't tell who was helping which family.
Some families had split up to help two households, so they naturally stood together while watching the commotion. Some were unhappy. What do you mean, deceive? We agreed on $10 last night, did you shortchange us? People shouldn't be so greedy. Just keep the 10 yuan properly, why make such a fuss? If you hadn't been so greedy, the second time would have been $20. Who can you blame?
People from the same village will naturally favor their own, especially since many rely on Chen Fei for income, so they naturally speak up for him. Everyone chimed in, leaving Xinlizha with no way out.
She could only grumble under her breath and return to Lu Yi's house.
The red envelope incident came to an end. Next, Zhao Huiyan and Wei Wenxia together greeted the bride as she stepped down from the palanquin. As soon as she stepped down from the palanquin, Chen Erden lit the firecrackers.
Amidst the loud crackling of firecrackers, Lu Yi covered her ears and ran home under the protection of the two bridesmaids.
At the door, there was a saddle.
Zhao Huiyan gently pulled Lu Yi.
Lu Yi, step over here. Lu Yi obediently stepped over the saddle and entered the courtyard. In the courtyard, a table had already been set up with offerings, and on it was a measuring cup filled with various grains.
The measuring vessel was an ancient tool used to measure grain.
10 shengs made up 1 dan of grain. The name Xingzi sounds similar to Xingzi giving birth to a child, symbolizing good fortune.
Chen Fei was already waiting there.
Song Hongjun acted as the officiant, shouting, "Bow to heaven and earth.
The groom and bride, take your places."
The two took their places, and Chen Fei naturally took Lu Yi's hand.
Lu Yi's cheeks were flushed, but there was no sense of awkwardness.
Song Hongjun glanced over, his face filled with envy.
Youth is truly wonderful. Just as he was about to shout, "Bow to heaven and earth," a voice suddenly rang out, "Wait. I have something to ask Chen Fei." Song Hongjun was abruptly interrupted, his envy turning to astonishment. He looked up and glanced behind the couple. Xu Caixia was equally stunned. She had just opened her mouth, preparing to make her final effort. Who had almost beaten her to it? Suing, Yunjin, Zhang Jiguo, Zhou Zhang, Xiaoguozhu. Everyone was surprised, thinking that Chen Fei's wedding was too complicated, with one thing after another happening. Xiaoguozhu had been worried that Xu Caixia might act impulsively and do something reckless, so he had been keeping a close eye on her. Now, seeing that Xu Caixia was equally stunned, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This scene was so dramatic it couldn't even be scripted for a movie.
Chen Feng's sisters, relatives, friends, and neighbors were all amazed, turning their heads to look toward the door.
At the entrance, the crowd automatically parted to make way for a young girl dressed in city clothes.
She was wearing a bright red dress, having just gotten off a bicycle, looking tired and dusty, like a phoenix descending to earth.
Lin Na?
Others were clueless, but Zhou Zhan let out a startled cry, deep in thought. Lin Na felt a bit awkward but remained determined. She cast a nervous glance in Zhou Zhang's direction, her expression filled with apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I shouldn't have disturbed you, but I believe I have the right to pursue happiness." Zhou Zhang smiled awkwardly, unsure whether to encourage or discourage her, and eventually could only sigh with a wry smile.
Why bother? It's too late now. No, as long as there's no wedding night, it's not too late.
Lin Na looked at Chen Fei with determination and perseverance, then pushed her bicycle to the back of the two men and called out softly with a hint of pleading.
"Chen Fei, will you turn around and look at me? Just say it."
Chen Fei didn't turn around because he felt Lu Yuer suddenly tighten her grip on his hand, as if afraid that if he turned around, she would lose him. Lin Na's expression froze, and tears welled up in her eyes.
She was a proud person too.
At the machinery factory, there were countless people who secretly admired her, but in the end, she was deceived by Shui Gang's sweet talk. Fortunately, Chen Fei had warned her in time, allowing her to cut her losses. However, while Chen Fei had driven Shui Gang away, he had left a lasting impression on her heart. So in the past few days, upon hearing that Chen Fei was getting married, she couldn't sleep, and finally mustered the courage to go to Chen Fei's house to fight for her own happiness.
But now, Chen Fei isn't giving her even a chance?
In this situation, Zhu Caixia felt deeply moved and couldn't help but take a few steps forward to stand beside Lin Na and call out.
"Chen Fei, are you too afraid to turn around, afraid that seeing us will make you fall for us again?"
Lin Na blinked in shock.
You too?
Zhu Caixia sighed wryly.
"That's right, we're in the same boat.
We both like Chen Fei, but let me give you some advice, you don't stand a chance.
Even without Lu Yuer, Chen Fei would only choose me."
Lin Na puffed out her chest defiantly.
"That's not necessarily true. When it comes to looks, I'm no worse than you." Xu Caixia pulled out her ultimate trump card. "Chen Fei has kissed me."
"Has he kissed you?"
Boom.
One sentence was like throwing a block of ice into a boiling oil pot. It exploded instantly. Inside and outside the courtyard, men, women, and children all looked as though they'd been hit in the face with a melon.
Is it that explosive?
I think I heard something big.
I remember now.
Earlier, Shui Chang mentioned that Chen Fei has someone in the city, but Chen Fei denied it.
It turns out it's true.
Jia Lan was beaming with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent, jumping up and down with joy. After she mentioned it, many others recalled the incident and realized it was indeed true.
I knew it.
There's no smoke without fire.
How could someone make up such a story and make it sound so convincing? Chen Fei is truly lucky.
Women in the city are willing to be with him, and there are even 2 of them. I'll call Chen Fei the strongest man in Xiling village, no contest.
Eating from one bowl while eyeing another, what a scoundrel.
It just shows that Chen Fei has the skills. You can't envy him. Some looked down on him, others envied him. Opinions were divided. At that moment, Lin Na was speechless, her voice trembling.
Chen Fei, is this true?
Lu Yi was also extremely nervous, her wet eyelashes trembling slightly as she looked at Chen Fei with a look of grievance.
Chen Fei, is it true? Chapter 135, is it wrong to like you?
Chen Fei looked at her and smiled calmly.
Do you believe me if I say no?
His gaze was clear and sincere, and Lu Yi couldn't detect a single trace of lies. Unable to resist, she uttered a single word.
Believe it.
After saying that word, Lu Yi suddenly felt her entire body relax.
What of it if there were 2 beautiful women? What about the city folks? Chen Fei is mine, and no one can take him away.
Thinking this, Lu Yi confidently lifted her chin and whispered, Chen Fei, guests should be treated with respect.
Turning your back on someone is impolite.
Chen Fei raised his eyebrows slightly.
But we're in the middle of a ceremony.
Lu Yi smiled faintly.
The ceremony can wait a little longer, it's no big deal. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you afraid they'll take me away? I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. But if they're mine, they can't take them away, and if they're not mine, being afraid won't help. Lu Yi spoke very honestly.
Compared to hiding things, I prefer to be open and honest.
Saying things to your face is better than secretly thinking about them.
Chen Fei smacked his lips.
I'm not thinking about them, really.
Those words were like poison, instantly making the 2 girls feel heartbroken, yet they still couldn't accept it. Xu Caixia and Lin Na exchanged glances and spoke in unison, then look at us when you turn around. Chen Fei thought to himself, avoiding them wasn't going to solve anything, so he decided to be honest.
He let go of her hand and turned away.
The warmth in her palm suddenly vanished, making Lu Yu feel a pang of anxiety, but it was quickly replaced by his hand taking hers again. It was just a different hand, and now their fingers were intertwined, making her feel a surge of sweetness and a touch of shyness. This detail was naturally noticed by Xu Caixia and Lin Na, and their hearts were stabbed once more. Should you speak first, or should I? Lin Na pretended not to notice the 2 hands and turned to look at Xu Caixia. You go first after all, you were the one who stopped us earlier.
Xu Caixia stepped back half a step, gesturing for Lin Na to speak.
Lin Na furrowed her brows slightly. Actually, the 2 of them had almost spoken at the same time.
Was Xu Caixia being confident or truly being polite? It couldn't be humility.
She had just lied to herself that Chen Fei had kissed her. She must be waiting to see how I respond so she can prepare herself. But I, Lin Na, don't care. My true rival has never been her, Xu Caixia, but the rural woman in front of me, dressed in wedding attire and holding hands with Chen Fei. She secured her bicycle, stood up straight, and faced Lu Yu calmly.
First, I must apologize.
On such a joyous occasion, I shouldn't have disturbed you, but I had no choice.
Please forgive me.
After speaking, Lin Na bowed to Lu Yu. Then she raised her head again, her resolve unwavering. Lu Yu, you're beautiful, but you're still a rural woman.
Marrying Chen Fei will limit his future.
You must have noticed that Chen Fei isn't an ordinary man. He won't stay confined to this small village forever.
Do you agree with me? Hearing this, Lu Yi suddenly felt a bit flustered.
She understood what Lin Na meant.
In the end, she was just a village girl, while Lin Na was from the city.
Chen Fei was like a mountain eagle, yet not entirely one.
He wouldn't stay in the mountains, in Xiling.
She had sensed this long ago. Lu Yi felt her heart race, but Xu Caixia remained completely unfazed. She read the situation, her lips curling slightly upward, even forming a faint smile. Lin Na was no longer a threat. She had no hope left. This was a woman's intuition. To put it bluntly, Lin Na's mistake was that she shouldn't have belittled Lu Yi. Although what she said was true, the referee didn't like it. This referee was none other than Chen Fei. From Chen Fei's expression, it was clear he cared deeply about Lu Yi. Therefore, Lin Na's defeat was inevitable.
Sure enough, Chen Fei's first words confirmed Xu Caixia's suspicion.
He looked at Lin Na with a smile on his face.
Lin Na, first of all, thank you for noticing me. Being liked by someone is a pleasant thing, but...
The smile gradually faded from Chen Fei's face and his tone grew slightly stern.
You shouldn't have mentioned Lu Yu. Say I'm fine, say Lu Yu isn't good enough. Do you understand?
Lin Na trembled and blurted out, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
I
just wanted to say that I'm more suitable for you.
Chen Fei, accept me. I'll always be good to you. Chen Fei politely declined. Lin Na, do you remember what I told you about the peach blossom calamity? Perhaps I am also your calamity. No, that's not it.
Lin Na shook her head violently, causing tears to fly from her eyes, landing on the ground and shattering into 8 pieces.
You're not my fate. You are my fate.
She spoke incoherently, eventually condensing her words into one sentence. Chen Fei, is it wrong for me to like you?
Chen Fei sighed softly. Liking me isn't wrong, but have you ever considered that if I abandon Lu Yi to be with you, wouldn't I be just like that person? Do you want me to become that kind of person?
He was, of course, referring to Shui Gang. But in the village, with so many people around, he didn't name names. However, Lin Na understood.
She wept uncontrollably, unable to speak. I don't want to, but I really like you. Please give me a chance.
At that moment, Lin Na was so humble and pitiable that even Lu Yi felt sorry for her. But Chen Fei, having lived 2 lifetimes, only lived for Lu Yue. Others were destined to be nothing more than passing guests in his life. Lin Na, liking someone doesn't mean you have to possess them.
You're not a selfish person. Please bless me and Lu Yi, okay?
Chen Fei severed the emotional ties with a decisive stroke, leaving Lin Na with not a single shred of hope. Lin Na wept uncontrollably, unable to speak, but in the end, she could only choke out, I wish you both happiness. After speaking, she pushed her bicycle and hurried out the door.
Once outside, she mounted it and rode away.
Perhaps out of panic, or perhaps not seeing clearly, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. In that moment, Lin Na imagined Chen Fei running over, gently helping her up, and whispering in her ear, silly girl, how could you be so careless? But all of this existed only in her imagination.
Chen Fei stood there motionless. He knew deep down that he couldn't give Lin Na any false hope.
Unresolved feelings were the most terrifying thing, hurting both herself and him. Most importantly, it would hurt Lu Yi's heart. Lin Na cried as she got up, limping away, leaving her bicycle behind.
Everyone was stunned. Whispers filled the air.
Chen Fei was too ruthless, he didn't even bother to help her up.
Look at how he hurt that girl.
If that were me, I'd probably hate him for the rest of my life.
What's so great about Chen Fei anyway?
The village beauty fell for him, and city girls are lining up to marry him. At his wedding, 2 or 3 women fought over him. It's something you only see in plays.
I don't respect anyone, but I respect Chen Fei.
At that moment, Chen Fei gave Song Hongjun a helpless glance. Song Hongjun, who understood everything, immediately beckoned to Chen Sifeng. Sifeng, go take the car to him and comfort him a bit, don't let him do anything rash.
Ha? Me comfort someone? Chen Sifeng pointed at herself. Do you think I look like someone who can comfort people? Song Hongjun gave an awkward laugh.
I was just thinking that you're both women, so it'd be easier to talk to them.
I can't send the guys, can I? Chapter 136, Changing from Green to Red.
I wanted to watch the show. Chen Sifeng was about to say she wanted to see how Chen Fei and Zhu Caixia would end up, but she quickly changed her mind. Oh, no, I wanted to see Xiao Fei and Lu Yi get married.
Hee, that's so clever. Sifeng, be a good girl and go take a look.
As soon as Chen Feng spoke, Chen Sifeng immediately lost her temper.
Alright, I'll go. Isn't that good enough? She darted out quickly. Zhu Caixia, do you have anything else to say?
You've hurt Lin Na's heart, but there's nothing we can do about it.
If we don't hurt her, Lu Yue will be heartbroken. Chen Fei had no choice.
Zhu Caixia was the same.
Zhu
Caixia had 1,000 words to say, but from Chen Fei's emotionless expression, she already knew the answer. She bit her lip, struggling to control her emotions, and forced a smile that was even more painful than crying.
Can I only wish you well? Chen Fei nodded without hesitation. Yes, someone has to be hurt. It could be anyone, including me, but it absolutely cannot be Lu Yue. Those words made Zhu Caixia burst into tears. How envious I am of Lu Yi. Lu Yi was overwhelmed by the attention. Actually, I'm not that good. I'm just lucky. She felt she was too lucky.
If it weren't for taking advantage of the situation after Li Shui left. If it had been Lin Na or Zhu Caixia who had met Chen Fei first.
Perhaps she wouldn't have had anything to do with it at all?
Zhu Caixia wiped away a tear and pretended to be nonchalant.
It's okay. If I can't be his girlfriend, I'll be his sister. You have to call me sister from now on.
Lu Yi was speechless.
Can it be like that? Why not? If we can't be lovers, does that mean we can't even have revolutionary friendship? Friendship is fine, but shouldn't you call me brother?
Chen Fei scratched his head. Suing and Yun Jin were out of the question, they were clearly older than him.
You want to be my sister? Isn't that taking advantage of me?
Zhu Caixia raised her chin arrogantly.
I've checked, you're half a year younger than me. Alright, I have no words to respond. Chen Fei could only force a laugh. Then, sister, can I bow to heaven and earth now?
Zhu Caixia smiled bitterly. Go ahead and worship.
I won't stop you anymore.
Song Hongjun sighed in relief and shouted again, the newlyweds take their places, time to bow to heaven. Chen Fei and Lu Yue stood in place, and Song Hongjun shouted,
first bow to the great men.
At that time, the gods had stepped down, so only the great men could take their place.
Second bow to the parents.
Chen Fei had lost both his parents and had no parents to honor. Chen Feng had originally planned to have his uncle stand in, but Chen Fei insisted that Chen Feng do it herself.
An older sister is like a mother.
In his heart, his eldest sister was just like his mother. At that moment, Chen Feng sat in the middle, watching Chen Fei and Lu Yi bow deeply to her, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. This bow made all the years of effort worthwhile. In the future, when she passes away, she can proudly tell her parents, "I raised little Fei well and did not disappoint your trust."
Husband and wife bow to each other. Chen Fei and Lu Yi looked at each other with a knowing smile before bowing together. Bang!
Someone pushed them, causing their heads to bump together, causing a slight sting, but it was bearable.
Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Fei didn't mind much. He had a thick skin, but Lu Yi's face turned visibly red.
Perhaps it was the bright red wedding attire that made her stand out, but even her neck and the back of her ears were red, making her look stunningly beautiful. They were escorted into the bridal chamber. The ceremony came to an end. Now it was the matchmaker's turn. Upon entering the bridal chamber, the groom was not allowed to enter immediately. The matchmaker led the bride to a chair and began combing her hair. Regardless of her previous hairstyle, it must be styled into an updo today. The matchmaker holds a new piece of cassava, symbolically combing from top to bottom while saying,
"The first comb brings wealth and prosperity. The second comb brings health and peace of mind. The third comb brings many children and a long life."
The final stroke, combing to the end, means that the couple will hold the tray together and their brows will meet. The second comb, combing to the end, means flying together in harmony. 3 strokes to the end, forever united in heart and soul.
With a beginning and an end, we will share prosperity in this life. After finishing the combing, a while later, Wu Feng entered with a basin of water, inviting Liu Ye to wash her face. Liu Ye, following custom, gave Wu Feng a red envelope.
Usually, it was 2 or 5 cents, but Chen Fei's red envelopes were always 5 or 10 cents, so Li Yi couldn't be too stingy and also gave 10 cents. Wu Feng left with the red envelope, beaming with joy. Soon after, she returned with a bowl of dumplings. The dumplings were half cooked. The bride took a bite, and Wei Wenxia asked beside her, "Is it raw?" Lu Yi blushed and lowered her eyes, but mustered the courage to say, "Raw." Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Huiyan quickly followed up, "How many?" Lu Yi blushed and stammered, "2? 1 boy and 1 girl, that should be enough, right?" Lu Yi thought to herself. Zhao Huiyan seemed unsatisfied and pressed further, "Can we have more?" Lu Yue hurriedly nodded, "I can do that." Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. The 2 matchmakers were satisfied and left. At this point, their task was basically complete. Wu Feng received another red envelope and went out proudly to show off. "My sister Lu Yi said she wants to have 2. Chen Feng heard this and immediately corrected her, "Wu Feng, you can't call her sister anymore. You have to call her auntie." Wu Feng stuck out her tongue. "Got it, call her sister-in-law." He. Just then, someone called out to Wu Feng. "Wu Feng, get ready to change your sister-in-law's shoes." "Alright, I got it." Wu Feng replied cheerfully. On the wedding day, the groom and bride are supposed to go table to table toasting the guests, but before that, there's another step. Changing shoes. The bride wears green shoes when she leaves her parents' home, but once she arrives at her in-laws' house, she must change into red shoes before going out. There are many traditions surrounding the shoes worn on the wedding day. The bride wears green shoes from the moment she leaves her parents' home, and during this time, she must not step directly on the ground. A red mat must be laid on the ground. The role of the mat holders becomes evident here. In some places, the groom carries the bride on his back, or the bride's brother carries her, but this custom is not practiced in the shieling area. Upon arriving at the groom's home, the bride and groom must serve wine to the guests, at which point the green shoes are replaced with red ones. This symbolizes that the bride will have a better life at her in-laws' home than at her parents' home, known as removing green and wearing red. Wu Feng was about to change Lu Yi's shoes when Jia Lan saw her from a distance. He pushed Er Xiang and said, "Er Xiang, you go." Er Xiang was taken aback, "Can I do it?" Jia Lan replied confidently, "Why not? You're also Chen Fei's sister. Changing shoes is no big deal. A red envelope is worth $1, why not take the advantage? Besides, they're new shoes, that's money." Zhao Huiyan furrowed her brows slightly but said nothing. Technically, Er Xiang is his cousin, so it's acceptable. It all depends on whether the main family is willing. Chen Feng, as a woman who could support an entire family, wasn't he the type to be stingy? She smiled and said, "Er Xiang, if you want to go, go ahead. Wu Feng, take a break and help me pick the vegetables." "All right." Wu Feng nodded obediently, while Er Xiang went happily to change Lu Yi's shoes. The shoes were hidden away, usually in a wooden box with a key. To change shoes, one had to give a red envelope. Chapter 137, The Wedding Night 1. Marriage is a two-way street. However, in a previous life, it had somehow become customary to hide the shoes at the bride's home, forcing the groom to find them. Not only that, but he had to give a large red envelope, and after obtaining the shoes, he had to kneel on the ground to put them on the bride. It can only be said that the influence of the West is too great. Local culture, under the relentless influence of capitalism's colorless, tasteless poison, has been squeezed to the point of having almost no room to survive.
Since Chen Fei only has one sister, Lu Yi wrapped each one with $1. This was considered a large red envelope.
When she realized it was Xiang who had entered, she was slightly taken aback for a few seconds, but she didn't say much. She let Xiang take off her shoes and exchange the red envelope for the key to the trunk.
There was no drama in between.
After changing her shoes, she sat down to wait for the banquet to begin.
The bride's family started the meal first, serving 8 main dishes, followed by toasting in passing cups.
The main focus was on drinking. When it was time to send off the guests and they said they had had enough, a red envelope was given to the cook, and then the other guests could be served. This is called the course serving or meal serving portion. On this day, the bride's family calls the shots.
If there are some heavy drinkers who keep drinking until late afternoon, others may be starving with their stomachs growling, but they can only wait.
The bride is also hungry, but she can only wait.
At this point, the wedding pranksters arrive.
Now Zhuangzhuang, Chen Erden, and Taiwan, along with their friends, came in laughing and joking, demanding wedding candies, cigarettes, and even asking Lu Yi to light them personally.
Lu Yi followed their instructions one by one.
These were just minor pranks, someone had already taught her how to handle them the night before. Besides, these people were close friends of Chen Fei, so they wouldn't do anything out of line. After a while, they left. They all had tasks to perform, such as serving food to each table, pouring tea, and bringing water. They came to play for a bit in their spare time. However, as expected, an unexpected incident occurred. Niao Zhuangzhuang and a few others had just left when Shui Zhenqiao led 6 or 7 young men strolling into the bridal chamber.
Oh, the bride is alone.
Lu Yi looked up and saw that they were all villagers, but their relationships were only superficial. She was a bit surprised but still greeted them with a smile.
Here they come? Want some candy or a cigarette?
Shui Zhenqiao grinned.
I want candy. All right.
Lu Yi took a few pieces of candy and handed them over, but Shui Zhenqiao didn't take them, crossing his arms across his chest.
Peel it for me.
Lu Yi did as she was told, peeled off the wrapper, and handed it over.
Is this okay?
Shui Zhenqiao opened his mouth, feed me. Lu Yi frowned slightly, but then remembered her mother's instructions from last night. It was normal to play around during the wedding night, it had been passed down through generations.
It's just for good luck. Don't argue with anyone, or it'll bring bad luck.
Lu Yi couldn't understand this strange logic, but she remembered her mother's instructions and carefully handed over the candy.
To her surprise, Shui Zhenqiao not only took the candy but also sucked on Lu Yi's finger.
Lu Yi quickly pulled her hand back and shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" Shui Zhenqiao grinned lewdly.
It's so delicious. White rabbit milk candy is so sweet. Everyone burst into laughter. I want some too. I want some too.
Lu Yi's eyebrows furrowed, and she forced herself not to lose her temper. She slammed the candy onto the bedside table. Because she had used a bit too much force, it created a small gust of wind that nearly blew out the oil lamp. She quickly covered it with her hand. The lamp on the wedding day wasn't fuel oil or diesel, it was proper cooking oil, poured into a small bowl. Inside was a wick, with just the tip peeking out from the edge of the bowl. When lit, it emitted a faint fragrance.
Once lit, the lamp must never be extinguished, hence the name Eternal Lamp.
The bride had to not only protect it from the wind but also make sure to add oil whenever needed, as it was said to stay lit until the next morning. The willow leaves guarded the lamp, but they were a bit unhappy and didn't give them a friendly look.
If you want candy, take it yourself. Smoke too. The matches are right there.
Lu Yi was usually very gentle. When she was with Chen Fei, she rarely ever got angry, and at most would just pout occasionally, which actually added a touch of charm. But at that moment, Lu Yi's face was as cold as ice, giving off a chill that cut to the bone. Shui Zhenqiao and the others exchanged glances.
Wow! She has quite the temper. But wedding night pranks are a tradition passed down from our ancestors. What do you mean by this? Do you look down on us?
Lu Yi recalled her mother's instructions and forced herself to smile.
No. I was just worried the lamp would go out.
The eternal lamp is also called the longevity lamp. If it goes out midway, it's inauspicious for the bride. But Shui Zhenqiao and his men were sent on a mission they wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal.
Shui Zhenqiao gave a forced laugh.
The bride is the village beauty of our village.
No one wants anything to happen to you, right, Shui Jing?
Shui Jing, one of the men, hesitated for a moment before saying, Zhenqiao is right.
Lu Yi, let me help you watch the lamp. Don't let it go out.
As he spoke, he pretended to protect the lamp and grabbed Lu Yi's hands.
Lu Yi was both startled and angry, shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of me."
Shui Jing suddenly hugged Lu Yi, grinding against her while saying, "I'm here to help you watch the lamp."
You smell so good. Lu Yi struggled desperately, but as a woman, she couldn't match his strength and couldn't break free. She shouted urgently, "Help! Chen Fei, save me!" There were many people outside, and some heard the commotion and came over to ask, "What's going on inside?" Shui Zhenchao smiled and replied, nothing, we're just playing around. Lu Yi'er hurriedly shouted, no, it's not like that.
Before she could finish, her mouth was covered, and several people attacked her viciously.
The people outside thought it was a wedding prank and didn't pay attention, walking away.
Lu Yi'er cried out to heaven but heard no response, cried out to earth but found no help. Her red wedding gown was torn to shreds, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Suddenly, Lu Yi'er mustered all her strength, bit down on Shui Zhenchao's finger, and refused to let go. Shui Zhenchao winced in pain, gasping, let go, you horse.
Shui Jing, pull her away.
Shui Jing rushed over to pull Lu Yi'er away, but she refused to let go.
Shui Zhenchao's anger boiled over.
He turned to his companions and said, you few go out and watch.
Shui Jing stays here.
The others exchanged glances, their faces breaking into malicious grins.
Zhenchao, be careful. Don't get her pregnant. Shui Zhenchao grit his teeth and said, I know what I'm doing. You guys go out and lock the door.
The men slipped out, pretending nothing had happened, and closed the door. Then they huddled together, whispering.
Zhenchao is busy inside, we can't just stand around. Let's go beat up Chen Fei. Will something happen? I'm a bit nervous. A man named Xue Feng patted his chest, indicating he was nervous. What's there to be nervous about?
Aunt Dingmei said as long as we don't take the final step, it's not illegal. Relax, Zhang Chaogo has everything under control.
Lu Yi is so young and innocent. Don't you want to?
Several people comforted Xue Feng, while also licking their lips. Speaking of that, Xue Feng was no longer sleepy.
Should we go beat up Chen Fei now?
Alright, after we finish, we'll come back and take over for Zhang Chaogo and Shui Jing.
We'll take turns going in. But where is Chen Fei? I didn't see him. Should we go ask?
Xue Feng looked around nervously.
Don't ask. If we get caught, it'll be trouble. What should we do then? Just wait here?
Just wait. We still have to toast the guests later, so Chen Fei will definitely come out. They said one thing, but their eyes were all fixed on the bridal chamber, and they were already imagining the scene in their minds.
Chapter 138, The Wedding Night 2. Chen Fei's banquet was divided into 3 parts. Ordinary guests, mostly neighbors, were in the south house.
The south room couldn't accommodate everyone, so a makeshift shelter was set up on the street, with rows of tables and over 100 people, creating a spectacular scene.
The bride's family were honored guests, seated in the main hall.
Lastly, the distinguished guests from the county seat were seated in a separate eastern wing, accompanied by Chen Fei himself. After several rounds of wine, Chen Fei suddenly felt restless and stood up, saying, brothers and sisters, I'll step out for a moment. Zhou Zhang had drunk several cups of white wine, his face flushed, and he wrapped his arm around Chen Fei's shoulder, exhaling the scent of alcohol.
What are you doing? It's not even dark yet. It's still early for the wedding night. Yun Jin slapped him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you say that? On this day, brothers and nephews can tease the bride and groom, but elders and older brothers cannot. That's the rule. Zhou Zhang laughed heartily, I didn't say anything. Chen Fei didn't care about such details. I'm going out to take a leak. I'll be right back.
Saying that, he walked out. The bridal chamber was right across the hall. Chen Fei caught sight of Xue Feng and a few others lurking around the new house door and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
What are you guys doing? Chen Fei. Chen Fei is here. The few of them, their eyes sparkling with mischief, rushed forward with a wicked grin. We're just celebrating the wedding.
It's an old custom, so Chen Fei couldn't say much. He backed away while saying, enough already.
If you want cigarettes or candy, you can have them. If you want alcohol, that's fine too.
The few people sent to cause trouble wouldn't let him off easily. They found chicken feathers and willow branches and started beating Chen Fei with them. They whipped him while laughing wickedly.
We want cigarettes. We want candy too. We want to drink. But we want to beat you even more. Lu Yi'er is the village beauty. You married her, so shouldn't you be beaten?
Chen Fei took a few hits, his body burning with pain, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself.
This beating is way too harsh. Is this how you celebrate a wedding night?
He doubted it, but didn't dare to confront them, so he could only dodge or push them away. Just then, suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the wedding chamber.
Ah! You dared to bite off my finger.
Immediately afterward, there were loud thuds and the sound of clothes tearing.
In an instant, Chen Fei's blood surged upward, and he shouted, get out of the way. Shui Xing and Shui Qi grinned evilly. What's the rush? They're causing trouble, you can't escape either.
At that moment, Chen Fei was furious. He suddenly kicked Shui Qi in the stomach. Shui Qi's body bent like a shrimp, his legs kicking wildly backward, crashing through the door of the new house and falling inside.
Damn it, you dare hit someone? Shui Yong roared, swinging his fist from behind toward Chen Fei's head. Chen Fei dodged the punch, which missed its mark. He seized the opportunity, bent his waist, and twisted his hips. Hey!
A shoulder throw sent Shui Yong crashing to the ground, his back hitting the floor with a thud. The remaining few people instinctively took a step back, filled with fear.
Chen Fei was too fierce. He was fighting like a madman.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Fei charged into the bridal chamber. He saw Lu Yi being held down on the bed by Shui Zhenqiao, with Shui Jing holding her legs from behind. Her pants were torn, her shirt ripped open, revealing her snow-white skin. Shui Zhenqiao was mounted on top of Lu Yi, one hand covering her mouth, the other controlling her hands. Shui Jing was holding her legs while helping to tear her clothes. Lu Yi bit down on Shui Zhenqiao's fingers with all her strength, nearly severing them, which only fueled his depraved desires. Two strong men were overpowering a lone woman, and Lu Yi was in grave danger.
In an instant, Chen Fei's eyes turned red.
Shui Jing held Lu Yi's legs, suddenly feeling the hairs on his back stand on end.
He was about to turn around. Bang!
The newly purchased washbasin stand was snatched up by Chen Fei and smashed heavily onto his head. Shui Jing only managed to utter a curse.
"You horse's nose!"
His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto Shui Zhenqiao's back.
Shui Zhenqiao turned around and shouted angrily. "What's the rush? I haven't even gotten my hands on it yet."
The next moment, the back of his head, along with half his face, was struck hard, causing him to involuntarily tilt to one side.
Lu Yi heard the sound and instinctively tensed up. Crack! Shui Zhenqiao's finger was bitten off by her.
She pushed Shui Zhenqiao away, sat up, and locked eyes with Chen Fei, tears streaming down her face in sorrow. She was barely clothed, her hair disheveled, and her body covered in scratch marks.
Her face was streaked with tears.
Her lips were tightly closed, with a trickle of blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, looking pitiful. Chen Fei's face was as dark as a temple's golden statue, and the basin stand had been smashed flat. It was clear how much force he had used. Shui Jing was struck on the head, and blood dripped everywhere. Shui Zhenqiao was struck on the side of his face. Whether it was torn open or not was unclear, but half his face was covered in blood. Chen Fei showed no mercy. He had truly lost his mind.
His expression was utterly terrifying.
Lu Yi watched in horror. She suddenly realized a terrifying truth. She was no longer pure.
Chen Fei wouldn't want her anymore. He would soon go find those two city women.
At the thought of this, Lu Yi couldn't help but burst into tears. Her tears flowed freely, accompanied by so much sorrow that she spat out half a finger.
Chen Fei, with a gloomy expression, silently walked over and embraced Lu Yi tightly.
"I'm sorry, Lu Yi. It was my fault for being careless and not protecting you." Even though he was a reincarnated individual, he never imagined that on such a joyous day, such a thing could happen in his own home. It completely shattered his worldview. Lu Yi cried with all her might. "Wu, Chen Fei," I tried to scream for help, but my mouth was covered.
"Wu, will you abandon me now?" "No, I won't."
Chen Fei tore the bedsheet off and wrapped it around Lu Yi's trembling body, saying expressionlessly, "Stay here and watch. I'll take care of this."
"What the hell? It's just a wedding night prank. How dare you hit someone?"
Shui Feng, Shui Qi, and the rest all rushed in. Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing also got up from the ground. Both of their heads were split open by the basin stands, blood flowing freely, looking particularly gruesome.
"Beating you is the least of it. Do you think I wouldn't kill you? A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and you die."
At that moment, Shui Zhenqiao and the others had already touched Chen Fei's. For a moment, the intent to kill spread wildly. Shui Zhenqiao and the others felt a chill in their hearts, but thinking of their numerical superiority, their courage returned, and they began to curse wildly.
"Chen Fei, who do you think you are? You dare to kill someone just because you're disrupting a wedding night? What's the big deal? You can disrupt others' wedding nights, but when others disrupt yours, you can't handle it?"
That's right, Chen Fei had caused trouble at weddings before and had taken advantage of others. But Chen Fei had nothing to feel guilty about. He has his limits, knows when to stop, takes a few small advantages, and talks a bit, which is normal. But these people have completely crossed the line of what's acceptable at a wedding. Chen Fei had no intention of wasting his breath on them. He just went straight for it. A few of them exchanged glances, their malicious intentions immediately forming.
Quick and decisive action. Knock him down and run. This was Chen Fei's turf. Everyone present was either his relative or friend.
Their strategy was to catch him off guard.
Once surrounded, even 10 more wouldn't be enough to handle them.
Facing the 7 or 8 burly young men rushing toward him, Chen Fei grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes.
"Come on, it's been years since I've had a good fight. Come and die."
Just then, a strange scream suddenly echoed from outside.
"Damn it! You dare to bully my family? You deserve to die." Clang! A loud crash. Chen Sifeng has arrived. Chapter 139, The Wedding Night 3.
The earlier fight had alerted many people, and Chen Sifeng naturally heard it. Without a word, she rushed over. She kicked Shui Shun at the door with all her might, nearly breaking his waist. He stumbled forward involuntarily, grabbing his brother Shui Kong to avoid falling. Shui Shun straightened up, about to turn around and curse, but saw Chen Sifeng had already picked up a brick and was glaring at him menacingly. Behind Chen Sifeng were Chen Feng, Chen Sanfeng, Godan, Ergo, and Chen Erden. Were gathering in numbers, many of them wielding weapons.
Fire pokers, trays, teapots, whatever came to hand was grabbed, ready to beat the fallen enemy. Go!
Shueishan swallowed hard, forcing the curse words that had already reached his lips back down his throat.
This is bad. He'd stirred up a hornet's nest.
Shueishan trembled with fear, but inside the house, the commotion had already begun.
Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing, enraged, charged toward Chen Fei.
The room was too narrow, and the wash basin stand was already in the way.
But Chen Fei wasn't afraid at all. Instead, every molecule of blood in his body suddenly became active.
His body suddenly erupted, delivering a whip-like kick to Shui Jing's face. Shui Jing fell to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a thud. The loud thud was enough to make anyone wince. His head was already split open, and now the blood flowed even more freely.
Shui Zhenchao swallowed hard, pointing at Chen Fei with a mix of anger and fear. You're just causing trouble at the wedding. How dare you use such brutal force? I used my foot, not my hands. Now you're the one being brutal.
After landing, Chen Fei leaped forward like a tiger emerging from the mountains, his fist striking Shui Zhenchao's head with force. This was clearly an attempt to kill him. Shui Zhenchao quickly covered his head with both hands, narrowly escaping death.
But you can't escape forever. Chen Fei delivered a flying knee, striking him heavily in the chest.
Shui Zhenchao's body leaned backward and was caught by Xuefeng behind him.
Xuefeng's expression betrayed his panic. Brother Zhenchao, we're in trouble. We're surrounded.
Shui Zhenchao, choked by the blow to his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this.
Everyone immediately fell into chaos. They had planned it all out.
They planned to crash the wedding, attack Chen Fei, catch him off guard, and retreat quickly once they were discovered. It was a long-standing custom. No one could stop them. Even if Chen Fei found out, he could only suffer in silence. But now, it seemed like they couldn't escape.
The crowd outside was surging, blocking the door completely. Chen Xifeng leads the way, holding a brick. Needless to say, anyone who dares to show their head will be met with the brick.
But staying inside isn't an option either. There's Chen Fei inside, looking like a murderer with bloodshot eyes, probably ready to kill.
Shui Zhenchao suddenly felt afraid.
Compared to Chen Fei, he'd rather face those people outside.
Let's go out.
Shui Zhenchao steeled his resolve and bravely stepped toward the door.
Remember, we're just here to celebrate the wedding. Don't say anything else.
Shui Zhenchao was ugly, but he had beautiful thoughts. As long as he insisted it was a wedding prank, no one could do anything to him.
Chen Fei didn't press his advantage.
Lu Yuer was like a startled bird, and Chen Fei didn't want her to be frightened again. Besides, with several sisters around, those people couldn't escape anyway.
Sure enough, as soon as they stepped outside, they were blocked. Chen Xifeng, wielding a brick, shouted, "You dare come to my house causing trouble? Do you think I, Chen Xifeng, can't swing a knife anymore?"
Shui Zhenchao spoke harshly but was cowardly inside.
Chen Xifeng, what do you want to do?
We were just causing a scene at the wedding.
What's wrong with that? Shui Xingsui echoed him. What's the big deal? Your Chen family is rich now, so you can't even cause a ruckus at your own wedding? Chen Xifeng could fight, but she couldn't talk.
She wasn't a skilled debater, and she was cornered by the two of them, unable to say a word. Chen Sanfeng wasn't as strong as her, but after years of living in Li Lusher's household, she had honed her skills in verbal battles with her mother-in-law and older sister-in-law. She wasn't afraid to argue or curse in the streets.
She immediately retorted. You're full of it. How dare you behave like this at a wedding? Do you think the Chen family is easy to bully? What is going on?
Zhang Jigua heard the commotion and came out from across the street, followed by Suing, Yunjin, and the others. Nothing much, we were just celebrating the wedding, but they let it go. Look at the blood on our heads. At this point, the few of them could only insist it was a wedding prank, or else they might get beaten to death. Zhang Jigua furrowed his brows slightly. Although he was a police officer, some folk customs did exist, and it wouldn't be appropriate to arrest someone over this.
Moreover, Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing were seriously injured. If they were to take this seriously, it might become complicated.
At that moment, Chen Fei peeked his head around the door and waved at Suing.
Sister Suing, come in.
But then he thought better of it, as one person wasn't enough, so he called Yunjin to come in as well. After Suing and Yunjin entered, Chen Fei closed the door immediately. The two were startled.
Brother, what's going on? Why are you fighting? Did you go too far?
They were also somewhat familiar with some of the local customs. Even in the city, there were such customs. As long as it's not too excessive, people usually turn a blind eye.
You see for yourselves.
Chen Fei pointed at Lu Yi'er, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, wrapped in a blanket and trembling, his face ashen. Lu Yi'er looked terrified, like a frightened little animal, her eyes filled with helplessness, and there was blood on the corner of her mouth.
Su Ying's heart skipped a beat.
She hurried over to the bedside and reached out her hand toward Lu Yi'er.
Lu Yi'er, don't be afraid. Can you take off the blanket?
Lu Yi'er shook her head, tears streaming down her face.
I can't show my face to anyone. Su Ying's heart sank.
She sensed that the situation might be serious, and Chen Fei had only allowed the two of them inside, likely to collect evidence. Thinking of this, Su Ying's heart grew even heavier, and Yun Jin felt the same way. She was quick-witted and immediately guessed the crux of the matter. She tried to calm herself and spoke in a soft voice. Lu Yi'er, don't be afraid. Your older brothers and sisters are here. If you've been wronged, tell your sister, and I'll stand up for you. Lu Yi'er burst into tears. Her shoulders shook violently as she cried with all her might. Chen Sifeng heard the crying outside and flew into a rage. What the hell is going on? What did you do to Lu Yi'er? Shui Zhanchao stubbornly denied it, saying, we were just playing a wedding prank. She's just too sensitive and cries over everything. Shui Jing and Shui Yong chimed in as well. Exactly, which bride hasn't been teased on her wedding night? Which young man hasn't teased the bride on her wedding night? Back then, Chen Fei even led the pranks. Why can't you do it now that it's your turn? Chen Sifeng glared at them, you better tell the truth, or I'll smash you with a brick. Zhu Jiefang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Sifeng. I'll do the same one punch per person. Miao Zhuangzhuang, Shan Erden, and Godan were all itching to fight. Such a commotion even startled the guests who were being sent off. Lu Zhenqing rarely got to drink or smoke, so he was drinking freely today. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the commotion outside and raised his eyebrows. Secretary, what is going on? All this commotion, are we even allowed to drink anymore? Today, the in-laws were the most important guests, and after a few cups of wine, even the secretary wasn't intimidated. Song Hongjun listened for a moment, then suddenly stood up, his face turning grim. Something's wrong. Something's happened. He hurried out the door. Lu Zhenqing was clueless, but since there was a commotion, he followed suit. The others saw this and all rushed out. Chapter 140, The Wedding Night 4. The house was packed with people, a sea of heads. Shuizhan saw the crowd growing larger and felt a bit uneasy. He pretended nothing was wrong and greeted Song Hongjun. Is the secretary here? You judge this. Will there still be wedding night pranks in the future? And Chen Fei beat us up like this. Secretary, you decide what to do. Song Hongjun was about to speak when Chen Feng suddenly interrupted. Secretary, don't rush to conclusions. Let's wait until the people inside come out first. Shui Zhenchao grew even more anxious. What are you talking about? We're both covered in blood, someone could die. Let's discuss this later. We need to get bandaged first. Saying this, he gave Shui Jing a meaningful glance and tried to push through the crowd to go outside. Who dares to move? Chen Sifeng raised a brick, looking menacing, leaving no doubt that if anyone dared to move, the brick would come crashing down. Secretary, aren't you going to do anything? Seeing there was no way out, Shui Zhanchao could only turn to Song Hongjun for help. As for forcing our way through? Don't even think about it. There were at least dozens of people in the courtyard, all relatives and friends of Chen Fei and Lu Yi'er. If they started a fight, they'd probably beat them to a pulp. Song Hongjun said indifferently, let's wait for the people inside to come out. Shui Zhanchao was completely paralyzed with fear. If we wait for them to come out, we'll be as good as dead. But now they couldn't leave either. We're doomed. The few people regretted their decision deeply. Inside the new house, Yun Jin spoke softly. Lu Yi, please take the bedsheet off. Take it off so we can help you. Lu Yi'er didn't say a word, just cried. Seeing this, Su Ying and Yun Jin both looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei forced himself to calm down, walked to the bedside, sat down next to Lu Yi'er, and reached out a hand to wipe away her tears. Lu Yi'er, don't cry. I'll avenge you. As he spoke, he gently pulled the bedsheet down. At that moment, Su Ying and Yun Jin were both shocked. Lu Yi'er's entire body was covered in torn clothing, and her once healthy skin was marked with numerous scratch marks, clearly showing the intensity of her struggle. Fortunately, her underwear was still intact and had not been defiled. After a long while, Yun Jin finally shouted angrily. Chen Fei, with a dark expression, said, do you now understand why I hit her? Lu Yi'er was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, otherwise, she wouldn't have drowned herself in the river in her previous life. He dared not imagine what might have happened if he had arrived just a few minutes later. Su Ying turned and left, saying, I'll go tell Jigua. Once outside, Su Ying leaned close to Zhang Jigua's ear and whispered a few words. Zhang Jigua's expression grew increasingly grim. Such a thing? This is outrageous. As he spoke, Zhang Jigua produced his ID and declared sternly, I am Zhang Jigua, captain of the criminal investigation team. Someone has reported that you are gathered here engaging in indecent acts with women. We are now arresting you in accordance with the law. The others were stunned. What's the basis for that? We were just celebrating a wedding. If you don't want us to celebrate, just say so. Why arrest us? We were even beaten. We're all injured. Village chief, please say something. They can't just arrest people like this. Song Hongjun frowned. As I see it, the militia has a duty to assist the police. Zhu Jiefang? He's right here. Zhu Jiefang responded. Take the militia and arrest them. Zhu Jiefang shouted, and immediately over a dozen militia members stepped forward, surrounding Shui Zhanqiao and the others in an instant. At that moment, Lu Zhenqing also caught on to what was happening.
What's going on? Is my sister being bullied? Suing nodded, and Lu Zhenqing glared angrily. You bastard, dare to bully my sister? I'll kill you. He rushed forward and landed 2 punches on the face of the nearest man, Shui Kong. Shui Kong covered his face and screamed. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. It was Zhang Chao and Shui Jing. I was just there to watch. Shui Feng, Shui Yong, Shui Xing, Shui Shun were all panicking and quickly distancing themselves from the situation. We're just bystanders. Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing are the ones involved. We have no idea what's going on. Oh no, don't hit me. The militia rushed forward, with Zhang Jigua watching nearby, and the few people dared not resist. Chen Fei's relatives and Lu Yir's relatives were filled with righteous indignation, unable to control themselves. They unleashed a barrage of punches, beating the men until they were crying out in pain. Chen Feng and her sisters couldn't even get involved. There were just too many people. A group of grown men, it's not good to push against them. Wang Difu's family also came out. 2 chubby little boys were watching the commotion. Li Hongyu whispered, Ronghua, Fugui, don't make a scene. People will laugh at us. Wang Difu glanced around and said to his 2 sons, don't just stand there. Go up and throw a few punches. Li Hongyu was startled and said, that's not a good idea. Wang Difu looked cunning. What do you know? Chen Fei's family is so wealthy and knows so many influential people. If we don't curry favor with them now, we'll only fall further behind in the future. That's right. Ever since he saw the lavish display at Chen Fei's house and the prominent city figures like Su Ying and Yun Jin supporting Chen Fei, Wang Difu had realized. Chen Fei is no longer the same person he used to be. We can't look down on him anymore, we should even go out of our way to flatter him a bit. Who knows, maybe we'll prosper in the future. But won't that cause trouble? Li Hongyu is the type who's timid and afraid of trouble. Being too kind is just cowardice. She never even considered hitting someone. With so many people involved, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, there were police officers present, they could just beat him up and be done with it. As he spoke, Wang Difu even rolled up his sleeves. The scene was in complete chaos. Shui Zhanqiao and a few others had become the target of everyone's anger, with people shouting for them to be beaten. There were too many people, it was impossible to tell who was hitting whom. Zhang Jigua stood by, turning a blind eye, pretending not to see. Song Hongjun was doing the same. Zhu Jiefang wasn't idle either, holding a rope in one hand and punching with the other. Behave yourself. Don't move. Shui Feng and Shui Yong were both crying. We didn't move at all. Help! They're killing us. They were beaten both openly and secretly, and in no time, they were beaten to a pulp. Someone used a groin grab on Shui Zhenqiao, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony like a dog. Finally, all 7 or 8 people were tied up, and Chen Fei comforted Lu Yir before stepping out of the bridal chamber. Looking at the 7 or 8 people tied up like dumplings on the ground, Chen Fei suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Shui Zhenqiao, Shui Jing, Shui Qi, Shui Yong, Shui Feng, Shui Kong, Shui Shun, all members of the Shui family. Something was wrong. This is wrong. Chen Fei's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chen Feng, noticing his unusual expression, couldn't help but ask with concern, Xiao Fei, is Lu Yir okay? Lu Yir is fine, but I suspect they're intentionally seeking revenge. Chen Feng was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Although these people went too far, it's hard to call it retaliation, is it? Sis, look. Chen Fei pointed at the people on the ground. Shui Zhenqiao, Shui Jing, and Shui Qi, all members of the Shui family. Don't you think something's wrong? Chapter 141, Begging for Mercy, Interrogation, and Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that all these men were surnamed Shui. This is intriguing. Chen Feng instinctively tucked a strand of messy hair behind her ear and analyzed the situation calmly. All these people are surnamed Shui. Because of Shui Gang and Shui Chang, our relationship with the Shui family is strained. We didn't even send a gift today, yet they came to disrupt the wedding. This doesn't seem normal? It's not just unusual, it's highly unusual. Chen Fei spoke with absolute certainty. I'm certain they're here on someone's orders, deliberately seeking revenge against me. Chen Sanfeng suddenly understood. You mean they're pretending to disrupt the wedding to actually take revenge on you for getting Shui Gang and Shui Chang arrested? Chen Sifeng flew into a rage upon hearing this. They deserved to be arrested. What does that have to do with my brother? Su Ying's expression darkened. Jigua, if that's the case, the situation is serious. I suggest you conduct a thorough interrogation and ensure justice is served for the victims. Zhang Jigua snorted coldly. He had thought it was just local superstition, but it turned out to be arbitrary retaliation. This was unacceptable. Secretary Song? Song Hongjun responded. Shang, go ahead. Immediately take them to the village committee office. Call the police station to send someone over to bring them back for interrogation. Got it, I'll handle it right away. Shu Jiefeng, you take the men to the village office. I'll make the call. After speaking, Song Hongjun bowed to the guests. Sorry everyone, I have to handle something. I'll come back later to keep you company. No problem, go ahead and take care of it. The important matter comes first. Zhu Jiefeng led the militia, grabbing and pulling, dragging Shui Zhenqiao and the others out.
The men were terrified, crying and screaming all the way, "Spare us.
We're sorry. We won't dare again. We really won't.
I was just there to watch the commotion, I didn't do anything."
Zhenqiao, you said that disrupting a wedding wasn't illegal. What's going on now? I don't know either. I just heard it from Aunt Dingmei. I don't want to go to jail. Help me.
Crying and screaming for help was useless.
7 or 8 people were dragged away, and the scene finally quieted down.
At this point, Chen Fei gradually calmed down and bowed to the villagers.
Sorry about that. There was a little accident earlier. Please continue eating and drinking. Lu Zhencheng asked worriedly, Chen Fei, is my sister okay? She is fine, just a bit scared.
Actually, Lu Yuer didn't suffer much loss, her clothes were torn, and she had some scratches on her body from the intense struggle. But she didn't come out on the losing end. Shui Zhenqiao had his finger bitten off by her.
That's good, that's good. Lu Zhencheng was relieved and called everyone back to continue the feast.
Chen Fei asked his older sister and younger sister to accompany Lu Yuer and brought her a new set of clothes to change into.
Police station.
Upon receiving the report, Lu Song couldn't wait to respond.
Chief, I told you so. Today is Chen Fei's wedding. We should have given a gift. Otherwise, how would this have happened?
Xiao Bing hopped onto his motorcycle. Nonsense, you're even more perceptive than Captain Zhang.
You can predict the future? Lu Song gave a sheepish smile and started another motorcycle. Well, I just thought since we all get along well, we should give a gift, right?
Xiao Bing gave him a disapproving look, somewhat surprised.
Wait, you've only met Chen Fei twice. How can you say you're on good terms with him? Lu Song was called out, feeling a bit embarrassed.
He revved the engine and muttered under his breath.
What's wrong with meeting twice? Can't we just get along?
Xiao Bing watched him in a hurry, deep in thought.
Hey, Lu Song, did you fall for her sister?
Lu Song jumped up and down, as if someone had stepped on his tail.
I didn't. Don't make things up. Don't think you can frame me just because you're the director.
Xiao Bing snorted derisively. He had been thinking about setting them up, but now it seemed unnecessary.
Lu Song froze for a moment before quickly switching to a smile. Director, I was wrong. I just don't know how to speak. Please don't take it to heart. It must be true.
Xiao Bing felt very strange.
What's going on? Did I really hit the nail on the head? No way. No way. You fell for her after just one meeting? Lu Song blushed. You don't know, some people only need one glance.
I've been dreaming about her every night for the past few days.
Xiao Bing made a disapproving sound and pretended to be serious. Did you two do that the other day? This is a matter of principle, little Liu. You can't make a mistake.
Before he could finish, Lu Song impatiently interrupted him.
Director, don't say that. Sanfeng is a good girl, I won't let you insult her.
Xiao Bing was speechless.
I didn't say anything. Look how upset you've gotten. Alright, go handle the call.
Once you're there, improvise and find opportunities to interact with her more.
Thanks.
I knew the chief was a good guy. Lu Song handed Xiao Bing a good guy card with a beaming smile and rushed out impatiently.
That kid.
Xiao Bing muttered under his breath, stepped on the gas, and followed him out of the police station. However, when the two arrived at Xiling, they found out that the person had already been detained at the brigade headquarters and was being interrogated. The interrogation was simple. None of them dared to resist. At the sight of the police caps, their legs went weak, and with a little pressure, they all confessed. They started accusing each other.
What uncles and cousins? They were all scum.
Ding Mei, the mastermind behind it all, was also revealed. Shui Zhenqiao held his wound with one hand, blood seeping through his fingers, crying bitterly.
It wasn't me. I didn't mean to. It was Aunt Ding Mei who told me to go.
She said that disrupting the wedding night is an old custom, and as long as you don't go all the way, it's not illegal. I never intended to harm Lu Yier, I just wanted to scare her, but she bit my hand.
I panicked and lost my head. I really didn't mean it. Hurry up and take me to the clinic. Otherwise, I'll bleed to death and I don't want to die. Shui Jing was even more upset. It was Zhan Chao who told me to come.
Later, it was also Zhan Chao who asked me to help press her leg. I just pressed his leg a bit, I didn't do anything else.
Look at the blood on my head.
Xiao Bing looked at the blood on their heads and estimated that if it kept bleeding for a while longer, it could indeed be dangerous. So he stopped the interrogation and decided to send the two of them to the town health clinic first for bandaging before proceeding further. As for the others, there was no rush, they could be detained at the village committee office, for now they wouldn't escape. Originally, he had planned to send Liu Song back to the village and go to Chen Fei's house himself to investigate and gather evidence.
Lu Song urgently pulled at his white face. Chief, Xiaogu, let me go. I can handle this too. Xiao Bing snorted. Are you just looking for an excuse? Lu Song, having been called out, didn't bother hiding it anymore and said with a thick face, Xiaogu, you already know everything. Please help your younger brother. Once everything is settled, I'll invite you to my wedding banquet. With the words spoken, he had no choice but to agree. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to meet up with Zhang Jigua, but he would have to wait until later. Lu Song, having received permission, hopped on his beloved motorcycle and sped off to Chen Fei's house. Upon entering the door, he happened to see several women washing dishes, one of whom was Chen Sanfeng. Lu Song's heartbeat quickened for no apparent reason, and he pretended to be nonchalant as he approached. Washing dishes? Chapter 142, Mistaken Identity. In the countryside, there weren't enough bowls and plates for the banquet, so the ones from the banquet table were immediately washed and prepared for the next round of dishes. Though the work didn't seem heavy, it was actually quite tiring. Chen Sifeng looked up at him and said irritably, "What kind of look is that? You know the answer and you're asking?" Lu Song was completely taken aback. You're not Chen Sanfeng? It must be said that Chen Sanfeng and Chen Sifeng looked quite alike, and they were also around the same age. Plus, Chen Fei had just bought new clothes, and the styles were the same. Lu Song didn't look closely and mistakenly identified the person. This was awkward. I'm not Chen Sanfeng. Lu Song turned red with embarrassment, and Chen Sifeng didn't give him a friendly look either. Back then, when Chen Fei was falsely accused of stealing a pig, it was them who were planning to put handcuffs on him, and Chen Sifeng still holds a grudge over that. What about Sanfeng? Lu Song awkwardly smiled along. Chen Sifeng glared at him warily. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you up to with that sly look on your face? Lu Song touched his face. I'm a man of integrity. How did I end up looking like a thief? But he couldn't bring himself to say it. Instead, he shifted his gaze and said, We're here to investigate the case, aren't we? I'll take this opportunity to update you on the progress of Chen Sanfeng's domestic violence complaint. So, have they been arrested yet? Chen Sifeng stopped what she was doing and asked. I need to discuss this with the parties involved. Lu Song tried to play it cool, but Chen Sifeng glared at him with disdain. I see you don't want to meet my older sister. Lu Song immediately remembered that this woman was not someone to mess with. She was Chen Sanfeng's younger sister. To get close to Chen Sanfeng, you have to go through her sisters. So Lu Song immediately put on a smile. Sister Chen, it's the same with you. Then just say it. Chen Sifeng lowered her head and started washing dishes again. Here's the thing. Just as Lu Song was about to reveal the truth, a slightly surprised voice suddenly rang out beside him. Sifeng, what are you talking about? Though it was an ordinary voice, to Lu Song it sounded like heavenly music. He looked up in surprise and stammered, Sifeng, you're here? Chen Sanfeng was wearing the same white cotton shirt as Chen Sifeng, paired with light blue pants, making her look as beautiful as a clear blue sky with white clouds. Since she was standing, she appeared slightly slimmer and taller than Chen Sifeng. Of course, it might have been Lu Song's imagination. In any case, in his eyes, Chen Sanfeng was simply stunning. Uncontrollably, the scene of examining her injuries in the room flashed through his mind. This is my home. Chen Sanfeng blushed slightly, as if she had also recalled certain scenes. This was the most impulsive thing she had ever done in her life, and she still regretted it to this day. Oh, right, this is your home. Lu Song scratched his head, his mind going blank, suddenly unsure of what to say. Third sister, don't pay attention to him. He's like a fox paying respects to a chicken. He doesn't have good intentions. Chen Sifeng snorted. She had figured it out. This man was definitely up to something, probably trying to take advantage of her older sister. Oh. Chen Sanfeng's face turned slightly red. She pretended to tidy her hair and said, I'll go wash my hands. Chen Sifeng spoke bluntly, there's a place to wash your hands in the outhouse. You just came out of there, why didn't you wash your hands? Chen Sanfeng looked like a startled little animal, panicking. I forgot. As she turned around, she nearly collided with someone, but it was Lu Zhensheng, who was drunk and shouted, What are you doing? Can't you watch where you're going? Before he could finish, his eyes widened, fixated on Chen Sanfeng's chest. At that moment, Chen Sanfeng's face flushed red, her eyes shy yet panicked, and her white blouse bulged beneath, making her as beautiful as a painting. Lu Zhensheng was completely mesmerized. I didn't mean to. Today, the bride's family is the honored guest, and since Lu Zhensheng is the main guest, Chen Sanfeng hurriedly stepped aside and apologized. Lu Zhensheng blinked and suddenly smiled. It's okay, I was also at fault. I might have had a bit too much to drink, and my steps were a bit unsteady. Did I hurt you? No. Chen Sanfeng's face turned even redder. Lu Song grew impatient, rushing forward in 2 strides. What are you doing, you brat? Are you taking advantage of Sanfeng? Lu Zhensheng saw him in uniform and felt a bit intimidated, but then he thought, I didn't do anything wrong. What's there to be afraid of? Plus, the alcohol was making him feel bold. Today I'm the boss here. I'm not afraid of anyone. What do you mean I'm taking advantage of her? Get your facts straight. I'm Chen Fei's older brother-in-law. Sanfeng is his sister. We're in-laws. You're an outsider. What right do you have to butt in?
Lu Zhenxing stiffened his neck, glaring at Liu Song like a bull. I can tell you're up to no good.
Why are you always staring at Sanfeng? Lu Song felt a little uneasy, but he didn't back down. Can't I talk to Sanfeng about the case? Lu Zhenxing snorted.
I didn't say you couldn't, but could you at least take your eyes off her? Your eyes are practically popping out of your head.
Am I that obvious?
Lu Song felt so embarrassed his shoes were almost worn through.
He cleared his throat hurriedly. Don't say that.
I'm just concerned about the victim. Lu Zhenxing hummed disapprovingly, about to retort, when Chen Xifeng suddenly spoke up.
Are you two ever going to stop? My family is in the middle of a wedding, and you two are here fighting like chickens? Lu Song grimaced and said, let's discuss the case another time.
I need to report to Zhang team first.
He hurriedly slipped away.
Lu Zhenxing smiled triumphantly.
Sister Sanfeng, don't worry. I'll protect you from now on.
Chen Sanfeng shot him a glance but ignored him, sat down next to Xifeng, and began washing the dishes. The banquet continued.
Meanwhile, the Xue family was in an uproar.
The Xue family was a prominent clan in West Ridge, with nearly 20 households and over 100 people. This was also one of the key reasons why Xue Lu was able to be elected as the village chief. Due to the incident involving Xue Chang and his brother, the Xue family had effectively become enemies with the Chen Fei family. When Chen Fei got married, not a single member of the Xue family attended the wedding.
Moreover, the Xue family had no prior knowledge of today's events.
When the Xue family heard that Xue Zhenqiao and others had been arrested, they were completely stunned.
What's going on? How did they all get arrested? Out of the blue, why did they go to Chen Fei's house? You bastard, Chen Fei.
You're trying to destroy our Xue family.
This won't do. We have to go find them.
Let's go find the village chief first.
It was his family who came up with this idea, so he's responsible.
A group of people set off in a large procession to find the elderly couple, Xue Luzhu. Xue Luzhu was also flustered.
A wedding night prank? Was that Ding Mei's idea? What do you want to do? Ding Mei looked wronged, like a victim. I just wanted to vent for Changzi and Gangzi. Besides, a wedding prank isn't illegal, is it? It's clearly Chen Fei abusing his power and using the city's influential figures against us.
Xue Liuzhu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Chen Fei, you're taking advantage of people too much. Xue Zhenqiao's mother, Ma Qiugu, slapped her thigh. I don't care what you do, my son was working for your family and he's almost beaten to death. You must give us an explanation. That's right, you must give an explanation.
Xue Jingyang also joined in with her own choice words.
The heads of both families remained silent, clearly letting the women take the lead while they watched coldly from the sidelines. Chapter 143, My son isn't some kind of hero. Xue Luzhu clenched his teeth. Alright, let's go to the village office to find them.
I don't believe Chen Fei is so powerful that he dares to go against our Xue family with over 100 people.
The main issue is that this involves Ding Mei.
If we don't put a stop to this, Ding Mei might end up in trouble too. So he has to take the lead on this. Right, our old Xue family accounts for 1/5 of the population in West Ridge. Unless he doesn't want to live in West Ridge anymore, he wouldn't dare to offend us so badly. A large group of people marched to the village committee office, just as Xiao Bing returned from treating the wounds of Xue Zhenqiao and Xue Jing. They immediately confronted him with a fierce demeanor. Xiao Bing coldly responded to them.
Don't use customs as an excuse.
They've broken the law, and the law doesn't tolerate that.
Labor reform is inevitable. The Xue family was speechless, blaming Ding Mei. It's all your fault.
If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been arrested.
Ding Mei protested vehemently.
I didn't expect this either. We just wanted to cause a scene at the wedding and vent our anger by hitting him a few times.
Who would have thought it was illegal? You're Ding Mei? Xiao Bing's eyes lit up. He pulled out the handcuffs, just about to look for you, and here you are. Come over and put them on.
Ding Mei was terrified.
No. I won't wear them.
I'm just an old woman who didn't do anything, I just said a few extra words.
Why are you arresting me?
Xiao Bing sneered, playing the old card won't work. You incited others to intentionally harm someone, that's illegal.
And you're the mastermind. You're going to jail.
Ding Mei was so scared she turned pale.
Father, save me. I don't want to go to jail.
Xue Luzhu pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Xiao Bing, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Comrade, my son-in-law is Deputy Director Qianwei of your station.
We're all on the same side. Can you show mercy and spare her this time?
Rest assured, I'll definitely give her a good scolding later. Xiao Bing gave him a cold glance.
Xue Gang and Xue Chang are your sons, aren't they? Your sons are like this, and your family is like this. You're the squad leader, yet you failed so miserably. The mockery in Xiao Bing's tone was too obvious. Xue Luzhu couldn't pretend anymore, his face as ugly as if he had eaten something disgusting. What can we do to release her?
Xiao Bing said indifferently, releasing her is out of the question.
Wait for the verdict. That was it.
Ding Mei and the others who had caused the commotion were taken to the police station for interrogation. Due to the large number of people, Xiao Bing specifically asked Liu Song to make an extra trip. Chen Fei's wedding banquet finally came to an end. Su Ying and Yun Jin, along with the others, all took their leave. The wild boar meat hadn't been used up, so Chen Fei cut a piece for each of them. Each piece weighed about 10 pounds. He had originally intended to give Zhu Caixia a piece as well, but she refused firmly, insisting she didn't want it.
My feelings for you are purely emotional. I don't want any material entanglements. Otherwise, people will say I'm after your money. Chen Fei sighed wryly, you're like my sister. What's wrong with taking some meat?
Su Ying and Yun Jin both took some.
That's not the same. I'm different from them. Zhu Caixia was as stubborn as a rock. They did it voluntarily, but I was forced. You should know what I'm thinking.
After saying that, Zhu Caixia left dejectedly, leaving Lu Yi'er, who had accompanied her, filled with worry. Having one's own husband coveted by another feels so dangerous.
That night, deep into the quiet hours, Chen Fei entered the bridal chamber. In the past, it was always done in secret.
This time, he could finally do it openly. Fearing that the events of the day might affect Lu Yi'er's mood, Chen Fei did his utmost to cheer her up. He even showed her all the treasures he had never shown anyone before.
Lu Yi was filled with amazement. How can you carry all this money around every day without getting tired? Chen Fei retorted, would you get tired if I carried it for you?
Lu Yi'er shook her head.
If it were anything else, I'd be tired, but this doesn't tire me. Just thinking about it gives me energy.
Chen Fei took the green army down and said, from now on, you can carry it. Lu Yi'er felt as though she had eaten honey, her heart sweet as honey. Then she shook her head.
I won't carry it.
If I lose it, selling me wouldn't even cover the cost.
Silly girl, you're my wife. What's mine is yours. Even if you lose it, you won't have to pay for it.
Chen Fei spoiledly pinched her cheek and let his hand slide down.
That's still not allowed.
Lu Yi didn't open his hand but looked at him seriously and analyzed the situation. You know my brother, he's always trying to get the better end of a deal.
If he sees me carrying so much money, what am I supposed to do? Should I give it to him or not? What a good wife you are.
She already knows to take my side so soon after marrying into the family.
You could hide it somewhere. As for saving it, Chen Fei never even considered it. Not to mention that saving money loses value and can't keep up with inflation.
Anyway, from what Chen Fei had seen in his previous life, none of the big shots saved money. They all followed the principle of making money breed more money, using every penny wisely. Some even borrowed money to invest, taking out large loans and expanding their businesses like a snowball rolling downhill. On the other hand, ordinary people were obsessed with saving money.
It seemed like not saving any money left them feeling insecure.
Besides, he'd have a use for this money soon enough.
Chen Fei grinned and said, Lu Yi, shall I teach you to sing? What should we sing? A goose, stretching its neck toward the sky.
White feathers float on green water, red webbed feet stir clear waves.
Isn't that from the elementary school textbook? Don't think I haven't read books.
Lu Yi'er was a bit proud.
I graduated from middle school and almost got into high school. Will you sing it then?
Lu Yi blushed and dared not look up at him.
I don't know how to sing. Learn slowly.
Chen Fei taught her very patiently, never getting annoyed.
Chen Fei, you're so mean. You know so much.
Lu Yi wanted to say no, but her body was honest. Her flushed face, like that of a tipsy child under the dim, ever-burning lamp, looked exceptionally charming.
Do you like it? Lu Yi'er was being insincere. I don't like it. Really? Will it affect the children? Lu Yi'er suddenly asked. No, I know what I'm doing. They didn't go to sleep until the wee hours of the morning.
Chen Fei had a dream where Lu Yi'er gave birth to a son who could speak as soon as he was born, and his first words were daddy. Chen Fei was overjoyed, leaning in close, my precious son, you're so good. You're truly my son. But the next second, the little finger of the son poked him on the face, looking fierce.
Poke me. Poke me. You're never quiet. Aren't you afraid you'll hurt me? Look at the birthmark on my butt, it's all bruised. Is that how you act as a father? Chen Fei was poked until he was completely confused. My son must be a little neza, he can curse before he can even walk. He suddenly woke up. Looking outside, the sky was already growing light. Looking beside him, the village beauty was snuggled up against him, her head nestled in his chest, revealing her snow-white back with its alluring curves. So Chen Fei leaned over to Lu Yi'er's ear and whispered, don't sleep, get up for morning exercises. When one is happy, one feels refreshed. Time flew by quickly.
Before he knew it, it was broad daylight. Lu Yi'er jumped up with a start, fumbling to get dressed.
It's all your fault. You woke me up so late in the morning. If my sisters see me, they'll laugh at me.
Chen Fei watched her trembling like a flower, and it was genuine trembling, which made him feel delighted.
What's there to be afraid of? My sister won't say anything. Chapter 144, Some Rejoice, Some Grieve. That's not acceptable. You just got married and you're sleeping in? That's so embarrassing.
Lu Yi bent over to put on her shoes, her back arching into a smooth curve, and Chen Fei couldn't resist gently tapping her.
Oh, what are you doing? Lu Yi blushed and pushed him away. Don't touch me, someone's outside. Chen Fei glanced at his watch. It's still early, not even 8 o'clock yet.
No wonder the ancients said, spring nights are short, and the sun rises early, hence, the emperor no longer rises early for court. It turns out it's because the concubine is too weak to rise, having just received the emperor's favor. At that moment, Lu Yuer, newly married, blushed with a touch of happiness. Her face was radiant, truly a smile that could charm 1,000 men. Chen Feng had already prepared dinner and was waiting for the two of them to go out and eat. Lu Yi had been used to eating meals with others every day. But on the first day of eating properly, she still felt shy and explained softly, "Sister, I was too tired yesterday, so I didn't sleep well and got up late.
I won't do it again."
Chen Feng smiled and said it was okay, but Chen Sifeng spoke her mind. "It's not because you didn't sleep well.
I wonder what the two of you were up to. I got up in the middle of the night and heard. For Feng, shut up."
Chen Feng glared at her. "Wu Feng is here.
Don't corrupt the children."
Chen Sifeng blinked her big eyes, looking confused.
I didn't say anything. I just heard noises in the room. Were you two arguing?
Xiao Fei, let me tell you, what happened during the day wasn't Lu Ye's fault.
Don't make a big deal out of nothing. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. Fourth sister, you're framing me. We're fine. Did you ask Lu Yi?
Lu Yi blushed so much she almost buried her head in her bowl.
Chen Fei is very kind to me. Don't overthink it. Could it be that the commotion earlier today caused a miscarriage? Should we go to the hospital to check? Chen Feng looked worried. Lu Yi is only a month along. Could she have miscarried?
Sister, don't worry.
I've checked on Lu Yi and the fetus is fine. That's good, that's good.
Chen Feng patted her chest.
I was so worried. Now everything is settled. Lu Yi, let us eat. After dinner, I'll go into the mountains with San Feng and Si Feng. You rest well.
As the head of the household, Chen Feng made the arrangements, and Chen Fei naturally had no objections.
Although they were newlyweds, they couldn't spend every moment together day and night.
There is plenty of time in the future, and there are still things that need to be done.
So Chen Fei added, "Sister, you all go into the mountains.
I'll teach Lu Yi how to grow mushrooms." Chen Feng agreed, saying that mushrooms were becoming scarce in the mountains and that the current harvest would likely end in a couple of days. She wondered if the mushrooms they planted would grow properly.
Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. Of course they will. Just trust me.
In a few days, the mushrooms your second sister grows will be ready for market.
Really?
Chen Feng's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkled with laughter.
This is perfect. I was worried about what to do without mushrooms to pick. But then she remembered something else.
If they were growing mushrooms, they wouldn't need as many people.
What about the promises they had made to the villagers?
Chen Fei smiled confidently.
No problem. Didn't I mention the herbs? The mountain hawthorn is ripe, and there are other herbs too. Go pick them all. I'm actually worried we don't have enough people. If I weren't afraid of delaying production, I'd hire more.
The sisters, including all of them, looked at him with admiration.
Xiao Fei, you're really capable. You've got everything figured out.
Chen Sifeng suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed in surprise, "What a pity.
You're my own brother. Otherwise, I'd definitely kidnap you back and make you my chief wife."
Put. Chen Sanfeng spit out a mouthful of rice porridge.
Fourth sister, you're so funny. Xiao Fei is a man. Then a village chief's man? A village chief's old man? It's the same thing.
Chen Sifeng wanted to say something else, but since she wasn't well educated, she let it go. Fourth sister is really fierce. Chen Fei shoved a red bean bun into her mouth.
Fourth sister, don't be ungrateful.
With a capable and handsome younger brother like me, you should be proud.
Chen Sifeng chewed the bun and mumbled, I'm proud. Liu Ye was even more proud.
Now, all the young women and married women in the village envied Liu Ye for marrying such a good man. At this point, Lu Yi couldn't help but puff out her chest. In the past, she always feared others' gossip, but now, who wouldn't admire her? It's almost like they have envy written on their foreheads.
Not to mention, even women from the city are eager to marry Chen Fei. Speaking of this, Lu Yi couldn't help but silently thank Li Shui.
If it weren't for her abandoning Chen Fei, it wouldn't have been her turn.
Li Shui, I should thank you.
That day, as expected, the mushroom harvest was significantly reduced, only half of the usual amount. However, fortunately, Chen Fei had foresight and shifted his focus to mushroom cultivation and herbal medicine. With additional manpower, the total yield was actually slightly higher than usual. However, many of the herbs required drying and sorting, so not much was sold that day. For example, Huangqiao requires the seeds to be sifted out. The seeds are not useless waste, they are set aside for later use as seeds when the time is right.
This isn't urgent, we'll follow up on it later, and there will only be more and more.
Chen Fei arranged for his eldest sister, third sister, and Lu Yi to stay home to watch over the herbs, while he went into town with his fourth sister and Zhu Jiefang. He had an important matter to attend to, checking on the mushrooms his second sister had planted. They split into two groups again. Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang went to sell mushrooms, while Chen Fei went to sell herbs. That day, the mushrooms sold for less than 100 yuan. The herbs also sold for less than 100 yuan. Together, they made 18,337. Chen Sifeng actually complained it was too little, leaving Zhu Jiefang speechless.
Sifeng, you're getting too big for your britches. The entire village of Xiling doesn't earn as much as your family, and you still think it's not enough? Chen Sifeng chuckled. It's just that prices were 200 or 300 yuan a few days ago, and the sudden drop is a bit unsettling. Zhu Jiefang scratched his head. That's true.
On the way back, they passed by Guanzhuang. Chen Fei told Chen Sifeng and Zhu Jiefang to go back first while he went to check on his older sister's mushroom farm. Under Chen Erfeng's careful cultivation, the mushrooms were growing well and would be ready for market soon. Before leaving, Chen Fei asked Chui Shigang if he could talk to the village committee about allocating a piece of land along the provincial highway. Chui Shigang hesitated and said it would be difficult. The main reason was that his family didn't meet the criteria.
Chen Fei said, just ask. We'll see if it's possible, and Chui Shigang had no choice but to agree. Chen Fei's daily life didn't change much.
He still had plenty of meat and fish at home, even more than usual. The main reason was that there was so much leftover meat, vegetables, and more that it took 2 days to finish it all. This was after packing some leftovers for relatives and friends, otherwise, there would have been even more. Chen Fei was living a comfortable life, earning money when he went out and having his wife waiting for him at home.
He was full of energy during the day and even more so at night. Lu Yi, like Chen Sifeng, suddenly developed a fondness for counting money.
After counting the money, she goes to sleep feeling content, her heart filled with hopes for the future. Some are happy, others are sad. The Xue family was not faring well.
The entire Xue family hadn't had a good day in 2 days.
Under everyone's urging, Xue Lu had to make 8 trips to the village in a single day. Chapter 145, Returning to the bride's home, please vote for the monthly ticket.
In the end, he received personal instructions from Qianwei. Medical parole.
Of course, it wasn't a proper medical parole. Medical parole is granted after sentencing, when a prisoner develops a serious illness and requires treatment outside the prison. However, since Xue Zhenshao and Xue Jing were still under police custody at the station, there was still significant room for maneuver. Additionally, both were severely injured, had lost a significant amount of blood, and were in a weakened condition. This significantly increases the feasibility of the plan.
According to Qianwei Zhao, this was just a matter of haggling.
The Xue family was urged to file a counterclaim, accusing Chen Fei of intentional injury. During this period, they should be flexible when necessary and firm when required. If one attempt fails, try again. If 2 attempts fail, try a third time.
Constant appeals will wear Chen Fei down until he has no choice but to compromise.
In short, there were no boundaries, it was all about causing trouble. When Xue Luzhu returned and spoke up, the Xue family actually found his arguments convincing.
There's strength in numbers. The law doesn't punish the many. No one can do anything to them.
So Xue Luzhu dictated the statement, and Xue Qin wrote it down, drafting a complaint accusing Chen Fei of intentional assault. After finishing it, they didn't go straight to the police station but instead had Xue Luzhu take it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei had just finished eating and was teaching Lu Yi how to grow mushrooms when he heard the knock and got up to open the door.
Captain, I knew you'd come.
Seeing Xue Luzhu standing outside the door, Chen Fei wasn't surprised. Given what had happened, it would have been strange if he hadn't come.
Chen Fei, I have something to show you. Xue Luzhu showed Chen Fei the complaint letter.
This is a joint complaint signed by the 12 households and 97 members of the Xue family, accusing you of intentional assault. At this point, Xue Luzhu deliberately paused for a moment to observe Chen Fei's expression. However, Chen Fei remained calm. The dim evening light cast a faint golden glow on his face. Was it an illusion? From that golden glow, Xue Luzhu seemed to catch a hint of mockery.
Xue Liuzhu's heart sank. Does he really not fear us?
Pushing aside his doubts, Xue Luzhu continued, Chen Fei, we're all from the same village.
There's no need to make things so tense.
Let's each take a step back and pretend nothing happened.
What do you think?
Chen Fei looked at him calmly.
Are you done? Xue Luzhu blurted out, I'm done. If you're done, get out of here.
I don't have time to argue with you. You'd be better off spending that time talking to your wife.
Chen Fei slammed the door shut with a loud bang, leaving Xue Luzhu so angry his nose was crooked.
Chen Fei, don't get too cocky. Your few friends can't cover everything.
We'll see about that. I'll wait and see. Chen Fei wasn't the least bit afraid. If a little storm like this can scare him, how will he ever return to the top and become a billionaire CEO?
Xue Luzhu snorted and stormed off.
Xiao Fei, will he be okay?
The sisters knew it was Xue Luzhu who had come, but they didn't hear what he said and were all worried.
What could happen to me? It's them who'll be in trouble. A complaint letter? Does he really fear this?
After Shui Luzhu returned, he was surrounded by the Shui family.
How is it? Did Chen Fei back down? He must be scared now, right? Captain, tell everyone what he said to you.
Shui Liuzhu's lips twitched.
He told me to get lost. Can he say that? He didn't agree.
Let's prepare to sue him tomorrow.
Shui Luzhu muttered under his breath, it's getting late. Everyone should go back to sleep. He didn't feel like saying more. Exhausting. He's the real victim here, isn't he? His wife and children are all gone, leaving him alone. Wait, there's still someone living in the annex. Shui Liuzhu's eyelid twitched, and he walked toward the western annex with a blank expression.
Soon, suppressed sounds came from the western annex, intermittent and tinged with sobs.
Time flew by like a white horse, gone in the blink of an eye.
3 days had passed, and it was the day Lu Yir was returning to her parents' home. This was the first time the new bride returned to her parents' home. This custom is practiced across the country, though with variations. Some places do it the next day, some after 3 days, others after 5, 7, 8, or even 9 days. On this day, Chen Fei couldn't go up the mountain. He went to the hot springs early to buy gifts. He bought some fruits and pastries that caught his eye, but there was no obligation to do so. However, there was one thing that was mandatory: the return gift. The local return gift is a piece of pork. However, it wasn't just any piece of pork, it had to include 2 ribs. Many people are poor and can't afford meat, so they buy less. 3 pounds or 4 pounds is acceptable.
Chen Fei just bought 6 pounds.
Lu Yir went out with Chen Fei for the first time and looked around the cooperative, finding everything fascinating. But she was also shy. She felt like everyone was looking at her. So she clung to Chen Fei's clothes, following weakly behind him, occasionally peeking out her head. She looked absolutely adorable. The salespeople at the cooperative all knew Chen Fei and teased him playfully. Wow, the bride is really beautiful. No wonder you're so smitten. Look at that little face, so cute. Chen Fei didn't say a word, he just handed out wedding candies and stuffed them into their mouths. After returning home, Chen Fei parked his bicycle and carried the bags to Lu Yir's house. Lu Yir's family had already made preparations and hosted a banquet to welcome the new son-in-law. On the day of the return visit, some of the bride's relatives would traditionally tease the groom, but given Chen Fei's current status, no one dared to do so. At most, they teased him a bit. The return gift was wrapped in red paper, and according to local custom, some glass noodles were also included. Lu Yir's mother couldn't wait to open it. Upon seeing the over 6 pounds of pork, she was so delighted she couldn't stop smiling. But she said, just coming back is enough, why bring gifts? Lu Yir raised her chin and asked, when we leave later, should we take it back? This stubborn girl, she's already changed her mind just after leaving home? Lu Yir's mother glared at her and forced a smile. There's no such thing as taking back the return gifts, and besides, you can't go back anyway. Lu Yir was startled and asked, why can't I go back? She didn't want to be separated from Chen Fei. Lu Yir's mother smiled and put the return gift away. Silly child, after the return visit, you can't leave. You have to stay for a few days before you can go back. Oh, I see. Lu Yir pouted, will Chen Fei stay with us then? That's not allowed. A new son-in-law can't stay overnight at his father-in-law's house. What? Lu Yir's face fell instantly. Then how long will I have to stay? Are you in such a hurry to go back? Lu Yir's mother pretended to be angry and glared at her. You've been in this family for nearly 20 years, you just forget that? Lu Yir blushed and twisted her fingers. I didn't forget, it's just that. After fumbling around for a while, she couldn't say a single word, and could only sneak glances at Chen Fei. Chen Fei, just say something already. Can you really sleep alone at night? Chen Fei would love to be together every day, but local customs must be respected, so he could only smile helplessly. It's okay. Even though we can't go home, we can meet at the gate. You wait for me every day, and I'll cook something delicious for you. As soon as she mentioned good food, Lu Yir was wide awake. Her big, watery eyes seemed to have been dipped in honey, and her face was radiant with happiness. Lu Zhenqing looked at her, but his mind was on someone else. Finally, after drinking a few cups of wine, he gathered the courage to say, Lu Yir, brother-in-law, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should. Chapter 146, Is Third Sister That Fragrant? If it's not appropriate, don't say it. Chen Fei cut him off directly. Lu Zhenqing felt like he was stuck with a grape in his throat, unable to swallow it down or spit it out, his face turning bright red from the effort. Lu Yir, fearing he might ask Chen Fei for money, chimed in as well. Brother, if you have time in the future, just follow Chen Fei and work with him. Don't worry about anything else. Lu Zhenqing sighed and rolled his eyes. Do you know what I wanted to say? You won't let me speak. Lu Yir spoke frankly. I know you too well. You're just trying to take advantage of him. This is making me feel really awkward, brother. Lu Zhenqing took a swig of wine and slammed the cup on the table. No way, I'm going to say it anyway, or I won't feel right. The old couple feared he might say something inappropriate and joined into him.
Zhensheng, why don't we just drop it? Today is your sister's return visit, and everyone is in a good mood. No way, I've already said it, I have to speak my mind. Alcohol emboldened him.
After a few cups, Lu Gensheng's eyes turned slightly red, and he felt fearless. Lu Yi's mother saw him like this and dared not say another word.
Chen Fei drank his wine as if nothing had happened, waiting to see what else he would say.
The next moment, Lu Gensheng shouted loudly, "Chen Fei, brother-in-law, I've set my sights on your sister.
I want to marry her." Chen Fei's raised wine cup froze mid-air, and the air in the room suddenly grew still.
Everyone stared at Lu Gensheng as if he were an alien, shocked, astonished, helpless, and speechless.
Expressions varied. Lu Yi's mother noticed Chen Fei's expression change and quickly pushed Lu Gensheng aside. "You fool! After just a few cups of wine, you're talking nonsense. Isn't this all in the past? The past is the past, and the present is the present." In Lu Yi's eyes, Chen Fei was a rare and precious son-in-law. What if he got angry and left?
Chen Fei put down his wine cup, his face showing little emotion. "Brother-in-law, I told you that day not to set your sights on my sister.
How could you forget?"
Chen Fei didn't show any signs of anger or frustration, but everyone present could feel the chill in the air.
Despite the bright sunshine, it felt a bit cold. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. Had Chen Fei really not forgotten what happened before?
"I haven't forgotten, but what I'm talking about today is San Feng, not Si Feng." Lu Gensheng spoke with a calm demeanor.
One sentence, like a thunderclap out of the blue, left everyone speechless. What? What did you say? San Feng? You actually have your eye on San Feng? Have you lost your mind?
The Lu family, Lu Yi, and the guests they invited from both sides.
Lu Yi's family invited Miao Zhuangzhuan's older brother, Miao Dezhuang. Chen Fei came with Chen Ergu.
The two families have recently improved their relationship, and according to local custom, the groom can bring one person.
Usually, it's a cousin.
Due to the custom of teasing the new son-in-law, Chen Ergu's role was akin to that of a bodyguard. He's there to block drinks for Chen Fei or defuse any rowdy situations. However, there wasn't much trouble today, so Chen Ergu seemed unnecessary and just stood by watching the commotion. At that moment, Chen Ergu was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, holding a piece of meat, and only snapped out of it when his chopsticks poked into his nostril.
He let out a startled cry. "What the hell? Lu Gensheng, you're this kind of person? It's none of my business. You guys continue."
Lu Yi's mother snapped back to her senses and slapped Lu Gensheng on the head.
"Lu Gensheng, you're crazy.
You're a fine young man, marrying a divorcee who can't have children.
Are you sick?"
Realizing she had spoken without thinking, Lu Yi's mother quickly smiled awkwardly at Chen Fei and said,
Dear son-in-law, I wasn't talking about your third sister."
The day Sanfeng was brought back, the whole village saw it. "Our son Gensheng is still a virgin, so, you know what I mean."
After stammering through an explanation, Lu Yi's mother was truly desperate.
Lu Gensheng is such a troublesome child. Why did he have to fall for someone who was sent back after a previous marriage?
What were you thinking? Chen Fei didn't respond to Lu Yi's mother's explanation, just giving a casual reply.
"There is no need to explain. My sister won't marry him anyway." Lu Yi's mother felt like she was walking on eggshells, unsure of how to proceed, and she instinctively looked at Lu Yi, hoping she would speak up for her.
Listen to the tone. Lu Yi also felt uneasy.
She had caught the underlying meaning in Chen Fei's words. No matter what kind of person Chen Sanfeng was, she would never marry her brother. This was exactly the same as when he had proposed exchanging brides with Chen Sifeng. To put it bluntly, Chen Fei still harbored a grudge over what had happened back then.
He just didn't say it outright.
Lu Yi was caught in the middle, torn between both sides, unsure of what to say.
Chen Fei didn't want her to feel awkward, so he spoke up first.
"I know you look down on my older sister, but in my heart, Lu Gensheng isn't worthy of her.
So let's not bring this up again. I don't want to put Lu Yi in a difficult position."
These words were actually quite harsh, even offensive. However, the old couple from the Lu family sighed in relief.
Don't mention it, don't mention it.
Our Lu family has been a single son lineage for 3 generations. We can't be without a son. We thought the matter was settled, but Lu Gensheng must have lost his mind. He is still causing trouble.
Better no son than no wife. I'm already 26 and still don't have a wife. People my age already have kids who can run errands. What can I say? Besides, how can you have a son without a wife? What if Sanfeng can have children? That won't work either. Lu Yi's mother is firmly against it. Sanfeng has been married to the Nanyao family for over 3 years and hasn't even shown any signs of pregnancy. She definitely can't have children. What about you? Are you more capable than Li Shirley? Lu Gensheng stubbornly stuck out his neck and said angrily. Can we stop talking about children?
I saw it with my own eyes the other day. Officer Liu from the police station was still interested in Chen Sanfeng.
He's a government employee, isn't he much better than me? Really? Is that true?
The old couple Lu Shu, Lu Yi, Chen Ergu, and even Chen Fei were all shocked.
Are you just making this up? How could Officer Liu be interested in her? A hen that can't lay eggs, how could he possibly be interested in her?
Lu Yi's mother, in her panic, started speaking without thinking, and after realizing what she had said, she hurriedly apologized.
A good son-in-law, I didn't mean to insult Sanfeng. I just meant it's impossible.
After explaining for a while, she couldn't make herself clear, her old face turning bright red, and she finally forced an end to the conversation.
Shocked, Chen Fei recalled the day he went to the police station for a medical examination. Could it be that Lu Song had set his sights on the third sister back then? But he didn't know if it was genuine or just a fleeting attraction. But regardless, third sister absolutely couldn't marry Lu Zhensheng, that was his firm stance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei spoke slowly. I understand everything you've said.
I can clearly tell you that neither my third sister nor my fourth sister will ever marry into the Lu family.
Chapter 147, The Events of That Year.
The specific reasons, I won't go into, but you all know them.
My father's death, I can't pretend it never happened.
I didn't intend to bring this up again, but since we've come to this point, I have no choice but to speak my mind. Because of Lu Yue, I can pretend to forget the past, but that doesn't mean the past never happened. In other words, I cannot allow my sister to marry the son of our enemy, it's that simple. These words left Lu Yue trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face.
Sure enough, Chen Fei still couldn't forget the past, couldn't forget the old grudge. She raised her tear-stained face to look at the willow tree and cried, "Father, why did you report me back then?"
Speaking of this, Chen Fei was also curious. Back then, he was young, and with so much time having passed, he only vaguely remembered that his father had died after being reported.
He only had a vague understanding of the details.
At that moment, he couldn't help but prick up his ears, eager to hear Lu Shu explain it himself. The willow tree's face was wrinkled like the bark of an old willow tree. He trembled as he stuffed tobacco into his pipe, then took out a match and struck it several times without success.
Scratch! Lu Zhensheng lit the match for him. "Father, take your time." The willow tree took a deep drag, then began coughing violently.
After coughing, he continued smoking, the smoke swirling around him, the flickering light illuminating his face, making him look somewhat fierce.
Chen Fei remained calm, waiting quietly for him to speak.
Finally, the willow tree tapped the tobacco pipe on the side of his shoe and waved to Lu Yi's mother.
"Go outside and keep an eye on them." Her father. Lu Yi's mother hesitated. "Go."
Lu Shu spoke calmly, but his tone left no room for argument.
Lu Yi's mother sighed and said to Miao Dazhuang and Ergo, "You two, come with me to the door and keep watch."
The two looked curious, but this was clearly old Lu's secret, and they didn't want to eavesdrop. So they both got up and walked outside, with the willow leaf mother following behind, making sure to grab a handful of peanuts.
"I'm really sorry. Have some peanuts first, and come back later." The two didn't say anything.
They stood at the door, one on each side, eating peanuts while keeping an eye on the entrance.
No one was allowed inside.
Lu Yi's mother returned inside, fetched a stool, and sat at the entrance to the main hall, serving as a second line of defense.
The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Chen Fei, Lu Yi, and Lu Zhensheng all felt an unexplainable tension.
Chen Fei was thinking about avenging his father's death, while Lu Yi and Lu Zhensheng were worried about their own happiness.
"Can we talk now?" Chen Fei asked. Lu Shu sighed heavily.
"Back then, it was I who reported your father, but I had no choice at all." The willow tree suddenly burst into tears, an old man in his 60s, crying uncontrollably.
Lu Yi also started crying. "Father, please stop crying. Why did you do it?"
It's all my fault.
The willow tree stamped his feet and beat his chest, tears streaming down his face.
"Back then, there was a famine, and you were so hungry you cried. Your father was helpless, so I secretly went to the field and picked 2 ears of tender corn for you to eat.
But who could have imagined?
Who would have thought that Shui Lu would catch me on the spot and threaten to report me? Chen Fei, believe me, your uncle really had no choice."
"Shui Luzhu?" Chen Fei looked stunned.
"Why would Shui Luzhu threaten you?
Does my father have a grudge against him?"
Lu Shu wiped away a tear. "No grudge, but there is a grudge." Lu Zhensheng was so anxious he kept rubbing his hands. "Father, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what happened." Lu Shu sighed and said, "There's no grudge because Chen Fei's father is a kind-hearted man who knows medicine, and many people in the village get along well with him. But there is a grudge because he's too outstanding and has caused trouble for himself."
Chen Fei was completely confused. "The more I listen, the more confused I get. Please explain it clearly."
The old willow tree's eyes grew misty, as if he had returned to the past. He murmured, "Back then, your father was the handsomest young man in the village, just like you are now. At the time, many young women in the village liked him, including your mother. But..." Lu Shu changed the subject. "But Shui Luzhu also liked your mother, but she didn't like him. After she married your father, she was resented. Over time, the resentment faded, and everyone thought the matter was settled. Later, Shui Liuzhu's eldest son, Shui Meng, fell for your eldest sister, Chen Feng, and sent a matchmaker to propose marriage, but your mother refused again. Your mother said Shui Meng was too aggressive, and marrying him would likely lead to suffering. Thus, old grudges resurfaced, and Shui Luzhu grew to hate her completely. Coincidentally, I was caught stealing corn by him, and he used that to threaten me. Lu Shu woke up, wiped his nose, and cried bitterly. At the time, I wanted to refuse, but my family was isolated, with no relatives nearby. Shui Luzhu threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree, not only would I be beaten, but my entire family would be beaten too. We were all labeled as capitalists. I was terrified. I was truly afraid. I had no choice but to betray Chen Fei. I betrayed your father, but Lu Yi was still so young at the time. She didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame her, okay? Chen Fei remained silent. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. I never expected this. Such a melodramatic plot twist actually happened to me. No wonder Shui Lu had been targeting me for no reason. He had thought it was because Shui Chang resented him for stealing Lu Yi, but it turned out to be a grudge from the past. That makes sense now. My father stole someone else's woman, and now I've stolen Shui Chang's woman. This is truly fate. There is no such thing as hatred without cause. This is truly a blood feud. Thankfully, the turmoil has passed, otherwise, Shui Luzhu would have certainly destroyed my entire family. Thinking of this, Chen Fei suddenly fell into deep thought. Lu Shu recalled the events, his wrinkled old face trembling, revealing the fear within him. I don't know the details either. There were many people at the time, and I was very afraid, keeping my head down and dared not look at your father. Suddenly, I heard your mother shout, "Stop hitting him! You've killed him!" Later, my father was carried back by my mother and my eldest sister. He didn't survive for more than a few days. You already know the rest. I understand now. After Lu Shu said this, Chen Fei also gradually recalled some things. He was very young at the time, only a few years old, just starting kindergarten, and couldn't remember much. What he remembered most clearly was that one day, a group of people burst in, put a tall hat on his father, tied him up, and dragged him out to be paraded through the streets. Chen Fei was terrified and clung to his younger sister, who was not yet 2 years old, hiding in a corner and crying. But his fourth sister didn't cry, nor did his third sister. They only glared at those people with eyes full of hatred. His eldest sister and mother followed those people away, while his fourth sister threw stones at the house of Lu Yi next door, saying that Lu Yi, his father, had harmed her father. From that day on, Chen Fei harbored a deep grudge. Chapter 148, The Three-Nose Principle. All these years, Chen Fei had always believed that Lu Yi's father was the murderer who killed his father, and the two families had become enemies. But to get to the root of it, he was also forced to do it. Shui Luzhu was the real culprit. Moreover, this matter also involved his own young wife. If she hadn't complained about being hungry, her father-in-law wouldn't have gone to steal the tender corn. So, rounding it off, the father-in-law wasn't at fault. The mistake was his own wife's? Who told her to be so young and ignorant back then, shouting that she was hungry? What a tragedy. Thinking about it, Chen Fei's mood suddenly brightened. Well, after holding a grudge for so many years, it's time to let it go. Chen Fei raised his wine cup, facing the willow tree. Uncle Lu, I was wrong to blame you before. This cup of wine is my apology. After speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. The willow tree was overwhelmed with gratitude. It wasn't a misunderstanding. Back then, it was indeed me who reported you. I was just too cowardly. He hurriedly raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Because he drank too quickly, he choked and coughed several times, but his eyes sparkled with new life. It was as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, and he felt refreshed and energetic, as if he had been rejuvenated by a decade. The willow leaves were also delighted. The feud between the two families was her emotional burden. Since she was young, she didn't remember much about what happened back then. All she knew was that after her father reported him, Chen Fei no longer acknowledged her. Now that things were settled and the truth had been spoken, Chen Fei had truly forgiven her father, and they could finally live happily ever after. Thinking of this, Lu Yi couldn't help but give a playful scold, still calling him uncle? From now on, you should call him father. Chen Fei smiled but said nothing. The word father was still too difficult for him to utter. Lu Shu hurriedly intervened, saying, call him whatever you like. I don't mind, as long as the two of you are happy. Lu Zhenqing grew impatient. Father, what about me? We had a grudge before, but now everything's been cleared up. Shouldn't you agree to let me marry Sanfeng? Lu Shu hesitated. Zhensheng, technically I shouldn't stop you, but our Lu family has only one heir for 3 generations. This would mean the end of the Lu line. Lu Zhenqing stubbornly said, I've set my heart on Sanfeng. You two decide. Lu Shu said awkwardly, this is something you need to ask your mother. If she agrees, I won't say anything. Lu Zhenqing urgently pulled his face white and said, my mother is so stubborn she'll never agree. Father, please speak for me. Lu Shu glared at him and said, I'm not hitting you, that's good enough. Lu Zhenqing turned to Lu Yi, sis? Lu Yi looked at Chen Fei and said, don't ask me. I'll follow Chen Fei's lead. Lu Zhenqing had no choice but to turn to Chen Fei, brother-in-law, what do you think? Chen Fei thought for a moment and said, I can't help you. At most, I won't interfere or stop you.
If you can get my third sister to agree, I won't say anything. Lu Zhenxing grew impatient. But that won't work. The police officer surnamed Liu is still after Sanfeng. That's your problem, not mine.
In plain terms, Chen Fei just wants them to compete. Only through competition can true love be revealed.
Moreover, what's easily obtained isn't cherished, only what's earned through great effort is truly valued.
So Chen Fei's stance is the three-nose principle.
He doesn't interfere, doesn't support, and doesn't oppose. It's all up to their own abilities. Lu Zhenxing clenched his teeth.
All right. I'll make sure Sanfeng nods in agreement. You should try to convince your mother first. Actually, the real obstacle isn't third sister, it's the world's judgment. Third sister can't have children, Lu Yi's mother won't accept it, and Lu Son's family might not accept it either. So before we've sorted things out at home, Chen Fei doesn't want them to meddle prematurely.
I will definitely convince my mother. Lu Zhenxing clenched his fists, trying to encourage himself.
Go bring your mother in, and have Dazhuang and Erdu come in too. Lu Shu was in a good mood at the moment and poured Chen Fei a full cup.
They could talk among themselves while they drank.
Lu Yi hurriedly served Chen Fei some food. Don't just drink, eat some vegetables. Lu Shu suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Lu Yi, all these years, I've never seen you pick a single piece of food for your father. Lu Yi quickly picked up 2 chopsticks and served him. Is this good enough?
That's just going through the motions.
But she still ate it with relish. After eating his fill, Chen Fei had to leave. Lu Yi reluctantly saw him off to the door, leaving Lu Yi's mother speechless. It's not like they're that far apart, they'll see each other soon enough.
Is it really necessary?
Lu Yi rolled her eyes.
Mother, you just don't understand. Chen Fei's love for me. What love? I've been with your father for most of my life. How dare you say I don't understand?
Lu Yi looked proud.
What you call living is just getting by. This is love.
Chen Fei told me himself that he will love only me for the rest of his life.
Lu Yi's mother didn't quite understand, but she suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Talking about this on the street makes me feel embarrassed for you.
Lu Yi's mother couldn't accept it and turned around to go home.
Seeing the willow tree, she felt inexplicably angry. Old fool, so you think we're just getting by, without any real love, right? The willow tree looked completely confused. A couple just lives together, right? What else do you want? Anyway, it's all your fault.
Lu Yi's mother felt very wronged, but she couldn't bring herself to say the word, so she just kept arguing and causing a scene, driving Lu Shu to the brink of exhaustion.
Lu Yi, you're going to kill your father. The willow tree sighed deeply.
The new bride returning to her parents' home was a perfectly normal event, but she unexpectedly discovered the hidden truth from years ago. Chen Fei seemed to have relaxed a bit, but in reality, his hatred had doubled. If reporting the willow tree was a product of the circumstances at the time, then Xue Liuzhu's actions were intentional murder. The murder of one's father is an unforgivable crime, this grudge he would never forget. Don't let him get the chance, or he'll send them to hell himself. After returning home and drinking some sobering soup, his eldest sister and fourth sister came back. Chen Fei returned home, which didn't interfere with their plans to go into the mountains. Earning money was enjoyable, and all the sisters had grown to love this feeling. Especially Chen Xifling, who loved counting money the most. However, the mushrooms were getting fewer each day, and today's harvest was even smaller, though there were more medicinal herbs. Those half-grown children, though they didn't look very big, were all sharp and cunning. As soon as they saw there were fewer mushrooms, they started picking herbs on their own initiative.
Everyone used bamboo baskets to carry their harvest, and upon returning, they lined up at the entrance.
The herbs were weighed on the spot, and payment was distributed immediately afterward. The least one day was 2 yuan, and the most was over 3 yuan.
Speed was one thing, but luck was another.
Though medicinal herbs are abundant in the mountains, you only realize how few there are when you actually start picking them.
Moreover, some people only recognize 1 or 2 types. For example, mountain jujubes are almost universally recognized.
Just mountain jujubes alone fill 2 baskets. But some herbs are known by only a few people and are easy to miss. So when it came time to weigh them, Chen Fei deliberately took some out to explain. This includes their shape and characteristics, growth habits, and the best seasons for harvesting, among other things.
He explained everything briefly so that more people could learn about them.
Those who listened carefully quietly noted them in their minds, preparing to collect them next time they encountered them.
Those who couldn't pay attention were content with what they knew and didn't push themselves further. By the time everything was weighed, it was already late afternoon.
Most of the freshly harvested herbs cannot be sold directly and require processing.
This task is handed over to a few older sisters. Lu Yi also came over to help.
Lu Yi's mother scolded her, but Lu Yi defended herself. I haven't officially joined the family yet, so I'm still considered part of our household.
Chapter 149, Writing an Introduction Letter.
Lu Yi's mother had no words to say, so she could only remind her that under no circumstances should she enter Chen Fei's house. Lu Yi agreed wholeheartedly.
Anyway, it's the same at the door. As long as I can see brother Chen Fei, that's enough.
However, after tidying up, Chen Fei had to go into town, so Lu Yi could only wait at the door.
Chen Fei's south room was specifically used for purchasing and storing herbs. Chen Fei was even considering hanging a sign.
But there was no rush.
The policy wasn't fully clarified yet, so it was better to keep it vague.
Anyway, everyone in the village knows. Since there were fewer mushrooms, the amount each household could bring was reduced from 2 baskets to 1. Chen Xifeng suggested giving some to one family, but Chen Fei refused, saying that's not how business is done.
Leaving anyone out isn't good.
Sometimes you give as much as you can, and when there's a shortage, you don't give any that's a bit hurtful. Chen Xifeng stuck out her tongue.
I really didn't think that much. You're so knowledgeable, Xiao Fei. But then a problem arose.
Originally, Chen Xifeng and Zhu Jie delivered mushrooms, while Chen Fei delivered herbs.
But now it's reversed.
There are too many herbs, and Chen Fei can't fit them all on his bicycle. There aren't enough mushrooms to fill the cart, leaving it half empty. Although they could be transported into the city and separated there, it was still inconvenient. So Chen Fei started thinking about whether he should buy a tractor or just go ahead and buy a car. However, after checking the money in the Green Army's wallet, buying a car seems insufficient. Considering that medicinal herbs would need to be cultivated on a larger scale in the future, plowing and tilling the land would be essential. Using manual labor would be exhausting. Thinking it through, buying a tractor seemed like the better option. With this idea in mind, Chen Fei decided to go to the agricultural machinery station to take a look. The agricultural machinery station is a place that specializes in selling agricultural machinery. Tractors, water pumps, plows, and harrows are all available there. However, what truly convinced Chen Fei to make the purchase immediately was a single remark from Song Hongjun. As soon as he returned home, Song Hongjun came over, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "Chen Fei, the autumn harvest officially begins tomorrow.
Zhu Jiefang is in charge of the vehicle fleet. What about this?" "No problem, I'll figure it out myself." Chen Fei immediately understood.
Zhu Jiefang was in charge of the truck fleet, and during the busy farming season, he couldn't take on private work, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to account for it to the entire brigade. So Chen Fei made up his mind on the spot.
If that's the case, let's go buy a tractor.
But upon second thought, even bicycles required ration tickets, let alone a tractor. It wasn't something you could just buy off the street. He waved to Lu Yi, who was looking at him longingly, and said, "Lu Yi, wait here for a moment.
I need to talk to the secretary.
I'll make you something delicious later."
Lu Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons.
"It's okay, go ahead. Oh, and tell Wu Feng to bring out the vegetables, I'll pick them." Although Lu Yi really wanted to stay by Chen Fei's side, she was a traditional rural woman who naturally respected old customs. She wouldn't step foot into Chen Fei's house. As long as her feet didn't step inside the door, it wasn't considered a violation. Chen Fei pulled Song Hongjun back into the house, handed him a cigarette, lit it, and then asked, "Secretary, to be honest, I want to buy a tractor.
Could you write me a recommendation letter?" Song Hongjun was taken aback and forgot to smoke.
"Why did you suddenly decide to buy a tractor?
That's not cheap.
We don't have a vehicle, and Liberation Brother is in charge of production. I don't want to delay selling herbs, so I might as well buy one,"
Chen Fei said nonchalantly.
Song Hongjun leaned forward slightly.
"Do you mean using the brigade's name?"
"That would be easier, but if others ask, it might cause trouble."
"I'd rather buy it personally. You can just write me a recommendation letter. Using the collective's name will inevitably lead to problems in the future. For example, the Shui family will definitely gossip about it. If they insist the car belongs to the brigade, we won't be able to explain it.
Then how should I write it?"
Song Hongjun hesitated. "Our village is small. We've never bought large machinery before.
We have no experience. Just write agricultural product cultivation and transportation, then add my name and I'll sign it.
Xiling village is still too remote.
There's not even a lime kiln or a brick kiln, let alone a factory.
Other villages mostly have tractors now. Nanyao, Beipo, Donying, Guanzhuang, and Wenquan all have tractors.
On the provincial highway between Guanzhuang and the county seat, you often see cars passing by. Only Xiling has nothing.
It's too isolated. Will that work?"
"Say what you will."
Song Hongjun stood up anyway. "Come with me to the village committee. I've already written it up and will stamp it for you."
Chen Fei agreed, and the two walked out together, chatting as they went. Lu Yi, who was picking vegetables, immediately stood up in surprise.
"Chen Fei, I've finished picking the vegetables. Shall we cook them now?"
Chen Fei shook his head.
"I need to go out for a bit."
"You can talk to Wu Feng for a while."
"Oh."
After Chen Fei left, Lu Yuer sat down dejectedly.
"How many more days? How am I supposed to get through this?
This is too hard to bear."
Chen Fei and Song Hongjun arrived at the village committee office. Song Hongjun quickly wrote the introduction letter, stamped it solemnly, and handed it to Chen Fei.
Chen Fei folded the letter of introduction and put it in his upper pocket.
"Secretary, you go ahead. I'll be on my way."
Upon returning home, he didn't see Lu Yuer.
Wu Feng said Lu Yuer's mother had called her back for dinner.
Chen Fei was surprised, but we agreed that I'd cook something delicious later.
I didn't know.
Maybe your sister-in-law was too shy.
Wu Feng giggled. You and your sister-in-law are so funny.
You're just a wall apart, yet you act so serious.
You don't understand. This is a custom, there's a reason for everything. The more you know, the more you understand and respect.
On the other hand, the ignorant are fearless.
You'll learn the hard way. Alright, it's your business.
I'm just a kid, I won't get involved.
Wu Feng shook her head and acted like a little adult. But the next moment, she gave herself away.
Oh, right, brother, tomorrow's a holiday, so I can go herb picking with my older sister too.
Ha, that'll be so much fun. Back then, there were no summer or winter breaks.
In summer, after harvesting wheat, there was a short break called the wheat harvest break. In the fall, when they harvested corn and planted seeds, there was also a holiday, and it lasted even longer.
Mostly because many children had to help with farm work.
School teachers rarely had permanent positions, most were substitute teachers. They taught during the school year and farmed during the busy farming seasons. Their salaries weren't high, but they had a certain status in the eyes of ordinary people. They were educated. They are respected wherever they go.
Herbal medicine collection is quite tedious, it would be better to spend the time reading more.
For rural children, education is a way out, offering an additional option. Without education, one is doomed to a life of manual labor.
Girls are even worse off, they usually marry by the age of 18 or 19.
Even as children, they have to start having children and spend their lives sewing and mending.
Of course, some marry well.
For example, my own wife married me, and now she has no worries about food or clothing, and she is pampered by her husband. But this is, after all, the exception. As for a good man like me, there's probably only one in 3 villages. Cough, cough, a little self-praise. All my older sisters missed out, but Wu Feng is still young, so I must make sure she finishes her education.
It would be even better if she could get into university. Chapter 150, Lu Zhenxing vs. Liu Song.
Brother.
Wu Feng pulled Chen Fei's hands and shook them, whining, there's plenty of time. I can go into the mountains to pick herbs during the day and study at night, right? It's only a little while at night. The light isn't good either. I can study longer.
Chen Fei wouldn't budge, so Wu Feng had to change her plan and said, then I'll go into the mountains in the morning and study in the afternoon.
Please, big brother. I don't want to be a burden. I want to contribute to the family. Please agree.
Chen Fei thought to himself that some work would be good for Wu Feng, helping her develop practical skills, so he nodded in agreement.
Wu Feng jumped up happily.
I knew my brother was the best.
Wu Feng, what's got you so happy?
Lu Zhenxing emerged from the house with a smile and asked.
I'm getting a day off tomorrow, so I'm really happy.
Wu Feng gave a half-hearted reply, then asked, why did you take so long to come to my house?
Your sister-in-law isn't home either.
Lu Zhenxing chuckled, his smile making Chen Fei feel like a thief. Well, I was just bringing some roasted peanuts for San Feng and chatting for a bit.
Wu Feng rolled his eyes. You have peanuts and won't give me any? You're giving them to my older sister? I'm the kid here, you know.
Lu Zhenxing smiled broadly, next time for sure. As he spoke, he quickly glanced at Chen Fei.
Should I go now?
Tell Lu Yi'er I'm back and have her come out later. I'll make her something delicious. Chen Fei knew what he was up to, but since he had promised, he wouldn't support or hinder him, he had to keep his word. It all depends on my third sister. Alright, I'll go tell her I'm coming. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Liu Song riding a bicycle toward Chen Fei's house, and he was startled.
What's he doing here? He must have bad intentions toward San Feng.
I need to tell San Feng to be careful.
Chen Fei shot him a disdainful glance.
Let's make it clear, no talking behind people's backs. Lu Zhenxing awkwardly fidgeted with his toes. No way, I was just telling San Feng to be careful. After saying that, he slipped back into Chen Fei's house.
San Feng was actually in the south room preparing herbs.
Not all herbs could be used directly after being picked, each had its own specific processing method. For example, for forsythia, you have to sift out the seeds, leaving only the shells. For example, northern must be washed with warm water to remove dirt and sand, then soaked until soft, sliced into thin pieces, and dried in the sun. This is for raw use. It can also be processed by stir-frying with honey-coated wheat bran according to the wheat bran stir-frying method.
Magnolia also has several varieties.
Methods include purification, roasting, steaming, and honey processing.
Cleaning is the simplest method, remove impurities and flower stalks, then sift out any remaining dirt.
The other methods are much more complex, and Chen Fei does not plan to attempt them at this time. Since this is just the beginning, Chen Fei is only teaching the simplest methods to a few sisters.
Whatever makes money quickly is the way to go. Once there is enough inventory, we will move on to the next step. At that moment, Chen Sanfeng was sifting through magnolia bark with Chen Sifeng.
As soon as Chen Sifeng saw Lu Zhenxing, she was in a bad mood.
Why did you just leave and come back so soon? Why are you so annoying?
Lu Zhensheng was planning to groom Chen Sifeng as his younger sister-in-law, so he smiled and flattered her.
Sifeng, don't get angry. I just wanted to tell Sanfeng to be careful of Lu Song from the police station. That guy is up to no good.
I think you're the one with ulterior motives. Chen Sifeng mocked him without mercy, but Chen Sanfeng took it in stride, continuing to dry the herbs while responding.
Lu Zhensheng, don't even think about it. It's useless. I've seen through it all. Being an old maid for life is just fine.
If my brother ever bothers me in the future, I'll go up the mountain and find an old temple to live in.
That is fine too. That won't do.
Lu Zhensheng grew impatient and blurted out, "You're so beautiful, going to a temple would be a waste." Just then, Liu Song walked in from outside and heard this, causing his brows to furrow.
Lu Zhensheng, what are you doing here?
Lu Zhensheng, who is usually a coward, dared to speak up today, raising his eyebrows and saying, "We're neighbors and relatives.
What's so unusual about me being here? What are you doing here, just hanging around?"
Lu Song was so flustered that his face turned red. He instinctively explained, "I came to talk to Sanfeng about the case. By the way, Sanfeng, the Li family said they're willing to compensate you $50, on the condition that you drop the lawsuit and don't sue them anymore."
What do you think? Chen Sanfeng saw Lu Song and couldn't help but blush, biting her lips slightly, unsure of how to respond. Chen Sifeng was already furious. That's not good enough. Do you think our family has never seen money before? $50 and you want to sweep it under the rug? There's no such thing as a free lunch, right, third sister?
Sanfeng raised her head, her expression unwavering.
I don't want the money. Even 500 yuan couldn't make up for the humiliation I've endured over the years. I want them to go to jail. I feel the same way. Lu Song expressed firm support. I've already said it's impossible, but since they VE proposed a settlement, we can only follow the procedure. Cases like this can be mediated. If mediation fails, we'll proceed with legal action. Lu Song made this trip mainly to talk more with Chen Sanfeng and create some opportunities. Lu Zhensheng saw that they were exchanging words back and forth, and this wouldn't he do. He hurriedly interjected, "You're right, Sanfeng. When dealing with bad people, we must never show mercy. I firmly support you." Lu Song snorted derisively. "What kind of support do you offer? Does a woodpecker perform surgery just by talking?" Lu Zhensheng quickly changed his tone, "Can't I support you morally? You're just as much a talker as I am." Lu Song grew annoyed. "Say one more word and see what happens. Go ahead, try it." Lu Zhensheng, who was usually so timid, had suddenly thrown caution to the wind today, glaring at Lu Song with wide eyes, looking like two fighting cocks. At that moment, Shen Fei and Wu Feng walked in from outside and warned, "Take your fighting outside. Don't ruin the herbs." Lu Song turned his head away. "Lu Zhensheng, I won't use my status to intimidate you. Let's settle this one-on-one. Are you up for it?" Lu Zhensheng finally backed down, muttering, "I won't fight you. Fighting is illegal." Sanfeng. "Alright, go back. I'm busy here. But, go back. I'm just a woman who was sent back. I'm not worth this." Chen Sanfeng gave a self-deprecating smile. "You're all good guys. There's no need to fight over me. Go back to what you were doing. I have things to do." She then continued working, ignoring the two of them. "Alright, I've made my point. I won't bother you anymore. Sanfeng, don't overwork yourself." Lu Song turned and walked a few steps before suddenly remembering something and stopping again. "Oh, Chen Fei, the Shui family has been running to the police station non-stop these past few days, accusing you of intentional assault. I'm worried they won't just let it go. Be careful." "I know, I'll be careful." There was something Chen Fei didn't say, but he actually wanted to kill the Shui family, especially Shui Luzhu. The murder of his father was an unforgivable crime, he wouldn't just let it go. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle roared outside. Chapter 151, The Power of Love. Squeak! With a screeching brake, the motorcycle came to a halt in front of Chen Fei's house. "Chen Fei, you are suspected of intentional assault. Come with us." Xian Wei walked in with a police officer following behind him. Sure enough, what was bound to happen has finally happened. Chen Fei glared at them coldly. "Who are you? Show me your ID." Xian Weizhao pointed to his uniform, smirking. "This is my ID. What, you want to resist?" Chen Sifeng suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with ferocity. "If you want to touch my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body." Chen Sanfeng also slowly stood up, staring intently at the other party. "My brother hasn't broken any laws. What right do you have to arrest him?" Xian Weizhao sneered with disdain. "Whether he broke the law or not isn't up to you, it's up to me. You can try to move, and see if I can't bring justice to the world." As he spoke, a group of people entered from outside, blocking the door. There were 20 or 30 people, all of them members of the Shui family. At the front was none other than the village chief, Shui Luzhu. He smiled sarcastically. "Chen Fei, we're all from the same village. I didn't want to take things this far, but you won't give us a way out." Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. "Do you old Shui family members want to start a fight with me?" Chen Sifeng silently drew her knife, saying nothing, but her gaze grew even more fierce. Shui Luzhu sneered coldly and said with righteous indignation, "Wrong. We are a self-organized group assisting the police station in apprehending criminals."
Chen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly.
"You Shui, you really are asking for trouble. The squad leader really has a high level of awareness." Chen Fei snorted derisively, ignoring him and turning to look at Qian Weizhao. "A set of clothes doesn't prove anything. If you want to arrest me, show me your ID badge, the arrest warrant, and so on. Without proper documentation, your words are worthless. I won't go with you. This kid, how does he know so much? He doesn't look like someone from the mountains at all." Qian Weizhao was taken aback. Chen Fei's composure was completely beyond his expectations. Originally, he and Shui had planned to play the roles of the bad cop and the good cop, forcing Chen Fei to drop the charges. But now, Chen Fei was questioning his identity. And to make matters worse, he couldn't produce any proof. He had come on his own, he didn't have an arrest warrant. Nevertheless, Qian Weizhao reacted swiftly, immediately adopting a stern expression and barking, "Because I came in a hurry, I forgot my credentials. I will show them to you once we're inside." "So you don't have them, then?" Chen Fei curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Without identification, breaking into someone's home, I suspect you're a burglar. If you dare to touch me, I'll cut you down. Try it if you dare." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura that sent a cold shiver down Qian Weizhao's spine. What a terrifying man. At that moment, Chen Fei didn't seem like a person but a ferocious beast, glaring at him with murderous intent. Qian Weizhao had no doubt that the slightest movement on his part would trigger an overwhelming attack from the other man. Qian Weizhao's hand involuntarily reached for his waist. "You want to move? You. Deputy Director Qian, think carefully before you act." The sudden voice startled Qian Weizhao, who turned his head to see it was Lu Song, causing him to frown. "Lu Song, what are you doing here?" Lu Song retorted coldly, "I'm here to update the client on the case." "What are you doing here?" Qian Weizhao's eyes flickered slightly. "I'm here to investigate the case." "Is that not allowed?" Lu Song pressed on without emotion. "Investigating is acceptable, but please show your credentials. Otherwise, I will report this to the station chief. Acting on your own could be seen as collusion with others." Qian Weizhao's face turned grim. "Lu Song, are you sure you want to oppose me?" In the past, Lu Song might have turned a blind eye. But now, he wanted Chen Sanfeng, and he had to withstand this pressure. The power of love made him fearless. Lu Song took a deep breath and said firmly, "I'm not opposing anyone. Chen Sanfeng is my client, and Chen Fei is a client in another case. I have a duty to protect them." After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Chen Sanfeng. "Sanfeng. For you, I'm willing to risk everything. I've even offended the deputy director. You must remember my kindness." From Chen Sanfeng's eyes, Liu Song saw a hint of gratitude, and suddenly felt filled with heroic resolve. That one glance was worth it. "Come on, I'll take it all." Lu Zhenqing was speechless. This isn't a good sign. As the old saying goes, a hero saving a beauty is the easiest way to win a woman's heart. There's no choice but to fight. Let us fight. I'll risk my life and lose these £100, but I'll protect Chen Sanfeng. Thinking this, Lu Zhenqing's eyes darted around, looking for something handy to use in a fight. At that moment, all attention and pressure were focused on Qian Weizhao. If he acted, he would clearly be breaking the rules. But giving up wasn't an option. His future father-in-law was watching. He was in a tough spot. Shui Luzhu, the old fox, sensed something was amiss and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "I think there might be a misunderstanding. Comrade Qian said to take him back to ask about the situation, not to arrest him, right?" Chen Weizhao snapped out of it and chimed in, "Right, I just wanted to ask Chen Fei to come to the police station to clarify the situation. I didn't say arrest him. You're the ones who misunderstood." His expression turned cold. "But you're brandishing knives and guns, aren't you planning to incite a riot?" Chen Fei responded calmly. "You're overthinking it. My sister is just handling some herbs. Do you not use a knife when you're chopping vegetables in the kitchen?" Chen Sanfeng heard this and hurriedly pulled Chen Sifeng aside, giving her a meaningful glance. Chen Sifeng immediately sat down and said, "That's right, I'm just processing herbs." "What's the matter?" "Many herbs need to be cut or sliced, so it's no wonder Chen Sifeng is carrying a knife." Qian Weizhao furrowed his brows slightly. "It's fine. Can I ask Chen Fei a few questions?" "Sure, but only here, in front of everyone." Chen Fei cut him off before he could finish, leaving him no room to maneuver. "Of course, if there's an official summons or arrest warrant, you can go to the police station." "You." Qian Weizhao felt an urge to turn and walk away. "What are you asking here? Some things can't be discussed openly, can they?" But he knew he couldn't leave, or he'd lose face. "Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing were the ones you injured, weren't they?" Qian Weizhao asked calmly. "I did it. They were trying to assault my wife, and I was acting in self-defense." Zhang team leader and Xiao station chief already made that determination at the time. Chen Fei dragged Zhang Jigua and Xiao Bing out, leaving no room for Qian Weizhao to negotiate. As it turned out, he was right. Could Xian Weizhao dare to contradict Zhang Jiguo and Xiao Bing? He didn't have the guts to openly defy his superiors, he could only adopt a circumventing strategy. I think you used excessive force in self-defense. What do you think?
Xian Weizhao began to set a trap for Chen Fei through his words. As long as he admits to using excessive force, there will be room to maneuver. Chapter 152, Arguing with Reason, Dividing and Conquering. However, Chen Fei, who had once been a billionaire CEO in his previous life, found such petty tricks utterly beneath him. I don't think I was too harsh. Chen Fei immediately rebutted. First, there were two of them, and there were accomplices blocking the door outside. In a desperate situation, they would naturally give it their all, so there's no question of whether the force used was excessive or not. Second, when they rushed out the door, I didn't chase after them. Instead, I stayed behind to take care of my wife. Arresting them was an order from Captain Zhang Jiguo of the County Criminal Police Squad. Chen Fei's arguments were well-founded, leaving Xian Weizhao unable to refute them. If you think Captain Zhang made a mistake, you can file a complaint with his superiors. The mocking look in his eyes made Xian Weizhao's eyelids twitch several times, and he helplessly turned to Shui Luzhu. Father-in-law, I've done my best. You'll have to handle it yourself. Shui Luzhu's face turned as red as if he had eaten something rotten, not expecting Chen Fei to be so difficult to deal with. The key is Lu Song. If he hadn't meddled, Xian Weizhao could have forcibly taken the person away, leaving more room for maneuver afterward. But now, it seems like the path has narrowed. With no other choice, Shui Luzhu could only give Shui Jing's father a subtle signal, instructing them to act first. Shui Jing's father had been holding back for a while and immediately spoke up to confront him. Chen Fei, you've really grown bold. It's just a wedding night, you've gone so far as to involve the authorities. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Looking at the crowd of people across from him, Chen Fei showed no fear. You're really something. Your son used the excuse of a wedding night to intentionally insult my wife, and now you ask me what I want? What's the matter? Do you think I'm easy to bully? The Shui family knew they were in the wrong, but they didn't think they had done anything wrong. Chen Fei, that's not how you talk. It's a tradition passed down by our elders. Who hasn't participated in a wedding prank before? Even if they went too far, didn't you end up hurting them? Shui Jing's father was acting like he was doing it for your own good. Why don't we let it go? We won't hold you accountable for injuring them, and you shouldn't dwell on it either. We're all neighbors, we'll have to see each other in the future, won't we? Shui Zhenchao's father, however, said angrily, we've given you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, we'll go to the county office and report you, and you'll be in big trouble. Chen Fei was so angry he laughed. Sue us. Go ahead and report me. If you're in the right, you can go anywhere. If I'm afraid, I wouldn't be Chen Fei. It's you who should be afraid. Chen Fei pointed at the others besides Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing's father. Shui Jing and Shui Zhenchao have ulterior motives, but your children are out there. Whether you know about it or not is another matter. What's the point of causing a scene? Why not wait for the police station's conclusion? In his previous life in the business world, Chen Fei was skilled at using various strategies. The 36 stratagems are child's play. Divide and conquer, strike at the core. These people want to play tricks on him? They're just showing off in front of the master. What do you mean? Sure enough, some members of the Shui family sensed something amiss. There's no point. If Shui Feng and Shui Yong can prove they know nothing about what Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing did, and if you compensate them appropriately, perhaps I could issue a statement of forgiveness. But with all this commotion, ha ha ha. He didn't finish his sentence, but the two he-he's carried endless possibilities. Some people couldn't help but speak up. Shui Feng, Shui Yong, and Shui Xing were the first to speak up. Chen Fei, you're right. My son knows nothing about this, he was just tagging along. They were just bystanders. It's all Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing's doing, it has nothing to do with my son. Shui Kong, Shui Shan, and Shui Qi also joined in. Exactly. They did it. My child was just caught up in it. Shui Zhenchao and Shui Jing's families got upset as soon as they heard that. What are you saying? They went together, how can they not be responsible? The Shui family members argued fiercely, shifting blame onto one another. What had once been a solid unit had turned into a scattered mess. Chen Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Bite. Bite hard, and let them fight it out. As long as the Shui family doesn't stick together, his chance will come. Divide and conquer. There are plenty of ways to do it. But these people are just small fry, dispensable. You can handle them casually or relax a bit. After all, debts have their debtors, and we won't resort to such extreme measures as collective punishment. The real enemy is Shui Luzhu. Only by finding a way to eliminate him can we truly avenge our grievances. Enough. Xian Weizhao, unable to endure anymore, shouted angrily and turned to walk out. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. The other party only said a few words, and you're already fighting among yourselves. Is that all you've got? You still want to fight them? Go home, wash up, and go to bed. Shui Luzhu glared fiercely at Chen Fei, though unwilling to accept defeat, he could only slink away in disgrace. The Shui family members looked at each other and quickly dispersed. As they left, some wore forced smiles, others glared angrily, clearly divided into two camps. As expected, some people were getting impatient. Tomorrow was the official start of the autumn harvest, the busiest time of the year for earning points. At this critical moment, losing even one able-bodied worker was definitely not good news. The Shui family came quickly and left just as swiftly, leaving Chen Sanfeng and Chen Sifeng's tense hearts to settle back into their chests. Lu Zhensheng hurried over, waving the half-brick in his hand. Sanfeng, did you see that? I've already found my weapon. If they dare to move, I'll be the first to charge. Chen Sanfeng replied with a faint thank you, then glanced across the room at Liu Song, her face flushing slightly. Thank you as well. Anyone with eyes could see that Liu Song had done the most work today. When Chen Sanfeng looked over at him, Liu Song felt his soul almost float away, but he forced a nonchalant expression. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Lu Zhensheng immediately felt a pang of jealousy. This treatment seems a bit different. But he couldn't do anything about it. Liu Song had the upper hand in every aspect. What could he do? At that moment, Chen Fei chuckled lightly. Comrade Liu, I was just about to cook. Why don't we eat together later? Liu Song glanced at Chen Sanfeng, who was keeping her head down and looking submissive, but the faint blush on her cheeks was gradually fading. He understood the principle of haste makes waste, so he politely declined. No, it's getting dark. I need to hurry back. Alright, let's gather again another day when we have time. Chen Fei didn't press the matter. Though he slightly favored Liu Song in his heart, the final decision would depend on his older sister. It wasn't about Chen Fei's influence, it was because his third sister had been seen by Liu Song, and psychologically, she found it easier to accept him. As for Lu Zhensheng, besides being Lu Yuer's older brother, he really had no other merits. After Liu Song left, Lu Zhensheng was also dismissed by Chen Fei, who told him to go back and call Lu Yuer. Lu Zhensheng dared not disobey. Upon returning home and telling Lu Yuer, she proudly lifted her little face. I knew Chen Fei was waiting for me, so I didn't need much. Lu Zhensheng looked pleadingly at her. Sis, my dear sister, could you please say a few good words for your brother? Your brother truly cherishes Sanfeng. Lu Yuer pretended not to understand. Chen Fei said you should compete fairly with Comrade Liu, right? No interference, no opposition, no support. As family, I can't go against a man. Lu Zhensheng. I've met a fake sister. Chapter 153, Dogs Biting Dogs. Complaining is one thing. But this time, Lu Zhensheng is as stubborn as a mule, determined to marry Chen Sanfeng back no matter what. The old couple beat him and scolded him, but he wouldn't budge, so they had no choice but to let him be. That evening, Chen Fei prepared braised beef and sweet and sour pork ribs, specially bringing them to the door, setting up a small table, and eating with Lu Yer, their heads touching. The aroma wafting for miles was a bit of an exaggeration, but the neighbors could indeed smell it. The neighbors teased him. Hey, Chen Fei, finally decided to come out and eat? You must have gone a while without eating out. Taking this opportunity, Chen Feng and her sisters all came out. Chen Feng raised her head slightly, using her left hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture was surprisingly graceful. This was Chen Fei thinking about his wife, but he couldn't break the rules, so he came up with this idea. As long as they don't step foot into Chen Fei's house, no one can say anything. The young women and girls were all envious. Look at Chen Fei, he is capable and treats his wife well. Unlike my husband, who only says kind words when he wants something at night and ignores you the rest of the time. Who could argue with that? Either he doesn't say a word, or he just yells, wife, it's time to go to the fields. Wife, it's time to feed the chickens. And there's more, wife, the child has pooped, change the diaper. The child has peed, change the diaper. Wife, the child is hungry, feed the child. Lu Yi is so lucky. She doesn't have to do anything, she has food to eat, clothes to wear, and new clothes to wear. I'm so jealous. Who says Lu Yi doesn't have to do anything? If she didn't take good care of Chen Fei, would he pamper her like this? Her sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense, the kids are here. What does a little kid know? Country women are strange. Sometimes they're very traditional, but other times they're bold and say whatever comes to mind. Lu Yi blushed so much her face was almost buried in her bowl, but Chen Fei lifted it up with 2 fingers. What are you afraid of? Just eat. We're legally married, whatever we do is legal. Lu Yi glared at him. I'm not as thick-skinned as you. Chen Fei said seriously, then will you come out to eat tomorrow? If you're afraid of what people will say, you won't come out? Do you want me to starve? I can't stand the food at your place. After being teased by him for a while, Lu Yi dared to retort occasionally. The two of them whispered and teased each other. Chen Sifeng sked twice from the side. Hey, this is on the street. You two should stop it. Chen Sanfeng said nothing, but sighed silently while eating. My younger sister is so lucky. Unlike herself, who had married a man as stiff as a board, who looked honest but was actually a good-for-nothing, who didn't even stand up for her when her mother-in-law and sister-in-law bullied her.
Why is life so unfair?
While things were harmonious on one side, the Shui family was engaged in a heated argument. The Shui family argued as they walked, eventually gathering again at Shui Liuju's home.
Everyone came to the same conclusion.
The trouble was caused by Ding Mei, and Shui Liuju must take responsibility. Everyone spoke at once, creating a chaotic mess, leaving Shui Liuju exasperated.
This wasn't usual.
In the village, he was the village chief, with power and influence. At the old Shui household, he was also the decision maker. Any major or minor matter was decided by him. But now, his authority is being challenged.
All because of Chen Fei. In the end, everyone parted ways in an unpleasant mood.
After dinner, however, someone appeared at Chen Fei's house.
It was Shui Kang's father and Shui Shun's father.
These two were old friends, and their two children were also very close.
Uncle and cousin.
The two old friends had reluctantly bought cigarettes and were smiling apologetically, hoping Chen Fei would show mercy. Chen Fei had already planned to divide and conquer, so he naturally needed to win over a group first. However, he couldn't let them off too easily, so he laid out the terms of compensation outright. 500 yuan each, and we'll call it even. Chen Fei issued a statement of understanding, and the two families couldn't use the fact that Chen Fei had hit them as an excuse.
Shui Kang's father heard this and immediately grew furious. 500 yuan? I couldn't even get that much by selling my son. Shui Shun's father echoed him. That's right. A laborer only makes 3 cents an hour.
Our family has 3 workers, and we only make $27 a month.
It's barely enough to get by. Where would we get extra money? We're not like you, we can't earn money.
That's the truth.
Chen Fei knew that too.
He was doing it on purpose, to let them know that some people aren't to be messed with. If you dare to provoke him, you'll have to pay the price.
Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson. You can't say it like that. Last time with Shui Chang, the squad leader compensated me 2,000 yuan and asked you for 500 yuan. That's already way too little.
Shui Kang's father said angrily, we can't compare ourselves to him.
He's the squad leader, and we're just ordinary people. We really don't have that much. How much do you have? Chen Fei asked. I have 200 yuan. Shui Kang's father almost gritted his teeth as he said it. That was all he had.
He had saved it all over the years. He had originally planned to use it for Shui Kang's wedding, but he had no choice but to part with it reluctantly. Shui Shun's father was the same. He reluctantly handed over 200 yuan, leaving him with no money left for his own wedding. But he couldn't refuse. The common people have a natural fear of the government, afraid that their sons will suffer inside.
This is too little. Chen Fei was dissatisfied.
Unless you can make Shui Kang and Shui Shun swear to kill Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing, I truly cannot help you. Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing must be dealt with severely. They have already touched Chen Fei's sore spot.
Even if it's attempted, it's not acceptable. As for the others, they don't matter much. We've already fought them.
Demanding some compensation and eliminating Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing would be a perfectly satisfactory outcome. After all, Shui Kang and Shui Shun weren't major players to begin with at most, they were accomplices.
Locking them up for a few months, or at most a year or two, would be enough.
But if we can eliminate Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing, that would be too profitable.
Killing these two is equivalent to killing Ding Mei.
Killing Ding Mei is like slashing a knife across Shui Liuju's body.
Collect some interest first and settle the accounts later. Chen Fei understands this clearly.
The two old men looked at each other, then gritted their teeth.
All right.
Tomorrow, have the child's mother go see the kids and tell them about this. We'll make sure those two are dealt with. Relatives have their distances, and the two old brothers know how to handle it.
All right, we'll wait for your good news. The reconciliation agreement is ready for you anytime.
No action until results are seen. Chen Fei wouldn't give them a waiver until he saw results. The autumn harvest has officially begun. The internal struggle within the Shui family has officially begun. Shui Kang and Shui Shun, acting on their family's instructions, are relentlessly targeting Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing, shifting all blame onto them. A few days later, Chen Fei received confirmed information and then handed over the money in exchange for the letter of forgiveness. Xiao Bing also cooperated, stating that Shui Kang and Shui Shun had shown merit and could be leniently punished. The other families, upon hearing this, grew anxious and rushed to find Chen Fei, asking him what the conditions were.
Chen Fei gave the same response, full compensation, and insist on holding Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing responsible. That was all.
As a result, Shui Feng, Shui Yon, and Shui Xing all turned into mad dogs, relentlessly attacking Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing. Shui Qi and Shui Jing were uncle and nephew, their fathers were brothers, but they joined in for their own sake. However, he made a slight adjustment, focusing his attacks on Shui Zhenqiao while downplaying the role of Shui Jing.
Chapter 154, Purchasing a Tractor.
Shui Jing also received news from home, realizing that if he didn't act quickly, he might be finished. He shifted the blame onto Shui Zhenqiao.
Shui Zhenqiao cried himself to death in the bathroom and could only cling to Ding Mei.
And this was exactly what Chen Fei wanted. Ding Mei was identified as the mastermind, Shui Zhenqiao and Shui Jing as the main accomplices, and the others as accessories. The case was then transferred to the court, and the specifics of the verdict would only be determined after the trial. That was all in the future, so there was no need to discuss it further. As for Chen Fei, the next day he entered the city with Chen Sifeng, carrying only 3 baskets of mushrooms and 1 basket of herbs. To save time, Chen Fei didn't sell all the herbs at once. Instead, he sold 1 or 2 types each day and kept the rest at home. He sold whatever was in larger quantities, creating a cycle. He kept picking every day, ensuring there was something to sell each day. He sold 79 mushrooms and 31 herbs, totaling exactly 101. Though it seemed like a lot less, the stock at home had increased. The two of them worked quickly, sold everything, and headed straight to the agricultural machinery station. Along the way, Chen Sifeng kept asking questions. Xiao Fei, are you sure you want to buy a tractor? I'm sure. Why? Chen Fei retorted. You just finished building your house, got married, and now you're buying a car? Isn't that a bit too much? Chen Sifeng rarely thought things through, but Chen Fei didn't care. Is it too big? I don't think so. To be honest, I think it's too small. After being reborn for a month, besides building a house and marrying a wife, he hadn't even earned enough to reach 10,000 yuan. Chen Fei felt a bit ashamed. He doesn't feel worthy of the title of reborn person. Oh, and he spent 3,000 on treating Area S illness. There is still 5,000 left in his bag, but overall, Chen Fei isn't very satisfied. If the old men and women of Xiling village found out, they'd probably take off their old shoes and throw them in his face. I spit in your face, do you believe me? You earn more in a month than the entire village combined, and you still think it's not enough? Just a moment ago, Chen Sifeng was worried, but now she is beaming with joy. Just buy it. I've been overtaken by tractors several times, and I've been annoyed for ages. Once the car is bought, I'll drive it, overtaking one after another. Stop it, stop it. Chen Fei quickly poured a bucket of cold water on her to cool her down. Fourth sister, you're driving a tractor, not a race car. Can't you just stop? What is showing off your car? Is it one of those cars that can go really fast? Chen Sifeng had no idea what she was talking about. It's not a car. Just don't drive too fast. Safety first. Then he thought again, no, even if I bought a car, I wouldn't let you drive it. I'll drive it myself, and you can ride a bicycle. Little airplane, I'll give you another chance to say it. Chen Sifeng grimaced. Saying it again won't change anything. I won't let you drive a tractor. You're a girl, it's not appropriate. Chen Fei remained unmoved. What's the matter? Do you look down on women? Chen Sifeng glared at him. Why don't we find a place to try it out? Let's see if I can knock you down. No need to try. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Chen Fei said seriously, fourth sister, driving is tiring, especially a tractor. It's hard work. Why don't you drive and I'll ride with you? Alright, I won't argue with you. Actually, Chen Sifeng was just talking tough, she wouldn't really argue with Chen Fei. They soon arrived at the agricultural machinery station, got out of the car, and pushed it inside. Upon entering, they found a large courtyard with over a dozen tractors parked inside. There were also some agricultural tools. Plows, water pumps, and the like. Since those items weren't needed at the moment, Chen Fei didn't bother looking at them. He went straight to the station chief's office and placed the introduction letter on the desk. Are you the station chief? I'd like to buy a tractor. Here's the introduction letter. The station master was a man in his 50s with a round face, yellow teeth, a large crack between his front teeth, and a slight receding hairline. Startled by the voice, he lifted his head from the newspaper and saw a young face with a smile. The station master didn't like this face. He was too handsome, and his smile was too bright. Especially his speech was flawless. Glancing at Chen Sifeng beside him, he couldn't help but be struck by her beauty. This girl looked quite pleasant. Which village is she from? The station master glanced at the introduction letter and asked. From the West Ridge village in the Hot Spring Township. Chen Fei still wore a smile on his face and promptly handed over a pack of cigarettes. The station master took the cigarette, and Chen Fei pulled out a match, striking it to light it. He's pretty sharp. The station master couldn't find any fault with it. He took a puff, then picked up the introduction letter and examined it carefully. Why did you decide to buy a tractor now? The station master held the cigarette in his mouth, smoke swirling around him, and brought the introduction letter closer to his eyes. It seemed like his vision wasn't very good, or maybe the smoke was obstructing his view. Harvest season is starting, so I thought about buying a tractor. It can both haul things and plow and harrow the fields. Chen Fei spoke in a rambling manner. If he told the truth that he was transporting herbs into the city, they probably wouldn't sell it to him. The station master nodded. A tractor isn't cheap. Do you have enough money? Chen Sifeng raised her chin, patted the green army, and said, the money is all here. We have more than enough, more than enough. Cough. Fourth sister, showing off your wealth will only make people hate you. Chen Fei hurriedly interrupted her, station master, could you introduce the models? The station master didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the green military truck.
Those bulging pockets must hold a lot. These two must be pretty wealthy. Probably bought for the village. Alright, let's go outside. I'll show you. After leaving the station master's office, the three of them went to the parking lot.
Perhaps because Chen Sifeng was pretty, the station master patiently pointed to each tractor and talked about them at length.
These are all well-known tractor brands, such as Luotua, Changtua, Shangtua, and Tiantua.
Luotua is the first tractor factory in Luoyang, and Changtua is the Changchun tractor. The rest follow the same pattern.
Those tracked ones are the earliest large agricultural machinery.
Station master, track tractors are too slow.
Just introduce the four-wheeled vehicles directly. Chen Fei smiled and interrupted the station master.
The station master gave him a disapproving look, tapped his cigarette, and continued, "This is the Dongfenghong 40 type tractor produced in Luoyang. It has 3 forward gears and 1 reverse gear for high and low speeds, an electric motor starter, sufficient horsepower, and can plow, harrow, and haul cargo. It has a very wide range of applications."
Does it go fast? Chen Fei asked. The fastest one is the Shanghai 50.
The station master pointed to a tractor and said, "This one has a good engine, durable rear axle, and is a model of reliability."
What do you think? Consider it?
Chen Fei looked at the Shanghai 50's tires, which were taller than him, and showed little interest. He mainly uses it for hauling goods, and this heavy-duty machinery is too large for his current needs.
Plus, it's too fuel-efficient. It's not cost-effective. Show me something smaller, he said.
Chen Fei said with a smile.
All right.
The station manager wasn't surprised. He led Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng to a few hand-guided tractors and began explaining. Hand-guided tractors, also known as hand-guided tractors, can be considered the earliest type of tractor.
In Chen Fei's opinion, they weren't very aesthetically pleasing, lacking a steering wheel and operated using 2 long handlebars.
To start them, you had to use a crank handle, and without the right technique, it could be quite strenuous. However, for farmers who had never used mechanized equipment, this machine was nothing short of a miracle. They could be used for plowing, harrowing, and more, making them very popular among farmers. It's not obvious yet, but it will sell very quickly in the future.
How much does it cost? Chen Fei stopped in front of a 12-horsepower hand-guided tractor and asked. $2,550. Over $2,000 was an astronomical sum at the time.
The station manager finished speaking and stared at Chen Fei, noticing that his expression hadn't changed.
Can I try it? Chen Fei asked. Chapter 155, The Station Manager.
Cars are like that even if they're the same brand, different models have different performance.
If you're unlucky, you might end up with a defective one.
You can try, but you'll need to refuel first. The station master glanced quickly at Chen Sifeng and said seriously, "I can add a liter of diesel for you to try.
If you need more, you'll have to pay for it. A liter of diesel won't last very far.
But it's just a test drive, they won't fill it up for you." So Chen Fei nodded in agreement. The station manager told Chen Fei to wait while he went to get the diesel. After adding the fuel, the station master held the crank handle ready to start the engine, but after 2 turns, it didn't start, and sweat was already beading on his forehead.
Station master, you can't do it. Clearly lacking energy. He thought this to himself but didn't say it out loud. Chen Fei reached out his hand and said, "Let me try." The station master handed the crank handle to Chen Fei with a smile and said, "I'll hold the clutch for you?" Chen Fei said, "No need." He held the clutch with one hand, inserted the crank handle with the other, adopted a half-hearted horse stance with his legs, tensed his arms, and quickly cranked it a few times. Chen Sifeng stood nearby, watching eagerly. Chen Fei didn't notice her, she was standing directly in front of the exhaust pipe's outlet. After a few turns, he felt it was ready, released the clutch, and pulled out the crank handle. The exhaust pipe belched out a puff of black smoke and suddenly started spinning. Chen Sifeng was caught off guard, her face covered in black soot, nearly choking on the fumes. She froze for a moment before erupting in anger. "Little airplane, are you asking for a beating?" Chen Fei quickly jumped back. "Fourth sister, you're accusing me unfairly. Why did you stand by the exhaust pipe?" Chen Sifeng grimaced, looking like a female bao gong, with her eyes wide and her teeth showing, and said angrily, "You didn't tell me, how was I supposed to know?" Chen Fei laughed awkwardly, "You didn't ask." Alright, to be honest, he had never touched this thing before. He just watched the station master operate it and tried to imitate him on the spot. "I don't care. Compensate me for my losses." Chen Sifeng glared at him angrily, refusing to back down. Chen Fei quickly gave in. "Alright, when you get married in the future, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you." "Is that good enough? I never said I'd marry anyone." The words were the same, but the tone was noticeably softer than before, and his eyes darted around, as if he felt guilty. "So you two aren't a couple after all?" The station master paused for a moment, then his small eyes lit up. "That's my sister." "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The station manager hurriedly apologized, then excitedly introduced himself. "Sis, no, comrade, let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Wei. Can we get to know each other?
Chen Sifeng looked at him with disdain.
Uncle, you're so old. Why do you want to know me?
Yuan Wei awkwardly scratched his bald head.
Actually, I'm only 30, I just look a bit older. Chen Sifeng scoffed, you're not just a bit impatient, you're way too impatient.
Chen Fei and Chen Sifeng had always thought the station master was in his 40s or 50s, but it turned out he was only 30.
He really does look too old for his age.
After all, he's a city dweller and a station master, his living conditions must be pretty decent. With such good conditions, he still looks like this. If he were sent to the countryside, he'd turn into an old man in no time.
Cough, cough. Though I look a bit older, my salary is high, over 50 a month. Yuan Wei tried his best to show off his abilities, but Chen Sifeng wasn't interested at all. Chen Fei didn't even bother to respond, instead moving closer to listen intently.
The sound was smooth, with minimal noise, and it started up without much effort.
The quality is decent, this one will do.
Since the quality is decent, Chen Fei didn't feel like wasting time picking and choosing anymore.
Shall we go pay now?
Yuan Wei saw that neither of them was paying attention to him, realizing he had no chance, and gave an awkward yet polite smile, his already wide teeth gaping even wider.
Paying was straightforward. Chen Fei counted out 255 bills and settled the bill. Yuan Wei issued the receipt, and Chen Fei asked beside him, Manager, can you give me a little extra fuel?
I'll pay for it. You might not believe this, but at the time, there was only one gas station in the entire county, and it wasn't even self-service.
They filled the tanks one barrel at a time.
When filling up, they used a siphon to draw the fuel into a can, weigh it, and then pour it into the car.
It was so primitive.
Apparently, there were only around 600 gas stations nationwide at the time, and they were all very rudimentary.
Yuan Wei looked a bit troubled. Young comrade, you must understand that this isn't a gas station.
But after glancing at Chen Sifeng, he immediately changed his mind and said, this is the only time.
No exceptions. Alright, I'll go to the gas station next time.
In the end, Yuan Wei gave Chen Fei 5 liters of diesel fuel, charging 1 yuan and 2 fin per liter, and also demanded a diesel fuel receipt. Chen Fei gave him 1 yuan, saying he didn't have a receipt at the moment and would use the remaining money as payment. Yuan Wei laughed and scolded him, you're really crafty.
If it weren't for that, I'd have let it go. He waved Chen Fei away. As for what he was thinking, only he knew.
With that, Chen Fei rode off on his hand-pushed bicycle, with the bamboo basket loaded onto the rear cargo area. Chen Sifeng stood in the cargo area, laughing in the wind, completely unaware that passers-by were staring at her with the same admiring gaze one might reserve for a cute child. Along the way, they attracted countless glances. Chen Sifeng was completely unaware, thinking it was the hand-pushed bicycle that was attracting the attention, her face brimming with pride. Standing tall and straight against the wind was impossible.
Chen Sifeng had an excellent figure.
Though she was a tough woman from the mountains, her curves were just right, nothing to be ashamed of compared to city girls. But it was her dark complexion that made her stand out the most. Even as she entered the village, Chen Sifeng still had no idea what was happening. As the tractor entered the boundaries of Xiling village, it encountered many people along the way, all of whom were startled. Both sides of the road were fields planted with corn, soybeans, and other crops. Today was the start of the harvest, and the fields were filled with people. Everyone who saw the tractor was filled with wonder.
How could there be a tractor? Our village doesn't have such a thing. Is that Chen Fei driving? Who's standing up there? Those who were closer ran over to watch the commotion, marveling and asking, Chen Fei, where did you get this vehicle? It looks pretty new. Chen Fei slowed down and responded with a smile.
It's busy farming season, and no one can help me carry goods, so I bought a hand-guided one.
Wow, you bought it? That piece of junk isn't cheap, is it?
Chen Sifeng proudly lifted her chin.
Not expensive, 2,550. The person asking stared in disbelief. What did you say? 2,550 and you call that not expensive? I
was about to let loose with some choice words, but forced myself to swallow them back.
Who are you? You're so dark-skinned, did you just come back from the southern kills?
Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes, her face a big question mark.
What do you mean? You don't even recognize me? Are you mentally ill? Sifeng? How could it be you?
They were all acquaintances. Recognizing the voice, they were all stunned into silence.
How did you end up like this? Chapter 156, Onlookers.
Chen Sifeng blinked her big eyes. Her dark face made her eyes look even brighter.
What do I look like? Suddenly remembering something, she glared at Chen Fei and shouted angrily, Little plane, is it your fault? Chen Fei burst into laughter. No, just go wash up. Chen Sifeng waved her fists. You better hope I'm okay, or I'll beat you until you can't even walk. Cough, cough. Absolutely nothing will happen. Don't worry. Fourth sister is really fierce.
Chen Fei hurriedly sped up and fled. The villagers laughed behind him. Chen Sifeng dared not stand in front and quickly crouched down, letting the carriage shield her. She quietly touched her face.
Oh my goodness. What on earth is this? How did it get so black? Even pot soot isn't this bad, is it?
She silently swore to herself that if she couldn't wash it off, she'd tease the little airplane every day, pulling his ears, and make him take care of her in her old age. Humph. Though she was usually carefree, beauty was a woman's nature, and Chen Sifeng was no exception. Upon returning home, Chen Sifeng hurriedly covered her face and rushed into the bathroom. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she gasped, "Oh my goodness! What kind of ghost is this?" She quickly washed herself, using up half a bar of soap, before her true appearance was revealed. That night, the entire village was abuzz. Many people heard that Chen Fei had bought a handheld device and rushed over to see the curiosity. Some people held their bowls of rice, slurping noisily while touching the tractor. You just finished building your house and got married, and you already bought a tractor? How much money did you make, Chen Fei? Not much, just hard-earned money. Showing off wealth only invites envy and brings no benefits, so Chen Fei didn't specify the amount, instead speaking vaguely, letting others speculate. No one knows exactly how much he earned, but it's definitely a lot. But the topic quickly shifted. I heard that this thing is stronger than a cow when it comes to pulling crops.
Is that true? Anyone who's seen it can confirm.
Of course it's true.
People even call it an iron ox.
And this thing never gets tired as long as it has oil, it can keep going.
That's so convenient. Everyone marveled at it. Chen Fei, what are you going to use this thing for? Farming? Chen Fei spoke honestly, I'm not farming for now.
I plan to use it for hauling goods.
It can carry a lot of stuff. Are you planning to keep collecting herbs? Herbal medicine, mushrooms, anything goes. Tell all the kids to pick as much as they want, I'll buy it all.
Chen Fei was open to anything as long as you can pick it, it's money.
That's all there is to it. That's great. You eat the meat, and the villagers will have some soup.
Aunt Guiying finished her bowl of rice in a few bites, smiling so widely her mouth couldn't close. My son Zhuangzhuan will rely on you to marry a wife in the future. Miao Dazhuang has already married, had children, and moved out on his own.
Now it's Miao Zhuangzhuang's turn.
These days, Miao Zhuangzhuang has been earning a lot of money following Chen Fei, tasting the sweetness of success, so he naturally wants to stick close.
Auntie, don't worry. With me, building a house and marrying a wife will be no problem for Zhuangzhuang.
It's not the right time to expand on a large scale yet. Once the policies are clear, mushroom cultivation and herbal medicine cultivation will be fully launched. At that time, these young folks can learn whatever they want. It's just a matter of Chen Fei giving the word.
Right, you eat the meat, and we'll all drink the soup.
I suddenly remembered handheld wedding ceremonies are also acceptable. I saw one when I went to the hot springs.
Let us reserve it in advance.
When my son gets married, we'll use yours.
And mine too. Alright, feel free to use it.
Chen Fei naturally wouldn't refuse such a thing, he agreed wholeheartedly. After a long day of work, people were still in high spirits, gathered around the handheld wedding procession, chatting animatedly. Chen Sifeng came out of the house after taking a shower, but the crowd hadn't dispersed yet. Chen Fei had no time to chat with them, his wife was waiting nearby. Though not exactly pining away, she was clearly filled with longing, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue.
Who had time to chat with them?
After whispering a few words to his wife, Chen Fei went home. His older sister was still sorting herbs, while Lu Zhensheng was still persistently chatting nonsense beside her. After working all day, he didn't even feel tired. Shen Sanfeng was indifferent toward him, and Chen Fei didn't bother to care. He went to the stove to help his older sister cook dinner. After a while, he brought out a small table, set it with some meat, white flour buns, and egg soup. He called over Lu Yi'er, and the family sat down to eat together in harmony. With the handheld device to assist him, Chen Fei was like a tiger with wings. During the day, others went to the back mountain to pick mushrooms and herbs, but Chen Fei finally set his sights on the night-blooming vine on Manta Mountain. There were so many night-blooming vines on Manta Mountain that he filled a whole cart in less than an hour. After bringing it home, he unloaded it and had his older sister process it slowly at home. The entire night-blooming vine is used for medicine, but the thin stems and leaves must be removed. After slight drying, it is cut into 3 to 5 centimeter segments with scissors and continued drying until completely dry. Chen Fei did not dig up the root blocks below, only cutting off the above-ground stems. The root stems are called night-blooming vine, while the root tubers are called Hishou Wu, one plant, two medicines. They have different medicinal properties and must not be confused. Chen Fei still had some kerosene coupons at home, which were essentially diesel fuel. The next day, he managed to drive into town and hurried to the gas station. However, his family had a limited supply of oil coupons, so he feared the car would run out of fuel after traveling just a few miles. He had no choice but to ask the gas station staff if they knew any ticket scalpers or where he could obtain more tickets. The staff shook their heads 3 times.
No tickets. They weren't selling any. No one can help. Why don't you try talking to the station manager? Go ahead and find him. Chen Fei went to the station master's office to try to get on his good side. The station master was an ordinary-looking man who said expressionlessly, "We're a legitimate organization. How could we have tickets? All ticket transactions are recorded. Where can I get a ticket? Could you give me some advice? Chen Fei asked boldly. If that's not possible, I guess I'll have to go find a ticket scalper. But they're not easy to find. It's all about luck. No.
The station master wouldn't give him any leeway, so Chen Fei had no choice but to drive away. After driving a few dozen meters, Chen Fei spotted a repair shop and decided to stop. Though it was called a repair shop, it was just a small storefront.
The mechanic was working at the entrance, fixing tires and such.
The equipment was simple, and the work was straightforward.
There were no fancy gadgets or tools. There were only two people at the repair shop.
One is a middle-aged man with a full beard, and it's hard to tell if he's in his 40s or 50s. While others have beards on their faces, this one has a face growing out of his beard.
Why do I say that?
Because all you can see is beard, with just a small patch of face peeking through, barely revealing the nose and eyes. As for his eyebrows, they fused with his beard. The first impression of this face was that it looked like a nose planted in a patch of weeds. If it weren't for the occasional flickering of light in his eyes, the eyes could almost be ignored. Another young man, however, looked normal in his 20s, wearing a work uniform covered in grease, and working efficiently. When he saw Chen Fei stop the car and walk over, he looked up and said, "Inflating a tire costs a dime."
The air pump is over there. Chen Fei smiled and asked, "I'm not inflating anything. I was wondering if you could get diesel tickets here?" Chapter 157, The Bearded Man, please add to my book list.
The young man didn't seem surprised. He turned to the bearded man and said, "Master, someone wants a ticket." The bearded man was sitting on a stool repairing a tire, one hand holding a patch, the other holding a tire he had removed, and without looking up, he asked, "How many?"
Chen Fei's eyes lit up.
"I'll take as many as you have." The bearded man gave him a sideways glance.
"You've got a big appetite."
1 liter for 1 yuan and 20 cents. Chen Fei furrowed his brows slightly.
"Master, can you give me a discount?"
Diesel is 12 cents per liter, and the receipt is also 12 cents.
It's a bit expensive. No.
The bearded man looked disinterested, clearly confident in his position.
Chen Xifeng couldn't help but interject. How can people be like this? One is worse than the other. The gas station attendant is the same.
Fourth sister. Chen Fei's expression changed, but it was too late to stop her. Sure enough, the bearded man suddenly stopped what he was doing, raised his eyes, and coldly looked over, speaking slowly and clearly, "Now it's 2 cents.
Take it or leave it."
Chen Xifeng was speechless, her big eyes wide with shock.
"Xiao Fei, did I say something wrong?" "You didn't say anything wrong. It's my fault for letting you come here. Fourth sister has this temper, what can he do? We can only grit our teeth and accept it." "Can I apologize to him instead?"
Chen Xifeng's face fell, showing a rare look of helplessness. The handheld one cost over 2,000 yuan.
If it runs out of fuel and can't move, wouldn't she be the one to blame? Let's figure something else out.
Just as she was about to turn and leave, her eyes accidentally glanced over the bearded man's face, and she couldn't help but say,
"Master, let me remind you, better move it further inside. Otherwise, there might be bloodshed."
The bearded man suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with anger.
"You dare to curse me?"
The young apprentice grabbed a wrench, ready to fight at the slightest provocation.
Chen Fei remained calm. "Your lives are your own. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fourth sister, let's go."
With that, he pulled Chen Xifeng and walked away.
"Master?"
The young disciple turned to look at the bearded man. The bearded man stared at Chen Fei's receding figure, his expression uncertain, before finally saying, "Move aside." The young apprentice opened his mouth but eventually nodded and began moving things. The mechanic, seeing this, also moved his chair inward. Just then, suddenly and unexpectedly, a round, bulky object bounced toward them at lightning speed. It was a tire. It had come loose from a speeding tractor, propelled forward by inertia, and, now unrestrained, changed direction arbitrarily, heading straight for the repair shop. In an instant, the bearded man's hair stood on end. He quickly dodged to the side while shouting, "Get out of the way!" Bang! He had just jumped out of the way when the tire, as tall as a person, crashed through the spot where he had been standing. It continued its forward momentum, colliding with a house ahead.
A deafening explosion shook the small house violently.
The glass shattered. The wall was dented inward, swaying precariously. The tires bounced backward several times, causing the vehicle to retreat several meters before finally tipping over to one side.
What happened? What happened?
The homeowner rushed out in a panic, his shoes flying off.
Something terrible has happened.
The bearded master and apprentice exchanged glances, seeing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. The mechanic was also completely stunned. After a moment, he managed to say, "That was close.
We almost hit them."
If he hadn't moved the car slightly inward just now, the tire would have hit the wall instead of running over the three of them.
The most likely victim would have been the bearded man,
because he was sitting down, and his position was directly in the path of the tire. Such a large, high-speed tire, it wouldn't have killed him instantly, but it would have been life-threatening at the very least. The three of them, still in shock, looked in the direction Chen Fei had gone, only to find that he hadn't left.
He was sitting in the car, looking over at them calmly. The bearded man, still shaken, shouted, "You two, come over here."
Chen Fei turned to Chen Sifeng, who was still in shock, and said, "Wait here.
I'll go down and take a look."
Chen Sifeng stared at Chen Fei, her eyes wide with shock.
"Xiao Fei, how did you get so many?" "Because I'm your brother."
Chen Fei jumped out of the car and walked toward the repair shop. Chen Sifeng followed behind, her big eyes sparkling, then suddenly smiled.
"That's right. No matter how capable you are, you're still my younger brother. Do you believe me now? Did I curse you?" Chen Fei walked over and asked with a smile. "I believe you. I believe you." The bearded man grabbed Chen Fei's hand and shook it vigorously, still shaken by the ordeal. "Today, thanks to your reminder, otherwise I wouldn't have said anything. From now on, you're my brother. My name is Lu Fingshou."
"What's yours?"
"My name is Chen Fei."
"Chen Fei, this is my disciple Lu Chuan, who is also my distant relative." "Lu Chuan, call him uncle."
Lu Chuan blushed and muttered under his breath, "He's not even older than me. Just call him uncle. What's with all the nonsense?"
With a loud shout, Lu Chuan's face turned bright red, and he finally called out softly,
"Suddenly having an uncle is okay?"
Chen Fei smiled and said, "No need to be so formal.
We'll just call each other by our names." Lu Chuan finally relaxed and quickly moved a chair for Chen Fei, saying, "You, sit down."
The two sat down, and the mechanic also took a seat.
At that moment, the unfortunate homeowner let out a wail. "What a disaster! My house is about to collapse."
Immediately afterward, a plump woman emerged from inside, plopped down on the ground, and began crying.
Lu Fingshou and Lu Chuan exchanged glances, secretly relieved. If it weren't for Chen Fei's reminder, they would be the ones crying now. Coming to his senses, Lu Fingshou asked, "Chen Fei, you want a diesel ticket, right?" Chen Fei nodded. "Yes, I just bought a new car, and I can't get the tickets. I was thinking of asking around." "You've come to the right person. I actually have some, and I can guarantee a steady supply."
Lu Fingshou was extremely friendly, almost unrecognizable from his earlier self.
"Here's the deal, I'll give you 100 liters first. Once you're done, come back for more.
And whenever you need your car repaired, come to me, it's all on me."
Chen Fei said, "That's not possible. I have to pay for what I take."
Lu Fingshou, filled with gratitude, finally said that. Others could say such things, but he couldn't just go along with it. Taking advantage of kindness to seek repayment might just turn a favor into enmity.
"All right, I'll give you the fuel tickets at a discount. Come to me whenever you need anything." Lu Fingshou was also a straightforward person and gave Chen Fei a fair price. Chen Fei agreed, "Then I'll thank you, Brother Lu.
Also, my sister isn't good with words, so I'm apologizing on her behalf."
Lu Fingshou waved it off. "It's no big deal. Do you have an oil lamp?"
Chen Fei said he had a small oil can, but hadn't had time to buy a larger one yet. Lu Fingshou was very generous and said, "No problem, I have one here.
Take it and use it whenever you need it. Just bring it back next time."
Chen Fei was about to say no, thinking it was something he couldn't do without, so he might as well buy two himself.
But then he thought, using it is fine. After all, we become friends through this. It'll be convenient for fixing the car or inflating tires in the future.
So he smiled and said, "All right, thanks for your help, Lu Gu." They exchanged money and goods, 100 liters of oil for $10, and he also took the two large oil cans.
Just then, the tire's owner finally arrived.
The unlucky homeowner had finally found someone to settle with and started haggling with the driver over compensation.
Chapter 158, The Heart of Sima Zhao. Chen Fei wasn't interested in the commotion and excused himself.
Even as Chen Fei started the car, Chen Sifeng still looked utterly disbelieving.
"Xiao Fei, you really got the tickets?"
"When your brother steps in, there's nothing he can't handle." Chen Fei gave a small, triumphant smirk.
"You're so full of yourself."
Chen Sifeng rolled her eyes at him and handed him the tickets.
"What for?"
"I'll slap the ticket in the face of the guy at the gas station to show him some respect." Thinking back to the gas station worker's expression, Chen Sifeng was still seething with anger.
"Just give it a rest.
State-owned companies are all like that.
Be careful they don't sell you any." "Really?" Chen Sifeng was a bit skeptical.
"But I see suing from the state-owned restaurant in Zhouge from the machinery factory, and they're all nice. There's also Qiao, the factory director, they're all leaders."
"That's because they're friends. How can it be the same? Is it really different?"
Chen Sifeng thought it over and decided to try speaking more politely.
"That's not necessary. Just speak normally."
Fourth sister's temper making her swallow her pride would be worse than killing her.
"I can speak normally." Chen Sifeng immediately perked up again. "Give me the ticket, I'll show it to him."
The two returned to the gas station, and Chen Sifeng proudly showed the diesel ticket to the staff.
"Look closely, there's a receipt."
The staff member looked slightly surprised. "You're quite skilled, you managed to get the ticket from the bearded guy so quickly."
"Of course."
Chen Sifeng proudly lifted her chin, then suddenly realized something was off.
"You knew the bearded guy had a receipt, but you didn't tell us?" The staff member asked lazily, "Why should I tell you?
Chen Sifeng clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on the staff member's neck, then moving upward to their head. In that instant, she had already thought of several ways to knock the staff member to the ground.
Cough. Chen Fei knew his older sister too well.
He quickly cleared his throat twice to interrupt her.
Comrade, can we start now?
We were just about to start, what's the rush? The staff member took out the fuel canister and began pumping it slowly.
This was quite a hassle.
It took a while to fill the handheld fuel tank and the 2 fuel cans before they could finally drive off with a smug expression. First, he drove to the state-owned restaurant, unloaded a basket of mushrooms, and when it was time to weigh them, Suing asked, Chen Fei, mushrooms have been getting scarcer lately.
Why don't I give you a raise?
Chen Fei said no, new mushrooms would be available soon. Suing was so surprised her eyes widened.
Where did you get new mushrooms? You wouldn't be afraid to make things difficult for me, would you? I'm telling you, during the season, a slight adjustment is fine. I have the authority to do that.
Chen Fei smiled and said, really, it's not necessary, sister. The mushrooms I'm growing will be ready to eat soon. It's just a matter of days. Suing looked up and down at Chen Fei, as if he were an alien.
Brother, how do you know how to do everything? You can even grow mushrooms?
Nothing special.
Chen Fei was very humble. Could he say he was a reincarnated being?
No, he couldn't. A basket of mushrooms for 25 yuan and 80 cents.
Chen Sifeng volunteered to deliver the other 2 baskets.
Still 1 basket each for the machinery factory and the distillery. These are all regular customers, we must maintain good relationships with them. Today's main delivery is herbs, a total of 5 baskets. 2 baskets of mountain juju, 1 basket of magnolia, 1 basket of forsythia, and half a basket each of eukamia and salvia.
Separated by a bundle in the middle.
Delivering so much at once left Yunjin speechless. Why so much today? How did you bring it all?
I drove a tractor.
You can drive a tractor?
When did you buy it?
Yunjin was stunned again. You just finished building your house and got married. You haven't even been married for 3 days, and you already bought a tractor? Do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it?
I just bought it.
It's harvest season, and the village carts can't be used anymore.
I thought we couldn't do without one, so I just bought one.
I've explained it several times since yesterday. But I still have to say what needs to be said. We'll be relying on this sister in the future. Alright, upgrading isn't a bad thing, but you must drive safely and not go too fast. Mechanization is fast, but the risks also increase. Yunjin couldn't help but give a few reminders.
Got it, sister.
Chen Fei then opened the bamboo basket for Yunjin to see. Although he called her sister, he still followed the proper procedures.
After all, the hospital isn't Yunjin's family business.
The medicine was flawless, all authentic wild herbs, neatly categorized and cleaned, with not a speck of impurity. Anyone who looked at them would find nothing to criticize. Yunjin raised her eyebrows and smiled, the medicine is indeed excellent.
Little Zhao, weigh it.
Xiao Zhao, the young doctor who had just arrived, immediately hurried over to weigh the herbs for Chen Fei. Herbs aren't as delicate as mushrooms, they can't be squeezed. Since they're all dried herbs, a little pressure is fine.
Each basket was filled to the brim.
The lightest weighed over 50 pounds, like magnolia flowers, which are lighter because they are flowers. The heaviest ones weighed 70 or 80 pounds, like mountain juju, which, although dried, are heavier because they are fruit-based. The prices vary from over 2 yuan to over 3 yuan per basket.
After a quick calculation, the total came to 209.36 yuan.
Later, when she met Chen Sifeng, they roughly calculated that 3 baskets of mushrooms were worth 77 yuan, totaling just under 300 yuan.
Chen Sifeng couldn't stop smiling. The best part was counting the money.
Before I knew it, 5 or 6 days had passed. Chen Fei traveled back and forth between Shilin and the county town every day, and his income was more or less the same. During this time, Lu Zhencheng would drop by Chen Fei's house whenever he had free time to chat with Chen Sifeng for a few minutes. Although Chen Sifeng barely responded, he would talk to himself, but he still enjoyed it immensely.
Lu Song had also come by twice.
Each time, he used the pretext of discussing the case, but his true intentions were obvious to everyone. Every time he met with Lu Zhensheng, they would engage in a verbal duel, both openly and subtly.
Lu Song was seething with hatred.
But there was nothing he could do after all, he was far away, while Lu Zhensheng was right next door. Those who are close to the water get the moon first, what could he do? That day, while eating, Lu Yuer spoke softly with a hint of resentment. Chen Fei, why haven't you come to pick me up yet?
Chen Fei froze for a moment.
Have you had enough of staying there?
Lu Yi glared at him.
The time isn't fixed, but you have to come pick me up. How am I supposed to get back without you? Ha, I'll come pick you up later. Chen Fei had been longing for his wife. Although they saw each other every day and ate together, he always felt like something was missing.
Let's do it tomorrow. Come early in the morning.
Although Lu Yi had been eager to return, she still had to follow the rules.
Alright, tomorrow it is.
Making money is important, but a wife is more important. The next morning, Chen Fei got up early, went to the hot spring to buy a gift, picked up breakfast, and immediately went to call Lu Yi'er. After placing the gifts and exchanging a few polite words, the young couple couldn't wait to leave. Lu Yi'er's mother wiped away tears from her eyes, smiling and scolding, "You ungrateful child. You don't even want to stay at your own home for a moment.
Is Chen Fei's family that much better?"
Lu Yi'er's face turned red.
"Mother, what are you saying? I just didn't want Chen Fei's breakfast to get cold. That's it."
Lu Yi'er's mother rolled her eyes, clearly not believing her.
"What a little liar. Do you think I don't know anything? I've been there too, you know."
But when she glanced at the gifts on the table, her face lit up, and she couldn't wait to open them. Chen Fei and Lu Yi'er had just reached the front door when they saw a motorcycle speeding toward them.
Chapter 159, The Verdict. Lu Song was here again.
A few days ago he was riding a bicycle, and today he was on a motorcycle, which slightly surprised Chen Fei. From a distance, he teased,
"Hey, Lu Song, what's with the upgrade today?"
Squeak! Lu Song stopped his motorcycle in front of him and said seriously, "It's official business today."
Chen Fei immediately understood.
Previously, when he said it was official business, it was just an excuse. Today, it was genuine official business.
It seems Lu Song is pretty principled. "What about my third sister's matter?" Lu Song nodded. "Is Sanfeng here?"
"I'll tell her myself."
"Can't you tell me?"
Chen Fei teased him, and Lu Song blushed instantly.
"Brother, I was counting on talking to Sanfeng for a few minutes to pass the time. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Don't make things difficult for me." "Alright, go ahead. I won't bother you anymore."
"Alright, that's fair." Lu Song hurried away, then turned back and said, "Chen Fei, if Sanfeng were with me, I'd treat her well for the rest of my life."
Chen Fei waved his hand. "Say that to my sister. It won't work on me."
Lu Song said earnestly, "I can tell that Sanfeng listens to you.
Could you please say a good word for me?"
Chen Fei glanced at Lu Yi'er beside him and sighed helplessly. "You saw it too.
My brother-in-law is also after my older sister. Not siding with either of them is the limit of what I can do.
If you want to win her over, you'll have to do it with your own sincerity."
"I understand.
I'll win her over with my sincerity." Lu Song then turned to Lu Yi'er and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but this is something I can't compromise on."
"I hope you understand." Lu Yi'er gave a faint smile. "I understand.
If someone were to compete with me for Chen Fei, I wouldn't give in either."
Lu Song sighed in relief. "As long as you understand." He was afraid that Lu Yi'er would talk to Chen Fei.
Originally, Lu Zhencheng had the advantage of timing and location, plus the support of people, so there was nothing he could do.
Sanfeng was still busy sorting herbs as usual.
Since returning to her maternal home, Sanfeng had been busy non-stop, picking up one task and putting down another, never able to rest. Perhaps only by keeping herself occupied could her heart find peace. After Lu Song went inside, Chen Fei and Lu Yi followed him in, but they didn't linger. They walked straight through the south room and returned to their new room, leaving them alone. Chen Sifeng, however, lacked this awareness. Upon seeing Lu Song, she greeted him, "Oh, you're here to find my older sister again?" Lu Song smiled cautiously and said, "Sifeng, I bought you some Beta milk candies.
Try some."
Saying this, he pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket and handed them over.
"You think a handful of candy can buy me off?
My brother buys me treats all the time, and I'm sick of them."
Chen Sifeng didn't give him any face.
"You Lu family, I still remember what you did to my brother by putting handcuffs on him." Lu Song was so embarrassed he could have picked his toenails out to build 3 big houses. He hurriedly explained, "Sifeng, that was official business.
Heaven is my witness, I didn't mean to make things difficult for Chen Fei." Enough. Don't talk to me about that. Give me the candy, and I won't bother you anymore."
Lu Song froze for a moment.
"I thought you didn't want it." Chen Sifeng spoke confidently, "Why not? If my sister gets tricked by you, I'll be the one at a loss."
Though the words weren't very pleasant, Lu Song felt inexplicably happy and hurriedly handed over the candy.
"Eat it.
If you like anything else, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you."
"That's more like it."
Chen Sifeng took the candy, raised an eyebrow at Chen Sanfeng, and said, "Third sister, you decide."
"I'm out of here. Sifeng, don't leave."
Chen Sanfeng hurriedly reached out to grab her, but she couldn't hold on. Chen Sifeng giggled oddly and went home, leaving Chen Sanfeng standing alone in the wind.
"That girl is so ungrateful."
Lu Song leaned in, his eyes burning with desire.
"Sanfeng, wouldn't it be better if the two of us stayed together?"
Chen Sanfeng took a step back in panic.
What do you want to do?" "I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to talk to you."
Lu Song stared at the face in front of him, which was flushed all the way to her neck. She looked nervous yet shy, and the more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. In one sentence, she had grown into his ideal type.
"What do we have to talk about? If you have something to say, you should tell my brother. He's the one in charge here."
Chen Sanfeng whispered, lowering her head further, unable to see her toes.
Lu Song sensed an opportunity and couldn't help but smile. I know. Your brother told me to find you. Then what do you want to talk to me about?
Chen Sanfeng lowered her head, picking out impurities from the herbs, trying to hide her inner panic.
Lu Song opened his mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say. After a moment,
he decided to just talk about the case.
Talking about anything else felt like he wasn't good at it.
So he cleared his throat and said seriously, Sanfeng, you're suing the Li family for domestic violence.
The trial will begin tomorrow, and I've brought you the summons.
It should have been delivered by someone from the court, but Lu Song happened to find out and volunteered to bring it himself.
If there's no opportunity, create one. Try to meet Chen Sanfeng more often. Tomorrow?
Chen Sanfeng stopped what she was doing, her expression dazed.
Yes, tomorrow. But don't worry, the evidence is solid, they can't overturn the case.
Lu Song has also put in a lot of effort for this case.
Although he is just an ordinary police officer, he knows a few people. Plus, the case itself is watertight, so it's as good as settled.
Chen Sanfeng's eyes gradually regained some luster as she lifted her head and asked Lu Song.
Can the verdict be handed down tomorrow?
Yes, definitely. Lu Song spoke with confidence. As it turned out, the next day Chen Fei accompanied Chen Sanfeng to the court. Since the case was minor and handled at the town level, there was little debate before the verdict was handed down. Li Sui was convicted of abuse and intentional injury, sentenced to 2 years, to be carried out immediately. Li Xing and Li Erxing were each sentenced to 1 year.
Then Chen Fei filed for divorce on behalf of Chen Sifeng. Throughout the entire process, Li Laoshi kept his head down and didn't utter a single word.
To fulfill his promise to Chen Fei, Liu Song specifically went to the South Kiln to broadcast the crimes of Li Sui and her 2 daughters, and the news spread throughout the surrounding villages overnight. As soon as she emerged from the courthouse, Chen Sanfeng could no longer contain herself, clinging to Chen Fei and wailing uncontrollably. Chen Fei gently patted her shoulder and whispered words of comfort.
It's all over now.
They looked down on you before, but I promise they'll regret it for the rest of their lives.
Chen Sanfeng lifted her tear-stained eyes and asked, Really?
Of course it's true. Li Laoshi is such a good-for-nothing, he doesn't deserve you.
We'll find you a good man, and they'll be the ones to regret it. Chen Sanfeng stopped crying and wiped her tears. With me like this, will anyone want me? Don't say that.
Look at how Lu Song and Lu Zhensheng have been treating you these days.
Didn't you notice? Chen Fei was a bit surprised. Is my third sister so slow to react to love? But then again, back then, people didn't really talk about love.
They were all about practical matters.
Chapter 160, Haste Makes Waste. Chen Sanfeng's eyes held a mix of sadness and resignation. I can see some of it, but I can't have children. I'm afraid they'll look down on me in the future. What will you do then? Will you never marry? Chen Fei pressed. I don't know. Chen Sanfeng was in a state of turmoil. If I'm like this, will finding someone else really be better?
Lu Song heard this and grew impatient, unable to resist interrupting.
Sanfeng, you can't not get married.
You're still young, you can't just waste your life like this.
Chen Sanfeng looked dejected. I know what you're saying, but I think this is fine.
I have work to do with my brother, clothes to wear, and food to eat.
I don't ask for anything more, unless my brother rejects me. How could I ever reject you? Chen Fei held Chen Sanfeng's hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. What a simple wish. Work. Clothes to wear. Food to eat.
These most basic necessities of life were now a luxury for his older sister. Years of hard labor had left Chen Sanfeng's hands covered in calluses of various sizes, making them feel rough and uncomfortable to the touch, as if she were decades older. Lu Song wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chen Fei.
Lu Song, you can't rush things.
My sister has just escaped from a living hell, she won't be ready to accept new feelings so quickly.
If you're sincere, please be patient.
Lu Song paused and said, Alright, I'll prove it with time.
Alright, then we'll be going.
Chen Fei still had some respect for Lu Song's character. Birds of a feather flocked together. Someone with poor character wouldn't get close to Xiao Bing.
Chen Fei had come by bicycle, so he naturally rode it back.
The handheld type was too fuel efficient, so Chen Fei didn't want to use it unless necessary. Upon returning home, Chen Feng and Si Feng and Wu Feng had just come back from the mountains and immediately asked worriedly about the case. Chen Fei said it had already been decided, and the sisters cheered immediately. Chen Feng and Lu Yi were still relatively reserved.
Chen Si Feng, however, let loose completely, almost laughing like a pig. Serves them right. Let them bully our third sister. If the court doesn't sentence them, I'll go avenge my third sister myself.
Wu Feng was the youngest and had little presence, so she just followed along and laughed. San Feng had just gone through a huge upheaval and hadn't had enough time to recover, otherwise she would have laughed heartily. She used to be very cheerful. However, even so, Chen Sanfeng always wore a smile on her face and remained hopeful about the future. After that, Chen Fei's family life returned to normal, and they lived a comfortable life. However, the mushrooms on the mountain grew increasingly scarce, until eventually no one bothered to pick them anymore. Since they didn't make any money, no one was willing to pick them anymore, and everyone turned to collecting medicinal herbs instead. The back mountain was covered in bright red mountain hawthorn berries, and picking them nonstop meant money. With no other options, Chen Feng had no choice but to take her two younger sisters and continue picking mushrooms as much as possible. But with the trend unstoppable, one day the mushrooms were completely gone, and the three sisters managed to gather only half a basket. When they returned home and told Chen Fei, he said it didn't matter, as the mushroom spores they had planted at home had already started to grow. Her older sister's family had started planting earlier, so they should already be ready to sell. During this time, Lu Yi had been growing mushrooms all along, and with Chen Fei teaching her step by step, she learned quickly. Moreover, for a long time, Chen Fei intentionally left some large mushrooms each day to cultivate spores, enabling a continuous production cycle. Moreover, while mushroom sales were lower, herbal medicine sales had increased significantly. The money earned each day was only increasing. After hearing his analysis, the sisters finally came to their senses. That's right. Our vision was too narrow. We were fixated on those mushrooms and forgot about what we were growing ourselves. That's why they say a household must have a man. Women alone aren't enough. That's not necessarily true. Some men aren't as good as women. Our brother is strong, he can do anything. Lu Yi didn't say a word the whole time, but her little face was held high, showing her approval through her actions. You're talking about my man. Since there were only a few pounds of mushrooms, it was impossible to divide them among 3 families. Chen Fei thought about it and decided not to sell any to anyone, keeping them all for himself. Others might not know, but Chen Fei was well aware that no matter how carefully cultivated, the taste of farmed mushrooms couldn't compare to wild ones. However, with so many mushrooms, he certainly wasn't going to keep them all for his own family. He divided them into 5 portions. Suing, Junjin, Xiao Guozhu, and finally Lu Fingshou, the bearded man from the repair shop, each got 2 or 3 pounds. Lu Fingshou was startled when he received the mushrooms. Brother, what's the meaning of this? Chen Fei smiled and said, I won't keep it from you, old brother. I just pick mushrooms and sell them every day. But this is the last batch of wild mushrooms for the year. If you want to eat them again, you'll have to wait until next year. Lu Fingshou looked around. You're selling them so openly. Won't anyone cause trouble for you? I'm not stealing or robbing anyone. What business is it of theirs? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Speculation. Lu Fingshou said mysteriously. Things have eased up in the past 2 years, but they used to crack down hard. Isn't that the case in your village? Of course there are, but you said it yourself that was back then. Now no one should be bothering you. Anyway, be careful. If you get caught, you're finished. Lu Fingshou warned solemnly. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Chen Fei paused for a moment, then casually asked, Lu Gu, your location is pretty good. Why not sell some stuff here, like soda or beer? The mechanics wouldn't have to just sit around waiting. I'm not as bold as you. Lu Fingshou chuckled awkwardly, his eyes gleaming with pride. Don't look down on my small factory. It's a legitimate business. I eat the public's food, so I have to follow the rules. I can't just do whatever I want. Then where do you get your tickets usually? Chen Fei asked curiously. It's all from acquaintances. Lu Fingshou didn't hide anything. Glancing around to make sure no one was listening, he whispered, I know a lot of people. In the whole neighborhood, many know I repair cars here. They ask me to sell them the extra tickets to help with their household expenses. It's true that many tickets are distributed based on the number of people in a household, but since the city has electricity, kerosene tickets are naturally saved. Chen Fei suddenly understood. Sure enough, every ticket scalper is no ordinary person. Having connections is one thing, but you also need a reliable source to get the tickets. After chatting for a while, Chen Fei took his leave. That day, after selling everything, Chen Fei specially bought some malted milk powder, stopped by Chen Erfeng's house, and saw that the mushrooms, under his older sister's careful care, were growing vigorously. They'd be ready to sell in a few more days. Hearing Chen Fei's praise, Chen Erfeng smiled contentedly. Brother, I was so afraid I wouldn't grow them well and waste the mushroom spores you gave me. Second sister, you're so careful, there's no way you could have messed it up. Chen Fei said this while mixing the malted milk for Danya and Arya. The 2 children were very close to Chen Fei, holding onto his sleeves on either side, calling him uncle in sweet voices. Chen Xifeng couldn't help but express her envy. After preparing the malted milk, Chen Fei placed the bowls in the water jar, and they cooled down in no time. The 2 little girls drank the malted milk, their big eyes curving into crescent moons. Uncle is so sweet. Chen Fei gently ruffled Danya's hair and laughed. Uncle isn't sweet, the malted milk is sweet. Uncle isn't sweet, the malted milk is sweet. Before leaving, Chen Fei asked his second sister about the homestead land, and Chen Erfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Sure, Gang had already asked, and the village didn't agree. Chen Fei said he knew, but it was actually within his expectations. Still, he had to ask. As soon as Chen Fei left, Cui Shiguan returned from outside. Upon entering the house, he asked, Erfeng, who came to our house? I saw a tractor. Chapter 161, Groundless Rumors. Chen Erfeng said it was Chen Fei. Cui Gang was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth for a while.
Has Chen Fei bought a car already?
Yes, he just bought it. Chen Erfing felt proud, with a hint of pride on her face.
That's great. Maybe we can use it someday too.
Cui Gang went to the water jar, scooped out a ladle of well water, drank half of it in one gulp, put down the ladle, and leaned in close to Chen Erfing with a mysterious expression.
Erfing, I need to tell you something.
Cui Gang might be feeling a bit under the weather lately, as his breath smells a bit off.
Chen Erfing quietly stepped back, placing one hand on her swollen belly, and asked, "What is it? Speak clearly and don't touch the baby."
Right. Cui Guan smiled foolishly, still acting mysterious, and said, I heard from many people that they're going to distribute land to every household. Once we have land, we'll have more than enough grain to eat.
Chen Erfing looked up in astonishment.